once thought to have fallen, the genius young man suddenly returned, not only losing his cultivation, but also carrying a dark and eerie coffin on his back. No one knew how he managed to walk out alive from the ancient forbidden burial ground of the god burial abyss. In the Great Joe Academy, my appearance caused a commotion and shock among countless people around. Oh my, come and see, isn't that person Chen Chang'an? How did he come back? Did he see a ghost in broad daylight? The peerless genius who disappeared a year ago, now has no cultivation at all. I didn't expect him to come back alive today. 1 year, or 100 years? I slowly lowered my head and walked inside at a steady pace. At this moment, a tall and graceful girl appeared in front of me, captivating with every move. Upon seeing this woman, I walked straight towards her. The people around me instantly became restless. Isn't that the #1 beauty of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Gu Qingchang? TSK. This Chen Xiao is really infatuated. The first thing he did when he came back was to find her. Of course, I heard that the women who were infatuated with Chen Xiao in the past were like crushing carp crossing the river, but Chen Xiao only had eyes for Gu Qingchang. I also heard that Chen Xiao gave her many precious treasures. He really pampered her to the heavens. With the discussions of the people around, I also walked up to Gu Qingchang. Chang'an is not dead. Gu Qingchang's exquisitely beautiful face was extremely complex, and she spoke in astonishment. Sensing that I had no cultivation aura, a hint of disappointment and disdain flashed in her eyes, along with what seemed like a sigh of relief. It's good that you're back, although you have lost your cultivation. With the level of importance the Chen family places on you, you can still live worry-free as a young master in the future, Gu Qingchang said, looking at my star-like black eyes, and continued, don't come looking for me in the future. We are no longer possible. It's really lamentable that the peerless genius from a year ago has become a waste. At this moment, beside Gu Qingchang, a woman with equally outstanding looks jokingly spoke, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. My family's Ru Yan is already at the first level of Earth Martial Realm. You are not worthy of her. This woman is called Yang Cece. She is Gu Qingchang's best friend. Cece, stop it. Gu Qingchang looked at her, then at me, who was silent and stern, a haughty expression involuntarily appearing on her face. Chen Chang'an, did you hear that? Don't disturb me anymore in the future. Our engagement should have been dissolved a year ago when your soul lamp shattered. Now that you're back, find an opportunity to come to my house and dissolve it, Gu Qingchang said, intending to pull young Cece to leave. She didn't even bother to look at me, who had become worthless. Wait, at this moment, the silent me finally spoke. What? Chen Chang'an, are you still trying to hold on? Give up on this hope. Ru Yan now is someone you can't reach. Young Cece turned around, speaking arrogantly to me. The people around instantly became excited. Wow, I didn't expect Gu Qingchang to be so heartless, not even giving Chen Xiao a few more words. You don't know about this, do you? I heard that Gu Qingchang caught the eye of the young master of a major family in the Holy Land. With a high branch, she naturally looks down on Chen Xiao. Ignoring others, I calmly said, regarding the annulment of the engagement you mentioned, I will personally come to dissolve it in 3 days. What? Gu Qingchang was stunned. She turned around, thinking she had misheard. In her view, based on the past, I would have definitely persisted, but unexpectedly I agreed so calmly. Before she could recover from her surprise, I continued, also, as soon as I return, I will come to you not to reminisce, but to ask for the spatial ring I gave you initially. Of course, since the engagement is annulled, all the spiritual treasures I gave you with the intention of marriage, including the Tianjie Snow Princess Sword, Dijie Snowlingy, Qiankuan King Bracelet, Ice Soul Tianxin Chain. As I spoke one by one, there was an instant silence all around. Everyone's mouths were wide open, their pupils shrinking rapidly, and their eyes filled with disbelief. I spoke for a dozen sentences before pausing, then continued. Also, the 3 million spirit stones I gave to your father initially were intended as an engagement gift with marriage as a condition. In the future, I will personally come to collect them all back from your father. After I finished speaking, I calmly reached out my hand. First, return the spiritual treasures on you, as well as the spatial ring my mother gave me. The scene fell silent, and everyone looked at the two of us in shock. Gu Qingchang's chest heaved violently. She stared at me fiercely, an inexplicable anger spreading from her heart to her whole body. She angrily shouted in her heart, those are all for me, given to me, so they are mine. Why should you take them back? Chen Chang'an, what do you mean? Before Gu Qingchang could speak, Yang Cece beside her angrily rebuked, are you still a man? How can you take back something you've given away? You damn indecisive man. I glanced at her and coldly said, get lost, this has nothing to do with you. Say one more word, and I'll smash your mouth. Feeling the fierce gaze in my eyes, Yang Cece felt as if she was being stared at by a fierce beast, making her heart chill, causing her to hide behind Gu Qingcheng. Although it was only in the past, the reputation of being the #1 scoundrel in the Great Zhou Kingdom still shocked her, but she quickly remembered. He's a loser now. Why would I be afraid of him? It's hilarious. Gu Qingcheng's face was extremely ugly as she tightly gripped the sword in her hand that was emitting a blue glow, a strong spiritual power fluctuation coming from it, making it impossible for her to part with it. In particular, the space ring given by Chen Chang'an seems to be able to hold living things. This is definitely not a mortal product. Her heart ached beyond measure. Chen Chang'an, why are you so shameless? You're taking back what you gave me? What did you say at first? You said you'd love me for the rest of my life. You said you'd never let me feel bad. Never let me suffer a bit. Look what you've done now. Gu Qingcheng growled lowly with a face full of aggression. She couldn't afford to return the gifts that Chen Chang'an had given her. After all, those were the most valuable treasures, especially the black ring and that shueji sword. To her, were also related to the academy competition half a month later. That big competition. There will be powerful people from the Holy Land to watch. That was the only way to enter the Holy Land, and she couldn't do without the help of this heavenly rank snowy sword. A heavenly rank weapon, even in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, was in existence that could make those heavenly king realm ancestors covet it. Ha! Chen Chang'an revealed a bland light smile. Didn't you say you wanted to have nothing to do with me? Those things are all mine, with my Chen family's mark on them. Chen Chang'an said, his eyes narrowed, his voice icy cold. I'm not joking with you, and I'm not discussing. If you don't give it back, from now on, your Gu family is my Chen family's sworn enemy. Without death, no rest. Boom! The moment his words came out, the people around him instantly clamored. One by one, they looked at Chen Chang'an in shock. Heavens, is this still the young master of the Chen family who was afraid of scaring Gu Qingcheng when he spoke to her even louder a year ago? TSK, today's Chen Xiao is very domineering. Immortality? Let's see if her Gu family dares to fight the Chen family hard. How can she be worthy of the Gu family? The Chen family is our first-class big family in Great Zhou. Their strength is there. But well, since we're breaking off the engagement, it makes sense to return the gift, right? I didn't expect this Gu Qingcheng, but she only wants to get and doesn't want to give. Where did she get the face? Facing the mocking words of the people around, Gu Qingcheng's face became more and more ugly. Her pupils fluttered rapidly, and her jade hand, which was holding the snow Ji sword, was whitening slightly. Chen Chang'an, you're already someone with no cultivation. I'm afraid you can't even protect yourself. Do you think that you can still be the young master of the Chen family? You can still represent the Chen family? It's simply a big joke. Since they had all torn their faces apart, Gu Qingcheng couldn't care less about her face and snorted and opened her mouth. In her opinion, Chen Chang'an, who had no cultivation, would definitely be deprived of the position of young lord by his family, and there would be countless children of the same clan who would come to plot against his life, both explicitly and implicitly. In Chang'an City, and even in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, conflicts over family young masters were a common occurrence. What the young lord says is the attitude of our Chen family. Just then, an icy voice suddenly came, causing Gu Qingcheng's body to tremble. Everyone followed the source of the sound, and they saw a tall, middle-aged man with dark, thick hair that hung behind him and a rugged temperament, walking in large strides. As he walked, he also exuded an endless overbearing aura and amazing pressure. Behind him, there were dozens of excited-looking teenage girls. They came to Chen Chang'an's body and bent down in unison, bowing respectfully. Greetings, young lord. Greetings, young lord. There was nothing fake about these people's loud shouts and the fiery, excited faces, and the aura they set off was astounding, sensationalizing the four directions. The countless onlookers in the surrounding area retreated back and forth, their faces showing shock. A smile appeared on the corner of Chen Chang'an's mouth as he looked at the middle-aged man at the head of the group and bowed respectfully. Greetings to the ninth master. The person who came was none other than one of the 9 clan elders of the Chen clan, and the 9th ranked, the 9th master. Ha 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 ha. Chang'an, you're finally back. Great. I knew that you brat didn't die that easily. The 9th master clenched his fists, looking agitated, and asked with concern, by the way, where did you go for the year you disappeared? What the hell happened here? Chen Chang'an laughed. 9th master, this is a long story. Let's go back and talk about it. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. The ninth master continuously said 3 good words, turned to Gu Qingcheng, who was beside him with an ugly face. His gaze was stern, and he opened his mouth in a low voice. Little girl child, since you want to break the marriage contract with my young master, you have to return all the spirit treasures he gave you. This is also what I, Chen Jiao, said. What? Are you not convinced? The ninth master's aura was extremely appalling, and the glare of his eyes caused Gu Qingcheng to stagger in her steps, her face going pale. Humph. Is the titular Chen clan elder, a heavenly king realm powerhouse, all he knows how to do is bully little girls? At that moment, another middle-aged woman came striding in, her phoenix eyes slightly slanted, her face containing a fury. Master. Seeing this person, Gu Qingcheng seemed to have found her backbone, immediately stepping forward and respectfully saluting. Mother. Lu Sisi also walked over, the pressure exerted on her body by the ninth master of the Chen family plummeting. The visitor's name was Lu Rumeng, Lu Sisi's mother and Gu Qingcheng's teacher. Seeing this person, the ninth master was nonchalant, snorted and coldly grunted. No wonder Gu Qingcheng has that pussy face, wanting to get it and not wanting to pay for it. It turns out that it was taught by someone. TSK, it's really an eye-opener for me. Old 9, watch your mouth. Lu Rumeng glared at Chen Jiao, her face containing anger. Off. This has nothing to do with you. Chen Jiao opened his mouth grumpily, without any manners, and turned to Gu Qingcheng, his eyes showing gloominess. My young master's stuff, you return it, or not. If you still hold a pussy face and don't give it back, I'll go back right away and bring everyone from the Chen family and immediately wage war on your Gu family. Boom. These words were like a thunderbolt, causing the minds of everyone in the arena to roar, unable to return to their senses for a long time. If Chen Chang'an said that immortality was not powerful, then the ninth master of the Chen family was definitely someone who could not be ignored. Heavens, worthy of being the ninth master of the Chen family. What a violent temper. TSK, he's notorious for his fiery temper and murderous nature. Even the state lord has to give him a little bit of a break. Moreover, he seems to be a sword king. Hiss, I really didn't expect this great Zhou country's #1 beauty is so brazen, trying to break off an engagement with someone else. All those gifts given for the purpose of marriage, and you don't even want to return them. Yes, the person looks good, but the heart, also too black a little. That's right. I'm afraid she's trying to climb up to that young master of some holy land now that she resents young Chen for not having any cultivation, but can't let go of those gifts from Chen Xiao. TSK. What kind of mentality is that? Good for you. The people around them were pointing and talking. Gu Qingcheng's face became more and more ugly, as if she had eaten a large pile of flies. This was completely beyond her expectations. If it was a year ago, Chen Shahan would have pleaded with himself not to leave, and would have to keep making up gifts to please himself. Unexpectedly, he's changed. Humph. It's true that none of the men are good. All of them are fickle. They talked so well at first, but now they're like this. Gu Qingcheng thought with indignation in her heart, her face flooded with a weak, pitiful, helpless, tearful look. However, this appearance did not make the surrounding people sympathize, but instead, the majority of mockery. Oh my god, did you guys see that? She even commiserated? I'll go. Although the way she's about to cry at the moment is truly deplorable, but her earlier desperate attitude is making me sick to my stomach just thinking about it. So made, to be so aggrieved, as if it was Chen Xiao who bullied her. Right, Chen Xiao also said that it's fine to break the engagement. Just return all the spirit treasures. How simple is that? Maybe she's trying to be in stand again. The words of the people around them, words that conked the heart, made Gu Qingcheng wish to find a crack in the ground to drill into. She had no choice but to throw the spatial ring in her hand, as well as the Shueji sword. To Chen Chang'an. Chapter 3. You will always be our young master. As the black ring and the snow Ji sword were thrown out, it was accompanied by a gust of flesh pain in Gu Qingcheng's heart. But it's not good to stop in plain sight, especially since the Chen family's ninth master was eyeing him from the side, like he owed him millions, which made Gu Qingcheng very upset. And her master's father didn't even dare to fart under the ninth master's threat. Gu Qingcheng hatefully stomped her feet, her body hesitantly, and under the gesture of Chen Chanan's gaze, she could only continuously take off the ornamental spiritual treasures on her body again, one after another, and throw them to Chen Shagan. Each piece thrown away was like cutting off a piece of flesh from her body, making her heart a million times more reluctant to part with it. Even Lu Rumeng, who was next to him, couldn't help but feel a meaty pain. the resources Chen Xiang'an gave to Gu Qingcheng. Even she, the master teacher, would follow suit and enjoy the benefits. After all, Gu Qingcheng would still honor her. It's all back to you already. Okay, Gu Qingcheng said with an ugly face. Chen Xiang'an looked at the clothes she was wearing. Chen Xiang'an, do you want to be so shameless? Want me to take off this precious garment now? Gu Qingcheng spoke angrily. The eyes of the people around them suddenly lit up. Chen Xiang'an was indifferent in his eyes. 3 days later, have your father prepared the spirit stones? As well as those precious clothes I sent you to prepare. I will personally come to your door to break the engagement. As the words fell, Chen Xiang'an was already not wanting to look at her more than once. Humph. See, let's go. Gu Qingcheng's eyes reddened in aggravation, and with a cold snort, she took Lu Cici's hand, and together with the three of them, Lu Rameng, they left angrily. Chen Xiang'an swept a flat glance at their backs, turned around and left with the ninth master and the other members of the Chen family, toward the outside of the academy. The storm died down and the crowd sighed, and Gu Qingcheng, who was in the midst of leaving, simply had mixed feelings in her heart. Man, he, sure has changed. If it were before, he wouldn't have talked to me like this. The more Gu Qingcheng thought about it, the more aggrieved she became, and her eyes flushed for a while. Qingcheng, that Chen Xiang'an is not a good person. It's been given away for a year, and it's still possible to ask for it back. I've had my eyes open today. Lu Cici spoke indignantly. Don't feel bad, Qingcheng. Even if he still has his cultivation, he is not worthy of you. Only the young master of the Jun family in the Taicang sword region, the Holy Land, Jun Wujian, is a good match for you. Next to her, Lu Rumeng also spoke coldly. CC is right. You're so pretty and your qualifications are good. It's rare for Jun Wujian to take a fancy to you. This is your destiny and your good fortune. That Chen Xiang'an is nothing. Liuxi nodded slightly. At first, after hearing that Chen Xiang'an's life soul lamp had gone out, she was still a bit sad. Later, it was merely a matter of realizing that there was one less person to give her gifts, one less person to please and care for, making her uncomfortable. A month ago, the young master of one of the 4 great families of the Holy Land, the Jun family, Jun Wujian, came to the great Zhou royal city, wanting to select a group of young disciples to enter the Holy Land to cultivate. The news was a sensation in the great Zhou kingdom. As a result, all of the heavenly pride of the entire Great Zhou Academy had to engage in a great competition as a way to gain the favor of the Holy Land. And Jun Wujian also took a liking to her and pursued her. The thought of being able to enter the Holy Land made Gu Qingcheng's heart feel better. What's more, the resources given by Jun Wujian would definitely be better than those given by Chen Xiang'an. Let's go. Qingcheng, let's go find Duke Jun to make a decision for us. We can't return the spirit stones that Chen Xiang'an gave us. And we also want Chen Xiang'an to return today's sword, as well as the treasures that you returned to him, and we want him to return them obediently as well. Humph. In front of the Holy Land's heavenly pride. What is he? Liuxi's eyes darted around and she came up with a brilliant idea. Gu Qingcheng's eyes gradually brightened, and the haze in her heart was swept away. See, you're such a good girlfriend. It's a good thing you're here. Gu Qingcheng said seriously and greeted Lu Rumeng, rushing off to find Jun Wujian. The Chan family. As the number 1 family in the Great Zhou Kingdom, the Chen family's residence was incomparably large. In the Chen family hall, all of the Chen clan's clan elders and family sons and daughters had gathered here. Chen Xiang'an's return made everyone excited. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Ha 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 ha. My Chen family's young master, that has the stature of a saint emperor. How can he fall that easily? Chen Xiantong, the Chen clan's head, opened his mouth with a big smile, his face full of relief. The stone in his heart also finally fell. All around the crowd were beaming with smiles, as well as a huge sigh of relief. Over the past year, they had eaten poorly and slept poorly just to search for Chen Xiang'an. And, as a result, a lot of people died. But the 9 great clan elders, but the mind is different. The eyes of the bottom of the eyes. Meaningful. The meaningful meaning under the eyes of the clan masters was not detected by Chen Xiang'an, and such a warm and cozy scene caused his heart to be touched. I didn't expect the Chen family to treat him so well, he said with a straight face. Family master, my cultivation is all gone. I am no longer suitable to be the Chen family's young master. You should still choose another one among my several clan brothers. The words fell, and the field was instantly quiet. Before Chen Xiantong could say anything, a woman in a long black dress next to her took 2 steps out and looked towards Chen Xiang'an. Her face was absolutely beautiful and as cold as an iceberg. Her phoenix eyes contained the intention of indifference to all living beings. Chen Xiang'an looked at her. his face respectful, and bowed. "Greetings, great master." This was his family, the top-ranked person among the clan elders, a young-looking woman. It's a woman, but it's also a grandfather. Everyone else calls her grandpa. There was a sword hanging in the air behind her back. This sword was as black as ink, as if it contained destruction and death. Chen Chang'an's heart palpitated every time he saw it. What are you talking about? This young master position is yours. It will always be yours. No one is qualified to be it. There are 9 masters in the Chen family. The first master, the second master, until the 9th master. 6 men and 3 women, each with heavenly means and strength. That's right, the cultivation is gone. You can practice again. I don't believe it. Pouring all the strength of the Chen family clan. I still can't let you kid regain your original cultivation. The 9th master who brought Chen Chang'an back also opened his mouth with a big grin. Yes, the honor that the Chang'an kid has brought to our Chen family, as well as the resources that he has fought for back, are beyond the reach of the younger generation. All of them, there's no doubt about that. The 9 clan elders in the field, the 6th-ranked 6th master, also smiled and opened his mouth. This was an elegant middle-aged man, but in his eyes were as deep as the starry sky, as if they could penetrate everything in the world, sometimes containing a ghostly aura that made everyone inexplicably tremble. 6 is right, and my oldest is in favor of it. The gentle 2nd master opened his mouth. The 2nd master, he wore a scholarly robe with a long beard reaching his chest. His face was rosy, and his eyes were deep, as if they contained the heavenly way. His hair was neatly combed, with a wooden pin fixed on the top of his head, and his clothes were embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns, every stitch revealing a sense of transcendence. Big brother Chang'an, don't bury us. None of us are capable of taking your place. Even though you don't have your cultivation anymore, you're still our young master. That's right, you will always be our young lord. We are willing to follow you for the rest of our lives. Dozens of teenagers of the younger generation spoke up. The words were all about not wanting to covet this young master's position. Chen Chang'an looked at the united crowd in the great hall, his heart incomparably touched. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he was interrupted by an elderly, aged man. You mustn't talk about this young master position anymore. It's better to tell us where you've been during this year, right? Chen Chang'an looked at this white-haired old man who smelled of pills and had a kind face, and bowed respectfully. Yes, 5th master. Afterward, Chen Chang'an scanned the urgent gazes of the crowd and said with an emotional expression, I entered the burial demon abyss. Funeral abyss. Sure enough, as soon as these 3 words came out, the field instantly quieted down, each face with an unsurprised look, but with a sense of astonishment. Inside the burial demon abyss there are tens of millions of bronze coffins, as well as decaying bronze coffins. Inside is even more black fog shrouded. The devil's gas rushes to the sky. It is a piece of extinct land. Shaoan, how did you go in? And how did you come out? Family head Chen Xiantong's face was shocked, and his heart suddenly tensed. Family master, I don't know who got me in there. When I woke up, I realized that I was lying inside a coffin. And then, Chen Chang'an's eyes were complicated. I didn't expect that by the time I came out, it would already be a year later. The crowd was stunned and stared at each other. Everyone found it bizarre. Staying in the coffin in the funeral abyss for a year and not dying? This is simply unbelievable. Chapter 4, The Burial Coffin. Damn it! Chen Xiantong clenched his fists in death as surging anger erupted in his eyes. Check! We must find out which thief it was that got Chang'an into the burial demon abyss. My Chen family will definitely not let him go, and will surely thwart the thief. Yes, in the great hall, everyone was on the same page, and a murderous aura filled the air. Well, it's rare for the young lord to return, so it's better to get some rest. At this time, a woman with an extremely beautiful appearance opened her mouth with a gentle face. Her face was fairy-like, her hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were perennially rippling. But at this moment, her eyes were also erupting with a touch of extremely icy coldness. Yes, 3rd master is right. Let the young lord go back to his room to rest first. Several clan elders nodded their heads in a hurry, with concern on their faces. Thus, Chen Chang'an returned to his house and locked the door under the concerned eyes of the crowd. He sat cross-legged on the bed and lifted the sleeve of his right hand up. Above was clearly the word Dayin in red. Burial. God. Coffin. Chen Chang'an opened his mouth in a low voice and pronounced these 3 words. As his words fell, an ancient bronze coffin with an ancient, blood-smitten aura, as if it was from the distant past, hovered in front of Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an looked at this ancient coffin and pondered in a daze. A year ago? He was attacked and the bloodline in his body was taken from him. Then he was thrown into the burial demon abyss. Inside the burial demon abyss, there were densely packed, uncountable decayed coffins, or bronze coffins, but he survived the catastrophe, and upon awakening, he found countless evil spirits, and countless bizarre skeletons. He and those evil soul skeletons fought for days and nights, and finally exhausted, lay into a bronze coffin to take refuge. Unexpectedly, inside the coffin was an infinite starry universe. He was in there for 100 years, and when he came out, only a year had passed outside. Moreover, his flesh had been melted and recast inside, so naturally, his cultivation was gone. Nowadays, he could only recultivate. This is called the Holy Martial Continent. The cultivation path is divided into Yellow Martial Realm, Xuanwu Realm, Earth Martial Realm, Heavenly Martial Realm, Heavenly King Realm, Holy Emperor Realm, Holy Ruler Realm, Holy Zun Realm, Holy Emperor Realm, God Realm. Each realm, in turn, was divided into 10 levels. Chen Qianan thought as he looked at the several space rings next to him. There were a few in there, all of which were most of the Chen family's resources. They sent it to Chen Qianan for cultivation to help him recover his cultivation as soon as possible. There was another one, and that was what Chen Qianan had asked from Gu Qingcheng. This spatial ring, pure black, exuded an ancient flavor, and the space inside was so huge that it could even hold living things. Only, some living things die after a short time in there. But this is what Chen Qianan's mother gave him, the only item left behind. At the moment, there were hundreds of thousands of spirit stones inside, that he had previously given to Gu Qingcheng to use. But there are boundaries inside that only open automatically every so often. A year has gone by and there's still quite a bit left in there. Chen Qianan had been inside the burial god's coffin for 100 years, and had also been alone for 100 years, and his heart had long since been honed to be transparent and resolute. Looking back 100 years ago, he felt that his behavior was particularly childish. Moreover, Gu Qingcheng's mouth was also slowly inside by him in this long river of time. After he came out, he also heard that the Chen family had spent most of their family fortune in search of him, so he thought of going to Gu Qingcheng to ask for these spirit stones back and make up for the family. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingcheng's first words were to break off the engagement. It made him even more certain of the woman's heart. "Coffin master, I hope you're not lying to me." Chen Qianan spoke faintly. In this 100 years' time, this coffin master will dissolve your flesh and dissipate your cultivation. Then, using the qi of chaos, coalesce your physical body. The qi of Hongmeng, become your essence as well as your true spirit and mind. The blood of the ancient evil demon god, melted to become your bloodline. Eternal endless black hole, become your dantian. Billions of stars, become your veins and shins. All of this is to let you gather a body of a creator god. Don't be dissatisfied, Coffin Master said. The coffin lid opened slowly, revealing a scene inside that looked like the stars of the universe. Chen Qianan was silent. He didn't know what the spirit of the coffin in front of him was saying, but nowadays he had no choice but to believe it. After all, the Chen family treated him so well. He didn't want to let the Chen family down. Thus, he poured hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, as well as all of the resources that the Chen family had given to come, inside the coffin. Burial god coffin. Mouth swallowing the 4 seas. Coffin town 8 deserts. Inside into the universe stars and rivers. Can melt the living souls, burn all the ages, refining all the heavens. Inside the coffin, the words of the coffin spirit shaking hundreds of millions of living beings came out. This caused Chen Qiangan's mind to tremble furiously. What bossy words! Buzz! At that moment, a rumble emanated from inside the coffin, and a strong fluctuation emanated, causing Chen Qianan's face to change slightly. Soon, from the mouth of the burial god coffin, all of the resources that Chen Qianan had previously put in, be it pills, weapons, and magic treasures, were quickly melted. It then transformed into the most primal origin energy, forming wisps of white smoke that slowly floated out and entered Chen Qianan's mouth, which he devoured, disappearing into his dantian and nourishing his entire body. Buzz! Chen Qianan's aura grew viciously, stepping from the mortal body into the martial way. Huangwu Realm Level 1, Huangwu Realm Level 2, Huangwu Realm Level 3, Huangwu Realm Level 10, Xuanwu Realm Level 1, Xuanwu Realm Level 10. When he reached the 10th level of the Xuanwu Realm, Chen Qiahan's realm stopped. He opened his eyes, and the chaotic aura inside flickered, transmitting a terrifying light. Up 20 small levels in a row. This is also too unbelievable. Chen Qianan opened his mouth in shock. Being inside the burial god's coffin for 100 years had long since honed his resolute mind, but at this moment, he was also violently moved. TSK. Only the Xuanwu realm makes you happy like this. What an uneducated brat. From the burial god coffin, an old teasing voice came. Kid, you can kill more people if you want to upgrade as soon as possible. Put the bodies of those people in to melt, or put more heavenly treasures in, as long as they are spiritual objects. After this Grand Master refines them, and converts all their energy, it will be transformed to you, making you strong quickly. The voice of the burial god coffin caused Chen Chanan's heart to rejoice, and then it was filled with doubt. Master Coffin, why did you pick me? What exactly do you? What do you want from me? Chen Chang'an opened his mouth in doubt. TSK. In the midst of tens of millions of coffins, you were able to lie in the old man's arms. This, perhaps, is destiny. Or, you could say you're the chosen one. 2. Listening to the coffin master's voice, Chen Chanan was silent. He didn't think much afterward. Currently, he was still too weak. I'm afraid that I only need to grow to a certain level before I can be informed of more secrets of this world. Burial god coffin. During this 100 years, Master Coffin had described a huge world to him, which had opened his eyes. So next, Chen Chanan crossed his knees and began to consolidate his cultivation. Just as Chen Chanan went back to his room to cultivate, in the core room of the Chen clan, the 9 clan elders as well as the head of the family, Chen Xiantong, gathered together. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, but all of them were relieved in their hearts. Old 10. After experiencing such a great reincarnation technique, things seem to have worked out perfectly, and that thing seems to have accomplished the task we had hidden in our minds, automatically derived from, as well as, the plan to shape the body of the Creator God. The second master spoke faintly, revealing a meaningful smile, and said, Chapter 5 Money. It's for women. If there were outsiders, they would have been shocked to realize that the Chen family's second master called the family head, but he was actually called Old 10. Instead, Chen Xiantong was unconcerned and smiled. That guy above the stars sent us a message saying that this is Chang'an's destiny and his creation. Let's take our time and wait. Otherwise, we'll all go crazy this year. Not so much patience. The crowd nodded slightly, with a hint of satisfaction. But soon, there was a twisting and blurring of space, as if someone was interfering with something, causing the eyes of the clan elders to turn blank again. The crowd seemed to be some memories were sealed, from the imposing aura of the 8 directions, and then into the role of the Chen family veterans. Chen Xiantong looked at everyone again and let out a cold smile. It seems that we have been too low profile, causing some people to not take our Chen family seriously. From today onwards, whoever dares to lay a black hand, or bully the small with the big, provoking our young masters, will be killed without amnesty, no matter who the other party is. Yes. The 9 clan elders nodded their heads slightly, their auras rising at this moment, causing space to distort. This is not at all the heavenly king realm that others know. But, by the way, family master, the young master is going to the Gu family in 3 days to withdraw from the marriage. But according to the information we got, that Jun Wu Jian is in the Gu family. What attitude are we going to use to face that guy? At that moment, Master 9 spoke, his mouth showing teasing. What other attitude can it be? Do whatever the young lord says. Whoever doesn't submit, beat them until they do. Chen Xiantong coldly said. Got it. The crowd nodded. At this moment, Master 9 walked out. Then let Master 8 and I follow over and meet those 2 old guys from the Taitsang sword domain. Oh, yes. The 8th master walked out and nodded slightly. A refined middle-aged man. He carried a sword with cloth and silk wrapped around it, and his whole person was calm and heavy. But between words, the eyes were filled with swordlight. Family master. I didn't expect the young master to come back after a year and become understanding. Knowing that our family is in difficulty, he went straight to ask for the resources he gave Gu Qingqing back, which is something that old me hadn't thought of in the past. At that moment, the second master opened his mouth with a face full of relief. Well, good. Chen Xiantong nodded approvingly, but we still need to show a little bit of strain, letting him know the difficulties and that he can rise to the occasion. We can't let him turn into a foppish male. All the clan elders looked at each other and smiled. Meanwhile, the Gu family. Everyone in the Gu family was trying their best to please a youth, and that was Jun Wu Jian. In the middle of the hall, Jun Wu Jian sat in the first place, his eyes looking out of the corner of his eye, proudly looking at everything. Listening to Gu Qingqing's cries, he spoke disdainfully. Qingcheng, don't worry. If that Chen Chang'an dares to come in 3 days, this prince will make him kneel on the ground and kowtow to you. Hearing Jun Wujian's words, everyone in the middle of the hall instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Qingshan, the head of the Gu family, smiled fawningly. Qingcheng, why don't you quickly thank Jun Xiao? If it wasn't for Jun Xiao, I'm afraid we would have been bullied by that Chen family. Okay, Daddy. Gu Qingcheng smiled sweetly and gave a graceful salute to Jun Wuxian. Many thanks, Jun Xiao. Jun Xiao's great kindness. The youngest daughter has no teeth to forget. He. Qingcheng ah. You're welcome. Your business is this Gongzi's business. Bullying you is bullying this Gongzi. Jun Wujian's eyes narrowed as he slowly stepped forward, gently holding Gu Qingcheng's jade hand as he said gently, That's right, Qingcheng, don't you understand Jun Xiao's mind? You can't let Jun Xiao down. Next to her, Lu Sisi spoke out in agreement, her face full of ambiguous colors. As the words fell, Gu Qingcheng shyly bowed her head. This made Jun Wujian's heart itch for a kiss, but there were too many people around. Ahem. Ha 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 ha. Sisi is right. Looking at the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, Gu Qingshan was overjoyed. If Jun Xiao falls in love with my family's Qingcheng, when she breaks off her engagement with the Chen family's boy, the old man will make the decision to betroth his daughter to Jun Xiao. At those words, the crowd around them overflowed with smiles. Gu Qingcheng lowered her head even lower and muttered, Aya, Pops, why are you suddenly saying all this? After saying that, she was so shy that she pulled Lu Sisi and trotted away. After leaving, Lu Sisi's gaze, still intertwined with Jun Xiao's, meaningfully in the air. Looking at Gu Qingcheng's petulant departure, the crowd laughed out loud, but Jun Wujian was smiling but not laughing, and coldly grunted in his heart, Still wanting to marry into my Jun family? A fool's dream, but it's just that. It's okay to have some fun. After all, it looks like she's still got her genjutsu. Chen Chang and ah. It's ridiculous that you didn't even take a single blood for being so nice to her. In his heart, he thought this, but what Jun Wujian said was something else. It is the honor of my life to marry Miss Qingcheng. Only, this young man still needs to cultivate more feelings with Miss Qingcheng first, so don't be abrupt with the beautiful woman. Ha ha, yes, young people, they all like some little tunes. Old man understands. Gu Qingshan snorted. The whole person was in a good mood. It was only because the Chen family supported the Gu family that the Gu family was able to quickly establish a foothold in the great Zhouking city. Now that he was able to find a bigger lap, it made him lament that he had given birth to a good daughter. Then the late generation will go and find Qingcheng first. Jun Wujian laughed. Please make yourself at home, Mr. Jun. Gu Qingshan's face was full of smiles as he fawned and opened his mouth. Jun Wujian was then leading an attendant. Two old men, out of the Gu family's hall and towards the Gu family's backyard. Sir, do you really want to marry this Gu Qingcheng? I'm afraid that the old master's side won't agree. On the way, an old man next to him spoke in a low voice. And, this Gu Qingcheng seems to have been hinting at Gongzi, asking you to send her various spiritual treasures. Gongzi, this woman, has quite a deep heart. Oh, naturally, I don't marry and sleep around. Jun Wujian said disdainfully, his eyes slightly slanted. As for sending her a spiritual treasure, well, I'm sending her. While walking, Jun Wujian faintly transmitted the words, money, it is for women to see, not for women to spend. Understand? Your Excellency is wise. The old man behind him was stunned and nodded slowly. Only well, this Gu Qingcheng is a bit interesting, twisting and turning, wanting to refuse, wanting to capture, and also the reason is to indulge. She wants to get what my lord has to give, and she wants to hang my lord as a warbler? Don't even think about it. She won't be able to reap a single benefit without my lord's meat. Jun Wujian spoke disdainfully. He'd had countless women in the Holy Land, so as long as Gu Qingcheng patted his ass, he knew what position the other party wanted. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the news that Chen Chang'an had returned had spread to every corner of the royal city, creating huge waves. After all, that was once the most dazzling genius, and now that his cultivation is all gone, it is inevitable that countless people will have many small thoughts. Today, everyone's eyes have fallen on the Gu family. Chapter 6 Evil Demon Blood God Skill. Chen Mansion, where Chen Chanan's residence is. Strange, I can't sense that kid Chanan's aura at all. Could it be that he's not inside the room? Impossible. During these 3 days, Chanan never showed up, and he ordered us not to disturb him. Outside of Chen Chang'an's room, the 8th master, who was carrying a sword, and the 9th master, who was holding a large sword, both of them wondered out loud. In his eyes was a deep shock. With the strength of the two of them, they were unable to detect Chen Shanan's aura, which was truly fishy. At the same time, deep in the starry sky, chaotic and boundless, a colorful bridge spanned millions of miles of starry space, and in the depths of the bridge, there was a simple and ancient oval mirror suspended, emitting vast divine might as if suppressing everything in heaven and earth. Inside the mirror, a shadow sensed everything in Chen's house, emitting a cold snorting voice. These ancient great gods of the everlasting God's house, their playfulness is even so great, only a bilocation, but also have to close their own memories, and play what a small family over the family game here. TSK, it is really boring. The voice of Reiki inside the mirror, who has never been heard. At the same moment, in the Great Zhou Kingdom, in the Chen family in Chang'an City, Chen Chang'an seemed to have completely disappeared into this heaven and earth after entering the burial god coffin. At this moment, he was in the middle of a vast and boundless cosmic space, sitting cross-legged. His breath was climbing, while there was also a raging energy that seemed to be contained in his body, making him look like an ancient beast, emitting an appalling aura. Phew! After an unknown amount of time, Chen Chang'an slowly opened his eyes and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Evil devil. Bloodline, he murmured out, excitement in his eyes. This was the bloodline left to him by the burial coffin. On top of that, there was a gongfu as well as a sword technique, evil demon blood god technique, as well as burial sword technique. Kid, now you have obtained the evil demon god's inheritance, his bloodline, his technique, and his sword moves. In these 3 years' time, you have also, not to my surprise, managed to refine the first 3 moves. Not bad, not bad. In the vastness of the starry sky, the Coffin Master's relieved voice rang out. Thank you, Coffin Master. Chen Chang'an stood up with a respectful expression and bowed to the void. At this moment, he was precisely inside the burial god coffin. Only 3 days have passed outside, and at this moment 3 years have passed here. During these 3 years, he had not only gained the inheritance given by the Coffin Master, but he had also gained a great deal by becoming skilled in the Chen clan's gong methods. Ha! The Coffin Master has no body and no shape, only a soft laugh in response, seemingly far away and close. Opening the realm of 1,000 heavens of time requires the Wheel of Time. This opening has already depleted the energy of the previous Wheel of Time. In the future, you will need to find the Wheel of Time before you can continue to open the 1,000 heaviness realm of time to cultivate here. At those words, Chen Chang'an revealed his disappointment. After all, 3 years of cultivation here and only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Soon, he thought of something unreasonable. Master Coffin, 100 years of cultivation here. So, didn't 100 days just pass outside? How come it was a year last time? The Wheel of Time. There is a difference in the purity of the time divine right, and the difference between the inside and outside time inspired by different purities of the Wheel of Time will be different, Coffin Master said. Chen Chang'an was silent, a bit sad. If he can cultivate here for another 100 years, if he goes out, only a year had passed outside. So, wouldn't he be even stronger? It's just a shame that the Coffin Master has been recasting his flesh for the previous 100 years. 3 years of recent initiation have helped him replenish his cultivation and heritage. But soon, he perked up again. He firmly memorized these 4 words, Wheel of Time, in his heart. Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an's breath caught again, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully again. Master Coffin, I've remembered. Well, get out then. At that moment, space twisted and a vortex appeared. Chen Chang'an took a step out, and when the scene in front of him condensed again, he had already appeared inside his room. Evil demons. God? For this name, Chen Chang'an was unfamiliar, but he knew that it could be a powerful being from a higher realm. The Coffin Master didn't tell him all of this. Clenching his fists tightly, Chen Chang'an felt the power of an extreme explosion. Heavenly Martial Realm, Level V. Inside the burial god coffin, he had not only broken through to the Heavenly Martial Realm, he had also recovered to the realm he was in a year ago. And, he's a very different person today than he was a year ago. The one who dug out my bloodline and threw me into the burial demon abyss back then. When I find out who you are, I will definitely take your blood bit by bit. Sucked dry, Chen Chang'an said coldly, his eyes flashing with monstrous killing intent. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Chen Chang'an regulated his emotions, and as his spiritual sense sensed the 2 people outside the door, he immediately got up and walked out. Opening the door of the room and seeing that it was the 8th and 9th Masters, Chen Chang'an respectfully saluted. Greetings to the 8th Master and the 9th Master. The 2 of them, the 8th Master and the 9th Master, were confused. Chang'an, you recovered your cultivation. The 2 men opened their mouths in shock. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly. Still, thanks to the family's resources, the kid will not fail the family's cultivation. Ha 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 ha. Good, good, great. Worthy of being the young master of our Chen family. Master 9 laughed brightly. The 8th master was also filled with a look of relief as he looked at Chen Chang'an and nodded repeatedly. 8th master, 9th master, let's go to the Gu family now, Chen Chang'an said. Now that the Chen family was in a financial crisis, it was better to get those millions of spirit stones back. Yes. The 8th and 9th masters nodded with emotion and followed behind Chen Chang'an. At this time, in Chen Chang'an's mind, the voice of Master Coffin came. TSK, your Chen family is not simple. Oh, how is it not easy? Chen Chang'an responded curiously. He stole a glance at the agitated 9th master and the elegant and gentle 8th master. I opened the 1,000 realms of time for you twice and lost my psychic perception. But, if I won't feel wrong, the 9 clan elders of your Chen clan are definitely not in the Heavenly King realm as you said. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's heart stirred. Could it be that they have entered sainthood? To enter the holy, it was the Holy Emperor, Holy Ruler, and Holy Zun, the 3 realms. Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an's heart beat rapidly. Could it be that your own family background, very strong? This great master also do not know. This side of heaven and earth is so strange. It seems that there is something in the suppression. You go to your own intention. Chen Chang'an utilized his spiritual sense to perceive the two of them, but the feeling he got was still the aura of the Heavenly King realm. He then didn't bother to think much about it. These clan elders were strong, and that was a good thing for him. It also determines his attitude towards the Gu family, whether it is strong, or more domineering. It didn't take long. The 3 of them then arrived before the gate of the Gu family. The young master of the Chen family, Chen Chang'an, is visiting. Chen Chang'an looked at the few guards in front of the door and spoke indifferently. A few of the guards gave snickering glances. Yo, so it's the young master of the Chen family turned into a waste. Wait, I'll go in and inform later. That's right, our family head is receiving an important VIP. When he's free, he'll naturally see you. The guard at the door lazily opened his mouth. The word VIP was bitten especially hard. When Chen Chang'an came to the Gu family in the past, he was polite and courteous. After all, he was going to pursue their young lady. What's more, their young lady is going to climb up the ladder. And these guards are following suit with arrogance. Ha! Chen Chang'an laughed contemptuously and coldly. His eyes narrowed as he lifted his foot and kicked the guard in front of him hard on his chest. Boom! A dull voice, like thunder, boomed, and blood exploded from the guard's chest as his entire body flew backwards, crashing hard into the Gu family's front door again. When that guard fell heavily to the ground, he was already a dead dog, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. You dare to do it. The other few guards' bodies trembled wildly as they opened their mouths in shock. Chen Chang'an lifted his leg and walked inside. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. A mere dog wants to bark in front of this young man. The few guards no longer dared to stop, their eyes full of terror, cowering and scattering. Chen Bachi and Chen Jiao glanced at each other and grinned, then leisurely followed. When Chen Chang'an broke into the Gu family's commotion, it quickly traveled into the Gu family's main hall and reached Gu Qingshan's ears. Gu Qingshan's face was instantly gloomy. Humph, this brat is lawless. We must teach him a good lesson today on behalf of his Chen family. Ha, that's really funny. I'll see who's qualified to teach this young man a lesson instead of the Chen family. Just as Gu Qingshan's words fell, a contemptuous cold laugh came in from outside the door. When Chen Chang'an, who was dressed in white, elegant and handsome like a god or an immortal, strutted in, Gu Qingshan's face roared in vicious anger. Chen Chang'an, kneel down for me. Chapter 7, What an Ignorance! Chen Chang'an was unmoved as he swept his gaze across the room. It was discovered that Gu Qingcheng, Lu Sisi were all there, as well as all the clan elders of the Gu family. There was also a young man who was gorgeously dressed in yellow and orange robes, as well as 2 old men standing behind him. The young man looked arrogant, as if he didn't even want to look at himself. Chen Chang'an, what is your intention? Why did you strike out to hurt someone? Hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, if Chen Xiantong can't teach you well, I'll do it for him. Gu Qingshan spoke coldly. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an snorted. He, just by you? Not qualified to make this young master kneel. Besides, you're just a second-rate family head and you want to replace the first-rate Chen family headman? Who gave you the face? Gu Qingshan choked on his dislike as he stared blankly at the handsome youth in front of him. He was treated with respect and gentleness in the beginning. Nowadays it seems a little more cold and hostile. Besides, a dog also wants to stop this young master. Not slapping him to death is considered this young master's mercy, Chen Chang'an said disdainfully, not bothering to look at Gu Qingshan, whose face was blue, and then took out the marriage certificate in his arms. Without further ado, this young man is here to withdraw from the marriage, Chen Chang'an said, cupping a paper marriage certificate in his hand and slowly tearing it to pieces. Then it spilled into the air, filling the great hall with crumbs that drifted through the sky. Unbridled, Gu Qingshan suddenly roared out, "You're too rude. Didn't your family elders teach you the word politeness?" As he said that, a heavenly king realm's pressure covered Chen Chang'an's body, seemingly wanting to suppress him into kneeling down. But surprisingly, Chen Chang'an's body remained straight and relaxed. Polite? This young man is already very polite. Gu family master, don't embarrass both parties. The marriage contract has been torn up, and the 3 million spirit stones I gave you in the beginning, you should return it obediently. The corner of Chen Chang'an's mouth lifted slightly as he spoke faintly. Gu Changqing's face became even more ugly. He wanted to give Chen Chang'an a hard time. That way, even if he withdrew from the marriage, the gifts of spirit stones and those at the back, he wouldn't have to return them. But today, this arrogant Chen Chang'an, he's going to be unable to suppress it. He couldn't help but look towards Jun Wujian, who was beside him with a calm expression and seemed to be watching the show. Snap! Jun Wujian gently clapped his hands and slowly stood up. Wonderful! Truly wonderful! TSK, this tiny Great Zhou country, the so-called first-class family, so domineering really made this young man see. Jun Wujian slowly walked up to Chen Chang'an's body. His gaze narrowed with disdain as he said, "Frogs at the bottom of the well. It's only a matter of making a fool of yourself in this Great Zhou country. But if you're in the sacred land, I'm afraid that you won't even know how to die." When the people of the Gu family saw Jun Wujian open his mouth, each one of them sighed in relief and turned to look at Chen Chang'an with a teasing face. Gu Qingchang, as well as Lu Sisi, both of them, were filled with a colorful light, as if they were looking at a male god. Looking at Jun Wujian's figure, this caused Jun Wujian to become even more pleased with himself, snapping and spreading the folding fan in his hand, stirring it up in a graceful manner. Chen Chang'an's gaze slanted as he looked at the person in front of him and snorted, "TSK, who's so unethical that their crotch can't be strangled tight enough to fall out of this thing of yours?" The words fell, and the field was shocked. Some people can't help but look at Jun Wujian, who is all yellow and orange, and is still really a bit like a piece of. In an instant, countless people forcefully held back and hardened their red faces. Bold. At this time, Lu Sisi tilted her head and spoke. "Chen Chang'an, do you know who he is? He's the young master of the Jun family, one of the 4 great families of the Holy Land. And he's even the son of a saint ruler. So you're living out of your mind when you talk like that." Jun Wujian always wore a smile, and when Lu Sisi's words came out, the smile at the corner of his lips became even more contemptuous and playful. He, the son of a saint ruler. I'm sure you know what kind of status a saint ruler represents. Saying that, his gaze fell on Chen Chang'an's body as if he were looking at a mole cricket. What? You're scared, aren't you? The words you said earlier offended this young man. Do you want to obediently wait for death? Or are you wagging your tail and begging for mercy, dreaming that this young man will leave you with a cheap life? Ha! Chen Chang'an laughed out softly. The son of a hallowed saint ruler is a transcendent-like existence in the entire central state, and even the entire human race. And yet, you are here in this small borderland country, helping a humble family out. TSK, it seems that your status, in the Holy Land, is also very low. Chen Chang'an's words caused Jun Wujian's warm face to instantly stiffen. If it were truly the son of a saint ruler of noble birth and high status, he wouldn't even bother to come here to act like a bully and display that condescending stance. I'm afraid that in the Holy Land, you are nothing more than a waste of space who doesn't even want to look at your own parents more than once. That's why you've come here to be courted by countless people to reflect your humble self-esteem, isn't it? Chen Chang'an's words were word for word cone. Jun Wujian's face was gradually flushed with a layer of iron. It was because Chen Chang'an's words had viciously poked at his sore spot. Facing Jun Wujian's iron face, Chen Chang'an extended his finger and gently shook it. Despising, I, a frog in the bottom of a well, am also better than you, a spurned piece of trash. Even if you're the son of a holy ruler, you're still the dirtiest, stinkiest piece of trash. Your parents don't love you and your siblings are ashamed of you. You came over to the Great Zhou Kingdom. I'm afraid they can't wait for you to die here, right? Chen Chang'an's words like knives, caused a dead silence in the Great Hall. Everyone tilted their heads back, dumbfounded. The 8th and 9th masters at the door were also filled with shock. Ah, old 8, this kid Chang'an, how did he become so talkative? TSK. It looks like it's time to with the Holy Land family, the son of a saint ruler? Interesting. The two of them, the 8th master and the 9th master, smiled and transmitted their voices, all in a fearless manner. In the Great Hall, Jun Wujian's reaction exceeded Chen Chang'an's expectations as his face turned into a pig's liver color at a speed visible to the naked eye. He slowly raised his hand, his 5 fingers grasping and squeezing furiously, his pupils covered in hostility and distorted pupil light. Ha 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 ha. Jun Wujian let out a strange laugh. For a moment he did not know what means to use to abuse Chen Chang'an in order to vent his anger. Very good. Very good. A small frontier country in the district. A realm where even the Saint Emperor realm was already the top of the sky. How dare anyone offend my Jun Wujian's Weiling? This young man will let you know that this mouth of yours will bring you, and the Chen family behind you, a nightmare of extermination. With you, a punk who dares to pop in here at the heavenly martial realm? Chen Chang'an unceremoniously disliked back and pointed at the 2 old men. Or are you going to rely on those 2 old losers from the heavenly king realm? Chen Chang'an's words had undoubtedly ignited the anger in Jun Wujian's heart. His gaze was sinister. His teeth clenched. Good. Very good. This young man is going to slowly tear a piece of your flesh and blood, one bone at a time, into pieces. Under extreme anger, Jun Wujian stormed out, his 5 fingers directly grasping at Chen Chang'an's head. The people of the Gu family were instantly in an uproar. Everyone looked at Chen Chang'an with pity. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi spat at the same time. It's so uninformed. Chapter 8, Deeper and Deeper. Looking at the murderous Jun Wujian, Chen Chang'an's palm violently grabbed at his palm that was blasting over. The pressure released was far beyond the realm of the heavenly martial realm, causing the haughty Jun Wujian to instantly suffocate. His pupils dilated and wanting to split. Bang! The 2 men's hands clashed hard. A mournful scream and the sound of broken bones exploded. In that instant, Jun Wujian saw the most incredible scene. His entire palm instantly crumbled, and at the same time, his entire arm cracked inch by inch. The next moment, countless broken bones flew, not waiting for Jun Wujian to roar out miserably. In the next instant, an icy cold palm broke through his sternum and stabbed straight into his heart, grasping his heart cruelly between his 5 fingers. Stop! Buzz! A violent roar rang out, and above Chen Chang'an, 2 figures rushed straight over with a shocking aura. Boom rumble! But right at that moment, 2 people also appeared beside Chen Chang'an. The 2 of them blew away the 2 old men that Jun Wujian had brought with him. The entire hall trembled violently, as if a large earthquake had occurred. How dare you! Let go of our young master. 2 old men in grey robes with short hair and long beards stared at the 8th and 9th masters beside Chen Chang'an, their faces filled with horror. Although they were merely an outer sect elder among the family, they were all at the 10th level of the heavenly king realm. Surprisingly, it was blown away by a single blow. How is that possible? Who are these 2? You! Wha! With his heart being pinched by Chen Chang'an, pain and fear spilled out of Jun Wujian's mouth. His eyes covered in blood as if he had fallen into a nightmare. In the last breath, the other party was still a humble frontier boy in his eyes, like a grasshopper, as if he was a piece of trash on the side of the road, an existence that he could pinch to death if he wanted to. But in an instant, his life was in the hands of the other party. He knew that as long as Chen Chang'an broke his heart, he would surely die. Let go of him. Do you want to start a war with my Jun family? The faces of the 2 gray-haired old men were extremely ugly, and their words carried a terrifying and overwhelming heavenly king's pressure. The people of the Gu family were all scared to death, and countless elders were paralyzed to the ground. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi both fell like a dream. How could he be so strong? Easily defeated Jun Wujian? This Chen Chang'an is crazy. Even the young master of the Jun family dares to offend him. It's over. It's over. The Chen family is definitely over. The 2 men's hearts rippled with horror. Let go of him, or else go to war with your Jun family? Ha ha ha. The might of the Jun family. Instead of causing Chen Chang'an to be half afraid, he sneered. Earlier, he was going to kill me. Could it be that he could only be allowed to kill me, but not me? Chen Chang'an said, his eyes looking at the 9th master next to him. 9th master, if I kill him, will my Chen family be able to carry it? The 9th master froze, and before he could reply, the 8th master, next to him, spoke faintly. Kill it. The 2 short words contained endless killing opportunities, making the field icy cold. Even more, it makes people feel that what the 8th master let Chen Chang'an kill is only a humble thing, not that high and mighty young master of the Jun family. Everyone in the Gu family was like falling into a dream. Chen Chang'an went crazy. Are the Chen family elders crazy too? Chen Chang'an's heart stirred. Sure enough, This Chen family was just like what he thought. It wasn't as simple as it appeared. 12 elders. Save me. Save me. Jun Wujian trembled out. His heart was grabbed so hard that he didn't dare to move a muscle, but his entire body couldn't help but tremble like a sieve. Who are you? The two gray-robed old men stared at Master 8 and Master 9 dead in the face. The pressure that suffocated them was simply not something that could be compared to the Heavenly King realm. Could it be the Holy Emperor realm? Thinking about this, the two of them viciously sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a small frontier country in the east of the human race. How could there be a random Saint Emperor realm? We are the clan elders of the Chen family, the 8th master said faintly. The two gray-haired old men frowned deeply. I don't care who you are. You all know that he is a member of the Jun family of the central state and is the son of a saint ruler. You should then understand how foolish it would be to kill him. The gray-robed old man spoke coldly. The other man continued. Let him go or. But as soon as his words fell, the sound of a click rang out in the field. Chen Chang'an exerted force in his hand, not knowing which part of Jun Wujian he had crushed. Jun Wujian let out a miserable scream like a dead male duck. You! The two gray-haired old men took a step forward. Their eyes glazed over. However, they were afraid of the 8th and 9th masters and did not dare to make any move. How else? Kill me? Chen Chang'an spoke without any concern. Kid, if you dare to kill him, the Chen family will be exterminated. Don't say what you want to say. This time, as soon as the gray-haired old man had finished speaking, Chen Chang'an had already crushed Jun Wujian's heart. Bang! Jun Wujian's eyes were dead wide with endless horror, and soon his pupils were lax, drooping his head and collapsing helplessly to the ground, dying miserably on the spot. You! The gray-haired old man's eyes snapped open. The other immediately took his hand, his eyes horrified, and yelled down, Go! With a bang, the two of them broke through the roof and shot off into the distance, but right at that moment, a blade light flashed and chopped straight towards them. Swish! The light of the knife was powerful and unrivaled, and in an instant, two great heads flew straight out. Both of their bodies, too, flopped and crashed to the ground. Chen Chang'an narrowed his gaze and said meaningfully, Master 9, a deep hide. Ha, ha ha, old me is only a little bit stronger than them. Master 9 laughed out loud and covered up the embarrassment. I'll believe the hell out of you. Chen Chang'an belly laughed, turning his gaze to Jun Wujian's body. The other party had the intention to kill him. That was why he had killed the other party in return. Otherwise, no matter what, it would be troublesome. Might as well kill it all. The pungent blood at the moment spread throughout the hall. It caused everyone in the Gu family to be filled with terror and cower. Chen Chang'an's gaze fell on Gu Qingshan, who was as pale as dirt, and said indifferently, The marriage contract between Gu Qingcheng and I has been withdrawn. What I want, is it ready? This. Gu Qingshan trembled in fear and turned to a few elders and yelled, Quickly, go return the resources given by Chen Shao. Yes. The remaining few elders hurriedly left trembling, wishing they had 2 more legs. It didn't take long for a spatial ring to be sent over. After Chen Chang'an collected it, he didn't even look at Gu Qingcheng, whose face was white with fear and who was almost incontinent. Turning around, he went to collect Jun Wujian, as well as the bodies of the 2 gray-robed old men. This strange behavior surprised the 8th and 9th masters. Young lord, what do you want this corpse for? Master 9 asked curiously. I have my own great use. Chen Chang'an laughed. Could it be that the young lord wants to destroy the corpse? This is unnecessary. With our connections and strength, we are not yet afraid of his Jun family. The 8th master said faintly. Chen Chang'an froze. He looked at the 8th master and hesitated. 8th master, we won't also be a sacred race, or an emperor clan, right? The 8th master froze. The sacred clan represented that there was at least a strong person of the saint ruler realm in the family. The emperor clan, the representative clan, had a saint emperor realm powerhouse. Ha 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 ha. How can that be? You've grown up in the great Zhou royal city since you were a child. If we were the sacred race, or the imperial race, wouldn't you be able to detect it with your intelligence? Master 9 said with a snort, his face extremely sincere. This caused Chen Chang'an's gaze to narrow, and the doubts in his heart deepened. And with the departure of the 3 of them, the Gu family, which was left in dead silence, was instantly in chaos. Chapter 9, Stormy Chang'an City. It's over. Father, they killed the Jun family. What are we going to do? Will the Jun family blame us? Gu Qingcheng was filled with panic. Liusi was even more overwhelmed. Jun Wujian, just like this, dead? The 2 protector elders he brought with him, They're dead too. Pop. Just then, Gu Qingshan slapped Gu Qingqing's face fiercely. Humph. It's all your fault. If you hadn't wanted to climb up to Jun Wujian, you wouldn't have become what you are today. That Chen Chanan's cultivation should have been restored. And his family's clan elder was also very uncomplicated. Not only did we offend the Chen family, but also the Jun family. Humph. It's all because of you. This stupid woman. Gu Qingchang was dumbfounded by the beating and immediately cried with a face full of aggression, pointing at Gu Qingshan and saying angrily, wasn't it for the sake of the Gu family being able to develop? If I hadn't been taking the resources given by Qin Shang'an to help the Gu family, would you be here today? You can enter the Heavenly King realm. You even beat me nowadays. Woo woo. Looking at Gu Qingqing's crying, Gu Qingshan momentarily regretted it, and he stared at his hand in a daze. He had just hit the daughter he had been so proud of. Enough. Just then, an old crone with a crutch slowly walked into the great hall. Elder ancestor, Gu Qingshan, Gu Qingchang, and the others spoke respectfully, their expressions tinged with excitement. The person who came was none other than the Gu family's old ancestor, Gu Changhong. Things the old body knows. Gu Changhong slowly walked to the main seat, his gaze falling on the bloodstains on the main hall, his expression grave. Old ancestor, what should we do? Gu Qingshan asked respectfully, not having a clue for a moment. Old ancestor, father, he hit me. Gu Qingcheng walked over to Gu Changhong's side, hugged her arm, sniffled, and opened her mouth with red eyes. Qingshan, this matter, how can you blame Qingshan? Gu Changhong glared at Gu Qingshan, gently patted Gu Qingqing's hand, and said gently, since we have all offended the Chen family, then, let's hug the Jun family's thighs completely. At those words, everyone in the great hall froze. Old ancestor, are you saying? Gu Qingshan's eyes hesitated. That's right, we're announcing to the public that Jun Wujian has already had a marriage contract with our family Qingcheng, and is even more married. Ah, everyone froze. Gu Qingcheng immediately turned red. Old ancestor, what are you talking about? I am still a virgin. Gu Changhong patted her hand and said kindly, I know, it's just a ploy. As she spoke, her gaze flashed with a cold aura, and she looked at Gu Qingshan again, as well as everyone in the great hall, and spoke coldly, all of you. You will have to listen to what I say and do it. To the outside world, let's just say that Qingcheng and Jun Wujian are husband and wife, and even have a marriage contract. But Chen Chanan holds a grudge and gets into a fight with Jun Wujian, using the Chen family's 8th and 9th masters to kill him, and even more so, destroying his body. In the great hall, everyone froze, each one sucking in cool air furiously. Bang! Gu Changhong fiercely tapped the ground with his cane, as if knocking on the hearts of the crowd. Do you hear me clearly? Listen up! Everyone in the room responded. Everyone thought that the Gu family's old ancestors' plan was good. Not only did it hug the Jun family's thighs, but it also made the Chen family would be isolated at the same time. After all, who would dare to befriend the Chen family after offending the Jun family? And Chen Chang'an might even get the title of being petty, narrow-minded, and unaware of the importance of things. Qingshan, you are responsible for contacting the Jun family and telling Jun Wujian that he was killed by the Chen family. Also, even if Jun Wujian is dead, then Xinchang is still their daughter-in-law, requesting them to send someone to deal with it. Gu Changhong faintly said, his gaze deep. Yes, Gu Qingshan responded. Old ancestor is wise. At this moment, Gu Changhong's gaze landed on Lu Sisi. Miss Sisi. Ah. Willow Sissy snapped back to her senses, her mind still full of confusion at the moment. But soon, she realized what was going on and immediately understood. Gu family ancestor. I know what to do. I, Lu Sisi, am willing to testify. Well, not bad. And have your mother put forth her efforts to make Chen Shanan unable to stay inside the Great Zhou Academy. At the very least, when the Jun family is allowed to turn on the Chen family, the royal family of the Great Zhou, as well as the Great Zhou Academy, will have to stay out of the way, even if they don't get involved. Gu Changhong spoke majestically. Lu Sisi's eyes lit up and she immediately said, Gu family ancestor. Then I know. Alright, everyone disperse. Gu Changhong waved his hand. If this thing is done well, there's still the possibility that it could be an opportunity for us to enter the Holy Land. Gu Qingshan and the others' eyes lit up at the words. Old ancestor is wise. All of them bowed respectfully, admiring in their hearts, and then they went down to do their work. It didn't take long for the matter of Chen Chang'an coming to the door and withdrawing from the Gu family, and then the Gu family turning around and settling a marriage contract with Jun Wujian to spread quickly in Chang'an City. In particular, Chen Chang'an's jealousy gave rise to hatred and a tussle with Jun Wujian, and the two of them, the 8th master and the 9th master, got involved and killed Jun Wujian, was like a stone breaking through the sky, creating huge waves. For a time, the entire Chang'an city was in a state of panic and discussion. That was, after all, a young master of a family from a holy land, and to die tragically in Chang'an city like that. I'm afraid that the great Zhou Lord would not be able to explain it. Thus all kinds of wind and rain, pouncing toward the Chen family, formed a shocking momentum. The Chan family. After Chen Chang'an returned, he came to the council hall. Family master, these 3 million spirit stones, which you gave me in the first place, I'm now turning them over to the family to relieve the family's immediate needs. Chen Chang'an handed a black spatial ring to Chen Xiantong. Chen Xiantong, as well as the rest of the clan elders, each looked at Chen Chang'an with relief. You keep it. I'm already happy that you have this heart. Our family still has money. It's not your turn to worry about it, Chen Xiantong said with relief. Family master, over the course of this year, the family has spent a great deal of manpower and resources in order to find me. Chen Chang'an was about to say it, but he was interrupted by Moncler Outlet Store him. Since this child Chang'an is so filial, then you can accept half of it. Family head, Moncler Outlet. She looked at Chen Chang'an. Her absolutely beautiful face was as cold as ice, as if she was a goddess in the sky. But when facing Chen Chang'an, she revealed the meaning of a smile and said, Chang'an, there is no need to say any other sensational words. The remaining half is for you to cultivate, and you don't have to excuse yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiantong didn't push back and took it, giving it back to half of Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an nodded his head and said no more. He could see that these clan elders, one by one, looked at him with care in their eyes, which caused infinite warmth to well up within him. At this time, Chen Xiantong smiled and said, Chang'an, old 8 and old 9 have told us all about what you did in the Gu family. It was Chang'an who was reckless. Please punish the family head. Chen Chang'an immediately arched his hand and apologized. Ha 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 ha, what the hell is chastisement? Chen Xiantong laughed out loud. You've done well. From now on, you let go of your guts to do anything. We don't help when the younger generation or those who are a large realm away from you challenge you and hunt you down. But if the older generation wants to make a move, we, the old guys, won't agree to it. As for Jun Wujian, kill it. No need to be afraid of his Jun family. I'm afraid that the son accompanied over by a mere outer sect elder is not favored. Even if he, the Jun family, dares to come, we'll let them see the power of our Chen family's overlord bloodline. At those words, Chen Chang'an's heart touched hard. Chapter 10, The Strong Chen Family. Chen Chang'an looked odd, infinite doubts welling up in his heart. Family master, I wouldn't be the young master of some mysterious great family, right? In fact, you're not even my real great-uncle? And my real parents are still around and they're powerful beings? I'm just put out to pasture? Shay! Chen Xiantong snorted and skimmed his lips. How can that be? You are my own nephew. Chen Chang'an rubbed his nose and looked at the 9 masters curiously again. Then, each of you, don't you blame me for breaking into a big mess? Do you still let me make a breakthrough? Aren't you afraid that I'll stab the sky one day? Ha 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 ha, stabbing through the sky? Then our Chen family can go and patch it up too. At this moment, Master 9 laughed out loud. And our Chen family has always been united. We never help our relatives. That's right. How will you grow if you cower? The 8th master smiled. At this point, the grandfather said with a solemn face, Old 8 is right. You are clearly a piece of extraordinary gold. How can you mildly refine it? The 2nd master, who was holding a goosefeather fan, also spoke slowly. Chang'an, my generation of cultivators need to carry everything with their lives. I don't believe in heaven. I don't believe in fate. All things cannot be stopped. All living beings must not bury their hearts, and the gods must not let us bend over. All the rest, nodding their heads, the gazes of the crowd of Chen clan children burned, all of them feeling honored to have been born in the Chen clan. Chen Chang'an's eyes flickered, and his heart could not help but feel a surge of blood. These clan elders, one by one, were supporting themselves to go bravely, fearless of heaven and earth. Then he would have to act in a domineering style from now on. Of course, it can't be about bullying the weak for no reason, but about being fearless of the powerful. Fearless powerful enemies. After all, he has the Chen family, and the burial coffin. These two powerful underpinnings were there. Family master. It's not good. Right at this moment, the Chen mansion's housekeeper, an old man named Chen Wu, anxiously ran in from outside. Oh, what happened? Chen Xiantong frowned slightly. Family head, clan elders, Young master, entered Chen Wu with a hurried look. He panted heavily and took a deep breath before continuing. The other three great families in King City, the Lu family, the Wang family, and the Wu family, have all declared that they are cutting off business with us. There are also our multiple businesses, as well as the Spirit Stone Mines, which have encountered boycotts from all the great clans. Even the Imperial family has issued an announcement that what our Chen family has done has nothing to do with the Great Zhou Kingdom. As the words fell, there was instant silence in the arena. What the hell is going on here? Chen Xiantong frowned slightly. Then he realized something. Could it be that the Gu family has made some moves? Chen Wu stole a glance at Chen Chang'an and said with a lowered head, Master is right. It's the Gu family. There are rumors coming out of the Gu family that Gu Qingcheng is already married to Jun Wujian, and both parties are also engaged. They said, Ha? Master Nine's eyes glazed over. What did they say? They say that our young master, out of love, had the 8th and 9th masters kill Jun Wujian. That's why all the clans in the King City today are all trying to clear their relationship with our Chen family. As soon as Butler Chen Wu's words were finished, the 9th master roared, flipping. Is that what the Gu family said? Ah, yes, yes. The 9th masters might cause Chen Wu's heart to tremble. The crowd was instantly silent. Their eyes narrowed. Oh, Chadan, what do you say? At this time, the 2nd master, who was holding a goose feather fan and wearing a school robe, looked at Chen Chang'an with a smile and asked, Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered contemptuously. I didn't realize that this Gu family was choosing to make a mistake to the end instead of coming to make peace with us. His gaze narrowed. I'm afraid that the one who could remember this strategy is not that stupid bastard Gu Qingshan. That's right, it should be their old ancestor, Gu Chonghong's idea. The 2nd master smiled slightly. I'm afraid they're asking the entire King City to isolate our Chen family. Yo. Ha! Interesting. Interesting indeed. Chen Chang'an sneered. I didn't kill their Gu family members earlier. It was because they didn't have a killing heart for me. If they mess with me again and offend my bottom line, then I will not be polite. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they offend me, I will kill them. Chen Chang'an said coldly, his gaze looking out of the corner of his eye. This caused Butler Chen Wu to tremble in his heart. The other clan elders nodded. Go down. Those clans isolate us. Let them do as they please. If they want to reach out their claws to our Chen family, we'll chop off the hand of whoever extends it. Chen Xiantong spoke coldly, with a completely disdainful attitude towards those clans that had isolated the Chen clan. Yes, Chen Wu immediately responded respectfully. With the matter settled, Chen Chang'an went back to his room. He placed Jun Wujian, as well as the bodies of the 2 old men directly inside the burial coffin. Soon, the 3 corpses were nowhere to be found. Wisps of pure energy fed back into Chen Chanan's body and began to nourish his dantian. Too little. Chen Chanan was not satisfied and said. He then found a sword. It was a heavy sword that was 1 foot wide and had a length of almost 8 feet. Heavenly product. Overlord sword. This was a heavenly grade heavy sword collected by the Chen family. Weapon grades are categorized into Yellow grade, Xian grade, Earth grade, Heaven grade, King grade, Emperor grade, Jun grade, Zun grade, and Imperial grade. That is, each realm corresponds to a level of weapons. Subsequently, Chen Chang'an began to cultivate burial sword technique. The first style, instant kill. Second style, sealing the throat. The third style, shattered sky. The next day, a servant hurriedly came to Chen Chang'an's door, and his anxious voice came in. Young master, it's bad. Young master Xian is being bullied in the academy. The family head has asked you to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he put the overlord sword into his neck and wore it in a spatial ring around his neck with a string, and then walked out with large strides. Upon seeing the anxious servant outside the door, Chen Chanan coldly spoke, Take me there. Yes, that servant sighed in relief and immediately led the way in front. Chen Chanan couldn't help but think of a tender face and skinny figure in his mind. Young Master Xian, also known as Chen Xian, Chen Xiantong's own son, Chen Chahan's cousin. The two grew up very close and were as close as brothers. To think that someone would dare to bully him. They really don't know how to die. Chen Chanan coldly whispered, his footsteps a few more points faster. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou Academy, in a certain unnoticed corner, ka-ching, with the sound of bones cracking, a somewhat skinny figure was heavily thrown to the ground. Scarlet blood quickly stained a large portion of the ground. Phew, that's some tough bones. A young man in a blue coat with a sinister aura walked over unhurriedly, looking down at the teenager who was unable to stand up. TSK, Chen Xian, Your Chen family is about to be destroyed. And you're still so arrogant? The other two youths also slowly stepped forward, their hands clasping their chests, their faces full of scorn and pity. Isn't it just 100 spirit stones? Just hand them over? In the future, when your Chen family is exterminated, the three of us may still be able to save your life. Lu Hong, Wang Gang, Wu Hong, with his left arm broken and even more injuries on his body. The immense pain caused Qin Xian's face to turn pale and his sweat to fall like rain. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, my big brother is back. If you guys dare to hit me, you guys just wash your necks and wait for death." Chapter 11, Instant Kill. Seal throat, shatter the sky. Oh, your big brother? Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong glanced at each other before letting out a loud laugh at the same time. Ha ha ha. Lu Hong kicked Qin Xian hard and snorted. Your big brother Chen Chang'an, right? He's having trouble protecting himself, and he'll still come to care about you? Ha 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 ha. A big joke in the sky. That's right, he's nothing more than a humble wretch. The woman was banged by Jun Xiao, and he himself did not speak of martial virtues and let the clan elders of the family go out and kill. TSK. I'm afraid that in less than 2 days, the wrath of that Jun family will descend upon your Chen family. At that time, I'm afraid that not a single one of you will be killed off. Pathetic. Wang Gang narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile. You guys, ahem. Chen Xian sprawled on the cold ground, coughing out several more mouthfuls of scarlet blood in a rush of anger. Lu Hong approached with scattered footsteps, his right foot directly stepping on Chen Xian's head as he slowly said, "Junior senior brother Chen Xian, let's not mention the fact that your big brother Chen Chang'an has lost his cultivation. Even if he recovers, so what? Behind the three of us, there are 3 other first-class families in King City. There's still the second prince behind you. Even if I get you killed today, your old man wouldn't even dare to fart. Do you believe me?" Chen Xian clenched his teeth in death, but he was already speechless. Ever since Chen Chanan's disappearance, all of his Chen family's children had become low-key in the Great Zhou Academy. The scholars in the academy are divided into A, B, C and D. They corresponded to the 4 martial arts realms of heavenly martial arts, earthly martial arts, Xian martial arts, and yellow martial arts, respectively. He was merely a grade C scholar. Naturally he was no match for these 3 grade B scholars. Ever since it was rumored that Chen Chanan had killed Jun Wujian in the past 2 days, these people had begun bullying the Chen family's children, which caused him to feel incomparably stifled in his heart. If I kill the 3 of you today, your family won't dare to let out a single fart. Do you believe me? At this moment, an icy voice abruptly sounded behind the 3 of them, causing their entire bodies to chill. What kind of person speaks so loudly? Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong were furious in unison, not bothering to turn back. Suddenly, the 3 froze in unison. Then in unison, they lost their voices. You, Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an ignored these 3 people and slowly came to Chen Xian's side. Big brother. Looking at Chen Chang'an who came to his side, the 15-year-old Chen Xian, his lips buzzed. He, who would never give in to cruel bullying, was actually hot and misty at this moment. Lu Hong, Wang Gang, and Wu Hong froze for a while and also finally came back to their senses. Lu Hong skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, "Yo, so it's the cuckolded Chen Dishao. Why? What are you doing here if you don't hurry up and hide?" Chen Chang'an crouched down and checked Chen Xian's injuries before raising his head, his gaze falling icily on the 3 people in front of him. "Say, how do you want to die? Ha 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 ha, how arrogant." Lu Hong laughed contemptuously. "Chen Chang'an, aren't you out of cultivation? Kill Jun Wujian with the help of a family clan elder and think you can scare us? That's right, you've offended the Jun family to death. Do you still want to offend us? The Lu family, the Wang family, and the Wu family? How dare you? Do you dare to kill us? Che, it's just a fox pretending to be a tiger." Wang Gang also snorted and opened his mouth. In the opinion of the 3 of them, the only way for the Chen family to protect themselves in the Great Zhou Kingdom nowadays was to draw in other families. Definitely can't do anything stupid that offends other clans again. Big brother. They robbed my spirit stones. Still don't put our Chen family in their eyes. Chen Xian spoke with a face full of aggression, his eyes red. "Alright, focus on recovering and don't talk." Chen Chang'an frowned and fed a healing pill to Chen Xian. He then slowly stood up. He took out the Overlord sword in his hand and slashed out. Thumbs up. Burial sword technique instant kill. In an instant, Lu Heng's head flew out, his pair of eyes filled with panic. Burial sword technique seal throat. Put. Wang Gang's neck was instantly penetrated by his sword. Boom! In the next instant, the sword roared and his neck was churned. In the next instant, Chen Chanan's figure appeared above Wu Hong. Burial sword technique shattered sky. Boo! A huge pressure like a mountain tipping over instantly enveloped the area. When the sword fell, Wu Hong's body couldn't stand the powerful pressure and turned into countless pieces with a bang, killing 3 people in a row. Chen Chanan looked ahead expressionlessly. Whoosh! There, 3 silhouettes arrived in a hurry. Chen Chanan's gaze narrowed as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. These 3 were grade A scholars, with the strength of the heavenly martial realm, and were the older brothers of the 3 from earlier. Looking at the broken flesh all over the ground, as well as the tragic situation of the corpses being separated, the arriving trio roared angrily. Chen Chagan, you dare to kill my brother. Chen Chagan, you're crazy. Do you want to make an enemy of my Lu family? Chen Chanan coldly grunted. They insulted and beat up the son of my Chen family's head, and have already taken their deaths. With that, he slowly raised the huge sword in his hand. If you guys want to stand out, come over and suffer death together. Arrogant. A grade A scholar from the Lu family spoke angrily, an additional sword in his hand, directly stabbing at Chen Chang'an's neck. Burial sword technique, seal throat. Put. Chen Chang'an almost instantly plunged his sword into his throat again with a bizarre sword technique. You. This son of the Lu family looked at his neck being penetrated and was filled with horror. The other 2 gritted their teeth in death. Chen Chagan, you dare to kill. Your Chen family is finished, and you dare to kill our family's children. But what responded to them was a sword sweep from Chen Chanan. This sword was powerful and heavy, and the terrifying pressure was like a mountain ruthlessly bombarding their bodies. Boom! Hadash! In a miserable scream, as the 2 of them blocked with their arms shattered, and their remaining tattered bodies were fiercely blasted out. Chen Chang'an continued to follow, stepping on the neck of one of the men with 1 foot, slowly turning and crushing it. His eyes narrowed, and in the slits of his eyes, was a fear-inducing cold light. Those who bully my Chen family's children, die. As the words fell, Chen Chang'an raised his broad longsword and slammed it down. Pust! In an instant, the greatest scholar's head was nailed to the ground. Chen Chakan. You. The remaining person was so shocked that his eyes almost burst, and he couldn't even speak properly. Intense fear grew madly in his heart and soul, and he immediately took out a sound transmission stone and hissed under the panic. Elder, save me. Someone is trying to kill me. Save me. Stop it. Harpies, let him go. Right at this moment, 6 powerful figures flew in rapidly. Heavenly King Realm. At the Heavenly King Realm, it was basically possible to fly briefly. These 6 people who came over were none other than the protector elders of that Lu, Wang, and Wu, the disciples of the 3 family clans. Elder, help! Seeing the visitor, the remaining one roared in terror, a sense of having been robbed of his life spreading from his body. But in the next instant, Chen Chanan's foot crushed his head. The sounds of frightened, strange screams came to an abrupt end. Damn it, you're bold. The 6 old men glared angrily, looking at Chen Chang'an with disbelief. I didn't expect them to come, and their family sons and daughters still died in Chen Chanan's hands. Chen Chanan inserted the huge overlord sword aside, clasped his hands to his chest, and gave a giggling snort, not bothering to answer. His gaze landed on the servant who was shivering in the distance and brought him here. You, come here and bring young Xian back to the clan. Oh, good young lord. The servant timidly trotted over and helped Chen Xian up. Young Master Xian, let's go back first. Chapter 12, The Great Competition of the Academy. No, I'm going to wait for Big Brother. Although Chen Xian was injured, he was extraordinarily resolute as he looked at Chen Chanan's back. Big Brother, I'm the one who caused the incident, so go away and ignore me. Chen Chanan glanced at him. What the hell are you talking about? I'm the young master of the Chen family. Who can stand me? Chen Xian froze, his gaze filled with adoration. Turning to the 6 old men in front of him, he said urgently, it was Lu Hang and the others who made a move on me first, and it was my big brother who. Humph. No need to explain. An old man coldly interrupted Chen Xian's words, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he looked towards Chen Chanan. He killed 6 disciples from 3 of our clans. That's a fact. That's right, Chen Chagan. What else do you have to say? Another old man also spoke coldly. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered. They bullied my brother and tried to kill him. They deserve to die. If you dare to make a move, you'll kill just the same. Chen Chang'an's words caused the 3 old men to boil with rage. Don't talk nonsense with him. Arrest him and take him back to the head of the family to be dealt with." As an old man said that, he rushed towards Chen Chang'an, a horrifying pressure enveloping Chen Chang'an's entire body, as if his fingers that could tear through space, grabbing Chen Chang'an's neck straight away. Chen Chang'an was expressionless and did not move an inch, but right at this moment, a teasing voice slowly rang out. "Yo, 6 old things who bully the small with the big." Boom! With a loud bang, the old man who had rushed over was blown backwards by a punch. His arms shattered and his face was white. Instead, beside Chen Chang'an, there was an additional young woman. She was petite, her face was firm, her skin was snowy, her face was stunning, and she was wearing a green power suit, which showed her valiant spirit. Upon seeing this person, Chen Chang'an and Chen Xian both hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, 7th Master." The person who came was none other than the 7th Master, the 7th in line among the 9 clan elders of the Chen clan. Of the 9 clan elders, the eldest, the 3rd, and the 7th, were all women. Chen Chang'an knew that there was a Dao protector behind him, so he didn't wimp out at all earlier. "Well, Anne, well done." The 7th Master crossed his arms and complimented with a smile. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly. "Loving my clan brothers, this is what I should do. 7th Master of the Chen clan, you dare to harbor him? He's the one who killed our family's son." The old man on the opposite side opened his mouth miserably. They didn't know the names of the Chen family's lords. They only knew that the Chen family had 9 amazingly talented and deeply hidden lords. "Humph. That's also because your family's children bullied my family's Xiao Xian first. Even more so, they had murderous intentions towards little Shen." The 7th Master snorted coldly, his face flushed with a layer of coldness. "You." The old man was furious. "But you can't kill people either. So what if you kill them? They were defending themselves. In defense. And if you don't get out of here and start messing around, I'll kill you all right now." The 7th Master crossed his arms and drank in a domineering manner. You. The 6 old men on the opposite side were so infuriated that their chests rose and fell violently, and they stiffly blocked their words, not daring to speak again. "Your ass. Fight or get out." The 7th Master was dismissive. The 6 old men glanced at each other and with a wave of their hands, they collected the broken meat on the ground and left in a hurry. Seeing the other party leave, the 7th Master turned to look at Chen Chang'an again. "You brat. Once you came back, you offended the Jun family, and now you've added the Lu family, the Wang family, and the Wu family. Phew ha, you can do it." Seeing that the 7th Master had no intention of getting angry, Chen Chang'an respectfully saluted. "With the incomparably powerful 7th Master around, I am not afraid of whichever family I offend. Kid, yo, can be poor." The 7th Master skimmed his mouth. She was not even the size of Chen Chang'an's shoulder, but the power and aura on her body was like an abyss. TSK, this 7th Master of yours? I'm afraid he's a great expert in body refining, with a fleshly body like a god's body, extremely strong." At this moment, Chen Chang'an's mind resounded with the voice of the Coffin Master. At those words, Chen Chang'an curiously surveyed the 7th Master. "Let's go back first. This Chen Xian brat is also badly injured," the 7th Master said with a wink. Chen Xian then returned to the Chen clan with the 3 of them. Chen Chang'an, under the support of that servant, the Chen family hall. The crowd looked at Chen Xian, who had already recovered more or less, and again, their eyes glazed over with anger. "TSK, it's only been 2 days and these dogs dare to bully our Chen family." The 9th Master snorted and spoke, his face full of disdain. "I'm afraid that the other 3 great clans, as well as the Imperial clan, all thought that we would be exterminated by the Jun family. What a joke." The 8th Master opened his mouth playfully. At this moment, Chen Xianton looked at Chen Chang'an. "Chang'an, what are your plans?" Chen Chang'an thought for a moment, looked at Chen Xian, and suddenly said, "Chen Xian, is this Great Zhou Academy's grand competition about to begin?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes lit up. "Right, tomorrow is the grand competition for Grade A scholars. Is Big Brother going to participate?" "Oh, the Academy Grade A Scholar competition? That's right, the top 10 will also represent the Great Zhou Kingdom and participate in the competition of the 4 major countries, thus determining the number of countries that will enter a secret realm of aura to cultivate. And there was also a chance to travel to the Holy Land and enter the Taitsang Sword Sect. Big Brother, you must go for it. You're sure to be the first one. The first place also has 100,000 spirit stones and a heavenly grade spirit pill as a reward." Chen Xian was very excited. The rest of the people in the Great Hall also looked over. Family head Chen Xiantong thought about it and patted Chen Chang'an's shoulder. "Ah Chang'an, Go and participate. Acquire more resources and come back. As you can see, our family is in difficulty, and now the entire royal city's families are isolating us. The other clan elders glanced at each other and nodded their heads, revealing faces full of grief. That's right, young lord. So you can still exercise yourself. Here in the eastern state, the aura inside that secret realm of aura is incomparably rich, and there should be many treasures. It is a cultivation blessing to come. Oh young lord, then we suggest you attend. The crowd spoke up. Chen Chang'an gave them a blank look. These guys, it's clear that each one of them is definitely an uncomplicated character, but it's so difficult to play the family and the expressions are so clumsy. Fine, I'll attend. I'd like to see if all of them are going to unite to oppress our Chen family. Chen Chang'an spoke coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Moreover, the trouble Du Qingchang had caused was to be solved. Then, suppressing the rest of the Great Zhou's heavenly pride and allowing himself to regain his demonic reputation would be the best proof, the best counterattack. At the same time, both the great competition and entering the secret realm were ways to obtain a large amount of resources. Moreover, he had to observe who possessed his overlord bloodline in the middle of the great competition. Chen Xiantom laughed. You killed the sons of those 3 clans, and they currently don't want to go to direct war with our Chen clan. Then, I'm afraid they'll come to a life and death battle with you at the grand competition. You have to be careful with this one, House Master. I know. Chen Chang'an slowly nodded his head, his eyes revealing a brilliant light. Day 2. When Chen Chang'an and a group of Chen clan's children appeared at the Great Zhou Academy, it instantly caused an uproar. Ha! Isn't that Chen Chang'an? How dare he show up? Wasn't it said that he grew to hate him out of love? And in a fit of rage, he told the clan elders to kill the young master of the Jun family? How come he didn't run away and had the audacity to come to the academy? I'll go. This guts are too fat. He even dares to venture out. Isn't he afraid that the Jun family will come and exterminate him? But don't bring trouble to our great Zhou kingdom. TSK. You guys don't know this, but in yesterday, Chen Chang'an and the other 3 first-class lineages also had a falling out. Ha! What's going on? There was a lot of chatter from the people around. When they encountered Lu, Wang, and Wu, the 3 families, their family descendants, as if they were looking at their enemies, stared at these people. Chen Chang'an, to death. Chen Chang'an didn't care and led a group of Chen clan's youngest brothers, heading straight towards the academy. It didn't take long to enter a very spacious competition hall. Just then, a surprised voice sounded abruptly. Brother Chen, it's really you. Chapter 13, Ji Tsunghai, Ji Mingyue. At those words, Chen Chang'an stopped his steps and looked toward the visitor. The rest of the people saw this and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Second Highness. Greetings, Second Highness. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. The person in front of him was handsome and extraordinary, with sword brows and starry eyes. He was the second prince of Great Zhou, Ji Tsunghai. Inside the Great Zhou Academy was divided into 4 types of scholars: A, B, C, and D. Chen Chang'an has long been the number 1 student in Class A. This one here in front of me, 1,000,000 years old, long-time second-place finisher. Among them, the young master of the Lu family, Lu Tianla, 3rd place, young master of the Wang family, Wang Deshui, 4th place, the youngest member of the Wu family, Mei Ling Wu, 5th place. Ha! So it's the Second Highness. Chen Chang'an narrowed his gaze and spoke faintly. Ha 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 ha, I knew you wouldn't die. And sure enough, not only are you back in person, your cultivation has also recovered. Regarding Chen Chang'an's indifference, Ji Tsunghai did not notice it in the slightest as he came over and put his arm around Chen Chang'an's shoulder and spoke enthusiastically. By the way, Brother Chen, you've gone a bit overboard with that thing. Screw it up. That's going to be a big deal. I've already discussed this with my father. We, the Great Zhou Kingdom, are firmly on your side. Ji Tsunghai spoke in a low voice beside Chen Chang'an's ear, full of gravity and with a deep concern on his face. But Chen Chang'an was no longer the same person he was a year ago. If he were to go by his true age, he would actually be about 120 years old. At this moment, he saw a flash of jealousy in Ji Tsunghai's eyes. Chen Chang'an's heart stirred. He was stripped of his overlord bloodline and thrown into the burial demon abyss. And the first person he suspected was the young masters of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. Now it seems that his best friend, the second Prince Ji Tsunghai, seems suspect as well. It was because only Ji Tsunghai, who showed jealousy towards his overlord bloodline from time to time. The 2 of them made false pretenses, and in the midst of a burst of politeness, they came to the front of the competition arena in the academy. When Chen Chang'an and Ji Sunghai arrived, they instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Wow! Brother Chang'an, great! You're really fine. At that moment, a woman of mind-blowing beauty came striding in. She looked 17 or 18 years old, with a pair of beautiful eyes, cherry lips containing shells, and eyebrows like the moon. At this moment, with a fragrant breeze, as well as a smile of surprise hanging on her face, she quickly came to Chen Chang'an's body. Next to her was a man in a white robe, with a straight figure and a handsome face. Seeing these two, Chen Chang'an nodded slightly and cupped his fists. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Princess Mingyue. The people who came were none other than Crown Prince Ji Tsangshan, as well as Princess Ji Mingyue. It's true that our great Zhou Kingdom's supreme demon has returned. It's just that, Chen Chang'an, the moment you came back, you broke into a heavenly mess. It's really disconcerting. Ji Tsangshan opened his mouth in a salty manner. For Chen Chang'an, he didn't seem to treat him very well. Upon hearing this, before Chen Chang'an could open his mouth, Ji Mingyue was full of worry. Imperial brother, this matter must not be blamed on Brother Chang'an. There must be a reason for this. With that, she looked towards Chen Chang'an, her beautiful eyes streaming with worry. Brother Chang'an, how dare you still show up here? It's better to hurry up and leave Chang'an City and go hide from the wind. That Jun family is one of the 4 great families of the Holy Land. This has serious consequences. I'm fine. Thanks for your concern, Princess. Chen Chang'an smiled comfortingly at her, a rare gentle smile on his face. The Princess Mingyue in front of him, he naturally knew exactly what was on his mind. It was a pity that he only had Gu Qingqing in his eyes back then, and didn't realize that the genuine redhead was right beside him, and the two were childhood sweethearts, growing up together. Ji Mingyue froze and turned incomparably happy. Chen Chang'an was respectful to her at first, but it was with a natural sense of alienation. But at this moment, it seems become different. It's not good. Big brother, that young master of the Lu family is coming this way. There's also Gu Qingqing and Lu Sisi. At this moment, Chen Xian behind Chen Chang'an spoke in a low voice, and the rest of the Chen clan's children each had a gaze of grave color. Yo, who did I think it was? It turns out to be the wasteful young master who ate bear heart and leopard guts and relied on the clan elder to do his bidding. As the voice fell, a group of people slowly walked over. At the head of the group were none other than Lu Tianla, Wang Deshui, Wu Meiling, and Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi beside them. There was also a large group of family sons and daughters behind him. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the second prince, and the princess. When they arrived, they saluted the 3 members of the Ji clan in unison. So it's a few of Brother Lu. I heard that the 3 of you have advanced your cultivation to the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm. It's simply impressive to us. Ji Sunghai looked at them and spoke enthusiastically. Ji Tsangshan spat out a hung word from his nostrils, his condescending demeanor unmistakable. Ji Mingyue completely ignored them and kept her gaze on Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an took in the crowd's expressions and looked at the visitor with slanted eyes again, saying disdainfully, whether or not I'm a wasteful young master, won't it be clear if you go down to hell and ask your brother? Chen Chang'an, you are bold and lawless. Do you really think that no one can rule you? Hearing that Chen Chang'an even brought up the matter of killing their brother, Lu Tianlu grew angry. At the same time, Wang Deshui next to him, Wu Meiling was also filled with anger. The aura of the 3 of them at the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm erupted out, forming an astonishing momentum that suppressed towards Chen Chang'an. Boom! The atmosphere in the field became solemn, as well as extremely grave. The commotion here caused countless people to gather around, revealing a look of watching the show. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at Lu Tianla and spoke disdainfully. It's true that someone can cure me, but I'm sure that person is definitely not you. Chen Chang'an, you won't be able to be arrogant for much longer. The Jun family will soon send someone. Let's see how you die then. Gu Qingcheng stared at Chen Chang'an and suddenly spoke. Chen Chang'an glanced at her faintly, becoming even more disgusted with a woman who could even discard her own reputation and use it to bind the big families, and spoke disdainfully, idiot. You, don't know what's good for you. Gu Qingcheng exploded with anger, and she also finally realized that the man who had treated her like a treasure in the beginning was now treating her like a sheltered shoe. Inexplicably, her heart ached. A wave of regret surged through his heart. Qingcheng, ignore him, he's just a clown. He won't be able to bounce around for long. Lu Sisi hugged Gu Qingcheng's arm and spoke comfortingly. Gu Qingcheng's heart was complicated. Yo, Chen Chang'an, after all, they were once lovers, why talk like that? At this time, The flirtatious Wang Desui opened his mouth and teased, "No wonder you were so angry. Your own woman became someone else's crotch plaything. TSK. No wonder you were so enraged that you had the clan elder kill Jun Xiao. It really makes me admire. You are a true man." As Wang Dishui's words fell, the people around him instantly laughed. Chapter 14, Killing 3 Young Lords in a Row. One by one, they looked at Chen Shanan's head as if it was sprouting green light. However, Wang Dishui's words also caused Gu Qingcheng to blush in shame. What kind of crotch plaything is young Master Jun's? She's still a virgin. Okay, but she couldn't argue with that today. After all, her family was already rumoring her in order to bind the Jun family as Jun Wu Jian's woman. In response to the ridicule of the people around him, Chen Shanan's face was calm. He wouldn't completely ignore it, although he couldn't suppress all of them. But as long as he got rid of a few of the most joyful jumpers, then he could shut everyone up. Endure? It's not possible. He swept out directly and instantly came to Gu Qingcheng's side, and against her arm sleeve, he violently pulled it. Snort! A sound of cloth ripping resounded, and Gu Qingcheng's snow-white arm was revealed, on which there was a palace guard sand. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd instantly clamored. That's shrouded sand. Holy, didn't they say that Gu Qingcheng had already slept with Jun Wu Jian? And then Chen Xiao got angry and killed him? Did not sleep? TSK. This woman is still really powerful. Chen Xiao didn't take her blood, but even Jun Xiao didn't manage to take her down. This woman is too far down the line to make fun of her own reputation. The comments of the people around finally caused Gu Qingcheng to react and said in annoyance, "Chen Chang'an, what do you want?" "Ha!" Chen Chang'an sneered. "I don't want to do anything." With that, he stared at Gu Qingcheng and said with a murderous aura, "Although this young man doesn't care about the reputation of being arrogant and domineering and killing innocents indiscriminately, if you use such vile and ignorant tactics to provoke me again, it's not impossible for me to kill you." Contacting Chen Chanan's murderous gaze, Gu Qingcheng stumbled, her face pale as she backed away. How could you do this to me?" Chen Chanan didn't pay any more attention to Gu Qingcheng. After all, it was also someone he liked 100 years ago. As long as she didn't do too much, she didn't bother to do anything to her herself. If she was going to die again, she wouldn't mind giving her a ride herself. With this thought in his mind, he again dropped his gaze on Lu Tianla, Wang Deshui, and Wu Meiling, and said with a face full of disdain, "You 3, you were trampled under my feet a year ago, humble as dogs. Now that the realm has reached the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm, is it still so timid that it only beeps at the mouth and doesn't dare to do it directly? TSK, you guys are still so afraid of this young man. 3 incompetent and useless losers." When these words came out, the field fell into dead silence. The young master of the Wu family, Wu Meiling, snorted and spoke, "Chen Chagan, a year ago you were able to defeat us, but that may not be the case now. Let this auntie teach your arrogant brat a lesson." Saying that, her figure had already swept out, her fingers forming a grip toward Chen Chang'an's neck, grabbing it fiercely. In her opinion, although Chen Chang'an had regained his cultivation, he might not be a match for the present-day her. But to her horror, Chen Chang'an raised his right hand with such speed that it was like a stump. Pop! An incomparably loud slap resounded through the entire hall. Everyone listening heard it loud and clear. Wu Meiling's entire body was also directly sent flying through the air by the suspension and landed heavily again. Bang boom! This slap directly struck everyone in the arena. Dumbfounded. All of them were dumbfounded. That Wu Meiling, she was at the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm, and when Chen Chang'an appeared a few days ago, he was still devoid of any cultivation aura. Even if he recultivated during this period of time, there was no way he could recover to the point where he could beat the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm. At this moment, everyone was confused. "Oh, a year ago? You 3 were trash in my eyes. Now a year later, it's still crap. You guys will always be garbage and really haven't grown at all. It's nothing more than a slap in the face to beat you all." Chen Chang'an spoke extremely contemptuously and flicked his wrist again, looking towards the bloodied Wu Meiling with her mouth, and said extremely contemptuously, TSK, Wu Meiling, your cheeks have become thicker, making this young man's hand hurt a little. "Ah, you, looking for death. I'll kill you." Wu Meiling was so humiliated that she had become completely furious. With a violent roar, she raised both her hands, purple light erupting from them, and charged fiercely towards Chen Chang'an. The crowd around them scattered, revealing a large circle in the center, the tiger running fist of the Wu clan. which was being used by Tianwu realm level 10 Wu Meiling at the moment, had a force of tens of thousands of pounds. The aura was extremely appalling. Brother Chang'an, be careful! Ji Minghua subconsciously cried out in shock. She was pulled away by Ji Tsunghai, but still clearly felt how terrifying power was in the hands of that Wu Meiling. Go to hell! Wu Meiling's eyes showed a fierce light, wanting to destroy Chen Chang'an with a single strike. At this moment, she couldn't care less at all. Chen Chang'an's mouth reveals a triumphant smile. He spoke like this earlier, in order to provoke the other party, so that he can openly and honestly kill someone. Burial sword technique, instant kill. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sword appeared in Chen Chang'an's hand, and a vicious sweep of the sword forcefully shattered Wu Meiling's purple aura. At the same time, the giant sword continued to slash across, cutting straight through Wu Meiling's neck. Thumbs up! In the next instant, her head flew out. Gollum! Gollum! As the blood-spewing head rolled to the ground, the eyes continued to blink as if they didn't understand what was happening. The surrounding area instantly fell into a deathly silence. All the scholars inside the academy, one by one, all of them stared wide-eyed, their breath suffocating. Two words rang out in everyone's mind in unison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ji Tsongshan, Ji Tsunghai. Their pupils contracted violently. Ji Minghua could almost fit an egg in her mouth. Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi instantly hugged each other tightly, looking at Chen Chang'an in shock. Bang! Chen Chang'an inserted the Overlord giant sword into the ground, his entire body gently leaning against the giant sword, his gaze falling on the two of them. Lu Tianla and Wang Desui. You two, cut the crap. Come on, life and death battle. Since they are all offended to death, it's better to kill them all together. Chen Chang'an, you dare to kill someone inside the academy. You think you can run away? You're dead. That's right, you dare to kill her. She's the young master of the Wu family. Lu Tianla and Wang Desui roared out in a low voice. Ha! What a lot of crap! Chen Chang'an's figure shifted, and he violently stormed out again. The pupils of Lu Tianla and Wang Desui both shrunk violently and hurriedly resisted. Thousand Illusion Sword. Wuji Blade Slash. One of them held a sword and the other held a blade, exploding their full cultivation and blasting towards Chen Chang'an. Burial sword technique, seal throat. Thumbs up. A sword stabbed out, instantly shattering Lu Tianla's Thousand Illusion sword technique and turning to thrust into his neck. In the next instant, Chen Chang'an drew his giant sword and arrived in front of Wang Deshui's body again. The giant sword swung up and slashed down viciously. Burial sword technique, shattered sky. Boom! The berserk energy raged, destroying everything, and instantly crushed all of Wang Deshui's power of the infernal blade chop. The Overlord sword then landed on his right shoulder, and then chopped down hard and diagonally, splitting Wang Deshui's body, diagonally, into two. Pust. The stench, the blood, spreads through the great hall. The center of the field instantly became silent once again. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Chen Chang'an had killed the young masters of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families in just a few breaths. How dare he? Even Ji Tsongshan, who was the crown prince, had an extremely ugly face. This Chen Chang'an is so ruthless. The academy competition hasn't even begun yet, and he killed 3 young masters of first-class families in a row. How dare you? Who told you to get your hands dirty and kill people here? Right at this moment, an angry roaring sound rang out violently. Then there were 4 furious figures that rushed into the great hall. Great! The mentor is finally here. The crowd was relieved. The powerful oppression that Chen Chang'an gave them made them all gasp for air. Chapter 15. My rules are the rules. The 4 people who came in were Lu Rumeng, and the remaining 3 old men, Gucci, He Wentian, and Jiang Zhang. These 3 old men were all the masters of that Lu Tianla, Wang Desui, and Wu Meiling. They came in with faces as black as ink and carbon. Gucci looked at the disciples whose heads were separated from their bodies in a miserable state, and then dropped his gaze on Chen Chang'an's body, his anger surging. Why did you kill them? Lu Rumeng instantly looked at her disciples Gu Qingcheng and Lu Sisi. What do you guys say? What's going on? Lu Sisi hurriedly spoke. Mother, this Chen Chang'an killed senior brother Lu, senior brother Wang, and senior sister Wu. At those words, the 4 tutors' faces were incomparably gloomy. Instructor Gu, this Chen Chang'an is too lawless. He simply doesn't care about our great Zhou Academy. Lu Rumeng opened her mouth icily and continued. He's killing people in the academy and treating the rules of the Great Zhou Academy as nothing. Why don't we arrest him first and hand him over to the law enforcement hall for punishment? That's right, another tutor, He Wentian, also spoke grimly. Chen Chang'an, killing pays for life. Even if the Chen family protects you, I'll have to see if he, Chen Xiantong, dares to go against the entire Great Zhou Academy as well as the Great Zhou State. Why bother talking nonsense with such a despicable person? Men, take him down, and if he resists, kill him on the spot. Another tutor named Zhang Zheng immediately spoke angrily. Soon, a dozen people rushed in from the main hall outside. The person at the head of them was none other than the elder of the law enforcement hall, Gu Tianma. One by one, the children of the Chen clan clustered behind Chen Chang'an, their faces full of fighting intent. What do you say, big brother? Chen Xian's gaze revealed a vicious color as he asked in a low voice. The rest of the Chen clan's children each had a fierce light in their eyes as they looked at Chen Chang'an. It seemed that they would fight to the death as long as Chen Chang'an gave the order. Chen Chang'an waved his hand to suppress their emotions for a moment, then looked at the law enforcement hall elder who had entered and said indifferently, "That was self-defense on my part." At those words, the crowd froze. Gu Tianma stared coldly at Chen Chang'an. "Are you trying to say that you are innocent?" "Of course." Chen Chang'an waved his hand. "Wu Meiling started it. She came at me in a murderous rage, so naturally I had to fight back. I didn't expect her to be so weak." The crowd froze. Meiling Wu. Weak? However, thinking about it this way, the earlier one was indeed the one who moved to kill Wu Meiling first. Elder, then the young master of our family, the Lu family, didn't make the first move. That was Chen Chang'an who made the first move. Yes, our Wang family's young master was also killed by Chen Chang'an's first move. One by one, the sons of the Lu and Wang families shouted in anger. Chen Chang'an shrugged. The two of them had the motive to kill me. I'm stopping this in time. It's also considered an emergency hedge. Stop loss in time. Emergency shelter. The crowd was stunned, and each of them looked at Chen Chang'an in amazement. Chen Chang'an, the Great Zhou Academy doesn't have this rule that you're talking about. Gu Tianma stared at Chen Chang'an and teasingly opened his mouth. Ha, no, then I'll add that rule now. Chen Chang'an scanned the crowd, his gaze indifferent. My rules are the rules. What? You're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Lu Rumeng spoke sternly. Elder Gu, why don't you take down this evil thief? Gu Tianma had an iron face and was about to go forward to arrest Chen Chang'an. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an fiercely pointed at Lu Rumeng and shouted, "Old woman, I've put up with you for a long time. Squeaky and crooked is nothing. Come, now this young man is going to challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to answer?" "Old lady, challenge? A war of life and death?" Hiss. Countless people in the arena sucked in their cool breaths in unison, looking at Chen Chang'an with shocked faces. Lu Rumeng's face was ugly to the extreme. She was about to snap. When Gucci, he went Ian, and Jiang Zhang, who were next to her, shouted in unison. "Chen Chang'an, you are bold. How dare you be so arrogant and domineering, with no respect." Chen Chang'an suddenly pointed at the three of them again and snapped. "You guys don't want to submit? Then you can all go together." Hiss. Everyone in the arena's eyes snapped wide again, almost falling out. Second Prince Ji Sunghai's gaze narrowed as he looked at Chen Chang'an's back, light flickering in his eyes. His Highness the Crown Prince was filled with disdain and spoke in a low voice. "Idiot." The only one who was filled with worry was Ji Mingyue, who hurriedly walked over to Chen Chang'an's side and said worriedly, "Brother Chang'an, hurry up and leave. How dare you challenge the tutors? They are all at the Heavenly King realm." Looking at Ji Mingyue who was full of worry, Chen Chang'an smiled and touched her head. "It's fine." With that, he walked towards the four. This young man can slaughter the three of you puppies, and he doesn't mind sending a few of you old dogs to hell as well. After all, you master and disciple love na. Ji Mingyue froze in place, her face blushing. Brother Chang'an even touched my head. But soon, she was worried for Chen Chang'an again, and was about to go forward to stop him when the Crown Prince pulled her back. "Humph, Imperial sister. Why do you need to stop that fool since he wants to seek death?" "Crown Prince Royal brother. Why do you say that? That's my brother Chang'an." Ji Mingyue was filled with anxiety, but Ji Sunghai also stopped her, clearly not wanting her to interfere. At the same time, Lu Rumeng in the arena laughed back in anger. "Chen Chang'an, I didn't expect you to come back after a year and be so arrogant. I see that you have lost your mind. Since that's the case, then I will fulfill you." With that, she flew up to the competition stage. Wow! The arena was instantly in an uproar. Countless people were shocked, full of consternation. A student challenges a mentor, or a battle to the death. It was something that had not happened even in the last 1,000 years of the Great Zhou Academy. At this moment, everyone's blood suddenly boiled. Although the Chen Chang'an in front of him was arrogant and domineering, His arrogance was incomparable. But that domineering nature and cold face really fascinated countless female students, especially when coupled with his handsome face and handsome stature. It caused the eyes of countless female students to shine with a different color. Since Tutor Lu has stepped in, it would save me from having to step in. The elder of the law enforcement hall, Gu Tianma, spoke coldly, then turned to Lu Rumeng and spoke. Instructor Lu, break his hands and feet, and keep his dog's life for now. After all, a scholar who disregards the rules of the Great Zhou Academy in such a manner is still left in a miserable state for a group of scholars to be ashamed of. Oh, don't worry, Elder Gu. Lu Rumeng laughed coldly and opened her mouth. She was afraid of the Chen family's clan elders, but it didn't mean that she was afraid of Chen Xiaonan. What's more, she was now in a life and death battle with Chen Xiaonan, and even if she got Chen Xiaonan killed, the clan elders of the Chen family, she didn't think that they would use this to come after her. In the middle of the field, the Chen family's children were all worried. Chen Xian pulled Chen Xiaonan. Big brother. No, you. Chen Xiaonan gave him a comforting look and whispered, do you think our clan elders would let me be beaten to death here? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian was relieved. After all, the Chen family was protective of their shortcomings, and he knew it all too well. Chen Xiaonan, don't you want to fight me to the death? Come up here and let my mentor take a look and see what kind of chance you have gained in the year you disappeared, making you so arrogant and ignorant. Lu Rumeng drank with a face full of disdain. Chen Xiaonan sneered, and with a gentle leap of his body, he arrived on the competition stage. Chapter 16 Exterminating Lu Rumeng. Suppressing the tutor. Chen Xiaonan dragged the heavy overlord sword in his hand. His gaze slightly slanted, and the evil demon blood god skill on his body slowly operated. The evil demon blood god skill is a feat that enhances outbursts. That is, it could cause Chen Xiaogan's battle power to skyrocket to a heaven-defying feat of fighting across the ranks. In the same realm, a person's spiritual energy storage degree is limited, but different levels of martial arts and techniques can make spiritual energy exert a more powerful power. This was the difference between ranked feats. The evil demon blood god skill, on the other hand, could take the full potential of a person's body and fully enhance it, explode it, and even enter a state of berserkness. The evil demon blood god skill can open up a person's 9 martial orifices realm pass. The first orifice realm level, the demonic soul opens. Instantly, all of Chen Xiaogan's orifices, meridians, and dantian spiritual energy began to gradually stir. At the same time, the first stance of the evil demon blood god technique, blood-bathing demonic light, activated. Boom! In a flash, the aura on Chen Xiaonan's body climbed upward. It exceeded the boundaries of the heavenly martial realm and stepped into the terrifying level of the heavenly king realm. What? Lu Rumeng was at the 3rd level of the heavenly king realm, but at this moment, her phoenix eyes were violently wide. Surprisingly, she felt a powerful oppression on Chen Xiaogan's body, almost making it difficult for her to breathe. Enjoy your last few seconds of having a full body, old woman. Hey! Chen Xiaogan's mouth grinned a sardonic smile, his body glowing with faint blood and black fluorescence as he suddenly stormed up, transforming into a black residual shadow that blasted towards Lu Rumeng. Heavens, this Chen Xiaonan's aura is so terrifying. He's clearly only at the heavenly martial realm, yet he can explode to the powerful oppression of the heavenly king realm. Hiss! What kind of monster is this? That's the Chen clan's Thunder Extreme Mirage. What terrifying speed! The entire hall was instantly shocked and in an uproar. In a flash of lightning, the two people in the field were already touching each other. Clang! A gold and iron clash resounded, and a terrifying energy wave formed a hurricane that instantly spread out in all directions, pushing countless people out roughly. In the middle of the field, the heavy sword in Chen Xiaonan's hand ruthlessly slammed down on top of Lu Rumeng's slender long sword, instantly bending Lu Rumeng's sword downwards, and heavily pressing down on her towering breasts. Her large breasts, moreover, were in rapid deformation at a speed visible to the naked eye, and together with Lu Rumeng's body, she also flew out upside down in a gaze full of horror. But when Lu Rumeng stabilized her stance, blood was already spilling from the corner of her mouth. Oh my god, how is it possible? Tutor Lu was knocked away. Tutor Lu was injured, and Chen Xiaogan is so terrifying. Countless people in the arena exclaimed in shock. At this moment, they looked at the cold youth dragging a huge sword and wearing a black robe as if they were stunned, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. With a sword strike that sent Lu Rumeng flying, Chen Xiaonan continued to bully his way up, the heavy sword in his hand instantly erupting with astonishing might. All the spiritual energy surged madly into the Overlord sword. Burial sword technique, instant kill. Thumbs up. Chen Xiaonan's Overlord sword, at an incredibly fast speed, instantly swept toward Lu Ruming's neck. The speed erupted from the evil demon blood god skill coupled with the Chen clan's thunderpole phantom, causing the burial sword skill to be cast out nowadays to be simply a world away from earlier. The sword's power was overwhelming, carrying the momentum of the wind and clouds. Wherever it passed, it set off a violent hurricane. The power of this sword caused many scholars to suck in a breath of cold air. Boom! The power as heavy as Tarzan destroyed Lu Rumeng's power to counterattack and ruthlessly chop down on her chest again. Boo! Even though Lu Rumeng was at the third level of the Heavenly King realm, she still couldn't withstand such a terrifying force, and her figure was once again blown away, spitting out blood arrows in midair. She was out of breath by the time she hit the ground hard. Mother! Seeing this, Lu Sisi came back to her senses from being filled with shock, and was about to go over to check, when she suddenly realized that Chen Shanan's figure was once again in front of Lu Rumeng's body, and that huge overlord sword was about to ruthlessly chop down. Chen Chagan, if you dare to kill my mother, my Lu family will not let you go. Lu Sisi opened her mouth to threaten, but just as her words fell, the remaining 3 tutors reacted and rushed over. Stop it, harpies, don't you dare, stop. However, Chen Chanan's mouth revealed a wanton smile, completely disregarding the harsh shouts of those 3 tutors as the huge sword in his hand still chopped down fiercely. Put! Gulp! In an instant, Lu Rumeng's head rolled to the ground and rolled out continuously for a long distance, blood spraying everywhere. You! Damn! Gucci! He went in, and Jiang Zhang's eyes were dead wide, looking incredulously at the scene. Turning around, the furious ones immediately blasted towards Chen Shanan. Burial sword technique, seal throat. The huge sword in Chen Shanan's hand made another wild sweep, and the berserk spiritual energy exploded crazily. A heavy sword was actually danced by him to create terrifying sword shadows that roamed the sky, coupled with the fact that it was a heavy sword, a giant sword. The movement it exerted was like a great windmill, sealing off all of the opponent's attack routes. Boom 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 boom. The 3 tutors also didn't dare to be careless. Their entire body cultivation instantly exploded, almost exerting all their cards, full out. In a flash, the 4 of them battled to a standstill. Even so, Chen Shangan still pressed the 3 of them to fight. The berserk energy crazily destroyed the incomparably sturdy competition stage in the arena. All the scholars in the arena, no matter if it was the Crown Prince, or the Imperial Prince, or that law enforcement hall elder Gu Tianma, all of them were dumbfounded. Chen Chang'an versus Mentor. In everyone's opinion, that was definitely a fight with no chance of survival. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Chang'an had gotten Lu Rumeng killed in 2 moves. Now it's weighing down the 3 tutors. It's outrageous. Boom! Right at this moment, only a dozen or so breaths had passed in the bout, and once again, a furious sword chi erupted in the arena, and the 3 tutors were blown away, as they spat out blood continuously, their eyes already in a state of shock and dismay. Everyone looked at the 3 figures that flew out for a long time. They couldn't wait for Chen Chanan's defeat. Instead, they were shocked once again. 3 tutors, defeated again. Ah! As the field screamed continuously, Chen Chanan continued to prowl on, following up with another sword move to kill, beating the 3 tutors into spitting out blood and screaming continuously. In a corner of the competition arena, a white-haired old man watched Chen Chanan in the competition. His heart shook for a long time. Chen Chanan's cultivation realm is clearly still at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm, but after he strikes, the burst of spiritual energy is surprisingly large. What in the world is going on? Could it be that he's hiding his strength? Impossible. He didn't hide his strength at all. Rather, his spiritual power, released hundreds of % against all odds. The white-haired old man murmured his mouth in shock, but a middle-aged man next to him, the goosefeather fan in his hand gently flicked, his eyes blooming with Herculean surprise. Hearing the white-haired old man's words speak, he glanced at the other party and spoke disdainfully. Duanmu Mansion Lord, you are using my family's young master as a sword to eradicate the remaining 3 major forces in the King City. Could it be that you don't intend to give my Chen family an explanation? This person's words were extremely arrogant. Even though the person in front of him was the head of the Great Zhou Academy, he didn't put the other party in his eyes. And what was even more shocking was that this Duanmu Mansion master in front of him was full of respect, saying to the middle-aged man in front of him, Second Master, Our Majesty has always honored the Chen family and regards the Chen family as the protector family of our great Zhou kingdom. After this matter is over, we will naturally give the Chen family a satisfactory answer. Chapter 17, Get over here and fight with this young man. The middle-aged man in front of him with a goosefeather fan in his hand was none other than the Chen family's second master. the white-haired old man, was the Great Zhou Academy's prefect, Duan Muzang. Hearing Duan Muzang's words, the second master didn't say anything, but instead, his gaze narrowed and landed in the arena. The competition arena was silent at the moment, because Chen Chang'an had unexpectedly chopped Gucci. He went Ian, Jiang Zhang, 3 more mentors under his sword. 3 great heads rolled to the ground, intimidating the crowd. All 3 of them had tried to subdue him earlier, so of course Chen Chang'an would not fold his arms, and it was only right for him to kill the other party in return. So, he showed no mercy. Chen Chang'an, if you dare to kill my mother, I'll fight you. At this time, Lu Cici's eyes were filled with blood red, and she lunged towards Chen Chang'an with her teeth and claws open. See, don't go over there. Gu Qingcheng was shocked and was about to pull, but was violently pulled by an old man beside her. Miss, don't be impulsive. The Chen Chang'an in front of us is obviously crazy about killing. Whoever goes over will die. Sure enough, as Lu Cici rushed over, Chen Chang'an showed no mercy and chopped Lu Cici in half with a sword. This so-called BFF is most annoying. If not for her instigation, Gu Qingcheng might not have gotten more and more outrageous. When the people around them saw this scene, they were even more shocked. Their eyes were rounded and finally opened wide. Miss, go! The Gu family elder pulled Gu Qingcheng back and opened his mouth with a face full of horror. Chen Chang'an, watching her best friend die a horrible death. Gu Qingcheng's eyes were filled with blood, staring at Chen Chang'an with a deadly stare, taking a deep breath, turning around and quietly leaving. Her mind was complicated. Originally, she had thought that Chen Chang'an had turned into a waste, causing infinite contempt and scorn in her heart. Originally, Chen Chang'an would have been deposed by the family and turned into a humble wretch. I didn't realize that instead of being deposed, he was being protected at every turn. Moreover, his cultivation had been restored, and his battle power was still terrifyingly so. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng had infinite regrets in her heart, but then she clenched her teeth fiercely, thinking that she would never be wrong. Chen Chang'an, you can't be the man I missed. You are only a minor heavenly pride of this small borderland country. You wait, I'll immediately go and contact the Holy Land's Jun family, and at that time, as soon as I go to the Holy Land, I'll have the strength to make you regret it. Gu Qingcheng thought angrily in her heart and quietly left under the escort of the family elders. In the field, there was still dead silence. Everyone was at a loss for words. A moment later, countless low voices resounded. 4 mentors, surprisingly, were killed by Chen Chang'an. Holy, this Chen Xiao is too terrifying. What realm are the 4 tutors in? Surprisingly, even they were killed by Chen Chang'an? 21 years old, Tianwu realm level 5. But his spirit power is incredibly thick, and his stance is even more secretive and unpredictable. Worthy of being Chen Chang'an, the absolute demon that has shaken the great Zhou kingdom. With such talent and strength, I'm afraid that only those demons from the Holy Land can compare. Hiss! Countless people's hearts rippled inwardly, their eyes filled with shock. Elder, what do we do? The disciples of the law enforcement hall were also dumbfounded as they looked towards Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma was also bitter in his heart. He looked at Chen Chang'an, who was like a killing god, and wondered if he should go and apprehend him. Jokes aside, for Heavenly King Realm level 3 tutors had all died in Chen Chang'an's hands. He's also a level 3. He doesn't want to die. Rules? Rules are made by the strong to restrain the weak. It doesn't bind the strong at all. What's more, there was the Chen family behind Chen Chang'an, 9 clan elders, plus the family head. That was at least 10 peak Heavenly King Realm powerhouses. Earlier, if he could restrain Chen Chang'an, give a charge and kill him, and then unite with the rest of the families, he might be able to fight against the Chen family. But today, this Chen Chang'an can't hold it down. Gu Tianma thought with complexity in his heart. Bold Chen Chang'an, how dare you kill your mentor? You really are lawless. That's when someone finally spoke up. Seeing the person who opened his mouth, Gu Tianma sighed in relief and quietly retreated behind the crowd, quietly watching the show. Whoever wins, he helps. At the same time, he was filled with doubt. Such a major event, according to reason, the master of the house as well as those who are 2 high elders, has long appeared. Surprisingly, one did not see to come. Things are weird, Gu Tianma thought, his gaze falling on the person who opened his mouth to speak. That's exactly what. His Royal Highness, Ji Tsangshan. Chen Chang'an looked at him and spoke indifferently. The 4 tutors and I. It's a life and death battle. Even if that's the case, then you can't lay your hands on them. Do you have any respect for your seniors or not? Ji Tsangshan did not expect Chen Chang'an to refute him and froze, seemingly feeling that his face was damaged and unable to top it. He immediately opened his mouth to question again. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered. Are you deaf? We are in a life and death battle. You. Ji Tsungshan's face flushed red. His face instantly flamed as he, the crown prince of the great Zhou kingdom, was all but publicly insulted by Chen Chang'an. Royal brother. Don't say that. At that moment, Ji Tsunghai spoke. Ji Mingyue also immediately pulled her royal brother. Crown prince brother. Don't start a conflict with him. Humph. For the sake of my royal sister, I won't bother with you. Ji Tsangshan wimped out and took advantage of Ji Mingyue's words to borrow a slope. The second prince Ji Tsunghai looked at the mess all over the ground, thought for a moment, and looked at Chen Chang'an. Brother Chen, this thing you did was really a bit impulsive. Chen Chang'an looked at the second prince Ji Tsunghai and suddenly said coldly, Ji Tsunghai, I know that you are behind all of this. Whether it was the provocation of the three great families against my Chen family or my disappearance a year ago, it was all your handiwork, wasn't it? Oh, now that the academy competition is over, the remaining three celestial pride have all been killed by me. So, it's just you. Come on, I'll give you a chance. Come here, we'll fight to the death. At those words, everyone in the arena froze. Then they all looked at the second prince, Ji Tsunghai. Ji Tsunghai's face instantly froze and turned to be full of confusion. Brother Chen, I don't know what you are talking about. You, get over here. Chen Chang'an suddenly roared angrily. Cut the ing crap. Your Highness, the second prince, wouldn't you dare to fight with this young master? Come, let this young man see how much of the overlord bloodline you took from this young man has fused. Wow. The arena was once again abuzz. Countless people looked towards Ji Tsunghai and Chen Chang'an. Could it be that the disappearance of Chen Chang'an a year ago was the work of his second highness? No wonder Chen Chang'an was so brutal. Even the crown prince and Ji Mingyue were equally confused. Only Ji Tsunghai's face became incomparably ugly. How could he not expect that Chen Chang'an would turn on him? And, how did Chen Chang'an know that it was him, who had people strip Chen Chang'an of his bloodline, in the first place? Mustn't admit it. Thinking of this, Ji Tsunghai squeezed out a smile. Brother Chen, have you misunderstood me? Cut the ing crap. Come and fight with me. If you have Laozi's overlord bloodline in you, you can't hide it. Chen Chang'an sneered, nonchalantly, and said, and isn't this the great competition of the academy? Anyway, it'll just be you and I competing for this first place. Just in time. Watching the corners of Ji Tsunghai's mouth twitch repeatedly, Chen Chang'an snorted. What? The proud son of the royal family of the great Zhou kingdom. Are you afraid? Turned into a wimp? As the words fell, the surrounding scholars each looked odd. Whether he plotted against Chen Chang'an or not, we'll know in one battle. I didn't expect that, but I didn't dare to answer the battle. Ji Tsunghai's gaze gradually turned cold. He knew that a battle with Chen Chang'an could not be avoided no matter what. Chapter 18, The 7-Day Promise. Brother Chang'an, did you misunderstand my royal brother? Ji Mingyue walked out. Her face full of astonishment opened her mouth. My royal brother has always regarded you as a hand and foot, and has always called you a brother. How could he do something to plot against you? Ji Mingyue's face was filled with disbelief as she looked at Ji Tsunghai. Imperial brother, tell me, Brother Chang'an's disappearance, as well as the taking of his bloodline. It can't possibly be your doing. Chen Chang'an didn't say anything. Ji Tsunghai was even more silent. The atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed suffocating. The crown prince Ji Tsangshan, however, was filled with a teasing expression and was inexplicably relieved in his heart. Ji Tsunghai was so demonic that it had caused his position as crown prince to become unstable. Moreover, he also called Chen Chang'an his brother, which made him insecure. Today, this situation was exactly what he wanted to see. There was a flurry of activity in the arena. This caused countless scholars to be filled with shock, their hearts rippling. But one by one, the children of the Chen family looked at the second prince with fierce eyes. If their young master was victimized by the second prince, then they would naturally be the angriest group of people. Somewhere in the corner, Prefecture Lord Duan Muzong was ice cold. This was because the second master of the Chen family next to him had already shrouded his killing machine over his body. A million horses were racing in his heart with chagrin. Second prince, second prince. You're stupid. You obviously have such a good relationship with the Chen family's young lord. How could you do something stupid? The only plan today is to sacrifice the second prince to appease the Chen family's anger. With that in mind, Duan Muzong said with a face full of bitterness, Second master, I'll give you the Chen family an explanation. With that, his figure walked out and stepped into the arena. Chen Chang'an, How about arranging your match with the second prince 7 days later? After all, you fought so many matches in a row, your spiritual energy is greatly depleted, and you can't let the second prince take advantage of you, can you? The moment Duanmu Zhang's words came out, everyone in the arena instantly looked at him. So it's Lord Duanmu, the mansion master is finally here. Great! Greetings, mistress! Countless people saluted. Duanmu Zhang ignored it and instead looked at Chen Chang'an and said in a low voice, Chen Chang'an, give me face. How about you and the second prince compete again in 7 days? Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. The mind was spinning fast. Soon, he was able to understand Duanmu Zhang's intentions. Now he has offended Lu, Wang, Wu and Lu, the 4 families, and the Jun family of the Holy Land. If his Chen family wasn't destroyed within 7 days, then the house master in front of him might actually sacrifice the second prince. After all, the Chen family's anger, even the imperial Ji family, had to weigh it. Right at this moment, Chen Chang'an received a transmission from the second master of the clan. He then nodded slightly and spoke. Yes, then this young man will let him live for 7 more days. The words were beyond arrogant. It's also overbearing to a fault. Simply treating the prince like nothing. But to everyone's surprise, Duanmu Zhang was surprisingly not angry as he pulled Ji Tsunhai, whose complexion was gradually turning ironic, and quickly left. The crown prince looked at Chen Chang'an, and then looked at his second brother who left with an ugly face. His heart was momentarily relieved, and he also turned to leave. In the field, the eyes of the remaining people looking at Chen Chang'an changed one by one. The young master of the Chen family, who had killed Lu, Wang, and Wu, the 3 young masters of the 3 families, as well as 4 tutors, and who had stepped on the dignity of the second prince, was even fine like this. Even the mansion master, compromised and backed down to Chen Chang'an. Hiss! Countless people were horrified, but the Chen clan family descendants, one by one, were excited. Big brother, you are my god. Chen Xian spoke excitedly. Young lord, we follow your example. Young lord, we will also cultivate hard and won't disgrace the Chen family. One by one, the Chen family's children's blood surged hotly. Chen Chang'an looked at them and resumed his gentle demeanor, smiling. Let's go back first. Yes, the crowd nodded, flocking around Chen Chang'an. He left the academy competition arena. Brother Chang'an, outside the door of the academy, Ji Mingyue chased after him. Seeing this, Chen Xian led a group of people to leave first. Brother Chang'an, my royal brother Ji Mingyue was about to open her mouth to plead for mercy when she came into contact with Chen Chang'an's icy cold eyes and was instantly mute. Turning to her, she took out a space ring from her bosom and handed it over. Brother Chang'an, here. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed as his spiritual sense probed into the spatial ring and found that there were more than 100,000 spirit stones inside. There were also some heavenly treasures of great value. Brother Chang'an, this is a small token of I hope you can accept it. Ji Mingyue said and lowered her head. If it was before, Chen Chang'an would not have taken it, but now, thanks a lot. Chen Chang'an picked it up. But you are you, and your royal brother is your royal brother. I will distinguish between them, and I will repay you separately for the good you have done to me. Ji Mingyue was about to say something when she realized that Chen Chang'an had already left. He, surprisingly accepted the resources I gave him. But my royal brother, if he really is the one who snatched brother Chang'an's bloodline, what should I do then? Ji Mingyue's heart was filled with mixed feelings, her brimming eyes violently turbulent. The Chan family, the Great Hall of Deliberation. Second Master, why do you want my match with the second prince to be pushed to 7 days later? Chen Chang'an looked at the 10 people in the large hall and spoke with a respectful expression. Everyone looked at him with smiles on their faces. Today, the matter of him trampling on the crowd at the Great Zhou Academy had spread out, causing the entire Great Zhou King City to make huge waves. Chen Chang'an's reputation was even louder than a year ago. What arrogance! What a bully! There are all kinds of windy reviews, but these were not what the Chen family cared about. As long as Chen Chang'an as well as the Chen family's children were not bullied, because there are so many bull s buzzing around all day. It's too annoying if one comes a day. So get them ready to come together and die. And we can do it once and for all. The second master incited his goosefeather fan and opened his mouth with a smile. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed, and he soon realized what the second master had in mind. If he killed the second prince today, then it would make the forces behind the second prince hide, and his own Chen family would have to explicitly tear themselves apart from the Ji family again. It would be better to let him go back now to prepare and unite Lu, Wang, Wu, and lose families to deal with himself. Only, Chen Chang'an couldn't help but feel that the Chen family was still really domineering. The second master is mighty. Chen Chang'an laughed. Alright, it's good that you want to understand. Then go back to practicing. Chen Er smiled and opened his mouth. Chen Chang'an nodded his head, and after returning to his courtyard, he immediately began to cultivate. Whether it was the evil demon blood god skill, the burial sword skill, or the Chen clan's heart technique, Overlord's rage, they were all extremely domineering techniques. He then put the resources given by Ji Mingyue into the burial god coffin to refine and absorb them, which finally caused him to advance 2 more minor realms, reached the heavenly martial realm level 7. He then proceeded to consolidate his cultivation, in no hurry to go for successive promotions, because he knows that the desire for speed is not enough. Sometimes men are too quick and get a kick out of it, and that's not good. After all, it takes a fine fire to simmer the real thing. Thus, on the next day, Chen Chang'an began to look for the clan elders of his family to spar with him. The first person to approach was the 9th master. Chapter 19, Practice, Forcing. He, Chang'an kid. I didn't think you'd want to spar with me. Come on, I'll let you have one hand. 0.5% of my strength. Master 9 teasingly opened his mouth. Okay, then, Master 9. I'm coming. Chen Chang'an's gaze was stern, and with the Overlord's sword in hand, he rushed up. Boom! But soon, in just one move, he was blown away by Chen Zhou's punch, and his left eye was black. I'll go. Master 9, can you stop hitting your eyes? Chen Chang'an grimaced in pain and wailed. Hey! Yes! The 9th master had one hand behind his back, revealing a hand that teasingly beckoned to Chen Chang'an. Stomp! Chen Chang'an rushed over again. But it bounced right back off and the right eye went black again. Hey! That's symmetrical. The 9th master smirked, seemingly admiring his masterpiece. 9 masters, said I can't hit my eyes, as well as my face are not allowed. It will affect my handsomeness. Chen Chang'an wailed as he touched his distended eyes. Hey, I forgot. Come here, and this time, promise not to punch me in the face. Master 9 said with a grin and beckoned again. Bloodbath magic light demon soul, open. Chen Chang'an opened the evil demon martial orifice realm pass, and the spiritual energy in his body instantly boiled. The entire person was like an ancient ferocious beast, followed by a low gulp. Burial sword technique instant kill. Swish, the Overlord blade swung up fiercely, extremely fast, destroying everything and sweeping towards Chen Zhou's neck. TSK, you little brat. Strength is okay, speed is okay, power is okay. But well, not decisive enough. Chen Zhou smiled and opened his mouth. Slightly sidestepping, he easily dodged it, and then flicked his finger on Chen Chang'an's Overlord blade. Boom clang. A crisp sword chirp sounded, and the Overlord sword skewed sharply in one direction, directly carrying Chen Chang'an out. Puff! Chen Chang'an fell heavily to the ground. Chen Chang'an's heart was horrified beyond measure. He didn't expect Master 9 to be so strong. Again! With a low shout, he swung his Overlord sword and charged at Master 9 once again. However, soon after, Chen Chang'an was once again flying backwards. Again! Boom! In an instant, it flew backwards again. Again! Chen Chang'an climbed up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and continued to charge up. The field resounded with Chen Chang'an's wailing screams and shouts of more, until the day passes. At night, Chen Chang'an was immersed in the potion that Master 5 had made for him and croaked in pain. The 5th master was an alchemist and an excellent healer. As for how brilliant, even Chen Chang'an could not know, but many ailments are almost always minor in his hands. This caused Chen Chang'an to follow the 5th master from a young age and learn a lot as well. The second prince's residence. Boom! A handsome and extraordinary man blasted his fist onto a fake mountain, instantly blasting it into pieces. He was bare-chested, and golden light flowed on the surface of his firm muscles, as if they contained a powerful explosive force. It was none other than second Prince Ji Tsunghai. Congratulations, Your Highness, the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm. A small eunuch not far away fawned and opened his mouth. Ji Tsunghai didn't speak, but instead, his gaze went to the gray-haired old man beside him with his hand on his back, and he respectfully saluted. Master. Aha! The gray-haired old man softly then his eyes revealed a stern light. That Chen Chang'an even dared to provoke you in public. I'm afraid that he has the stamina to defeat you. Moreover, he definitely dares to kill you. Master, how is this possible? Ji Tsunghai's face was full of unwillingness, and his eyes flashed with resentment. What right does he have? This great Zhou kingdom, Is my Ji family's great Zhou kingdom? Why is his Chen family so arrogant? Oh, for strength. The gray-haired old man spoke disdainfully. If the founding ancestor of the great Zhou kingdom was around, or if the royal family had a Saint Emperor 10th ranked powerhouse, who would dare to be disrespectful to the great Zhou royal family? And he, the Chen family, had only moved to the great Zhou country for 20 years, so why had they steadily become the number one family in the great Zhou country? It's not because they have 9 unfathomable clan elders. If no one has the certainty to deal with those 9 clan elders, no one would dare to act rashly, the gray-haired old man said, his gaze despondent. Senior, I'm sure I can defeat Chen Shadan. Ji Tsunghai clenched his fists and grimaced. He's only at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. I'm already at the 3rd level of the heavenly king realm. And I'm not one of those punt tutors. Then are you sure you can kill those tutors in 3 moves? The gray-haired old man suddenly said. Ji Tsunghai was silent. Although he had the strength to fight across the ranks, he was not as perverse as Chen Shanan. Unless you activate the Overlord bloodline, right? The gray-haired old man narrowed his eyes and said, but then, you'd be sitting on the murderer who plotted against Chen Chang'an, and even your father, the emperor, wouldn't dare to protect you. Am I just going to be bullied and humiliated by a mere pariah? I am not convinced. Ji Tsunghai coldly said. What right does he, the Chen family, have? In a hideous low roar, Ji Tsunghai fiercely looked at the gray-haired old man. Master, you must have a way, don't you? Naturally, the gray-haired old man said. And with a spread in his hand, a jade slip, as well as a sword, hovered in front of him. A king-level battle technique, a king's weapon. This is, king's sword. Ji Tsunghai's face changed drastically, turning to surprise as he bent down deeply. Many thanks, master. There is no need to thank you. Defeating Chen Chang'an and becoming the Lord of Great Zhou also concerns the interests of my clan. The gray-haired old man spoke indifferently. In these few days, apart from skilling in this king-grade battle skill and king-grade sword, you are secretly contacting the forces within the Great Zhou kingdom to make trouble against the Chen family. Please, master. And you do this. The entire Great Zhou royal city became treacherous. The gazes of countless people fell on the Chen family, as well as the remaining 3 great families. Of course, the match between Chen Chang'an and the second prince 7 days later was also incomparably fascinating. TSK, have you heard? These 3 great families, plus the Lu family, seem to be joining forces to turn on the Chen family? Is there a big battle to be fought? I'll go. That's not exciting. Not only that, but the remaining 4 great clans of my great Zhou kingdom have also joined forces, seemingly wanting to find Chen Chang'an to ask about things. Ask what's going on. Don't you know? I heard that Chen Chang'an came out of the burial demon abyss. In the beginning, his cultivation was all but non-existent, but in about 10 days, his strength was so strong that he was able to decimate his mentor. Hiss, terrifying like this. Could he got a great chance inside the burial demon abyss? That can only be the explanation. Others went in for 10 deaths, but he came out alive and became stronger than a year ago. That's right, and his temperament has changed drastically. First he withdrew from Gu Qingcheng. Then he had the audacity to kill Jun Wujian, and finally beheading his mentor and destroying the 3 great celestial pride. Hiss, the streets and alleys of the great Zhou King city were buzzing. When someone strung together all of Chen Chang'an's suspicions, they immediately realized that something was wrong. So this matter spread more and more, sensationalizing the entire great Zhou kingdom. However, when there were still 3 days to go before the competition with Ji Tsunghai, outside the Chen clan, there were many uninvited guests. Among them, there were the 4 major clans within the Great Zhou, which were the Willow Cloud sect, the Wine Dust sect, the Martial Extremities sect, and the Red Dust Palace. There were also a number of great families within the Great Zhou kingdom. One by one, they jointly gathered here, of which the Heavenly King realm had hundreds of them. As for the half-step Saint Emperor realm, there were even more than a dozen of them. They wanted to question Chen Chang'an face to face. Such a terrifying battle naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Chapter 20, You, etc. Dare to fight. On this day, the front of the Chen family residence was extremely lively. A strong aura emanated, permeating the 8 directions, attracting countless forces, which were secretly paying attention. But surprisingly, the Chen family's door was completely open, and Chen Wu, the Chen family's butler, welcomed everyone into the Chen family without being overbearing. It then rumbled and closed the door. The countless concerned powerhouses outside the door were shocked. What's going on with the Chen family? Do you still want to close the door and beat the dog? But that's just too unlikely. On the other hand, The 100 or so strong men who entered the Chen clan were filled with disdain. So what if it's closed? This group of them were the most powerful people within the Great Zhou, and they naturally did not care about dealing with a small Chen family, especially since there were a dozen or so half-step Saint Emperor realms among them. They slowly walked into the Chen family. Along the way, the sons and daughters of the Chen clan, each of them held sharp blades in their hands and looked cold. This made the visitor incredibly surprised. After all, so many of their strongest men had come. This Chen family's children surprisingly did not have the slightest bit of timidity, but instead, they were charged with wariness. Each and every one of them were like fierce tigers ready to go. Seeing the Chen family looking like this could not help but make the visitors marvel and envy. In the middle of the Chen family's great hall, the Chen family head sat at the main seat, flanked by the remaining 9 clan elders. Each one of them was breezy, as if they were facing 100 or so heavenly king realm powerhouses. They were completely unconcerned, or even, more than anything, disdainful and uninterested. AI. It's too weak to play with these mole crickets. If we go back to the God realm and the rest of the God clan knows about it, it's simply a disgrace. The 7th master muttered softly and inexplicably said so. But soon, her eyes rolled again, as if blocked by something, and her earlier words, as if erased by time, she never said. The rest, too, have not heard. At that moment, the visitor walked into the Chen clan's main hall with an aggressive manner and unkind eyes. He, all of you have come to my Chen clan. I wonder what your business is. Chen Xiantong held a cup of tea and took a sip, smiling. The Chen family head is a smart man. He should know the purpose of our visit. Hand over Chen Chanan. The old man at the head of the group was a half-step Saint Emperor realm powerhouse, the supreme elder of one of the 4 great sects of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the Lu Yun sect. Lu Gu. Standing next to him was clearly the head of the Lu family, Lu Mingzheng. There were also the heads of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families, each with anger and resentment in their eyes as they stared at Chen Xiantong dead in the face. Oh, you came here in a rage just to find my Chen family's young master? Oh, what is this supposed to be about? Chen Xiantong pretended to be puzzled. Humph, Chen Xiantong, stop pretending. At this time, Lu Mingzheng stepped forward and said angrily, he killed my daughter, the tutor of the academy. In the academy? Humph, let him come out and pay for his murder. That's right, hand over Chen Chanan. Lu, Wang, and Wu, the heads of the 3 families, also roared furiously. Chen Xuantong's gaze narrowed slightly and landed on the rest of the people. So what about you guys? You came, what is your so-called business? Chen family master, Chen Chang'an has entered the burial demon abyss, right? At this moment, a white-haired old man slowly spoke. He was the supreme elder of the martial extremity sect, Wu Bufan. Wu Bufan stared at Chen Xiantong, his aura compelling. As we all know, most of the people who go in there are 10 dead, and since he, Chen Chang'an, was able to come out, then, must have a great problem. That's right. A few more powerhouses chimed in. Chen Chang'an came out with no cultivation, but after only a few days, his strength has returned, suppressing his peers and crushing his mentor. We suspect. Speaking here, this old man in front of him, his gaze became incomparably stern. He turned into a demon. Devils. As soon as those 2 words came out, the field instantly boiled over. A demon is a madman who has lost his mind and has become a madman who only knows how to kill. At the same time, the means are brutal and the battle power will soar considerably. This was simply in line with Chen Chang'an's recent state. That's right, Chen Chang'an has definitely turned into a demon, or else his methods wouldn't have been so cruel to murder my young master. The Lu family head spoke angrily. Chen Xiantong, please hand over Chen Chang'an for all of us to suppress together. Not only is it a personal matter for me, but it also concerns the safety of hundreds of millions of living beings in our entire eastern prefecture land. Chen Xuantong's gaze narrowed as he looked toward the Lu family. A few people from the Lu family, and snorted. My family, Chang'an, killed Lu Rumeng as well as the remaining 3 tutors. That was a life and death battle for them. As for killing the young masters of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families, it was they who moved to kill first. My family, Chang'an, is only defending itself, so why is the word demon involved? As for my family's Chang'an's strength and power, it's because he's my Chen family's seed, and my Chen family's people are born with extraordinary qualifications. Can you blame others for being strong because you are weak? You're calling someone else a demon when they're better than you? The crowd froze. They didn't expect Chen Xiantong to say so. Humph. At this moment, Lu Gu coldly snorted. Chen family master, this matter concerns the devil. It's a matter of great importance. You'd better let Chen Chang'an come out. right or wrong. Let us confront him in public, as well as search his soul. Don't you know? Soul searching. Hearing these two words, a cold aura erupted in the eyes of each of the Chen family elders. For the person whose soul was searched, it was not only as simple as having his soul traumatized, but also the possibility of becoming an idiot. More importantly, it's insulting. Among the Chen family elders, the ninth master was openly furious. He stood up and pointed at Lu Gu, cursing, "Let your mother's bull ***** go. You come and let me try soul searching." Well said. Dare to search the soul of my Chang'an boy. Living out of patience. Rumble. Even though the seventh master was a woman, she was also filled with fury at the moment. She stomped her foot so hard that the entire hall shook. Among the Chen family elders, it was the seventh and ninth masters who were the most short-tempered. The crowd was horrified. They didn't expect the Chen clan elders to react so strongly. In their opinion, even if the 9 clan elders in front of them were all at the half-step Saint Emperor realm, then there were a dozen of them, so they were naturally not afraid. Moreover, there are still hundreds of Heavenly King realm remaining. Could it be that the Chen family not afraid? Ha! Facing the anger of both Chen Jiao and Chen Qi, Lu Gu was just as unafraid as he sneered. Chen family master, I am proficient in the art of soul searching, and I guarantee that in the midst of soul searching, I will not damage Chen Chang'an's soul. If Chen Chang'an really isn't a demon, then how about canceling his grudges with the Lu, Wu, Wang, and several other families? And we will also apologize to the Chen family. As the words fell, Wu Bufan also spoke faintly. Brother Lu is right. Chen family master. After all, this matter was caused by your family's young master. So why not make a big deal out of it, and make a small thing out of it? Yo, my Chen family gave you face, right? It has been a great gift to let you in, one by one. Still think that my Chen family is afraid of you? The seventh master pointed his finger at the crowd and cursed. The ninth master was about to start cursing when he was stopped by Qin Xiantong. He stood up, carrying his hands behind his back, looking towards the murderous clan children outside the great hall, his voice like a bell. All Chen family sons and daughters listen. The other side wants to search the soul of your young master. You and others. Yes or no? No promises. Thousands of people shouted in unison. Their aura astonishing. Then you. Do you dare to fight? War. War war war. War war war. Chapter 21. The Chen family's children were united as one. Not only because normally Chen Chang'an was good to his younger siblings in the family, but also because he was polite to the Chen family's elders as well. And the 9 clan elders of the Chen clan had been fair and impartial. Although there are conflicts within the same clan, most of them can be resolved peacefully and there is no stalemate. There is also the fact that it doesn't matter if one's own people fight to the death, but when a foreign enemy comes, all must be united. This is the clan rule of the Chen family. Ha! Chen Xiantong let out a faint smile as he looked at the 100 or so strong men and said solemnly, "Did you hear that? In the face of you, the young clansmen of my Chen family all still dare to fight. Let alone a few of us old guys. The matriarch is right." At this time, the always gentle and elegant second master's gaze turned cold, put the goosefeather fan in his hand, and gently pointed forward. "The reason why we talk so much nonsense with you guys is that we don't want to create more killings. Now give you a chance. Obediently retreat. Otherwise, die." The second master's words were calm, but they contained endless killing opportunities, causing everyone in the arena to feel nothing but numbness in their scalps, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It was as if that word death of the second master's, as if his words followed the law, would kill them all in the next instant. The people were horrified and apprehensive. "We're just trying to find out the truth." Lu Gu braced himself against the pressure given by the second master and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that you, the Chen family, really want to be enemies with the world?" "That's right. What Chen Chang'an did was too odd. Could it be that he really is a demon? That's why you guys have repeatedly covered it up, not wanting us to find out the truth." Wu Bufan also spoke coldly. 100 or so of them came in a rage. If they were scared away, then the face in the future cannot be put aside. But they didn't dare to do it directly. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that these 9 clan elders of the Chen family in front of them were not simple, and if they fought, I was afraid that life and death would be hard to predict. That's why they didn't do it directly, but used pressure tactics. But I didn't expect the Chen family to be so strong. Mother Patriarch, I can't take it anymore. The seventh master suddenly roared. This group of scumbags, forcing their way through, is annoying as hell. Let me unlock a seal in memory and suppress these old scumbags. With that, her aura exploded, An incomparably terrifying sense of oppression spread out, and then she instantly rushed out. Lu Gu's pupils shrunk violently. Then he coldly snorted. "Humph. The Chen family is obstinate. I think it's better not to talk nonsense with them. Kill." When the words fell, he was throwing a punch against the seventh master. Boom! A loud boom exploded. Lu Gu's face instantly twisted up, and there in his eyes, extreme terror was revealed. After his fist made contact with the seventh master's fist, he only felt that he had blasted onto a hard steel plate, and his fist instantly cracked before exploding into a mist of blood. Not only that, as the seventh master's fist blasted forward with a powerful force, destroying his entire arm crumbled inch by inch. Ah! Lu Gu let out a miserable roar of pain. But to his horror, the fear went far beyond that. Pust! The seventh master's fist went straight through his chest. Liu Gu's eyes were filled with misery, and he finally fell to the ground with a loud thud. A half-step Saint Emperor realm, directly died tragically on the spot with a single move. What? Each of the people around them became alarmed. You dare to kill first. Wu Bufan opened his mouth in shock. So what if I kill you? At that moment, the seventh master steeply arrived in front of him and threw another punch towards his face. Wu Bufan backed up sharply and yelled, "Everyone, do it, there are more of us. We don't need to be afraid of them." As his words fell, Lu, Wan Wu, the heads and elders of several families also took the lead. They hadn't intended to have a good talk with the Chun family. After all, Chen Chang'an had killed their young master. However, the four great sects wanted to gain knowledge of what Chen Chang'an's opportunity in the burial demon abyss was from it, which was why they had been holding back until now. What they didn't expect was that the Chen family would dare to take the lead. That was simply an act of looking for death. Humph! For old things, it's your good fortune that my Chang'an boy killed your young master. At that moment, Master Nine stopped in front of the four family heads and snorted. In his hand, there was an additional long knife with bloodlines filling it. Ninth master of the Chen family. You seek death. The four family heads were about to charge over, when in the very next instant, a bloodstain appeared at their foreheads. Bu, Lu, Wu, and Wang. The bodies of the four family heads were instantly split in half by Qin Zhou's sword. Che, punk! Master Nine snorted and charged the rest of the group. On the other side, although Wu Bufan had dodged the seventh master's first punch, in the next instant, his gaze aimed at the four people who had been killed by the ninth master's slash, and he instantly felt bad. I'm wrong, I surrender. Wu Bufan hurriedly cried out in shock and begged for mercy. Vote for your sister. The seventh master sneered and arrived in an instant, slamming his fist down on Wu Bufan's head. Bang! A roar exploded as Wu Bufan, a half-step sacred emperor realm, the supreme elder of the martial extremities sect, had his head blown apart by a single punch. The rest of them were horrified and their souls trembled. Chen family, you're crazy. Are you guys trying to start a war with all of our forces? The crowd was stunned. Humph, you're all bullying the door and asking if we dare to go to war? Die! The ninth master laughed. And with another hand, a dozen heads flew up into the sky. That's right, our second master has already said that he'll give you a chance. But, if you are still aggressive, then don't blame us for being ruthless. The seventh master sneered and blasted the heads of a few more people. Aha! The field was full of screams. They realized that surprisingly, no one was a one-strike match for the seventh and ninth masters, and everyone was killed in seconds. A few people saw this and wanted to turn around and go out to hunt those family descendants. Seeing this, the second master, who had been holding a goosefeather fan, gently fluctuated the fan and gently shouted under his breath. Seal! Buzz! Space shook, and a transparent boundary was created out of nowhere. What? Junction! The second master of the Chen family. He's a formation master. What kind of monsters are all in this Chen family? How can one clan elder be so strong? Someone howled miserably. Clang! Just then, a zither sounded. Stunned, the crowd looked forward, only to see a woman as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, and on her slender skirt, she had an extra Gucci at some point. As she gently plucked the strings, in an instant, another 20 to 30 people were filled with terror. Their noses, eyes, ears, and mouths were overflowing with blood. They covered their ears, roared miserably and fell to the ground, dying horribly. And the person who was playing the zither was none other than the third master of the Chen family. Soon after everyone in the scene had died out, Master San resumed playing the zither. Clang! Tinker! Ding! 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 Ding dong! when a clanging sound was followed by an endless droning sound, as if it was a mountain stream flowing, making the Chen family's children outside the main hall, each and every one of them drowsy. Chapter 22, King's Great Weapons. Inside the Chen clan's great hall, it was bizarre to the extreme. Corpses all over the ground, the clan elders with calm faces, and the third master who was playing the zither. When the Chen clan's children outside were all almost in a daze, the Chen clan's clan elder, the Grand Master, gently activated his vermilion lips. Go on, little darlings. In a flash, from under her feet, a large black liquid actually spread out. Even the grumpy ninth master couldn't help but shiver when he saw this. Soon, this black liquid spread over those corpses, instantly devouring them. Finally the black liquid disappeared as it returned to the Moncler outlet store feet. Along with them disappearing into thin air, there were bodies all over the ground, as well as stained blood. It was as if everything had ceased to exist. In his ears, still slowly flowing, Chen San's dreamlike zither sound. Ding, 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 ding dong 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 dong. Finally, the piano stopped. One by one, the Chen clan's children outside woke up in a ghostly manner, then winced and secretly cursed how they had wandered off. Then one by one, they looked into the great hall and exclaimed. Chen Xian's face was full of surprise as he ran in. Father, all the masters, where are they people? The rest of the Chen clan's children were also filled with curiosity. It was clear that earlier they had killed and sworn to protect the Chen family. Unexpectedly, the raging 100 or so strong men had disappeared one by one. Well, they were scared off by us. Chen Shintong glanced at his son and said with a serious face. Scared? Scared away? Chen Xian was surprised, then relieved. The rest of the family's children were puzzled, but they didn't think much of it. After all, in their opinion, the clan elders of the Chen clan, each and every one of them was unfathomable. It would be normal to scare off the enemy. And then one cheered. A strong family is something everyone is proud of. It didn't take long for Chen Chang'an to arrive late. Why are there so many people today? What's going on? Chen Chang'an opened his mouth with a face full of doubt. This time was exactly when he came over to spar with Chen Jiao. I didn't expect to come over and find all of them here. And it's amazing that he didn't hear a single movement there in his compound. Brother, there are many strong men from many clans that have come over to coerce us to hand you over. Luckily, you're not here. At that moment, Chen Xian spoke quickly. Oh, what's going on here? Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed as a cold aura flickered. Oh, nothing more. At that moment, the second master spoke up. Just this is what I told you. Tell them to gather their people together and come over here so we can knock them around. They just leave? Chen Chang'an was filled with doubt. His nose sniffed and smelled the strong odor of blood. Is there a fight? Ha 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 ha. Of course they fight. How else would they be willing to leave? Chen Shintong laughed out loud with a serious face. Exactly. The third master, who was holding a guqin in his arms, said mildly. After scrapping the arms and legs of the first few people, they wimped out and didn't dare to fight us to the death, then obediently retreated. Hiss. As soon as Chen San's words came out, countless sons and daughters in the arena sucked in cool air. They didn't know why they became confused earlier, but they didn't expect a real fight. With the clan elder being such a bull, he also wasted their leaders and made them retreat on their own. Chen Chang'an froze, stroking his chin, revealing contemplation. That's when Moncler outlet store he spoke up. She was the Grand Master, the boss of all the clan elders. She looked at Chen Chang'an and said gently, Chang'an, nowadays, our Chen family has almost offended all the powers of the Great Zhou Kingdom. They wouldn't dare to turn on us clan elders, but they might target you. Are you afraid? Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an respectfully said, Grand Master, I'm not afraid. Well, the grandpa nodded slightly. Soon you'll be competing against Ji Sunhai. Don't be careless. Chen Chang'an laughed. Chang'an remembered. Moncler outlet online. He then looked at a stout middle-aged man. Old 4, didn't you help Chang'an build a weapon and a spirit armor? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, a middle-aged man, dressed in the costume of a blacksmith, laughed brightly. He's the fourth master of the Chen family, and he was, heck, a refiner. Thank you, fourth master. Chen Chang'an was overjoyed. He was worried about not having a competent weapon. The bastard sword, too, was nothing more than an ordinary heaven-rank weapon in the family. Good. There's no need to look for old 9 to spar today, so follow old 4 to his smithy store, and after that it's time to familiarize yourself with the new weapons. Moncler outlet store continued. Well, thank you, Grand Master, and thank you, Fourth Master. Chen Chang'an nodded his head, his face full of joy, and said, he thought it was also true that if he was beaten by the ninth master today and went on to soak in the potion, it would not be a good recovery. The crowd of family disciples revealed envious gazes, but none of them were jealous, because as long as you have the ability, the fourth master of the Chen family will refine customized weapons for all disciples. Next, Chen Chang'an followed the fourth master and left. The other sons and daughters of the family, too, dispersed, practicing what they practiced and doing what they did. What stunned everyone in the king's city was that all the powerful people who had entered the Chen clan's residence were as if mud had entered the sea, and there was no movement at all. The great battle that they had imagined did not happen, and they did not even hear a bit of fighting movement coming out. The Chen family also put out the word that they were the ones who left on their own. But what is alarming is that the four direction doors of the Chen family residence, all open, just did not see anyone out. This caused countless forces to be incomparably jealous. This Chen family is a big terror family. 20 to 30 first-class forces, each with a few heavenly king powerhouses, and not a single one of them made it out of the Chen clan? My god, what the hell is going on here? Could it be that those powerhouses really sneaked away as the Chen family said? Impossible. This is impossible. This Chen family isn't a family from a holy land. How can it deal with so many powerful people? Countless powerhouses were shocked and murmured. But soon, some big powers were horrified, because they entered the Chen family's family head, as well as the elders, one by one, their life soul lamps were extinguished. This proves that they're all dead. Oh my god. This Chen family, what kind of horrible family is it? Countless people were horrified, but were incomparably unified in obediently hunkering down. None of them dared to go forward to the Chen family to question them, unless they were not afraid of death. The Chan family, where the fourth master of the Chen family's mansion is. The fourth master's quarters were different from those of the other clan elders. As soon as he came here, there was a heat wave, and there was the sound of clanking iron coming from him, as well as one after another of the family's children who were sweating like a pig. Not long after, the fourth master brought a huge sword and handed it to Chen Chang'an. I saw that you were used to using heavy swords, so I specially refined a high-grade one for you. Chen Chang'an picked it up and touched the heavy sword in his hand. His eyes instantly lit up. King level. And this spirit armor, the fourth master said, handing over another black soft armor to Chen Chang'an. It's the king level again. Chen Chang'an was numb. The fourth master is actually a king level refiner? It's a great feeling to have someone in the house. Chapter 23, The Guardian Sword. Chen Chang'an said with shock in his heart, and suddenly said, ha, fourth master, then since you can refine king grade weapons, isn't it possible to refine more points and use them to sell for money? The fourth master gave him a blank look. A king-level weapon or spiritual treasure can't be refined just by saying so. It requires high-grade raw materials. That too. Chen Chang'an laughed. Afterward, Chen Si urged Chen Chang'an, you hurry up and name this sword. Oh, Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up as he gently stroked the huge sword in front of him, the cold light on it glittering with a kingly aura. It has even more heft. Although bulky and heavy, the Chen family, whether it was their bloodline or their gong methods, were all based on domineering power. So the heavy sword was, in turn, a sense of security, one power overall. Let's call it, Guardian Sword. Chen Chang'an said softly, guard yourself, guard my Chen family, and guard all those who want to guard the Guardian Sword? Chen Si mused over the 4 words, then couldn't help but be happy. Ha ha, good. Then it's called the Sword of Guardianship. Chang'an I hope you don't forget the beginning. Unforgiving? Chen Chang'an was puzzled. He always felt that the fourth master meant something when he said those 4 words. The next thing he did was to start practicing while wearing his king's grade spirit armor, as well as his king's grade guardian sword. Somewhere on top of a mountain peak, Ji Songhai sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, an old man with a white beardless face suddenly appeared and bowed deeply to Ji Songhai. Second Highness, how's it going? Ji Songhai slowly opened his eyes and asked. Hundreds of heavenly king realm powerhouses, a dozen half-step Saint Emperor realms. None of them survived. Upon hearing this, Ji Songhai shook fiercely, his face becoming incomparably grave. Good. This Chen family is indeed hiding deeply enough. Second Highness, this is what His Majesty asked his servant to give you. The old man said and took out a spatial ring. Oh, that old bastard. Still alive? Ji Songhai said disdainfully and took it in his hand. Regarding his disrespectful words, the old man treated it as if he couldn't hear them and respectfully said, His Majesty has always been seriously ill, ignoring the imperial government, and the crown prince is a wimp and useless. So naturally, he still has to rely on the second prince to support the great Zhou. Humph. Then why don't you give me the throne? Ji Sunhai said disdainfully, his gaze falling on the spatial ring in front of him. Oh, still really willing to give up a king-level armor. Is he afraid that I'll be killed? The old man fawned. His Majesty is naturally worried about your highness, so he asked the lackey to send over this body armor. This armor in front of me is of the king level, and there are defensive formations on it. It's incredibly sturdy. Even if it's at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm, it won't be able to break. With that, he took out another elixir that emitted a white glow. Heavenly rank blood recovery pill. Ji Sunghai couldn't help but exclaim in shock, breathing heavily. That's right, this blood pill. Even in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, there are only 3 of them. As long as you don't get killed in seconds, even if you have multiple injuries, you can recover in a matter of moments. The old man smiled and said, Second Highness, with this armor, as well as this elixir, it's a fool's errand for that Chen Qiangan to try to defeat you. The old man finally did something good. Ha! Ji Sunghai sneered. Chen Qiangan, I will behead you. You have repeatedly trampled on my royal majesty. So what if you are a powerful clan elder in your family? Others are afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. Ji Sunghai's face grew more and more hideous. I want to make it clear to the world that those who commit crimes against my great Zhou imperial clan will surely die. Go back and tell the old man that I'm already 10% sure that I'll behead Chen Qiangan. Ji Sunghai looked out of the corner of his eye. He was already at the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm, and had king rank battle techniques, king rank weapons, king rank armor, and heaven rank blood recovery pills. With so many underpinnings, what could Chen Qiangan fight him with? On what grounds? Fighting family heritage? You can't beat the Ji clan? With this in mind, a winning smile spread across Ji Sunghai's mouth. Second Highness, it's better not to be careless, the old man reminded. I know. Ji Sunghai slowly closed his eyes again, his heart having already been a bit impatient. As long as Chen Qiangan was killed, the next target would be that trashy prince. The throne, too, is his own. The 7-day period has arrived. Inside the Great Zhou Academy, there was already a sea of people. Everyone was looking forward to this battle between Chen Qiangan and the second prince. After all, it was a fight to the death. One has the backing of a country, another, horrible family background. One clan elder was unfathomable, and the engagement between the two sides naturally drew the attention of countless people. It didn't take long for a huge life and death competition stage to be set up here in the martial arts plaza of the academy. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the second prince slowly landed on the competition stage. He was dressed in a gorgeous brocade suit, with a noble aura. Seeing the appearance of the second prince Ji Sunghai, everyone cheered. After all, that was a prince with such a demonic qualification. Ji Sunghai ignored the cheers of the people around him and slowly closed his eyes. In the core seat, His Highness the Crown Prince's gaze narrowed in all teasing. No matter who lost or won today, it would be good for him. Ji Mingyue, however, was anxious at the entrance, pacing back and forth. She was trying to stop the bout during the 7 days, but helplessly. She couldn't see either Ji Sunghai or Chen Qiangan. She also pleaded with her father, but her father also said that this was a situation that couldn't be stopped. Soon, a group of people came and clustered outside the door of the academy. Ji Mingyue's eyes lit up and she immediately walked towards the youth in white. Today's Chen Qiangan was dressed in white, handsome as an immortal, and especially attracted the female cultivator's attention. Brother Qiangan, can you stop comparing? I beg you. Ji Mingyue was anxious and worried. Mingyue, this is something that you can't stop. Even your father didn't open his mouth. Chen Qiangan said indifferently, and then he directly swept onto the competition stage. Ouch! Ji Mingyue could only stomp her foot angrily. Princess sister, your second brother is not a good person. Our young master has a grudge and will return it. If you still want to be good to our big brother, I advise you not to waste your efforts to stop him. At this moment, Chen Xian said seriously to Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue was silent, her heart complex. On the fighting stage, Ji Sunghai looked at Chen Qiangan. Brother Chen, could it be that you are so eager to fight me? Don't be hypocritical. Chen Qiangan slanted a glance at him and then looked at the distant Duanmu Mansion Master. Mansion Master, let's begin. Duanmu Zong nodded his head with a face full of bitterness. Good, since the two of you are going to fight to the death, no matter who dies, the families behind both sides cannot stand up for it. When he finished, he was silent. In the middle of the field, the two stared at each other. Clang! A sword sound rang out. Since it couldn't be stopped, Ji Sunghai would have to strike with all his might. The sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake, stabbing directly at Chen Chanan's neck. A simple straight thrust, but the outbreak of surging sword might. The sword has not yet arrived. A stern sword chi is already scraping Chen Chang'an's skin pain, facing Jeet Sunghai, who struck out without saying a word. Chen Chang'an was not surprised as the overlord sword appeared in his hand as if it was a thick steel plate, blocking in front of his body. Ding, 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 ding. The longsword viciously stabbed down on the body of the overlord giant sword, emitting a crisp and pleasing sword sound, while at the same time, flames shot out in all directions. Kill! The two of them were instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and in an instant, they were plunged into white heat. Chapter 24, Intense Competition. Drink! In the course of the fierce battle, Chen Chang'an did not dare to have the slightest reservation. Shouting loudly, the martial orifice realm pass was opened, the devil's prana was activated, and the whole body's spiritual energy was running wildly, waving the overlord giant sword, setting off a violent wind whistle, and swinging it up fiercely. Boom! The powerful sword was simply like a mountain smashing down on Jeet Sanghai's body, causing his face to change drastically as he lightly blocked back with his sword, instantly shocking him out by a dozen feet. Jeet Sanghai's face changed drastically, facing Chen Chang'an's heavy sword. He was under extreme pressure. Moreover, most of his sword moves were mainly stabbing, but Chen Chang'an was like erecting a sturdy sword astral in front of his body. Couldn't stab it at all. Chen Chang'an, is defense all you can do? Jeet Sunghai sneered. Shrinking head turtle. Is that so? I'm just trying to get you to show your bottom card a bit more so that you don't have a chance later. Chen Chang'an spoke indifferently. The heavy sword in his hand erupted violently, and another sword swung and chopped down. Boom boom boom. Now, even though Jeet Sunghai was in the Heavenly King realm, he was beaten back. Such a raging storm of heavy sword swings, a steady stream of them, smashed down on Jeet Sunghai's body like a storm. Aha! Jeet Sunghai was enraged. His own hallowed Heavenly King realm was being pressed by a heavenly martial realm. Strange shame. Hurricane sword technique. Jeet Sunghai let out a low gulp, and the sword in his hand instantly erupted with a strong sword momentum. At the same time, a sword chi rushed up into the sky, stirring up circle after circle of amazing ripples in the air. Swish! In the next instant, Jeet Sunghai swung away from Chen Chang'an's heavy sword shadow, and as the long sword in his hand swung, thousands of sword shadows overlapped, forming a layer of hurricane-like sword chi that poured towards Chen Chang'an. Seeing such a terrifying sword might, the eyes of countless people in the arena widened violently. King rank battle technique. Heavens, this is actually a king rank battle skill. That terrifying might is simply appalling. Someone in the field exclaimed. Ah, it's not good. Imperial brother actually knows a king rank battle technique. Brother Chang'an, be careful, Ji Mingyue exclaimed. She was worried about her royal brother at one moment, and then worried about Chen Chang'an at another. Inner turmoil was overwhelming. Right at this moment, Chen Chang'an's violent shout rang out from the field. Burial sword technique shattered sky. The heavy sword swept horizontally, carrying an aura of destroying the sky and the earth, and met the sword chi that was like a hurricane. Boom! Heavy swords were originally focused on momentum, and the third stance of the burial sword technique happened to be a wide-range, explosive power-heavy bombardment killing technique. It could compress all of the spiritual energy limits at once and then explode out infinitely. As Chen Chang'an's cultivation grew, I'm afraid that sooner or later, one day, he would truly shatter the heavens with a sword. At this moment, when the two sides touched, the raging energy instantly blasted Jeet Sanghai's sword might to smithereens. Even Jeet Sanghai was blasted back a dozen feet. What? This can't be right. Jeet Sanghai stabilized his stance. His heart was shaken to the point where his blood was churning. He didn't expect Chen Chang'an to be able to break his king rank battle skill, and it shook him back. You're actually at the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. Sensing Chen Chang'an's aura, Jeet Sanghai was filled with consternation. His round eyes stared at Chen Chang'an as if he was looking at a monster. This is especially true of the people around them. Monster! Unbelievable! The Duanmu Mansion Lord's expression was grave as he whispered softly to himself in shock. Crossing 7 levels to defeat an opponent. Such a demonic character is extremely rare in the world. But I didn't expect that my great Zhou kingdom would have one. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Just as the crowd was shocked that Chen Chang'an was able to receive a king rank battle technique, Chen Chang'an in the arena. His figure continued to swipe out like lightning, and the heavy sharp sword in his hand stabbed straight at Jeet Sanghai's throat. Burial sword technique, seal throat. What? Jeet Sanghai hadn't reacted yet, and hastily blocked in front of his neck. and in the next instant, with a boom, his entire body was blown away. Ahem! When he got up again, a trace of blood had spilled from the corner of his mouth. You! Sneak attack! If it wasn't for his quick reflexes and his body armor, his head would have flown out just now. Idiot! Chen Chang'an snorted and his figure rushed out once again. Burial sword technique, instant kill. Boom! This time, it blew Ji Songhai away again. Looking at Ji Songhai, who was surprisingly still able to get up, Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. He'd clearly chopped into his neck, so why was this all okay? Ha! When Haim Songhai stood up again, on his body, a layer of golden light that was faintly like scale armor had already risen. Oh my god! That's King rank armor! That's right, it's the King rank armor. If it wasn't for this armor, Chen Chang'an would have already sliced off his head earlier. Hiss! Worthy of being a royal family, the depths are really strong enough, a familiar face exclaimed. In the middle of the field, Ji Songhai's gaze grew hideous. Ha 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 ha, Chen Chang'an, even though you have unrivaled speed and heaven-destroying heavy sword might, so what? Can you kill me? I've got king rank armor. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered contemptuously. Just a turtle shell. See how proud you are. This young man can break you just the same. After saying that, Chen Chang'an suddenly swept out, reaching Ji Songhai's head in a flash. Overlord Rage Slash. Hurricane Sword Whistle. The two men drank lowly and instantly countered each other with a move. Boo! The berserk energy raged once again. This time, Chen Chang'an was blown away. Everyone was dumbfounded. But soon, someone noticed the end. Look, that's, oh my god, what Ji Songhai is holding in his hand is actually a king-level weapon. A king-level weapon. That's stronger than a heaven-level weapon. Hiss, as expected of a royal family, with king-rank battle armor and king-rank weapons. This time, I'm afraid Chen Chang'an will have to fall. Even Chen Chang'an revealed a surprised expression. The energy that erupted from the king-level weapon also caused his chi and blood to stir within him, and his arms were slightly numb. Ha 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 ha, Chen Chang'an, this time, I'll see how you die. Ji Songhai laughed rampantly as he completely lost his previous refined appearance. Since he had torn his face with Chen Chang'an, there was no need to be hypocritical. It's not certain who will die. Chen Chang'an smiled coldly as the Thunder Extreme Phantasm operated at full power while his body was flooded with dots of black and red light. It was precisely the first stance of the evil demon blood god skilled blood-bathing demonic light. All of his spiritual energy erupted ferociously. At the same time, the second orifice of the martial orifice realm pass, the rage vibe, was opened. Vaguely, behind Chen Chang'an, there seemed to be a black shadow roaring. The 9 levels of the martial orifice realm pass are demonic soul, angry spirit, violent heart, insane wisdom, mad crack, booming sky, and destroying earth. The opening of each martial orifice realm pass was to stimulate one's physical potential and enhance one's combat power. At this moment, Chen Chang'an's aura was clearly approaching the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm. Hiddenly, the realm also seemed to have entered the level of the Heavenly King realm. Seeing this scene, the eyes of countless powerhouses in the arena were about to fall out. In the hidden shadows, the 9 clan elders of the Chun clan each had their pupils contracting rapidly. Everyone, this Chang'an kid, he even knows to open the martial orifice realm pass. Who taught him that? It's amazing that he's able to open 2 orifices. Heavens, this is too heaven-defying. Even though the old man, at such an age, only opened 1, the people have passed on their voices, and in the end, their eyes all fell on the boss, the eldest. Chapter 25 Overlord Bloodline. The Chen clan Grand Master's gaze narrowed as he faintly transmitted his voice. At such an age, opening 2 martial orifice realm gates. Remarkable. Upon hearing this, a group of clan elders sucked in cool air in unison. The martial orifice realm pass. That was where the potential in a person's body was unlocked, and as long as it was unlocked more, the potential that erupted was even more powerful. He can make the battle power to an unparalleled increase. This is the trick to a big increase in battle power, as well as fighting over the ranks. And in the middle of the field, the two were once again in a fierce battle. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Chen Chang'an swung the Overlord Giant Sword, sword after sword, ruthlessly smashing down on Ji Songhai's body. Ji Songhai was depressed. Obviously he had king-ranked battle techniques, as well as king-ranked weapons, but he didn't expect to still be pressed by Chen Chang'an. He felt that each of Chen Chang'an's sword falls was as heavy as 1,000,000 pounds. The ground, on the other hand, was cratered by the two. Ha! Chen Chang'an continuously snorted up. Ji Songhai, you still have one more trick up your sleeve. and that's to explode this youngster's hegemony bloodline. Right. If not, even if your turtle shell is incomparably hard, and I can't break it by smashing it, I can still shock you to death. Boom! Another hegemonic heavy sword slammed down hard, and Jeet Sunghai was blown away, plowing the ground into a dozen or so feet long and huge gully. Wow! Countless people in the arena were boiling. I didn't expect Jeet Sunghai to have so much substance, but he was still being wildly abused by Chen Shan'an. This is simply outrageous. Suddenly, Chen Shan'an once again appeared in the sky above Jeet Sunghai and used the second stance of the evil demon blood god skill, Jinshan, shaking the sea. All of a sudden, a shocking wave of surging sword might was released on Chen Shan'an's overlord sword. As the sword fell, Chen Shan'an's body seemed to erupt into a mountain-like shadow. The powerful oppressive force caused Jeet Sunghai's entire body to suffocate. Boom! The heavy sword full of shocking power slammed down viciously. It touched fiercely with the king rank battle skill, the king rank weapon, raised by Jeet Sunghai. A horrifying storm exploded fiercely, and the energy swept up into the sky, instantly shattering the surroundings of the Great Hall, as well as the roof. Even space? It seemed to tear apart. Aha! Jeet Sunghai let out a miserable cry as he retreated violently. This was because he realized that the sword of the king's rank in his hand was fiercely flung away. At the same time, the king rank armor on his body unexpectedly burst. Countless cracks appeared. The berserk power that made these cracks could not be supported at all. Clack 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 clack. A sound like glass cracking rang out, and in the next instant, with a bang, the armor on his body broke apart. Countless people in the arena sucked in their cool breaths in unison, horrified. To be able to blast the king's rank armor hard to pieces. This kid, is he still human? It's horrible, isn't it? Bang! Right at this moment, Chen Shan'an followed up, stepping on Jeet Sunghai's chest with one foot and raising the heavy sword in his hand high. Jeet Sunghai, come, suffer death. Chen Shan'an laughed fiercely as the huge sword in his hand stabbed down fiercely. No good. It's over. The second prince is going to lose. Countless people in the arena exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with horror. Dang! Right at this moment, the sound of gold and iron clashing and incomparably ear-piercing suddenly rang out. Everyone's eyes widened violently as they looked at the piercing golden light. That's the Chen family's overlord's bloodline. Someone murmured and opened his mouth, his throat rolling hard with disbelief. Among the ruins of the arena, the giant sword in Chen Shan'an's hand stabbed into a brilliant golden light, and then the giant sword was stopped from falling. When the scene became clear to the eyes of the crowd, they suddenly realized that Jeet Sunghai's body was flooded with a golden aura that was tinged with blood. It was this golden aura that blocked Chen Shan'an's giant sword from stabbing down. At the same time, Jeet Sunghai's one hand, as if it was made of gold, firmly held Chen Shan'an's huge sword. Jeet Sunghai's face was incomparably hideous as he hissed and growled. Chun, Chang, you, die, definitely, aha. As he hissed, with a loud boom, his upper body shirt shattered, revealing skin as if it was made of gold. Bang! With a shocking sound, Jeet Sunghai's golden arm, surprisingly hardened Chen Shan'an's overlord giant sword, to be completely torn apart. At the same time, he kicked Chen Shan'an's body, sending him flying. This is the overlord bloodline. This was the terror of the overlord's bloodline. Dang! Jeet Sunghai slowly stood up, his hand reaching out and beckoning back his sword of the king's rank. At this moment, the golden light on his body shone brightly. Holding the king rank sword in his hand, he was like a golden god of war. His aura was extremely appalling. His gaze instantly narrowed as he looked at Chen Shan'an, who had been kicked away, and was surprisingly unharmed at all. Chen Shan'an, how can you be okay? Sure enough, it's you dog scumbag, who seized this youngster's overlord bloodline. Chen Shan'an stabilized his stance and gently patted the dust on his body, his gaze gradually turning cold. It finally forced Jeet Sunghai to use the overlord bloodline. At this moment, not only did he want to kill Jeet Sunghai, but he also wanted to ask the emperor's old man for an explanation. In the hidden corner, the Duanmu mansion lord sighed heavily, then closed his eyes powerlessly, murmuring and whispering, "Oh second prince, you're stupid. Why did you do such a stupid thing?" While the 9 clan elders of the Chun clan, their gazes were already murderous. Chun, Chang, you, damn, I am going to let you experience what happens when you are wildly abused by your own overlord bloodline. In the middle of the field, Jeet Sunghai hissed and charged out violently. Wherever it passed, it pulled up a golden blur of shadows. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered. Using my overlord bloodline to beat me? Joke. With a swish, Chen Chang'an also had an additional king's sword in his hand. It is the sword of the guardian. Dang. A light sword and a heavy sword touched each other fiercely again. Boom. In an instant, the two of them stormed back in unison. Ah. This can't be. Ji Sunghai's entire body went crazy. He didn't expect to be blown back by Chen Chang'an even after the overlord bloodline was forced out. That's not giving him any upper hand at all. Die. Ji Sunghai hissed. His figure shot out. The king's sword in his hand was like a viper's letter stabbing at Chen Chang'an's throat. Chen Chang'an's eyes were filled with killing opportunities. Thunder Pole Phantom was unleashed. The whole person was horizontally on the side, and the guardian's sword in his hand was already chopping out fiercely. Die. In the next moment, only an explosive sound could be heard as Chen Chang'an's sword ruthlessly landed on Ji Sunghai's neck. Dang. It was as if it had chopped on steel, emitting a huge roar. Aha! Ji Sunghai roared miserably and was blown away. However, he still climbed up with a grimace on his face and charged towards Chen Chang'an again. Chen Chang'an, ha 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 ha, you can't break my defense. I'll tire you out even if I have to. Oh, yeah. Chen Chang'an's gaze was despicable. His figure was like a ghost, once again appearing above Ji Sunghai and pressing his palm on his head. Coffin Master, suck it. As Chen Chang'an whispered, the dying character on his hand emitted a faint red aura, and then Chen Chang'an's arm seemed to have a terrifying suction force. What? Ji Sunghai's face was filled with horror. At this moment, he only felt that the overlord bloodline in his body was actually draining away crazily. How can you? Ji Sunghai was horrified. He had clearly spent the better part of a year before grafting Chen Chang'an's overlord bloodline completely onto his own body, and at this moment, this powerful bloodline is draining away. No, it's my bloodline, Ji Sunghai roared, and with a sword, he stabbed upwards towards Chen Chang'an's neck, fiercely. Chapter 26 The Tower Pendant. Dang! An ear-splitting boom rang out. Ji Sunghai was confused. Only a faint golden glow appeared at Chen Chang'an's neck as well. These golden rays were like densely packed scales that covered Chen Chang'an's neck, making it impossible for his sword to stab in. You actually have a king rank armor as well. How is that possible? What makes you Chen family have a king rank armor? Ji Sunghai growled unwillingly. Ha! Chen Chang'an let out an extremely contemptuous sneer. You guys? Stealing this youngster's overlord bloodline. Give it all back to me. Ah! Ji Sunghai hissed, watching with a face full of unwillingness as the bloodline power in his body unexpectedly flowed towards Chen Chang'an's arm there. And, not only was he trying to drain the overlord's bloodline from his body, it seemed that he was also going to drain his entire body of blood. Mr. Chen, could you spare the second prince? At this moment, the Duanmu Mansion master stepped out and pleaded with Chen Chang'an. Brother Chang'an, spare my royal brother. The wrongdoings my royal brother has done to you. Our royal family is willing to make up for it in other ways. At this time, Ji Mingyue also walked out, her face full of pleading. Only the crown prince Ji Xingshan, instead of uttering a plea for mercy, pulled Ji Mingyue instead. Mingyue, don't plead for him. For him to take someone else's bloodline, that's an act of counting one's roots and forgetting one's ancestors. Such a despicable person. Even father will not care. The people in the arena were instantly stunned at the words. Right. The royal family has a unique royal bloodline. Why did they give up their royal bloodline to exchange for someone else's overlord bloodline? Is this still the prince? Everyone showed a look of contempt. In the middle of the field, Chen Chang'an ignored the pleas of Lord Duanmu and Ji Mingyue. The two were fighting, and they couldn't go in and interfere. It was because the sons and elders of the Chen clan were watching intently. Soon, in the midst of a mournful wail, Ji Sunghai was sucked into a human stem and died miserably on the spot. The field was dead silent. Everyone looked at the corpse of the second prince in the field in shock, and then looked at Chen Chang'an, who was full of calmness, and inhaled cool air in unison. What a tough kid. Duanmu Mansion Master, are you still not announcing it? I am the one who has won, and the first prize of the academy competition, as well as the resources. Send them to me. Chen Chang'an looked at the Duanmu Mansion Master whose face was miserable and spoke indifferently. Ah, okay. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, ugh. Duanmu Mansion Master sighed heavily and handed a spatial ring to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an received it with satisfaction. Inside, there were 100,000 spirit stones and a heavenly grade spirit pill. Not only that, he had also found a blood recovery pill on the second prince, and got his overlord bloodline back. This wave, Blood money. Afterward, Chen Chang'an left the academy with the Chen family's crowd, and no one dared to stop them. When he left, the field was instantly in an uproar, and the great battle between Chen Chang'an and second Prince Ji Sanghai came to an end, causing everyone to sigh. Chen Chang'an had also once again become the #1 heavenly pride of the Great Zhou Academy, and for once, there were more people talking about him and fearing him. After all, this time, Chen Chang'an had killed quite a few people. Chen Chang'an returned to the Chen family. In the evening, he dined with the Chen family's patriarch, as well as the 9 clan elders. Other than these people, there was another person, and that was Qin Xian. The dinner was sumptuous, with meat from all kinds of spirit beasts. This was also the first meal Chen Chang'an had with a group of elders after his return. The Chen family also had the rest of the elders. Only those elders didn't have the status of these 9 clan bosses. Cha Han. At that moment, Chen Xiantong spoke faintly. Well, patriarch, you say. Chen Chang'an desperately in dry rice, vaguely returned. He hadn't had anything to eat in 100 years. His mouth was bland as a bird. Although it was said that inside the burial god's coffin, there was no feeling of hunger, he still missed eating and the taste of meat. The second prince has seized your overlord bloodline, and you and he are in a fair match. Even if you kill him, you don't have to be burdened. Patriarch, I'm not burdened. Chen Chang'an shrugged his shoulders and said, well, that's good. But well, Chen Xiantong said, looking at Chen Chang'an and said in a meaningful way, the great Zhou Lord wants to bestow Princess Minghua's marriage to you. Are you willing to accept it? Giving in marriage? Chen Chang'an stopped his dry rice and said in shock, Patriarch, the emperor's old man isn't wrong, is he? I killed his son, and he wants to marry his daughter to me? Even Shen Xian looked over curiously. Big brother, princess sister is actually quite good to you You, here, have a chicken leg, kids don't talk too much. Chen Chang'an stuffed a chicken leg into Chen Xian's mouth. It made his mouth bulge. Oh, this is the royal way of weighing things, and it also proves the benefits of being powerful side by side. At this time, the second master gently fanned his fan and smiled. Chang'an, the great Zhou Lord thought that our Chen family was unfathomable, so he wanted to use his daughter to bind our Chen family, and also wanted you to remove your grudge against the Ji family. Exactly. At this moment, Chen Xiantong took over. The great Zhou Lord was injured by an outlaw a year ago, causing the dark power to encroach on his heart chakra and unable to dispel it, so he has suffered a lot over the past year. He wanted our Chen family's oldest 5 to help him heal, but now this has happened again. So, if you become the emperor's son-in-law, then it would be only natural for him to want to ask for old 5 to help him heal. Chen Chang'an froze. He disappeared for a year and then the emperor's old man was seriously ill for a year. Stabbed? Is that such a coincidence? Seeing Chen Chang'an frowning in contemplation, the second master laughed. We also suspect that this matter is related to the second prince. What? He's so vicious? Chen Chang'an froze. For that seat. Master 9 skimmed his lips and opened his mouth. Chen Chang'an was silent and turned to continue. Patriarch, masters, I don't need this marriage contract for now. Okay, all yours. Chen Xiantong laughed and didn't ask why or why not. All of them nodded mildly. After finishing their meal, Chen Chang'an and Chen Xian left the table together. The two made their way to the roof and lay down. Here, Chen Chang'an handed Chen Xian a spatial ring. Big brother, what is this? Chen Xian froze, and after looking inside, he instantly pushed it back. Big brother, I don't want it. There are too many resources, and I still have the spirit stones given by my father. I'll give it to you. You just take it. Chen Chang'an's voice was stern. Cultivation. Practicing is all about resources. Without spirit stones, even if you are as demonic as you are, it will be difficult for you to get up. Chen Chang'an said, resting his hands on the back of his head and looking at the starry sky. Slowly, he said, I know that our Chen family is not simple. One clan elder after another is unfathomable. They seem to be doing something. Seem to be trying their best to hide something. What could be going on? Chen Xian's tender face was filled with doubt. You'll know when you grow up. Chen Chang'an retrieved his thoughts and looked at him and smiled. I will soon go to the Holy Land of the Central State for training, and by that time, you will be the one who carries the flag of the Chen family in the Great Zhou King City, so you have to cultivate well. Chen Chang'an finished and smiled. If he wanted to grow up quickly, he would have to leave Great Zhou, leave the Eastern State, go to the Central State, or even the Northern Wasteland, or the human imperial continent. In the sacred martial continent, there were 9 continents, and the human race was in the imperial continent. There are 36 great wastelands in the imperial continent. As for the Great Zhou Kingdom, it was nothing more than a tiny northern wilderness in the imperial continent of the human race. Even the northern wasteland, and the central state, where the holy land of the northern wasteland exists. Chen Chang'an thought about the way forward, so he went back to his room. Chen Xian, who was left behind, looked at Chen Chang'an's back and then at the tens of thousands of spirit stones inside his spatial ring, lost in thought, and from a small tower-shaped pendant around his neck came a sweet, feminine voice. Yo, this big brother of yours, he's still taking care of you. Chapter 27, Summoned by the Emperor. That's for sure. He's my brother. I can't live up to his expectations. Chen Shen tightly gripped the pendant in his hand, secretly making up his mind. TSK, you brat. You were unwilling to let me recognize your master when you were beaten half to death, but now you're even willing to do it just to help your brother solve his crisis? A woman's teasing voice came from the tower pendant. Well, my brother has offended the families of the Holy Land, and now with the addition of the royal family of Great Zhou, all I can do is make sure he has no worries, Chen Xian said, a resolute look in his eyes as he turned around and disappeared into the darkness of the night. After Chen Chang'an returned to his room, he began to cultivate, utilizing the burial god coffin to melt the spirit stones and absorb the spirit energy within them. It's simply an eye-popping presence. In general, when people cultivate, they utilize gong methods to channel the spiritual energy inside the spirit stone, inside the body's dantian. The process is very slow, time-consuming and very lossy. However, Chen Chang'an was different. As long as he placed the spirit stone inside the burial coffin, he would be able to obtain incomparably pure origin energy and aura. He then took this aura and absorbed it onto his dantian, as well as the meridians throughout his body, quenching his body. Just like that, when 3 days had passed, his cultivation level had, horrifyingly, entered the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm. Tens of thousands of spirit stones to advance one level. Chen Chang'an murmured softly, a little dissatisfied. TSK, you brat. As the realm rises, it naturally requires a lot of spiritual energy. Do you think it will still be like it was in the beginning? With a few million spirit stones, you can continuously advance more than 20 minor realms? There at the arm, came the teasing voice of the coffin master. Indeed, Chen Chang'an withdrew his disappointment. To advance one small realm in 3 days, such a speed of advancement was also appalling. He then walked out of the room. Young lord, news has come from the palace that, for young lord to make a trip to the palace, an underling hurried over to deliver the message. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. The emperor's old man wants to see me? Yes, young lord. The subordinate shrunk his neck, secretly saying that young lord is so powerful. In the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, I'm afraid that only young lord dares to address the Great Zhou Kingdom lord in such a manner. Okay, have breakfast, then go over and meet him. Chen Chang'an stretched his back and walked to the living room where the Chen family ate, and had breakfast with the head of the family and the others before slowly leaving the Chen mansion. When Chen Chang'an exited the Chen mansion, he realized that there were already 2 people waiting outside the door. It was none other than Ji Mingyue, and the head of the Great Zhou Academy, Duan Muzong. Mansion Master, Princess Mingyue, why are you here? Chen Chang'an opened his mouth curiously. When we heard that your cultivation was over, the princess and I came to pick up Mr. Chen. His Majesty has an invitation. The Duanmu Mansion Master was slightly rushed, and even his title had changed to Mr. Chen. He felt mountainous pressure on the 9 clan elders of the Chen clan. Unexpectedly, there was such a powerful oppressive force even in Chen Chang'an's body. This Chen family, what kind of family is it? I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse for the Great Zhou Kingdom. Lord Duanmu sighed in his heart as he thought. Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an with a face full of sorrow. Because of Chen Chang'an, he refused to give the marriage. And he refused? Is he afraid I'll resent him for killing my royal brother? Her mind was complicated. Chen Chang'an looked at the 2 and smiled faintly. Let's go then. Good. Mr. Chen, please. The Duanmu Mansion Lord hurriedly pointed at a luxurious carriage pulled by a demonic beast, revealing a smile that tried to make himself as kind as possible and said. Chen Chang'an swept his eyes. The disoriented Ji Mingyue then got into the carriage. Come on, princess. Duan Muzong whispered to Ji Mingyue again. Ji Mingyue seemed to be out of her element. The whole person was like a lost soul. Oi, sins. Duan Muzong let out a low sigh, and then they all got into the carriage. The crowd headed toward the palace. The palace was extremely luxurious, with gold and blue splendor, showing off the majesty of the royal family. Soon, Chen Chang'an was meeting the Great Zhou Kingdom State Lord, Ji Wentian. Ah Chahan, you're here. Ji Wintian stood in the middle of the main hall. His royal robe and crown were yellow, and his face was slightly pale. However, a pair of eyes carried 3 sharp points, 3 majestic points, and a naturally released arrogant disdain. His gaze landed on Chen Shan'an, who was dressed in a white tunic, handsome and elegant with an outstanding temperament, and he revealed a gentle smile. Greetings, Lord of the land. Chen Chang'an took a step forward and slightly saluted without being humble. Aha! Ji Wintian let out a hum, his face showing concern. Chang'an ah, during this year, it's been bitter for you. It's my Ji family that has wronged you. It's all because of my untalented second son. He dared to take your bloodline. If you kill him, he's to blame. Don't take it to heart, and don't be pressurized. Besides, my daughter, however, has always been devoted to you. Why do you refuse my offer of marriage? Don't worry, this won't affect you too in the future, Ji Wintian said bitterly, seemingly wanting Chen Chang'an to tie the knot with his daughter. Hearing that her marriage was spoken of, Ji Mingyue couldn't help but lower her head and sneak a glance at Chen Chang'an. Her heart mixed. She likes Chen Chang'an, but her royal brother took Chen Chang'an's bloodline. Chen Chang'an killed his royal brother again. Hey, it's so complicated and disorganized. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, arching his hand and saying, the state lord is joking. Only that I just retired a marriage, and for the time being, I don't want to re-enter. Speaking of this, Chen Chang'an smiled. Wow, that's also true. You've also just retired from that Gu family wench not long ago, so let's put this matter aside for now. Ji Wintian laughed, seemingly relieved. Chen Chang'an didn't obviously refuse, so there was a chance. However, Ji Mingyue was incomparably lost. At this time, the Duanmu Mansion master suddenly said, Your Majesty, the Chen family's 5th master, is a supremely renowned doctor, and I've heard that Mr. Chen has also received most of his legacy, so why don't we let Mr. Chen come and take a look at your illness? Upon hearing this, Ji Mingyue raised her head furiously and anxiously came to Chen Chang'an's body. Brother Chang'an, can you help my father see his condition? Chen Chang'an froze and thought for a moment. That's fine. With that, Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Wintian. State Lord, may I remove your top? Ha 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 ha. Yes. Ji Wintian surprisingly did not hesitate and directly took off his top, revealing his fine muscles, and at the location of his heart, there was a black handprint, and there was even a faint golden aura lingering on it. Chen Chang'an observed and his gaze narrowed instantly. This is a palm from the Saint Emperor realm. As the words fell, everyone in the arena was shocked. Chapter 28 Southeast Wind Alliance. Ji Wintian stared tightly at Chen Chang'an. Shocked. As expected of you, I think you've already obtained most of your family's 5th master's true passages, and with just one glance, you were able to discern the source of my injuries. Ji Mingyue beside her was overjoyed and pulled Chen Chang'an's arm nervously. Brother Chang'an, then can you save my father? Chen Chang'an shook his head slightly. My cultivation is still shallow and I cannot undo the injuries to the State Lord's heart chakra, because the State Lord had injured his heart chakra. In his heart chakra, he was being eaten to death by this sacred Emperor realm energy, suffering day and night. If you want to lift it, it will take a saint ruler to channel this energy out. What? A saint ruler is needed. Duanmu Mansion Master, Ji Mingyue both exclaimed in unison. Ji Wintian instead looked at Chen Chang'an in shock, like he was looking at a monster. Awesome. This is all seen by you. If you let your family's 5th master make a move, can he solve it? After Ji Wintian finished speaking, the other two also looked at Chen Chang'an with expectant faces. Chen Chang'an shook his head slightly. I don't know. If my family's 5th master is in the Saint Ruler realm, perhaps he can. Speaking of this, Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Wintian and laughed. State Lord, do you think it's possible? In this tiny eastern prefecture land, there is even a saint ruler? Ji Wintian shook his head in disappointment. Yes, if your family's 5th master could solve it, I'm afraid he wouldn't have come to help. I've gone to invite him so many times, but I can't even meet him. Lord Duanmu bemoaned. Brother Chang'an, no matter what, can you get your family's 5th master to help take a look? Ji Mingyue hugged Chen Chang'an's arm and asked with an expectant face. Yes, Chang'an, no matter what your Chen family wants, as long as I, royal, have it and can do it, I will definitely do it. Ji Wintian nodded heavily, his face full of sincerity. Chen Chang'an's heart stirred and said, I'll give it a try. If Master 5 can really cure the Emperor's old man, it's going to take a huge amount of resources. I'm afraid this will be a deal that doesn't lose money. Chen Chang'an thought in his mind, already having an idea. And right at this moment, outside the palace hall, A terrifying fluctuation came in, followed by a loud laugh that was so wild that it came in. Ha 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 ha. Dongxian Kingdom's royal son, Dong Lian Tian, has come here to ask for an audience with the Great Zhou Kingdom's lord. The words fell out. Said he was seeking an audience, but he broke in recklessly, accompanied by a wailing sound. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of energy struck, emanating the sound of collision. It must have been the guards outside the Great Hall who failed to stop them and were blown away, making a miserable noise. The faces of the people in the Great Hall changed drastically. Chen Chang'an touched his nose, secretly saying that this Great Zhou country, is it so weak to such an extent? Surprisingly, by the neighboring country's prince, give directly ignored? Directly into the palace? How dare you? How dare you be so rude? Lord Duanmu was furious. His body's spiritual energy erupted and he directly rushed out. Boom! Rumble! But soon, there was a spatial stirring, accompanied by a powerful boom, and the Duanmu mansion lord was blown back in. Stomp! His feet stepped into the ground and a booming sound rang out, causing the hard ground to instantly fragment. Ha! A tall, pale figure walked in with large strides, his gaze landing on Duanmu Zhang's body, his face full of teasing. Yo! So it's brother Duanmu, TSK, you're the head of the Great Zhou Academy, and you're such a weak-kneed shrimp? I didn't put in 2 efforts either. You! Looking at the person who came in, a fierce color emerged in the eyes of the Duanmu mansion lord, but he clenched his fists tightly and stopped striking. The person in front of him was the protector elder of the Dongxian kingdom, He Wucheng, and an old rival from his youth. Earlier on, he had actually been defeated by 3 moves. It made him turn inside out. As He Wucheng walked in, after he sidestepped, another youth with a folding fan and a graceful demeanor walked in. This youth was none other than the 9th prince of the Dongxian kingdom, Dong Lian Tian. Next to him was another youth with a face full of contempt. Da-did-day-day-day. Noisy footsteps sounded as a team of palace guards hurriedly ran in, but to Chen Chang'an's surprise, this Ji Wentian, with a gloomy face, actually waved his hand, letting those guards go out. Seeing this, one of the guards exited the hall amidst a face full of confusion. Seeing such a scene, the corner of Chen Chang'an's mouth revealed a touch of contemptuous mockery. This emperor's old man, who was so recklessly intruded into the palace and didn't even dare to send out fire, was really cowardly to the extreme. No wonder he managed to send up his daughter after he killed his son. Thought he was going to pull some trick himself? In the land of the eastern state, there are 4 major countries. They were the East Xian Kingdom, the South Ming Kingdom, the Wind and Feather Kingdom, and the Great Zhou Kingdom. Ever since Ji Wentian had become the country's lord, the Great Zhou Kingdom had gradually declined. In these 30 years, every 3 years, among the 4 countries' Heaven's Pride competition, the 10 times the competition was held, all of them were ranked at the bottom. The great competition of the heavenly pride of the 4 nations was for the purpose of fighting to enter a secret realm for cultivation, and the rankings determined the number of heavenly pride from each nation that would enter the secret realm for cultivation. Due to the fact that the Great Zhou Kingdom came in last every time, it caused the younger generation of the Great Zhou Kingdom to gradually fall behind the remaining 3 countries, so it made the remaining 3 countries look down on them. Moreover, the Grand Lord of Great Zhou was assassinated, and he couldn't find out which person did it. How sad! Now that an imperial son of the Dongxian Kingdom had dared to directly intrude into the imperial palace of the Great Zhou Kingdom, this was disregarding the might of the Great Zhou Kingdom to such a serious extent. Dong Lian Tian, in the face of a neighboring country's lord, are you so devoid of etiquette? Ji Wentian asked with a gloomy face, but dared to be angry. In the face of Ji Wentian's gloomy gaze, Dong Lian Tian was walking idly without a trace of the awe of facing a country lord on his face. He smiled and said, Lord Ji, my nephew is not helping you to try to see if the guards of this Great Zhou Kingdom's palace are qualified. Who knew that they would be so useless as to let me break in at once? It seems like Lord Ji still needs to strengthen the security more. Ji Wentian, as well as the 2 Duanmu mansion masters, had extremely ugly faces. This is to call the people of their palace. All of them are trash. Ji Wentian clenched his fists tightly and said in a deep voice, Humph, Dong Lian Tian, what is it that you're here for? Just say it. Ha! Dong Lian Tian smiled and sidestepped his head, making a place for the youth, who was displayed in front of Ji Wentian. Great Zhou Kingdom Lord, do you know who this is? Humph, I don't care who he is. Ji Wentian snorted coldly, his face turning blue. Dong Lian Tian played with the flavor. Oh, then since that's the case, if the Great Zhou Kingdom is destroyed and you, Lord Ji, become the king of the fallen country, don't blame my nephew for not reminding you. What? The words Great Zhou Kingdom was destroyed caused Ji Wentian, Duanmu Mansion Master, and Ji Mingyue to turn pale. What do you mean by that? Ji Wentian stared at Dong Liantian, and this time, his voice went cold. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the young man laughed. I am the Southeast Wind Alliance, the son of Alliance Master Zhao Tianwei. Zhao Zihan. What? You're Zhao Tianwei's son? Ji Wentian's gaze contracted. Exactly. Zhao Zihan's face was proud. The Southeast Wind Alliance was an alliance force formed by the first-rate sects within the three countries of the Dongxian Kingdom, the Nanming Kingdom, and the Wind Feather Kingdom. Simply put, behind this alliance are those three major countries. As for Zhao Tianwei, it was rumored that had entered the Holy Land and become an elder of the Taizang sword sect with a lofty status. Humph. Zhao Zihan, I don't care about your alliance. Ji Wentian whisked his sleeve in anger, his gaze falling on Dong Liantian. Dong Liantian, what did you mean by your earlier words? Could it be that you, the Dongxian Kingdom, are going to unite with the rest of the two kingdoms and try to destroy my Great Zhou? Ha! Dong Liantian smiled and said, to start a war, that will cause the people to suffer. My nephew is not such an outlaw. Saying that, his gaze narrowed. Only well, our three great countries believe that you, Great Zhou, do not deserve to be one of the four great countries of the eastern state. So why don't you just let your Ji royal family quit the dynasty and let the Southeast Wind Alliance on, and form a new Southeast Wind Alliance country? His words caused everyone in the arena to be instantly stunned. That meant that Ji Wentian should hand over the Great Zhou Kingdom, and then change it to the Southeast Wind Alliance Kingdom. This is how outrageous it is. Instantly, Ji Wentian only felt a cold air that ran straight to the sky. Chapter 29, Who the hell is a jumper? What if I don't allow it? Ji Wentian stared at Dong Liantian and spoke coldly. Oh, not allowed? Dong Liantian spoke disdainfully. This is to give your Ji royal family a chance to live. Don't be ungrateful. At this time, Zhao Zihan tilted his head, looked at Ji Wentian with pity in his eyes, and said disdainfully, TSK, 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 the once imperial clan of the Ji surname, how powerful and mighty it was, has gradually declined since you took the throne. It's a pity. Today's Great Zhou Kingdom only has a bunch of green and yellow waste left. If we were to go to war, my Southeast Wind Alliance would be able to slaughter Chang'an City in 3 days. What's more, aside from my father being an elder of the Holy Land, Taizang sword sect, my uncle, Zhao Tianli, has also become an elder of the Holy Land, Qingxian sacred sect. So yeah, you, Big Zhou, what are you going to fight us with? Could it be just by those wasteful tutors inside the Great Zhou Academy? Could it be that you're just a waste of a country lord who's about to die of a disease? Zhao Zihan said, becoming even more recklessly flamboyant. His mind was overwhelmed with smugness, because soon, he's going to be a prince. Hearing that the Southeast Wind Alliance was going to destroy the Great Zhou Kingdom and that there were sacred land elders backing them up caused Ji Mingyue's face to change drastically. In her panic, she subconsciously hugged Chen Chang'an's arm, distorting that massive towering softness and squeezing it tightly. Chen Chang'an glanced at her and drew it out without a trace, holding his arms and teasingly watching the show. In the center of the field, Ji Wentian's face was miserable as he deadened the agitated breath in his heart chakra, trying his best to maintain the majesty of a country's lord. But it's still a breath away. You coveted the kingdom of my Great Zhou, Ji Wentian said, his face instantly turning as white as paper, his body swaying and nearly falling. Father! Ji Mingyue was shocked and rushed forward to support her. Ji Wentian, this prince advises you to make good plans, lest you end up with a clan full of people exterminated. Dong Liantian snorted. What else are you going to say? Ji Wentian barely straightened up, but the severe pain coming from his heart caused his face to twist extremely. This time, you, Great Zhou Kingdom, don't need to participate in the four-country heavens pride competition. After all, every time you've been ranked at the bottom of the list, and now that you're so weak, you're no longer fit to be a one-country power in the Eastern Prefecture. Dong Liantian snorted and said, the four countries heavens pride competition, and then entering the Eastern State's secret realm of Aura. Such a valuable cultivation resource is of course for those who can do it. Giving it to these losers from your Great Zhou Kingdom is simply a waste. So this time, the fourth major power will be entered by the Southeast Wind Alliance. You fart. The Duanmu Mansion Lord was furious. It has always been us, the four great Eastern States, that have entered the Eastern State's secret realm. What does he, the Southeast Wind Alliance, have the right to do? Oh, on what grounds? At that moment, Zhao Zihan laughed coldly. By strength. With that, he looked at Ji Wentian's father and daughter with disdain and laughed coldly. Ji Wentian. It's better to find a way back for your Ji family, early on. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Dong Lian Tian laughed out loud and opened his mouth. This imperial prince does have a clear path. With that, he looked at Ji Mingyue. Princess Mingyue, why don't you marry Zhao Zihan and become his concubine? That way you might be able to save your Ji family. What? Let Ji Mingyue marry Zhao Zihan? And still just become Zhao Zihan's concubine? You, don't bully people too much. How could Ji Wentian bear to make his precious daughter the concubine of the thief in front of him? Such an insult caused his entire body to tremble, his forehead veins bulging to the point of wanting to explode. Ji Wentian, don't be unconvinced. Dong Lian Tian snorted. This brother Zhao is at least a supreme pride of the younger generation. At such a young age, he's already at the 10th level of the heavenly martial realm. That's right, Ji Mingyue. It would be your honor to become my concubine, Zhao Zihan said, his gaze covered in lustful colors. I'm an invincible existence in the same realm of the heavenly martial realm. Saying that, he looked towards Ji Wentian, who was so furious that his whole body was trembling and didn't dare to have a fit, and laughed shamefully. Ji Wentian, don't you think it's true that it's obvious that your daughter is not worthy of this young man? Put. At that exact moment, a snort that seemed to be uncontrollable sounded out of place, causing Chen Chagan, who originally had little presence, to be instantly looked at in surprise by Dong Lian Tian, Zhao Zihan, and He Wucheng, who had been silent. What are you laughing at? Zhao Zihan looked at Chen Chang'an and narrowed his eyes. Didn't laugh at anything, Chen Chang'an said indifferently. Then yawned. It's so boring. Chen Chang'an's outburst caused Ji Mingyue to be startled. She came to his body like lightning and whispered, Brother Chang'an, hurry back first, they are not good people. With that, she stopped in front of Chen Chang'an. He's nothing more than my guard. I'll let him go now. Although Chen Chang'an was very strong, the gray-haired old man on the other side was very powerful. Even the Duanmu Mansion master was not an opponent. Ji Mingyue did not want Chen Chang'an to suffer. Guards? The corner of Dong Lian Chang's mouth lifted. So good looking. Could it be Princess Mingyue's male favorites? TSK. The old man takes back his earlier words. Zhao Zihan teasingly opened his mouth. The seemingly pure and lovely Princess Mingyue. Secretly she's actually the goods that's being played rotten. It's really uninteresting. Your bull asterisk ting me. Being insulted in such a manner. Ji Mingyue's face instantly flushed red, but she turned around and said to Chen Chang'an again, Brother Chang'an, hurry up and go. Oh, want to go? Dong Lian Tian walked up to Chen Chang'an's body and sneered. Tell me first, what were you laughing at earlier? Chen Chang'an's face was calm. I merely thought of something happy. A dangerous light flashed in Dong Lian Tian's eyes. Ha, is that so? Say it, so that Brother Zhao and I, too, will be happy. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. Since the other party was so uneducated and wanted to be slapped in the face, then he himself would not be polite, letting out an undisguised snort. Lousy laughs at you two dirtbags. Disgraceful contraptions. What heavenly martial realm invincibility? What makes a country's princess his concubine? TSK. What a toad yawning. What a big mouth. I don't know that they are just two jumping clowns. Frogs at the bottom of the well who don't know the sky and the earth. Chen Chang'an's words fell, and the scene was instantly silent. He sensed that the two of them, Dong Lian Tian and Zhao Zihan, were gradually becoming ragged in their breathing. Chen Chang'an continued, how about laughing at you two ungrateful trashy things? Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an, who opened the spray in shock and froze for a moment. Then her face turned pale and covered with worry. The two of them, Duanmu Mansion Master and Ji Wentian, glanced at each other and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having Chen Chang'an intervene made them inexplicably feel a bit more at ease. However, the two of them, Dong Lian Tian and Zhao Zihan, completely froze, and then their faces were covered in teasing. After all, in their opinion, Chen Chang'an was more like a clown by more points. Ha. Good. Very good. You're very courageous. Dong Lian Tian swept his gaze up and down on Chen Chang'an. I didn't realize that there was such a talent in the Great Zhou Kingdom that was so bold. TSK. It really made my trip worthwhile. With that, he looked at Ji Wentian. Ji Wentian, this daughter of yours? Finding this male pet really has guts. Ji Wentian looked at Chen Chang'an and took a deep breath. Chapter 30, A Kick to the Death. Ji Wentian looked at Chen Chang'an and sighed. He is the person I will be giving Princess Mingyue in marriage to, the young master of the Chen family. Chen Chang'an. Father. Ji Mingyue looked at Ji Wentian in surprise. She didn't know why her father was singling out Chun Chanan's identity. Yo, so you're the young master of the Great Zhou country's #1 family, the Chen family. No wonder you're so arrogant. Dong Lian Tian teasingly opened his mouth. That's right, but I heard that he killed the second prince, TSK, so that's how it is, the #1 heavenly pride of the Great Zhou kingdom. I'm so scared yo. Zhao Zihan opened his mouth with a face full of teasing, and then turned to a face full of disdain. Even though you were able to defeat that punk Ji Sanhai, then you think, you have the guts, to dare to go wild in front of this young man? Dong Lian Tian said with the same disdain. Yes, a small frontier country in the district, defeating a punk from the same country and then really taking themselves seriously. How ridiculous. Chen Chanan looked at the two such arrogant people. He held his arms and said carelessly, so what? You two jumping clowns, what can you do to me? Upon hearing this, Dong Lian Tian and Zhao Zihan both emitted a cold light in their eyes and spoke at the same time. You want to seek death? I can fulfill you. Don't think that you're the only one who can fight across the ranks. Our great clan's strength is something you wouldn't expect to be powerful. Pinching you to death is like stepping on an ant. He Wuching on the other side also narrowed his gaze, sizing up Chen Chagan carefully. After realizing that there was nothing powerful fluctuating in his aura, he also revealed a scornful death-seeking look, and even then, he directly closed his eyes. What two trashy losers, only showing off their mouths. This young man is right here. I'll see how you can get me killed. Chen Chang'an said indifferently. It was none of his business, but they had to seek death, and he didn't mind giving them some color. What's more, Princess Mingyue was nice to herself, and she couldn't just stand by and watch her being humiliated. Ji Mingyue instantly grabbed Chen Chang'an's sleeve. Brother Chang'an. Ha! Zhao Zihan's eyes erupted with hostility and his smile gradually distorted as he twisted his neck and said sorrowfully, since you want to seek death, then this young man will fulfill you. After saying that, he violently rushed out, his palm turning into a claw, directly grabbing fiercely towards Chen Chang'an's neck. Ah! Seeing Zhao Zihan, who suddenly struck out with an appalling aura, Ji Mingyue cried out in fear. However, in the next instant, Chen Chang'an's foot, which was extremely fast, kicked out viciously. Bang! The powerful, heavy, indestructible kick instantly landed on Zhao Zihan's chest, sending him flying hard. Boom! Zhao Zihan seemed to have transformed into a human-sized cannonball and ruthlessly smashed inside the walls of the Great Hall. Ji Mingyue's exclamation of surprise stopped and her small mouth opened wide. Dong Lian Tian's mockery also choked violently. Even He Wucheng's pupils suddenly contracted into pinholes. Duanmu Mansion Master and Ji Wentian expected Chen Chang'an to make a move, but they didn't expect that Chen Chang'an would be so strong that he would kick the person away. Both of their jaws almost crashed to the floor. Everyone landed their horrified gazes on the breezy, even handsome young man with a white shirt that didn't even have dust on it for a long time, unable to return to their senses. Bang bang! Zhao Zihan drilled out of the hole in the humanoid wall, his bloodied face filled with a grimace. His gaze was deadlocked on Chen Chang'an's body, hissing grimly, you! Whoosh! Chen Chang'an suddenly rushed out, his figure rapidly expanding in Zhao Zihan's pupils, and then it was to see a large footplate raised high in the air, expanding rapidly in his pupils, and then smashing down hard. Bang bang! Chen Chang'an stomped down hard on his head, causing his head to blast against the wall and embed itself directly. In the burst of debris, his entire body was upside down, his head embedded in the wall, and his two limp legs, swaying helplessly above him. This is the heavenly martial realm being invincible in the same realm? Chen Chang'an let out an extremely mocking voice from his mouth. Looking at the two wobbly thighs, his eyes fell back to the bulge in the middle of his thighs, and violently he raised his footplate high again and slammed it down hard. Ka-ching! What seemed to be the sound of a broken egg rang out. Ow! Zhao Zihan, whose head was embedded in the wall, let out a mournful whimpering wail. The whole body was trembling rapidly, red and white, running all over the crotch of his pants. TSK, TSK, what a laugh! What trashy thing, with such a throwaway little caterpillar. You're also worthy of coveting my great Zhou kingdom's Princess Mingyue? Dog-like thing, you deserve it too, Chen Chang'an said with extreme mockery, turning back his head, his gaze landing on Dong Lian Tian, who was filled with shock. Come on, waste number 2, it's your turn. Dong Lian Tian finally reacted. Elder He, help! He even screamed a few times, but he suddenly realized that He Wucheng was actually standing in place, his eyes glaring round, with a horrified gaze quivering inside him, not moving a muscle. His forehead, in a fine cold sweat, could not even open his mouth to speak. Dong Liantian didn't notice He Wucheng's strange behavior as he walked towards Chen Chang'an vigilantly. Chen Chang'an, how dare you make a move against us? Snap! Just as the words fell, Chen Chang'an had already arrived in front of him and slapped his palm on his face, instantly sending him spinning and flying, and again smashing him hard against the wall. Bang! Immediately after that, his head slowly slid downwards towards the ground, ruthlessly hitting the ground in an extremely odd position. Ah! Dong Liantian let out a hoarse sound of pain as he slowly climbed to his feet, staggering to his feet at a pace. His face was broken. Blood flowed like a column. He ruthlessly touched his face and looked at Chen Chang'an with a fierce gaze, his heart boiling with endless humiliation and anger, almost burning up every cell of his body. He was the imperial prince of the Eastern Xin Kingdom, and he had been slapped away. And the other party was nothing more than the young lord of a tiny family. Such a great insult is unprecedented. Even if the other party died 10,000 deaths, it would still be hard to get rid of the hatred. Aha! You dog trash! You lowly! I'm going to cut you alive! Dong Liantian let out a low roar like that of an evil spirit, his face extremely hideous. Ha! Just you? Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed slightly. A despicable fool. Even if he is the second prince of the Great Zhou Kingdom, he is still better than you. At least he can still have a few moves with this young man, whereas you two, trashy losers who can only show off your mouths. One was killed by 2 kicks from this young man. As for the rest of you, it's just another slap in the face. Facing such a contemptuous gaze from Chen Chang'an, as well as the insulting words, caused Dong Liantian to be completely detonated inside. His feet lashed out and a long spear appeared in his hand, stabbing fiercely towards Chen Chang'an. Wherever the gunnels passed, spiritual energy erupted with a shocking aura. The tiger's whistling gun, Ji Wentian exclaimed. This is a king-rank weapon, a treasure of the Dongxian Kingdom's royal family, and it's actually on Dong Liantian's body. Dong Liantian had an additional long spear in his hand. His aura was extremely appalling, and his cultivation aura, surprisingly, had also reached the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm, stronger than Ji Tsunhai. But alas, Chen Chang'an was able to abuse Ji Tsunhai, and with his cultivation advancing a small realm, he was equally able to abuse Dong Liantian, overlord bloodline. In an instant, Chen Chang'an's hands became covered in golden light, and he just directly grabbed towards the long spear that was stabbing over. Chapter 31 Who gives account to whom? Humph. Looking for death. Dong Liantian snorted coldly, and the tiger whistling gun in his hand once again erupted with a king-level aura, like a fierce tiger pouncing on Chen Chang'an. Clang! It seemed that the lance was firmly grabbed by an adamantine iron claw, making it impossible for him to break free. What? Seeing that Chen Chang'an had actually grabbed the tip of his spear with his bare hands caused Dong Liantian's heart to suddenly tighten. However, right at this moment, Chen Chang'an's hands that were grasping the lance instantly slid forward like a snake, followed by a punch toward Dong Liantian's arm that was clenched in a fist, and slammed it fiercely. Boom! A roar rang out, accompanied by Dong Liantian's miserable scream, as his right hand was directly shattered by Chen Chang'an. In the midst of the blood and flesh flying, the lance in his hand had already reached Chen Chang'an's hand. Chen Chang'an then slammed his gun viciously across Dong Liantian's face. Bang! Dong Liantian once again howled miserably as his entire body was sent flying backwards. Whoosh! Immediately following, Chen Chang'an hurled his spear, and with a poof, it directly penetrated his chest, the tip of the spear piercing through his back and directly stabbing into the ground, pinning Dong Liantian to the ground. Cough cough cough. Dong Liantian was hanging on the tiger's whistling gun. His entire face was rapidly wilting, coughing up blood continuously, and his eyes were already devoid of the previous cockiness and arrogance, but instead were covered in extreme panic. Che, 2 disgraceful, smelly pieces of. Chen Chang'an bent his eyebrows and sneered. Just 2 such goods have the face to come to my great Zhou Kingdom to provoke? How dare you insult my Princess Mingyue? You guys are also worthy? Truly the wild dogs on the side of the road are far better than you. Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an dumbfounded, her heart touched fiercely, her gaze hazy, her lips slightly open. Brother Chang'an. Ji Wentian's pupils flashed brightly, and the Duanmu Mansion lord's body twitched continuously, his heart's blood surging. He Wucheng, who couldn't move a muscle in the distance, looked at Chen Chang'an with a gloomy face and spoke in a low voice. You, exactly, what kind of person are you? In his opinion, Chen Chang'an was simply not as simple as just a first-class family of the Great Zhou Kingdom. After all, there was a Jedi Master hidden here. That expert firmly locked onto him, making it impossible for him to make a move. What a horror! Were you deaf earlier? It's fine. This young man can tell you again. I am the Chen family, Chen Chang'an, of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Chang'an City. Chen Chang'an spoke indifferently, his gaze looking out of the corner of his eye. He Wucheng stared at Chen Chang'an dead in the face and realized that Chen Chang'an showed no signs of lying. His face became even more ironic. He clasped his fists and saluted in all directions. I wonder which senior is here and why they are obstructing old me. The treatment that the Great Zhou Kingdom can give, my Dongxin Kingdom can do the same. I still hope that senior can give my Dongxin Kingdom face and refrain from meddling in this matter. At those words, Ji Wentian and Duan Muzong were stunned. And then they realized that it must be the Taoist protector behind Chen Chang'an. Sure enough, thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other with a great determination in their hearts. Although Chen Chang'an knew that there was a protector of the Tao following him behind, he wasn't sure who it was. I wonder which master. After waiting a few moments, none of them responded. He Wucheng's face was incomparably ugly as he turned to Ji Wentian, thinking of pressuring him, so he coldly snorted. Humph, Great Zhou Lord, what do you mean by that? With that, he pointed at Chen Chang'an and said with a murderous intent, he killed the son of Zhao Tianwei of the Southeast Wind Alliance, and he killed the royal son of my Dongxin Kingdom. Aren't you going to give an explanation to old me? If you have the sense to do so, you will capture the murderer and deliver him to my country in person. Obtain forgiveness from our country's lord, or else our million-strong army will come to seek justice for their royal son. As the words fell, Ji Wentian's expression changed drastically, not knowing what to do for a moment. At that moment, Duan Muzong came next to him and whispered a few words. Ji Wentian's gaze dodged, then turned firm as he clenched his teeth fiercely. He looked sideways at the calm Chen Chang'an and suddenly said, Humph, the person who killed you is my emperor's son-in-law. All of his actions come from my authorization. Want me to tie up my own sidekick? Sorry, I can't do that. At those words, He Wucheng's gaze was grim. State Lord Ji, could it be that you really want to go to war with my Dongxin Kingdom? This, Ji Wentian's neck shrank as he turned his gaze for help to Chen Chang'an. Nowadays, the only plan was to listen to Duan Muzong and bind the Chen family with full force. This may be the only way out for his Great Zhou Kingdom. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an skimmed his mouth and looked at He Wucheng, saying disdainfully, You old thing, what explanation do you need this young man to give you? Earlier, the two of them were outlaws, disrespecting the lord of my Great Zhou Kingdom. They even humiliated Princess Manhwa of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and they both deserve to die. Humph, and you want us to give a statement? That's hilarious. With his hands behind his back, Chen Chang'an blandly walked up to He Wucheng, looking down from above and said, And send 1,000,000 troops to seek justice? You can try as much as you like. My country has been established for 1,000 years. How can I be afraid of you? You say that we are weak as a nation. Then how do you know that our 1,000-year-old nation has no unknown heritage? Chen Chang'an's words were resounding and deafening. It made Ji Wentian almost think that his Ji surname royal family possessed a strong heritage, and he couldn't help but raise his head and chest. You. He Wucheng's eyes shook as he saw unrivaled arrogance in Chen Chang'an's eyes, the demeanor that only belonged to a great nation of all times. How is that possible? The royal family of the Great Zhou Kingdom was clearly defeated. Where does he have any substance left? Then where does this kid in front of me come from? You what you? Chen Chang'an snorted and pointed at Zhao Zihan, Dong Lian Tian's two corpses and said coldly, Take your two bedbugs and get the hell out of here. And have your country's lord give my Great Zhou Kingdom an explanation. Or else we won't be polite at the four-country heavens pride competition. Kid, don't be so wild. You're nothing but a fox and a tiger. He Wucheng coldly looked at Chen Chang'an, his chest rising and falling violently. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered. Are each and every one of you Dongxin Kingdom stupid? You! He Wucheng was furious, but he held his tongue and didn't dare to strike at Chen Chang'an. After all, in the shadows, there was a mysterious and powerful presence. Ah, that's right. And how does a fool know he's a fool? Chen Chang'an snorted and opened his mouth. Whether it's some bull Southeast Wind Alliance or you, Dongxin Kingdom, are you so stupid as to think that you can eat the great country that we, Great Zhou, have accumulated over the millennia, generation after generation? What a head case of stupidity and ignorance. Ji Wentian's eyes wandered, and if he didn't know everything about the Great Kingdom, he would have almost believed it. However, he was pretending to be hardened, raised his head, and said proudly, My son-in-law is right. Humph, your district is just a jumping clown, a frog in the bottom of the well. He took one son-in-law and one son-in-law, calling Ji Mingyue shyly. He Wucheng's eyes were cloudy. The Chen Chang'an in his line of sight was at the heavenly martial realm, and indeed had an extraordinary aura. Looking at himself, a half-emperor realm was like looking at an ant, and with a hint of pity. Could it be that himself, and everyone behind him, underestimate the Great Zhou Kingdom? By the way, there is that mysterious person in the dark. The actual Qi-lock alone makes one dare not move. Could it be Saint Emperor Realm? He winced violently at the thought. Not good. The Great Zhou Kingdom is too insidious. Gritting his teeth, he still put down his harsh words. Great Zhou Lord, I've remembered this matter. I'll truthfully inform my country's lord. Let's see if you can withstand my country's lord's anger. After saying that, he walked forward and left with the two cold corpses. Came in with a vengeance. Left in a state of disarray. Chen Chang'an didn't stop it. I apologize for not seeing you off. Only Ji Wentian, who was full of smiles, spoke up. Humph. He Wuching snorted coldly and quickly leapt out of the palace. Chapter 32, Kill me, do you dare? Seeing this, both Ji Wentian and Duan Muzhang breathed a sigh of relief. But then Ji Wentian's face was worried again. After all, if the other three countries really wanted to send their troops to invade, then they really didn't have a clue. Unless the Chen clan really had a strong hidden underbelly like Duan Muzhang said. Ji Wentian thought, and then glanced at Chen Chang'an, whose face remained calm, with a complex expression. Brother Chang'an, are you okay? Ji Mingyue moved forward and hugged Chen Chang'an's arm, asking with a worried face. Previously, Chen Chang'an's outburst and his words of protecting her had caused her heart and mind to tremble. There were so many ripples in the slightly swaying eyes at the moment. The two people beside them, Ji Wentian and Duan Muzhang, instantly smiled like chrysanthemums on their faces when they saw this. I'm fine. No need for the princess to worry. Chen Chang'an smiled. That's good. Ji Mingyue arched her agaric nose, revealing a smile, as well as two small dimples on her cheeks. Ha ha, that. Ahem. Mingyue you accompany your brother Chang'an for a walk around the palace. I'll leave you two alone. Ji Wentian received a sign from Duan Muzhang and spoke with a smile on his face before quickly leaving. Only Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue were left in the main hall, as well as the strong smell of blood. Just then, the footsteps outside were noisy and hurried. Ji Tsangshan led a large group of guards to come anxiously. Father, royal sister, how are you doing? Voice tinged with trepidation and anxiety. Ji Tsangshan he swept a glance at the great hall and realized that his father was not present. The only ones there were Ji Mingyue and Chen Chang'an. Ji Mingyue hastily loosened her arms around Chen Chang'an, slightly lowered her head, and when she lifted it again, she regained her composure and looked at the visitor. Imperial brother, why did you just come? Royal sisters, are you alright? Where's father? I'm sorry, I'm late. Ji Tsangshan came to Ji Mingyue's body, his face full of panic and worry. It's all right already, they're all gone. Father, he and Lord Duanmu left, Ji Mingyue said, and there didn't seem to be a trace of dependence or relief in her eyes. It seemed to be displeased with the crown prince in front of him. It was obvious that someone had entered the palace and bullied father, but he had only just come, obviously, coming late on purpose. She didn't expect that her crown prince royal brother would be such a wimp. Ji Tsangshan froze. A trace of disappointment clearly flashed across his face. He still wanted to show off a little bit at his father, but he didn't expect to pounce. At that moment, one of the guards whispered something beside Ji Tsangshan's ear, causing him to jerk his head up to look at Chen Chang'an. His pupils shifted and turned shadowy. Unexpectedly, that he would be outshone by Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an looked at him, a faint cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. This guy in front of him, earlier when Dong Liantian and the others were around, didn't dare to come, hiding as a shrunken head turtle. Now that they're gone, they suddenly pop up to offer. Looks like a wimp too. Chen Chang'an. Suddenly, Ji Tsangshan turned to Chen Chang'an and said in a cold voice, you actually killed Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan? You have too much guts, don't you? Do you know who they are? Do you know how much of a disaster you will bring to our great Zhou kingdom with what you did today? Imperial brother, he helped us. Ji Mingyue spoke anxiously, her tone quite dissatisfied. No, you don't know. Imperial sister, he was trying to harm our great Zhou kingdom. Ji Tsangshan hurriedly said, father and you have been deceived by him. If he really wanted to help us, he wouldn't have killed your second royal brother. Now that he's offended the Dongxian kingdom, as well as the Southeast Wind Alliance, he's trying to bring down our great Zhou kingdom. Ji Tsangshan said. A wise light seemed to flash in his eyes, and with a face full of righteousness, he said, no, we have to go and quell the anger of the Dongxian kingdom, or else a war will start, and that will be the result of the destruction of life and death. Snap, pop, pop. Hearing his words, Chen Chang'an gently clapped his hands and snorted. Yo, truly worthy of being our great Zhou Kingdom's crown prince. Earlier, the other party had come on strong, all but bullying his own father's head, and he himself was hiding like a shrunken head turtle. Now instead, they're jumping out to take on one of their own? And to continue to curry favor with the enemy who bullies you? Sheesh, His Highness the Prince's style, being so deceitful and soft, it's really an eye-opening experience for this young man. Chen Shannan's unfeeling words directly caused Ji Tsangshan's face to gloom. You! He pointed at Chen Shannan and was about to snap, when he suddenly remembered the ferocity of the man in front of him, and he could not be sure that he would dare to take action against himself as well. Thinking of this, he resentfully lowered his arrogant hand and held back his words. The crown prince was insulted. Ji Mingyue did not say anything, but instead felt that Chen Shannan had a point. She glared at him with a puff of anger. Imperial brother, how could you do this? Brother Chang'an has helped us out. Ji Tsangshan coldly said. You don't know. Imperial sister, that Dong Lian Tian and Zhao Zihan are nothing, but they're back, is what is truly terrifying. Chen Shannan's move is bringing heavenly misfortune to our great Zhou. Ha! At this time, Chen Shannan let out an undisguised contemptuous sneer. Those two are indeed nothing. Earlier when they came in they were so arrogant and rude. I now finally understand why that was. It turned out to be His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Great Zhou Kingdom, who turned out to be a weakling without a spine. No wonder they dared to bully their way to the door and still hid from it, and now they have to go and curry favor with someone else. Chen Shannan's words undoubtedly pierced Ji Tsangshan's weak heart. As the Crown Prince, coupled with being insulted by Chen Chang'an again and again, his anger rubbed off on him and he shouted angrily. Chen Chang'an, you're not from the royal family. What do you know? You don't know anything. Who are you to tell me what to do? Do you know that this is a matter of life and death for hundreds of millions of living beings in my great Zhou Kingdom? You're cool. You're high. But what's next? We're the ones who suffer. Ji Tsangshan's face flushed red, and he really looked like he was working for the greater good of the country. Chen Shannan's face was full of contempt, with a faintly despicable smile. Ji Tsangshan, do you know that the other party has used words like a large army and destroying the great Zhou Kingdom to terrorize us? Do you still want to go on your knees? Your knees are still really soft. If my expectations are correct, the great Zhou Kingdom should have old ancestors in seclusion who are also at the half-step Saint Emperor realm, right? In this eastern prefecture land. On the bright side, the half-step Saint Emperor realm was already the absolute top. If they dare to come, and the entirety of our great Zhou's reserves are deployed, then both sides will absolutely suffer the consequences of fish death. So for them, the best way is to take down our great Zhou without bloodshed. Chen Chang'an said this, staring at Ji Tsangshan and sneering. Cowardly crown prince. For your great Zhou royal family, the best way to respond is to bluff and be strong. The stronger you are, the more the Dongxian Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance, the more they will be scrupulous, suspicious, and even want to understand and figure out our cards before they dare to wage war against us. After all, the development of the great Zhou Kingdom over the past 1,000 years, when used properly, is also very bluffing. What's more, there were countless other great families and clans in the country. These are also a very powerful force if you can utilize them. Ji Tsangshan froze as he opened his mouth, but he realized with a jolt that what Chen Chang'an had said actually made so much sense. However, Ji Mingyue next to her was completely listening. She looked at Chen Chang'an with both eyes glowing with surprise. At this moment, Chen Chang'an gently patted Ji Tsangshan's cheek and snorted. You're not even as good as Ji Tsanghai. If I hadn't killed him, how would you still be able to sit on your throne as the crown prince? With his cheek slapped, Ji Tsangshan only then reacted in shock, instantly taking 2 steps back, his whole body shaking with anger. He was at least the crown prince of a country, but to be ignored like this? How dare you? Do you really think that this palace doesn't dare to kill you? Ha! Chen Chang'an laughed contemptuously and coldly once again, stepping forward and reaching out to slap his face again. Kill me? You dare? Chapter 33 Eastern State Aura's Secret Realm. In the face of such a rude action from Chen Chang'an, Ji Tsangshan was actually so shocked that he took another 2 steps back, looking at Chen Chang'an with a red face, his chest heaving violently, and the guards next to him were simply dumbfounded. They did not expect Chen Chang'an to be so brutal. They had their eyes wandering, not daring to look at the two of them. Ji Tsangshan's chest was heaving and cracking. His face was full of shame and anger at the moment, but the scene of his royal brother's death at the hands of Chen Chang'an surfaced in his mind, causing him to really not dare to lash out at Chen Chang'an. Snap! Pop! Pop! Just then, another clap sounded. The two who had gone and returned, Ji Wentian and Duan Muzang, were back again. Father, Chen Chang'an he is too arrogant. You must punish him, he will bring disaster to our great Zhou kingdom. Seeing Ji Wentian's arrival, Ji Tsangshan immediately stepped forward and cried out, Pop! Ji Wentian fiercely slapped Ji Tsangshan's face, instantly blindsiding him. Father, it's my son's fault. Regardless, he immediately knelt down and admitted his mistake first. Humph! Ji Wentian snorted coldly at him and turned to Chen Chang'an, his face piling up with smiles again. Nephew Chang'an is right. You'd better go back and reflect properly. Ah! Ji Tsangshan was confused. He didn't expect his father emperor to side with Chen Chang'an. Father emperor? He also killed second brother. Ah, how can you speak for him? Shut up! Ji Wentian kicked him down again and said angrily, it's a life and death battle between them. What's more, Songhai murdered Chang'an. Forget it, this matter, no one is allowed to mention it in the future. Men, lock His Royal Highness the Crown Prince into the Eastern Palace for 3 months, forbidding him to go out, so that he can reflect on himself. When the words fell, all the guards froze, but soon, a man walked out and dragged the disbelieving Ji Tsangshan down. Had. Ah, nephew Chang'an, don't pay any attention to that rebellious son's words. Ji Wentian laughed at Chen Chang'an. With that, he looked at Ji Mingyue again. Mingyue, from now on, when you are free, follow me around and help me properly. But, father, I don't know how to do anything. What can I do to help you? Ji Mingyue didn't react for a moment. Instead, Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. When did this Ji Wentian have such vigor? Is this the tempo to abolish the crown prince? And get a queen out of it? He's trying to use Princess Mingyue to bind my Chen family. Chen Chang'an thought, his heart clear as a mirror. After coming out from the palace, Chen Chang'an was directly back to the Chen family again. The Chen family hall, Eastern State Aura Mystery Realm? The two of them, Chen Xiantong and Chen Chang'an, sat facing each other. Chen Xiantong held the teacup in his hand, gently sipped it, and slowly said, the Eastern State Secret Realm is the place where the spiritual energy of the entire Eastern State is the most dense, and it requires the Dongxian State, the Nanming State, the Wind and Feather State, and the Great Zhou State, and the 4 state master tokens of the 4 countries, to be inserted at the same time, in order to be able to open it. Initially, the imperial family of the Ji surname had one hand in the Eastern Prefecture, and who could enter the Eastern Prefecture's secret realm was determined by the imperial family of the Ji surname's word. Later on, the remaining 3 countries seemed to have their hands on the side of the Holy Land, and with the Holy Land's support, so that led to their gradual rise. And so, among the 4 great competitions, the Great Zhou Kingdom gradually ranked at the bottom of the list. Gradually, the number of Great Zhou Kingdom's celestial pride that entered the secret realm to cultivate became even fewer, and then the gap was closed by them in those 30 years, until their strength has completely overridden the Great Zhou Kingdom. So there's this Southeast Wind Alliance, trying to take the place of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an was silent, stroking his chin in thought. Chen Xiantong looked at him and laughed. That's why I suspect that you're fall into the burial demon abyss a year ago. Aside from the second prince, behind this, I'm afraid that there are still the rest of the 3 great powers, or that what's his name Southeastern Wind Alliance messing around. After all, with your talent, you will be a dark horse-like existence amongst this 4 nations competition. Chen Chang'an nodded deeply. There was a major Jedi in the Eastern State, and that was the burial demon abyss, where even the Holy Land, or the strongest people from the imperial continent, didn't dare to rush in. There was another blessed land, and that was the Eastern State Secret Realm. This secret realm was the core of the land of the Eastern Prefecture, and the spiritual chi inside was incomparably thick, incomparable to the rest of the 4 lands. It just so happened that this blessed land, which was right at the center of the intersection of the 4 countries, contained a boundary laid down by the ancestors of the countries. You need all 4 countries to take the Jingguo token at the same time to open it. Chang'an, do you have any plans? Chen Xiantong asked with a smile. Win the 4 nations competition and enter the secret realm for training. Chen Chang'an laughed. Chen Xiantong nodded slightly and turned to look at Chen Chang'an meaningfully. By the way, that ex-fiancée of yours, it seems that she has contacted the people of the Holy Land's Jun family, and I'm afraid that in the next couple of days, the people of the Jun family will arrive. At those words, Chen Chang'an was stunned. He instantly put on a trace of what seemed to be a pleasing smile on his face and said, Family master, can you carry it off? Chen Xiantong lowered his head again and took a sip of tea. Leisurely, without speaking, Chen Chang'an looked at him. his heart understanding. Then I am relieved. The Jun family could come as long as the family could carry it. Chen Chang'an then left the Great Hall and returned to his room to begin cultivating. He took out yet another spatial ring, which contained the gratitude fee paid by Ji Wentian to thank him for stepping in today. Chen Chang'an naturally would not be polite and accepted it beautifully. He poured these resources inside the burial god coffin and waited for the aura to infuse his body once more. After that, one could only rely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. And in the next few days, Chen Chang'an's reputation once again resounded with prestige. In particular, the rumor that Chen Chang'an had been given a marriage by the emperor and was about to become the emperor's son-in-law had surprisingly spread in the royal city. But surprisingly, Chen Chang'an's temporary refusal to be bestowed with a marriage had not been rumored. Chen Chang'an had killed the second prince, and instead of being suppressed by the royal family, he had been lavishly drawn in by the royal family, which made the Gu family a laughingstock as well. I'll go. This Chen Shao is awesome. He clearly offended the royal family, but he's still being curried favor with the royal family. That's right, taking someone's bloodline deserves to die. TSK, this Gu family's Gu Qingcheng is also really stupid, obviously a supreme demon, but she has lost it. Ha ha, that's right. I'm afraid Gu Qingcheng is crying in the outhouse at this moment. That's natural. They thought they had tied up the Holy Land's Jun family's thighs, but they didn't expect that. Ah, the Jun family's people haven't even come yet. It can't really be. Jun family is afraid, right? TSK. How is that possible? Or something got in the way. The entire King City was bustling with activity, and there was a lot of talk inside every restaurant, especially since more things had happened recently, making the Great Zhou Royal City incomparably lively. Southeast Wind Alliance, the Great Hall of Deliberation. When Yi Wucheng returned with the corpses of Dong Liantian and Zhao Zihan, everyone instantly burst into a rage. Elder He? Who actually killed the two of them? Southeast Wind Alliance Master Zhao Tianwei spoke angrily. Chapter 34, The Jun Family. Zhao Tianwei's face was extremely grim, with a regal cold light between his eyebrows. His voice was even like a flood bell, words exploding in everyone's heart. Yi Wucheng's face was unsightly as he hurriedly spoke. It's that Chen family. Chen Chang'an. What? The Chen family? It's that so-called Chang'an King City's first-class family. The Chen family? He's crazy, daring to kill the emperor of the Dongshan Kingdom. And he also killed my Southeast Wind Alliance, and killed my Zhao Tianwei's son. Zhao Tianwei's eyes snapped wide with disbelief. Ah, my lord, you must avenge our son. Destroy his Chen family and kill everyone in his Chen family. Next to her, a middle-aged woman hugged Zhao Zihan's corpse and cried her eyes out. Her words filled with hate. And that Chen Chang'an, he dared to kick my son's balls. Get him back and I'll crush his balls a little bit. The middle-aged woman spoke through gritted teeth. Everyone looked at the twisted Zhao Zihan's corpse, as well as the crotch where it was rotting beyond recognition, and instantly one by one, they felt that their crotch was chilled to the bone. Secretly, that little brat was really tough. That's right, this Chen family is crazy. At this moment, a eunuch-like man with a white face presented a horrifyingly grim expression. He dared to kill my Dongshan Kingdom's royal son, and the great Zhou Lord didn't even stop it. So they'll have to bear the wrath of my Dongshan Kingdom. Inside the Grand Hall, there were standing the top executives of the Dongshan Kingdom, the Nanming Kingdom, the Wind Feather Kingdom, and the Southeast Wind Alliance. They have gathered here to take the Great Zhou Kingdom in its place. Also at the same time was waiting for the three East Lian Tian to bring back good news. I didn't expect to come back, but it was their dead bodies. Everyone looked at each other with waves of emotions, especially the representatives of the two countries, Nanming Country and Wind Feather Country. One by one, they were glad that they didn't send anyone over to the Great Zhou Imperial Palace to pick a fight. At this time, Zhao Tianwei's eyes landed on Yi Wucheng's body icily. Elder He? Even though the Chen Chang'an has demonic qualifications and defeated the strong with the weak, decapitating my son and the emperor of Donglian heaven. But, when he said this, his eyes, like those of a falcon, stared at him dead on. Why didn't you step in to stop it? With your half-step sacred emperor realm cultivation, I'm afraid that no one can do anything to you except for those sleeping old ancestors of the Great Zhou Imperial family, right? Not to mention Emir Chen family. As the words fell, everyone looked at him with skepticism in their eyes. Even the middle-aged woman stared hard at him. Yi Wucheng revealed bitterness. Allied Lord, I would like to, but someone has locked my aura. I can't move, and if I force my hand, I'm afraid even I'll be killed. But I can't die. If I die, who can bring the message back? It's possible that their Great Zhou Kingdom's royal family is hiding a sacred emperor realm powerhouse. What? What? You're telling the truth? Zhao Tianwei's eyes snapped wide. How could there be a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse in Great Zhou? Allied Lord. If that were not the case, could I stand by and watch the young lord as well as the imperial prince die there? He Wuching said helplessly. Hiss. Everyone in the arena sucked in a breath of cold air. If the Great Zhou kingdom was really hiding a Saint Emperor, then it would be troublesome. A Saint Emperor realm powerhouse? On the battlefield? Was a destructive existence. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. We have to go back and report this matter to His Majesty. At this moment, the eunuch from the Dongxian kingdom spoke grimly. With that, he looked at He Wuching again. Elder He, do you know if that Saint Emperor realm powerhouse who can control your actions is from the Chun family or someone from the Great Zhou imperial family? I don't know. I tried to communicate with that mysterious powerhouse in the dark, but the other party doesn't give a damn about me. He Wuching said truthfully. He Wuching then went on to make that statement of Chen Chang'an's, saying that the Great Zhou imperial family had powerful underpinnings that they didn't know about. Now everyone was silent once again. Could it be that this Great Zhou kingdom was really a mistake in their previous estimation? Obviously has a strong background, but is deliberately showing weakness? After a short silence, Zhao Tianwei spoke again. Ever since the cowardly Ji Wentian came to power, in the past 30 years, the younger generation of their Great Zhou kingdom has failed. If they really do have a powerful underbelly, it may be nothing more than one or two old undead, used up and gone. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads, feeling that they had a point. That's right, just like the mysterious strong man that Elder He said. It must be some old undead from the Ji Imperial clan. If he could really do it at will, I'm sure Ji Wentian wouldn't be so cowardly. Yes, it was a critical situation, so it came out as a deterrent. The crowd speculated. All think it's someone from the Ji royal family. Humph. At this moment, the middle-aged woman holding Zhao Zihan's corpse snorted coldly. I don't care about the bull ****** Chen family. That Chen Chang'an killed my son. I'm going to make him accompany him to the funeral. Zhao Tianwei was about to say something, but looking at his wife who was so sad, he had to stop. After all, it was through his wife's connections that he was able to enter the Holy Land Taitsong sword sect, so he nodded his head and continued to look at the eunuch. Eunuch Gao. It seems that the matter of forcing the Great Zhou kingdom to automatically give up on entering the Eastern Prefecture's secret realm has failed. Our next step, then, is to fully prepare for the four-country Heaven's Pride competition in half a month. Good. I'll go back and report to the State Lord to know that the matter behind it. Still need the State Lord to take the idea. Eunuch Gao said and quickly left with Dong Lian Tian's corpse and He Wuching. So next, the Dongxian Kingdom, the Nanming Kingdom, the Wind Feather Kingdom, and the Southeast Wind Alliance were all making preparations to enter the Eastern State's secret realm. And there was another team that quietly set off towards Chang'an City. Their target was the Chen family, Gu family. Gu Qingshan's face was filled with bitterness as he sat on the main seat, and he was just furious as he looked at each and every one of the family elders in the arena who looked like they had died like their old dads. After the matter of Gu Qingcheng asking Chen Chang'an to withdraw from the marriage, his Gu family had become the laughingstock of Chang'an City. What an eye for gold and jade. What a love affair. What with the whole family being dog-eyed and all. Humph. When the people from the Jun family come over, I'll see how arrogant he, Chen Chang'an, can still be. At that time, even if he is Ji Wentian's son-in-law, he won't be able to help him. Gu Qingshan coldly grunted. The others, one by one, were filled with dismay as they glanced at Gu Qingcheng, who was sitting there with a cloudy face, and sighed heavily again. They all felt that if the Jun family was really helping Jun Wujian to avenge his death, why hadn't the people arrived after so long? Gu Qingcheng snorted coldly and raised her head like a proud white swan. Humph. There is no need for the elders to be like this. The Jun family's people will be arriving soon, and they even said that they would take me back to the Jun family. What? What? Miss, are you telling the truth? That's great. If Miss is really into the Holy Land's Jun family, then our Gu family will hopefully rise to prominence. Gu Qingcheng's words instantly caused the lost souls of the elders in the arena to spirit up one by one. Humph. Naturally true. Gu Qingcheng proudly said. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshan was also overjoyed. Qingcheng, you contacted the Jun family. Why didn't you say anything to Dad? I wanted to surprise Dad. Gu Qingcheng laughed. Miss. Right at this moment, an old man ran in from outside. He hurriedly came to Gu Qingcheng's body, his face full of excitement. Miss, the people of the Jun family have arrived. They have just entered the King's City. What? Gu Qingcheng rose up expansively. Oh, Tilting City, then let's go greet them. Gu Qingshan was similarly filled with excitement. That's right. Let's go meet them. Gu Qingqing's face was filled with excitement. Then her face quickly turned cold. Chen Chang'an, the Jun family has come once again. I'll see how you're going to die. This time. Chapter 35, The City of Perfect Color. Originally, she had no beef with Chen Chang'an. After all, she was once a person who had a marriage contract. Having come to this point, it had almost become a nightmare in her mind. She didn't want to admit she'd made the wrong choice. Therefore, the guilt towards Chen Chang'an had changed from unwillingness to present-day resentment. Everyone wanted to see her make a fool of herself, and she wanted to prove to everyone that her choice was not wrong, and that Chen Chang'an was the clown. So Gu Qingcheng and Gu Qingshan, with a few family elders, hurried out the door. On the other hand, Chen Chang'an's cultivation had fearfully entered the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm after this period of cultivation. Phew! Chen Chang'an gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before looking towards the door. Enter! The boy who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, hurriedly pushed the door in, and also brought in sumptuous food. Young lord, Princess Mingyue is here. She said that the state lord's condition has worsened and wants you and our 5th master to go into the palace to help take a look. She also brought numerous gifts. With that, he placed a spatial ring on the table. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. For resources, he was incredibly thirsty at the moment, because as long as there were resources, if he wanted to advance, it would be as simple as drinking water. Is 5th master willing to enter the palace? Chen Chang'an asked casually as he looked at the space ring on the desktop while eating. The 5th master has explained that you should go. Young master, this is the jade slip that the 5th master has given you. The boy said and gave Chen Chang'an another long white jade stone that could record words inside. Chen Chang'an nodded. Chen Da, is the princess still waiting outside in the main hall? Yes, young lord. Chen nodded. Alright, then I'll make a trip to the palace with her. Then I'll take the resources inside this spatial ring. As Chen Chang'an said that, he got up and walked towards the Chen clan's main hall. When he came to the main hall, he saw Ji Mingyue, who was dressed in a snowy smoke veil and was gorgeous. Only her pair of light slender eyebrows, while overflowing with spiritual charm, her eyes, which were as black as jewels, were tinged with a faint sadness. Princess Akatsuki. Chen Chang'an opened his mouth. Ah, brother Chang'an, you've come out of the gate. Ji Mingyue, who was in a daze, seemed startled. Seeing that it was Chen Chang'an, she was immediately overjoyed. Surging forward and pouncing with a fragrant breeze, turning to grief, he said, you might as well call me Mingyue. Chen Chang'an smiled faintly, not caring. That's fine. He looked at the stunningly beautiful Ji Mingyue, and in her mournful pretty face, she unexpectedly carried a soul-piercing and bone-deep splendor. If she were 2 years older, I'm afraid that she would definitely be a master who would make countless men lose their souls. But her softness at the moment also makes people want to pity her involuntarily. 100 years ago, how did I fall in love with Gu Qingcheng and ignore this jewel-like princess instead? Chen Chang'an touched his nose and thought breathlessly. Brother Chang'an, can you invite the 5th master of the Chen family to help my father see to his illness? Ji Mingyue said as she looked at Chen Chang'an with a face full of anticipation. Looking at the slightly swollen bags under her eyes, Chen Chang'an was even more speechless in his heart. Why can't you Ji Wendian come directly to my Chen family? Only this he did not say, but said faintly. The 5th master has given me a method that may be able to temporarily ease your father's pain, so I'll come back to the palace with you. Really? That's great. Ji Mingyue was overjoyed, and her smile instantly made the entire inside of the hall brighten up. Chen Chang'an also couldn't help but be in a good mood, so he and Ji Mingyue went out of the Chen mansion and walked towards the palace. King City Street. Brother Chang'an, why don't we take the car? Instead, we have to walk? Ji Mingyue asked curiously. I don't know. My second master said for us to walk and spend more time with you for a break. Chen Chang'an said breathlessly. Ji Mingyue's heart was delighted. She didn't expect that the Chen family elder would want to set her up with Chen Chang'an. Turning her head down. It's okay. Chen Chang'an glanced at her sideways and laughed. Aren't you anxious about your father's condition? My father said that if I can spend more time alone with you, there's no need to rush anything else. Towards the end, Ji Mingyue's voice was like a mosquito. Chen Chang'an was speechless. This emperor old man can Okay, don't keep your head down. Watch the road. Chen Chang'an broke her head up with one hand. Such an intimate move caused Ji Mingyue to be greatly embarrassed. And that Chen De, as well as Ji Mingyue's guards, one by one, followed far behind, one by one revealing a smile. Right at this moment, Chen Chang'an's entire body suddenly went cold, and a chill ran straight to the sky. It was as if he had been swept by a poisonous snake. causing his footsteps to suddenly stop in place. Then Ji Mingyue bumped into him with a yay sound. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but hug her, but his gaze was swept into the distance. "What's wrong, brother Chang'an?" Ji Mingyue, who was shrinking in Chen Chang'an's arms, froze and turned to ask with a face full of shyness. Chen Chang'an didn't reply to her. Instead, his gaze kept scanning the crowds coming and going. A person's breath had swept him earlier, but he was incredibly sensitive to catch it. The man's aura. It was strong. "It's okay." Chen Chang'an released the person in his arms, then said, "Let's go." Oh. Ji Mingyue followed Chen Chang'an's side with a face full of confusion, and the corners of her mouth could not help but spread a smile. "Who the hell is it?" Chen Chang'an was full of doubts. Just when he hadn't taken more than a few steps, a flashy figure appeared a dozen feet ahead of him. It was hard not to notice his breath and posture. It was a young man, handsome and extraordinary, with a brocade coat that even emitted a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy above, which seemed to be a treasure coat. As Chen Chang'an focused on this person, the powerful aura in the darkness also instantly locked onto Chen Chang'an's body, and the aura gradually coalesced. Chen Chang'an instantly realized that the owner of this terrifying aura, I'm afraid that he was the one who was secretly protecting that brocade-clothed man. He couldn't help but drum inside when he thought about it. If this guy was coming at him, then the strong man in the dark, the clan elder of his own clan, I wonder if he could get it right. Just as he was thinking, the brocade-clothed man in front of him was already gradually approaching himself, and looking at the scene, it seemed that he was about to brush his shoulders. Chen Chang'an couldn't help but secretly measure him. He was seen with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, his head held high, occasionally frowning slightly, showing his contempt and dislike for his surroundings. With this gesture, I'm afraid that the place where the visitor is located must be a treasure land with abundant spiritual qi, and after descending to this place, he can't help but exude his unrivaled nobility. It seems to be another noble son from some big family who came to a small border country to play. Chen Chang'an sneered in his heart, then withdrew his gaze and continued to walk forward. However, just as the two brushed past each other, the other party's originally condescending gaze snapped over. Chen Chang'an instantly felt bad. He remembered the stunning beauty of the woman beside him. That was definitely an existence that invited trouble. Sure enough, that brocade-clothed man's gaze was fixed there. The entire person seemed to have lost his soul. The only thing that was left was a pair of eyes that trembled violently as Ji Mingyue was walking around. With his origins, he had seen countless beautiful women in the city. The women he has slept with are even more like a river. He would have scoffed in the face of the small frontier country of Eastern State. Unexpectedly, he met a young girl here who so tugged at a man's heartstrings, causing him to lose his heart and soul in an instant. Heavens, this trashy Great Zhou Kingdom. There is such a stunning woman. No wonder that fellow Jun Wu Jian is willing to come here. He lost his soul and murmured out. And when he saw that Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue had already walked past him, he snapped back to his senses and stopped the two of them in their path. Chapter 36, Come One, Kill One. Chen Chang'an's heart sank as he looked at the man who stopped in front of him. Sure enough, this guy. Ji Mingyue froze. This gentleman. What are you doing? The brocade-clothed man's face carried excitement and surprise. His voice trembled a little as he said, Little sister, you're so pretty. Tell brother what's your name. Brother will take you to the Holy Land. Okay? The brocade-clothed man had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, boasting of his elegance and handsomeness, especially the words he spoke, revealing that he was from the Holy Land. Before he thought that the woman in front of him would be overwhelmed by his charms. Looking at someone so frivolous, Ji Mingyue frowned. No need. With that, she hugged Chen Chang'an's arm and whispered, Please get out of the way. Oh, the brocade-clothed man raised his eyebrows as his gaze landed on Chen Chang'an's body. Instantly, his face hardened, because even in the Holy Land, he had never seen such a good-looking man with a sense of coldness. Little sister, don't rush off yet? The brocade-clothed man swept a disdainful glance at Chen Chang'an. In his opinion, what else did Chen Chang'an have besides good looks? He directly ignored Chen Chang'an and continued to look at Ji Mingyue. Little sister, I am from the Holy Land Jun family. He paused and saw that Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue both froze at the same time. Then smugly said, When I first came here, I was unfamiliar with life, so how about trying to befriend you? Don't worry, I have absolutely no other thoughts. The Holy Land's Jun family? Ji Mingyue couldn't help but look at Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed and smiled as he wrapped his arm around Ji Mingyue's shoulders and gently spat out two words at the brocade-clothed man. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Ji Mingyue froze. Feeling the strong arm, she instantly bowed her head shyly, pulled Chen Chang'an's sleeve, and whispered, "Brother Chang'an, he's a member of the Jun family." Chen Chang'an gave her a relieved look before looking at the brocade-clothed man. "If you want to befriend someone, turn right on the street over there. There's a hookah. The matron inside is plump and still, perfect for you to befriend." The brocade-clothed man's eyes narrowed as he sized up Chen Chang'an. The corner of his mouth faintly hooked up, and he actually didn't have the slightest bit of anger. Instead, he carried a faint sense of playfulness. In his opinion, Chen Chang'an was just a jumped-up clown. Not even the Jun family? That's the same thing as not knowing how to spell dead. Who the hell are you? One more word and I'll remove your arms and legs. Believe it or not? The brocade-clothed man slanted his eyes down and looked towards Chen Chang'an as he opened his mouth disdainfully. As his words fell, behind him, several guards appeared, staring at Chen Chang'an with fierce faces. Ji Mingyue was worried all of a sudden. It must not be a coincidence that someone from the Jun family showed up here. Here, it's not your turn to be arrogant. Chen Chang'an snorted and said, grabbing out with a claw. Caught off guard, Chen Chang'an's hand steadily pinched the brocade-clothed youth's neck, then violently tightened. Kaching dash. A sound of breaking bones rang out, and shock and disbelief flooded his face at the same time. Ahem. You dare to make a move on me? You want to die. The man in brocade clothes grabbed Chen Chang'an's arm in death and tried to shake it off, but Chen Chang'an's arm was like an iron hoop, deadening his neck. The instant lack of oxygen and suffocation, as well as the sharp pain in his neck, made his face whiten and turn green again. How dare you? Next to him, his guards, one by one, moved forward and surrounded the two Chen Chang'an, but they did not dare to make a move. After all, the man in brocade clothes was still controlled by Chen Chang'an. Let go of him. If you dare to make a move against a member of our Jun family, your entire family will be exterminated. One of his guards grimaced. Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered and increased the strength in his hands again. Instantly, the brocade-clothed man's body was trembling violently. His features were twisting madly, and he began to roll his eyes. Let go of him. Right at this moment, a gray shadow steeply appeared on the side of the brocade-clothed man and was about to strike. If you dare to move, I will immediately crush his neck, Chen Chang'an coldly said. The gray-robed man immediately stopped his hand movements and looked at Chen Chang'an with a gloomy face, while at the same time, a terrifying and overwhelming pressure poured toward Chen Chang'an. TSK, your Jun family is really asking for death. Ha! Just then, a middle-aged man carrying a sword slowly walked over. With his appearance, the four directions of heaven and earth seemed to fall into dead silence all of a sudden. The gray-robed old man instantly scalped. He looked at the person in front of him. This is an unusual-looking middle-aged man. Only the eyes are deep and sharp. The face is engraved with the traces of the years. A simple Taoist robe is composed of thousands of sword chi. Seeing the person carrying the sword, Chen Chang'an spoke respectfully. Eighth Master. So it's you. The Eighth Master smiled faintly. His gaze fell on the gray-robed old man, and he said indifferently, go back and tell Jun Xian Hao Han that if he dares to come to the Great Zhou Kingdom again, this seed will break his dog's legs. What? The gray-robed old man froze. Save. The brocade-clothed man whose neck was pinched by Chen Chang'an let out an angry hoarse voice. Kill him. Ka-ching. As his words finished, Chen Chang'an directly crushed his neck. His eyes bulged out, and to his death. He didn't know why Chen Chang'an had dared to kill him directly. You dared to kill my young master. The gray-robed old man's eyes widened and he was about to make a move when suddenly an invisible sword chi was already on top of his brow, causing his complexion to change drastically, and he didn't dare to move a single muscle. He looked fiercely at the Eight Masters and said with incomparable horror, who the hell are you? The Eighth Master glanced at him faintly and said disdainfully, if your son wants to threaten to kill my young master and then be killed by my young master in return, then it's not enough for him to die. Take his body back and tell that Jun Xian Hao Han that if your Jun family sends anyone over again, if one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. If they all come, I don't mind destroying your Jun family. Boom. The Eighth Master's words were domineering to the extreme, roaring endlessly in the gray-robed old man's mind. He looked at Chen Bachi with disbelief, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Put. Chen Chang'an threw the body of the brocade-clothed man on the ground and said disdainfully, get lost. The gray-robed old man stared at the Eighth Master in death for a long while, and then kept glancing at Chen Chang'an before reluctantly picking up the body of the brocade-clothed man and leaving in a mess with his men. After they had walked away, Chen Chang'an bowed respectfully to the Eighth Master. Many thanks, Eighth Master. Eighth Master is mighty. Greetings to the Eighth Master. Ji Mingyue also saluted in a similarly well-behaved manner, completely lacking the stance of a princess. The eighth master nodded his head in satisfaction at Ji Mingyue, and laughed and cursed at Chen Chang'an. Oh, mighty my ass. As for me, old eighth, I'm only scaring him. Who knows, he's so timid. If we were to really fight, I wouldn't be his match. The eighth master skimmed his lips and pointed at Chen Chang'an and cursed with a laugh. Besides, you brat, you're so arrogant. If the old man didn't show up to intimidate him, then wouldn't you have been killed by him? Hey, Chen Chang'an laughed. This is in Chang'an City. If I were to be bullied by that old thing, wouldn't that be a slap in your face, eighth master? Right? Hey, here comes the ass-kissing again. The eighth master waved his hand and continued. Alright, go to the palace to see the state lord. Old man, I'm leaving. After saying that, he then turned to Ji Mingyue, whose face was hot and red, and nodded slightly before turning to leave. Chen Chang'an stroked his chin, his gaze narrowing. This eighth master is actually a sword cultivator. Saying that the eighth master couldn't defeat the grey-robed old man from earlier, Chen Chang'an didn't believe even a word of it. Chapter 37 scared away the Jun family visitors. Ji Mingyue was even more complicated. Looking at the direction the eighth master left, at this moment, she seemed to understand why her own father, the emperor, wanted her to please Chen Chang'an. But, one's favorite person with a powerful family, rather a very good thing, and in that case, brother Chang'an, so he won't be bullied by others. Just as she was thinking, Chen Chang'an's hand waved in front of her. What are you thinking about? Ah, no. Ji Mingyue hastily lowered her head and said in a glutinous voice, I was thinking, your family's eighth master is so powerful, and the words you say are so domineering. No wonder you're so sexual. Oh, what's my nature? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. Won't take a loss. Strong. Ji Mingyue thought for a moment and said, you and a year ago are completely changed. There are more vicissitudes and depth in your eyes. It seems, devoid of the childishness and youthfulness of the past. Speaking here, she looked at Chen Chang'an and said with a face full of heartache, Brother Chang'an, you must have suffered a lot in the year you disappeared, right? And there's no bitterness, Chen Chang'an said, thinking of the 100 years in the burial coffin. His eyes were incomparably deep. And suddenly, he asked curiously, why don't you mind that I killed your royal brother? Ah, Ji Mingyue froze. She obviously did not expect Chen Chang'an to ask about this topic, and after thinking about it, she sniffled and said, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not on good terms with either of my royal brothers, because their mother consort also treated my mother consort badly, calling my mother consort a vixen, and they've been bullying me since I was a kid. But you're different, Brother Chang'an, you've been protecting me since I was a child. Speaking here, disappointment flashed in her eyes. It's just that you've grown up and only have that gu ching in your eyes. When she said that, she lowered her head and intertwined her fingers between her two hands. Chen Chang'an froze. He then remembered that Ji Wentian's sons, there were many daughters, and it would be normal for siblings to have a bad relationship. After all, there are open and shut battles within the royal family, and it's not uncommon for brothers to kill each other. When he thought of this, the hint of stigma and defensiveness in his heart finally disappeared as well. Smiling at Ji Mingyue, she said, alright, that's all in the past, let's hurry to the palace. Ji Mingyue looked up in surprise and saw Chen Chang'an's warm gaze. It seemed that the layer of barrier on him against himself was gone. She was overjoyed and her little head nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, outside the royal city, the grey-robed old man from the Jun clan, with the body of the brocade-clothed man, piloted the airship and flew at a rapid pace. His face was incredibly gloomy and scared to death. The remaining few guards were all breathless and full of incredulity. Finally, one of the guards couldn't help but speak up. Third Elder, what happened? Why was the young master killed and we instead fled in vain? Shut up. One more word and I'll kill you. The grey-robed old man spoke coldly. His face was grave to the point of being terrifying at the moment. Nowadays, he could only stay away from the Great Zhou Kingdom first. The farther the better. The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. His hallowed Saint Emperor realm, coming over to this small borderland country, had thought that he could run roughshod over everything. Unexpectedly, it is surprising that there is a master with a sword hidden here. With a sword. He frowned in confusion. That guy, who the hell is he? And, damn it, he even knows his old ancestor, Jun Xin Vast. To Jun Xin Hao Han, he acted as if he was teaching his juniors a lesson. Hiss. Thinking of this, the grey-robed old man viciously sucked in cool air, his scalp instantly tingling up. so it accelerated the speed of the flying boat even more. Gu family. Outside the Gu family's main hall, Gu Qingshan led all of them and stood guard with a face full of confusion. At the same time Gu Qingcheng and the others returned from outside. Father, I don't see anyone from the Jun family, Gu Qingcheng said doubtfully. How is that possible? Gu Qingshan was filled with confusion. Haven't they entered the royal city? How come they haven't reached our Gu family yet? The rest of the elders also looked at each other, a bad premonition surging up from the bottom of their hearts. Could they be trying to give us a run for our money? Gu Qingcheng thought for a moment and said, after all, that's the big family of the Holy Land, so if they come on time, it would be strange instead. When the rest of the people heard this, one after another nodded their heads, thinking that Gu Qingcheng was right. It's normal for such a character to be late. But soon, they waited for another long time in front of the Gu family, and still no one came. Everyone in the Gu family was instantly unsettled. At that moment, a member of the clan hurriedly ran from outside. Seeing the other party looking so anxious, Gu Qingshan stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "How? What happened?" Everyone looked at the visitor. "Master, Miss, something strange has happened," the person who came back said. "What is it?" Halfway to the palace, Chen Chang'an ran into a male gentleman and had a confrontation with the other party. And that person was later killed by Chen Chang'an. And there was a very powerful old man beside that male, and he was also scared off by the Chen family's 8th master. What? Everyone froze when they heard the visitor's report. Gu Qingcheng's face was full of consternation. A bad premonition flashed through her mind. This is impossible. She hurriedly looked at Gu Qingshan. Father, why don't we ask with a sound transmission stone? Didn't we get a sound transmission stone to contact them? Qingcheng, are you saying that the person who was killed by Chen Chang'an was from the Jun family? How is this possible? The people sent by the Jun family this time will definitely be stronger than the last time. When he said this, he suddenly lost his breath, then immediately took out his voice transmission stone and sent a message to the Jun family's visitor. Soon, he received a reply. It was the extremely angry and murderous one. Scram! Word! Gu Qingshan's face instantly went down miserably. Gu Qingcheng's body trembled, and the jaws of all the rest of the people stared in disbelief. Gu Qingcheng's body staggered as if she had fallen into an abyss, murmuring in disorientation. How is it possible? What does he, Chen Chang'an, have the right to do? By what right can he scare off the people of the Jun family? They're all wastes. Ha ha ha. The Jun family are all wastes. A mere Chen family is enough to scare them away. I don't believe it. Gu Qingcheng was lost in thought and roared lowly, as if she was insane. Besides the Jun family, there are the remaining 3 great families in the Holy Land, and the 4 great holy sects. I don't believe that no one can cure your Chen family. Gu Qingcheng raised her head, her gaze filled with hatred. It's all your fault, Chen Chang'an, for making me the laughingstock of all of Great Zhou. I'll make sure that you don't die well, Gu Qingcheng said and looked at an old man in the field. Ancient, you accompany me to the Holy Land. That old man nodded and followed Gu Qingcheng out of the Gu family. As for the always calm Gu Qingshan, his face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. Staring at the departing Gu Qingcheng in a daze without saying a word, he slowly closed his eyes and sighed. One wrong step. Chen family, what the hell kind of a family are you? Obviously so powerful, but you've been so inconspicuous. I hate Na. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the royal city, this like Gu family, to think that they still have the face to send a message to old me. Humph. Bang. The grey-robed old man from the Jun clan ruthlessly crushed the sound transmission stone. Chapter 38. Are you trying to murder my father? The grey-robed old man's chest rose and fell, panting violently, his entire face hideous and terrifying. He quickly figured out the ins and outs. That fellow, Jun Wujian, must have been in the Great Zhou King city, having similarly offended the previous one and then been killed. And just now, Jun Wujian's brother, Jun Wu Dao, was similarly killed again for offending that person. Damn it, there's such a powerful sword cultivator hidden here. How dare you let our Jun family send people over again and again to die? Damn the Gu family. The grey-robed old man gritted his teeth and said fiercely. As for the claim that Gu Qingcheng and Jun Wujian already had a marriage contract, he did not believe it at all. After all, a marriage contract that wasn't recognized by the Jun family's head of household was nothing but a marriage contract. Thinking of this, he looked at a guard next to him and spoke in a deep voice. You, go back to the Great Zhou Royal City, investigate the Gu family, and then get to the bottom of what happened to young Master Jun Wujian. One by one. Yes, The guard arched his hand and answered immediately without asking too many questions. When the airship descended to a certain height, he immediately jumped off and headed for the Great Zhou King city. The other side. When Chen Chang'an and Ji Mingyue arrived at the entrance of the palace, the voice transmission stone on Ji Mingyue's body suddenly flashed. She immediately took it out and examined it. And instantly, a faint layer of water mist covered above her beautiful eyes. The whole thing panicked. Her grip on Chen Chang'an's arm couldn't help but be a little bit harder as well. Akatsuki, what's wrong? Chen Chang'an patted her hand and spoke in doubt. Ah, brother Chang'an, father, he is about to die. Duanmu House Master sent a message to ask me if the fifth master had invited him back yet. Brother Chang'an, please, you must save my father, Ji Mingyue said, already at a loss for words, her face full of anxiety. No need to rush. Let's go in first. Chen Chang'an took her hand and immediately hurried towards the palace. When the palace guards saw this, each one of them respectfully saluted and did not dare to stop them. After all, it was Princess Mingyue, and the famous Chen Chang'an. In the palace bedchamber, Ji Wentian's face was as pale as paper, and strands of blood continuously flowed out of his 7 orifices. The hallowed half-emperor realm was actually as if he was swimming in air, almost on the verge of death. When Chen Chang'an arrived, the entire hall was filled with people and shadows, with imperial sons and daughters kneeling all over the floor. Prince Ji Tsangshan was obviously locked up by Ji Wentian for 3 months, and now he even appeared here. He knelt down and cried and wailed. His voice was so sad that those who didn't know thought that the emperor had collapsed. But Chen Chang'an also knows that if this Ji Wentian is really the death of the emperor, this Ji Tsangshan, he is just the right name to be the new lord of this great Zhou. In the face of the crown prince who cried into such a state, the rest of the ministers were each flattering the crown prince's great filial piety. After all, everyone thought that the crown prince was about to ascend to the throne, and the only way to do that was to hold on to his thighs in advance. In the field, the only one who was filled with disgust was the Duanmu mansion master. He disliked such a useless Ji Tsangshan. It was not as good as Ji Tsanghai. At least Ji Tsanghai was ruthless in nature and still had a strong character. Chen Chang'an swept a glance at the field. Apart from a bunch of useless ministers, as well as the crown prince, and the Duanmu mansion lord, there was another person here with an extremely thick aura. It was an old man with a withered figure and a face that carried majesty. Chen Chang'an just glanced at him lightly and withdrew his gaze. Father, brother Chang'an is here. He must have a way to save you. Ji Mingyue shouted with her face full of uncertainty yet with the only hope she had. At those words, everyone looked at the two of them. Ji Tsangshan's face turned somber. Chen Chang'an, why are you here? For Chen Chang'an, who did not put him in his eyes, Ji Tsangshan naturally treated him poorly. Chen Chang'an directly ignored him. Lifting his steps and Ji Mingyue swept past the crowd to the bed, his spiritual sense scanning Ji Wentian. At this moment, his appearance was surprisingly identical to what the fifth master had explained to him. Nephew Chang'an Xian, you're finally here. Ji Wentian let out a faint sound, his gaze looking behind Chen Chang'an, revealing a disappointed look. Your family's fifth master didn't come? Father, the fifth master didn't come, but he explained that brother Chang'an would be able to come, saying that brother Chang'an would be able to do it. Ji Mingyue immediately spoke. These words caused everyone's gazes to fall on Chen Chang'an once again. If the fifth master could be cured, they might still hold a glimmer of hope. But if they said that Chen Chang'an could be cured, everyone's eyes changed. It was disbelieving, and full of questions. After all, even their old ancestor was powerless. How could he, a youngster in his early 20s, have the strength? Chen Chang'an ignored the gazes of the people around him as he directly said to Ji Mingyue, other than the Ji family ancestor, Duanmu mansion master, and Princess Mingyue, the rest of them all stand down. The old man looked at Chen Chang'an in surprise. This nonchalant remark caused everyone in the arena to freeze in their ears. Ji Tsangshan was the first to jump out and point at Chen Chang'an, cursing, Chen Chang'an, who do you think you are? Who are you to tell us what to do? That's right, even if you are the young master of the Chen family. So what? This is the imperial palace. Where is it your turn to give orders to, you kid? That's it. The old minister sees that he's just here to make trouble. Princess, you can't be fooled by him. Yes, your majesty is wise. And what about that fifth master of his family? Is he crazy? How dare you not come to see his majesty? How dare you send a brat? Outrageous! With your majesty's permission, let my humble servant tie that piece of fifth master. Over here. When Ji Tsangshan finished speaking, the rest of the ministers seemed to want to show off in front of him, and one by one, they pointed at Chen Chang'an with righteous indignation and shouted curses. Chen Chang'an squinted his eyes and wrote down those ministers who danced the most joyfully, one by one, in a small notebook. Unbridled, Ji Wentian forced himself to endure the severe pain in his body and the buzzing roar in his ears, and immediately roared, "That's right, father, you're right. Chen Chang'an, you're unbridled." Ji Tsangshan was overjoyed and immediately answered his mouth. But the next moment, Ji Wentian shouted angrily at him, "I am saying that you are unbridled. You rebellious son. Do you want me to die and sit on my throne? And you ministers, one by one, shut up. I'm not even dead yet, and you guys are so anxious to please your new master. How dare you? Ahem." Ji Wentian seemed to hiss out with all his strength, and was instantly infuriated to the point that he coughed repeatedly. "Your Majesty, rest your anger. I dare not." Some of the ministers kowtowed repeatedly, their faces filled with horror. Ji Tsangshan even knelt down with a thud. "The son is unjustly accused. Listen to Chang'an, all of you. Get out." Ji Wentian continued to speak in a low voice. Ji Tsangshan hesitated. "Father, how can you believe his words? How could he possibly cure you? You. Ji Wentian's heart exploded with anger. He also finally realized how much it seemed that the crown prince in front of him wanted this position. Chen Chang'an, you dog scum. Say, you let all of us out. Are you trying to plot against my father?" Ji Tsangshan turned around and jumped up again, pointing at Chen Chang'an, his face full of grimace as he angrily opened his mouth. Chapter 39. Who put a knife in my hand? Looking at the hysterical Ji Tsangshan, Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. He was not someone who was pointed at and scolded without fighting back. Thus, in the next instant, in front of everyone's horrified gazes, his palms violently extended, instantly pinching Ji Tsangshan's neck. He lifted this crown prince stiffly. Some of the ministers were horrified and hurriedly surrounded Chen Chang'an, yelling angrily, "Chen Chang'an, what do you want? Quickly let go of His Highness the Crown Prince." Even Duan Muzan was filled with consternation as he looked toward Chen Chang'an. "Mr. Chen, don't be impulsive." Instead, it was that Ji clan ancestor whose eyes looked up and down at Chen Chang'an as if in thought. "Brother Chang'an, you, let go of my royal brother. He didn't mean it." Ji Mingyue, her face full of shock, went over and hugged Chen Chang'an's hand, anxiously saying, "Everyone has seen that he, Chen Chang'an, wants to rebel, and he dared to make a move against me. Old ancestor, take him, quick, take him." Ji Tsangshan was surprisingly not scared at all. Instead, he hissed with a fierce face. Everyone instantly tensed up. The Ji clan's old ancestor frowned. He always felt that this crown prince had his head pushed through a door. Cultivators who could be so reckless would have no fear of royalty. However, he didn't make a move because he sensed a powerful aura locking onto him. This caused him to be incredibly appalled in his heart. This Chen family was indeed not simple. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Ji Tsangshan's heart was filled with rage. He's the titular crown prince, the future head of a nation. Now that he was actually carried by Chen Chang'an by the neck and lifted up like a chicken cub, it was a great shame, and the shame of his life. For a moment, anger washed over him, and he opened his mouth hideously at Chen Chang'an. "Chen Chang'an, you dog, you let go of this palace, or else, this palace will make you die a horrible death. Either you kill this palace, or, in the future, your Chen family will not be able to live in peace." Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed and an icy cold light shot out from his eyes. "Ha, you think I don't dare to kill you?" At those words, Ji Tsangshan felt even more greatly humiliated. He roared hideously low, "Oh, you dare? Do you dare to kill this palace? Come on, then you have the guts to kill this palace." Just as these words fell from his lips, a surge of killing intent flashed across Chen Chang'an's eyes. "No good." Duanmu Mansion Master was shocked. He was about to stop, only to hear a click sound. It was the sound of bones breaking. Chen Chang'an actually directly crushed Ji Tsangshan's neck. Ji Tsangshan's eyes bulged out directly, filled with shock and disbelief. Puff! Chen Chang'an casually threw Ji Tsangshan, who was like a dead dog, onto the ground. Skittishly, he said, "You all heard him. He asked me to kill him, and I've never heard such a request in my life. Seeing as he's the crown prince, so make it happen. You won't blame me, will you?" Quiet. Space seemed to fall into dead silence. Everyone looked at him incredulously. Everyone hadn't expected Chen Chang'an to actually dare to kill His Highness the Crown Prince in front of everyone. Ji Wentian on the bed couch stared deathly at Ji Tsangshan's corpse for a long time without words. Finally, he just slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. All the ministers looked at him, ready to take down Chen Chang'an. "Brother Chang'an, you." Ji Mingyue looked at her royal brother's corpse in a daze. not knowing what to say for a moment, but in an instant, she hurriedly pleaded with Ji Wentian. Father, Brother Chang'an didn't mean to kill anyone. He wasn't. She didn't know how to defend Chen Chang'an. After all, Chen Chang'an had killed a country's crown prince, the man, or her royal brother. All the ministers froze, looking at Ji Mingyue with stunned faces. They did not expect that this princess would be so protective of outsiders. He killed your royal brother. Why are you turning your arm out? Only to think of the fighting between the children of the royal family. Killing each other for power are common things, so one by one, they also came to a clear understanding. Could it be that Ji Mingyue also covet this crown prince position? Everyone's eyes were complicated as they looked at this seemingly innocent and pure princess who pleaded for Chen Chang'an. Falling into deep thought, the atmosphere in the arena became stagnant. The smell of blood filled the air and gradually became solemn again. Finally, Ji Wentian, who was on the bed, felt his life rapidly draining away. He immediately opened his eyes again and looked at Chen Chang'an. Nephew Chang'an, how much certainty do you have in curing my illness? Chen Chang'an looked at him and said in a breezy manner, 10%. 10%. Ji Wentian's face was stunned, turning to put whatever his son's life was behind him as he excitedly said, Really? Didn't you say earlier that you wanted a saint ruler to make a move? Could it be that your family has a saint? Hiss. Speaking of this, Ji Wentian viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. You're overthinking it. Chen Chang'an hugged his arms and said with a bland expression, The method taught to me by the fifth master is merely a way to temporarily suppress and hang on to your life. But, Chen Chang'an raised his eyes, proudly, Give me a little time. Saint ruler, that will be sooner or later. The crowd was instantly filled with complexity. I don't know if it was because I was shocked at Chen Chang'an's arrogance, or really believed that Chen Chang'an would become a saint ruler in the future. Ji Wentian took a deep breath, and his mind was also thinking quickly. After a moment, his eyes became glazed over as if he had made a decision. Letting Chen Chang'an go and binding Chen Chang'an would be taking a big gamble. Bet on Chen Chang'an's future. Having made his decision, he spoke in a deep voice. Crown Prince Ji Tsingshan provoked Chen Chang'an and blocked Chen Chang'an from rescuing me. His intentions are malicious and he deserves to die. No one is allowed to mention this again. With that, he swept a glance at the people around him and coldly said, Aside from Mingyue, Duan Muzang, an old ancestor, all others get out. Hearing Ji Wentian's words, everyone froze, their faces filled with shock, their hearts turning over. The prince was killed and spared. But since the emperor had said so, they could only listen. Wait a minute. But right at this moment, Chen Chang'an suddenly opened his mouth. Chang'an, virtuous nephew, what else do you have to say? Can you heal me first? I can't hold it anymore, Ji Wentian said with an incomparably pale face. Chen Chang'an ignored his words and instead walked over to one of the ministers, gazing at him icily. Earlier, were you the one who insulted my family's fifth master? Called my fifth master a dog's ass? And you, who said earlier that you would tie up my fifth master? Facing Chen Chang'an's murderous gaze, the faces of the two ministers who had previously jumped the most happily turned pale in an instant. We, they spoke in trembling voices, cold sweat beading on their old faces, but the aura on Chen Chang'an's body caused their chests to suppress and their bodies to shiver. Chen Chang'an, what the hell do you want? At that moment, another gray-haired minister stepped forward and drank with righteousness. Do you still want to kill all of us ministers? Seeing someone come out to contradict Chen Chang'an, the two ministers seemed to have found their backbone and immediately spoke up. Lord Tang, this son is guilty of the most heinous crimes, but his voice ended abruptly, because his head had flown off. Swish, with two more knives, the other minister, as well as the so-called Lord Tang, had their heads instantly cleaved off by the knives that Chen Chang'an had taken out from who knows where. In their gazes filled with horror, 3 fresh, hot heads rolled to the ground, and the arena was instantly dead silent once again. All the ministers looked at the calm-faced Chen Chang'an in horror. Okay, you guys can off. Chen Chang'an threw away the knife in his hand. TSK, I don't know which fellow it was earlier, but he even slipped me a knife. All the ministers, as well as those royal sons and daughters, exited the hall in fear, never daring to stay again. Chapter 40, Establishing Mingyue as the imperial daughter. Ji Tsingshan is the prince dared to talk to himself, so even if these ministers even so Chen Chang'an directly split them. Don't want to bull ***** them. Seeing that in the great hall, there were only a few people left, Chen Chang'an spoke indifferently. Alright, now you can treat the state lord's illness. Well, nephew Chang'an Xian, quickly show me. Ji Wentian was overjoyed. Chen Chang'an, are you really able to save the state lord? The Ji clan's old ancestor also opened his mouth, his voice flat, a little skeptical but not contemptuous. After all, earlier Chen Chang'an had killed his crown prince and his minister in front of the emperor. If you don't have real talent or a strong family, it's definitely a death wish. And now, the more arrogant Chen Chang'an was, the more it proved that he had strength, or his family had strength. Chen Chang'an had read the jade slip Chen Wu had given him and thought for a moment, my cultivation is not yet in the Saint Emperor realm, but I'm sure that you, the Ji clan's old ancestor, has already entered the Saint Emperor, right? The name of the Ji clan's old ancestor was Ji Xuangu, and at this moment, when he heard Chen Chang'an's words, his pupils narrowed slightly. Ha, young man, how did you know? Chen Chang'an didn't reply to his words, but continued. The state lord has been entangled in his heart veins with powerful dark spiritual energy, causing him to suffer from congenial pain day in and day out. And that dark spiritual energy was like tangled silk, layer after layer, wrapped around his heart. If it is forcibly stripped, it will naturally be damaged along with the heart. You'll be crippled if you don't die. Hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Ji Xiangu frowned. What you said is clear to me. However, I don't know how to remove the dark spiritual energy from his heart as well as his heart veins. Chen Chang'an looked at him. Break open his heart. Cut open his heart vein. Use the power of the Saint Emperor as a guide. Install a darkness stone next to his heart. And then draw the darkness spiritual power inside the darkness stone. Later on, find a saint ruler and use the power of a saint ruler to take out this dark night stone from his heart. It's not a forced stripping, but it's a way to automatically draw the dark spiritual energy in his heart to the darkness stone first, and then remove it later. The words Chen Chang'an spoke were calm, but in the years of Ji Xiangu, Ji Wentian, and Duan Muzong, it was undoubtedly a pie in the sky. Breaking open the heart, breaking open the lifeline, installing a piece of darkness stone to attract. Such a bizarre maneuver is simply unimaginable. What's more, how are you going to repair a broken heart vein? As long as you can complete the first step, repairing the heart later, it won't be a problem. Seemingly aware of their thoughts, Chen Chang'an held out a white jade slip. Inside this is the method for my fifth master to repair his heart veins. What? Ji Mingyue in the field was uncertain, but in the eyes of Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Duan Muzong, it was undoubtedly a shocking thunderbolt that rumbled in their heads. Immediately following, they looked at that jade slip in Chen Chang'an's hand and breathed heavily. A method that could repair the heart vein would be absolutely anticlimactic. Sure enough, the fifth master of the Chen family is not simple. Good. Ji Wentian said 3 good words in a row and looked towards Ji Xuangu. Old ancestor, quickly let me try and give me a happy pulse. This was, after all, a matter of his life. And he naturally did not want to suffer one more breath of pain. And something like the darkness stone, he had it in his palace. It was a stone that stored dark attribute spiritual energy. Ji Xuangu nodded his head and looked towards Duan Muzong. Duan Muzong immediately set out to prepare. But right at this moment, Chen Chang'an continued, don't be in a hurry. The conditions haven't been stated yet. Ji Wentian immediately looked at Chen Chang'an. Nephew Chang'an, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. Ji Xuangu also looked at Chen Chang'an in surprise. Facing the lord of the country, he was not even intimidated by the slightest bit of the might of the lord of a country, but instead, he had always maintained an overbearing stance. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have offered free treatment in order to cover up the crime of killing the prince. The method I mentioned earlier, as well as the secret formula for repairing the heart vein inside this jade slip, is worth 20 million spirit stones, right? Beyond that, there's an additional condition. Chen Chang'an said, sidestepping, his gaze turning to Ji Mingyue, seemingly smiling, and continued, since all of your crown princes are dead, then, establish Ji Mingyue as the imperial crown prince. Well, it should be called the imperial crown daughter. How about these 2 conditions? Chen Chang'an's words caused Ji Wentian to freeze. Even Duan Muzong, who had gone and returned, was stunned. The method he used to repair his heart vein required the sale of 20 million spirit stones. Which was a lot, but it was indeed worth it. The royal family can take it even if they scavenge. However, they did not expect Chen Chang'an to open his mouth so directly and allow Ji Mingyue to take the place of the crown prince. If it was in the past, Ji Wentian would have refused, and now that he was bent on tying up the Chen family tree, he was naturally happy to do so. After all, only Ji Mingyue and Chen Chang'an were close. Brother Chang'an, me, Ji Mingyue froze, a little disoriented. Promise you that Manhwa will still be the empress of my great Zhou in the future. Ji Wentian immediately spoke, seemingly somewhat impatient. It was as if he was afraid that Chen Chanan would back out. Very good. Chen Chanan nodded, then handed the jade slip in his hand to Ji Xuangu. He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't give 20 million spirit stones. Moreover, he wanted Ji Manhwa to be the head of this great Zhou kingdom, and there would be a lot less trouble in the future. After all, with Ji Manhwa's heart, she wouldn't look for trouble with the Chen family. Ji Manhwa was in control of Great Zhou, and for her who was so dependent on herself, then it was also equivalent to being in control of Great Zhou herself. In this way, when he left the eastern state, he could go out and break the world outside without worry. Then Chen Chagan, Ji Xiangu, and Duan Muzong together opened up on Ji Wentian's heart. It didn't take long for a strong aura, mingled with miserable screams, to come out from the palace hall. It was followed by a loud, weak and cheerful laugh that came out. It seemed like Ji asked for a much easier time. What happened today though was given a death order by Ji Qiangshan not to spread the word to the outside world. It was said that the crown prince suddenly and violently died, and then Ji Manhwa was established as the imperial daughter. This piece of news was like a shocking wave that set off huge waves in the king's city, and countless people's jaws dropped. The prince died violently, and the crown prince's seat was immediately taken by another, still a princess. This caused the entire king's city to stir up a furor. Countless people were shocked. After all, this is too rushed. However, there were still many great clans as well as top-tier powerhouses that smelled an unusual flavor. Through prying from all sides, they also seemed to have sensed that behind all of this, there was Chen Chanan's figure. As a result, countless people shook viciously, making to urge their families not to provoke the Chen family. The Chen family, that's a family not to be messed with. As for Chen Chanan, after receiving 20 million spirit stones, besides taking some to subsidize the family, he began closed-door cultivation for the next half a month. Master Coffin, it's up to you to break through to the Heavenly King level. In the Chen family's cultivation room, Chen Chanan looked at the burial god coffin suspended in front of him and spoke with a burning gaze. Heavenly Martial Realm Level 9, to advance to the Heavenly King realm. I don't know if these 10 million or so spirit stones are enough, Chen Chanan murmured, and with a wave of his hand, the spirit stones inside one spatial ring flowed inside the burial god coffin like flowing water. Chapter 41 Heavenly King Realm Level 3. Rumble. Next, the burial god coffin roared once again, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Under the gaze of Chen Chanan, an extremely pure origin energy came out from inside the mouth of that burial god coffin. When these energies surged into Chen Chanan's body, they wildly swam through the meridians of his entire body, as well as hammering every cell, meridian, and bone of his. In the end, it converged in his dantian again, forming a surging spirit sea. Chen Chanan's breath was also gradually rising. Heavenly Martial Realm Level 9, Tianwu Realm Level 10, with the massive energy impacting in. Even at the barrier of the Great Realm, Chen Chanan's body was still undergoing tremendous changes. The entire person's aura turned into that of a king, and from the previous Heavenly Martial Realm, he stepped into the Heavenly King Realm all of a sudden. Heavenly King Realm Level 1. But to Chen Chanan's dismay, the rate of advancement wasn't over yet. The dome of the sky was once again windy, and the spiritual energy over the entire Qin clan was wildly wandering, forming a huge vortex that coalesced above Chen Chang'an's practicing room. This is a spiritual vision of heaven and earth. Such a big commotion naturally caused countless people to reveal stunned gazes. In the Chen clan's main hall, all the strongest members of the Chen clan looked in the direction where Chen Chanan was practicing. This brat surprisingly broke through to the king level, and even triggered a heaven and earth vision, worthy of being the seed of our Chen family, Chen Xiantong said with a smile on his face as he carried his hand on his back. Behind him were the clan elders. Each and every one of them revealed a thoughtful look. Family master, this kid, he's not right. When he just came out from the burial demon abyss, he did have no breath at all on him. Why is his cultivation speed today so fast? The second master fiddled with his goosefeather fan and whispered softly, Elder 2, could it be that you want to say that this brat was possessed by a demon into his body, and then performed some sort of evil means to raise his cultivation? Moncler Outlet Store asked with a slight smile. Unconcerned. It doesn't matter. The second master said, Chanan's body, there is no case of being taken over. Only, his chronology seems to have changed, not like a person in his early 20s. If not, his nature would not have become what it is today. Only nowadays this is good. It won't be like a year ago when the whole person was just a love brain. being mesmerized by a district little girl. The crowd nodded. The third master, who was clutching a guqin, said, "We should still not interfere too much with Chang'an's growth. As long as we're not being bullied by those old monsters in a big way, we can't even step in to help him." "Well, third master is right." Chen Xianton laughed. At that moment, his eyes contracted violently. "How is it possible? This brat has actually sucked the aura of the entire king city dry. What? It's all drained. Could it be that he's upgraded our Chun family's hegemonic king bloodline into the hegemonic emperor bloodline?" Only the hegemonic emperor bloodline coupled with the exertion of our Chun family's hegemonic emperor's heart technique, formed to cultivate the legendary hegemonic emperor's domain, can have such a change in cultivation motion, Chen Xianton said, his face filled with shock. "Hegemonic emperor's domain." Hiss. The others woke up as if in a dream, and they all sucked in their breath in unison, unable to stop themselves from whimpering. Sure enough, the entire royal city was in an uproar over the commotion of Chun Chanan's cultivation, causing an incomparably huge sensation. Only he knew nothing about the sensation outside and was not interested. At this moment, he was also shocked to look at his own bloodline. The golden light on his body flourished. On his head was formed an amazing crown. Above the crown, it was formed a surging vortex of airflow. This. What's going on here? Coffin Master, you mutated the overlord bloodline in my body? Chen Chang'an was stunned. No, it's you yourself who are too perverted. If your bloodline hadn't metamorphosed again, your physical body wouldn't have been able to withstand such a perverted advancement speed of yours. Inside the burial god coffin, a pale and tremulous voice came out. And next, Chen Chanan's cultivation once again advanced again in the raging spirit sea storm. Heavenly King Realm Level 1, Heavenly King Realm Level 2, Heavenly King Realm Level 3. At the third level of the Heavenly King Realm, the realm within Chen Chanan's body had finally stabilized, and for the rest of the time, Chen Chanan was consolidating his cultivation. Such a large span from the ninth level of the Heavenly Martial Realm to the third level of the Heavenly King Realm was something that no one had expected. It would be shocking to tell the world. Outside thereafter, apart from countless people talking about Chun Chanan, there was no more anyone looking for trouble from Chun Chanan or the Chun family. After all, in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom, those who had the strength to find trouble with the Chen family, after those 100 or so people disappeared last time, no one had the guts to come anymore. What's more, nowadays, the Chen family, there is also the Ji royal family in full favor. It is even more so that no one dares to come and look for trouble. The Dongxian Kingdom, as well as the Southeast Wind Alliance, along with the Jun family, were also silent. After all, the powerful mysterious person in the dark, if they couldn't find out the details, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. But to their horror, none of them could find out about the powerful mysterious man in Chang'an City. Whether it was He Wucheng being immobilized in the palace or the grey-robed old man of the Jun family being immobilized on the street, all of them could not guess who it was. Under these bizarre circumstances, the four-country Heaven's Pride competition in the eastern state quickly arrived. On this day, countless cultivators, large and small sects and forces in the eastern prefecture all gathered towards the core of the eastern prefecture. On the side of the Great Zhou Kingdom, there was Ji Mingyue leading the way, with the Duanmu Mansion Master at the head. Even the Great Zhou Kingdom's oldest ancestor, one named Ji Xiangu, had come out to follow. They led the pride of the younger generation of the Great Zhou Kingdom in a huge flying boat and flew towards the location of the eastern state's secret realm. Naturally, Chen Chanan was among them. He quietly looked at everything around him and realized that all of the people on the flying boat were at least at the fifth level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. They clustered behind Ji Mingyue, their faces full of excitement. After all, that was to enter the eastern state's secret realm for cultivation. Who could not be happy? Among them, there were two other men who were particularly arrogant and haughty, purposely revealing their own aura, which were clearly at the Heavenly King Realm Level 4, and the Heavenly King Realm Level 5. These two are, who? They shouldn't be students of the Great Zhou Academy. Otherwise, their reputation would definitely be very loud. Chen Chanan thought in his heart. Among that large group of people, although they were all wearing smiles, Ji Mingyue was full of worry. She swept a glance around and when she found Chen Chanan standing alone on one side, she immediately came to his side and spoke in a low voice. Brother Chanan, what are you thinking about? Who are they? Chen Chanan asked as his gaze fell on the two men with extraordinary cultivation. They? Ji Mingyue looked over with a sideways glance and said thoughtfully, the one at the fourth level of the Heavenly King Realm is called Li Hong. The one at the fifth level of the Heavenly King Realm was called Meng Kaijun. It should be the foreign aid that old ancestors spent a large price to bring back from outside. Foreign aid? Chen Chagan froze. He didn't even participate in the grand competition 3 years ago because his realm wasn't enough at that time. As for those above the heavenly martial realm, they were basically young people around 30. That's why he's here now. And he stands out. After all, he's the youngest one. Yeah, for every big competition, you can hire 2 outside helpers. That is, they can be drafted in the country, or out of the country in those big clans. Ji Mingyue said seriously. Wow. Chen Chang'an responded indifferently. While Ji Mingyue was originally the center of everyone's attention, her arrival beside Chen Chang'an also instantly brought the gazes of all the heavenly pride down on Chen Chang'an. Chapter 42, The Great Competition of the Four Kingdoms. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, who were surrounded by the crowd in the center. Both of their gazes were also instantly unfriendly, landing on Chen Chang'an's body. TSK, that little white boy. Is he the Chen Chang'an who recently shook Chang'an City with his fame? Meng Kaijun spoke arrogantly. Mr. Meng, it's him. Someone next to him immediately chimed in. Oh, it really is a sight to behold. Li Hong spoke with a crooked mouth, and in the corners of his mouth, what he carried was a sense of contempt. Indeed, he is a talented man. If not, why would he have charmed the princess to death? He. A lewd man next to him snorted and opened his mouth. The crowd laughed lightly. What they meant was that Chen Chang'an was a white boy who relied on his face. Duke Meng, we still need to rely on the two of you in Dukely for this grand competition. One more victory for us could determine the number of people who enter the secret realm. We're relying on Duke Meng and Dukely this time. Yeah. We all embrace Duke Meng and Dukely as our leaders, and we'll listen to you two in this grand competition. Whether it was the Imperial clan's heavenly pride or the heavenly pride of other clans in the arena, all of them were beginning to embrace the group, wanting to ostracize Chen Chang'an. Recently, it has been rumored that Chen family is, in fact, very powerful, or unfathomable. Li Hong hesitantly opened his mouth. Che, it's just a blackmail. Meng Saijuan's face was full of disdain. Even if the family is powerful, what does it have to do with him? He's just a little white boy kept in captivity by a princess after all. Prince Meng is right. Even if the Chen family is powerful, what does that have to do with us? We're relying on our individual skills for this grand competition. The crowd chimed in, but Li Hong was full of gravity. He felt that someone who could turn the entire Chang'an city upside down would not be that simple. But it was good that they wouldn't clash with Chen Chang'an for the time being. Their conversation, naturally word for word, entered Chen Chang'an's ears. In this regard, Chen Chang'an did not care too much. Another group of jealousy, ignorant and fearless clowns. His face was expressionless as he looked at the vast sea of clouds in front of him, the gusty wind blowing his clothes and his long hair all over his head. Ji Mingyue looked at him, but she was blushing. What do you mean? She raised a white boy? She also wanted to have that ability to adopt Chen Chang'an. But Chen Chang'an is destined to be the divine dragon that soars heaven and earth, and won't be the canary she's harboring. One only needs to be able to be at the back, silently watching him. She sighed slightly at the thought. The word love is a word. Love rises with the wind, and the wind stops it. The center of the eastern states. This was a huge mountain range that was surrounded by clouds all year round. If someone with a good mind realizes that it's not a cloud at all, it's liquid gas produced when the aura was so dense that it was extreme. The entire mountain, however, was enveloped by layer after layer of boundaries. This was the protective boundary that the four major countries of the eastern state land had made for this place in the first place. After all, it was impossible for any power that wanted to monopolize such a powerful place where aura gathered to fully guard it. So it became four major countries in control. Every 3 years, a group of young celestial pride were sent inside to train. As the number of heavenly prides from various countries, as well as their qualifications differed, the number of people entering inside also began to change, and so began the Heavens Pride competition. First place, 400 people inside. Second place, enter inside 300. Third place, into the inside 200. Fourth place, enter inside 100. For each opening, there are only 1,000 slots. Therefore, if the country that is in first place every time will be in fourth place, after a few sessions, the distance will be immense. As for the Great Zhou Kingdom, it has finished last for 10 consecutive times, so the strongest of the young generation of the Great Zhou Kingdom will become fewer and fewer. It was pulled away from the oversized distance by Dongxian Kingdom, which was always in first place. When Chen Chang'an and the others arrived, there were countless flying boats, or larger, more luxurious airships, suspended in midair here. The people from the remaining 3 big countries had already arrived, and estimating the number, there were probably hundreds of thousands of people. After all, there is an army involved. When the Great Zhou Kingdom and the others arrived, their overall aura, too, was significantly weaker than the other 3 countries. Ji Mingyue was a leader for the first time, although she was slightly nervous in her heart. But after following Ji Wendian to learn about government affairs in this half-month, vaguely, she actually had a few moments of the aura of an imperial daughter. She swept around, looking at the Snickers, and soon saw a large group of people in a distant corner. It was the Southeastern Wind Alliance. Brother Chang'an, that what's his name alliance guy. He's even there. Ji Mingyue opened her mouth in surprise. Chen Shanan's broad palm pressed on her thin shoulders, giving her a few moments of security, and said blandly, "Just trust me. They want to kick our Great Zhou out. Don't even think about it. Whoever dares to stretch this foot, I will cut their feet off." Listening to Chen Shanan's relieved words, Ji Mingyue's heart settled a bit and took a deep breath, turning to become full of majesty. "Yo, isn't this Princess Mingyue? What's the matter? Isn't that trashy prince of yours, Ji Tsangshan, coming?" Just then, a teasing voice came and everyone looked over. It was a man in his early 30s with a strong aura and a majestic appearance. He, none other than the crown prince of the Dongxian kingdom, Donglian Xing. He slanted his eyes, his tone teasing with flirtation. Duanmu Zong, who was on the other side of Ji Mingyue, looked at Donglian Xing with a stern gaze. "Ji Tsangshan is no longer our Great Zhou's crown prince. Now our Princess Mingyue is our imperial daughter." "Oh, so that's how it is. This palace has heard a little about it." Dong Lianqing drifted into a state of realization and turned with a sneer. "What? Do you all have no one left in the Ji imperial clan? Letting a woman be the future king of the country? Ha ha, what a strange shame." His words fell, causing the people of the royal clans of the remaining 2 countries, one by one, to burst into laughter. Ji Mingyue's face was grim as she clenched her whitened little fists. This was not only insulting her, but also insulting her Great Zhou royal family. But the man on the other side was unforgiving. Dong Lianqing's other royal brother, Dong Lianyang, deliberately said loudly, "I heard that the lord of the Great Zhou Kingdom was injured a year ago, and became crippled in life and death, and now it is rumored that the crown prince has died violently, and then, in the midst of the haste, a woman was replaced to sit in the crown prince's seat. TSK, this Great Zhou country, it seems to be really not working, and such a big event. The Great Zhou master is nowhere to be seen. It won't be dead, right? Ha ha ha." Such disrespectful words instantly caused the faces of the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom to turn red, but they dared not speak in anger. After all, the strength of the country is the root of the bottom of these nationals. The rest of his 3 countries, however, laughed out loud. No, not necessarily dead. There should be a little bit of air left. I'm afraid, scared out of his wits, right? Not daring to come, and letting your own daughter come to be humiliated. TSK, that could really be the case. That incompetent and wasteful lord of the country. I heard that it was also held down and rubbed on the ground by a domestic family called Chen. TSK, it's really a disgrace to the word royal family. The people on the opposite side of the room scoffed back and forth, causing another large chorus of laughter to ring out. The people of the Great Zhou Kingdom were all furious and clenched their teeth in death. They all looked at Ji Mingyue, lest Ji Mingyue lose her temper. But surprisingly, Ji Mingyue looked calm, with a proper palace dress, showing her royal majesty, but unseen in the wide-sleeve robe. Her jade hand had been squeezed in death. Never mind. Chen Chahan's hand, resting on Ji Mingyue's shoulder, seemed to give her a great sense of security, as well as strength. It's a waste of words to do verbal arguments with these jumping clowns. When you get on the stage later, I'll help you slap their mouths, one by one. Good. Ji Mingyue nodded heavily, her entire body filled with strength. Chapter 43, The Human Sword Execution Palace. In the face of many ridicule, Ji Mingyue's calm demeanor surprised countless people. If it had been in her past, she would have panicked. But now, with the royal family withering away, she is the only one who can hold up the fort. After all, behind her, there was still Chen Chang'an in support. On the contrary, it was the 2 foreigners invited from the Great Zhou side that revealed a face full of contempt. TSK, to be so insulted and drank at, but not even dare to fart. It's really not as good as that waste of a Prince Ji Tsangshan. Although his words were soft, they were heard by everyone in the Great Zhou Kingdom. This caused the royal family, one by one, to look at Ji Mingyue with an unhappy expression. Just as the atmosphere was extremely weird, the Dongxian kingdom's first lord for many consecutive years, Dong Yinglai, flew to the center. His gaze first swept icy coldly over Chen Chanan before retracting, his voice sounding like a bell as he spoke. The hour has arrived. Welcome Lord Sword Executioner from the Human Sword Execution Palace. As his words fell, the field instantly quieted down, looking in one direction with faces full of respect. The Human Sword Palace. It was an extremely powerful force. This is the Eastern State, and above the Eastern State are the 4 holy places, and above the 4 holy places was the Human Sword Deacon Palace in the Yanhuang domain, and amongst the Yanhuang domain, there was another top human Dao protector force. That was the Human Sword Execution Palace, to carry the sword of the human race and to protect the law of the human race. That was an important force to protect the human race from being encroached upon by the foreign races. And the one who ruled the human race's sword execution palace was the human race empire. In the human empire, there is a human emperor. Again, back here in the eastern states, every single 4 nations competition in the eastern state here, they would invite a sword bearer to come and be the supervisor and witness. After all, the sword bearer, on the one hand, represented, but the entire human race, on the other hand, also represented the human race's righteous messenger. As for the aura as well as the opportunities inside the Eastern State's secret realm, it was natural for these sword executors not to covet it. This was because there were more such secret realms among the Yanhuang domain. What they, the sword bearers, enjoy is the process of enforcement and justice. This would cause them to get more merit resumes inside the human race's sword execution palace, making efforts for their future promotion and entry into the human race's imperial capital, which was the human race's imperial capital in the imperial capital region. There were human guardian clans, various great emperor clans, and so on, incomparably bright. In the midst of everyone's expectant gazes, a figure slowly hung in the air. It was a middle-aged man wearing a silver robe and carrying a unique longsword. His gaze was stern, slowly sweeping the surroundings, and anyone who was swept in must have stinging eyes and hung their heads, not daring to look directly at them. Holy Emperor Realm! Shock and awe welled up in everyone's hearts. Only a powerful person of the Saint Emperor realm could hang in the air like this. Even in the Heavenly King realm, it was only a short period of time in which one was able to imperil the air. The sword wielder in front of him, on the other hand, stepped in the air as if he were stepping on flat ground. Greetings, Lord Sword Bearer. Even if it was the Dongxian Kingdom's State Lord, Dong Yinglai, facing the sword executioner from the human race's sword execution palace, he would have to slightly bend over and arch his hand in a respectful salute. All the rest of them, too, instantly saluted respectfully in unison. Ha 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 ha, brother M.O., goodbye. At that moment, a voice that caused everyone to be startled resounded abruptly. 2 men slowly piloted the flying boat out, looking at the sword wielder in front of them with smiles on their faces. That's Southeast Wind Alliance's alliance leader, Zhao Tianwei, and his brother, Zhao Tianli. Oh my god, they even know this sword bearer lord? It's not strange to know each other. After all, Zhao Tianwei is an elder of the Holy Land Taitsong sword sect. As for Zhao Tianli, he's an elder of the Holy Land Qingxian sacred sect. This Southeast Wind Alliance is awesome, with 3 great powers behind it and the support of 2 great sects in the Holy Land. Seeing that the 2 of them, Zhao Tianwei and Zhao Tianli, were still so familiar with Lord Sword Executor, the crowd murmured. Soon, a gaze of pity fell on the crowd of the Great Zhou Kingdom. After all, the land of the Eastern State and the sudden rise of such a powerful force, the original resources are limited. That is not, have to squeeze a power out of power? If that was the case, I'm afraid that the Great Zhou Kingdom, which had always been weak, would become a stepping stone for the Southeast Wind Alliance. More gazes fell on the crowd from the Southeast Wind Alliance. Deng realized that they were surprisingly tightly packed one by one, and seemed to have a good plan. In a flash, everyone expected what would happen next. Definitely a pathetic end to the Southeast Wind Alliance sticking their foot in the door and then the Great Zhou Kingdom getting kicked out. In the next moment, a gloating gaze shot at the bodies of the Great Zhou Kingdom's numerous heavenly prides, causing them to fidget and be unable to calm down. They had thought that even if they were at the bottom of the list, they would still be able to at least have 100 spots to enter the Eastern State's secret realm for cultivation. But if the Southeast Wind Alliance inserts a foot in the door, then they can imagine. I'm afraid they'll be kicked out straight away. In an instant, the faces of each and every heavenly pride rose miserably. Ji Mingyue even grabbed Chen Shanan's arm tightly with one hand. With a slight look of help, she looked at Chen Shanan who was standing next to her. Chen Shanan smiled faintly and gave him a relieved look. It's true, seeing as my Great Zhou Kingdom is so easy to bully, Each and every one of them is starting to run wild. Ji Xiangu spoke faintly, his eyes filled with coldness. Lord Duanmu sighed as he looked at the heavenly pride in the field. Even if Ji Songhai was still alive, he was still in a weak position. When he looked at the opposite side's heavenly pride again, there were several in the heavenly king realm, and the gap between the two sides was simply a world of difference. Thinking of this, he looked at the two foreigners from Great Zhou. At this moment, Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, both of them revealed extremely ugly expressions. They originally wanted to come over to play the game as well, and even if they lost, they would still be able to enter the secret realm to cultivate. Today, it's hard to predict the outcome. It seems that the Southeast Wind Alliance had prepared for this. They are familiar with that Lord Sword Bearer. I'm afraid it's just for them to get a foot in the door as well. Ji Xuangu spoke faintly. Old ancestor, is there nothing we can do to stop it? Ji Mingyue asked worriedly. Can't stop it. Chen Chang'an spoke up at this time. I'm afraid they will use. Only the strong can enjoy absolute resources. With this as an excuse, and with the support of Lord Sword Executioner, the Southeast Wind Alliance will definitely be able to get a foot in the door. Ah! Ji Mingyue's face turned slightly white. Brother Chang'an, what should we do then? Most of our celestial pride's cultivation levels are low, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat any of their four forces. It's okay. Chen Chang'an swept a glance at the heavenly pride of the four forces across the street and spoke disdainfully. Just a bunch of earthly chickens and dogs. What? Ji Xuangu and Duan Muzing looked at Chen Chang'an with stunned faces. A dirtbag? This is too arrogant, isn't it? Chen Chang'an didn't reveal his aura, so they couldn't detect Chen Chang'an's depth. However, no one could have expected that Chen Chang'an would have entered the Heavenly King realm in the short period of time that he had. If this were to be said, not only would it be unbelievable, but it would also make the hearts of countless people ripple. Therefore, even though Chen Chang'an was able to fight across levels, they thought that Chen Chang'an was still at the 9th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. The 9th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm would not be able to play much of a role here. It's a team battle after all, and since most of the people on the opposite side were in the late Heavenly King realm, it would be absolute hell mode. Even, there's not a shred of hope. The two of them glanced at each other, and both of them saw the meaning of despair in each other's eyes. Only Ji Mingyue was filled with adoration and said, well, Brother Chang'an, I believe in you. The Eastern Prefecture Secret Realm is a blessed land given to the Eastern Prefecture human race by the heavens, and it concerns the future of our human race. Only the absolute best amongst the pride of the human race, even the mighty ones, can enter it. At this moment, the Dongxian Kingdom's State Lord, Dong Yinglai, spoke loudly, his gaze sternly sweeping the entire arena. The quota of those who enter it for cultivation has been fixed at 1,400 for first place, 300 for second place, 200 for third place, and 100 for fourth place. Speaking here, Dong Yinglai paused and was about to continue speaking when he was suddenly interrupted. Lord Dongxian, we are not convinced. A loud cry rang out abruptly, causing everyone to look over. Chapter 44, Foreign Aid Reversal. That turned out to be Zhao Tianwei. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and showed expressions of watching a good show. Oh, I wonder what Alliance Master Zhao has to say. Dong Yinglai put on a slightly surprised expression and asked lightly. Lord Dongxian, since entering the Eastern Prefecture's secret realm is a matter of the future of my human race, those who can enter, then those who can't, naturally, must be replaced. Saying that, he looked towards the people on the Great Zhou country's side with a hint of a smile. Everyone instantly clammed up. They're trying to replace the Great Zhou Kingdom. Ha! Dong Yinglai let out a faint smile. There are a lot of talents inside the Southeast Wind Alliance, and the Heavenly Pride has gathered. So it's justifiable that you guys are not convinced and also want to enter the secret realm to cultivate. Only, the 1,000 slots to enter the secret realm. That can't be changed. That I certainly know. With a meaningful smile on his face, Zhao Tianwei scanned the surroundings and exclaimed. So, what I'm saying is, those who can enter, we're also going to participate in the grand competition, and if we're ranked in 5th place, we naturally can't enter inside. Wow! The scene was instantly in uproar. The Great Zhou Kingdom's crowd of celestial pride was agitated in a flash. If the Southeast Wind Alliance had also participated in the grand competition, it would be a fool's errand for them to enter 4th place. Sure enough, the two foreign helpers that Great Zhou had invited, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, both of their faces instantly became incredibly ugly. The great competition of the four kingdoms had always been a pattern of a great melee, and whichever power could overcome to the end would definitely be number one. They didn't want to be held down and hammered by a few other forces. At that moment, Dong Yinglai in the middle of the field had a smile on his face as he glanced at the calm-faced Lord Sword Executioner in the air. Respectfully, he said, "Lord Sword Executioner, this Southeast Wind Alliance is also the most important force in my Eastern Prefecture land. They want to participate in the 4-week grand competition. Which, I wonder what Your Honor has to say." This middle-aged sword wielder was named Mo Hai Chao. He faintly swept a glance at the crowd of the Southeast Wind Alliance, and then looked at the Great Zhou Kingdom as he spoke majestically. "Since they want to come in and participate in the grand competition, this is something I have no problem with, and it only requires the consent of your 4 countries." At those words, all of them revealed meaningful smiles. But just as his words fell, Ji Mingyue suddenly opened her mouth. "My Great Zhou Kingdom agrees." Wow. What? The Great Zhou Kingdom actually agreed? Is this woman crazy? Countless people revealed puzzled looks. In their opinion, the Great Zhou Kingdom should have been the first to express its opposition, but they did not expect that the moment Ji Mingyue opened her mouth, she agreed. So they all thought Ji Mingyue was crazy, wanting to give up her qualification to enter the secret realm for cultivation and preparing to swing for the fences? One by one, the Great Zhou Kingdom's celestial pride looked at Ji Mingyue with a face full of consternation. Ji Mingyue, however, looked towards Chen Xiaonan, because it was Chen Xiaonan who made her agree. Chen Xiaonan said indifferently, "Since the Southeast Wind Alliance wants to get a foot in the door and have some fun, it's useless for us to oppose it, so we might as well let them in and knock them off their feet." The Duanmu Mansion master as well as Ji Xuangu looked at him with complex faces before nodding slightly. Now, one could only rely on Chen Xiaonan to save the day. Since the Great Zhou Kingdom has agreed, we, the Southern Ming Kingdom, also agree. We, the Wind Feather Kingdom, also agree. Our Dongxian Kingdom also agrees. The remaining 3 countries, subsequently, agreed. As a result, the Heaven's Pride competition of the original 4 countries suddenly had an additional power. That would be the Southeastern Wind Alliance. Wait, right at this moment, amongst the crowd of Great Zhou Kingdom's Heavenly Pride, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong both walked out at the same time. They turned to Dong Yinglai and respectfully said, "Lord Dong Xian, the 2 of us are foreign aid invited by the Great Zhou Kingdom." "Oh," Dong Yinglai raised an eyebrow. "You guys are from the Tianyan sect?" "That's right." Meng Kaijun remained respectful, but with a proud color between his brows. He, so it's the 2 Heavenly Flame sects' Heavenly Pride. I wonder what you want to talk about?" Dong Yinglai asked, his face wearing a faint smile as he seemed to have guessed something. "Earlier, Alliance Master Zhao was right. Those who can enter the secret realm are indeed those who can," Meng Kaijun exclaimed. "But Brother Li and I don't want to be with this group of losers from the Great Zhou Kingdom, because then even if we lost the fight, we wouldn't be convinced, and that would be a great injustice to us." "That's right. I've always heard that Alliance Master Zhao loves talent. I wonder if Alliance Master Zhao's camp would be willing to take the 2 of us in." Li Hong also spoke loudly, his face full of contempt for the Great Zhou Kingdom's group of Heavenly Pride. But as soon as the 2 of them spoke, the scene once again instantly boiled over. "I'll go. This Great Zhou Kingdom is really Jedi. I didn't expect it, but the foreign aid they hired has turned against the bone on the verge of a fight? Ha 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 ha. It's a laugh riot. Yo, this is going to be a good show." These 2 are the Heavenly Flame sect's Heavenly Pride. The Heavenly Flame sect also belongs to a Tier 1 sect, and with the lack of their 2 powerful external supporters, I'm afraid that the Great Zhou Kingdom will be even more miserable. TSK, it's true that the walls fall down and the poorer you are, the more you see ghosts. Who made Princess Ji Mingyue agree to the Southeast Wind Alliance entering? This is great. Ha 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 ha. Gee, maybe she wants to get it over with early and leave with her tail between her legs too. That's true. The Great Zhou Kingdom has fallen, and if they stay here for one more breath, they'll be disgraced for one more breath. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong's proclivities were not expected by anyone. There was a huge outcry and agitation instantly. Even the Great Zhou Kingdom's group of Celestial Pride were dumbfounded. The outside help they had been licking earlier had deserted them and gone to the enemy's camp when they were about to start fighting. It was nothing short of overwhelming embarrassment and irritation on their faces. In an instant, all this anger was directed towards Ji Mingyue. Some of the royal family's royals even suddenly lost their minds and became furious. "Ji Mingyue, are you crazy? Who told you to agree to the Southeast Wind Alliance entering the competition? This is great. I'm afraid we'll all be eliminated. What kind of mind are you resting on?" As the words fell, Ji Mingyue and Chen Xiaonan instantly looked over. Chen Xiaonan's gaze narrowed as he remembered this fellow, who seemed to be called Ji Tsongtian. Ji Mingyue was stunned and turned to speak sternly. "Shut up, Anyone who dares to be rude to this palace will be punished with 100 strokes of the cane. With that, she looked at Meng Kaijun and Li Hong again and said icily, since you want to withdraw from my great Zhou's camp, then get lost. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong skimmed their mouths, seemingly completely unconcerned about Ji Mingyue's attitude. The two of them looked at Zhao Tianwei with anticipation. Zhao Tianwei's mouth revealed a teasing smile. Since the two little friends want to join my Southeast Wind Alliance, I naturally welcome them. Then thank you, Alliance Master Zhao. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong were overjoyed. They finally had a chance to enter the secret realm as well. Damn the Great Zhou Kingdom. It almost spoiled them. The scene was wonderfully reversed, and countless people cast strange gazes toward the Great Zhou crowd. The Great Zhou Heavenly Pride were each as if they were on their backs, itching to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Chen Chang'an ignored all the gazes and gently pressed one hand on Ji Mingyue's shoulder, steadying her nerves. Even though Ji Mingyue maintained the majesty of an imperial daughter of the Great Zhou, he could tell that she was a bit weak. Then, the great competition will begin. At that moment, Dong Yinglai scanned the surroundings and spoke faintly. Chapter 45, A Three-Way Melee. The crowd stopped talking and looked at the field. At this moment, two suspended competition platforms stood in the middle of midair. Everyone sat on the flying boat and surrounded it. Since there are 5 camps, there's a bout stage that's a three-way melee. Then the victorious side will then fight for first place with the camp that came out victorious from the other bout. Gentlemen, do you have any comments? All of them were stunned and showed contemplative expressions. There were 2 bout tables in the arena. One of the bouts goes to 3 camps on the stage. Then, if the remaining 2 camps were to unite, this would be a great disadvantage to that camp alone. I have no comment. At this time, Ji Mingyue was the first to step out, took a deep breath to not let anyone see her panic and show her timidity, and said loudly, moreover, there's no need to be so troublesome as to draw lots. I, Great Zhou, am willing to enter the three-way melee on the competition stage. Wow. The surrounding area was in an uproar as countless people looked at her in shock. Lord Dongxian is right. The Eastern Prefecture's secret realm is naturally for those who can enter. Therefore, we, Great Zhou, are willing to weed out those wastes. One by one, Ji Mingyue spoke out again. The crowd looked at her in shock. Ji Mingyue, you're crazy. If we take the initiative to go up to the three-way mixed battle arena, the 2 camps on the opposite side will definitely cooperate to get us. Among the Great Zhou Heavenly Pride, Ji Tsangtian once again bellowed with a face full of indignation. Slap! Ji Mingyue's voice steeply turned cold. Duan Muzang's body instantly swept out and slapped on the mouth of the one called Ji Tsangtian. Boo! Instantly slapping him to the ground. Ji Tsangtian was stunned. His face reddened and his eyes surged with anger. She is the imperial daughter after all. If you continue to be unreasonable, the cane will kill you. Lord Duanmu looked at him and coldly said, this guy, he still thinks it's his brother Ji Tsangshan who is the crown prince. Even if Ji Tsangshan was there, he wouldn't dare talk back. After all, Ji Mingyue had Chen Chang'an's backing. Good. Yes. Ji Tsangtian's face was filled with gloominess as he spoke in a low voice. His face twisted. I'll see how you'll end this. Ji Mingyue sighed in relief. Having taken care of the stirrer in her team, she secretly glanced at Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an nodded at her. Ha ha, good. Then since that's the case, we'll fulfill you Great Zhou. So let's have a few forces draw lots. Dong Yinglai smiled faintly. The rest of the forces were even more so, as if they had already eliminated the Great Zhou Kingdom. Then Dongxian Country, South Ming Country, Wind Feather Country, and Southeast Wind Alliance began to draw lots. The Wind Feather Kingdom versus the Southeast Wind Alliance. At bout stage 1, Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, and Great Zhou Kingdom. The 3 kingdoms were mixing it up at the second competition stage. Seeing this result, everyone looked at the Great Zhou Kingdom crowd with pity. Of the 3 major countries, the Dongxian country was the strongest. The second is the Southern Ming State. I didn't expect that in the first battle, the Great Zhou Kingdom would face off against the number 1 Dongxian Kingdom and the number 2 Nanming Kingdom. The bout begins. Dong Yinglai bellowed. Please invite the Heavenly Pride participating in the competition to enter the competition stage. As the words fell, 20 figures had already landed on the second competition stage. It was none other than the pride of the Eastern Xian Kingdom and the Southern Ming Kingdom. From the aura they displayed, all of them were of the Heavenly King realm. The strongest among them was at the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm, the Crown Prince of the Dongxian Kingdom, Dong Lianxing, as well as the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm, the Crown Prince of the Nanming Kingdom, Nan Hong. On the other hand, on the side of the Great Zhou Kingdom, it was much shabbier. In addition to Chen Shanan's unknown Heavenly King Realm Level 3, there was also that Heavenly King Realm Level 1 Ji Tsangtian. But what was even more surprising was that Ji Tsangtian turned a cold brow at Ji Mingyue. Humph. Ji Mingyue, I am at least your royal brother. Don't use your status as a royal daughter to suppress me. You created this situation today, and you're asking us to go up and fight such a powerful opponent? You're crazy. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going up there. With that, he looked at the others. Think about it. If we are beaten to dust on stage, it will be the shame of our lives. This isn't a fight of the same magnitude after all. We're bound to lose. As Ji Tsangtian's words fell, the rest of the celestial pride each cowered, not daring to go up. Ji Mingyue's body shook lightly, her face showing huffing. You guys, but she is only a woman, and has never been gentle and accustomed to, even if she became the imperial daughter, not much time. A time is also difficult to press the crowd. Mingyue, it's fine. It's useless for these cowards to go up there. I'll be fine on my own. Chen Shangan patted Ji Mingyue's shoulder and looked at Ji Tsangtian, as well as the remaining 8 celestial pride with contempt, slurping twice amidst their incomparably ugly faces. Chen Shangan then flew towards the competition stage. Instantly, he caught everyone's eye. Ha 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 ha. No? The Great Zhou Kingdom just went up to one person? TSK, that group of Goonies. Seeing such a powerful lineup from the Dongxian Kingdom and the Nanning Kingdom, they don't even dare to go on stage. I'll be damned. It's embarrassing. Countless people made mocking remarks. This caused Ji Tsangtian, as well as the rest of the Heavenly Pride, to have faces as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. On the competition stage, Dong Lianqing carefully sized up Chen Shannan. A faint murderous aura suddenly rose between his eyebrows. You're the one who killed my royal brother, Dong Lian Tian? You are Chen Shannan of the Chen family of the Great Zhou Kingdom? His words instantly caused Dong Yinglai's gaze, to fall grimly on Chen Shannan's body. Ha, you're that punk Dong Lian Tian's brother? What? Do you want to go to hell to meet him too? Chen Shannan spoke flatly. Yo, that's quite a mouthful. Dong Lianqing grimaced, his gaze sinister. He spoke in a low voice. Kid, this is not the Great Zhou King City. It is not your turn to be arrogant. Later on, this palace will smash your mouth and then crush your bones ruthlessly. Then stomp on your dick and let the sin you did on my royal brother, on you, and bear it all over again too. Dong Lianqing said icily, his eyes already filled with killing intent. Ha! Chen Shangan revealed an extremely contemptuous sneer. It's not certain who will step on who. Dong Yinglai looked icily at Chen Shangan and then at Ji Mingyue. The hour has come and gone. And you, the Great Zhou Kingdom, have sent out just one person? The faces of the crowd of Great Zhou Heavenly Pride were extremely ugly as they hesitated. Fourth Prince, are we really not going on? Among the Great Zhou Heavenly Pride, someone timidly asked. Humph, if you want to go on, you go on. This Imperial Prince is not going on. Ji Tsangtian's face was full of gloom. That's a sure loss. This is also on. You are a little cutie. What? And haven't you noticed? That Chen Shannan kid had offended the other side, and the other side might lay down the law. If we go up there, we'll just become someone's punching bag. The words fell, causing the rest of the celestial pride to lose the courage to go up. Are you kidding? Your own heavenly martial realm, going up to start a fight with someone from the Heavenly King realm? And the other party has a murderous aura, so they'll definitely kill you. The crowd winced and stopped looking at the stage. The Ji clan's old ancestor coldly looked at these cowardly unworthy descendants, not even bothering to say much. The Duanmu mansion master even sighed repeatedly. How can Great Zhou rise with such a spineless young man? Thinking of this, the two of them instead became even more fond of that arrogant, domineering, and lawless Chen Shangan. On the competition stage, Chen Shangan spoke faintly. Let's begin. Those wastes, coming up is useless. With that, he looked at the 20 people across the street again and said indifferently, if they come up, it will only affect the speed at which I can sweep away these 20 pieces of trash in front of me. With one sentence, Chen Shangan offended 3 gangs of people. Instantly, an angry gaze was directed at him. Although Ji Tsangtian didn't dare to lash out at Chen Shannan, his face was extremely ugly as he gritted his teeth. Dong Lianqing, Nan Hong, and the others froze. They didn't expect Chen Shannan to have such a big mouth. Arrogant, calling us trash. Then I'd like to see what you, this fellow, are capable of. Go on, dismantle this kid. But the men in his camp, one by one, grew angry. Chapter 46, A Wild Blast. Dong Yinglai looked deeply at Chen Shannan. This person who had killed one of his sons, was he emboldened or was he just ignorantly arrogant? He then withdrew his gaze and spoke faintly. 3 parties will engage in battle and be ranked in the order of defeat. Unconscious, surrendered, knocked out of the bout, are all defeated. There are injuries that are unavoidable, but they must not be inflicted without cause. Those outside of the tournament stage are also not allowed to interfere with the fight. This battle will be witnessed by Lord Sword Executioner. As Dong Ying said, he looked at Mo Hai Chao again. Whoever dares to disobey the rules will endure. But the sanction from the human race's Sword Execution Palace. After saying that, he flew back to his Dongxian Kingdom's airship and shouted, "The competition begins." Instantly, everyone looked towards the second competition stage. 21 in all. Unsurprisingly, the 20 people from the Eastern Xian Kingdom and the Southern Ming Kingdom were standing together. They teasingly looked at the lone Chen Chang'an alone. Countless people revealed a look of extreme pity, as if they expected the tragic scene of Chen Chang'an being thrown off the stage. "Prince Dongxian, why don't you go on? After all, you have a grudge against this brat." Nan Hong clasped his arms and teasingly opened his mouth. Their 2 camps, naturally, wanted to throw Chen Chang'an off the stage first before they fought against each other. Good thing too, earlier this kid's mouth was too talkative. So this palace will break his mouth full of big white teeth first. Dong Lianqing opened his mouth hideously as he twisted his neck and pinched his finger bones, making clicking sounds. The rest of the people were all holding their arms, showing a look of watching the show. In their view, dealing with Chen Chang'an, Prince Dongxian alone was enough. But right at this moment, Chen Chang'an, who was dressed in a white coat with an extraordinary demeanor, steeply struck out, crossing the field and becoming a white shadow. Whoosh! Unimaginable speed. Appalling. In an instant, he reached Dong Lianqing's body. Not to mention reacting, he hadn't even retracted his teasing expression before he felt his chest being viciously collided by a huge mountain. Boom! A loud boom exploded, and the berserk force instantly dented Dong Lianqing's chest. Sharp pain spread throughout his body, causing his eyes to instantly become covered in blood red. Even more, his body, as if broken sacks like flying out backwards, blood wildly sprayed 2 or 3 feet high. This sudden outbreak of a strange change caused the crowd to be filled with horror one by one, their eyes rapidly enlarging. Ah! What? He sneak attacked. Chen Chang'an, how dare you sneak attack? Chaos broke out on the competition stage. Some people questioned Chen Chang'an, while others went to look at the collapsed Dong Lianqing. The people watching around them resounded even more in an uproar, countless stunned expressions presenting themselves on everyone's face. Because of Chen Chang'an's exploding breath, it was clearly the 3rd level of the Heavenly King realm, and the battle power that he presented was far beyond what the entire realm embodied. Collapsed on the ground, Dong Lianqing coughed up blood repeatedly, his body convulsing madly, his eyes rolling out, his breath weak, obviously lost the battle, or even seriously injured. Hiss! Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. A single strike had wasted the Heavenly King realm level 6 Dong Lianqing. How is that possible? Countless people popped the question mark. Snap out of it. He's only sneak attacking. Nan Hong looked at the crowd full of stunned faces and hurriedly roared. But right at that moment, Chen Chang'an had already arrived in front of him, his body glowing with a faint golden light as he slammed his fist down. Boom! Instantly, a loud boom rang out, and Nan Hong's face was directly smashed into a bloody mess by him. As the entire person was about to fly out backwards, Chen Chang'an grabbed his feet, then swung him up and swept him viciously across the room towards the rest of the people. A heavenly pride's face, again, was ruthlessly smashed down by Nan Hong's head. Instantly blood soared wildly, and with an ah sound, he was spinning and flying out horizontally. Rumble! The field was instantly agitated and confused. Your Highness! In the middle of the field, the remaining celestial pride of the 2 countries were each horrified as they took out their weapons and tried to attack Chen Chang'an. However, what was incredibly annoying was that Chen Chang'an was dragging both Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong by their ankles. Using the 2 of them as weapons, dragging them by their feet, they were easily swung up, like 2 swinging mallets, ruthlessly smashing into the others. Ah, Chen Chang'an, you're despicable. The crowd of Heavenly King Realm's Eastern Xian country and Southern Ming country's celestial pride were dumbfounded. And then one by one, they cursed. They carefully avoided the 2 humanoid weapons in Chen Chang'an's hands while trying to counterattack. But there is simply no way to get started. The hegemonic emperor bloodline on Chen Chang'an's body was exerted. A layer of golden light filled his body. His strength was immense and infinite, and he wielded the 2 Heavenly King realms without any effort. Ah! Another celestial pride was smashed into his chest by Dong Lianqing's brain. Boom! In an instant, his chest burst open. Blood splattered everywhere, and his entire chest dented violently, his back protruding out. Ah! Miserable roars rang out as several more people were smashed out. Bang bang bang! The field continuously resounded with loud booms and miserable roars. Outside the arena, countless people were dumbstruck. The eyes of both Duan Muzong and Ji Xuangu snapped open. Third level of the Heavenly King realm. Oh my god! When did Chen Chanan advance? This kid? No way! The two of them exchanged glances, and both of them saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. The rest of the Great Zhou Heavenly Pride were each frozen in place. I can't imagine it. And I can't believe it. The man who was bombarding the stage and using the two countries' crown princes as human weapons was their Great Zhou Kingdom's Heavenly Pride, Chen Chagan. Boom! Aha! Another one of the East Shin Kingdom's prides in the field had his head slammed into his crotch by the head of the humanoid weapon Nan Hong, ruthlessly slamming into his crotch. Boo! Ah! In a flash, heartrending roars of misery rang out. Chen Chang'an swung Dong Lianqing with his left hand and Nan Hong with his right hand, wildly smashing his opponent with extreme violence. Boom! Rumble! 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 Soon, the 18 Heavenly Pride on the opposite side were all crudely smashed out by Chen Chanan's rough use of the two humanoid weapons in his hand, Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong, which were hard smashed and flew out. None of them can stay on stage. Chen Chanan snorted, then teased Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong as they clanked against each other like two giant weapons, making a thumping sound. Yo-ho! Worthy of being a prince. Both princes have hard skin. It's not bad to be this young man's weapon. A deathly silence fell around them. Men and women, whoever they are. At the moment when Chen Chang'an performed with his hands, none of them had their pupils contracted to the extreme as if they were pierced by steel needles. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the floor for a long time. Ji Mingyue was completely confused, her heart beating fiercely, and her starry, brimming eyes seemed to turn colorful. The figure of that mighty warrior who fought in the 8 directions had long been entrenched in her mind and soul. The people on the side of the Great Zhou Kingdom, even the disobedient Jit Sungtian from earlier, were frozen as if they were seeing a ghost, and a sense of regret filled the air. Chapter 47, Rampage. Originally calm, always sat in the matter Mo Hai Chao openly stood up, full of majestic pupils are shocked and appalled. The pupils of Zhao Tianwei and Zhao Tianli were also dead dilated. Dong Yinglai and the Southern Brightness Kingdom's State Lord, Southern Battle, the two of them even clenched their fists, controlling themselves to death, not allowing themselves to get involved. But, the two of them looked at the miserable state of their son, being used as a weapon to fight, a path of humiliation and anger, gradually boiling in their hearts. After a moment of silence, the surrounding heaven and earth instantly set off a monstrous wave of sound. I went to bunker it up. That guy, what's the deal? What the hell happened? Using the crown prince as a human weapon? To deal with their domestic pride? Hiss, too cruel. This kid, although he is also in the Heavenly King realm, the 20 opponents he faced were also in the Heavenly King realm. He actually crushed them like destruction. I'll go. I didn't see it wrong. Oh my god. This is crazy. I throw. The two princes being swung around as weapons? This is too humiliating, isn't it? Countless people were talking and jaws were dropping. Most of these are here to see the show, so they don't belong to either side of the fence. So the murmurs were also mixed with countless mocking voices. These buzzing booms, as well as the mocking voices, finally caused Dong Yinglai to be unable to suppress his anger any longer. His anger surged as he flew violently into the air above the competition stage, yelling at Chen Chang'an, "Harlot, let go of my son! Arrogant child, let go of my hunger!" The State Lord of the Southern Brightness Kingdom, Southern Battle was similarly so, and at this moment, his anger was so great that he instantly arrived at the sky above the competition stage. The two men shouted harshly. What the two of them erupted was clearly the aura of the Half-Emperor realm. This aura caused the surrounding area to be instantly windy. The mountains shook, and the ground shook, appalling to the extreme. At the same time, it squelched all the waves of talk. Moreover, the aura that erupted from the two of them caused Chen Chang'an's robes to hunt and flutter. But what is shocking is that Chen Chang'an not only did not fear, but instead will be in the hands of two people playing each other a slap. It's like two clapboards. As the two of them cracked their heads and wailed, he lifted the two of them, their heads pointing towards Dong Yinglai and Nan Battle, and opened his mouth sternly. East Shin Country Lord, South Ming Country Lord, you two have great guts, daring to interfere with the competition in front of Lord Sword Executioner. What do you want? Are you so arrogant that you don't care about the human sword execution palace? Do you want to rebel against the human race? Do you want to be traitors to the human race? Ah, say something. Chen Chang'an's voice was even louder than the two of them. The sound rolled on, like waves, spreading surgingly in all directions, and wherever it passed, everyone was once again dumbstruck. The human sword execution palace was a representative of the entire human race. As for the Dongxian kingdom, these were merely small kingdoms amongst the human race, and could not be compared to the human race's sword execution palace at all. At this moment, Chen Chang'an actually said that they did not place the human sword execution palace in their eyes, instantly scaring both of their little legs. You fart. Dong Yinglai held his tongue for half a day, but still couldn't hold back any words, so he had no choice but to curse. He quickly looked at Mo Hai Chao. Lord Sword Executioner, we didn't mean that. Nanjian similarly clenched his silver teeth darkly, holding back the urge not to go down and get Chen Chang'an killed. After all, it had all been said earlier that the human race's sword execution lord was the witness, and as the supervisors of the great competition, they naturally didn't dare to interfere with the competition without authorization. Lord of Dongxian, how about me? Have I violated any rules? Chen Chang'an looked at him playfully and said lightly, I didn't intentionally kill anyone, they were merely seriously injured. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look, they definitely still have a breath. This I can guarantee. Chen Chang'an swore with conviction, looked at the two of them face more and more ugly face, continued, but, I don't know after a long time. After all, everyone's physique is different, and it's their poor physique that kills them. Dong Yinglai's eyeballs almost burst as he braced himself. He clenched his back teeth in death and pointed at Chen Chang'an, almost spitting out blood at the tone of Chen Chang'an's words. He was the head of a country. Even if he was threatened and ignored, no one had ever dared to be like this, using his own son as a weapon and pointing at him to drink and scold him. It's just a strange shame. Chen Chang'an, that's enough. Nanwar was also full of gloom as he opened his mouth. You've already won. Put Nanhong and Dong Lianxing down. Oh, the corner of Chen Chang'an's mouth revealed a teasing arc. But no, the two of them haven't fainted yet, and they haven't fallen off the field, and they haven't admitted defeat on their own either, so I haven't won yet. With that, he clunked the two men in his hands against each other again, making a dull crashing sound, like two long human boards clunking into each other. In an instant, Dong Lianxing and Nan Battle roared miserably again and again, and at this moment, not only were their noses and faces swollen, they were completely bloody. Chen Chang'an, don't bully people too much. Watching his son being casually slapped by Chen Chang'an in his hands, Dong Yinglai no longer had the demeanor of a country lord and was so angry that every pore in his body was shaking. Dong Yinglai. Chen Chang'an pointed at him with Dong Yingxing and shouted violently, have I violated the rules of the competition? No, right? On the contrary, it's you who come to interfere with the bout again and again. You, with malicious intent. Humph. You were the one who read out the rules earlier, and you're the one who violated them so blatantly. Do you have the sword bearer in your sights? Have you put the human sword execution palace in your eyes or not? With that, he then looked at the grim-faced Mo Hai Chao and righteously said, Lord Sword Executioner, if they don't put you in their eyes, are you willing to be humiliated like that? The corner of Mo Hai Chao's mouth twitched viciously. His face darkened instantly. Ji Xuangu and Duan Muzang glanced at each other, their eyelids similarly twitching. This guy. Countless people sucked in their breath and watched with jaws agape as Chen Chang'an performed. Simply, too bummed. East Xin Country Lord. South Ming Country Lord. Don't be impulsive and step back. This is the great competition of the heavens, pride of the four kingdoms. Countless eastern prefectures' outstanding people are watching. What do you want to do? Finally, Mo Hai opened his mouth towards gloom. Dong Yinglai and Nan Zhuan both clenched their fists in death, their gazes grim as they saw that Chen Chang'an was actually hitting a rake in reverse. And in the face of Mo Hai Chao's words, they surprisingly didn't make a move or retort. If the other party wasn't a human sword wielder, they were going to start cursing. Calm your mother down. It's not like your son is getting swung around. Let's try to calm you down. Wow. Look guys, the two of them are really lawless. It's fine if they were arrogant in the land of the Eastern Prefecture, but now it's in front of Lord Sword Executioner. They're so unruly. TSK. It seems like the two of them really don't put the human sword execution palace in their eyes. Chen Chang'an roared incomparably exaggeratedly again. Lord Sword Executioner, do you just allow others to provoke your authority like this? Do you not get angry? Hit him. Beat the out of them until they don't even recognize their mother. Chen Chang'an's words caused the corners of countless people's mouths to twitch sharply as they rolled their eyes repeatedly. Mo Hai Chao was finally not calm. His voice became incomparably cold. East Xin Country Lord. South Ming Country Lord. Stand down. Sensing his anger as well as his surging killing intent, the hearts of both Dong Yinglai and Nan warrior rose and fell violently. Lord Sword Deacon rest his anger. It was my two who were reckless. Finally, the two of them took a deep breath, and after giving Chen Chang'an a vicious warning glance, they retreated back to their respective airships. Alright, Chen Chang'an, you guys continue. Mo Hai Chao landed his gaze on Chen Chang'an again. You throw the two of them out, and then you're victorious. Now that the two of them, Don Lianqing and Nan Battle, had lost their fighting power. However, they hadn't fainted or fallen off the competition stage, nor had they opened their mouths to admit defeat personally, and both of them are still ouchy and wailing. So naturally the fight has to continue. It's not over yet. Just when everyone thought that Chen Chang'an would throw the two out and happily end the fight, the storm rose again. Chen Chang'an suddenly yelled again. Lord Swordbearer, no. The two of them had disrupted the order of the competition. Was it enough to just use the word stand down? Will they not be punished? That's disregarding your authority, Lord Swordbearer. It's even ignored the human sword execution palace. Even if it's spread to the human emperor, the way you handled this won't get praised either, right? Chen Chang'an said, throwing the two men in his hands on the ground, then stomping on their faces with both feet, spinning and crushing them while teasingly saying, otherwise, the bout wouldn't have ended so easily. I'm doing it for the sake of Lord Deacon's rightful name. You'll understand, my lord, won't you? Chen Chang'an's words caused another shock in the arena, and countless people's loosened hearts and minds were once again raised in their throats, looking at Chen Chang'an with incredulity on their faces. He's crazy. He actually flirted and threatened the Lord Sword Executor to come and punish the two kingdom lords? There's simply something wrong with it. Ooh-hoo. The two of them, Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong, wailed again and again under Chen Chang'an's salls. The atmosphere in the arena froze. No one dared to make a sound, and it became pin-sharp. Everyone's jaws dropped as they looked at Chen Chang'an. He went so far as to question the Lord Deacon, and seems to be holding those two up as a threat. If you don't punish those two kingdom lords, I won't end the fight so easily and still abuse them on the field. Chapter 48 Justice and Rigor. Everyone revealed a look of shock, and all of them looked at Chen Chang'an with horrified faces. Your name is Chen Chang'an, right? Good. I'll remember you. The cold aura in Mo Hai Chao's eyes flickered continuously, and finally opened his mouth meaningfully. After thinking about it, he continued. Although the Lord of Dongxian and the Lord of Nanming are a bit impulsive, they have not substantially interfered. But before he could finish his sentence, Chen Chang'an hammered his fist on his chest and let out a fierce pust. He spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. He pointed at Mo Zhaohai and said with pathos, Lord Sword Executioner. The two of them, they are half-emperor realm. I'm a tiny junior and I'm bleeding internally from their fear. And you call that not disturbing me? Could it be that you, Lord Deacon Sword, are so partial to them because they are the lord of a small kingdom? You're the overseer of the great competition. You're the swordbearer who claims to be impartial. Since it's so unfair, then I'm not going to submit. I'm going to appeal to the human sword execution palace. Chen Chang'an's words were resounding, as if they came from the bottom of his heart, causing everyone around to tilt their heads back in unison, once again filled with astonishment. Hiss! Mo Hai Chao wrinkled his eyebrows, sensing how difficult this fellow was to deal with. And this guy, Chen Chang'an, didn't seem to be afraid of his Saint Emperor's pressure, and to perform so poorly in front of him. Spitting blood from those two's aura? Do you think I'm blind? Obviously you whacked yourself. He's still going to appeal to the human sword execution palace? That's a threat to him. Nice guy. He dared to threaten himself. His Hall of the Human Race Sword Executor. Is the sword executor of the human race's heavenly pride to protect the way, but was even complained by the heavenly pride. Then, the consequences of this were serious. He was so angry that his heart almost exploded. However, he still suppressed it and stared at Chen Chang'an for a long time without words. Everyone around instantly held their breath, thinking that Mo Hai Chao would strike out angrily at Chen Chang'an. But shockingly, two loud slaps rang out. Instead, it landed on the faces of the dumbfounded East Xin country lord and the South Ming country lord. This had not only knocked the two of them off their feet, but everyone else as well. Countless people sucked in cool air in unison. The two of them, Dong Yinglai and Nanzhan, had extremely ugly faces, as if they had eaten, yet they didn't dare to snap. Chen Chang'an, the two of them, have been disciplined. The bout continues. Mo Hai Chao seemed to have a flat voice, but it was spat out with gritted teeth. Line, 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 line. As expected of Lord Sword Executioner? You are indeed just and impartial. Chen Chang'an smiled, then kicked Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong, who were like dead dogs at his feet, out. As he fell out of the competition stage, he was caught by Dong Yinglai and the two southern warriors. The two of them went back inside their respective spaceships with their faces full of irony, and it was time to treat them. In this round, the Great Zhou Kingdom wins. Mo Hai Chao opened his mouth gloomily. Boom! The result that surpassed everyone's expectations was like a thunderbolt, causing countless people in the arena to boil up. Buzzing murmurs and whispers formed a lurid wave of sound that swept through the 8 directions. Chen Shan'an left the competition stage and returned to the Great Zhou Kingdom's airship. Ji Mingyue lunged over at once, but stopped hard when she was within a stone's throw in front of Chen Chang'an. Her eyes were filled with mist and tears. She sniffled and her vermilion lips lightly opened. Brother Chang'an, are you alright? Scared me to death. This. Akatsuki, we won. Chen Chang'an smiled. It seems that there are more than 100 people from our Great Zhou Kingdom who have entered the secret realm to cultivate this time. Ji Mingyue nodded heavily, her eyes with crystal tears, brimming with different colors, looking at Chen Chang'an as if the other party had become the only one in her world. Little friend Chahan. Next to him, Ji Xiangu spoke hoarsely. His eyes were thick with awe. What kind of family is the Chen family? That during these 20 years of my seclusion, another one of such astonishing talent has been born from the sky. You? Chen Chang'an laughed. You're too kind. Senior, we're only a billion points better than the others. Chen Chang'an said, pinching his fingers and making a gesture. The crowd was instantly speechless. And strong billion ... But what they didn't know was that the billion ... that Chen Chang'an said was billion. Duke Chang'an is a blessing to our Great Zhou Kingdom. Lord Duanmu returned to his senses and hurriedly lamented. Ji Xuangu nodded heavily and looked at Ji Mingyue again, his face full of relief. Although each and every one of the Ji clan's descendants were so useless, it was fortunate that there was such a beautiful Princess Mingyue. The important thing is that this princess made a very good move. Chen Chang'an didn't talk too much, when his gaze suddenly landed on Ji Tsingtian's body, as well as that group of so-called Great Zhou Heavenly Pride. Under his gaze, the eyes of those heavenly prides each averted up, filled with awe, and Ji Tsingtian was even so shocked that he stumbled a step and almost fell. A bunch of cowards. This young man is looking forward to the quota I fought for. And which of you will dare to enter the secret realm with a thick skin? Chen Chaman's words caused the group of people's bodies to tremble one by one, their faces reddening, both before and after the war. None of them dared to provoke Chen Chang'an. After all, Chen Chang'an's fierce reputation was well known in the Great Zhou King city, and now it's even the crown prince of the Dongxian Kingdom and the Nanming Kingdom, all of which are rubbing on the ground. It's predictable. They don't count for. On the other hand, the seat of the Southeast Wind Alliance. Zhao Tianwei looked at Chen Chang'an's figure dead on, murderous intent erupting in his eyes. Chen Chang'an had killed his son, Zhao Zihan. He's really rampant. He's not even afraid of the sword bearer. Zhao Tianli coldly said. Zhao Tianwei then looked at He Wucheng, who was beside him with a complicated face. Elder He, are you sure that there is a powerful Dao protector behind Chen Chang'an? He Wucheng shook his head slightly. I don't know. At that time, when he was in the Great Zhou Palace, there was indeed. Could it be that Ji Xiangu? Zhao Tianwei asked with a frown. Definitely not him, He Wucheng affirmed. Although Ji Xuangu is at the Saint Emperor realm, he is merely only a first-level Saint Emperor. If it's at this level, I'm not afraid at all. That's right, our old ancestors, all of them are at the Saint Emperor level. With our 4 families allied together, we'll have it 4. Of course we're not afraid of that old fellow Ji Xiangu. Zhao Tianli spoke disdainfully. At this time, Zhao Tianwei took a heavy and deep breath. The Chen family. Where exactly is this family from? Previously, they had been unassuming and unseemly, but now they are surprisingly uncomplicated one by one. They are simply a bunch of old Inbi. At those words, Zhao Tianli was also in deep thought. Chen Chanan's ruthless means and arrogant and domineering attitude had hardened the 3 great powers, as well as the people of the Southeast Wind Alliance, and bluffed them into whimsy. Those who didn't know would have thought that Chen Chanan was a holy clan from one of those holy lands. Even the sacred race wouldn't dare to disregard the sword bearer, unless it's the imperial race. Hiss! At the thought of this, everyone sucked in a cool breath, but then hurriedly threw this unrealistic thought away, because it's just not possible. And on the one competition stage, the pride of the Wind Feather Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance, they had wanted to watch the show. wanted to see how Chen Chang'an of the Great Zhou Kingdom was thrown off the stage in disgrace. However, what shocked all of them was that Chen Chang'an was unharmed. He had also wildly abused the crown princes of the Dongxian Kingdom and the Nanning Kingdom. And even under Chen Chang'an's compulsion, the lords of these two countries were slapped by the sword-bearer. This is simply unthinkable. What's more, the two outsiders, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, had their jaws dropped in shock. In doing so, the Great Weekly Kingdom has at least made it into the top 2. This is as unbelievable as a dream. But despite how shocked they were, they had to fight next. Thus, the Wind Feather Kingdom's Heavenly Pride and the Southeast Wind Alliance's people battled. However, what was shocking was that the Southeast Wind Alliance had a powerful and mysterious person in addition to the two outside helpers, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong. That person was actually at the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm. Chapter 49, War Against the Southeast Wind Alliance. And the moment the aura of the Heavenly King realm's 8th level came out, it caused everyone's gazes to fall on her body. It was a figure dressed in a gray robe, masking half of his face and revealing a pair of stern eyes. I don't know about men and women, but going by the tall stature and the dimpled figure, it seemed to be a woman. With her big show, all eyes in the arena focused on her. Heavenly King Realm Level 8. A Heavenly King Realm Level 8 around 30 years old. This caused countless people in the arena to be horrified. It was even stronger than the previous East Lianqing Heavenly King Realm Level 6. But Dong Lianqing was already stuck at the age of 30. Where exactly did the Southeast Wind Alliance pull in the Heavenly Pride from? Could it be from the Holy Land? Ji Xuangu opened his mouth in doubt. A holy place? It's possible. The Duanmu Mansion Master gruffly said. Zhao Tianwei is an elder of the Taicang Sword Sect, and Zhao Tianli is an elder of the Qingxian Sacred Sect. It's just that I don't know which of these two sacred clans this young Heavenly Pride is from. Chen Chang'an's gaze also settled on the gray-robed man, his gaze narrowing. 8th level Heavenly King. I erupted into Overlord's rage, along with the evil demon blood god technique, as well as opening the martial orifice realm gate, together with the guardian sword. It should be possible to suppress it. When he thought of this, Chen Chang'an withdrew his gaze. When they arrived, the originally defeated Dongxian country, Nanming country, and Wind Feather country's 3 countries Heavenly Pride engaged in a melee. Then 3rd, 4th, and 5th place are decided, but they were wounded and crippled among themselves, and no longer had the strength to fight again. So after some coordination, it was decided that the fight would be resumed in 3 days. Now, the Heavenly Pride of the 3 countries as well as the top management, each of their faces were extremely ugly, as if they had swallowed a turd raw. They've been in the top 1, 2, 3, even if the Southeast Wind Alliance wanted to enter. They thought they were forcing the Great Zhou Kingdom out, but never expected to dig a hole and bury myself. It's just so humiliating. The Great Zhou Kingdom had produced a demonic Chen Chang'an, and the Southeast Wind Alliance, likewise, had an additional demonic Heavenly Pride, and that's not even counting the foreign aid. The Southeastern Wind Coalition also shamelessly said they were the ones who pulled in. It's simply off the charts. But the battle between the number 1 and number 2 rankings still has to be fought. After all, the Southeast Wind Alliance didn't lose much. Thus, Mo Hai Chao walked into midair and opened his mouth majestically. The 4 Kingdoms Heaven's Pride competition. Enter the second round of competition immediately. In this battle, first place and second place will be decided. Please invite the Southeast Wind Alliance's Heavenly Pride, as well as the Great Zhou Kingdom's Heavenly Pride to the competition stage. As the words fell, he left the middle void. Thus, the 9 Heavenly Prides of the Southeast Wind Alliance flew down onto the competition stage. On the side of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Ji Mingyue pulled Chen Chang'an's hand and suddenly said, Brother Chang'an, why don't you let Ji Tsingtian and the others go up to help you as well, so that you have 9 helpers as well? Upon hearing this, Ji Tsingtian and the other Celestial Pride each had a look of expectation on their faces as they looked towards Chen Chang'an with a high level of wariness. At this moment on the stage, they had taken a second place even if they lost, so they naturally wanted to go up and show their faces. And Ji Mingyue was completely afraid that Chen Chang'an would suffer. But surprisingly, Chen Chang'an patted Ji Mingyue's hand. He looked at Ji Tsingtian and the others and sneered. There's no need for that. These 9 stragglers are affecting the speed at which I draw my sword. As for those 10 bedbugs across the street, I'll just crush them at will. Chen Chang'an's words caused Ji Tsingtian and the others to change their faces drastically, each of them annoyed. Even more so, it made them hold their faces red. But they didn't dare to lash out at Chen Chang'an, and the 10 people from the Southeast Wind Alliance on the opposite side were instantly furious one by one. What? He dares to call us bedbugs? Outrageous! Young lord! Abuse him to death later. That's right, Too arrogant. Smash his teeth in. Among the Southeast Wind Alliance, there was another Heavenly King Realm Level 5 Heavenly Pride, and that was Zhao Ziyang. At this moment, his face was gloomy as he looked at Chen Shan'an, who arrogantly flew onto the stage, and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, don't be gullible. After saying that, he looked at the gray-robed man again. Miss Ning, how is it? Can you beat him? The gray-robed person's name was Ning Tingyu. Only her cold words could be heard coming out. This son, extremely dangerous. At those words, Zhao Ziyang's heart and mind fluttered. Someone who could make Ning Tingyu, who was at the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm, say that it was extremely dangerous. Just how demonic is that? No wonder he's so rampant. As Chen Chang'an arrived at the competition stage, the people from the Southeast Wind Alliance gathered behind Ning Tingyu one by one, looking at Chen Chang'an with a wary face. The great competition of the heavenly pride of the 4 eastern states. Begin! High up in the sky, a calm voice came from Mo Hai Chao. On the fighting stage, Chen Shan'an wouldn't be careless when facing an opponent whose strength was a few small realms higher, and directly took out his guardian sword. His entire body then stormed out, executing the Chen clan's thunder pole illusion. While the martial orifice realm pass opened, there was a loud boom inside him, and his entire speed once again exploded several times. This was followed by activating the evil demon blood god skill Bloodbath Demon Light. In an instant, the chi and blood rumbled and soared on Chen Shan'an's body. Even more so, a faint blood haze surrounded his entire body. Burial sword technique instant kill, almost from speed, to boosting the explosive power of the aura, then the aura of the whole body, and finally the sword stance. Chen Chang'an synthesized them all in one step. In an instant, he was in front of Ning Tingyu's body, and swept his sword across her neck. Ning Tingyu's speed was also extremely fast, her body slightly leaning back, her entire body moving down and backing up sharply. Chen Shan'an's gaze exploded with cold aura, his body moving forward rapidly, the guardian sword in his hand slashing downward. Buzz! The guardian sword erupted with a thunderous momentum, seemingly about to split Ning Tingyu in half in one fell swoop. Ning Tingyu, on the other hand, responded calmly. Her stance was unusually agile, sometimes erratic, sometimes like a shadow, causing Chen Chang'an's attacks to repeatedly fall short. Chen Chang'an used his heavy sword as his main focus, and Ning Tingyu's entire body formed a ghostly figure as she dodged rapidly. Chen Chang'an's explosive power was extremely strong, and that terrifying power seemed to form a raging hurricane, spreading out in all directions, creating an astonishing momentum. The exchange between the two instantly drew the attention of the entire crowd. The Southeast Wind Alliance's prides had gathered at the edge of the fighting stage, watching the fierce duel in amazement. They didn't dare to go forward, and even the strongest ones, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, as well as Zhao Ziyang, could only try their luck at the edge of the storm of the two men's battle, but had no way to enter. The strong men watching from all around couldn't help but change their colors. They had never seen such a strong Chen Chang'an before. That was the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm, but he was actually fighting the other party without a match. This over-the-top battle of his was really perverted. Only a short dozen or so breaths. The aftermath of the two men's battle was to make the fighting stage a mess, covered with traces of a catastrophic destruction. Boom! After another intense blast, the two of them stood still, facing each other from afar. When the battlefield was suddenly quiet, everyone's heartbeat seemed to stop along with it, and they all held their breath, dumbfounded, because in the next instant, an extremely terrifying battle could erupt on the competition stage. Meng Kaijun, Li Hong, Zhao Ziyang, all the celestial pride of the Southeast Wind Alliance were gathered behind Ning Tingyu, all of them ready to go, looking at Chen Chang'an with vigilance. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate this young pride from a country that had always been at the bottom of the list. Drink! At this moment, Chen Chang'an suddenly let out a violent cry, and his entire body abruptly shot up high into the air. Then once again, a shocking aura erupted, rolling like a wave, pouring down towards Ning Tingyu and the others. Chapter 50 locked in first. Chen Shan'an once again opened the second stance of the evil demon blood god skill. Jinshan shakes the sea. Boom! The amazing aura was like 10,000 mountains sinking. Before the person arrived, a fierce wind had already descended steeply, pressing Ning Tingyu and the others to the point where their skin ached. Gun out like a dragon. Ning Tingyu roared lowly as a long spear sprang straight up, instantly resounding with the sound of a dragon's roar. Roar! Facing such a powerful shot, Chen Shan'an once again slashed down with his sword. Burial sword technique, shattered sky. At the same time, he opened the hegemonic emperor bloodline. Roar! In a flash, A 10-foot giant with a golden light emerged behind Chen Chanan, roaring with a sound wave that filled heaven and earth. Like a heavenly god from the ancient times, he was adding great power to Chen Chanan. Boom! Shocking explosions rang out as a violent wave of air spread in all directions. You! Ningtingyu exclaimed in shock as her lance was cleaved away by Chen Chanan's huge sword, along with her entire body flying steeply sideways to the side. Aha! One by one, the remaining celestial pride let out a miserable roar, like a cannonball landing in their midst, instantly exploding all of them violently. Rumble! The competition stage trembled violently. When everything stopped, the ground was filled with celestials lying and wailing. At the same time, the unbelievably hard competition stage unexpectedly cracked with countless cracks, seemingly about to be shattered by Chen Shanan's sword. Chen Chang'an had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he arrived in front of Ningtingyu. You, what do you want? Ningtingyu spoke out grimly, and a trace of panic unexpectedly flashed through that pair of pitch-black eyes like stars. It's natural to defeat you all. As Chen Chang'an said that, he kicked her in the ass, instantly sending her flying sideways. You. Damn it. Feeling her arse being viciously kicked by Chen Chang'an, Ningtingyu in the middle of the suspension instantly turned red with shame and anger. Even with her face scarf, she could still see the brimming glow in those flustered eyes. Chen Chang'an ignored her and came directly in front of both Meng Kaijun and Li Hong. Looking down at the two of him, he teased. Yo, so it's you guys? What a coincidence. The two of them, Meng Kaijun and Li Hong, immediately looked extremely ugly. Chen Chang'an, you. What do you want to do? Don't do it. We recognize. Meng Kaijun and Li Hong both opened their mouths in trembling voices and were about to admit defeat when they were suddenly kicked in the mouth by Chen Chang'an. Bang! The two instantly flew backwards, their teeth all falling out and their entire mouths becoming a bloody mess. The two of them let out a mournful and miserable roar, their faces full of horror. Yo, so you guys are such losers. TSK. It's really something for this young man to see. Chen Chang'an snorted in feigned innocence. What are you guys talking about? I can't hear you. With that, he stepped forward again, and one of them kicked them hard in the head. Boom! Instantly their heads exploded with blood and light, and the two roared miserably as they flew backwards again and landed heavily again, falling into a coma, not dead but also seriously injured. Hiss! One by one, the remaining celestial pride sucked in cool air, their faces filled with astonishment. We concede. Zhao Ziang and the remaining people hurriedly opened their mouths. Kidding aside, even the heavenly king level 8 Ningtingyu had lost, so where would they have the strength to fight again? Better to reserve your strength and at least get a second place. The Southeast Wind Alliance has conceded defeat. The battle is over, and the Great Zhou Kingdom takes first place. High in the air. Mo Hai Chao had a complicated expression, but still immediately spoke. At the same time, he stared at Chen Chang'an dead in the face, as if he just wanted Chen Chang'an to continue to strike and break the rules. Chen Chang'an skimmed his lips before flying in the direction of Ji Mingyue and the others. The field was once again viciously shocked. Aside from Chen Chang'an and that Ningtingyu who fought a few times at the beginning, the rest of them were all crushed. That's just it. Incredibly outrageous. Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, Mo Haizhao, and Dong Yinglai, all of the powerhouses had extremely gloomy faces one after another. As they looked at Chen Chang'an's arrogant back, their hearts were deeply shocked. Great Zhou Kingdom. Surprisingly, such a strong and perverted demon has appeared. Everyone in the camp of the Great Zhou Kingdom was invigorated, especially the officials who came along for the ride and had very little presence. Each of them looked at Chen Chang'an excitedly, their hearts surging with excitement. First place. It's been 30 years, and the Great Zhou Kingdom has finally taken first place again. Brother Chang'an, you're too good. Ji Mingyue hugged Chen Chang'an's arm and said happily, let's go back to our quarters and wait. The secret realm might not open until 3 days later. After all, the remaining 3 countries still have to compete before they can enter. Chen Chang'an laughed. Yeah. Ji Mingyue nodded heavily, her towering breasts rising and falling in excitement. Next to them, Ji Xuangu and Duanmu Mansion Master looked shocked, and hurriedly transmitted the good news back to the Great Zhou Royal City with the most expensive, highest-level long-distance sound transmission stones. When the news that the Great Zhou Kingdom had won first place amongst the 4 Kingdom Heavens Pride competition spread back to Chang'an City, the first thing that happened was that the crowd didn't believe it. But as more and more news came back, and more detailed reports, the crowd was convinced. The specifics are detailed and are being interpreted one by one. First, the Great Zhou Kingdom was disliked by the crowd. And then the Southeast Wind Alliance used their connections to bring in Lord Sword Executioner to help speak. So the Southeastern Wind Alliance managed to insert itself. After that, the Great Competition of the Four Kingdoms became the Great Competition of the Four Kingdoms in one alliance. The Five Powers. The power that ranked last would be kicked out and disqualified from entering the secret realm for cultivation. This would have been a sky-crashing opening. After all, whether it was Dongshen, Nanming, Wind Feather, the Three Countries, or the Southeast Wind Alliance, their heavenly prides were all more powerful than the Great Joe countries, as well as higher in realm, all of them being in the Heavenly King realm. Moreover, the two foreign helpers that Great Joe had spent a lot of effort to invite had also turned against each other in the battlefield. This puts Great Joe in an even more difficult position. Even the Great Joe Heavenly Pride, led by Ji Tsungtian, were all too timid to take the field. But just when everyone thought that the Great Joe Congress would make all the ugly faces, Chen Chagan, the young master of the Chen family, came out of nowhere. First, he strongly swept away the most powerful Dongshin kingdom, as well as the Nanming kingdom. Finally, in the finals, he even completely suppressed the foreign aid from the Southeast Wind Alliance's Heavenly King Realm Level 8, winning the championship in one fell swoop, taking the first place in the grand competition completely for the Great Joe Kingdom. Such a wonderful reversal was transmitted back in detail one by one by those who watched, causing a sensation throughout the royal city. It's making waves. Chen Chang'an's name, once again, rang out loud and clear, and when these news reached inside the palace, Ji Wentian, who was still recuperating from his injuries, climbed up from his bed in a single bound, and his loud laughter resounded throughout the palace. Then took a group of Ji family descendants. After thinking about it, he personally traveled to the Chun clan again and took away most of the Chun clan's young descendants. Then he joyfully headed towards the mountain range where the Eastern State Secret Realm was located. Chapter 51, Assassination. And in the mountains of the Eastern State's Secret Realm, in the Great Joe Kingdom's compound, several of Chen Chang'an's people were resting in the camp. That night, Chen Chang'an took advantage of the cover of the night and utilized the Chun clan's extremely bizarre stance to quietly feel his way inside an independent camp. Inside were two wailing, angry youths. Humph, that son of a Chen Chang'an. He's dead. He dared to lay his hands on us. That's right. When we return to the Heavenly Flame sect, we will definitely make him look good. If I don't take this revenge, I'll never be a human being. Ouch, 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 ouch. Screw it. I was going to enter the secret realm to cultivate, but I didn't expect that I would plant my head. In the dimly lit room, the two of them, Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, wailed and kept cursing at Chen Chang'an. But the next moment, the darkness, a cold sword light steeply flashed from their pupils. Inside their pupils, there was a reflection of the figure that caused them to be the most terrified. It was the man whose flesh and blood they hated to eat, but immediately, the two were plunged into eternal darkness. Cut. After slicing off the heads of both Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, Chen Chang'an took advantage of the darkness and quietly felt his way back to his room. Those two guys were offended to death. Chen Chang'an didn't mind coming in the middle of the night to get them killed, or else they'd go back, get better, and come back to haunt him. Just because you can't kill someone during the great competition doesn't mean you can't kill them after the great competition is over. When he returned to his room, Chen Chang'an froze. Why are you here? Chen Chang'an put away the guardian's sword in his hand and calmly sat down on the table next to him before pouring himself a cup of tea. The person in the room was none other than Ji Mingyue. Brother Chang'an, did you go and kill someone? Feeling the blood aura on Chen Chang'an's body, Ji Mingyue worried. Chen Chang'an nodded his head. Then I'm not going back tonight. I'll be here all night. Ji Mingyue spoke seriously. Chen Chang'an froze, but in an instant, he understood her thoughts. She's trying to be her own witness, prove that she was with her all night. After thinking about it, Chen Chang'an shook his head. Mingyue, it's not necessary. That whatsoever Heavenly Flame sect, I don't put it on my mind yet. The Heavenly Flame sect was merely a first-tier sect within the Eastern Xian country. The Chen family, was a family that was fearless in the face of all Tier 1 forces within the Great Zhou. No, I'll be here tonight. I can't let you get left behind. Ji Mingyue said seriously. It's fine. I don't mind, Chen Chang'an said. But looking at Ji Mingyue's obstinate appearance, he could only nod his head in agreement. Instantly, Ji Mingyue's pretty face was covered in joy. Then I'll sleep on the bed and you'll cultivate next to me. Chen Chang'an nodded his head, and after taking a few sips of tea, he began to cultivate on his knees. These 2 days of competition had caused him to become more and more skillful in controlling his own gongfu. Moreover, he was more composed with his combat experience, which was something other people of his age couldn't do. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, when the people of the Southeast Wind Alliance realized that the two of them, Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, were dead, they instantly became agitated, especially the East Inglai Kingdom Lord and the others. After all, the Tianyin sect was the heavenly pride of their domestic clan, and when something happened to them, they naturally had to want to make something happen. And all of a sudden, it was locked onto Chen Chanan's body. Whether or not Chen Chang'an did it, they didn't want to make Chen Chang'an feel better. Thus, a large group of unconvinced celestial pride came to Chen Chang'an's door. Chen Chang'an, you're despicable and shameless to go and assassinate Li Hong and Meng Kaijun in the middle of the night. That's right, Chen Chang'an, get out. Such despicable tactics. You don't deserve to be an Eastern state heaven's pride. You assassinated the Heavenly Flame sect's heavenly pride. They won't let you go, and you'll have to bear the consequences of all this. One young man was screaming up a storm in a frenzy. When Chen Chang'an opened the tent and appeared sleepily with Ji Mingyue, everyone outside the tent froze. Even Ji Xuangu and Duan Muzang, who had arrived at the news, froze. Shut up, my ass. All of you are crazy for staying up so early in the morning. Chen Chang'an glanced at the crowd and spoke faintly. Princess, you are. Oops. Duan Muzang hesitantly opened his mouth, but immediately, he and Ji Xiangu, both of them, smiled their old faces into chrysanthemums. Ji Mingyue nodded slightly to Duan Muzang and the Ji clan ancestor before coldly shouting at the rest of the people who were clamoring. You guys said earlier that what's his name Li Hong and Meng Kaijun are both dead? What business is it of my brother Chanan's if those two white-eyed wolves die? When the others heard this, they immediately clamored. Princess Mingyue, those two had a beef with Chen Chang'an. It must have been Chen Chang'an who killed them. He acts in such a despicable manner. He doesn't deserve to be a heaven's pride of the Eastern Prefecture. Che, you guys said that brother Chanan killed those two. What about the evidence? Ji Mingyue lightly swept a glance at the crowd, full of royal majesty, and spoke disdainfully. I was with my brother Chang'an all night last night. Could he still split up to kill? What? Upon hearing this, everyone froze. They had looked at the two of them in amazement. What's so surprising? He's the palace's emperor's son-in-law, given in marriage by the palace's father himself. What's so rare about the palace and the emperor's son-in-law sleeping together? Ji Mingyue's every move showed her authority, but the words she spoke were so natural, and incomparably domineering. Even Chen Chang'an froze. That's right, you people, are you trying to slander our emperor's son-in-law? Ji Xuangu was overjoyed in his heart and spoke coldly to all the celestial pride. Instantly, the pressure on the crowd of celestial pride increased. Humph, Chen Chang'an is Princess Mingyue's son-in-law, so naturally he'll be biased in his favor. And with her as a witness, this doesn't count. A celestial pride spoke loudly. That's right, this doesn't count. He must be the one who quietly went and killed both Li Hong and Meng Kaijun. Yeah, we're not convinced. We defy a heavenly pride with such despicable behavior. The crowd bellowed. Right at this moment, Chen Chang'an walked out, facing the clamoring crowd and sneered. Whoever is not convinced, then let's have a duel. With that, he pointed at the defiant one. Is it you who is defiant? Come, fight this young man in a life and death duel. Without rest, the man instantly wimped out, his body staggering back. No, I'm not dueling with you. Kidding aside, the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm was abused by Chen Chang'an. Let alone them. Che, that's not convincing my ass. If you don't, come and beat me. Don't mouth high. What thing? Chen Chang'an shouted loudly and sternly, laughing coldly. As for the two Li Hong and Meng Kaijun, if they died, it was because they were weak and died on their own. It's none of Laozi's business. I didn't go assassinate them last night. I was in love with my bright moon all night. Chen Chang'an spoke without blushing or jumping. He was naturally not afraid of the Heavenly Flame sect. It was just that he didn't want to cause any trouble before entering the secret realm. Otherwise, admit to assassinating them. So what? Chen Chang'an, a man is a man who dares to act. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nan Battle were furious and joined forces. Chapter 52, A Hardening of the Back. Oh, you guys, what do you want to do? If I want to bully my juniors, my old bones, I won't agree. Seeing that the other party's elders had appeared, Ji Shengu on the Great Zhou country's side naturally stood out and spoke coldly. Seeing this, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nan Battle looked at him. and almost at the same time, 4 old men appeared behind the 4 of them. All of their auras erupted, and they were all Saint Emperor realm level ancestors. Ji Xuangu, you old man, why aren't you dead yet? Do you want to have a fight with us? TSK, let the old man show me if your bones are still hard or not. The old ancestor of the Eastern Xian Kingdom and the old ancestor of the Southern Brightness Kingdom teasingly opened their mouths. But Ji Xiangu did not show any weakness and snorted, if you guys are not afraid to die, I can fight with you. Even if I can't kill you all at once, I can still make you not dead but also disabled. Can you dare to bet? Saying that, Ji Xuangu directly burned his body's qi and blood, forming shocking waves that intimidated the 8 directions. In a desperate stance, old man, you're crazy. The old ancestor of the Dongxian Kingdom shouted angrily. For the sake of a junior, you're going to fight us to the death? Humph, that's my Great Zhou Kingdom's son-in-law. If you guys dare to bully him, our Great Zhou Kingdom would rather be broken for the sake of jade than for the sake of tile. Ji Xuangu blew his beard and glared, showing no weakness. Now, not only were the 4 major powers confused, even the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom were confused. They didn't expect the old ancestor of their family's royal clan to be so rigid. Ji clan ancestor, Chen Chang'an is a person of despicable character. He doesn't deserve to be the Eastern State's heavenly pride, much less enter the Eastern State's secret realm. At this time, Dong Yinglai opened his mouth faintly, his eyes incomparably stern. In this regard, you, the Great Zhou Kingdom, can't make a mistake for yourself. You're ing farting. The old man doesn't want to hear about trumped-up charges. If you want to deprive Chang'an of the name of heaven's pride today, as well as the qualification to enter the secret realm, I will not let you get away with it even if I spell out this old life. Come on, fight for your life. Saying that, Ji Xuangu's murderous aura exploded once again at the Saint Emperor realm level, almost to the brink of collapse. There is an aura of a deadly battle at the drop of a hat. Duan Muzong did the same as he bellowed. That's right, if you dare to unite to bully our Great Zhou Kingdom, even if we die, we will bite off a large portion of your flesh. After saying that, the elders of the Great Zhou Academy appeared one by one, all of them at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm. At the command of the Great Zhou Kingdom's army, prepare for battle. Ji Mingyue also raised an imperial daughter's token at this time and bellowed out with an extraordinary aura. Yes, in an instant, the thousands of soldiers brought by the Great Zhou Kingdom were murderous. A few of Dong Yinglai's brows furrowed. They were trying to suppress Chen Chang'an's arrogance, not trying to fight to the death with the Great Zhou Kingdom right now. Moreover, the sword-bearer Mo Hai Chao was still here. He wouldn't just stand by and watch the human kingdom fall into war. That's right, whoever dares to bully my Ji Wentian's virtuous son-in-law, I will fight them to the death even if I have to drag the entire Great Zhou Kingdom with me. Just then, an airship, rumbling, arrived quickly. On top of the airship was none other than Ji Wentian, who had hurriedly arrived, full of spirit. Meanwhile there were the young sons of the Chen family. Whoever dares to touch our Chen family's young master, kill! A group of young teenagers shouted, their killing machines boiling over. The Chen clan's leader was not one of the 9 clan elders, but a few ordinary elders. When they saw the scene of confrontation below, they also broke out into fighting stances one by one. Seeing the visitor, Dong Yinglai and the others' faces instantly darkened. Great Lord of Zhou, I didn't expect you, the old undead, to come. Dong Yinglai snorted. Humph, if you, an old miscreant, are here, why can't I come? Ji Wentian laughed coldly and opened his mouth, immediately coming to Ji Mingyue's face. Mingyue, are you alright? Father, I'm fine. What brings you here? Ji Mingyue was filled with joy. Ha 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 ha, my Great Zhou Kingdom got the first place. I can't afford not to come. With that, he looked at Chen Chang'an again with an eager face. Nephew Chang'an, are you alright? I'm fine. Meet your majesty. Chen Chang'an smiled and spoke. The rest of them then reacted and saluted Ji Wentian. Ji Xuangu slowly withdrew his burning qi and blood, but still maintained a ready fighting stance. Ha 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 ha, you're welcome, you're welcome. Ji Wentian waved his big hand and asked again in a hurry, what in the world is going on here? Duan Muzong immediately walked over and spoke to Ji Wentian about the process. When he heard that his daughter had spent the night with Chen Chang'an, his eyes grew brighter, his face was all smiles in the shape of a chrysanthemum. And when his gaze fell on Ji Mingyue's body once again, he smiled and said, Mingyue, well, you've done a great job. No one knew if his phrase very good meant that Ji Mingyue had told all of them to prepare for war, or if he was referring to it. Turning his head, Ji Wentian looked at Dong Yinglai, Nan Battle, the 2 country lords, and seemed to have a bottom line as he arrogantly said, 2 country lords, what do you mean by this? Is it because you want to start a war with my great Zhou kingdom? My great Zhou kingdom can accompany you to the end. Upon hearing this, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and Nan Battle, the 4 of them glanced at each other, their faces incomparably gloomy. It would be extremely unwise to go to war with the great Zhou kingdom here today. What's more, according to He Wucheng, that mysterious Saint Emperor realm powerhouse had yet to appear. They're afraid of kicking the can down the road. A few people silently glanced at each other and could only give up for the time being. The great Zhou kingdom lord is joking. If it wasn't Chen Chanan's doing, we naturally wouldn't have disqualified him hastily. Zhao Tianwei spoke coldly at this time, his gaze falling on Chen Chanan's body. Only, as people do, the heavens watch, and the Tianyan sect's fury will sooner or later burst into flames on the murderer. Let's go. After saying that, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, and the southern warriors could only leave with cold grunts. Ji Mingyue and the others were shocked in their hearts, especially Duan Muzang as well as Ji Xuangu. Ji Wentian, in particular, was incomparably pleased in his heart. They finally understood Chen Chanan's words that day. As long as you are strong yourself, the other party may not dare to fish with you. Sure enough, it really is. Seeing that they had all left, Ji Wentian greeted Chen Chanan with incomparable enthusiasm. Chanan, virtuous nephew, hard work you. If not for you, our great Zhou country will be miserable. You are a meritorious servant of my great Zhou kingdom. I don't even know how to reward and thank you. With the method given by Chen Chagan, he had temporarily suppressed the condition in his body and was no longer as sick as he used to be. Moreover, his face became more and more flushed. Holding Chen Chanan's hand, the more he talked, the more excited he became. In previous years, the great Zhou kingdom had ranked last amongst the grand competition and could only enter the secret realm with 100 people. And today, a full 400, cultivating in the eastern state's secret realm. Even if it wasn't off the charts, it could be a big step further. This is simply an incomparable gain for the next generation of the great Zhou, and nothing thrilled and invigorated him more than the fact that his loins were, at last, hard for once, and surprisingly so cool. In the past, when he was in front of these country lords like Dong Yinglai and Nan Battle, he would be polite and courteous, to the point where he didn't even dare to breathe more than a few breaths of air. He'd never had the pleasure of a big fight like today. With raised eyebrows, all of this was brought about by Chen Chang'an. He alone had completely abused all the heavenly pride of the 4 opposing forces. He even dared to confront Lord Sword Executioner, causing those 2 country lords to lose face. This is simply setting a historical precedent for the great Zhou kingdom. These facts made him excited and thrilled. And more importantly, someone so demonic was with his own precious daughter. It's like a double whammy. He rose up in ecstasy. If he was bound together with the Chen family, what was there to fear from the Dongxin kingdom? What's to fear from the Southeastern Winds Alliance? They're all bull ********. So looking at Chen Chang'an again, he fervently seemed as if he had seen his old father who had died many years ago. No, this is his favorite son-in-law. Even if he had killed his 2 sons, he didn't mind it one bit anymore. After all, he has plenty of sons. But, Demon Chen Chang'an, there is only one. Chapter 53. Like the style of a great villain. Next, the camp of the great Zhou kingdom was quiet, yet incredibly lively. After all, the lord of the land is here. He was celebrating a group of celestial pride. It also began to reward the crowd in a big way. And 3 days later, the 3 countries of Dongxian, Nanming, and Fengyu also decided the 3rd, 4th, and 5th places. This time Windemir country was frustratingly 5th. Each of them looked at the people from the Southeast Wind Alliance with a face full of resentment. If they hadn't gotten involved, they'd be in 3rd place. It was at least the 4th place to enter the secret realm's 100 heavenly pride. Today, surprisingly, I'd been kicked out. The Wind Feather Kingdom's state lord sighed heavily and could only lead the crowd to cultivate outside the secret mountain range. In the Great Weak Camp, Chen Shan'an was discussing with Ji Mingyue and the others about which heavenly pride to select to enter the secret realm. This time, they are about to go in with 400 people. However, there was no doubt that Ji Wentian had given Chen Chang'an the right to enter the quota for everyone in the secret realm. And Chen Chang'an was not polite. Bringing dozens of Chen clan youngsters with him, all of them were allowed to enter. Even if the other celestial pride was dissatisfied, they didn't dare to complain. After all, this was the qualification that Chen Chang'an had fought for back, and no one dared to have an opinion. Brother Chang'an, our victories are all won back by you. Who gets to enter the secret realm for cultivation is all up to your idea. You made the call, that is. In the tent, Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an and softly said. Upon hearing this, Ji Xuangu and Duan Muzing both nodded slightly in agreement. The rest of the ministers did not dare to object, but instead, they all looked at Chen Chang'an with a face full of expectation, as if they wanted Chen Chang'an to bring their juniors in. However, Ji Tsangtian, as well as the 8 people who were originally required to fight earlier, one by one, their faces turned bad. Sure enough, their fears were realized. Chen Chang'an immediately spoke. Whether or not the rest of them can go in, it all depends on this young man's mood. But 9 of them. Saying that, he pointed at Ji Tsangtian's few people and said disdainfully, rubbish, only worthy of languishing in a trash can, not worthy of entering the secret realm with us heavenly prides to go and cultivate. So you 9, get lost. The faces of Ji Tsangtian's few people instantly became incomparably ugly. He hurriedly looked at Ji Mingyue. Mingyue, please help me persuade Mr. Chen. I also want to enter the secret realm to cultivate inside. Ji Mingyue hurriedly waved her hand. No, this palace can't make the decision either. Who made you even dare to go on the field during the grand competition? Ji Mingyue naturally did not have a good look on her face when she thought that Ji Tsangtian's few people would not even dare to go on the field. If it wasn't for Chen Chang'an's presence that day, she would have lost all of her great Zhou's face. She certainly wouldn't give this royal brother a good look. Clearly feeling Ji Mingyue's dislike and disappointment, Ji Tsangtian didn't dare to approach and looked at her with a face full of panic and fear. Noticing the winks made by some of the ministers, he hurriedly walked over to Chen Chang'an's body again and said with a respectful face, Chen, Mr. Chen, I was all selfish and incompetent before, and much offense in words. I hope that for the sake of the bright moon, your honor will not forget the small man's fault, and in the future, if you have any instruction, I will never say anything. Chen Chang'an seemed to smile, not even looking at him. This Emperor Tianji is overstating his case. What happened earlier? This young man has forgotten. Nonsense. A wimpy piece of like that deserves to have him care? Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Hearing Chen Chang'an call him Emperor Tianji, Ji Tsangtian laughed awkwardly, not daring to speak differently. Then, since Mr. Chen doesn't care about what happened earlier, then can we be allowed to enter the secret realm to practice as well? After all, we are also the great Zhou kingdom's pride. Yes, Mr. Chen is so magnanimous that he won't take our faults into account. We'll all be looking out for Mr. Chen from now on. That's right, Mr. Chen is the number 1 of our great Zhou heavenly pride. If Mr. Chen says 1, we definitely won't say 2. The remaining 8 celestial pride also opened their mouths, one by one. Their hearts were apprehensive as they looked at Chen Chang'an and opened their mouths respectfully. After all, entering the secret realm to cultivate was something that was off the charts. I heard that it is to enter the cultivation for 3 months, and after coming out in 3 months, you can top others for 3 years. If they let the others in, their cultivation, they would be left behind. Asterisk 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 off. None of you are going in there. What a load of crap. If you have the ability, go and defeat the remaining 3 kingdoms heavenly prides yourself. But surprisingly, Chen Chang'an's words once again sentenced them to death. Instantly, each of the 9 heavens pride's faces were extremely ugly, as unpleasant as if they had eaten poop. Chen Chang'an, don't give an inch. Don't think that just because you won the grand competition, you can represent the great Zhou kingdom. Ji Tsangtian was annoyed and spoke with an extremely ugly face. At this time, it happened that Ji Wentian came in from outside with a few guards. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly stepped forward to bow respectfully. Greetings to father. Aha! Ji Wentian frowned slightly, lightly skimming Ji Tsangtian. He then looked at Chen Chang'an with unparalleled enthusiasm. Ha 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 ha. Ah, nephew Chang'an Xian, is everything ready? It's been hard for you to lead the team into the secret realm. Ready, Chen Chang'an said. Father. Ji Tsangtian was about to speak to Ji Wentian when he was interrupted by Ji Wentian. Scram! I'm so wise and mighty. How could I have a son as wimpy as you? Also, Chen Chang'an can then represent the great Zhou kingdom. If you question him, you are questioning me. What? You want to rebel? Facing Ji Wentian's words as heavy as a mountain, Ji Tsangtian was so frightened that he hastily knelt on the ground. Father, forgive me, my son wouldn't dare. Humph. Ji Wentian snorted coldly, no longer bothering to look at him, and turned to look at Chen Chang'an again with a full smile on his face. Nephew Chang'an, it's time to set off. Aha! Chen Chang'an softly hummed and got up, leading those who had decided to enter the secret realm, preparing to go out. As he passed by Ji Tsangtian's side, he kicked him away again. Get lost. Good dogs don't get in the way. kick down to the side of Ji Tsungtian instantly stiffened. The five senses cannot stop shivering. Gradually, even with the whole body is trembling. When everyone had gone out, a clicking sound began to emanate from his deeply bowed head. The entire back slot of his teeth was hardened. The frantic upwelling of anger and shame almost drove him mad. However, Chen Shanan's might made him not dare to go up to him to ask for a word, so he could only let out a low roar of incompetence. The remaining 8 celestial pride even fell to the side with pale faces, not daring to speak. Outside the tent, Chen Chanan walked on his own. The young celestials of the Chun clan were all gleefully clustered around Chen Chang'an. It had never been like this before, that so many people from the Chun family had entered the Eastern State's secret realm to cultivate. In the crowd, Chen Xian looked inside the tent and quickly came to Chen Chanan's side, whispering, "Big brother, your earlier appearance, as if the big villain in the story of the words that Ji Tsungtian is afraid to hate you." Upon hearing this, Chen Chanan glanced at him, wrapped his arm around his shoulders, and whispered, "I know. So, why don't you help me go kill him?" Chen Xian's eyes revealed ruthlessness as he nodded heavily. Chapter 54, Entering the Secret Realm. "Ha ha, you brat." Seeing this, Chen Chang'an happily threw a firm arm around his shoulders. "But this matter, Chen Xian just made a note of it." "Right, big brother. 8th Master asked me to bring you something." Chen Xian slapped his head as if he had just remembered something, and hurriedly took out a spatial ring and handed it to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an froze. "What did the 8th Master give me?" Then he probed his spiritual sense into his spatial ring, and violently discovered a sword case, and a sketchbook. "Big brother, inside that sword box, it's the 8th Master's 16 swords of the Broken Army, as well as the sword manual." Chen Xian spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Chahan's heart froze. 16 swords of the Broken Army? Although he hadn't heard of it, Master 8 was a sword cultivator, so what Master 8 gave him, could it be bad? He was so happy in his heart that he hurriedly put it away. The crowd then boarded the airship and headed towards the entrance of the Eastern State secret realm. On the airship, Chen Chanan stood at the front of the airship's deck. Behind him were the 400 young celestial pride of the Great Zhou Kingdom and the future of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Not far away from the airship, Zhao Tianwei and the others looked at the Great Zhou country's airship with gloomy faces. "Grand Elder," Zhao Tianwei spoke in a low voice. "Allied Master, the old man is here." Behind him, an old man in a grey robe with short hair and a square face answered in a deep voice. "You take 2 people with you. Dress up as young men under 30. Blend inside the secret realm. And," Zhao Tianwei said with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, "kill all the Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly pride." At those words, the several people next to him were stunned. Then one of them revealed a sardonic smile. "Good plan, Alliance Master." Another old man sneered. "That group of young people is the future of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Especially that Chen Chanan. If they all die, the future of the Great Zhou Kingdom will be more and more difficult." Jia 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 jia. The words spoken by several people were small, but a few of the young men still heard them. The crowd of Heaven's Pride, led by Zhao Ziang, each revealed a hideous gaze. Ning Tingyu, who was half-veiled, frowned slightly, her eyes revealing a complicated look. She looked across the street again. The man in white, so handsome that he was like an exiled immortal descending to the earth. Her silver teeth clenched secretly. "Humph, this stinking rogue, prodigal, colorful batch, abominable." When she thought of Chen Chang'an kicking her ass and kicking her off the competition stage, she was inwardly incomparably shamed. Now there is still a hot sensation coming from her buttocks, making her cheeks instantly crawl with a blush. Phew, she took a deep breath to calm her thoughts. At that moment, 4 people appeared in the field. Dong Yinglai, Lord of the Dongxin Kingdom, Nan Battle, Lord of the Nanning Kingdom, and Ji Wentian, Lord of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The 3 of them walked out and took out a token, holding it high. Even the very unconvincing Lord of the Wind Feather Kingdom, Feng Mingho, reluctantly took out the Kingdom Lord's token. Although the pride of his country could not enter the secret realm, a loss was a loss, and the Southeast Wind Alliance replaced his Wind Feather Kingdom. The countless people watching from all around were snickering at him. He was responsible for opening the entrance to the secret realm himself, but he was unable to enter, which made him the laughingstock of others. Buzz. Despite this, Feng Mingho still inspired the token in his hand. Then 4 beams of light shot out from inside that golden token and into the large formation in front of them. Boom! The heavens and earth shook and space distorted. Instantly, a huge gray vortex appeared on the void in front of them. The vortex was spinning, emitting a rich aura. This aura caused the crowd's spirits to be lifted. and each of them looked at the entrance of this vortex with incomparable eyes. The time for the opening of the Eastern State Secret Realm is 3 months, and after 3 months, everyone must come out regardless of whether they are alive or dead. Otherwise, when it's time for the Secret Realm to close, and you're inside, you'll be squeezed to death by the Great Formation. Don't ask me why, because I'm not sure. However, in the meantime, you may come out earlier at any time, but once you leave, you can't re-enter. As the Overseer, Mo-Hai from the human race's Sword Execution Palace read out the basic rules for entering the Secret Realm towards Lengyan. Inside is the core of the most dense aura in the entire Eastern State. Every minute, every second, is incomparably precious, and I hope that you won't waste your cultivation time just for the sake of fighting, Mo-Hai Chao said, coldly sweeping his eyes over the crowd of celestial pride. He's warning the crowd to stop fighting amongst themselves. This please don't worry, Lord Sword Deacon. We'll put this time on breakthroughs or searching for chances. Everyone is fearless in making mistakes. Zhao Ziang of the Southeast Wind Alliance smilingly opened his mouth. Mo-Hai Chao faintly swept the crowd. This is best. Cherish the opportunity to cultivate, and when you have the chance in the future, become a sword wielder who guards the human race. After saying that, he stepped into the air and left, giving way to the direction that the vortex was now heading in. Go in. During this period, I will keep guarding this place until the secret realm closes. The pride of the 4 great powers were all excited, and they all had respectful faces as they saluted the sword executioner Mo-Hai Chao before entering the secret realm in an orderly manner. Chen Chang'an did not salute, but only looked at Mo-Hai Chao with slight surprise. Mo-Hai Chao was, after all, at the Sacred Emperor realm, and although he still had the intention to help the Southeast Wind Alliance, he was a sword bearer, and as a sword bearer, he had to guard the human race. I didn't realize that. At this point, he was doing a competent job. This world was immense. Not only did it have human races, but also foreign races. Therefore, the human sword execution palace that guarded the human race and had been fighting for the human race was still worthy of Chen Chang'an and the others' respect. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, the entire world transformed into a beautiful ocean. As far as the eye could see, it was like a fairyland on earth, lush and green, with birds singing and flowers scenting, and spirit beasts hissing. The aura here almost formed a state of mist, enveloping the entire heaven and earth, causing everyone to let out a gasp in unison. Then it was the pores of his body that opened wide, greedily absorbing the aura. Under the rich aura, created countless tall flowers and plants, prime vibrant trees, as well as powerful spirit beasts. Be careful of the spirit beasts here. They're much more terrifying than the ones outside. That's right. If everyone is practicing, the first thing they need to do is find a safe place. Worthy of being called the blessed land of the Eastern Prefecture. The aura here is so dense that it's so terrifying. I feel like my heavenly martial realm bottleneck is about to loosen. All sorts of exclamations rang in his ears. Chen Chang'an looked around and finally landed his gaze on the deepest part. Here, as long as it wasn't an old man of the half-emperor realm entering, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Even that heavenly king realm level 8 Ning Tingyu, hadn't she been kicked out of the ring by herself? Big brother, which direction are we going? Chen Xian asked in a low voice next to Chen Chang'an, followed in Ji Mingyue. Likewise, brother Chang'an, you be this leader. We'll all listen to you. As they watched the rest of the forces teams, they all began to disperse, looking for a safe place to cultivate. The Chen family's children clustered behind Chen Chang'an one by one. The rest of the Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly pride was even more so. After all, it's safe to follow the strongest in order to develop obscenely. Chen Chang'an chose a direction, and with the Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly pride in tow, he began to walk deeper into the jungle. Unbeknownst to them, in the crowd of the Southeast Wind Alliance, 6 pairs of shadowy eyes were staring dead on in the direction Chen Chang'an had left, and in the eastern Xian country, the southern Ming country, there were likewise a few pairs of icy eyes that paid attention to the direction in which Chen Chang'an's few people had left. Chapter 55, The Siege. It wasn't long before Chen Chang'an led a group of people to search for a safe valley. With the mountain at its back and boulders in front and to the left and right that could protect it, the only way in was through a passage. The defense is easy to defend, with the power of a single player. Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingyue was next to Chen Chang'an's body, her face with a touch of excited pasty red. Entering so many people at once, that was a sight 30 years ago. I really don't know how to thank you. Hey, princess is polite. What are you thanking for? Mr. Chen is your emperor's son-in-law. That's it. You're all family. If Chen Chang'an becomes the emperor's son-in-law, won't that be our future husband of the country? As Ji Mingyue's words came out, some of the heavenly prides opened their mouths in succession, their faces full of flattery. If Chen Chang'an is the side horse harnessed by the emperor's side, then Ji Mingyue becomes the empress. But to say it now is a bit of a cudgel. Chen Chang'an silently looked at the ones who spoke with a cold smile on his eyes. Ji Mingyue also felt that something was wrong and chided. If you guys say anything else, watch out for your dog's life. The guys shut up instantly. Brother Chang'an, I'm going to break through to the heavenly martial realm here. Are you going to follow us and cultivate together? Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an and asked with a face full of expectation. Chen Chang'an shook his head slightly. Mingyue, you take everyone here to cultivate. I'll go look for opportunities and treasures. Big brother, wouldn't that be dangerous? Chen Xian worried. Chen Chang'an looked at him. It's fine. You and the Chen clan's children guard this place. As long as you set up the defense formation boundary given by the second master, no one can break through. Watch out for those other three forces. None of them can be trusted. Chen Xian nodded heavily. Well, big brother, don't worry. We all know what to do. Brother Chang'an, be careful then. I'm afraid they're waiting for an opportunity to retaliate against you. Ji Mingyue said. Don't worry. If you guys have something going on, remember to use the sound transmission stone to send me a message as well. Chen Chang'an admonished. Although there were many heavenly prides here in the Great Zhou country, with 400 people, but the powerful one was just himself, and most of the rest were at the heavenly martial realm, and even at the earthly martial realm as well. Compared to the remaining three major powers, it was pitifully weak. After instructing the crowd, Chen Chang'an turned around and left. Let him stay here quietly and practice for 3 months? That's impossible. Killing for treasure was his main method of upgrading. And, I hope that the pride of your three great powers won't let me down. An oozing cold smile appeared at the corner of Chen Chang'an's mouth. If the pride of the three major forces all came to kill him, then he did not mind throwing them into the burial coffin, become his own feeder. He was wandering around outside in the hopes of drawing fire without landing all the hatred on Chen Xian and the others. Sure enough, as Chen Chang'an wandered through the forest, a hidden aura in the distance came whistling towards him. Ha! Can't help it so soon? Chen Chang'an smiled faintly and coldly as his body accelerated and swept rapidly toward the front. Chen Chang'an's speed was extremely fast, and under the Chen clan's speed technique, thunder pole illusion, he almost became a blurry shadow, and the ones who chased up behind them, in 3 directions, had a full 9 silhouettes, that turned out to be from 3 groups of people. They glanced at each other, then nodded their heads in silent agreement and headed in 3 different directions, circling toward Chen Chang'an. In the wild jungle, Chen Chang'an's body was flexible as he sped forward. He ran all the way and didn't fly low. That would consume too much spiritual energy. During this time, while dodging the siege of those behind him, he was observing the campsite where the remaining 3 forces' heavenly prides were located. Then a silent note was made to nail them to the death blacklist. Just like that, he relied on his unrivaled speed and stance advantage to circle the jungle for 2 days, basically familiarizing himself with the surrounding terrain. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed and his body shifted, shakily arriving within a bush. Holding his breath and hiding, his gaze looked up into the void in front of him, flashing with a cold aura. Soon, several long rainbows came whistling. These auras are all at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm. TSK, you 3 forces, you really do look up to me. Chen Chang'an sneered in his heart and narrowed his eyes, looking in one direction. A few miles away in that direction, there was a valley, and there, it was the location where the Southern Brightness Kingdom's heavenly pride practiced. In that case, then I'm welcome, Chen Chang'an thought, and then he felt his way towards that camp. High in the air, several powerful figures looked down at the tall trees and thick jungle below with shock in their eyes. That brat, he's so fast, and he's got a constant stream of spiritual energy in him. Damn, this little mouse, he can really run. Grand Elder, why don't we do this? Let's just directly slaughter their Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly pride. Why waste our efforts and go after Chen Chang'an? Who doesn't know? But amongst the camp they are in, there is actually a king-level defense formation. It couldn't be opened for a while. Damn it, where did they get a king-level defense formation? High in the sky, 3 old man-like people were gloomily discussing. Having entered here, they unexpectedly didn't even want to hide it anymore, directly showing their true colors. It was the attitude of wanting to kill all of the Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly pride. But soon, they realized the abnormality. No good. Over at our camp, someone died for no reason. Quick, go back and look. The 3 old men were shocked and their bodies transformed into long rainbows as they flew in the direction of the Southern Ming Kingdom. Soon, High up in the air, they spotted Chun Chang'an below, who was constantly beheading the southern Ming kingdom's heavenly pride. In a flash, the three of them were seething with anger. In the line of sight, it was Chun Chang'an who was beheading their domestic heavenly pride. Stop, little thief! How dare you! I will definitely set your bones to ashes. Take your life! The three of them roared, their figures whistling, directly falling to the earth like meteors. Boom! Smoke rolled and the earth trembled. Chun Chang'an, who was placing a corpse into the burial coffin, hurriedly packed up everything and his figure hurriedly disappeared far away. Heavenly King Realm Level 10 was a bit troublesome to fight, but killing their heavenly pride, Chun Chang'an was simply like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. You, what the hell are you doing? An old man was alarmed. He saw the unbelievable image that Chun Chang'an was actually collecting corpses. Come to die. The other old man couldn't care less and jerked his finger in the direction where Chun Chang'an was. Instantly a finger-shaped storm formed and suppressed towards Chun Chang'an. Rumble! The earth shook and countless broken trees flew. However, Chun Chang'an's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Damn it! That old man instantly boiled with rage when he saw that Chun Chang'an had escaped, and then looked at the campsite that was full of wreckage, with each wailing and injured southern Ming kingdom's heavenly pride. After them, the three old men clenched their teeth in death, almost crashing out this word from between their teeth. The three of them then hurriedly chased after Chun Chang'an in the direction he had left. Chapter 56:16 Swords of the Broken Army. The commotion here also drew the attention of the 6 old men from the other 2 countries, who came whistling after them. Whoosh! There were a full 9 people, speeding rapidly in mid-air. In their line of sight, Chun Chang'an's speed was also incomparably fast, disappearing into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Die for me! In mid-air, on top of the tree, a whirling figure cast an energy attack towards Chun Chang'an below. Boom 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 boom! From afar, a wind blade as well as a fireball, surprisingly formed out of thin air, continuously bombarding Chun Chang'an's back. Humph! Chun Chang'an, let's see where you're going to run. The old men in mid-air each sneered and laughed as they quickly surrounded the area. The 3 old men from the southern Brightness Kingdom were even more furious, and the spiritual energy in their bodies continuously transformed into spiritual energy, surging and blasting down. On the ground, Chun Chang'an dodged the attacks from above while quickly thinking of countermeasures. Humph! East Xian Kingdom, South Ming Kingdom, and Southeast Wind Alliance. You're so shameless that you sent old undead to enter to hunt me down. Chun Chang'an snorted coldly as his figure accelerated once again. In this way, both sides chased each other, and it was late into the night again. Chun Chang'an took advantage of the night and his speed to avoid one dangerous attack after another in a raw manner. At the moment he was lying on his back in a bush, holding his breath and waiting for the whistling departing breath in the sky. Another half-hour later, Chun Chang'an, who was trying to move his body, suddenly heard several disorganized footsteps. He immediately stopped and held his breath, his gaze narrowing slightly. Soon, 3 figures broke into view, yawning and chatting idly as they pulled out their dicks, obviously out in the middle of the night in a group together to let the water out. Ah Ming, do you think those elders of ours can catch that Chun Chang'an? TSK, how big is this place? Even if we can't catch him, it's fine to trap him. In that case, he won't be able to cultivate in peace. That's right, we mustn't let the Great Zhou Kingdom's pride cultivate in peace for 3 months. That's right, there are only so many resources. Those useless losers from the Great Zhou Kingdom shouldn't have come in. Strange, the Great Zhou Kingdom's cultivation camp there even has a defense boundary. Even if our elders combine their efforts, they can't easily open it. The information revealed in the casual conversation between a few people caused Chun Chang'an to breathe a sigh of relief. The defense formation made by the second master, is it not something that you guys can forcefully break through? TSK, that's good. So this young man can have some fun with you guys, Chun Chang'an thought in his heart, and extreme killing intent erupted in his eyes. The guardian sword appeared in his hand and instantly stabbed towards the 3 of them. Icy cold killing machine instantly spread, eerie cold light mapping in the 3 people's pupils. The next instant, the 3 of them could not make a sound. Is the human head flew out, fell in the bushes. Pust. The headless body collapsed to the ground with a gurgling sound of blood bubbles. A black vortex appeared in Chun Chang'an's hand, and the surging suction force instantly sucked them in. That's the suction opening given by the burial coffin, specialized in refining human corpses. Jia. Kid, keep killing, kill more people, absorb their blood chi, take their spiritual energy, and then feed it back on your body, and you'll grow up even faster. The voice of the coffin master came from his mind, causing Chun Chang'an's mind to tremble slightly. Kid, You're not going to be merciful at heart, are you? This master tells you that they are all people who want to kill you, and those who kill, people will always kill. The coffin master's voice continued to come, causing Chen Chanan's gaze to narrow, a trace of blood filling his pupils, making him a bit hideous. He quickly bit his tongue and regained a bit of sanity. Coffin master, you have a bit of a problem. TSK, what's wrong with this grandpa? Kid, this grandpa is also for your own good, as long as you are strong. Those 9 guys, what the hell? The coffin master's voice continued to come out teasingly. Chen Chang'an didn't reply to him. But, he's got a point there, he thought. His figure disappeared rapidly into the darkness of the night, and then the spiritual energy absorbed by the people he had killed in the past 2 days, the corpses buried in the burial god coffin, began to feed back to him as well. It caused the aura on his body to be rising at an extremely appalling speed. Those 3 people earlier were the Tianjiu of the Dongxian kingdom, and they appeared there to let the water out. So, their camp. It must be around here, Chen Chanan thought, holding his breath as he slowly approached towards the front. Soon, there was the sight of the swaying lights ahead, and now and then, the sound of purring. After Chen Chanan got close, he hunted down 2 more people, changed into their clothes, and put on a black veil that covered half of his face, then strutted toward their camp. Yo, back from draining? A celestial pride guarding the entrance of the camp yawned and greeted with a smile, as there were celestials inside the camp who were also wearing black sarongs. Therefore Chen Chang'an was wearing their clothes and their sarong, and they didn't realize at all that they were already a different person. What's more, they were all heavenly prides. Most of them were arrogant people, and there were fewer people dealing with each other. Thus, after Chen Chang'an lowered his head and gave a soft he smoothly walked in. Due to the darkness of the night, the other party did not even realize that the person dressed in the clothes of Dongxian Kingdom's heavenly pride was Chen Chanan. After entering their camp, they found that inside the tents, most of the people were meditating and practicing, while some were sleeping, and in the middle of the midair, spiritual energy gathered crazily, forming a spiritual storm vortex above their heads. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed as he took advantage of the night's color and swaggered to sit at the end of the crowd. Since there were also 300 Tianjiao from the Dongxian country, no one knew that a Tianjiao from another country had been mixed in. Chen Chang'an sat cross-legged and scanned the surroundings, suddenly realizing that they had actually used a spirit gathering formation. No wonder, so much spiritual energy gathered here. Good you guys. Then, this young man, you're welcome, Chen Chang'an thought in his heart, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he began to operate the Chun clan's hegemony Emperor Heart technique. In an instant, the swirling vortex of aura that was spinning in midair began to converge towards Chen Chang'an. Moreover, as Chen Chang'an absorbed it for longer, the speed began to gradually become faster. At this moment of peaceful cultivation, no one realized it. Even the 3 old men from the Dongxian kingdom who had mixed in to assassinate Chen Chang'an did not know that the person they were trying to kill had mixed into their own cultivation team. After that, Chen Chanan put his spirit skill and probed into the spatial ring given by the 8th master. He began to skillfully work on the sword manual given by the 8th master. 16 Swords of the Broken Army. Chen Chanan's gaze narrowed as he flipped through the description of the sword manual. Inside, the stances and corresponding sword moves are written separately. Speed, stabbing based, harnessing the wind, piercing the wind, blazing the wind, gale, to break the surface with a point, in a small area, attack with a high burst of damage of, break the air, break the shadow, break the enemy, break the formation, great destructive power, great ranged attacks, great ranged bursts, chase the clouds, break the moon, drive the stars, whistle the sun, point by point, infinite stacks of attacks, 10 chop, 100 stacks, 1,000 stabs, 10,000 kills. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an breathed in sharply. That's 16 flying swords. There were a full 16 of them, each corresponding to a different stance, and then operating the 16 flying swords at the same time to utilize even more terrifying attacks. This will be a great test of one's mental strength, Chen Chang'an murmured in his heart. The sword stance given by the 8th master is really not simple. Although he had the sword technique given by the burial god coffin, it was a heavy sword. It was completely at the opposite extreme from the light swords, flying swords, given by the 8th master. Chen Chanan thought, and hurriedly began to cultivate in his mind in a meditative manner. Just like this, Chen Chang'an had actually directly cultivated for 10 consecutive days in the East Xin country's cultivation team, and during these 10 days, his realm, too, had heuristically entered the 4th level Heavenly King realm. At the same time, With the 16 swords of the broken army, he could now maneuver 4 flying swords at the same time. They are, respectively, harnessing the wind, piercing the wind, blazing the wind, and blazing the wind. This gave Chen Chang'an a powerful backbone to deal with those 9 Heavenly King Realm level 10 old men. His grandmother. Strange. That kid Chen Chang'an. Where did he run off to? Another day passed, and the 3 old men returned to the Dongxian Kingdom's camp with puzzled faces. Their faces were covered in disbelief. Could he be inside their camp? Impossible. Our men have been guarding the outside of Great Zhou's camp and have never seen Chen Chang'an go back at all. That's strange. The 3 old men talked to each other and walked into each other toward the camp. Right at this moment, one of the white-haired old men suddenly spoke. By the way, the Grand Elder of the Southeastern Wind Alliance suggested that all 3 of our forces work together. First break through the Great Zhou Kingdom's defensive boundaries, then go in and kill all their heavenly pride. Second Elder, shall we agree? Hearing these words, behind the crowd of their heavenly pride who were cultivating on their knees, Chen Chang'an snapped his eyes open. Chapter 57 Joint Threats. Grand Elder, we'd better agree. Not only are there most of the Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly pride in there, but there are also all the sons and daughters of the Chen clan, as well as that Princess Ji Mingyue. The second elder opened his mouth grimly. That's right, as long as they're all dead. What happened here, right or wrong, is still not up to us 3 forces. Another old man also spoke in a cold voice. Yes, who made their Great Zhou Kingdom not send in their protectorate elders, TSK, that can only be blamed on them for following the rules too closely. The Grand Elder of the Dongxian Kingdom also spoke in a gloomy voice. The 3 of them reached an agreement, and the one who was the Grand Elder immediately took out a sound transmission stone. Soon, the other elders of the Southern Brightness Kingdom and the Southeast Wind Alliance replied to them. The 3 old men received the message and let out a sardonic laugh before looking at the crowd of celestial pride. All of you heavenly prides, pause your cultivation for a moment. Let's gather first. The Grand Elder faced the crowd and spoke faintly. All the heavenly prides who were cultivating opened their eyes and stopped cultivating. Among them, there was Dongxian Kingdom's Crown Prince, Dong Lianxing, who was bandaged all over his body, as if he was a mummy. He snapped open his eyes. Killing intent filled inside. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Grand Elder, is it true that you have captured Chen Chang'an? We'll give him to this palace to deal with? This palace will definitely skin him and tear his bones apart. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Although Chen Chang'an has yet to be found, we have now united everyone from the remaining 3 forces to join forces to break through the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp. Then, speaking of this, the Grand Elder laughed sardonically. Let your highness the Crown Prince play. Ho ho ho. Dong Lianxing let out a gloomy low laugh. Very well, that's best. That Ji Mingyue is that Chen Chang'an's woman. This palace will ravage her viciously and directly play with her to vent the hatred in this palace's heart. When Dong Lianxing thought of himself being wildly bombarded by Chen Chang'an as a humanoid weapon, he was so enraged that he couldn't wait to return the favor. The Grand Elder's face looked like a smile as he respectfully said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, as long as you capture everyone in the Great Zhou Kingdom, you can do whatever you want to do and vent to your heart's content. That's right, this is what happens when you offend our Dongxian Kingdom's Crown Prince, that lowly pariah Chen Chang'an. He will not die well either. The other elder also smiled grimly and opened his mouth in a complimentary manner. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get going. Dong Lianxing said with silver teeth, his eyes showing madness and fire. The thought of being able to torture Chen Chang'an as well as ravage the princess of the Great Zhou Kingdom almost excited him to the point of insanity. Then a total of over 290 people began to gasp toward the Great Zhou Kingdom's camp. As for the fact that there was a Chen Chang'an mixed in here, they were surprisingly unaware of it in the slightest. In the middle of the walk, Chen Chang'an had been following the crowd, with solemnity in his eyes and coldness at the corners of his mouth. Soon the 3 forces assembled. However, the Southern Ming Kingdom had dozens of heavenly pride killed by Chen Chang'an, leaving them with about 100 people left. So the 3 forces altogether amounted to about 500 people. But it was enough. The fire of anger that made them battle-hardened. They assembled outside the camp of the Great Zhou state, looking at a transparent defense boundary in front of them, as well as one of the Great Zhou heavenly pride inside the boundary who were cultivating on their knees. Dong Lianxing of the Dongxian Kingdom, Nan Hong of the Nanming Kingdom, and Zhao Ziang of the Southeast Wind Alliance. Each of their eyes flashed with a cold light, seeing the people from the 3 major powers coming in force. Ji Mingyue's face was extremely grim in the camp of the Great Zhou Kingdom. She walked up to the formation boundary and questioned in a cold voice, East Xin Country, South Ming Country, Southeast Wind Alliance. What do you want? Humph. What for? Ji Mingyue, hand over Chen Chanan. Otherwise, we'll break through your defense boundary and kill all of you. The two of them, Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong, whose entire bodies were bandaged, walked together and opened their mouths angrily. The graceful, uninjured Zhao Ziang also walked forward and laughed coldly. Ji Mingyue, Chen Chagan, he killed my younger brother, and I'm just here to avenge my younger brother's death. As long as you hand over Chen Chanan, we won't make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Dong Lianxing and Nan Hong both instantly understood. That's right, Ji Mingyue, you obediently open the defense boundary, and as long as you hand over Chen Chanan, this palace guarantees that it won't be difficult for you. The palace promises the same. Nan Hong also opened his mouth gloomily. Among their three forces, Dong Lianxing, Nan Hong, and Zhao Ziang were considered to be the leaders. As for the three elders they mixed in, they also listened to them. But, Chen Chang'an is not with us. Finally, within the Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly pride, someone suddenly spoke. You shut up! Ji Mingyue fiercely looked at the man and spoke sternly. The Chen clan's celestial pride was dominated by Chen Xian, and each of them looked over with a stern gaze. Princess, they only want Chen Chang'an. The things he caused. You let him go out and set things right. You can't let us get into trouble as well. Another person spoke up, full of innocence, and with a look of I'm doing this for the good of everyone. Chen Xian was instantly enraged. Fine. You dogs, the spot to come in for cultivation was still fought for by my big brother, and you guys are so quick to betray him. Facing Chen Xian, who had just entered the heavenly martial realm, the man didn't seem to be too afraid as he said in a conspiratorial manner. Chen Xian, we can't be left to suffer from the enmity that your big brother has caused. Can we? Another person said in a salty manner. That's right. On what grounds? We're able to come in and cultivate. That's because we're the Great Zhou heavenly pride, not because of Chen Chang'an. Upon hearing this, the rest of the Chen family also became enraged as they shouted, put your mother's bull ********. Without our young lord, you guys can come in and cultivate? Eating would have been your share. That's right, a bunch of ungrateful dogs. On what else? On the basis of the first place that our young master fought back. Who the hell are you, heaven's pride? If it weren't for our young lord, you'd be eating farts in the Great Zhou King city, and you'd still come in here to cultivate? Oh, one by one, the sons of the Qin clan pointed at those several people and snapped. Seeing that her teen was about to make a scene, Ji Mingyue coldly shouted out, enough! Stop it all! Sister Princess has spoken. Chen Xian also stopped the Chen clan's children from being restless. They stopped and clustered around Chen Xian's body. After all, in the Chen family, apart from Chen Chanan, it was Chen Xian who was the one who convinced all the family's children. Young Master Xian, we'll do whatever you say we should do, a son of the Chen family said. In the absence of Big Brother, we'll listen to the princess sister's arrangements. Chen Xian spoke with a straight face. The crowd could only look at Ji Mingyue. I won't hand over Brother Chanan, absolutely not, Ji Mingyue assured. Hearing these words, those heavenly prides who were afraid of getting into trouble, all of them had ugly faces and their eyes dodged, as if they were weighing something. Outside the boundary, a few people from Dong Lianxing instantly revealed a look of contempt as they saw that the Great Zhou's heavenly pride was about to implode. Sure is a bunch of pussies. The three of them glanced at each other before Dong Lianxing spoke first. Listen, Great Zhou's celestial pride. This palace will give you one more chance. Even if Chen Chang'an wasn't in there, then it would be fine. As long as you close the boundary and let us in, we'll promise you that we won't kill innocent people. Only the Chen family's children. That's right. If you stubbornly resist, as long as we break your boundary, all of you, you will have to die. Zhao Ziang also stepped in front of the crowd and snorted and opened his mouth. Don't think that we can't break your boundaries. We are here, but we have 9 Heavenly King Realm level 10s. With that, he pointed to the 9 old men. The 9 old men instantly understood and hurriedly released the powerful aura of the 10th level of the Heavenly King Realm. Instantly, each of the Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly pride's face became even more ugly. Some of them even went so weak that they directly sat down on the ground. Chapter 58, Civil Unrest. Seeing the Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly pride, except for the Chen family's children who had no fear, the rest of them were instead egged into that appearance, and several of Dong Lianxing's gazes narrowed. The Chen family's children, you can't keep them. Each one has too strong of a heart. Zhao Ziang spoke in a low voice. Humph, this palace doesn't want any of them to be alive. All of them will die. Dong Lianxing simply couldn't listen to what Zhao Ziang's words were referring to, and his gaze was grim as he said, put some pressure on them. It's possible that we don't need to attack to make them disintegrate from within. Zhao Ziang continued to speak in a low voice before waving his hand. In an instant, the 9 Heavenly King Realm Level 10 Elders, as well as all the Heaven's Pride children, made a stance to attack. In the crowd, Chen Shanan's gaze narrowed as he looked at the Great Zhou Kingdom and the others. He wanted to see if Qin Xian and Ji Mingyue could cope in the face of such a predicament, so he still continues to lurk. Seeing the formation of the 3 forces about to attack the boundary, the Great Zhou Kingdom's Heavenly Pride panicked. Princess, look, they're about to attack. You can't harm us, a Celestial Pride said with a changed face. That's right, Princess, open the boundary. They won't kill us. They'll just have to kill the Chen family's children. That's over 500 people. Our boundary won't last long. We must save ourselves, another Heavenly Pride said, his gaze grimly looking towards the rest of the Heavenly Pride, yelling, let's unite and subdue the Chen clan's children. There are only 50 or so of them, and they will definitely be no match for us. Hurry, hurry, or the boundary will open and we'll all die. When the rest of the Celestial Pride heard this, they were all at a loss for words. They looked at Chen Xian and the others with gloomy faces, as well as Ji Mingyue with her icy face, and had a hard time choosing. Mu Zhang, Wu Chongshan, Aoki, you 3 are reckless. Ji Mingyue looked at them and roared. This palace is the imperial daughter, and even more so, the leader here. When is it up to you? The eyes of the 3 whose names were read were averted, but quickly turned determined. Mu Zhang pointed at Ji Mingyue and said, Princess, it's not that we don't listen to you, but you can't get all of us killed for the sake of one Chen Chahan. Wu Chongshan also said, that's right. They obviously just want to kill the Chen family's children. Why do they want all of us to die? Aoki scanned the crowd and spoke coldly. Everyone, if you don't want to die, then join forces and open the formation boundary. Let them Chen family descendants bear all the karma. Not us. Facing the words of the 3 of them, there were immediately a few people who hesitated to join. Rumble. Just then, countless energy beams blasted down on top of their boundary, instantly causing the earth to shake. Mu Zhang, Wu Chongshan, and Aoki's faces changed drastically. It's bad. They're going to start attacking the boundary. Do you still want to persist? That's right. Unite. We have to stay alive. As long as we live, we can continue to cultivate here without fear. Mu Zhang, Wu Chang Scar, and Aochi yelled in succession. As Dong Lianqing and the others outside began to bombard the formation, their hearts panicked even more. Dozens more joined the 3 of them in their camp of resistance. You deserve to die. Dare to disobey this palace. Kill all 9 of your clans. Ji Mingyue pointed at them and spoke angrily. Princess, you're Chen Chanan's woman. You'd better think about whether or not you can walk out of here alive. Oker opened his mouth with a sneer. The threat of Ji Mingyue was already not a concern. Chen Shan looked at them with an indifferent face and suddenly spoke. You guys, do you think that, with the boundary open, they will let you go? That's just a big joke. They dared to do it with the determination to kill us all. Chen Xian's words caused Mu Zhang, Wu Chongxian, and O Qi to stare blankly. Those who followed them were hesitant. Mu Zhang coldly grunted. Chen Xian, this is all your big brother's doing. It has nothing to do with us. There's no way they could have killed us. Ha, truly stupid and ignorant. Chen Xian laughed coldly, no longer bothering to speak to them. The reason he was so calm was because this defense boundary was made by his second master, and the opposite side shouldn't be able to break through it so easily, and there was no way that his big brother, Chen Chagan, would stand by and watch them die. Then, Chen Xian, the only thing he had to do was to remove these ungrateful dogs. Thinking of this, Chen Xian looked towards the Chen clan's children. Brothers, whoever dares to touch our Chen clan's children, we swear to drag the other party along with us. That's right, young Master Xian. Big deal. I'll fight for my life. War. Spell it out. One by one, the sons of the Chen family held their blades and raised their arms to roar with a boiling desire for battle. Mu Zhang, Wu Chang Scar, and Aoki's side had quickly gathered about 100 people too. Those still remaining watched and watched, neither helping the other. The sons and daughters of the imperial clan, who were no more than 20 to 30, stood behind Ji Mingyue in droves. The 400 people who came in from the Great Zhou Kingdom were bizarrely divided into 4 gangs. This made Ji Mingyue feel powerless, that she, the imperial daughter, was so unable to overwhelm the crowd. Mu Zhang, Wu Chang Scar, and Aoki looked outside the boundary at this time and asked loudly, Prince Dong Xian, is it true that if we open the boundary, you won't kill us? Upon hearing this, the corners of Dong Lianxing's mouth revealed a touch of teasing. but he still nodded his head seriously. That's of course. This palace guarantees in the name of the crown prince that we won't kill you all. Only kill the Chen family. But, if we blast open the boundary ourselves, then don't blame us for not being polite. With that, he waved his hand, stopping the crowd that was attacking the formation, and then teasingly looked at the crowd inside the Great Zhou boundary in internal chaos. Upon hearing this, Mu Sang, Wu Changxian, and Aoki breathed a sigh of relief. Then leading 100 or so people, he looked towards Chen Xian aggressively. Ochi spoke grimly. Chen Xian, we are all from the Great Zhou Kingdom. It would be ugly if we all fought. I know that boundaries generally have the property that you can get out from the inside and can't get in from the outside. So, please also ask all of your Chen family's children to get out. The moment his words fell, it caused all the heavenly pride behind him to rejoice one by one. If they didn't have to fight with the Chen clan's children to get them to go out and die, it simply wouldn't be too good. It also ensures that they have a natural sense of security inside the boundary. You guys are truly whimsical. Chen Xian laughed coldly as he slowly stroked the pendant in his chest, killing intent gradually filling his eyes. Children of the Chen family, kill me. Kill all these ungrateful fellows. As Chen Xian said that, he raised his sword and rushed towards Mu Sang, Wu Changxian, and Oh Chi. His mouth roared. My big brother won back the first place and fought to get the right to come in and practice. You don't deserve it. Give me death. Boom. Mu Sang, Wu Changxian, and Oh Chi were shocked. They didn't expect Chen Xian to dare to take the initiative. Caught off guard, Mu Zhang's head whooshed and was split out. The two of them, Wu Changxian and Aochi, hurriedly dodged away in fear. Kill these dog bastards. The rest of the Chen clan's children, one by one, bravely charged up. The remaining Wu Changxian and Aoki looked at the dead Muzan, and their gazes became hideous as they roared. Since they, the children of the Chen family, want to die, then let them have their way. Kill. After saying that, Wu Changxian and Oh Chi led 100 or so people and rushed towards the 40 to 50 people from the Chen clan. The great battle broke out instantly. Chapter 59, Shocking Chen Xian. Put. In just a single glance, countless heads flew out, and the one who decapitated their heads was clearly Chen Xian. Oh my god, how can this be? Someone exclaimed. Most of them were students of the Great Zhou Academy, and a few months ago, Chen Xian was still a student of Grade C, clearly still only in the Xuanwu realm. At first, he was also bullied by the scholars of the Lu, Wang, and Wu families. Nowadays, Chen Xian's strength was clearly that of a Grade A scholar, which was the heavenly martial realm. Chen Xian, you old Inbi, could it be that you've hidden your cultivation as well? Wu Changxuan's face was filled with disbelief. The Chen Xian of today was actually at the heavenly martial realm. How is this possible? In a short period of time, Chen Xian had crossed 2 great realms. How did he do it? Crazy. Humph. Betrayer. Die. Chen Xian's eyes grew more and more hideous as he stroked the pendant on his chest. Killing someone for the first time made him more than a little nervous, but he still went ahead and did it. And at this moment, while inhaling deeply, he secretly said, Hold on, Chen Xian. You can do it. You can't let your big brother lose face. In the absence of your big brother, the sons and daughters of the Chen clan are relying on you to lead them. Master, please give me power. As Chen Xian thought in his heart, the tower-shaped pendant in front of his chest once again emitted a faint glow. And then the aura on Chen Xian's body continued to rumble and explode at an incredible level. Kill. Chen Xian's gaze flashed red, his face grim as he continued to charge forward. Caught off guard, Wu Changxuan's heart was instantly pierced by him. You, how is it possible? I'm at the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm. How could you kill me? Wu Changxuan's face was filled with horror, and the sharp pain coming from his heart instantly caused him to fall into eternal darkness. Wow! The people around them exploded into an unbelievable clamor, each looking at Chen Xian in horror. Truly, the 2 leaders containing Mu Sang, Wu Changxian, and a few followers were all instantly killed by Chen Xian. This was something that everyone in the Great Zhou Heavenly Pride did not expect. Heavens, besides Chen Chang'an and the Chen family, I didn't expect Chen Xian to be so demonic as well. He's only 15 years old. Right, in that case, wouldn't he be on par with Chen Chang'an? Hiss. The Great Zhou Kingdom's pride instantly sucked in cool air in unison, their faces filled with stupefaction. The rest of the Chen clan were even more powerful. Each one of them was not bad in terms of strength. The remaining ochre led 100 or so people who surprisingly landed below. All of the imperial clan of the Ji surname go up and help the people of the Chen clan to kill the traitors. At that moment, Ji Mingyue coldly spoke. One by one, The sons of the Ji royal family gritted their teeth and rushed up as well. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Xian hadn't issued his authority, they wouldn't have dared to do so. But now that the Chen family's children had the upper hand, they were very active in beating up the dogs. And you guys? Ji Mingyue looked at the rest of those who remained neutral again and spoke icily. The quota to come in for cultivation was fought back by Chen Chang'an. If you are not loyal to my great Zhou kingdom and dare to betray Chen Chang'an, you will all die just the same later. The group of neutral people were stunned. And between their looks, some people seemed to see the situation clearly. So they rushed towards Aoqi and the others, holding them back. The remaining people had to join one by one. Now, Oqi and the others' attempt to subdue the Chen clan's children and then open the boundary was completely shattered. But, finally, in the midst of his fight with Chen Xian, Aoqi was stabbed in the chest by Chen Xian's sword, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. You, Chen Xian, you're good. Despite being unconvinced in his heart, Aoqi still admired Chen Xian's prowess. The harsh sword strokes, the extremely fast speed, and the desperate fighting style of the strokes caused him to chicken out, and then he was stabbed in the chest with a sword. I want to ask you, are you not afraid of death? Why are you fighting me for your life? Oker asked reluctantly. Because my fifth master is a healer, Chen Xian said with a cold snort as the sword in his hand stirred once again. Instantly, a larger mouthful of blood spurted from the corner of Ot's mouth. His gaze carried a sardonic smile as he looked at the people around him. Ha 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 ha, you fools! Did you think that you would be able to survive? Stupid. Handing over the Chen family's children is the best way. How dare you guys help the Chen family? A bunch of... After the words were spoken, he simply broke off. Each of the remaining people looked at each other. But in the face of the murderous Chen Xian, led by the 40 to 50 people of the Chen clan, they simply did not dare to move. The 100 or so corpses lying on the ground were the best proof of the ferocity and viciousness of the Chen family's children. Chen Xian, are you alright? Ji Mingyue hurriedly came to Chen Xian and asked worriedly. Sister Princess, I'm fine. Chen Xian revealed a coy expression and scratched his head. The crowd was instantly speechless. This teenager in front of me is clearly a harmless appearance. Of a human animal, however, the previous appearance of ruthlessness and murder caused all of them to be chilled. As expected, his brother Chen Chang'an was ruthless. He's also ruthless and acts like a little sheep. Instantly, one by one, the rest of the celestial pride moved away from Chen Xian. The only ones who were filled with excitement were the Chen clan's children, who each excitedly gathered around Chen Xian's side. Aha! It's good to be okay. Ji Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly realized that Chen Xian's arm was cut, immediately exclaiming in shock. Then she immediately got a bandage and wrapped him up. This caused Chen Xian to be incomparably rushed, even though he hadn't been that nervous in the face of the previous tussle. Hey, young Master Xian, that's our sister-in-law. Why are you nervous? That's right. There's no need to be so nervous about your sister-in-law bandaging your brother-in-law. The sons of the Chen family flirted one by one. Instantly, Chen Xian became even more nervous. Ji Mingyue, on the other hand, was blushing with a touch of joy and shyness. You guys, you're quite bold, daring to flirt with this young man. Chen Xian immediately slammed his face at the Chen clan's children. The children of the Chen family laughed and laughed one by one, completely lacking the nervous appearance of a great enemy. Even Dong Lianxing and the others looked dumbfounded at this scenario. He roared, "Damn it, were those earlier ones all trash?" Zhao Ziang skimmed his mouth. This Chen family's children, they're not putting us in their eyes at all, and they're still fighting there? Break open this turtle shell of theirs for this palace. I want everyone in the Chen family to die. Nan Hong spoke angrily. Damn it! The remaining 9 old men were also filled with anger. Unexpectedly, Dong Lianxing's 3 words provoked civil unrest among the Great Zhou heavenly pride and was overthrown by Chen Xian. This Chen family, it's really terrifying. And at the very back of them, Chen Chang'an, who was half-masked, secretly sighed in relief. He was amazed that this cousin of his had become so powerful, but he was awesome, and that was a good thing, and Chen Chang'an was proud of him. With this in mind, Chen Chang'an secretly glanced at the crowd again, looking for a moment to strike, but soon, he realized something was wrong. Where's that Ning Tingyu? She's surprisingly not here. When Chen Chang'an thought of this person, he quickly searched for him, but still no sign of the woman here. Everyone, strike with all your might. Make sure to blast through their defensive boundaries as soon as possible. At that moment, Dong Lianxing's voice came from the front. Yes, the crowd shouted. Then one by one, they erupted their full cultivation, frantically condensing a powerful attack, seemingly wanting to shatter the Great Zhou Heavenly Pride's defensive boundary all at once. Seeing this, Chen Xiang'an took a few steps back and fell behind everyone, a cold aura flickering in his gaze. Good chance. Chapter 60 Harnessing the Wind, Piercing the Wind, Blazing the Wind, Gale, Buzz. A full 500 or so powerful spiritual energy attacks coalesced, instantly causing space to tremble. And behind his back, Chen Xiang'an did the same. Only, in front of him, there were 4 more sharp swords without hilts. Buzz. The 4 swords hovered in front of Chen Xiang'an, emitting violent tremors. Everyone, full power, attack the defense boundary. At this time, Dong Lianqing in front continued to shout. Yes, the crowd answered loudly, and then countless powerful energy attacks fell on the boundary in front of them like a storm. Boom 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 boom. There was a huge boom that caused the entire forest to stir. Harness the wind, penetrate the wind, blaze the wind, gale the wind, kill. At the very back of the crowd, Chen Xiang'an shouted in a low, stern voice. Then 4 long swords that were 2 fingers wide and 3 feet long instantly whistled and shot forward. Thumbs up. The 4 long swords flew out with an ear-piercing air-breaking sound, followed by a burst of sword sounds. Where's the sword sound coming from? Heavens, such a terrifying sword sound. There's actually a sword cultivator amongst our crowd. A few old men at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm in front of them were filled with excitement. But in the next instant, they were dumbfounded. Whoosh! The 4 long rainbows were as fast as thunder, and they didn't even pierce down on top of the Great Zhou's boundary. Instead, it instantly pierced through the back of the 4 old men's heads and shot out from their eyebrows. The 4 old men's faces were filled with horror, and before they could let out their miserable cries, their corpses crashed to the ground with a thud. Thumbs up. Harnessing the wind, piercing the wind, blazing the wind, and blazing the gale. The 4 long swords continued to snort and buzz, as if piercing through the void. It instantly shot toward the brows of the other 4 old men in a surge. The terrifying sword aura spread out, causing countless people to be chilled. What? 2 of the old men were unable to react in time and instantly had their eyebrows pierced through, dying tragically on the spot. The remaining 2 old men hurriedly dodged out of the way. The sword's light grazed the skin on their temples while slicing a chunk out of their long hair. Clang! The sword light clanked and whistled as the rest of them dodged. Hiss! Looking at his long hair that was flowing down, the 3 remaining old men who were still alive, each one of them had a cold sweat and a numb scalp. Enemy attack! The few people from Dong Lianqing finally reacted and hurriedly scattered in fear, but those 4 flying swords continued to fly around the crowd. Buzz! Clang! Thumbs up! Another heavenly pride's brow was pierced through, and blood shot out. Whining and sounds rang out, and countless people died directly on the spot. Run! A sword cultivator is sneaking up on us. The people who were originally orderly attacking the defense boundary of Great Zhou. At this moment, the entire camp was in disarray. Countless people had their foreheads pierced through, or their heads swished and flew up. The 4 flying swords mercilessly harvested a human life. Finally, the flying swords were repelled by the combined defense of the 3 old men, as well as the strongest Dong Lianqing, Nan Hong, and Zhao Ziang who had gathered together. At the same time, they discovered Chen Xiang'an, who was half-masked. It's you! Dong Lianqing looked at the 2 icy eyes that Chen Xiang'an only revealed and instantly recognized him. It was a pair of extremely arrogant, extremely contemptuous cold black eyes. He immediately freaked out. The enemy he had been pursuing was within his own ranks, and it was simply too much to make him vomit blood. It's Chen Xiang'an. Dong Lianqing practically growled through clenched teeth. The moment his words came out, the 3 old men were suddenly horrified. Young lord, quickly go! This Chen Xiang'an's cultivation has advanced. It's already at the 4th level of the Heavenly King realm, and his flying sword is weird. The 3 old men were no cuties either. Chen Xiang'an was only one person and it was too easy to kill their young master. Even if it was the 3 of them at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm, they no longer had the backbone to suppress Chen Xiang'an at once. So the remaining 3 old men happened to be the only remaining Grand Elder of the 3 forces. They all flew away with their respective young masters. Seeing that it was actually Chen Xiang'an, Chen Xian and the others who were inside the boundary were overjoyed and immediately opened the boundary. Big brother is back. Brothers, follow this young man to kill out and support Big Brother. Chen Xian hissed and rushed out as soon as the boundary opened. The rest of the Chen clan's children were even more valiant. Each one was like a god of killing. They all went crazy. Ji Mingyue looked at the remaining people and said coldly, "Why don't you guys go help?" The remaining people woke up and rushed out to help. And so the incredibly bizarre scene appeared. Originally, there were more than 500 people, and the three major forces that were raging to kill all of the Great Zhou's heavenly pride. As Chen Chanan was hidden amongst their crowd, a backstab was realized. After killing the 6 elders, the remaining people didn't even dare to resist and directly drove off. Now, Chen Chanan's flying sword made them know what fear meant. Thumbs up. Running even faster was not as fast as in Chen Chanan's flying sword. In just a dozen breaths of time, the number of celestial pride who had died under Chen Chanan's flying swords had reached over 400. Of the 3 forces, only a pitiful few dozen escaped. It was something they were beyond humiliated by. Big brother, are you okay? Chen Xian came to Chen Chanan's body and asked with worry. I'm fine, Chen Chanan said. Then he patted Chen Xian's shoulder and said in relief, Chen Xian, you did a great job earlier. He did not ask Chen Xian why his cultivation advanced so quickly. After all, everyone had their own secrets. It's Big Brother who taught me well. Chen Xian spoke coyly. Chen Xian is being modest. At this moment, Ji Mingyue walked over quickly, her face full of emotion. Brother Chang'an, if it wasn't for young Master Chen Xian's decisiveness, we would have been in danger. The Chen clan's children nodded their heads one by one, looking at Chen Chang'an and Chen Xian with adoration on their faces. The rest of the Great Zhou's heavenly prides were even more so, looking at the Chen clan's crowd with a strong sense of awe in their eyes. Chen Chanan nodded his head and swept a glance at the crowd, saying faintly, I'm afraid that they won't dare to come anymore. So you guys go into the boundary first, make good use of the time, and start cultivating. The Great Zhou heavenly pride and the others nodded their heads and went back inside the boundary, continuing their cultivation. After all, they didn't kill the people, so they didn't even bother to worry about the consequences. Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an and worriedly said, Brother Chang'an, if we kill so many of their heavenly pride, will we cause other wars at the national level for our Great Zhou? It's fine. No one can guarantee that something won't happen when we cultivate inside the secret realm. Since they dare to lay their hands on us, they have to be prepared to be killed. With that, he looked at the people of the Ji Imperial clan. You guys take the princess back to cultivate first. Yes. The man from the Ji Imperial clan froze, but still responded respectfully. You go back to practicing first. Chen Chang'an continued to say to Ji Mingyue again. Good. Then be careful. Although Ji Mingyue was simple, she seemed to see through a lot of things at once since she took over the affairs of state. She knew that Chen Chang'an still had important matters, or secrets of his own, so she had to turn around and go back to the boundary to cultivate again. Big brother, what do you need us to do? At this time, Chen Xian spoke. You gather all the corpses outside. I'm going to dispose of them, Chen Chang'an said. Good. Without asking any more questions, Chen Xian led the remaining 40 or so Chen clan children to carry all the corpses to the nearby woods. Then he was forced by Chen Chang'an to go back to cultivating again. After they had all left, Chen Chang'an began to throw all of these corpses, all of them, into the burial coffin. Chapter 61. Something happened in the secret realm. Chen Chang'an's spiritual sense radiated, paying attention to the movements around him while quickly absorbing everyone's spiritual energy through the burial god coffin. Soon, his cultivation rumbled up once again, as if there was a volcano erupting within his body, and in the end, he even directly reached the 5th level of the Heavenly King Realm. Heavenly King Realm Level 5. Once again facing those 3 old men of Heavenly King Realm Level 10. I'm also certain that I'll be able to cut them down. Chen Chanan's eyes burned as he glanced in the direction of the Great Zhou Kingdom's Heavenly Pride camp, and after they had nothing out of the ordinary, he quickly left. His target was clear, and that was the remaining dozens of people left from the 3 remaining forces. Humph. Since you are ruthless and want to kill all of my Great Zhou Kingdom's Heavenly Pride, then I don't mind burying all of you here. Chen Chang'an whispered softly, hiding inside the forest like a ghost, and Dong Lianxing and the others simply wouldn't be able to shed that quickly to go out. After all, this place was rich in aura and was a holy place for cultivation, so it would be a great waste if it was only half a month before he slipped out in the dust. So they gathered together and made a camp and also made a stronger defense. Humph, Chen Chang'an, damn it, damned, this palace will surely thwart your bones and ashes. Inside the camp, Dong Lianxing angrily bellowed. The faces of Nan Hong and Zhao Ziyang were also extremely ugly. Originally, he had a full 10 grasp of burying the Great Zhou country's heavenly pride in this place, but he did not expect that he would be backstabbed by Chen Chang'an, especially those from the southern Ming kingdom. Most of the heavenly pride had died. Only Nan Hong, the crown prince, and his family's protector elder remained. The plan for today is that we need to send someone out to tell your lord of the land, and my father, the news of this place. In this scene, only Zhao Ziyang was calm and quickly spoke out a countermeasure. After all, The formations here were special, and normal sound transmission stones could not be used at all. That's right, have my father send in another person. Make sure to get that Chen Shan'an killed, Dong Lianqing said through clenched teeth, his gaze on their heavenly pride in the field. Instantly, each and every one of the heavenly pride cowered and fell back, bowing their heads. None of them wanted to go out of the secret realm right at this moment, because if they went out, it would be difficult to come in. And who could guarantee that Chen Shan'an wouldn't intercept them on the way out? Letting them out is just a death sentence. Zhao Ziang continued to speak as his stern gaze swept over the people in the room, finally landing on the protectorate elder of the southern Ming kingdom. Nan Hong froze. Zhao Ziang, what do you mean? Have your protectorate elder go out and deliver the message. Zhao Ziang said indifferently. I know. This elder of yours is speed-oriented. It was evident when he escaped with you earlier. Dong Lianqing also nodded his head in a hurry. Brother Nan, you don't want us all to die here either, right? If those heavenly prides were allowed to go out, who would be Chen Shan'an's opponent? And you're the only elder who, with his speed, will definitely make it out to the outside in no time. With that, he also looked at that protectorate elder of the southern brightness kingdom. It was an old man with a thin figure and a gaze like electricity, and between his walks, hidden lightning flickered on his body. Nan Hong froze, and he quickly agreed, as this was indeed the only way. So he looked at the old man. The old man nodded slowly and turned around, disappearing into thin air, the entrance to the secret world. Although the aura here wasn't as dense as the one inside the secret realm, the aura overflowing from the teleportation vortex still made it denser than all the other places in the eastern state. In addition to the 5 major forces, there were countless people cultivating here on their knees. Buzz. Just then, someone sensed a rumble coming from the teleportation vortex there, as if someone was about to come out. What's going on? Is someone actually coming out? It's only been half a month. Did something big happen in there? It can't be. That's the strongest heavenly pride in the entire Eastern Prefecture. What big deal could it be? There was a lot of chatter in the arena. However, Dong Yinglai, Nan Battle, and Zhao Tianwei glanced at each other, and their eyes flashed with an undetectable color of joy. They thought that Chen Shan'an and the others were afraid that they were already buried inside the secret realm. The Great Zhou Kingdom thought that Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Duan Muzan were the leaders, looking at the entrance vortex there with puzzled faces. Buzz. Just then, a figure wearing a gray robe with half a face covered appeared. When he appeared, he immediately came to Nan War's body and whispered something. What? What? In just an instant, Nan War's face was as ugly as if he had eaten. The commotion caused everyone to look at them. Unsure, Dong Yinglai's gaze narrowed as he frowned slightly. South War looked over at him, then turned and walked inside the ship. Seeing this, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, the two of them glanced at each other and hurriedly flew over, entering inside each other's cabin. Soon, what seemed to be a wave of anger came from inside. It didn't take long for the three to link up. Chi bowed respectfully to Mo Hai Chao, who was sitting cross-legged on the deck of the other airship. Among them, Dong Yinglai grimaced and exclaimed, Lord Sword Executioner, the celestial pride of our 3 forces came across a nest of king-level spirit beasts inside the secret realm, and the celestial pride suffered a surprise attack and were severely killed or injured. So we applied to go in and bring out the injured man. Nan Hong was also filled with anxiety. I implore Lord Swordbearer to grant me permission. Lord Swordbearer, we know it's against the rules to go in like this, but that's the future pride of our human race. That's an incalculable loss. Zhao Tianwei also spoke with a face full of anxiety. Wow. As the words of the 3 of them came out, they instantly caused everyone in the arena to clamor. A king-level spirit beast? Or a raid? That's too scary. There was already a gap above the physical body between humans and spirit beasts, and a strong person of the Heavenly King realm might not be a match for a Heavenly King realm-level spirit beast. And, listening to their words, it was still a nest of spirit beasts, and that might not be just one. No wonder they're in such a hurry. Mo Hai Chao opened his eyes and exchanged a deep glance with Zhao Tianwei. He was an old friend of this man, so how could he not know that the other party was trying to make a small move? Only, Chen Shan'an he couldn't look at it either, so he decided to turn a blind eye. Good. We must try to ensure the safety of our human celestials. And, when you go in, you must bring the injured person out for treatment as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Mo Hai Chao still agreed, but they were also secretly warned not to go too far. Wait. At this time, the Great Zhou Kingdom's side felt that something was wrong. But before Ji Wentian could continue to speak, Dong Yinglai interrupted him and said, Lord Sword Executioner, for the sake of fairness, I would suggest that the Great Zhou Kingdom send someone in as well. And if the Lord of the Great Zhou Kingdom wants to go in, that's fine with me as well. His words completely blocked Ji Wentian's questioning. Lord of Great Zhou, do you have an opinion? Mo Hai Chao looked at Ji Wentian and asked indifferently. I'm fine with that, Ji asked. Thus, the four forces, surrounded by the State Lord, as well as the Old Ancestor, and 10 Protectorate Elders of the Heavenly King Realm at around level 10, entered inside the secret realm. As Dong Yinglai and Nan Hong, Zhao Tianwei looked at each other. Incomparably dense killing opportunities erupted in all three of their eyes. Chapter 62 Origin Dao Lotus. The reason they didn't tell the truth was because it was too embarrassing. After all, they cheated and sent 9 old men in, and they were even able to be countered? You'd be snickered out of the room if you said it. This is also an active violation of the rules, and I'm afraid that even Mo Hai Chao wouldn't dare to help them. So they told a lie about going inside, a lie about saving the pride of heaven, and without doing anything, he directly counted even the Great Zhou Kingdom's lord and the others. Inside, they were going to not only decapitate Chen Shanyan and the others, but also along with them, all of the top brass such as the Great Zhou State Lord. If people knew about their ploy, then they would definitely say that they were really ruthless enough. It's crazy. In the meantime, after Dong Yinglai and the others entered the secret realm, they violently realized that the heaven and earth aura in the secret realm had begun to stir. That's what? Everyone froze and looked towards the core of the secret realm. There, amidst the thick mist, sparkling light shimmered. It was that piercing white light that stirred the aura of the entire secret realm, causing these auras to form a stunning storm and become agitated. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and the others were staggered in the midst of such a manic spiritual energy storm. They hurriedly distributed their spiritual senses in an attempt to detect what was going on in the depths of the secret realm. However, as their spiritual senses spread, a touch of extremely dense origin aura ruthlessly touched everyone's hearts and minds. That stock origin breath entered the body, causing everyone's mind as well as their 5 senses to clear up several times at once. And even the bottleneck that hadn't loosened up for a long time had, at this moment, actually loosened up. Hiss. Everyone invariably sucked in cool air viciously. Even Ji Xuangu, as well as the old ancestors of the remaining 3 forces were staring in unison. As Saint Emperor realms, they knew deeply what that aura represented. Oh my god. The aura is so dense that it has condensed into a solid. That's Origin Spirit Crystal. Solidified Origin Spirit Crystals? What a huge, rich aura that was. And with such pure origin power, it would definitely be possible to successfully advance a cultivator at the Half-Emperor realm to the Saint Emperor realm. The one who cried out in shock was Ji Xuangu. Immediately he also realized what a horrible thing he had said, and immediately shut his mouth. But it's late. As soon as this voice came out, all of the Half-Emperor realms present had their eyes widen, and amongst their trembling pupils, fiery auras erupted. Boom! In the midst of this thunderous roar of news, everyone's pupils dilated to the extreme. Even the matter of their domestic celestial pride being killed, they didn't want to bother with it. Everyone follow! Dong Yinglai roared out, and he charged towards the core place. Zhao Tianwei and the others were equally unwilling to lag behind. Ji Wentian froze for a moment, and only then did he wake up as if from a dream, let out a strange roar, pulled on Duan Muzong, Ji Xuangu, and the 10 Protectorate Elders, and pounced straight to the core place of the secret realm. All of a sudden, a full 50 or so Heavenly King Realm level 10s poured in inside the secret realm, 4 Half-Emperor realms, and 4 Saint Emperor realm level ancestors. With their addition, the aura in the air boiled up once again. This was because the speed at which cultivators with high cultivation levels absorbed aura was something that those heavenly prides simply couldn't match. In the meantime, at the heart of the secret world, Ning Tingyu was holding a silver lance in her pestle, half kneeling on the ground and panting heavily. The silver-colored lance she held in her hand had a faint circle of golden light emanating from it, while exploding with a shocking mighty ling. That was surprisingly an imperial-grade lance. At this moment, although her entire body was covered in blood and in a terrible state, she was still battle-hardened and her gaze was sternly fixed ahead. A dozen feet in front of her, roared a black auger dragon. Roar! With a body over 30 feet long, the dragon roared angrily at Ning Tingyu, its hideous fangs dripping with saliva, and as it lunged, it also set off a fetid gale. Bang boom! Ning Tingyu violently leapt high into the air, dodging one of the Jiaolong sweeps. Instantly the earth cracked and rubble flew. Tai! Ning Tingyu, who had leapt high into the air, roared harshly as the long spear in her hand stabbed out repeatedly, and a spear-on shot toward the Jiaolong. Bang! 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 Hoo-hoo! the dragon let out a piercing hiss, and its head, like a small mountain, continued to open its bloody mouth. The eerie fangs exuded a lurid light, and with great speed, they bit fiercely towards Ning Tingyu in midair. Kaboom! Another roaring sound erupted, and Ning Tingyu dodged it. However, she was still looking at the back of the augur with a fiery gaze, on that lotus flower that was as transparent and beautiful as crystal. That was the solid that was condensed by the origin spiritual energy that was so dense that it was still a solid with a shape. An origin Tao lotus. And this scaly dragon in front of him was the spirit beast guarding this origin Tao lotus. If Ning Tingyu wanted to get that origin Tao lotus, she naturally had to fight this augur dragon. In this way, the battle between the two caused the heaven and earth to change, and the spiritual energy in the air formed a huge storm vortex. It led to the discovery of Dongying Lai and the others. Such a big commotion naturally caught Chen Chang'an's attention as well. At this moment, even Chen Chang'an was rushing towards the core of the secret realm here. In the midst of flying, Chen Chang'an's heart sank suddenly. What's going on? Why are there so many powerful auras pouring in at the entrance? Are you still talking about martial virtues? The body of Chen Chang'an, who was running, stopped. Violently the full 50 or 60 terrifying auras were approaching rapidly. He was speculating whether it was those dogs from that Dongying Xing who couldn't afford to play, and then directly lifted the table, allowing all the strongest of their three forces to come in. Right at this moment, Chen Chang'an had sensed a shocking fluctuation of fighting coming from the core of the secret realm there. There was also a familiar scent. It's that Ning Tingyu? No wonder I didn't see her earlier. So she came here to mess with resources. Nice guy. Chen Chang'an's eyes flickered as he made a quick decision. Conceal yourself and wait for an opportunity. If you have resources, grab them. If you can't grab them and are in danger, run. Thus, Chen Chang'an continued to approach the core of the secret realm. At the same time, Dongying Lai and the others approached. In an instant, the scene of the core land was reflected into the middle of everyone's sight. All of them were all synchronized. Their pupils were released to the extreme, and the color of fire erupted. It's a lotus flower that blooms like crystal. The whole body exudes a faint grayish-white light. Together with the rhizome about half a zhang in height, the flower is about 3 feet wide. The flower blooms with 9 petals, and each petal is crystalline like a glazed crystal. It grew quietly in the middle of a pool of water, surrounded by circle after circle of spiritual storms. Or maybe that augur dragon was originally a water snake under this water pool, and after being nourished by the origin Tao lotus, it produced a metamorphosis. That was. Ji Xuangu's eyes widened and his trembling voice came out in dismay. Heavens, that's not only a solidified origin spirit crystal, but it's also in the shape of a plant. This has a spirit. Dongying Lai couldn't help but exclaim in shock as well. Hiss! Everyone sucked in their breath. If the solidified origin spirit crystal was like water forming into ice, even though it was shocking, it still didn't have as big of an impact as the entire spirit crystal that had now taken form. The spirit crystal that transformed into a lotus-like flower. That had a spirit and became a Tao lotus. It's growable. It would get bigger and bigger. And the origin spiritual energy that was condensed would get bigger and bigger. Chapter 63, a supreme treasure that drives the heavenly king realm crazy. Dongying Lai's short sentence caused the excitement and desire within everyone's hearts to instantly boil numerous times over like a violently erupting volcano. To put it bluntly, this Tao lotus in front of him had opened 9 petals, and that was enough to raise 9 half-emperor realm powerhouses directly to the Saint Emperor realm. And by picking that petal, it can grow back. It could be said that as long as this Tao lotus was kept nurtured all the time, wouldn't there still be a constant stream of Saint Emperor realm powerhouses being created? It will be limited in time, but at least there's no more bottlenecks to worry about, isn't there? Thinking of such a horrible thing, no one made a sound anymore for a while, and they gathered all of their cultivation and strength, all of it on top of their speed. The berserk aura caused the surrounding space to be agitated by wind and clouds. Surprisingly, they were directly ignoring Ning Tingyu and the scaly dragon who were fighting. However, as the lance in Ning Tingyu's hand exploded with might, everyone's gazes, too, instantly landed on her body. A soldier of the imperial level. That's actually an imperial grade weapon. This person, which power is he from? Someone exclaimed in shock. Soon, countless gazes fell on Zhao Tianwei's body. Zhao Tianwei shook his head. Although she was invited back by my Southeast Wind Alliance, I don't know her true origins either. However, the only thing we can be sure of is that she must be from one of the 4 holy sects in the Holy Land. The crowd was in awe. Right at this moment, under the sound of a mournful wail, that king-level Jiao dragon was unexpectedly penetrated through its head by Ning Tingyu with a single shot. directly dying a miserable death on the spot. Rumble! The dragon crashed into the deep pool, setting off wild waves of water. At the same time, it also agitated that crystal-like origin Dao Lotus, causing it to float. Suddenly, a palm-like congealed white jade violently reached out to the root stem of that Dao Lotus, seemingly to grasp it in its hands. Dong Ying came, Zhao Tianwei and the others' eyes suddenly widened, and their bodies even emitted a gut-wrenching mighty ling. Stop! For Saint Emperor Realm Level 1, for Half-Emperor Realm powerhouses, 8 people roared in unison. All of the pressure, as well as the aura, instantly overlapped like a storm, pouring towards Ning Tingyu, who was holding the origin Dao Lotus. But what made them incomparably angry was that Ning Tingyu directly ignored them, emitting a soft light from her hand, instantly enveloping the origin Dao Lotus before putting it into a brocade-like storage bag. And in the face of the surging pressure from the 8 people, she actually swept her silver lance in a sweeping motion, and instantly, her imperial-level aura erupted, and all the mighty ling collapsed in an instant, and she catapulted far away, tens of feet away from the crowd. However, the previous pressure of the Saint Emperor realm still caused a trace of crimson blood to spill from the corner of her mouth. The surging, dense to the point of agitation aura between heaven and earth instantly disappeared, and the manic aura storm stopped in an instant. Only Ning Tingyu was left holding a gun in her right hand, standing proudly to face the crowd, as well as the grey cloth pouch that hung from her waist, with a coveted white glow emanating from it. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nan Battle, and the many elders behind them. One by one, their figures stagnated, and their faces were instantly covered in a layer of dark fury-like gloom. The Chen Chang'an in the darkness approached and took everything in, while a flash of light erupted in his eyes. Ah, little friend Chang'an, why are you here? Ji Xuangu violently discovered Chen Chang'an. Ji Wentian and Duanmu Zhang both looked overjoyed and led the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom to Chen Chang'an's body in a hurry. Chen Chang'an froze. I didn't expect him to be able to hide under the dense spiritual energy storm that enveloped him earlier. Now that the storm had cleared, he was immediately discovered. Chen Chang'an settled his mind and said in a low voice, with such a big commotion here, I naturally had to come over to take a look. With that, he looked at Ji Wentian. State Lord, how did you guys get in here? And them. With that, Chen Chang'an pointed towards Dong Yinglai and the others, vigilance permeating his eyes. Ji Wentian hurriedly spoke to Chen Chang'an about how Dong Yinglai and the other people's heavenly pride had encountered a king-level spirit beast attack inside the secret realm. Then he nervously said, by the way, nephew Chang'an, where are my daughter Mingyue and the others? They're fine. Chen Chang'an returned indifferently. Suddenly, his heart sank. The other party didn't say anything about sending elders to blend in and hunt down the Great Zhou heavenly pride. Instead, they spoke of the accident. More than that, the main war power of the Great Zhou Kingdom have been introduced. Then, danger. Extremely dangerous. What sinister intentions they have. Chen Chang'an exclaimed in his heart, his eyes revealing a strange aura. And Chen Chang'an's appearance did not attract the attention of Dong Yinglai and the others. At this moment, all of their gazes were deadlocked on Ning Tingyu's body. Seeing such a tense atmosphere, Chen Chang'an hurriedly whispered, State Lord, let's go. How can this go? Ji Wentian was stunned. That's the origin Dao Lotus. The first wave of harvest will allow at least 9 half-emperor realms to advance to Saint Emperor. Fire filled Ji Wentian's eyes as well. It was impossible for anyone not to be moved by such a spiritual treasure. But will they give us a share of the Great Zhou Kingdom? Chen Chang'an whispered. To tell you the truth, they mixed in 9 elders earlier, wanting to decimate all of our Great Zhou Kingdom's celestial pride. And then I turned them back on most of them. There was no spirit beast attack at all, but rather they wanted to come in and exterminate all of us. As for letting you in, they're merely trying to cut off the roots. If you die, Kingdom Master, the Great Zhou Kingdom will die. Chen Chang'an said quickly. Ji Xuangu sucked in a breath of cool air. Ji Wentian's eyes were deathly wide. Deep panic flashed in his eyes, and his body trembled all of a sudden. But, that's a spiritual treasure that can allow me to enter the Saint Emperor realm. Ji Wentian's face presented an incomparable look of flesh pain. Moreover, if we let the remaining 2 countries obtain such a treasure, and they have a few more Saint Emperor powerhouses, then wouldn't my great country be in even more danger? Ji Wentian, who had never been very bold, rarely had the courage to want to stay, and even said very realistic words. With unusual benefits, the average person will weigh the risks, and when the temptation is great enough, desire overcomes reason. Moreover, this temptation in front of him was enough to drive all Heavenly King realm cultivators crazy. What's more, this was a secret realm shrouded by layers of formations. and anything that happened could be pushed to the spirit beasts or on top of the secret realm's turbulent robberies. It was simply the perfect to the extreme place to kill. Miss Ning, the secret realm belongs to our eastern prefecture. I'm afraid it's not proper for you to have the origin Dao Lotus all to yourself. At this time, Dong Yinglai finally spoke. He thought for a moment and said majestically, "How about this? How about you take off a piece of the petal and leave the rest to us?" "That's right. As long as you need any more treasures, Miss Ning, as long as we have them in the eastern prefecture, we'll definitely give them with both hands to repay little friend Ning's great kindness." They came up with the best solution. That was to leave a petal for Ning Tingyu, and then she could naturally leave safely and still gain the friendship of Dong Yinglai and the others. This is definitely not a bad deal in their opinion. After all, at this moment, Ning Tingyu was alone and was completely unable to eat an entire Dao Lotus. However, Ning Tingyu's words were completely unexpected by Chen Chanan. "Humph, I discovered this, or I defeated the augur guarding this place. This Dao Lotus is naturally mine. You guys get out of the way." Her words fell, causing the atmosphere in the arena to suddenly tense up. TSK. This woman is totally looking for death. Chen Chanan let out a murmur and looked at Ning Tingyu with a narrowed gaze. Chapter 64, He is a sword cultivator. Upon hearing Ning Tingyu's words, Dong Yinglai and the others' faces became visibly more somber. They didn't want to let the overwhelming spiritual treasure in front of them slip away for nothing. "Miss Ning, you'd better hand it over. Seeing as you're someone invited by my Southeast Wind Alliance, I promise I won't let you suffer." Zhao Tianwei also spoke in a low voice, and there were almost 40 people who began to surround Ning Tingyu. "Humph." Ning Tingyu snorted coldly, her voice even colder. "My 100 flower immortal sex things. You guys dare to rob them? Don't want to live? The 100 flowers immortal sect?" Upon hearing those 4 words, the crowd narrowed their gazes without surprise. Chen Chang'an frowned slightly and secretly said, "Is this girl child out for her first time to practice? She's finished." The 4 holy sects of the Holy Land were the Taitsung Sword Sect, the Qin Xian Holy Sect, the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect, and the Sun, Moon, and Star Island. Although the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect was a holy sect and powerful, saying it here and under such a great temptation was nonetheless daunting. Instead, it will provoke them to kill and kill. Dong Yinglai, Nan Battle, Zhao Tianwei. The 3 of them coincidentally locked gazes, and in the same instant, they all made a decision. Zhao Tianwei coldly said, 9 petals, exactly 3 petals for each of our 3 forces, and as for the entire Dao Lotus, it will also be farmed by us together. How about that? Just right. Fair enough. Dong Yinglai nodded. Good. The southern warrior also opened his mouth, and murderous intent began to fill his eyes. Hearing this, Ji Wentian's face changed drastically. "Hey, you 3, how did you forget about our great Zhou kingdom?" At those words, Chen Chang'an slapped his forehead violently. "It's over. This guy." Ji Xiangu also looked at Ji Wentian with a bad expression on his face. At this point now, leaving first was the best policy. "I didn't realize you were going to get involved in this." Sure enough, Dong Yinglai's gaze slowly looked towards Ji Wentian. "Didn't forget about you. Don't worry. Your lives, too, will be left here." He, Chen Chang'an. "Great. You're here too. You're dead." Nanzhuan looked at Chen Chang'an with a gloomy gaze and spoke in a low voice. Chen Chang'an shrugged his shoulders. The only plan today was to fight. Ji Xiangu ignored the stagnant Ji Wentian and also prepared himself for battle. "How dare you?" Ning Tingyu's voice suddenly turned cold. "A small country in the land of the eastern prefecture. Where did it get the guts to dare to commit an offense against my holy land? And you, Zhao Tianwei, although you're from the Taitsang Sword Sect, you're only a tiny outer sect elder. How dare you kill me? I'm the 100 Flower Immortal Sect's holy maiden." Ning Tingyu was still trying to use her status to pressure the crowd, wanting them to be jealous of her. The crowd also froze. "I didn't expect that such a brainless woman would be the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect's holy daughter." Zhao Tianwei thought of those terrifying women, and instantly his killing intent became even stronger. "Humph. Joke, you weren't killed by us. You fell in a dangerous place in the secret realm." "That's right. We can all testify. And what's more, Lord Sword Executioner can testify for us as well." Dong Yinglai also snorted and opened his mouth, his face full of grimness. "We came in just to save the heavenly pride of all the countries. Who knows, the great Zhou country and others and you, all were eaten by those countless king-level spirit beasts. Ha ha ha." Ning Tingyu tightly gripped the silver-colored lance in her hand, her pair of pitch-black eyes incomparably clear and cold. "Kill." Seeing this, Dong Yinglai and the others stopped talking nonsense, and as the words fell, they were already rushing out. Zhao Tianwei and the others did the same, rushing on to Ning Tingyu. In order not to cause trouble, they actually struck out together. Humph, trying to kill me. You guys are worthy? Ning Tingyu snorted coldly, the lance in her hand instantly sweeping towards the incoming person. Boom! Facing the full force of a half-emperor realm powerhouse's strike, she had actually chosen to resist it. This caused everyone to frown slightly, but soon, they felt a terrifying aura on Ning Tingyu's body. Half-emperor realm. You're actually at the half-emperor realm. Dong Yinglai exclaimed in shock. Rumble. In an instant, the crowd was engaged in battle, and between rolling around, the more they fought, the more frightened they became. Even Chen Chang'an was completely confused. He didn't expect that the woman in front of him was an old six. She hid her cultivation. Then was it also intentional that she had been kicked in the ass by herself earlier on the fighting stage? Chen Chang'an was filled with confusion, but there was no room for him to think about it at the moment. Manhwa led the men and rushed over. In an instant, the various powerhouses of the southern Ming Kingdom and the powerhouses of the Great Zhou Kingdom were in a fierce battle. Chen Chang'an, you injured my son Nan Hong and massacred my Nanming Kingdom's heavenly pride in the secret realm. You die for me. The aura of the southern warrior half-emperor realm rumbled and erupted, instantly arriving in front of Chen Chang'an with an astonishing aura, slashing at Chen Chang'an's neck. Blast! Chen Chang'an shouted, the evil demon blood god skill, the hegemonic emperor's heart technique, the hegemonic emperor's bloodline, and the martial orifice realm pass, all of them opened. Rumble! In an instant, Chen Chang'an's aura abruptly underwent a sea change. Tai! Chen Chang'an shouted harshly, and a giant sword appeared in his hand, violently sweeping across. Boom! A sword and a heavy sword instantly touched, setting off a violent energy spreading in all directions. Stomp! 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 Both of them stormed back a dozen feet in unison. How? How is it possible? 5th level of the Heavenly King realm? Nan Battle's face was filled with astonishment, but before his words could be uttered, several sword chimes that gave him the creeps rang out. Whoosh! Harnessing the wind, piercing the wind, blazing the wind, and blazing the gale, the 4 long swords whistled and directly stabbed towards Nanja's eyebrows, neck, heart, and dantian. Armor of the king, open! As Nanjua shouted, a yellow defense shield appeared around him with a loud boom. Bang! 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 The sword light frantically stabbed at his shield, causing his face to change drastically. Whoosh! But in the next instant, those 4 flying swords flew steeply towards the sky before falling down violently. Thumbs up! Aha dash! In an instant, the heads of 4 elders of the southern Ming Kingdom were clipped out by flying swords. What? The warring state elders of the southern Ming Kingdom and the Great Zhou Kingdom were greatly alarmed. They all looked at the 4 flying swords in horror. And Ji Xuangu, who was fighting with the old ancestor of the southern Brightness Kingdom, even more so, his eyes erupted with blazing pupil light. Ken Shu, Chen Chang'an, you're actually a sword cultivator. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the southern Brightness Kingdom's face was incredibly gloomy as he yelled, don't let Chen Chang'an get away. He's a sword cultivator. Also, watch out for his flying sword. Whoosh! But as soon as his words came out, several more elders from the southern Ming Kingdom had their eyebrows pierced through and died tragically on the spot. Damn! Eyeing the scene, Nanzhan was enraged as he looked in the direction of Dong Yinglai and yelled, old ancestor of the Dongxian Kingdom, come and suppress Chen Chang'an. He's a sword cultivator. What? The East Qian Kingdom's old ancestors who were surrounding Ning Tingyu, as well as the old ancestors of the Southeast Wind Alliance, looked over furiously. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei and the 2 of them changed their faces drastically. Swordsmanship. That was a perverted cultivator who could kill thousands of miles away with his sword. And even more so, he had great explosive power and attacking power. At that thought, the Eastern Qian country's old ancestor instantly became unsettled and fiercely suppressed towards Chen Chang'an. Chapter 65 Put it in your mouth and eat it. Protect Chang'an. Seeing this, Ji Xuangu roared. Ji Wendian also regretted it and anxiously said, oh nephew Chang'an, you mustn't be alright. Your Majesty, take care of yourself first. Duan Muzang was speechless. I should have known that I should have listened to Chen Chang'an earlier and left first. AI. It's all my fault. It's my greed. Ji Wendian said helplessly. But where else could anyone go to help Chen Chang'an? Ji Xuangu was again pestered by the old ancestor of the southern Brightness Kingdom. The rest of the elders were even more useless, and could only protect Ji Wentian's side. Thus, Chen Chang'an had to face the old ancestor of the Dongxian Kingdom, and the lord of the Nanning Kingdom, the 2 Nan warriors. In an instant, he was at a disadvantage. Chen Chang'an held the guardian sword in his hand, and his aura was monstrous. There were also 4 flying swords circling around itself, waiting for an opportunity to move. Every now and then, they even sneak attack the other party, causing the other 2 to be distracted from dealing with Chen Chang'an's flying sword. Just like that, Chen Chang'an had actually persevered under the attacks of a Saint Emperor realm and a Half Emperor realm. Although he was at a disadvantage, it wasn't that easy to kill him. On the other hand, Ning Tingyu, despite her outstanding natural talent and profound background, however, under the siege of a Saint Emperor realm, 2 Half Emperor realms, and more than 20 Heavenly King realm level 10s, they were also beaten to the point that they spat out blood and flew backwards. Their masked gauze scarves flew, and their whole bodies' robes were drenched in blood. Rumble, Dong Yinglai and the others were deadly in their moves and did not hold back. When Ning Tingyu made a mistake, she was swarmed by another group of people, beating her to the point that her blood sprayed wildly. Her body was like a withered leaf, and she flew far away horizontally. Thumbs up, the hat on her head ripped open, revealing her full head of black hair. A gust of wind rolled in, and between the long hair flying, revealed her true face that she had been covering up. Hiss! Seeing this face, Dong Yinglian, Zhao Tianwei, and the others all had their breath caught in their throat, and their pupils appeared momentarily disoriented. It was a face of indescribable beauty, and it was as beautiful as it was bewildering. Even the Eastern Yinglai Kingdom Lord, who had read countless women, appeared stunned and disoriented, murmuring, "Worthy of being the 100-flower immortal sex holy maiden. Her appearance is truly stunning." The pair of faces that looked like a gift from heaven were as exquisite as if they came from an immortal-level master who had personally sculpted them. Every strand of skin was as if it could seduce the soul and capture the mind. Zhao Tianwei jolted and took a deep breath. Turning his face to be covered with killing intent, he said grimly, "It's a pity that such a good-looking big beauty will soon perish. Kill her and snatch the origin Tao Lotus on her." As the words fell, Dong Yinglai also returned to his senses, and the 2 of them, Zhao Tianwei, struck out at the same time. In an instant, 2 Pomons materialized out of thin air, carrying a terrifying and overwhelming aura as they ruthlessly slapped down towards Ning Tingyu's head. Thumbs up. Right at this moment, the sound of swords whistled as 4 flying swords stabbed rapidly towards the 2 of them. The 2 people were horrified, and their palm manis could only land on top of the 4 flying swords. Boom! The flying sword was sent flying out, and the palm awnings of the 2 instantly collapsed and dissipated. Chen Shannan's figure appeared beside Ning Tingyu's body and spoke without question. "Give me the origin Tao Lotus. But it's mine. I worked hard to kill the augur to get it. Why should I give it to you? Buy now." Ning Tingyu was still incomparably stubborn. Even though she was covered in a mess and bathed in blood, she was still full of defiance. Pop! Chen Shannan threw a slap on her face and drank coldly. "With your life gone, what's the point of you needing that Tao Lotus? Leave it to me to have a chance of survival." Chen Shannan's slap instantly blindsided her. "You!" She stared dead at Chen Shannan's cold face, wanting to say something but not knowing how to speak for a moment. She gritted her teeth and threw the gray storage bag that was close to her body to Chen Shannan. She also found out that Chen Shannan was also being pursued by the other party. The so-called enemy of the enemy is a friend, so she could only be temporarily pinning her hopes on Chen Chang'an. And when the surrounding people saw that Chen Chang'an had gotten the Tao Lotus, they instantly wanted to rush up. "Stand still. Come over one more step and I'll destroy it." Chen Chang'an held the storage bag and spoke coldly. In an instant, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and Nan Battle didn't dare to move forward. "Chen Chang'an, how dare you!" Dong Yinglai's eyes glared deathly at Chen Chang'an as he roared violently. "Humph! See if I dare," Chen Chang'an said, taking out the origin Tao Lotus from his storage bag. In an instant, a rich spiritual chi surged and erupted, causing the surrounding people to be greatly energized. "Chen Chang'an, don't be impulsive. If you destroy it, all of you won't be able to escape as well, and I promise that I will make your life worse than death." Zhao Tianwei spoke coldly. "Ha!" Chen Chang'an laughed coldly and directly ripped the petals above the origin Tao Lotus. As he did so, "What? Chen Chang'an, what are you doing? Stop it!" Dong Yinglai and the others instantly roared violently. One by one, they looked at the handful of lotus leaves grasped in Chen Chang'an's hand, their flesh aching. Such a turn of events caused everyone in the arena to stop fighting. Ji Xiangu, Ji Wentian, and the others led the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom and surrounded behind Chen Chang'an. Next to Chen Chang'an, there was Ning Tingyu, who was filled with dismay. You, damn kid, that's my Tao Lotus. What do you want? You shut up!" Chen Chang'an shouted angrily at her. You dare to be mean to me? Ningtingyu was confused. She was the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers immortal sect, whether it was the men of the remaining 3 holy sects, or the crown princes of those royal kingdoms in the Holy Land, etc. Which one of them did not treat her pleasantly? Which one of them wasn't courteous to her? The guy in front of her not only kicked her ass at the bout, but slapped her earlier. Nowadays, still so mean to yourself. Abominable. Thinking of this, even though she was not afraid of death earlier, she could not help but feel aggrieved. Chen Qiangan didn't bother to pay attention to her mood. He smiled fiercely and roared at the crowd. Get lost, all of you, back away 1,000 feet away. Otherwise, no one will be able to obtain this Tao Lotus. As long as you guys retreat to 1,000 feet away, I'll immediately put down the Tao Lotus and let you guys come over and grab it then. Dong Yinglai and the others froze, but soon guessed what Chen Qiangan was planning to do. He was trying to put down the origin Tao Lotus and run with the people. Chen Qiangan, you better be true to your word and be able to put down the Tao Lotus. Otherwise, Zhao Tianwei coldly threatened. Get back. Chen Qiangan didn't want to listen to his nonsense, and the 4 flying swords immediately pointed at the Tao Lotus that only had its rhizome left, and Chen Qiangan's hand that was grasping the 9 lotus petals was also closing slightly as it exploded with destructive power. Alright, Chen Qiangan, you're good. Dong Yinglai commanded the crowd and backed away in a hurry. Seeing this, Ji Xiangu pulled Chen Qiangan with one hand and Ji Wentian with the other, whispering, little friend Qiangan, I'll lead you to run later. Duan Muzang and the others also thought that Chen Qiangan was waiting for the other party's men to retreat to 1,000 feet away, then dropped the Tao Lotus to escape. So one by one they made ready to run away. But Ningtingyu made no move. Her beautiful eyes stared deathly at Chen Qiangan. She felt that this brat in front of her would not be so willing to run away in ashes. Sure enough, right after Dong Yinglai and the others retreated 1,000 feet away, they coldly opened their mouths. Chen Qiangan, put down the Tao Lotus, then hurry and run for your life. However, to the astonishment of all of them, Chen Qiangan actually took the 9-petaled Tao Lotus in his hand and shoved it directly into his mouth before quickly swallowing it. Chen Qiangan, you're crazy. Damn you to hell. They could only be impotent and furious. After all, 1,000 feet away, it was simply too late to stop Chen Qiangan immediately. Even Ningtingyu, Ji Shuanggu and the others beside him were completely surprised that Chen Qiangan had directly swallowed those Tao Lotus petals. Boom! Right at this moment, the aura on Chen Qiangan's body once again erupted like a volcano. Chapter 66, Crazy Breakthrough. Instantaneous killing of Elder. Chen Qiangan only felt that every cell, every meridian, and every pore in his body was expanding rapidly. Then his dantian, which seemed to have formed a cosmic black hole, crazily devoured those 9 Tao Lotus leaves. Rumble. The aura on Chen Qiangan's body boiled rapidly as the dantian, the orifices, and all the martial realm gates in his body clanked and broke through upwards. Buzz. Chen Qiangan let out a low roar, and the people beside him were instantly rushed away. Even Ji Shuanggu was equally so. They all looked at Chen Qiangan in horror, and Chen Qiangan covered his head and crouched down. He felt like his whole body was going to explode as the aura in his body was boiling madly. The sword of guardianship was stuck next to him, and the 4 flying swords spun around to protect him. In front of him, the root of the origin Tao Lotus, which had fallen, was again grasped in Ningtingyu's hand. She looked at Chen Qiangan, who had actually eaten 9 lotus petals raw, and angrily rebuked. Kid, you're crazy. This is the origin Tao Lotus. Each petal carries a huge amount of aura. Your body won't be able to withstand it at all. You'll explode and die. Ningtingyu's face was filled with complexity. She felt the surging spiritual energy on Chen Qiangan's body, causing Chen Qiangan's entire body to redden as if it was about to crack. And somehow, she let out a dark sigh. It's a shame to die for such a demon. Right at this moment, Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, and Nan Battle surrounded Chen Qiangan. Each of them was furious. Chen Qiangan, you asshole, you dare to eat the Tao Lotus directly. You're dead. Dong Yinglai opened his mouth in a violent gulp. Don't talk to them, kill them all. Zhao Tianwei was similarly surging with rage. As the words fell, the people around them wanted to rush up. Boom! Right at this moment, an extremely violent aura instantly erupted, forming earth-shattering airwaves that spread in all directions. Buzz, Dong Yinglai and the others, who were about to try to rush up, were instantly stopped one by one as if they were stopped by a gust of wind, and their bodies came to a halt. How is that possible? You guy, how could you possibly digest those 9 petals? Dong Yinglai's pupils contracted rapidly as he opened his mouth in shock. Zhao Tianwei and the others did the same. their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, Chen Chanan was slowly standing up, and the aura on his body was soaring crazily. Heavenly King Realm. Level 6. Heavenly King Realm. 7th level. Heavenly King Realm. Level 8. Buzz. Rising 3 small realms in a row. Hiss. Seeing that Chen Chanan had digested that Tao Lotus with such speed, and had even risen 3 small realms in a row, the people around them all viciously sucked in their cool breaths one by one. Even Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu and the others who had always known Chen Chanan's demonic nature were completely dumbfounded. Freaks. This. He really is a freak. Even Ji Xuangu, who had experienced countless storms, was at this moment like he had lost his soul. Ji Wentian and the others did the same. How long had it been since Chen Chanan had returned from the burial demon abyss? No cultivation at all. To the 8th level of the Heavenly King Realm today? Even Ning Tingyu, who came from the Holy Land, had never seen a demon who had advanced so far. You. Who the hell are you? How can you just digest the Dorian? Ning Tingyu's small mouth opened and murmured, so tantalizing that it could hook one's soul away. But no one noticed her at the moment. Chen Chagan attracted everyone's attention. Kill him. He must not be allowed to live. Dong Yinglai roared. Such a perverted Chen Chanan would be a nightmare for the 3 forces of theirs if they allowed him to grow savagely. When those protector elders of his Dongxian kingdom heard that, 5 of them reacted extremely quickly, instantly rising up in a violent manner, and the weapons in their hands erupted with a destructive cold light. Ah, little friend Chang'an, be careful. Seeing this, Ji Xuangu and the others also immediately pounced towards Chen Chanan. Ha! Facing the 5 people who raged and flew over, Chen Chanan laughed coldly. Whoever wants to seek death, then come. Bang! He violently pulled up the guardian sword next to him, and the burial sword technique exploded. Instant kill. Thumbs down. The majestic sword might erupted at extreme speed, directly penetrating through one person's chest at an extremely fast speed. Thumbs up. The remaining 4 flying swords were even more ruthless, with the support of Chen Chanan's unrivaled spiritual nimbus, harnessing the wind, piercing the wind, blazing the wind, and gale. The 4 swords emitted ear-piercing roars. Bang! 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 In an instant, the remaining 4 Eastern Xian country elders at the 10th level of the Heavenly King Realm had their eyebrows pierced through, and in an instant, the 4 of them were nailed to the ground. 5 pairs of eyes, instantly frozen, rapidly losing color with pupils covered in disbelief. Ha 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 ha! Chen Chang'an sneered contemptuously. His voice was low and hoarse. Earlier, when I gave you guys a chance, you weren't useful. Now, this young man is going to bury you. All of you. Bang! The guardian sword continued to slash down horizontally, and the majestic sword might erupted fiercely, chopping down on the bodies of those 5 elders in the manner of a mountain crushing down on them, instantly destroying their torsos into shattered bones and limbs that flew all over the sky. All of this, from the time Dong Yinglai's order fell to the time the 5 protectorate elders struck out, happened in nothing more than a flash of lightning. The 5 protectorate elders died tragically, with no bones left. The splattering blood mist blurred Dong Yinglai and the others' vision, and pierced the eyes and heartstrings of Ji Xuangu and the others. It caused them to stiffly stop their supportive steps and look at Chen Chanan with a face full of consternation. Chen Chagan, you. Ji Wentian's face was twitching continuously. How did you become so strong? Ning Tingyu even had a brimming glow in her beautiful eyes. The man in front of him was definitely not a Heavenly King Realm level 10 opponent with his previous strength. I didn't expect that after eating the Tao Lotus, not only would I not explode and die, but instead, my battle power skyrocketed. Scary as hell. Chen Chagan. Dong Yinglai spoke through clenched teeth. The fact that 5 of his own protectorate elders were instantly killed was unexpected and even more incomprehensible. Even if he could fight across the ranks, he believed. But how did it turn into a cross-step spike? Chen Chang'an had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Dong Yinglai, Zhao Tianwei, Nan War, you, all of you, come. This young man will bury all of you. As Chen Chang'an said, with a bang, a huge bronze ancient coffin appeared next to him, which was 5 or 6 feet long. Click, click, click. On top of the bronze ancient coffin, the coffin plate that covered it was slowly opening, revealing a pitch-black, abyss-like coffin opening. Looking at such a bizarre coffin, Dong Yinglai and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Zhao Tianwei, Nan Battle, and the old ancestors of their 3 forces were unable to laugh. Chen Chanan's previous strength of instantly killing 5 Heavenly King realms in seconds, as well as the appearance of this bizarre bronze ancient coffin now, had caused a precipitous uneasiness to grow in the hearts of these Eastern State hegemony level figures of theirs. Chapter 67, Almost Die. Humph, playing God. Dong Yinglai snorted coldly, and the long spear that appeared in his hand erupted with the momentum of collapsing the sky, instantly stabbing at Chen Chanan's chest. Sneak attack. He's at the half-emperor realm and he's doing sneak attacks. The terrifying storm that was stirred up was simply indescribable. It seemed that in an instant, the black lance in his hand would pierce through Chen Chanan's chest. Die. The corners of Dong Yinglai's mouth lifted up in a grimace as he continued to increase the power in his hand to push. Chen Chanan's gaze narrowed. The corners of his mouth smiled coldly, and the guardian sword, which he was actually dragging in his right hand, was instantly lifted up and blocked in front of his chest. Pooh boom! A loud boom rang out, accompanied by an eardrum-stinging sound. Space shook and the earth shattered. Rumble! An invisible shockwave instantly rippled in all directions, causing countless people's skin to sting and their robes to hunt. Snort! Bang bang bang! Chen Chang'an held the guardian sword in his hand and continuously blocked the long spear stabs from Dong Yinglai, and his 4 flying swords were instantly formed to take over. Pust! Pust! Dong Yinglai dodged 3 flying swords, and the last one, Gale, actually pierced his head directly, from Chen Chang'an's direction. He could clearly can Dong Yinglai that hollow inside his head. The scene over there behind him. Puff! Within Dong Yinglai's eyes, in his trembling pupils, there was clearly the meaning of death and disbelief. Lord of the Dongxian kingdom dead. The remaining faces of the people suddenly appeared shocked. Dong Yinglai dead? Snort snort dash. Chen Chanan's 4 flying swords would not give them a chance to react. In the midst of the whistling, the heads of another 4 or 5 heavenly king realm level 10 elders were pierced through. Aha! Someone screamed, full of horror. The remaining Zhao Tianwei, Nan warrior, and their old ancestor were all shocked to the core as they looked at Chen Chang'an, who was holding a giant sword. What kind of origin? What kind of talent? To accomplish a freak that completely transcends cognition and completely distorts common sense. Seconds to the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm. Killed the half-emperor realm in 3 moves. If he was given time to grow, wouldn't he still be able to set his feet on the entire eastern state? With this in mind, coldness and killing intent rose madly in all of their hearts, especially the old ancestor of the Dongxian kingdom. The desire to kill Chen Chang'an was incomparably strong. He, Chen Chang'an, must die. Zhao Tianwei's voice was all but unconsciously squeezed out from between his clenched teeth. Rumble! Kill! We must not let Chen Chang'an walk out of here alive. Zhao Tianwei and the others roared in anger, and each of them pounced on Chen Chang'an like hungry wolves. Swear to protect Chen Chang'an to the death. Ji Xuangu roared. Ji Wentian, Duan Muzang and the others also saw Chen Chang'an's great potential and immediately ordered people to protect Chen Chang'an. With Chen Chang'an, he, the great Zhou kingdom, would surely rise. Boom! In an instant, both sides battled again, and Ning Tingyu, who was covered in blood and was originally seriously injured, was also frantically getting high on drugs, suppressing her injuries and fighting back. The roar sounded again. Thumbs up. Another dozen or so Heavenly King realm elders had their heads cut off by Chen Chang'an before kicking their bodies and heads into the burial coffin. The old ancestor of the Dongxian kingdom, the old ancestor of the South Ming kingdom, the old ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance, as well as Zhao Tianwei, Nan Battle, and the others, looking at Chen Chang'an, who was still able to kick corpses into coffins in the middle of a sparring match. One could not help but feel fear. This guy, whether it was combat experience or combat mentality, was incomparably outstanding. It simply drives them crazy with jealousy. Snort! Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords were more like the god of death's reaping scythes, causing the heads of their elders to fly up, one by one. Stand back, guard the perimeter, and let none of you go. Chen Chang'an roared at Ji Xuangu and the others. Ji Xuangu froze. However, he was invariably deeply shocked at the sight of Chen Chang'an, who was killing people in all directions. Even he, a Saint Emperor realm first sky powerhouse, couldn't help a bit. And Chen Chang'an clearly wanted to kill them all. What a ruthless young man. Such a terrifying young man has not been seen in ages. Little friend Chang'an, then you take care of your safety. I guarantee that not a single person will be able to escape out. Ji Xiangu's eyes showed a cold light. Nowadays, the only plan was to listen to Chen Chang'an. He then yelled at Duan Mozang and the remaining 5 elders of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Surround the perimeter. Yes, the elders of the Great Zhou Kingdom each had monstrous waves in their hearts, from the fact that they were being chased, to the fact that they were actually trying to surround them and not letting them go. This was simply overturning their perception of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Even Ning Tingyu was dumbfounded as she looked hard at Chen Chang'an's body for a few moments before quietly leaving. She had already obtained the Origin Dao Lotus Rhizome, And although the petals had been eaten by Chen Chanan, she had obtained the rhizome, and as long as she went back to cultivate it, then it would still be able to grow flowers. Humph, Chen Chagan, I'll remember you. Ning Tingyu snorted coldly as her figure disappeared in place. No one cared about her at the moment. The people from the Great Zhou Kingdom were keeping an eye on the rest of the three major forces in the field, not allowing them to escape. The rest of the three major forces also had reasons why they must kill Chen Chanan. Overlord rage. Explosion. Bloodbath magic light open. In the middle of the field, Chen Chanan turned on his overlord rage. An evil demon blood god skill. In an instant, a golden light filled his body, carrying a blood-colored aura around himself. And in a flash, it set off an airwave thousands of feet in circumference. Boom! The berserk energy instantly suppressed the three Saint Emperor realms in front of them. Those were the old ancestors of the three major powers. Bang bang bang! Chen Chanan's battle power soared rapidly. The guardian sword instantly erupted, and all the weapons rushing around were blown off. What? Ah! The field erupted with cries of alarm, miserable roars, and chaotic overlapping booms. Those heavenly king realm elders were killed one by Chen Chanan or turned into headless corpses. The elders of the Great Zhou Kingdom who were watching around them, each one of them viciously sucked in cool air. The way they looked at Chen Chanan's eyes gradually flooded with a strong fear. Boom boom boom. At the moment, the only ones who could fight with Chen Chanan were Zhao Tianwei and Nanzhan, two half-emperor realms. The two of them were still incredibly careful so that they didn't have their heads clipped off by Chen Chanan. There were three other old men, and those were their ancestors. Sacred Emperor Realm First Heaven. The three old ancestors were also getting more and more alarmed the more they fought, the residual light in the depths of their pupils presenting shock, consternation, bewilderment, as well as a kind of bewilderment that had no way to be explained. More than 30 Heavenly King Realm Level 10 died tragically at his hands, and the remaining 5, he didn't seem to want to let go either. What kind of freak is this? Nan Battle and the others were deeply shocked. Oh, you, all, are going to die. Chen Chanan opened his mouth with a low, cold smile as his figure stormed out, once again opening the martial orifice realm pass. The speed picked up steeply. Proof boom. In an instant, he passed through Nan War's side in a flash. All of the spiritual energy of the South War instantly collapsed and burst into pieces, and his body, along with the long sword in his hand, was also cut off by Chen Chanan. The body that had been turned into two pieces, and then shattered and shattered again with Chen Chanan's outburst of demonic soul power, and by the time it fell, it had already become a rain of blood mixed with sand and soil. Lord of the Southern Ming Kingdom, Southern Battle, dead. Chapter 68, kill as many as possible. The remaining three old ancestors, as well as Zhao Tianwei, a total of 4 people, had their pupils rapidly liberalize and then crazily contract. Half, power of the half-emperor realm. Zhao Tianwei spoke in a trembling voice. His voice seemed to squeeze hard from his throat. After Chen Chanan had opened the martial orifice realm pass, his battle power surged crazily. That heck, it was the power of the half-emperor realm. He looked at Chen Chanan, and for the first time in his life, he couldn't believe his eyes no matter what, and even more so, he couldn't believe his spiritual sense. Lord of the land. The old eyes of the Southern Brightness Kingdom's old ancestor widened, his pupils trembling with extreme horror. The same was true of the Eastern Xin Kingdom's old ancestor, because Dongying Lai, the lord of his Dongxian Kingdom, was also dead. This time, it's simply a case of stealing a chicken and losing it. Zhao Tianwei's shock hadn't had time to turn into fear when the pressure that was like a terrifying demon suddenly loomed closer. Ah, Skyway, you have to go. The old ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance roared. He didn't want his juniors to die in front of him like this. Rumble. He instantly slashed his sword at Chen Chanan, blocking his path. The mighty Ling of the Saint Emperor realm exploded to the extreme. With the magnitude of a large realm, he believed that Chen Chanan would not be able to cross it so easily. Raging spirit, open up for me. Chen Chanan roared low with a fierce smile. With a loud boom, the aura on his body surged once again. Martial orifices open the first realm level of the demon soul, and the second realm level is the raging spirit. In the state where the 2 realm gates were open, not only was Chen Chanan's soul enhanced, but also his strength. The town's mountain shakes the sea dash. At the same time, Chen Chanan continued to activate the second stance of the evil demon blood god technique. In an instant, his power rumbled and exploded in a way that surpassed perception. The guardian sword in his hand slashed down hard on the Southeast Wind Alliance's old ancestor. Bang rumble. Explosive sounds exploded in front of that old ancestor's body, and the long sword in his hand directly shattered in his horrified gaze. Chen Shanan's sword of guardianship continued to slam down viciously with a posture as heavy as 10,000 pounds. Boom! His two arms burst into pieces, and his body slammed down from the air, directly penetrating into the unknown depths of the ground, and together with his miserable screams, he was buried by the collapsing earth. Soon, the faint vitality of the deep underground instantly dissipated. Old ancestor of the Southeast Wind Alliance. Die! The remaining Eastern Xian country old ancestors and the Southern Brightness country old ancestors were finally fearful and wanted to escape, but they suddenly realized that Chen Chang'an had already stormed closer. First was Zhao Tianwei, who looked at Chen Chang'an, who was like a god of killing, with a face full of horror. Die! Chen Chang'an angrily shouted, and the guardian sword in his hand directly chopped down. Chen Chang'an, stop it! Do you, Great Zhou Kingdom, want to become mortal enemies with my three major forces? Boom! His words had just fallen, but they were accompanied by a sword blast from Chen Chang'an's body. The defense barrier on Zhao Tianwei's body, as well as his precious clothes, shattered like thin paper. He also had a deep gash cut into his chest. Boom! When his figure flew out, he was already unable to withstand Chen Chang'an's furious sword might and directly shattered into two halves. I'm a member of the Tai Tsong Sword Sect's outer sect. Elder. The words came out of that stunned head without a sound, completely hiccuped and dead. Snort dash. Four flying swords sealed the retreat of the remaining two old ancestors. The two of them looked at Chen Chang'an with miserable faces, still frantically resisting, but both of them were already cracking their guts, so how could they be the opponents of the battle spirit that was simply killing crazy Chen Chang'an? The two first-level Saint Emperor realms were unexpectedly completely suppressed by Chen Chang'an of the 8th-level Heavenly King realm. It's a nightmare they've never had in their lives. Earlier, they had wanted to kill all of Chen Chang'an, and that thought had been the most ridiculous, sad and stupid joke they had ever made. Chen Chang'an, I'll fight you. The old ancestor of the Southern Brightness Kingdom hissed miserably as the aura on his body erupted crazily. Countless sword lights surged with sharp killing opportunities, enveloping Chen Chang'an's body in an instant. Burial sword technique shattered sky. How could Chen Chang'an be afraid of him? The thunder pole phantom and the powerful destructive force of the sword art suddenly approached and directly hardened. Boom! The space around them shook violently, distorting the nothingness. Berserk heavy sword ruthlessly chopped down. The old ancestor of the Southern Brightness Kingdom was like being hit by a heavenly hammer on his body. His entire body violently shook. His face was as pale as paper, and blood spurted from his lungs to his throat, which he swallowed raw. He hissed angrily. His entire body's blood, chi, spiritual energy, and soul, all burning madly. I'm pulling you down with me. The Southern Brightness Kingdom's old ancestor hissed as the surging sword light was like a raging tsunami, pouring toward Chen Chang'an. Boom! 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 The heavy sword in Chen Chang'an's hand was like a lofty mountain, firmly protecting his body, becoming an impenetrable shield. At the same time, the two flying swords whistled, constantly cutting into the body of the Southern Ming country's old ancestor. Shoo shoo shoo. Sword after sword. The sword energy buzzed, piercing one's eardrums. Only an instant. It is the old ancestor of the South Ming state torn into 1,000 holes, quickly pulling him into the abyss of death. Thumbs up. In another crazy sword chi cut, the old ancestor of the Southern Brightness Kingdom was completely torn apart and became a sky full of broken flesh. Not far away was the old ancestor of the Dongxian Kingdom who was entangled by the other two flying swords, his scalp tingling as he watched the scene. Back, spine, and even every bone in the body were frantically storming with blood-craving coldness. Thumbs up. This time, all four flying swords, locked onto the surroundings of the Dongxian Kingdom's old ancestor, closed off all routes of escape for him. What level of sword is this? The Eastern Xian Kingdom's old ancestor was filled with astonishment. The sharpness and sturdiness of this flying sword was simply perverse, transcending the king-level weapon in his hands. If he was not careful, he was going to have a piece of flesh cut off by that flying sword. He turned his head violently, and among the sight touching, what he saw in Chen Chang'an was a pair of eyes that made his liver and gallbladder break. Chun, Chang, Un. Frantically chattering teeth struggled to spit out the three fearful names. The world in front of him was transformed into a boundless darkness. His head had disappeared into his torso. Burial sword technique instant kill. Chen Chang'an softly murmured. His figure had already arrived in front of his headless body, and with a grab of his hand, he threw his body inside the burial god coffin. This young man's coffin is all ready for you. That's good enough for you. With that said, he continued to command the flying sword, sucking all those scattered heads, bodies, and broken flesh inside the burial god coffin. molten by the funeral coffin. As of this moment, all those who entered the East Xian Kingdom, South Ming Kingdom, and Southeast Wind Alliance, their country lords, elders, and old ancestors, all of them were executed by Chen Chanan. All around, Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, Duanmu Zhang, and the 5 remaining protectorate elders were all dumbfounded. One by one, their mouths were open and their throats rolled with difficulty, wanting to say something, but they couldn't make a single sound. The youth in front of him, who was like a god of killing, today, did something that caused the sky to collapse. Chapter 69, Beheading the Half-Emperor Realm. Old ancestor. Ji Wentian turned his head dumbfounded and looked at the equally dumbfounded Ji Xuangu. Chang and he killed the lords of 2 countries. Us. He also finally came back to his senses. Chen Chang'an had killed, but the lords of the remaining 2 countries, as well as the ally of a large power alliance. Wouldn't that plunge the Great Zhou Kingdom into war? Ji Xuangu was equally at a loss for words. He was merely an old ancestor, and hadn't dealt with affairs of state. He didn't understand why such a heaven-defying monster had appeared in the small land of the eastern state. Moreover, this monster was also a person from his Great Zhou Kingdom, so he didn't know if this was a blessing or a curse. Elder ancestor, state lord. At this moment, Duanmu Zhang's voice was low as he stared at the 2 men dead in the face. We, along with Chen Chagan, are already on the same boat. Don't ever think of doing the backstabbing thing, otherwise, he, or the Chen family, will be even more terrifying than those other 3 forces. At those words, Ji Xuangu and Ji Wentian looked at Duanmu Zhang's grim and certain face and also took a deep breath. Mistress Duanmu is right. Ji Xuangu secretly gritted his teeth and with his sword in his hand, he suddenly pounced on the remaining 5 elders of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Thumbs up. Boom. The sudden eruption of the Saint Emperor's aura, as well as the surging killing opportunity, caused those 5 elders of the Great Zhou Kingdom to fail to react before their bodies were churned to smithereens by Ji Xiangu. Ji Wentian took a deep breath. He knew that old ancestor did this to keep the news from leaking out. Not only was it the matter of Chen Chanan's murder, but also that one strange bronze ancient coffin. That bronze ancient coffin, just by looking at it alone, made their heads tingle like pain. That was definitely one of Chen Chang'an's underpinnings. Buzz. Right at this moment, the burial god coffin had absorbed the aura, blood, chi, and cultivation of so many people, and once again, it erupted with a roar, all of which fed back on Chen Chanan's body. Boom! Chen Chanan's body once again erupted like a volcano. The cultivation in his body once again skyrocketed crazily at an appalling level. Heavenly King Realm Level 9. Heavenly King Realm Level 10. Buzz. There seems to be some kind of shackle that was broken and failed to break, causing Chen Chanan's realm to enter the Half-Emperor realm. Hiss! Half-Emperor realm now. Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duanmu Zhang's eyes snapped wide open, almost bursting open. What the hell? What kind of sick upgrade speed? Could it be because of that bronze sarcophagus? The 3 of them, Ji Xuangu, glanced at each other and felt extreme shock. Phew! Chen Chang'an retrieved the 4 flying swords and squeezed his fists, only to feel an explosion of power coming from his body. Between the contraction of the 5 fingers, it was as if space was being scratched through. What terrifying physical strength! Chen Chang'an was excited in his heart. He put away the burial god coffin and held the huge guardian sword in his hand. Then his gaze landed icily on Ji Xuangu's trio. The 3 of them, Ji Xiangu, instantly fell into an ice cave. They saw Chen Chang'an's secret. Will he kill to silence? Now, Ji Wentian, who was the head of a country, was almost about to kneel down. Chen Chang'an slung the giant's sword over his shoulder and took large strides towards the 3 of them. Even if it was Ji Xiangu, he could not help but have his heart violently burst. The Chen Chang'an of today was even less of an opponent. Chang'an, little Duke Chen, don't worry, we will definitely not say anything about you, Ji Xuangu hurriedly said. His throat rolled with difficulty. Life or death was at Chen Chang'an's whim. That's right, Mr. Chen. I'm also familiar with your second master, so I promise that the 3 of us won't tell anyone. Duanmu Zhang also spoke in a hurry. Chang'an, virtuous nephew, I've always treated you as my son-in-law. I may be timid and afraid of death, but I won't do anything to harm my own daughter. Ji Wentian also patted his chest in assurance. Bang! Chen Chang'an thrust the heavy sword on his shoulder heavily into the ground, startling the Ji Wentian trio. They looked at Chen Chang'an in unison with horror, waiting for Chen Chang'an to speak. My future heaven and earth is by no means the small place in the district of Eastern State. Chen Chang'an looked at the 3 and said lightly, but I grew up in Chang'an City since I was a child, and Chang'an City is my home. As long as you don't fail me or my Chen family, I naturally won't do anything that will harm the Great Zhou Kingdom. If the Great Zhou state is in trouble, my Chen family, too, will not stand idly by. When Chen Chang'an finished speaking, he put away his heavy sword. Ah, yes. You're right, nephew Chang'an. The Great Zhou Kingdom will always be your home. Ji Wendian hurriedly opened his mouth, full of gratitude, also relieved. As long as the Great Zhou royal family treats the Chen family well, the Chen family will not ignore the difficulties of the Great Zhou state. This made him feel a lot more at ease. At least if the rest of the countries want to start a war against Great Zhou, with the Chen family in place and the terrifying Chen Chang'an, he, Great Zhou, might not be afraid of them. The two of them, Ji Xuangu and Duan Muzeng, were also relieved. Nephew Chang'an, then what should we do next? Ji asked apprehensively. After all, the previous great battle was a fact of life. If they do the first, then we'll do the 15th. Chen Chang'an sneered. Decimate the remaining 3 forces remaining in the secret realm. All. Kill. Extinct. Every word of Chen Chang'an's caused Ji Xiangu, Ji Wendian and the 3 of them to viciously suck in cool air. They glanced at each other and erupted with extreme coldness and determination. It's the only thing to do nowadays. At this time, Chen Chang'an swept his eyes around. Where is that Ning Tingyu? Oops. No good. She's the one who knows what's going on. Moreover, she also took away the root of the origin Tao Lotus. Ji Wendian opened his mouth in a chagrined and meaty manner. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. That woman is the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. It won't be easy to silence her. Forget it, that Tao Lotus was originally found by her. I got the lotus petals and she took the root. There's nothing wrong with that, Chen Chang'an said, his gaze falling back to that pool of water. An origin Tao Lotus was birthed there, along with a scaly dragon. It might not be that simple. You 3, first go to the camp of our Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly pride. Find Mingyue and Shen Xian and the rest of them, and then bring them with you and go kill Donglian Xing and the others. Chen Chang'an said to Ji Wendian. The words, surprisingly, were no longer polite. Instead, it looks like a command. But Ji Wendian was overjoyed and nodded his head in agreement without complaint. After all, with Chen Chang'an's demonic nature and that terrifying rate of advancement, he might soon grow to immeasurable proportions. He'll be a divine dragon flying in the sky from now on. To be able to help Chen Chang'an now is to receive great karma. Ji Xuangu also nodded in agreement. So after knowing the direction, the 3 of them left at a quick pace. Nor did they ask Chen Chang'an much about what he was going to do. After all, the Chen Chang'an of today was not their junior. The strength is there. After they had all left, Chen Chang'an came to the waterhole, looking at the extremely dense aura inside the water pool, as well as a strand of terrifying aura spreading. His gaze narrowed and he jumped down. Chapter 70, Black Dragon God Inheritance. Gulp, gulp. The sound of cold, piercing blisters resounded beside his ears, and Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. As his body gradually sank, the sound of gurgling bubbles was gone, and an eerie and terrifying silence fell around him. The sound is not spreading. The water ripples are not oscillating, as if the underwater world is suddenly frozen. The only thing that is like a little bit of firefly light, suddenly diffuse in the surrounding area, covering the surrounding waters that cannot see the bottom. Chen Chang'an froze. It's not a small puddle at all. It's like entering the world under the sea. Master Coffin, are there really treasures here? Chen Chang'an asked in his mind. Earlier, it was that coffin spirit inside the burial god coffin that allowed Chen Chang'an to enter the water pool. TSK, you brat. You're too ignorant. Can a water pool that can give birth to the origin Tao Lotus, as well as metamorphose a small water snake into a dragon, be simple? I'm afraid that there is a terrifying existence here that even the 4 great kingdoms of the eastern state can't do anything about. That's why they made layers of closed boundaries, shrouding the place, not for others to find out, and letting their future generations of children and grandchildren come in to cultivate. It might just be hoping for a fated person as well. I'm afraid that the late emperor of those 4 great nations is not simple. Master Coffin's words resounded in Chen Chang'an's mind, causing Chen Chang'an's heart to be greatly shaken. It made sense to him. Right at this moment, a majestic aura like an endless abyss raged and poured over Chen Chang'an's body, causing him to be about to resist when Master Coffin's voice suddenly rang out. Don't resist. This pressure can't help you. Oh, I'm that good? That's natural. A tiny being from a low-dimensional universe wants to harm the body that this great master has been casting for 100 years? How ridiculous. Hearing this, Chen Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. This burial god coffin helped him recast his body, which was not an ordinary body. The terrifying pressure that appeared steeply in front of him naturally couldn't shock his soul as well as his body. There was a momentary confusion in the aura ahead, followed by shock and consternation. This was followed by another strand of strong spiritual sense that swept across toward Chen Xiaonan, as if trying to see clearly what kind of monster Chen Xiaonan was. Suddenly, an extremely soft eep came out. Chen Xiaonan fiercely narrowed his gaze. Underneath this pool of water, there is still a terrifying existence. He swept his gaze ahead, and underneath the ever-spreading dots of glowing light was actually a huge palace. There was such a huge palace under the water? Chen Xiaonan froze. Buzz. Suddenly, the door of the palace opened with a buzz, and then a huge vortex appeared, sucking Chen Xiaonan in. Chen Xiaonan couldn't resist at all, and soon his entire body was inside the palace. As he entered this place, it seemed as if all the sounds, scents, and even light outside, it was as if the entire world had been cut off by this palace in front of him. Chen Xiaonan wanted to spread his spiritual sense out to the outside of the palace, but he detected an empty space, so weirdly isolated and utterly creepy. Buzz. Suddenly, the space in front of them appeared twisted, blurred, and trembled. Then a pair of huge eye pupils appeared. It was an incomparably huge pair of eyes, narrow and with gray whites. The pupil in the middle coalesced with a circle of fluorescence like topaz, and surrounded by dots of green spots. The huge pupil was like an endless abyss, clearly reflecting Chen Xiaonan's white tunic and wretched figure. It seemed that Chen Xiaonan's entire being, by the pair of pupils in front of him, was completely locked in place. Whoa dash. At this time, the huge pupil in front of me seems to be fluttering its eyelids, and its huge body hidden behind the darkness seems to be moving. With the turbulence, it seemed to pull the clicking sound of a chain rolling. Ha ha ha, there's even a human kid here. What fun! A majestic and thick old voice suddenly sounded in Chen Xiaonan's ears and soul. It seemed that his body came a little closer forward, and the reflection of Chen Xiaonan in his pupils became larger. The old voice continued to come out. Since you've arrived here, you're this father's person of destiny. Kid, are you willing to worship this honored one as your master? And all of this honored one's inheritance will be bestowed upon you. Come, loosen your soul and accept the imprint of my father's inheritance. As long as you receive my father's inheritance, you will become a ruler and a saint, or even that high and mighty holy emperor, or even a red dust immortal. Or, one can also become a legendary, a true quasi-immortal. The old voice kept ringing, with temptation, with mesmerizing yearning. However, Chen Xiaonan was unmoved. His gaze fell on the walls around him, as well as the floor, where intricate patterns were painted all around, emitting a slight luminescence. Master Coffin, is this a big formation? Chen Xiaonan had followed the second master since he was young, and since the second master was a formation master, he naturally knew a little bit about it. This palace in front of him was clearly a spirit-gathering formation, attracting the aura of heaven and earth to gather here, then mutating and transforming into surging liquefied aura. This palace, it's a treasure. Seeing Chen Xiaonan's silence, the pale voice continued to seduce. Kid, don't you want to obtain the inheritance of this father? As long as you become my father's disciple, this five-element spirit-gathering palace in front of you will also be yours. It can gather all the aura from the 8 directions of heaven and earth, and it's perfect for cultivation. The old voice shook the heart, and those huge pupils contracted slightly, carrying a palpitating pressure that, kid, secret realms, chances, inheritances, and treasures are what you humans look forward to the most. Come on, loosen your divine soul and accept this father's inheritance. Who are you? Chen Xiaonan finally spoke. He, vigilant human boy. Not bad, not bad. To become this father's disciple, you're still qualified enough. The old voice continued to come out. This father comes from the Black Dragon God clan of the Divine Realm, and is that supreme ancient Black Dragon God. As its arrogant words came out, they were accompanied by a terrifying and overwhelming dragon might that exploded. It made Chen Xiaonan's body as heavy as if he was carrying a million boulders on his head. Asterisk 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 blow awesome. This awesome blow is huge. The Coffin Master's voice rang in Chen Xiaonan's ears. Chen Xiaonan was calm in his mind. The black dragon's huge pupils are amazed Chen Xiaonan in the reflection of the dragon's eyes, still standing proudly, without the trembling of the body it imagined, and not even seeing a tiny bit of trembling in fear. The inheritance of the Black Dragon God clan? Good. I'm willing to accept your inheritance, Chen Xiaonan said with a hint of a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Smart boy. Come, loosen your divine soul and let this father bestow the Black Dragon inheritance upon you. As the words fell, 2 yellow rays of light erupted from amongst those huge pupils, instantly disappearing into Chen Chang'an's brow and entering his soul sea. Chapter 71 Devil Dragon Burning World Technique. At the same time, inside Chen Chang'an's soul sea space, a shocking 10,000-foot black dragon appeared. It was a huge dragon with 9 claws, 6 pairs of black wings, and a whole body covered in black scales. As it appeared, Chen Chang'an's soul sea twisted crazily and seemed to be crumbling. Ha 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 ha. Stupid human brat. Your soul, this honored one eats it, and your body, this honored one takes it. This father can finally escape this hellish place and return to my East Abyss Sea Continent Dragon Clan. Ha 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 ha. And you guys, that lowly and abominable divine monkey, as well as the abominable head of the academy, you Shanin, you wait. The black dragon grimaced, furious, and roared violently again. Uhu dash. The earth-shattering dragon roar seemed to collapse Chen Chang'an's entire soul sea. Chen Chang'an's soul body covered his head and frantically rolled on the ground, making a state of agony. Aha! Chen Chang'an's soul body let out a pained hiss. No, didn't you say you were going to bestow me with an inheritance? Why are you eating my soul? Chen Chang'an growled unwillingly. Well ha 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 ha. My father has been trapped inside this 5 elements devil-suppressing palace for 80,000 years. Finally a kid with a pretty good physique has come in. Of course my father is going to take over the body and get out. Revenge. My father will also take revenge on you Shanin. You Shanin. You Shanin. And my daughter. TSK, you stupid human brat. Do you, a lowly mole cricket, want to become a disciple of my noble ancient demon dragon? And you don't take a piss and look at yourself. Ah! The huge body that spread across heaven and earth, and the dragon's might that was as terrifying as the endless deep sea, made Chen Chang'an incomparably small in front of it. At this moment, the huge black dragon's soul looked down at Chen Chang'an as if it was looking at an ant, but strangely enough, it was furiously calling out names that Chen Chang'an was unfamiliar with again, seemingly resenting those people. Suddenly, the black dragon violently sucked in its enormous nose, and then amongst his dragon's eyes, they trembled rapidly, emitting an incomparably astonishing rage. Damn it, you guy, you even have the scent of those 9 people and the scent of the people of the academy on you. Oh hoo, you deserve to die. The black dragon seemed to detect an aura that angered him immensely. A memory that was etched in his mind. It no longer wanted to talk more nonsense with Chen Chang'an and fiercely bit down towards him. What? Chen Chang'an didn't hear what the black dragon was saying earlier, and as he watched his opponent pounce, he swung violently. Rumble. Suddenly, a shockingly huge coffin appeared next to him. Funeral coffin. At this moment, the burial god coffin appeared in Chen Chang'an's soul sea, becoming even more gigantic than the black dragon's soul. The square coffin entrance was like a cosmic black hole, emitting an incomparably terrifying devouring power. Aha! This is, what the hell? The huge dragon eyes of the black dragon suddenly contracted, and it violently threw its huge dragon tail and incited its huge wings, seemingly wanting to escape from the mouth of the coffin, but just as useless. His entire dragon body was suddenly pulled inside the burial god coffin, and then the coffin panel closed with a loud bang. Woo woo! Inside the burial god coffin, the roar of the black dragon kept coming out, and then it frantically slapped the coffin boards again. Boom boom boom. But the coffin panels were firmly covered and showed no sign of lifting. I don't know how long it took, but that frantic struggle, the soul-crushing hissing of the dragon's roar, gradually became weaker and weaker, and finally completely annihilated. Then a strand of dragon soul power coalesced in the middle of Chen Chang'an's soul sea and became Chen Chang'an's subsidiary soul. It was a 10,000 feet huge black dragon soul. It seemed to form like a totem of Chen Chang'an's soul. At the same time, there was also the inheritance that came with the dragon soul itself, a gong method from the demonic dragon itself. The magic dragon burns the world. Chen Chang'an was delighted in his heart and used his spiritual sense to check. First stance, raging dragon fire breath. The second style, extinguished Song Yen Yu. Third style, dragon flame meteor. The fourth style, devil fire burns the sky. Fifth style, demon dragon Jindong. The sixth style, dragon amazing domain fire. Chen Chang'an's eyes showed a fiery color. This look was very high-end. If it was combined with one's burial sword skill, as well as the evil demon blood god skill, it would simply not be too violent. He took these black demon dragon's inheritances and memorized them, then withdrew his consciousness back into his body. As that black dragon's dragon soul was swallowed and melted by Chen Chang'an's burial god coffin, the huge pair of pupils in the scene lost their luster and slowly turned gray and white, and finally went up in smoke. TSK. It's a good thing I have the burial god coffin, which can melt the other party's dragon soul. Otherwise, I would have been taken over. Chen Shan'an thought and was about to look at how to get out when his body was pushed out by some kind of force. As he appeared in the water, the palace in front of him also quickly became smaller, emitting a deep yellow light before slowly levitating and floating in front of Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an was already understanding everything. The five elements devil suppressing palace in front of him was obviously suppressing that devil dragon. But that devil dragon was dead. Therefore, this five elements devil suppressing palace, having accomplished its mission, became ownerless. Chen Chang'an stretched out his palm and took the small palace in front of him and caught it in his hands. In an instant, there seemed to be countless spiritual chi of heaven and earth that was madly surging towards him, into his own veins, spreading into every cell and pore of Chen Chang'an's body. This caused Chen Chang'an's heart to shake greatly. Ha ha ha! Feeling the uncontrollable excitement in Chen Chang'an's body, Master Coffin let out a calm laugh. You kid, your chances are still quite profound. Not only have you become close friends with this great master, but you also have the blessing of this great master. Now that he had obtained this black dragon inheritance from the ancient ancestral dragon, after demonization, it seems that your future will be immeasurably terrifying. Many thanks to Master Coffin. If it weren't for Master Coffin, the kid would have been eaten by that dragon spirit earlier. Chen Chang'an clasped his fists and saluted the space in front of him and said, Ha ha ha, I hope that in the future, you won't regret befriending this great master. The coffin master continued to emit a meaningful laugh. Chen Chang'an straightened his body and slowly put the five elements demon suppressing palace in his arms and put it away. Not caring about the words of the coffin master, he laughed. Future things, future then worry. Nowadays I first do the things in front of me. Good boy. Coffin master laughed. Rumble. Just then, the entire underwater world began to roll violently. The demonic dragon that suppressed this place is dead, and the five elements demon suppressing palace has also been recovered by you. There is no longer a spiritual treasure that is controlling the spiritual power between heaven and earth. This secret realm is going to collapse. Hurry up and leave. The words came out hoarsely from the coffin master. Chen Chang'an froze, and was about to say something regrettable, but violently thought, the five elements devil suppressing palace is in his hands. Wouldn't that make it possible to establish a terrifying secret realm of aura cultivation in the Chen family? Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an's breath caught in his throat before he quickly drilled out of the water and into the outside world. Rumble. The entire secret realm was trembling madly, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was rippling rapidly. These spiritual energies seemed to have been frightened by something and became incomparably chaotic before they began to burst apart. Rumble. Layers of defensive boundaries raged and collapsed, and the entire space became blurry, distorted, and the sound of spirit explosions came out again. Chen Chang'an chose the direction of the campsite of Dong Lianqing and the others and dashed over. Chapter 72, A Sword Blast. When he arrived at a place not far in front of Dong Lianqing's camp, Ji Xuangu as well as Duan Muzong, along with Chen Xian leading the people of the Chen clan, were fiercely bombarding the defensive boundaries of Dong Lianqing and the others. Countless channels of terrifying energy landed in that defensive boundary, but could not blast away the slightest bit. Ji Wentian, you're crazy. You dare to come and kill us. Dong Lianqing roared. The great Zhou kingdom. Just wait for the destruction of the country. When that time comes, the Ji royal family, no matter who it is, all of them will die. Nan Hong hissed. He simply hated the great Zhou kingdom, especially Chen Chang'an. And you, Ji Mingyue, when the time comes, this palace will definitely play with you to cripple you. Let all the heavenly pride of our Dongxian kingdom take a turn at you, and make green light grow on that Chen Chang'an's head. Dong Lianqing continued to hiss. Zhao Ziang's face was full of gloom. If it wasn't for the defense formations of their three forces, which were given a stack, I'm afraid that they would have been blasted through by that Ji Xiangu, especially the people of the Chen family, which he hated beyond measure. The Chen family had an especially large amount of reserves, and they had even taken out a psychic energy bomb. Could it be that the Chen family had a master skilled in formations and manufacturing? But how is that possible? It's obviously a holy place to have this kind of talent. In the face of Dong Lianqing and Nan Hong's two people's drinking and insults, Ji Mingyue, although angry, did not lose her mind as she opened her mouth with a cold snort. Humph. It's not certain who will die first. With that, she looked at the dozens of people inside. Your two country lords, the Alliance Lord, the old ancestor, and all of the protectorate elders were all killed by my brother Chanhan. Humph. And all of you will die. Ha! That's right. What are you guys so arrogant about? A bunch of trash. when my virtuous son-in-law comes over, all of you will have no bones left. Ji Wentian also opened his mouth hideously. For the first time, he felt emboldened and spoke a little louder at the moment. It's a very cool feeling. Ha 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 ha. Dong Lianxing laughed out loud. The words of Ji Mingyue and Ji Wentian were simply scoffed at. Chen Chang'an could kill all of their old ancestors and country lords? Killed all their elders? Then they'd rather the sun come out of the west, or an old sow up a tree. Rumble. The sky shook. That dense spiritual chi of the entire heaven and earth began to boil crazily. The layers of secret realm boundaries that shrouded the 8 directions began to rumble and shatter. Oh my god. What's going on? What's happening? Could it be there's been a big earthquake? This heaven and earth aura, why has it become so violent? It seems like it's about to explode? What the hell happened? Countless people exclaimed. Everyone, don't care. Since Big Brother has instructed us to kill the people in front of us, then no matter what, we must break through their boundaries and kill them all. Chen Xian roared. Yes. Each and every one of the Chun clan's children roared with rage, their battle intent surging to the sky as they desperately bombarded the defensive boundaries of Dong Lianxing and the others. Ji Wentian and Ji Xuangu glanced at each other, both filled with shock at the Chen clan's children's will to fight, and for their young master's words, they carried them out without reservation. We try to boom too, Ji Xuangu yelled. Thus, one by one, they hurriedly erupted with earth-shattering killing moves and blasted towards the defense boundary of Dong Lianxing and the others. Boom 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 boom. It seemed to be countless bright and dazzling fireworks that erupted and then annihilated on the defensive boundary arranged by Dong Lianxing and the others. This caused the entire boundary to tremble, like a transparent membrane, and huge dents appeared. Buzz off. However, as Dong Lianxing and the others continued to put in spirit stones, filling them with spirit energy, causing the entire defense capability of the boundary to be replenished. Again, Ji Xuangu frowned between his brows when he saw this. Ji Mingyue did the same. She opened her mouth in shock. This defense boundary, although it's not as good as the Chun family's earlier, it's still very sturdy. Where on earth did they get it from? I'm afraid Zhao Tianwei got it from the Tai Tsung sword sect, Duan Muzan gruffly said. His gaze landed on Zhao Xiang's surroundings, above the sword that served as the eye of the formation. It's just that I don't know where Brother Chang'an has gone, and I don't know what's the reason for the raging spiritual power between this heaven and earth, Ji Mingyue said with a face full of worry. Buzz. Right at this moment, the sky dome buzzed as 4 long swords whistled and stabbed down directly on the boundary. Thumbs up. Instantly, the ability above the boundary was frantically collapsing. Not good. Those are Chen Chanan's 4 flying swords. The pupils of Dong Lianxing in the boundary shrunk violently, and he hurriedly yelled. Zhao Xiang's pupils were even trembling violently, and the sword light reflected within them was filled with fear of Chen Chang'an. Earlier, it was these 4 flying swords of Chen Chang'an's that caused more than 400 people from their 3 forces to die. Quickly, quickly, all of you will flood your own spiritual energy onto the defense boundary. We can't let that demon Chen Chang'an break through our boundary, or else we're dead, Zhao Xiang anxiously roared. In their opinion, Ji Wentian and the others probably wouldn't kill anyone. After all, they had to consider the impact between countries, but that Chen Chang'an guy, he's just crazy. Everyone within the boundary unanimously exploded their spiritual energy without reservation, shooting toward the sky dome and surging into the boundary. It caused the boundary to collapse from those 4 sword stabs, and where cracks appeared, they were replenished with energy, as if they were being smoothed out of those cracks. Buzz. Shoo shoo shoo. The 4 swords flew steeply up into the sky again, and then came down again sharply, rotating around a young man who stood out of the air, his white clothes fluttering, his long hair windless. This scene caused the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom to look dumbfounded. The person coming was like an exiled immortal descending to the earth, sword light whistling all around him, and his long hair flying around, making him even more handsome. Big Brother. Seeing the visitor, Chen Xian opened his mouth in surprise. Young Lord! Young Lord! The Chen family's children each shouted in excitement. Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an who was stepping into the air, her eyes filled with little stars. The 3 old guys, Ji Xuangu, Ji Wentian, and Duan Muzang, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as well. Chen Chang'an finally came. It seemed that when he came, they had a backbone. The rest of the Great Zhou's celestial pride, each with a respectful, awe-inspiring face, looked at Chen Chang'an in the air. Chen Chang'an nodded at all of them before the massive and heavy guardian sword appeared in his right hand. As the guardian sword appeared, the aura on his body, once again, rumbled and soared. The crowd instantly choked on their breath, and that feeling, like a giant mountain pressing down on them, caused their souls to be horrified. Even Ji Xiangu was also setting off huge waves in his heart. Oh my god. He's gotten stronger again. Burial sword technique, shattered sky. Jinshan shakes the sea. Chen Chanan drank lowly, and with the guardian sword in his hand, he swung it down fiercely towards the boundary in front of him. Suddenly, it was as if 10,000 feet of mountains appeared behind him, plummeting down with a destructive momentum. Boom! This heavy sword of Chen Chanan's, the tremendous power it set off was like 10,000 mountains ruthlessly pressing down, carrying a terrifying and overwhelming aura that instantly erupted between and the boundary. The boundary trembled rapidly, emitting a piercing purple light, and then twisted in a frenzy, as if it was a bubble in a gale, with dense spiderweb cracks appearing. Clack, 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 clack. The sound of the ice cracking continued to explode, flashing with gut-wrenching bursts of psychic energy. Below the boundary, in the midst of the rapidly dilating pupils of Dong Lianxing and the others, the boundary broke. The figure that was like a killing god slowly hovered above their heads. A murderous aura that was so dense to the extreme that it caused all of them to lose their souls suddenly erupted from this person's body. The boundary that Ji Xuangu and the others had bombarded for most of the day was unexpectedly shattered by Chen Chanan, with a single sword blast. Scary as hell. Chapter 73 Blessings and Woes. Ignoring the pair of trembling and frightened eyes below, Chen Chanan's eyes slightly drooped as the guardian sword, which weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, was slowly raised high and then sharply slashed downward. Burial sword technique, shattering the sky. Boom! The huge and heavy guardian sword erupted with a brilliant sword aura, capturing a heaven-destroying sword might as it slammed down. The remaining heavenly pride of the three forces each had their bodies as if they were being pressed by 10,000 mountains, and the terrifying and overwhelming sword might instantly squeeze their bodies into a bloody mist. Bang! 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 One by one, their bodies exploded, spilling blood all over the ground. Shocking to the eyes, Dong Lianxing's mouth opened with difficulty. He had never seen a person so much smaller than himself be able to explode with such terrifying power. His throat couldn't make a single sound, and the still lax pupils of his eyes were devoid of fear, not to mention the bright light of wanting to live. Because there was simply no escape from the range of death enveloped by Chen Chanan's sword light. The only thing that remains is his dying. Clueless, he didn't understand why this Chen Chanan's advancement speed was so perverse. Boom! Before his consciousness dissipated, his body also exploded into a sky of broken flesh. Nan Hong did the same. His body was torn down by this terrifying sword might. The pain caused him to let out a hiss like a ferocious beast. The various spiritual treasures and vestments on his body exploded and flashed in unison, but they were still destroyed by Chen Chanan's transcendent cognitive sword might. And then the entire person was torn apart. Zhao Ziyang's upper body rolled down in the middle of the chaotic and messy dirt, as he sensed the rapid loss of his life breath, his increasingly blurred gaze staring deathly at Chen Chanan's figure. You are half-emperor. Realm now. How? Possible. Dust tumbled and the earth shattered, burying the last remnants of Zhao Ziyang's body completely and eternally. And Zhao Ziyang's last intention is endless remorse. The Southeast Wind Alliance went to great lengths to enter this place, this bull secret realm. And yet, I have met such a demon. At this point, everyone who had entered the secret realm, except for the Great Zhou Kingdom, had all died. More than 500 Tianzhou, dozens of protectorate elders, 3 elder ancestors, 2 kingdom lords, and 1 allied lord. None of them escaped and became the sustenance inside Chen Chanan's burial god coffin. What kingdom lord? What crown prince? What sacred emperor realm ancestor? In Chen Chanan's eyes, the enemies, all of them were grass. Demonic dragon burning world technique, raging dragon fire breath. High in the air, the heavy sword in Chen Chanan's hand continued to slowly rise upwards. He wanted to unleash it once, the legacy he had received here, and wanted to try its power. Ow! As Chen Chanan's giant sword was raised, a black dragon silhouette hundreds of feet in size appeared on his body, the dense black scale armor revealing an overwhelming ferocity, and the deer-like, crocodile-like head was currently roaring fiercely, emitting a heaven-shaking and earth-destroying might. Boom! A black flame unexpectedly erupted from Chen Chanan's huge sword, and this flame transformed into a flaming sword blade of hundreds of feet as he continued to slash downward. Buzz! Hundreds of feet of the sword's ons chopped down fiercely, inducing the already violent spiritual energy storm between heaven and earth, causing the surrounding space to distort crazily. Boom chow! As the sword fell, The earth in front of them spread out countless miles of great earthquakes, and in the next instant, the mountains crumbled. Rumble. The violent turbulence caused countless bursts of spiritual energy to completely appear throughout the entire secret realm. Boom 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 boom. The berserk spiritual energy exploded crazily, and countless black flames crazily engulfed everything for a long time. On the earth below, Ji Xiangu, Ji Qiantian, Ji Mingyue, as well as the children of the Chen family, all the heavenly pride of the great Zhou kingdom, they each looked at the figure in the air that was like a god's mansion, frozen in place. Everyone was invariably pierced by the powerful destructive power that Chen Chang'an had erupted, giving a vicious taper to their hearts and souls. What a scary Chen Chang'an! Hoo 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 hoo! The gale howled as Chen Chang'an slowly stepped into the air and came in front of the crowd. He swept a glance at Chen Xian, as well as the children of the Chen clan, and after realizing that they were all fine, he landed his gaze on Ji Mingyue and the others. Cha Han, brother! Ji Mingyue's heart touched fiercely. What kind of parents could create such a rebellious man? He, so strong. Ji Xiangu was even so shaken that he couldn't return to his senses for a long time. It had also been many years since he had entered the Saint Emperor realm level, and throughout his life, he had not seen anyone who could compare to Chen Chang'an's demonic nature. At this moment, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to walk more than a single move in Chen Chang'an's hands. All of you need to get yourselves a little hurt. Going out in one piece like that will be suspicious. Chen Chang'an opened his mouth. Ah, yes. Xian nephew Chang'an is right. Ji Wedian reacted and hurriedly picked up his sword, slashing a few swords at his hand. Instant blood flowed. When the rest of them saw this, how could they not understand what Chen Chang'an meant? So one by one, they made themselves bloody and messy. It was as if he had just been pulled back from the brink of death. When the crowd was ready, Chen Chang'an led them out of the secret realm. Boo! The secret entrance was surrounded. Inside a huge campsite, Feng Mingho slapped the table in front of him to smithereens. Damn Southeast Wind Alliance! Father! Feng Zhaofan hurriedly stepped forward to comfort. Father, don't be angry. Things have come to this point. It can't be undone. My children will redouble their efforts and won't let everyone fall behind the other four major powers. He was the crown prince of the Wind Feather Kingdom, and they hadn't expected him to lose this match with the Southeast Wind Alliance. This term watched others go into practice, and one was not a good idea. If they had thought of today, they wouldn't have agreed to let the Southeast Wind Alliance get involved in the matter in the first place. After all, who would have thought that the Great Zhou Kingdom would win, and win first place? Humph. You don't understand. Feng Mingho sighed. There are some things that can't be compensated for by utilizing diligence, and that's a heavenly chance. AI. It's a pity. His face was covered with chagrin. At this moment, an old man next to him, who was the Protectorate Grand Master of the Wind Feather Kingdom, comforted. The Kingdom Master doesn't have to worry too much. The so-called misfortune and blessings are mutually dependent. It may not be a good thing that we failed to enter the secret realm to cultivate. He looked at each and every one of the fighting Wind Feather country's celestial pride and lamented. Look, when did our country's celestial pride have such great cohesion, as well as an unwillingness to rise to the occasion? Hearing the words of the Protectorate Grand Master, Feng Mingho looked at the crowd with faces that wanted to compete, and his face eased. That's right. You're right. Grand State Master. Report. Just then, a guard came in a hurry. When he waited to come to Feng Mingho's body, he immediately knelt down and said with a face full of excitement, reporting to the State Lord, something big has happened inside the secret realm. And you tell me. Feng Mingho was putting down his heart, and raised it again. He was afraid that the other forces had gotten huge resources inside, and they, Wind Feather Kingdom, could only be the part of the eye-watching. Everyone looked at the guard. State Lord, the secret realm collapsed, and it is rumored that other than those who escaped from the Great Zhou Kingdom, the rest of those who went in are dead. The guards quickly said, their faces full of disbelief. The field instantly quieted down and became pin-drop silent. Chapter 74, The Secret Realm Collapses. A moment later, Feng Mingho took a deep breath. What? What kind of bull are you talking about? What's going on? Feng Mingho's eyes snapped wide, filled with incredulity. Earlier they were still regretting not being able to enter the secret realm. Now, most of those who entered the secret realm are dead? East Xin Country, South Ming Country, Southeast Wind Alliance, their old ancestors, country lords, crown princes, elders, and celestial pride, all died inside the secret realm. This time, the squire's voice trembled again as he spoke. Moreover, Lord Sword Executioner is leading the rest of the three major forces to stop the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom and question them about what's going on. When the guard finished speaking, there was another long period of silence in the arena. Hiss! The crowd froze for dozens of breaths before they viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. They all looked at each other in dismay. And finally, their gazes landed on that Grand Master again. That old man was also filled with confusion. His earlier comment about blessings and curses not being able to enter the secret realm might be a good thing. Is it really true that you're right? Oh, my god, am I that mouthy? Feng Mingho's face slowed down from shock, and the corners of his mouth slowly grinned upwards, unable to suppress it. Although, schadenfreude is not good, but the gloom in his heart was instantly swept away, and he wanted to laugh instead, but he suppressed it. All that could be done was to let out a low chuckle as he locked eyes with the Grandmaster. The others also woke up, and a low laughter came from one of the Heavenly Pride's aftermath. Then a low, strange laugh came from the house. The guards looked at the people inside the room in horror, full of confusion. Feng Mingho had never dreamed that the fiasco of this competition had caused them to not be able to enter the secret realm to cultivate. Instead they had dodged a bullet. Let's go care for the friendly country. After all, they've lost so many people. With a wave of his hand, Feng Mingho led the crowd right out of the camp and headed towards the entrance of the secret realm. The corners of his mouth were grinning to the back of his head. Meanwhile, in front of the entrance to the secret world, time back to half an hour ago, looking at the aura inside the secret realm boiling madly and the earth shaking violently, Imo Haichao's heart shook violently. What's going on? What's going on inside the secret world? For him who had the human sword execution palace at his back, he naturally knew what the secret realm of aura represented. Generally speaking, those that could condense huge spiritual power of heaven and earth would usually have a spirit-gathering formation. However, as a sword executioner, he had seen a lot of holy lands, or high-grade aura secret realms over in the Yanhuan domain. So naturally, he wouldn't covet a secret realm in a corner of the world, and in his opinion, the level of the secret realm here would be very low. But today, what caused the aura to be out of order, to go berserk, and the secret realm to collapse? The only thing that has been taken or destroyed is the spirit-gathering array disk. My lord, what has happened? Zhao Tianli's face was filled with shock. Inside is his brother, nephew, as well as all the powerful people of the Southeast Wind Alliance. And now, he anxiously wanted to go inside, but instead, he ran headlong into the front of the raging spatial vortex. Without the combined efforts of the four major powers, it simply could not be opened. Something big is going on in there. Everyone fought in this manner, with horrified looks in their eyes. Buzz! Boom boom boom! Right at this moment, in the middle of the space ahead, all the defense boundaries instantly shattered one by one. Eventually, a huge mountain range was presented to the eyes of the crowd. It was a barren mountain range where the earth was shattered. Countless spirit beasts were turned into corpses, and countless sky-high trees were uprooted. The air was still flickering with explosions of various spiritual energies. A ball of black flames, ravaging the various hills. Black smoke rolling, gray and black mist filling the air, a messy appearance. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a large group of people flew out in a sorry state from amongst the black smoke and rolling, gray and black mist. Seeing this group of people, Mo Haichao, led by Zhao Tianli, rushed over. As they approached, their pupils narrowed rapidly. That turned out to be all from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Everyone was bloodied, their breath was confused, and their faces were full of panic. Seeing Mo Hai approaching, Chen Chang'an and the others, who were pretending to escape out, revealed a look of fear. Chen Chang'an even yelled, "Lord Sword Executioner, run quickly, the entire secret realm is collapsing, run quickly." Many king-level spirit beasts have appeared inside, crazily killing people everywhere. We've lost a lot of people. Mo Haichao froze. Could there really be a wave of king-level spirit beasts? Wasn't that a lie told by Tung Ying Lai and others? Even Zhao Tianli was confused. He couldn't think too much about it and hurriedly yelled, "Where are they? How did you guys escape?" They, Chen Chanan gasped violently and snatched his voice. Everywhere there are sounds of boundaries bursting, everywhere there are explosions of spiritual energy rumbling. It's because the aura is so dense that it's causing all sorts of big explosions. There are also countless powerful spiritual beasts rampaging madly. Crazy, all of them are crazy. Chen Chanan's words, coupled with the dense wounds on his body, as well as the horrified gazes of the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom one by one, all of them made Mo Haichao's heart tremble. It was because we were close to the exit of the secret realm that we were able to escape out by chance, and a lot of us from the Great Zhou Kingdom died as well. At this time, Ji Wentian also spoke miserably. It was true that the Great Zhou Kingdom had also lost many people. All 10 of their protectorate elders had died, and amongst the celestial pride, dozens of people had also died. But it was a tiny loss for the other 3 forces that were all but wiped out. All of their eyes widened, revealing incredulity because of the lies that Chen Chang'an had managed to make up so casually. The Great Zhou's heavenly pride even looked at Chen Chang'an with eyes full of awe, and they dared even less to speak through the truth of this matter. After all, their clans were all in the Great Zhou, and they were still threatened by Ji Wentian with 9 clans. Yeah, it was horrible. That aura storm seemed to be out of control and blew up so many of us. What's even more terrifying is that those king-level spirit beasts, one by one, are fighting madly, fighting to the point that the sky is crumbling. That's right, the rest of the 3 great nations seem to be close to the core land, where it's even more terrifying, with destructive storms numbering in the hundreds. Luckily, we only cultivated close to the entrance at first. As you all know, our overall strength is weak and we don't dare to get too close to the core place. Inside the crowd of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Chen Xian, Duan Muzong, Ji Xuangu, Ji Mingyue, and the others opened their mouths one by one under their breaths, talking about what they had seen inside. They were gasping for air with every word, full of fear and palpitations. Next to him, Zhao Tianli was filled with confusion. It was completely at odds with what he knew. It was clear that the news they had received from the elders of the Southeast Wind Alliance was that Chen Chang'an had backstabbed them, causing most of their heavenly pride to die inside. But this is something that Mo Hai Chao doesn't know. Chen Chang'an, you guys farted, you lied. Such a change of heart must be your doing. Zhao Tianli finally couldn't help himself and roared at Chen Chang'an. Chapter 75, Backtracking. Chen Chang'an looked at him as if he had seen a ghost and suddenly yelled, Zhao Tianli, what do you mean? Are you thinking that I can blow up the secret realm? You think too highly of me, don't you? And why don't you hurry in and save the day? You're even dawdling around here questioning me? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You want your big brother and the others to die and then you sit in their place, don't you? So you're dragging your feet here and pulling out such ridiculous reasons. You have malicious intentions. Chen Chang'an's words caused the remaining people of the Southeast Wind Alliance to look at Zhao Tianli oddly one by one. The people stationed here from the Dongxian Kingdom and the Nanning Kingdom also woke up. At this moment, the various defense boundaries of the secret realm had collapsed, so it was naturally possible to enter. But when they tried to enter inside, they realized that the raging aura storm was simply not something they could fight with their physical bodies. So tens of thousands of people were left helpless at the entrance to the secret realm. Mo Hai Chao stared at Chen Chang'an dead in the face. He always felt that it was Chen Chang'an who was behind this. But to his immense annoyance, Chen Chang'an immediately growled rudely at him again. Mo Hai Chao, why don't you rush in and save them? There are all the best qualified human prides in our eastern prefecture in there. Hearing this, Mo Hai Chao said in a deep voice, such a terrifying spiritual power storm. Even this official can't do anything about it. You're a sword-bearer of the human race, carrying the sword of the human race and protecting the way of the heavenly pride of the human race. Chen Chang'an hissed, so loud that everyone heard him. In the 4 directions of heaven and earth, on those hovering airships, countless people looked at him, revealing odd colors. The human race's sword execution palace, specializing in protecting the path of the human race's celestial pride. They wouldn't care if the heavens' pride killed each other, but if the heavens' pride was brutally killed by a foreign race or endangered by a heavenly disaster, they, as sword-bearers, were obligated to save it. Chen Chang'an is standing on the moral high ground to slap him hard in the face. Countless people looked at Chen Chang'an again in shock. They were amazed that Chen Chang'an was so bold as to dare to charge the sword-executing lord. That is a secret realm where even space has collapsed. If this official can carry the spatial turbulence and the cutting of the spiritual storm, why do you need to say that? This official would have rushed in long ago. Mo Hai Chao was so furious that the official hat on his head exploded out in anger, and a single hair stood up by his anger. Although the sword wielder has the responsibility to protect the path for the pride of the human race, it has to be under the premise of their own safety. This Chen Chang'an in front of him was good. One big high hat after another was given over. It was really hateful to him. Chen Chang'an was even more furious, pointing at Mo Hai Chao's nose and cursing. You are at the Saint Emperor realm and have absolutely powerful strength. If you hadn't been there to oversee it, it would have been impossible for all of us to cultivate in it without fear and without defense. All of us trusted you so much. Look what you've done. How dare you cower, procrastinate and dilly-dally? That's all you are? Are you ashamed of yourself? Also, you're practically disgracing the human emperor. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Chen Chang'an, who was spitting furiously. especially those in the Great Zhou Kingdom who knew the inside story. They were shocked at Chen Chang'an's ability to do this backwards. They came out, and what they were originally facing was Mo Haichao's cross-examination. Unexpectedly, Chen Chang'an asked back, questioning why he had let these things happen. Hiss! The people around were even looking at the sternly scolding Chen Chang'an with stupefied faces. It felt as if his family had died in there. The corner of Chen Chang'an's eyes revealed a hint of teasing. This Mo Haichao had a history with him. If it wasn't for the other party's powerful identity, he would have slaughtered him. Facing the human sword enforcing palace, he also didn't dare to be sure that the group of masters inside the family, the group of old sixes, would be able to carry it or not. Chen Chang'an, Mo Haichao hair are going to explode. His angry eyes sullen voice. I don't care who is behind you. If you dare to disrespect this official again, you'd better think about how to save the heavenly pride inside. Chen Chang'an interrupted him nonchalantly. Then he angrily turned to the stunned Ji Mingyue and winked at her. Mingyue, let's go. With that, he was pulling Ji Mingyue's small hand, greeting the Chen clan's crowd and walking quickly in the direction of his campship. Ji Wentian and Ji Xiangu glanced at each other, both seeing a strong complexity in each other's eyes. Then he greeted the crowd, lowered his head, stifled his laughter, and followed Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an's words caused Mo Haichao's mind to explode. His gaze was again inside the secret realm where space was all twisted and his hands and feet were shaking violently. Then suppressing the urge to spit blood, he rushed in. It couldn't be helped. This kid Chen Chang'an spoke with such great righteousness. If he still resisted not going in, then he would be losing the face of the sword executor. It was even more of a disgrace to the human sword execution palace. Boom boom boom. As Mo Haichao rushed in, a shocking big explosion came out from inside the secret realm. This movement caused the corners of Zhao Tianli's mouth, who was also trying to enter, to twitch viciously. He's only at the half-emperor realm, going in there to die? At that moment, he remembered the words of that elder from the Southeast Wind Alliance. Chen Chang'an used 4 flying swords and killed more than 400 Tianzhou, as well as 6 elders. Something's not right. This Chen Chang'an isn't right. It must be him. Zhao Tianli's face was livid as he immediately led his men and chased after Chen Chang'an and the others. Those melon eaters in the air in the 4 directions, each one of them revealed a gloating expression. They weren't qualified to enter the secret realm, so they could only cultivate around the entrance of the secret realm each time. But what happened today was simply out of everyone's expectation. The secret world collapsed. Countless people died in it. Chen Chang'an of the Great Zhou Kingdom angrily rebuked Lord Sword Executioner for his inaction and fear of death. It almost made Lord Deacon spit blood when he said it. This made countless people inexplicably feel great joy in their hearts. It's the cool feeling of, I can't get it, you can't get it, and you've lost a big face. Among these crowds, the intact Wind Feather Kingdom and the others, each of their faces were incomparably odd. They were not qualified to enter the secret realm because they lost. Instead, all of the heavenly pride was preserved. Suddenly, Feng Mingho, the national lord of the Wind Feather Kingdom, looked agitated as he tightly clenched his fists and fiercely swung a fist. Fantastic! All of our celestial pride survived. Before long, the strength of our Wind Feather Kingdom will definitely soar. Upon hearing this, the rest of the Wind Feather Kingdom, one by one, a blazing light emerged from their eyes. Stop! High in the sky, Zhao Tianli led more than 20 airships to catch up with the dozen airships of Chen Chang'an and the others, then quickly surrounded them. Among the Great Zhou airships, on the dragon-shaped airship in the center, Chen Chang'an, Ji Mingyue, Ji Wentian and a large group of people came from the cabin to the deck. Looking at the appearance of Chen Chang'an and the others, Zhao Tianli roared, Chen Chang'an, say, what exactly happened inside the secret realm? Were you responsible for the deaths of my brother and the others? Zhao Tianli's eyes surged with killing intent and drank. Chapter 76, Protector of the State. But the only thing that responded to Zhao Tianli was Chen Chang'an's icy cold word, kill. As the words fell, Chen Xian led the Chen clan's children and charged forward. Ji Xiangu, Duan Muzong, and the others also led the Great Zhou Kingdom's generals and rushed out with murderous intent. Seeing this, Zhao Tianli's pupils contracted violently as he roared, Ji Wentian, you've all gone crazy. You guys. Snort. However, in the next instant, a sword light rushed up to the sky and directly pierced through his brow. Until he died, Zhao Tianli had never wondered why the people from the Great Zhou Kingdom had dared to make a direct move. And, damn, why is this flying sword of Chen Chang'an's so terrifying? Swoosh! Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords, harnessing wind, piercing wind, blazing wind, and gale, constantly sped along, harvesting a single head of those at the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm. Dash! Miserable roars rang out in succession. On the side of the Great Zhou Kingdom, there were two Saint Emperor level powerhouses in Ji Xuangu and Chen Chang'an. Zhao Tianli and the others were no match at all, and one by one, they were decimated. The officials of the Great Zhou Kingdom who didn't know the truth were all dumbfounded on the spot. They were from the Department of Foreign Affairs, and the one who led the group this time was a tall old man with a solemn face. He hurriedly came to Ji Wentian's side and said in horror, "Oh, your majesty, what is this for? Why kill them all? Isn't this plunging our Great Zhou into war? Ji Ba, I tell you, from now on, my Great Zhou Kingdom will not fear anyone in the eastern state." Ji Wentian looked at Chen Chang'an's figure commanding the flying swords and said with a burning gaze, "Order down. When we're back in Chang'an City, we'll immediately appoint Chen Chang'an as the protector of my Great Zhou Kingdom. The status is above me, as well as all the old ancestors." Boom! His words fell, causing the heads of all the Great Zhou officials in the arena to roar as if they had exploded into mush. The Protectorate? What kind of title is that? Or is it above the Lord of the Land? Previously, those powerful offerings were generally known as Protectorate Elders. Chen Chang'an, on the other hand, was directly appointed as the Protectorate State Sovereign. Your Majesty! All the officials froze and were about to open their mouths when they were coldly interrupted by Ji Wentian. "Don't you guys think about opposing? Even if I want Xian nephew Chang'an to accept this title of Protectorate of the nation, he may not be willing to do so." The crowd of officials shut up instantly. They looked ahead to the figure commanding the four flying swords, killing in all directions, and each of their hearts shook. Over the past half year, both Chen Chang'an and the Chen family had given them the feeling of being unfathomable. If Chen Chang'an really became their protectorate sovereign, then they, Great Zhou, had properly risen. Kiba, Ji Wentian once again aimed at him. "As the head of my Great Zhou's Foreign Affairs Department, if you can face the nations with arrogance, then you will also have a great time." Ji Ba, who was the head of the Foreign Affairs Department, was completely confused. The Great Zhou Kingdom has always been weak in its foreign diplomatic relations. That's also because their country's lord is weak. But at this moment, the state lord was surrounded by a murderous aura, looking out of the corner of his eye. It makes them a little uncomfortable. The rest of the officials of the diplomatic department also looked towards that white-clothed figure like an exiled immortal, and for a while, their hearts were filled with waves. One then respectfully answered. His face instantly became incredibly agitated. No one wants to be humbled like a grandchild when facing a diplomatic official from another country. They don't even dare to say anything back even when they are scolded like dogs, so they want to have a good time too. But soon, they were guilty. The Great Zhou State Lord was strong, so the next situation in Great Zhou might not be optimistic either. There will be no telling what kind of storm the Great Zhou Kingdom faces. I also don't know whether that Chen Chang'an, this new protector of the kingdom, could help carry Great Zhou. Just as the crowd of officials had mixed feelings, Chen Chang'an and the others had already done their best to decimate Zhao Tianli and the others. Chang'an, virtuous nephew. I do not know. My previous proposal. You can have an opinion. When he saw Chen Chang'an's murderous aura converge and return to the deck, Ji Wentian asked with a smile on his face. The sound of their earlier conversation was not small, and Chen Chang'an, who had strong ears, naturally heard it. One by one, Chen Xian and the others looked towards their young lord. The Protectorate? The title is still quite a bluff, especially since that power is greater than the lord of the land. This caused everyone in the Chen family to look at Ji Wentian in surprise, not expecting him to have such great vigor. But only Ji Wentian himself knows that even if Chen Chang'an's status is higher than his own, but if he becomes his son-in-law, he is his own old husband, and he is still a generation higher than him. Thinking of this, Ji Wentian's heart was like eating honey, and the graciousness on his face increased. Ji Mingyue looked at Chen Chang'an in surprise, and said as she hugged his arm, "Brother Chang'an, you quickly agree. This is the Protectorate's national dignitary, and the resources and benefits that you will receive. That definitely won't let you down either." Chen Chang'an thought for a moment and spoke. "State Lord, this matter, I still have to go back and discuss it with all the masters of my Chen family. The kid doesn't dare to make decisions without authorization. Ha 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 ha. To be, it's rare that Xian nephew Chang'an has such filial piety." Ji Wentian hurriedly agreed. If the Chen family's lords also agreed, wouldn't that mean that the entire Chen family agreed? Duan Muzong and the others were all smiles. And so, the airship continued to roar next, speeding towards Great Zhou Chang'an City. One day later, when the Chen family and the others were still half a day away from Chang'an City, A sudden distortion appeared in the middle of the void in front of them. Then there was a formation like mud that blocked the way. Buzz. A dozen ships slowed, then stopped with a roar. Not good. Enemy attack. The 5,000 or so soldiers of the Great Zhou Kingdom went on alert as a middle-aged man in the shape of a general bellowed. The rest of the celestial pride, as well as the sons and daughters of the Chen clan, appeared on the deck one by one. Looking ahead, inside the airship, Chen Chang'an and Ji Wendian, Ji Mingyue and the others were sitting together sipping tea when they heard that someone had intercepted up and revealed a puzzled look. Aside from Zhao Tianli, the Eastern Xin Kingdom, and the Southern Ming Kingdom, there are already no more warriors who dare to stop us. So who the hell is it? Ji Xuangu opened his mouth with a face full of doubt. Go out and look. Chen Chang'an straightened his clothes and stood up bashfully. Ji Wendian worriedly said, That's fine, nephew Chang'an. We have to be careful as well. Chen Chang'an nodded his head. So, a group of 4 or 5 came out on deck, and across the way, just one ship. But the people standing on that deck were all clearly at the early stage of the Saint Emperor realm. The initial stage, that is, the first 2 or 3 levels are the initial stage. The levels 4, 5, and 6 are the middle stages. Levels 7, 8, and 9 are the later stages. And level 10 is the peak. There were a dozen of them. Seeing these dozen people, Chen Chang'an and the others were instantly confused. Where did so many sacred emperor realm powerhouses come from? Chapter 77 Tai Tsung Sword Sect, Li Tian Yun. You're Chen Chang'an, aren't you? Among the opposite parties, the leader was an old man with short hair and gray robes, who spoke in a cold voice. Who are you? Chen Chang'an looked at the dozen or so people in front of him, his gaze narrowing. You're the one who killed Zhao Zihan? Coldness gradually coalesced in that old man's gaze. Zhao Zihan? Chen Chang'an's eyes contracted and he carried his hand behind his back, unable to recall who this fellow was for a moment. But Ji Wendian snapped to mind. Nephew Chang'an, Zhao Zihan is that Zhao Tianwei's son. The guy who was rude to me in the palace last time and got his balls kicked in by you. His words fell, causing the killing machines in the arena to instantly boil over. The temperature in the air dropped dramatically. Chun, Chang, Un. The short-haired old man's gaze was stern as he gritted his teeth and drank out the 3 words Chun Chang'an, each word carrying a bone-deep hatred. At your young age, you're so vicious. Today, old me will let you know that the tactics you used on my grandson that day, old me will repay them tenfold, 100-fold, and 1,000-fold on your body. The short-haired old man's words caused the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom to be all confused. That Zhao Zihan is his grandson? So this old guy in front of us is Zhao Tianwei's father-in-law? Duan Muzang's eyes rolled and he immediately figured out what was going on as he whispered beside Chen Chang'an. Your Highness, it's no wonder that Zhao Tianwei was able to become the outer sect elder of the Tai Tsung Sword Sect. It could be because of this old man. Duan Muzang even called out to His Excellency the kingdom. But in his opinion, Chen Chang'an should have agreed to the position. However, Chen Chang'an didn't react much either. Instead, his gaze narrowed. That's right, this old guy. Looking at what they're wearing and the symbols on their clothes, they should be the inner sect elders of the Tai Tsung Sword Sect. Ji Xuangu also opened his mouth gravely. As the words fell, the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom all sucked in cool air in unison. Unexpectedly, in this Southeast Wind Alliance, the strongest backer was not Zhao Tianwei, Zhao Tianli, or their Zhao family's old ancestor. Instead, it was Zhao Tianwei, his father-in-law, an elder from the Tai Tsung Sword Sect. The short-haired old man's aura erupted, locking onto Chen Chang'an and the others. In his opinion, Chen Chang'an and the others would not be able to escape, and he was thinking of how to torture Chen Chang'an properly to ease his hatred. His daughter, Li Niannian, is Zhao Tianwei's wife. That Zhao Zihan is his favorite grandson, and he is called Li Tianyun, the 9th elder of the inner sect of the Tai Tsung Sword Sect. You're wrong. At this time, Chen Chang'an spoke faintly. Oh, kid, do you still want to argue? Li Tianyun said grimly. Everyone looked at him. Brother Chang'an. Ji Mingyue nervously looked at Chen Chang'an and opened her mouth. I didn't just kill one of your grandchildren. I also killed your other grandchild, Zhao Ziang. Chen Chang'an seemed to have said something usual. Since these people in front of him wouldn't let themselves go, he wouldn't concede to a fight either. But his words were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Li Tianyun. What? Kid, what did you say? Li Tianyun's pupils fluttered up sharply, and his heart violently ached, followed by an even greater rage that was about to explode in his chest. Snort! But just then, a flying sword steeply expanded rapidly in his pupils. Damn it! Li Tianyun's palm erupted with a powerful palm aura and violently slapped out. Boom! A flying sword was slapped away, but the sword chi that caused his entire body's blood to almost stagnate was still there. Another flying sword appeared behind the hiltless blade that had been slapped away. What? What? You vicious brat! Humph! Li Tianyun snorted coldly. His whole body's aura suddenly erupted, and a powerful spiritual energy shield defended in front of his body. Clang! Ka-ching! Boom! A loud sword sound rang out, and the shield in front of him suddenly collapsed, then cracked and turned into a roiling sheet of aura light. But that flying sword was also bounced off. Stump! 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 Li Tianyun staggered backward a dozen steps with a face full of shock. Whoosh! But what made his whole body break out in cold sweat was that another flying sword followed like a viper, still on his brow. Humph! Li Tianyun was worthy of being a Saint Emperor Realm Level 3 powerhouse, and in such a critical situation, he still reacted extremely quickly to thrust a long sword out. Thumbs down. The sword light exploded as the flying sword and the tip of his long sword stabbed each other. In an ear-piercing sound, Li Tianyun's long sword crumbled by inches. What? How is it possible? I'm a king-level soldier. Li Tianyun's head roared, simply unable to believe the facts in front of him. 3 flying swords, one of which he slapped away, one of which pierced through his defense shield, and one of which shattered his king-level sword. If there is still a handful of. When he thought about this, Li Tianyun's soul trembled, as the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake remained. Thumbs down. Just then, another long sword whistled. Li Tianyun was simply unable to dodge this time. Pust! In an instant, it pierced through his brow. Zip! 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 Blood soared wildly out of his eyebrows, and his eyes were dead wide with disbelief. 4 flying swords. How can one person control 4 flying swords? How much mental power as well as psychic perception would that require? How is that possible? Puff! Li Tianyun collapsed on the deck of their airship, killing him instantly. All of this happened in a flash of lightning. Everyone did not react, and at the time of Chun Chang'an's flying sword offering, another handful and another handful of. Even though Li Tianyun blocked away the 3 flying swords in front of him, harnessing wind, piercing wind, and blazing wind, the last and most intense gale sword still claimed his whole life. Swoosh! The 4 flying swords flew back to hover in front of Chun Chang'an's body, emitting gusts of sword sounds. Chen Chang'an teasingly sneered, "Since you love your grandson so much, I'll send you to the Yellow Springs, so that your grandparents and grandchildren can be reunited." These words also caused the remaining people to react. Those 10 or so Saint Emperor Realm people were filled with confusion, which transformed into angry chants. "Kid, you dare to kill our elder?" One of the long-haired elders roared. "Kill them all and avenge our elder." Snort! But as soon as his words fell, his brow was pierced through. When he fell, his eyes were still wide and dead. Snort! The flying sword buzzed again, like the scythe of death, and stabbed towards the rest of the fly. "Look out everyone!" One by one, the remaining people yelled and resisted in a hurry. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, all sorts of booms exploded over their ship. "The rest of you attack remotely. Those above the 10th level of the Heavenly King realm surround the perimeter and don't give a single person a chance to escape." Chen Chang'an held the guardian sword in his hand and raised it high, shouting loudly before charging forward. Ji Xuangu was filled with astonishment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly as he brought everyone from Great Zhou and surrounded the perimeter. Chapter 78, Killing a Saint Emperor in Seconds. How could the group of Taitsong Sword Sect elders in front of them not expect that they would be surrounded and killed when they came to this nook and cranny of the eastern state? That's just a huge shame. This time, they were merely following the 9th elder to the eastern state to meet their grandson. I didn't expect to meet a team of Li Nian's personal guards halfway. Of course Li Tianyun recognized them, so he intercepted them. Upon learning that his grandson had been killed, he rushed to Chang'an City. Unexpectedly, when he reached Chang'an City, he heard that Chen Chang'an had gone to the eastern state's secret realm. So again, he rushed to the secret place with his men. What a coincidence to meet in the middle of the road. So, this is what happened. The elders of the Taitsong Sword Sect, who were in the middle of the battle at the moment, each had their intestines turned green with remorse. Li Tianyun is avenging his grandson's death, but they are innocent. Moreover, this kid called Chen Chang'an in front of him was not only heaven-defying in terms of battle power, but even his means were incomparably powerful. I'm afraid that even that holy son and holy daughter of the Holy Land can't be compared to him. Where the hell did this freak come from? An elder was filled with bitterness as he resisted Chen Chang'an's attacks and exclaimed, "Little friend, you and Li Tianyun have a past. There's no need to kill them all." Magic Dragon Burning World Technique Raging Dragon Fire Breath. Chen Chang'an simply ignored it as the huge sword in his hand instantly erupted with black flames. Rumble! A berserk black dragon coalesced behind it before emitting a regal pressure. This is what martial art? This elder in front of me was filled with astonishment. The spirit beast silhouette that was condensed. This, could it be a martial soul? Or a battle totem? Burial sword technique, seal throat. Thumbs up. But in the next instant, his throat was directly penetrated by a sword. The pain and death made him panic endlessly. Chen Chang'an, do you really want to be immortal with my Tai Tsung sword sect? Let us go and we'll call it quits on this matter. Seeing another elder die under Chen Chang'an's sword, the rest of the elders panicked and hurriedly yelled. Ha! Chen Chang'an laughed coldly. You guys think I'm stupid? Since we're all fighting, it's better to kill to the death than to keep the aftermath. Chen Chang'an blasted down another sword, and the furious sword chi, wrapped in the lurid black dragon's fire, instantly smashed down on his body. Boom! Oh-hoo! The scorching heat burned, causing the surrounding space to nourish in smoke. That elder was burned to ashes in a miserable scream. The remaining elders each had their souls trembling as they frantically retreated backwards. The Chen Chang'an in front of them was simply not something they could defeat. Chun, Chang, Another elder shouted angrily. You have extraordinary qualifications. Don't mistake yourself. It's only Li Tianyun who has a problem with you. We don't. That's right. How about this? If you join our Tai Tsung sword sect, with your qualifications, our patriarch will definitely accept you as a personal disciple. Yes, in that case, the matter of you killing Li Tianyun and killing 7 or 8 of our elders will be revealed on this. Otherwise, you'll wait for the entire Great Zhou Kingdom to accompany you to your funeral. One by one, the few remaining elders rushed to open their mouths, either comforting, pulling together, or threatening. In order to be able to protect themselves, they also did their best. Ha! Chen Chang'an smiled coldly, his entire body flickering with a layer of golden light, and then on top of the golden light was then covered with a flickering thunderbolt. Thunder Pole Phantom. Boom! His speed accelerated once again, like an electric lightman, flashing in the middle of the void. Swish swish swish. Seal the throat. Shattered sky. Zip, zip, zip. Within 2 breaths, the heads of the remaining few elders flew out again. Ah! There was one last elder, fleeing in terror. Harness wind sword. Piercing wind sword, blazing wind sword, gale sword, kill, thumbs down. The 4 long swords continued to fly out, transforming into 4 streams of light that instantly stabbed into the back of the last elder's head, neck, back, and thighs. Thumbs down. Instantly, in the midst of his miserable screams, that elder directly turned into 4 pieces. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The 4 flying swords whistled and flew back, being put away by Chen Chang'an. Everyone in the Great Zhou Kingdom was all but dumbstruck, looking at Chen Chang'an's figure. Each one of them cowered from the bottom of their hearts, and even their souls. Killing the Saint Emperor realm was like killing a chicken. Hiss! Chen Chang'an, so scary. In the crowd, Chen Xian's gaze was even more fiery as he secretly said, worthy of being my big brother. This big brother of yours, there's something odd about him. His speed of advancement is too fast, and his ability to learn and comprehend is heaven-defying. A woman's shocked voice emanated from the tower-shaped pendant on Chen Xian's chest. He, master, that's my brother. Of course he's great. He's been enlightened against all odds since he was a child. Chen Xian giggled. You brat, don't you want to snatch the position of Chen family head? Aren't you afraid that your elder brother's light will overshadow you? The voice of the woman inside the tower pendant came out playfully. There's something to it. Chen Xian's heart was incomparably frank. My brother is powerful. He will protect me in the future. I am powerful. I will protect my brother in the future. If both of us are powerful, no one will dare to bully us in the future. Chen Xian said, clenching his fists tightly. Silly boy. Inside the tower pendant, the woman's voice was silent after the complex transmission. No more talking. Chen Xian's gaze, too, continued to be fixed on Chen Chang'an's body. At this time, someone thought, Chen Chang'an, but their state honors that. In a flash, the crowd perked up, but soon, some were worried again. Chen Chang'an had offended the Tai Tsung sword sect. That's the holy sect. Listen, you guys. At this time, Ji Wentian, who noticed the complex faces of the crowd, he came and coldly opened his mouth. I don't care what you guys heard or saw today, you can't say anything about it. Otherwise, even if the state sovereign doesn't take action against you, I will still execute all 9 of your clans. All of them were horrified. There was a respectful response. Yes, Your Majesty, we know nothing. Yes, the state sovereign is the state sovereign of our great Zhou kingdom, and all of us are willing to bear the consequences of what the state sovereign has done. Some of the officials opened their mouths in awe, but Ji Wendian didn't say anything and snorted coldly. But he was also worried in his heart. Thinking about it carefully, Chen Chang'an had offended the Jun family of the Holy Land. Now add another Taizong sword sect. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Ji Wendian was helpless in his heart. Bet on it. Ji Xuangu whispered. Old ancestor. I know. But this gamble will hitch the entire Great Zhou kingdom. Ji asked Tian said helplessly. How long do you think? With your previous pissing match, the Great Zhou kingdom will be able to hold out? Ji Xuangu said in a cold voice. Ji Wendian was stunned. His face flushed red, and after thinking about it, he looked back to his Ji Mingyue who was looking at Chen Chang'an with fascination, and his eyes became even more determined. Chen Chang'an swept his gaze over everyone in Great Zhou. Anyone who was confronted by him lowered his head in awe. Aside from the Chen family's children, and Ji Mingyue, their gazes were filled with fire and admiration. Worthy of being the young master of the Chen family. It can kill the Saint Emperor realm in seconds. What a hang-up. Hey. This. That. Chang'an Xian nephew we. Ji Wendian said with a face full of curtness, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Let's go back first. Next, the entire Great Zhou kingdom might be unsettled. Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Wendian and said meaningfully, I hope you can resist, State Lord. Ji Wendian was filled with confusion, then laughed. Yes, with the Chen family, the protectorate family, around. My Great Zhou kingdom is not afraid. Chen Chang'an didn't say anything else and walked into the cabin. Ji Wendian once again fiercely warned the crowd that if they didn't want to be exterminated from the 9 clans, they should keep their mouths shut. Chen Xian and the rest of the Chen clan's children, on the other hand, went to destroy that airship of the Taizong sword sect. All the resources, treasures, scavenged. Chapter 79 Resource Allocation. Then Chen Xian brought the resources of those elders and went to find Chen Chang'an. Cabin. Chen Chang'an sat at the table and leisurely sipped his tea. Next to her was a stunningly beautiful princess, Ji Mingyue, who was helping to make tea. If this scene were to be seen by the people of the Great Zhou kingdom, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. The princess of a country was helping to make tea like a maid, but Ji Mingyue didn't have an unhappy expression. Instead, she was even happier. All of this made Chen Xian feel that it was well deserved. His own big brother is powerful, even if the princess made tea for him. So what? Big brother, princess sister. Chen Xian respectfully saluted the two. Yeah, Chen Xian. There's no need to be polite. Ji Mingyue smiled sweetly before making him a cup of tea as well. Sit down. Chen Chang'an looked at him and smiled. Chen Xian sat down with a slight sense of urgency, then took the tea Ji Mingyue had brewed for him in a small winged manner and carefully took a sip. Right. Big brother. These are the space rings on those dozen or so Saint Emperor powerhouses. There are also some that you told us to pick up inside the secret realm. Seemingly thinking of the purpose of this time, Chen Xian took out a large pile of spatial rings and placed them on the table. In a flash, a burst of rich aura fluctuations came out from inside these spatial rings. The amount of treasures in the storage space of a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse was something that one simply didn't dare to estimate. And it was also a Holy Emperor powerhouse from the Holy Land. Even Ji Mingyue was surprised as she looked at the space ring on the table, revealing a look of surprise, but not greed. Chen Chang'an took out 20% and returned it to Chen Xian, saying with a straight face, Chen Xian, you split these with the rest of your family brothers. No, big brother, this is too much. We're overwhelmed. Chen Xian hurriedly waved his hand. I'll give it to you. You want it. Chen Chang'an said with a straight face, we're incurring more and more enemies. You guys are the ones I trust the most, so cultivate yourselves well and you'll be able to help me when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian had no choice but to accept it and nodded his head heavily. Big brother, then I know. I'll be sure to instruct that group of rabbits to cultivate hard. And this 20%, you take it back to the family, to honor those few masters, although they may not look at it. It is still a piece of our filial piety, isn't it? Chen Chang'an continued. If there are things in the future, let them back us up more. Chen Chang'an took out another 20%, saying that it was to honor the 9 masters and the family head. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian took it heatedly. It was something that he felt could work. After all, it's so important to have elders in the family to support you, and it's also necessary to know how to be filial yourself. Keeping 60% for himself should be more than enough to impact the Saint Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Chen Chang'an looked at Ji Mingyue again. Ji Mingyue blinked. Brother Chang'an, what are you trying to say? Chen Chang'an smiled. You are already an imperial daughter. This time when you return to Chang'an City, I hope that you can learn to enlist people's hearts, not to be too simple, and also learn to recruit soldiers and horses to expand your own power. If anyone else dares to have a bad wind against the Chen clan, or against me, in the future, it will be the time for you to strike hard and sweep everything away. And, I don't trust your father, but I do trust you, and I hope you don't let me down. Chen Chang'an thought for a moment and continued, I hope that in the near future, you will be that mighty great Zhou Empress. Ji Mingyue was also someone he had known since he was a child, and the little girl who had called her brother after her but back then had finally grown up. Back then, when the Chen family first moved to Chang'an City, the strength displayed by the Chen family also made countless people in the four directions fearful. The 9 masters, in particular, swept away the other clans in a variety of fields. At that time, Ji Wendian wanted to pull in the Chen family. The Chen clan elder had taken Chen Chang'an to the imperial palace a few times. Ji Wendian had also brought Ji Mingyue to the Chen family. And later on, Chen Chang'an also displayed the qualifications of a genius demon. Ji Wendian bestowed the name with the word Chang'an of Chang'an City in order to gain the friendship of the Chen family. Chen Xiantong felt that Chang'an, these 2 words, were also quite suitable. So in Chen Chang'an's original name was Chenan, which was changed to Chen Chang'an. His mind was thinking about everything in the past, and his gaze was reflecting the dull and cute Ji Mingyue. Chen Chang'an was silent. Their own stage, is that broader world? It's the Holy Land, the Yanhuang domain, the legendary imperial continent. It's that starry sea that the coffin master talked about. Although the young girl in front of him was in love with himself, he might not necessarily become a Taoist couple with him. I just hope that all is well from now on. After all, this was kind of his childhood best friend, and he was nice to him, almost to the point of blind worship. Hearing Chen Chang'an's words, Ji Mingyue froze for a moment before nodding her head dumbfoundedly. I will definitely not fail, Brother Chang'an. My father has said that I will be properly trained. As the words fell, she suddenly lost it, as if she felt that Chen Chang'an's future departure would be afterward. So all she could do was sigh and secretly give herself a boost. When the Great Zhou Kingdom's airship returned to Chang'an City, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, because at this moment in time, they should still be cultivating in the secret realm. Why are you back? And not long after, when the secret realm collapsed, Dongxin Country, South Ming Country, Southeast Wind Alliance and other forces inside a huge disaster, and almost the people who went in. The news of the total annihilation of the army spread out, like a shocking wave, sensationalized the whole of the Great Zhou. These news, moreover, swept through the entire eastern state with great speed. It was as if a violent earthquake had occurred, causing countless people to boil over, and countless people were shocked into disbelief. Once Ji Wendian came back, it was even more so that the entire Chang'an City was under martial law, and all the people who went to the secret realm together, including those heavenly prides, elders, and officials, were all gathered inside the palace by Ji Wendian. Let them cultivate inside the palace for the time being, with all kinds of resources strongly supporting them. With such a gesture, it was obvious that they were under house arrest, but Ji Wendian's words were to help them heal. Each of them was seriously injured, and the royal family had the responsibility to take responsibility to the end. And those who wanted a clearer picture of what had happened in the secret world were turned away, but all of their family's celestial pride were still alive and well, and gave them messages, which only reassured those forces. The only people who were not invited into the palace were the sons of the Chen family. Chen Chang'an took Chen Xian and 40 to 50 others and returned to the Chen clan at the first opportunity. The Chen family's council hall. On the upper throne sat the family head, Chen Xiantong, as well as the 9 clan elders. Below, there stood a row of young juniors with heroic vigor and astonishing aura. Chen Xiantong swept a glance at the crowd with satisfaction before his eyes finally landed on Chen Xian and Chen Chang'an. Chang'an, tell me, what has happened inside the secret realm? Chen Xiantong's face seemed to smile as he faintly asked. The remaining 9 clan elders, one by one, also landed their gazes on Chen Chang'an's body with a sense of satisfaction and gratification. Chapter 80, Traveling to the Central State. The corners of Chen Chang'an's mouth grinned. These clan elders, each one is an old fox. He didn't believe that they didn't know what he had done inside the secret realm. However, Chen Chang'an still obediently told the whole story. The main focus is one of filial piety. Of course, the matter of the demonic dragon inheritance was also concealed. When Chen Chang'an finished speaking, everyone in the arena stared wide-eyed and tilted their heads back, each acting shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chang'an boy. You guy, half-emperor realm? Ooh. Chen Zhou's eyes widened and grunted before he seemed to be in a shocked state. Chen Chang'an blankly glanced at him and didn't say anything. The rest of the people, one by one, were still really shocked even though they knew it in their hearts. After all, Chen Chang'an was only at the third level of the Heavenly King realm when he traveled to the secret realm. Nowadays, it is surprising that they are all at the half-emperor realm. A month or so, this terrifying advancement speed. Even if they had seen a lot, their hearts were twitching fiercely. Chen Xuantong's gaze narrowed as he and Chen Yi, Chen Er, and the others exchanged glances. Both saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiantong turned the shock on his face into gravity. Chang'an, master of the house. Chen Chang'an made a show of listening respectfully. Totally lost the arrogance he had on the outside. This well-behaved appearance made Chen Zhou, who was secretly protecting him, smack his lips, even cursed angrily. That bastard boy. Chen Xian and the others even followed suit one by one, completely lacking the appearance of being desperate when fighting in the secret realm. It was as if they were a bunch of well-behaved big boys who came home and made a mistake. In that case, you have offended the Tai Tsang sword sect, and it's the kind of thing that offends to death. This matter is a bit big. Chen Xiantong's face became incomparably grave. Moreover, that's one of the 4 great sacred sects, and even, in terms of strength, it's still the top of the 4 great sacred sects. As the words fell, aside from the 9 clan elders who looked calm, those clan descendants who followed Chen Chang'an, one by one, stirred and became worried. After all, a holy land, that must have a saint ruler realm powerhouse. I don't know if their Chen family can be subdued anymore. They looked at the 9 clan elders expectantly. But, the 9 clan elders, all of them have been rumored to be nothing more than Heavenly King realm level 10. Please punish the family head. Chen Chang'an looked as if I had made a big mess and respectfully said, if the Tai Tsung sword sect comes and the family can't hold out, the family head can hand me over. I made my own mess. It has nothing to do with Chen Xian and the others. As Chen Chang'an's words fell, Chen Xian and the others shouted, Big brother. No, Chen Xian anxiously said, Family master, if we are handing Big brother over to go out and die, then I am willing to follow Big brother to his death as well. I am also willing to follow young lord. That's right. I'm willing to do the same, even though those few elders of our sacred killing sect didn't have a part in it. We've participated in scavenging their belongings as well. That's right, if the Tai Tsung sword sect's people come, we're willing to go with young lord to die in battle. Looking at the crowd of excited people, Chen Xiantong gave a blank look and scolded with a smile. Enough, you brats. With that, he pointed at Chen Chang'an again. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? Our Chen family has never been in the habit of handing over our family members to live when we face our enemies. Thank you, House Master. Chen Chang'an cupped his fists and saluted with incomparable respect. Chang'an, so what's next for you? Do you have any plans? At this time, Chen smiled and asked. I ask the family head, and all the masters to make the decision, and Chang'an will do as he is told. Chen Chang'an was still respectfully cupping his fists and saluting with a sincere attitude. Ha! This kid, kicking the ball back to us yet. Chen Er flapped the goosefeather fan in his hand and laughed gently. This kid, ghostly, gray-haired, long-bearded, and full of amiability. Chen Lu spoke. Chen Chang'an didn't say anything, but smiled as he watched their several masters perform, for he knew that these lords, for sure, had arranged their next journey. Okay. Chen Xiantong nodded and smiled. We intend for you to go to the central state. To the Middle Kingdom? Chen Chang'an froze. Even Chen Xian and the others were curious as they stopped talking and perked up their ears to listen. Further up in the eastern state, the larger territory collectively, that is called the Northern Wasteland. There are 5 states inside the Northern Wasteland. Chen Chang'an and the others were in the eastern state. As for the 4 great sacred grounds, that was in the central state. The central state was too much stronger than the eastern state in terms of both aura and talent. Family master, big brother, he offended the Tai Tsung sword sect. Why are you still asking him to go to the central state? That's not. At this time, Chen Xian said with a face full of worry. Chen Xian, don't talk nonsense. Chen Chang'an looked at him and comforted him. Although family master told me to go to central state, that definitely doesn't mean that I should go to my death or throw myself into the net. Family master must have his arrangements. Xian there's no rush. Letting your big brother go to the central state is naturally something I've discussed with the lords. Chen Xiantong laughed. He was still happy about the fact that their brothers were bonding. Yes, I was reckless. Chen Xian sighed in relief and laughed. Everyone then looked at Chen Xiantong, wanted to see what he was trying to do by letting Chen Xiaonan go to the central state. I'll let you go to the central state, take the sword executioner examination, and become a sword executioner. When Chen Xiantong finished speaking, the field instantly fell silent. Immediately afterward, Chen Chang'an and the other younger generations, one by one, their eyes lit up. Chen Xiaonan pondered for a moment, and also instantly understood the family head's intentions. Chen Yi, who was clad in a black dress, spoke at this time. That's right, it's for you to become a sword wielder. There is also a sword execution court there in the central state. That's the resident branch of the human race's sword execution palace in every great desolate land. If you become a sword bearer, you can solve 3 problems. For 1, it can resolve the conflict between you and that Imo Hai Chao. Secondly, with your back against the human race's sword execution palace, the Taitsong sword sect wouldn't dare to touch you. Thirdly, as the sword bearer, even if you were to be known by the Dongxian kingdom, the Nanming kingdom, and the others to have killed their kingdom lord, they would not dare to come and invade my great Zhou kingdom. As Chen Yi's words fell, everyone instantly woke up. Even Chen Xiaonan felt that these plans of the clan elder were simply not too perfect. 3 in 1. As for whether Chen Xiaonan can pass the examination, they directly ignored it. After all, Chen Xiaonan's qualifications were there. Yes, Chang'an listened to the family and the clan elders. Chen Xiaonan nodded in agreement. As for you guys, Chen Xian, stay in the clan and cultivate properly. Chen Xiantong continued. Ah, father. Chen Xian froze. Family master, I'm going too. When Chang'an goes to the central state, he will face targeting from the Jun clan, assassination from the Tai Tsang sword sect, and that Ningtingyu from the 100 Flower Immortal sect is also a nuisance. If he takes you guys with him, you'll be a liability. Hearing this, Chen Xian and the others each had an embarrassed look on their faces. On second thought, it does. Chen Xiaonan can't fight, so can't he run? Thus, Chen Xian and the others had no choice but to secretly vow to cultivate well in the clan. Chapter 81 The Gifts of the Clan Elders. Next, Chen Xiaonan made a trip to the palace. He told Ji Wentian, Ji Xuangu, and Ji Mingyue about his trip. Ji asked Tian was shocked, but he also felt that the method of Chen Xiaonan going for the sword bearer examination was very good. As long as Chen Xiaonan becomes the sword wielder, then all the difficulties of the Great Zhou Kingdom will be solved. Although Ji Mingyue was unwilling to let go, she also felt that Chen Xiaonan becoming a sword wielder, that was a very good thing for him. So, one can only wish him all the best in his heart. 3 days later, in front of the Chen family gate, there are many people gathered here. There was also a magnificent airship resting at the entrance. Today was the day that Chen Chang'an went to the central state to participate in the sword executioner examination. Ji Wentian, Ji Mingyue, and everyone in the Chen clan were seeing Chen Chang'an off. There were also countless students from the Great Zhou Academy, and countless of them looked at the plump and handsome Chen Xiaonan with envy. Today's Chen Xiaonan was nothing short of a legend in the Great Zhou Kingdom. 21-year-old half-step Saint Emperor realm. It would be shocking to tell the world, but even if he didn't say it out loud, being able to help the Great Zhou Kingdom win the first place in the grand competition in the 4 kingdoms was already something that no one could take his place. More than that, he is a protector of the realm. And now, there was the sword bearer examination to go to. If Chen Xiaonan became a sword wielder, he would not only fight for the Great Zhou Kingdom, but also for the entire eastern state, because there hadn't been a human sword wielder in the eastern state. At that moment, the Duanmu Mansion master walked out, first bowing respectfully to the clan elders of the Chen clan. Then he exclaimed to the students of the Great Zhou Academy, "You must cultivate yourselves well, and I hope that in the future, you will be able to follow in the footsteps of the state sovereign. I hope that in the future, when you go to the Holy Land, to the Yanhuan domain, you will be able to see the back of the state sovereign." Below, a crowd of Great Zhou scholars were agitated, as well as their blood surging. Even if they saw the back of the state honors, they felt satisfied. On the other side, Chen Xiantong looked at Chen Chang'an with a smile. "Chang'an, be safe on the road. I know house master." Chen Chang'an bowed respectfully. He then bowed and paid his respects to the other clan elders. "Gentlemen, I'm off," Chen Chang'an reluctantly said. "Let's go." The 9 clan elders smiled and nodded. "Gentlemen masters, but I'm only one person. The power is thin. Hey, life is bitter." Chen Xiaonan put on a miserable look. The 8th master, the 9th master, and the others immediately rolled their eyes. "This kid, he's actually crying misery." "Masters," Chen Chang'an exclaimed again. "I'm poor, I grew up alone. My father didn't love me. My mother didn't love me, and left me here. I never went out of the house. Seeing no reaction from the 9 clan elders, Chen Chang'an continued, Masters, my pockets are empty and I don't feel safe. Big brother, I still have the spirit stones you gave me here. At this moment, Chen Xian took out a spatial ring and blearily handed it to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an blanked him, off. It's not like I want your spirit stones. Chen Xian froze. My lords, Chen Chang'an continued and said with the 9 clan elders full of misery. All right. Chen Xiantong blankly glanced at Chen Chang'an and waved his hand. All 9 of them have something left for you. Really? Thank you. 9 good masters. Chen Chang'an was overjoyed. What the 9 clan elders left behind? That must be a good treasure. So he hastily rubbed his hands together and walked over to the lords. Hey. Gentlemen, Chen Chang'an took the gift given by the grandpa and realized that the grandpa had given a black bead. At the critical moment, you'll know what it can do. Chen Yi laughed gently. Thank you, grandpa. Chen Chang'an bowed with incomparable respect before walking to the second master. The second master gave 3 pouches, still saying that they could be opened at critical moments, or in life and death crises. The third master gave a zither sheet, saying that he was helping her to send it to a certain person, and that person would help Chen Chang'an to protect the road for a period of time. At that time Chen Chang'an swept a glance and found that it was written Phoenix Whistling World Song. The fourth master gave a black heavy sword, ancient and usual, but thick and rigid. He instructed Chen Chang'an to replace his guardian sword when it became unusable. The fifth master gave Chen Chang'an a book on alchemy, saying that if it was destined, he could give it to his great disciple. Big apprentice? The fifth master also has a big disciple, and Chen Chang'an came to be interested. Only didn't ask for too much information. The fifth master could only give him a jade slip. What to say? Put inside. Master 6 gave Chen Chang'an a chessboard, as well as a pair of go. Chen Chang'an didn't know what it was for, but since it was given by the sixth master, he could only accept it first. The seventh master was a valiant and body-refining woman. She patted Chen Chang'an's shoulder, straight to the point that Chen Chang'an's shoulder ached, and even more so, he bared his teeth. Ha ha, little you're getting more and more fit. By the way, I have a good friend in the Holy Land. It can help you if you need any help at that time. When the seventh master finished speaking, he gave Chen Chang'an another copper hammer. If you meet my unqualified disciple, you give this to him and say that it is what master promised him back then, and that he will not go back on his word. Chen Chang'an was filled with confusion. He didn't know who the seventh master's friend was, nor had he heard any information about the seventh master's disciple. When he reached the eighth master, Chen Chang'an was filled with gratitude. Eighth master, thank you for giving me the 16 swords of the broken army. It's good to use it. The eighth master smiled elegantly, and then formed a sword chi into a wisp of memory, pointing it on Chen Chang'an's brow, saying, Ah Chang'an, this is my previous experience in practicing swords. It's all about that 16 swords of the broken army. I hope you can comprehend it as soon as possible and can command 16 flying swords at the same time. Chen Chang'an was overjoyed. Thank you, eighth master. Chen Chang'an then smiled, and arrived in front of the ninth master. Ninth master, you kid. Master 9 smiled, then took out a cloth-wrapped knife. Old 9, I don't have much to give you, but I found you a good helper. Over at the Holy Land, my little disciple, your little sister, will help me give this blade to her when the time comes. At those words, Chen Chang'an was speechless. These 9 masters, a few of them asked him to help find someone. And, these clan elders, why are they taking disciples outside? After seeing that there were no more gifts to receive, Chen Chang'an greeted Ji Mingyue again. Then in her pitifully helpless, unwilling-like gaze, Chen Chang'an got on the airship. There was one other person besides him. That would be Ji Xiangu. He was leading the way. After all, Chen Chang'an was not familiar with it. The crowd watched as Chen Chang'an's airship flew into the clouds. Ji Wentian suddenly said, This time, I have a feeling that our great Zhou kingdom will not only produce a sword executioner, but it's even more likely that there will be one who will be famous in the sacred martial continent. Indeed. The Duanmu Mansion master looked at the Chun clan elder and the others in a complicated manner. Continuing, he said, There hasn't been a single heavenly pride to pass the sword bearer examination in the Eastern Prefecture for 100 years. But this Chen Chang'an definitely gives us surprises we can't imagine. Ji Wentian was silent. His gaze fell on Ji Mingyue's body, and he whispered, Ming Yue's heart. It seems like it's going to be good to change it. Otherwise, if the position of the State Lord is given to her in the future, she will not be able to suppress it. Lord Duanmu nodded his head. He understood that Ji Wentian was trying to use Ji Mingyue to tie up with Chen Chanan, thus tying up the entire Chen family. Even if the two of them didn't become Dao couples, they were already engraved with karma. Chapter 82 God-Making and God-Burial. Above the clouds, the airship was flying at breakneck speed. The mountains and the earth below were in a blur, rapidly receding. Chen Chang'an stood at the bow of the boat. He looked down below and watched the crowd get smaller and smaller in his line of sight, until the entire city of Chang'an became incredibly small and then disappeared from view. His departure this time was different from the last time he went to the Eastern Prefecture's secret realm, and this time, he didn't know how long it would take for him to return. Chang'an City, the place where he had lived for 20 years. The Chen family, the home he had lived in for 20 years. If Chen Xiantong is really my own great-uncle, then who is my father? Really? Chen Chanan was puzzled in his mind. Every time he asked Chen Xiantong, as well as the masters, they would not answer clearly, said it was all for him to find out for himself later, when he was older. I'm finally growing up, Chen Chanan whispered. His eyes swept in the direction of the burial demon abyss once again. I will definitely go in and explore again, checking out what secrets are inside. He then closed his eyes and slowly contemplated what he was going to face next. Jun's family, Tai Song Sword Sect. Though he wasn't sure if a few of the family's lords would secretly defend him, but he had agreed to leave the Great Zhou to train himself as well, and couldn't rely entirely on his family. Men, they always have to grow up on their own. What's on your mind, Chanan? At that moment, Ji Xuangu walked over. His voice couldn't help but be gentle. It's still just a young man in his early 20s in front of him, looking in the direction of Dezhou at this moment. He was like a child leaving home, his eyes filled with reluctance. There was no trace of the murderous, ruthless, decisive, and merciless look that he had when he was in the Eastern State's secret realm. Senior Ji, do you understand the Central State? Chen Chang'an didn't reply to him, but asked in return. Understand a little. Ji Xuangu's gaze became cloudy as if he was reminiscing. He then sat down next to Chen Chang'an, took out a jug of wine, and asked with a smile, would you like some? Chen Chanan thought about it and took it over to take a sip. Spicy in the mouth, afterward mellow and full-bodied. The wine lingers between the nostrils and lingers in the aftertaste. Worthy of being an old ancestor of the Great Zhou Kingdom, there really is good wine. No wonder my second master keeps going to you and Lord Duanmu. Chen Chang'an laughed. Ha ha ha. Ji Xuangu shook his head and said, your second master's wine is the good wine. It's just a pity that I can't drink it. Oh, why? Chen Chang'an was curious. He won't give it and I can't fight. Ha ha. Both men laughed. An old man and a young man looked up at the miles of clouds in the sky and chatted as they drank. Among the Central State, there are 4 great holy places, namely the Tai Tsang Sword Sect, the Qingxian Sword Sect, the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect, and the Sun, Moon, and Star Islands. The place where these 4 forces are located is called the Holy Land. It's because there are 4 major secret realms of spiritual qi there. It also has the best spirit stone mines, the best resources, and they've directly built the sect there. That's why the location of their clan is a holy place for cultivation. In addition to the 4 great sacred grounds, there are 4 other great families, the Jun family, the Yi family, the Gu family, and the Lin family. These 4 clans, they're also very powerful, and inside their clan lands, they naturally have secret aura realms. Aside from the 4 great sacred clans and the 4 great families, that would be the human race's sword execution court. This human sword execution court is a division under the Yanhuan Domain's sword execution palace, but its strength should not be underestimated. You know this from the position of Mo Hai Chao. That's why the only one who can fight against the 4 great sacred grounds and the 4 great families is the sword execution court. Upon hearing this, Chen Chanan's eyes burned and his battle intent boiled. Yes, Chen Chagan took a big gulp of wine. Ha 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 ha. Central State, here I come, and watch the wind and clouds rise. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Chen Chanan's 4 flying swords flew out in a hurry. In an instant, Chen Chang'an stepped on his flying sword and let out a loud and refreshing laugh as he kept flying across the sky dome. Ji Xiangu looked at him with a pleased look in his gaze. He's still a child. Ah, to have such an achievement, it's really enviable. Meanwhile, in the Chen family in the Great Zhou Kingdom, Chen Xiantong and the 9 clan elders were inside a secret room, discussing something. Suddenly, the crowd was momentarily in a daze, as if time had been frozen. It didn't take long for the eyes of the crowd to instantly change. as if certain memories had been awakened, causing their eyes and aura to undergo a shocking and drastic change from earlier. The mere emanation of the breath made the surrounding space collapse inch by inch, incomparably terrifying. At this time, the crowd came back to their senses, and the eighth master spoke with a face full of gravity. Old 10, are you sure that the bronze coffin that appeared beside Shaoan is the legendary burial god coffin? The rest of the group looked at him as well. Chen Xiantong shook his head slightly. I don't know. If it's still not the burial god's coffin, then wouldn't we have to start the great wheel of reincarnation divine art all over again? With that, he looked at the sixth master. Sixth brother, your deduction technique is unrivaled in the ages. Can you tell that it's the burial god's coffin? It is indeed the burial coffin. The sixth master nodded, smiled, and said meaningfully, that burial god coffin is the core source of the cosmic disaster. A great evil object that can bury the multitudes of people. Even the immortal earth, as well as the three great divine lands would cause violent upheavals if they knew about it. And this time, it has finally been reckoned with by our eternal life divine mansion. The rest of them breathed a sigh of relief, but soon their faces flashed with sullen anger. This anger caused this heaven and earth to tremble. Grand Master's gaze is icy cold. Little 11th son, the person we protect in the eternal life divine mansion. There are people who dare to move. They are looking for death. Let's not talk about the divine realm for now. The second master reminded. Moncler outlet online silence, covered with demonic aura, incomparably appalling. We're utilizing the burial god coffin this time to create an innate true god, and the Chang'an kid is our hope. I hope we won't let the strange coffin spirit on him stop our god creation plan. The goosefeather fan in the second master's hand all stopped rattling. His gaze narrowed. Only, we are god-making. The burial coffin that is a burial god. Then, said the man, his eyes were full of complexity. The crowd looked again at the sixth master who was sitting at the table, looking at the chess pieces in front of him. The sixth master's eyes always fell to the chessboard in front of him. It seems that the above chessboard is the starry universe, the above chess pieces is the heaven and earth beings. 6. See anything? The second master asked suspiciously. Nope. The sixth master's face gradually became pale, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The crowd was horrified. Even you, sixth brother, can't figure out the heavenly chance? The eighth master was shocked. It's not that it doesn't compute. The sixth master was incredibly grave. Rather, not at all. He looked at the black and white chessboard in front of him, which was covered with complicated Tao patterns, and even had a burst of subtle great Tao contained within it. Chang'an's destiny, sheltered by our eternal life divine mansion and possessed by the absolute evil, the burial god coffin, is not within the great Tao at all, and likewise, there are no heavenly chances that can be pried into. Master Six's face was complex as he said, so, for our next step, let's try to intervene as little as possible in Shaoan's growth, as long as we don't let him fall. Otherwise, it will only backfire. The crowd was in deep thought. At this time, the seventh master was worried. Sixth brother, if Chang'an grows up with the burial god coffin on him, that's a terrifying monster. That's going to exterminate the world. Will he become an exterminating devil? As the words fell, the gazes of everyone in the arena froze. No. At this time, Chen Xiantong spoke up. We all know the heart of this child Chang'an. He is only ruthless when dealing with his enemies. And as you all can see, his cultivation has advanced very quickly. If that was really due to the burial god coffin, it would have definitely affected his mind and made him go crazy and kill people. But he didn't indiscriminately kill people who had nothing to do with him. That's right. The ones he killed in the Eastern State Secret Realm were the ones who had problems with him. Master 9 nodded. Then let it go. We've got to just lead well. At this time, the second master spoke, his goosefeather fan, continuing to fan again. His gaze narrowed. I hope that our essence, in the heavens and the worlds, will soon find the miscreant who plagued our little un 100,000 years ago. Chapter 83, Taking Pains, Zhengzhou City. The Chun family was powerful and mysterious, far beyond his imagination. Your lordships, setting up an amazing chess game. But all of this, Chen Chang'an could not know. At the moment, he was on the airship. The airship was high in the sky, roaring rapidly as countless clouds blurred and receded. Half a month passed. On the sky and sea, Chen Chang'an piloted his flying sword inside the clouds, having an incomparable amount of fun. At that exact moment, a huge roar came from the far end of the sky. Countless clouds were washed away, and then a spaceship came speeding in. Chen Chang'an immediately flew back to his airship and went on alert with Ji Xuangu. Looking at the distant airship and sensing the angry aura, Ji Xiangu said in a complicated manner, It's fine. It's coming for me. We shouldn't be in danger. Oh, Chen Chang'an looked at him suspiciously. Ji Xuangu, you're finally willing to come out of the land of the Eastern Prefecture. When the airship flew close, a middle-aged woman appeared on the bow and shouted angrily at Ji Xuangu. Ji Xuangu was obviously afraid of this person, and looked at her with some avoidance in his eyes. The middle-aged woman's aura was also powerful, unexpectedly at the late Saint Emperor realm. However, she clearly had no malicious intent, and the gaze she was looking at Ji Xuangu at the moment was thick with complexity. It seems to harbor a deep love and a deep hatred. Humph. When you first said that you would go back to become the Great Zhou Kingdom's lord and would not leave the eastern state for the rest of your life, you rejected my advances on the grounds that you wanted to protect the Ji family. You. Pissed off old me. Beat you to death. This middle-aged woman in front of me is still charming. Her body is shapely and plump, like a ripe peach, and at this moment, in the midst of the angry curses, she actually slapped her palm over. Boom! Ji Xuangu didn't resist, and even more so, he couldn't resist, and was instantly knocked down by her. The hat was slapped off and a large stubble of beard fell off. Chen Chang'an grinned and bared his teeth as he took out Ji Xiangu's treasured fine wine on the side and drank it. In this half-month, Ji Xiangu had brought him down and learned to drink. Moreover, Chen Chang'an could also see that this woman, it seemed that she had a story with this old thing Ji Xuangu. He then matter-of-factly ate his melon on the side. Geez, you old geezer. Grow up. Don't even contact me anymore. And you're asking my mom to come and help you with some bull asterisk late bloomer protection? The middle-aged woman came to Ji Xuangu's body, twisting up his ears as she cursed. Ouch. Pain. Give me face. There's a kid in there. Ji Xuangu's ears were tugged and he tilted his head, helpless. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's heart stirred. So it turned out that this middle-aged woman was hired by Ji Xiangu to help protect his path. The middle-aged woman also saw Chen Chang'an before her eyes suddenly lit up. Why are you so good-looking? So well-behaved? She changed her face extremely quickly and instantly slapped Ji Xuangu again. Boo! Ji Xiangu slammed down hard on the wall of the distant airship. Stick it on in a taiga shape. Hiss! Chen Chang'an's back teeth sucked in a breath of cool air. Secretly, why was this middle-aged woman doing this to her old humble self? It's downright violent. What a handsome young man. Not bad. 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 The middle-aged woman turned around beside Chen Chang'an and said as she sized him up. Greetings, elder. Chen Chang'an stood up and slightly saluted. Ha ha, yes. The middle-aged woman laughed brightly. My name is Fei Xinc. What's your name? Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an said. Fancy, the name? It's kind of interesting. Ha ha, first time meeting. Here, a meet and greet gift from sister. Fei Xinc smiled with satisfaction before taking out a storage ring and handing it over to Chen Chang'an. Sensing the fluctuation of spiritual energy inside, Chen Chang'an inhaled a breath. Nice guy. With his sensitivity to spirit stones, there were probably at least 100,000 of them in here. Take it. You are Xiao Xianzi's junior. Then you are also my junior. Faith laughed. That. Thanks to the former. Sister Fei. Chen Chang'an laughed, then picked it up. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Chen Chang'an call her sister, Fei Xinc was even happier, nodding her head repeatedly. Not bad. Don't you follow that Xiao Xianzi, lest you be brought down by him. Zhenko? Chen Chang'an looked toward Ji Xuangu, his face full of oddities. Ji Xuangu was even more eager to find a hole in the ground. The majesty of his hallowed Great Zhou Kingdom's old ancestor was already lost to nothing. And so it was that there was one more person on the journey to the Middle Kingdom. It's also more hilarious. Chen Chang'an also from time to time, in the set of Feeing Mind, want to hear the two of them back then Windy passed. It was nothing more than Ji Xiangu's fear that he would not be worthy of Fei Xinc, and then slipped back to the Great Zhou Kingdom, and Fei Xinc was trapped by her family, preventing her from leaving the Central State. After Ji Xuangu went back, he also never went to Central State to look for her again, so the two were staggered for most of their lives. Chen Chang'an's excited appearance made Ji Xiangu helpless. Time passed quickly and the drinking turned into 2 old men and 1 young man. Another half a month passed. It's a lot faster after switching to the FIFO's ship. On this day, they reached a stop in front of an astonishingly huge city. This giant city was incomparably grand, and its walls alone were 100 feet high. The houses inside the city walls were even more densely packed and far from being able to see the end. The entrance to the city was also huge, with an endless stream of people coming in and out of the city. This is the city of Zhengzhou, Faith said. Look there. Saying that, he pointed to the clouds above. The giant city suspended there is the residence of the human race's sword execution court. Chen Xiaonan looked at the magnificent giant city on the sky dome and let out a wow. Sister Fei, why wouldn't that such a large giant city fall down? Because falling would hit those on the ground. Faith said seriously. Chan Chang'an, you make so much ing sense. I can't believe I can't argue with it. I'm afraid you're the only one from your eastern prefecture who has come to participate in the sword bearer examination. Unlike the rest of the places, northern prefecture, southern prefecture, western prefecture, and the local clans in central prefecture, where there might be thousands of people. Faith continued. So much. Chen Xiaonan was surprised. He looked at the embarrassed Ji Xuangu beside him. Then our eastern state is really pulling down. Just me? Aha. Ji Xiangu nodded. As you can see, even Dong Lianxing and the others from the Dongxin kingdom are only in the middle stage of the Heavenly King realm. If you come over to take the sword bearer examination, you're here to be humiliated. Chen Xiaonan nodded his head. Sure enough, it's all fate. Casting is a skilled job. Chang'an boy, if you become the first place winner of this sword bearer examination, then you'll be famous in the northern wasteland. Ha. Felicity laughed, her heart filled with anticipation. Over the past half a month, she had gotten to know Chen Xiaonan through Ji Xiangu, also shocked at how demonic he is. 21-year-old half-step Saint Emperor realm, although it is also found here in the central state. This is not comparable to the eastern state at all. After all, there were many secret realms of aura here, and there was just one there in the eastern state. The three of them then disembarked from the airship and walked towards the gates of Zhengzhou city. At that exact moment, a teasing voice rang out from afar. Yo-ho, isn't this that shrinking turtle Ji Xiangu? How dare you come to the central state? At those words, Ji Xuangu's gaze immediately turned grim. Chapter 84 Apologize to Sister Fei. Chen Chang'an sniffed and looked. On the other side, a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman walked over. There was also a young woman full of pride. When Fei Xinc saw the middle-aged woman, killing intent was revealed in her gaze. When Ji Xuangu saw that middle-aged man, hatred was revealed in his gaze. This caused Chen Xiaonan to be surprised. What a complicated relationship. Ji Xiangu gently pulled Fei Xinc's sleeve. It's all old news. Calm down. Humph, do you still like her? Fei Xinc blankly glanced at Ji Xuangu. Ji Xuangu's old face was embarrassed and his eyes glared. No way. And at this moment, those three people also arrived in front of Chen Xiaonan's trio. The middle-aged man's gaze was soft and greedy as he looked at Fei Xinc's body. Junior sister, why are you still pining for this trash? Don't you know what I have in mind for you? The middle-aged woman next to him also snorted and opened her mouth. That's right, when Ji Xuangu adored me and didn't love you. Senior sister, I later helped you dump him and got together with senior brother. Saying that, she put on a smug smile. Senior sister, come join me as senior brother's Taoist couple, and in the future, the three of us will fly in pairs. As for the young woman, she snorted coldly and turned her head to the side. These words confused Chen Chang'an. What's going on? Fei Xinc's gaze turned cold. You two dogbies want a double fly, get the hell out of here. Ji Xuangu's face was also extremely ugly. Chen Chang'an pondered. Looks like these two middle-aged men are a couple. They were surprisingly not angry when they heard Felicity's words. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on Chen Xiaonan. Phew, Ji Xuangu, I heard that you've come this time to bring a latecomer to the sword executioner examination? TSK, can there be a heavenly pride even in that nook and cranny of your eastern state? Isn't that coming to make a fool of yourself? With that, he looked at Chen Xiaonan. Kid, I advise you to hurry back. Don't get scared and pee your pants then. That would be a shame. Ha 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 ha. His voice was loud, and as a result, countless people around him looked over, revealing odd colors. My goodness, there's even someone from the eastern state coming to take the sword bearer examination? Hasn't that been done for 100 years? That's really strange. Where did they get the courage? Yeah, I've heard that the young people over in the eastern state who can reach the Heavenly King realm are already very impressive. TSK, Heavenly King realm? We've got a lot of them here. And that heavenly pride that shook the central state is at the early stage of the Sacred Emperor realm. Ha 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 ha, that's for sure. If the Saint Emperor realm went to the eastern state, it would be able to become an ancestor level. TSK, that side is still really weak. Countless people were talking about it. The middle-aged couple in front of Chun Shanan, as well as the arrogant young woman, were even more full of condescension and disdain. Fei Xinc stared at the middle-aged man, killing chance lingering inside. It was fine for them to say that they were fine, but insulting to Chun Shanan, her favorite junior, that would not do. Don't do it. They're trying to make us lose face here so that Chang'an can't enter Zhengzhou City. Ji Xiangu's gaze was gloomy as he grabbed Fei Xinc's hand and said. Chen Shanan's gaze narrowed. They were targeted as soon as they arrived. Was someone else directing them? Jun's family? Tai Tsong's sword sect? Or maybe, Mok Ho? Felicity was silent for half a moment, then turned around and said, let's go. But right at this moment, the middle-aged couple's daughter suddenly sneered. Che, this is the Fei family's genius back then? It's your honor to be my father's concubine. What the hell? Still so arrogant. Felicity snapped, furious, just as he was about to open his mouth. At that moment, a figure was already rushing over. It was Chen Shanan. His speed was extremely fast, coupled with the close distance between the two sides. Even the couple could not react, so Chen Chang'an threw a slap on the woman's face. Snap! The woman instantly flew backwards and slammed down hard on the ground again. The ground was cracked. Her hair was disheveled. Blood spilled from the corners of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't believe that Chen Shanan would dare to make a move. The middle-aged man was shocked and rushed to help. Ah, daughter, are you all right? Daring boy, you dare to hit my daughter. The middle-aged woman's gaze was grim as she angrily rebuked out, and was about to strike at Chen Chang'an when a figure appeared in front of her. Pow! With another heavy slap, the middle-aged woman's entire body spun in a 360-degree rotation and flew out, landing heavily next to her daughter again. Fancy that? What do you do? Seeing his daughter and wife being beaten, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth at Fei Xinc. I'm no more than your daughter can insult. Fei Xinc coldly grunted. Also, they latecomer out. Let them settle it themselves. I'll kill you. At this time, the young woman who had fallen to the ground had a hideous face, and with a choking sound, a longsword appeared in her hand as she rushed towards Chen Chang'an. Heavenly King Realm Level 8. If this realm was placed in the eastern state, it would truly kill all young people, but in front of Chen Chang'an, it wasn't enough. Humph! Chen Chang'an snorted coldly, blowing away the long sword in her hand with a punch. A sideways jerk grabbed her hair, then dragged her to Fei Xinc's side. Apologize to my sister Fei. The young woman roared hideously. Kid, you! Snap! Chen Chang'an slapped her on the left side of her face. I am a member of the 4 great families of the Holy Land. The Lin family, you dare to beat me. Snap! Chen Chang'an slapped her again on the right side of her face and said coldly, apologize. The young woman roared up in frantic rage. You dare to hit a member of my Lin family. You're dead. You're dead. Ah! Chen Chang'an directly took out the guardian sword. The heavy and broad heavy sword was on her neck, instantly crushing her to her knees. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed, and incomparably calmly said slowly in her ear, do you believe it? I will chop your head off? With that, the heavy sword slowly cut inward. There was a splash of blood. The people around them watching this scene were completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect Chen Chang'an to be so ruthless, and there was no fear of the Lin family. Kid, how dare you? The middle-aged man was in a rage. The middle-aged woman was likewise, and the two were about to go over and stop it. However, he was stopped by Fei Xinc, and his late Saint Emperor realm aura exploded, forming a monstrous pressure that suppressed towards the two of them. Come, if you want to fight then let's fight. Either you die or I die today. Seeing Fei Xinc's stance to fight for his life, the middle-aged couple was completely dumbfounded. With what they knew about Fei Xinc, that definitely did the trick. Ji Xuangu sighed and made a desperate stand as well. Now, the woman in front of Chen Chang'an was finally afraid. If both sides fought, no matter what the final outcome of Chen Chang'an's trio was, she would be the first to die anyway. I apologize. I'm sorry. Uncle Fei is sorry. You are at least my father's senior sister. So forgive me. She apologized in a huff, her face full of horror. She's scared. Snap! Chen Chang'an once again threw a slap on her skull, instantly blinding her. I've apologized. Why are you still fighting? You know she's your senior uncle, and you're still taunting people? Do you have any tutelage at all? Chen Chang'an cursed angrily. Yes. My Lin family has no tutelage. Uncle Fei, forgive me. The young woman begged for mercy. Unbeknownst to her, she had disgraced the Lin family with those words. The people around them became even more silent. One jaw dropped. Chapter 85, The Cloth-Bound Scholar. Only then did Chen Chang'an let go of her and came to Fei Xinc, who was exploding her full aura. Sister Fei. She has apologized, Chen Chang'an said, and then looked at that middle-aged man from the Lin family. That grizzly. He's not even worthy of lifting your shoes, and he still wants you to become his concubine? Cut. At those words, Fei Xinc rejoiced. Ha ha, you're right. She then withdrew her aura, but was still tightly protecting Chen Chang'an's body. Lin Han. Gu Rou. Control your daughter's stinking mouth. If it happens again, I'll smash it. The middle-aged couple ignored Fei Xinc's words, and the two of them hurriedly hugged their blood-covered daughters, their gazes staring at Chen Chang'an in death. Kid, you've got balls. Lin Han roared. Chen Chang'an didn't say anything and blandly looked at him opposite. Gu Rou was full of heartache as she hugged her daughter. Qing Rou, how are you? Are you alright? Her daughter's name was Lin Qingru, and at this moment, her whole body was trembling and full of panic. How had she ever encountered such a thing? Her neck was sliced open a centimeter, and if it had been any later, her head would have fallen off. Right at this moment, dozens of powerful auras suddenly rushed in from the distance. Upon seeing this scene, the countless people on the sidelines instantly dispersed. The Lin family is here. There were also 3 late Saint Emperor realm powerhouses among them. At the head of the group was a short-haired old man whose aura was even thicker, stronger than Fei Xinc's. Fei Xinc was at the 7th level of the Saint Emperor realm. That old man was probably at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. The grey-robed old man came into the middle of the field. His gaze fell on the blood-covered Lin Qingru, and he said grimly, "Who did this, Grandpa?" Seeing the visitor, Lin Qingru's snow-white lips activated slightly, revealing an aggrieved expression. "Father, it was his brat that did it." Gu Rou pointed at Chen Chang'an with a scowl on her face. At those words, he directly threw a punch towards Chen Chang'an's head. The Saint Emperor Realm Level 9's aura even rumbled and erupted, pressuring the 8 directions. Seeing him strike, everyone in the arena's face changed drastically as they retreated. Chen Chang'an was about to resist when Fei Xinc had already stopped in front of him. "Humph, you old undead. You dare to take a shot at the juniors." Felix threw the same punch. Instantly 2 fists several feet in size formed in front of his body, violently colliding with each other. Boom! Ear-piercing explosions rang out, and both sides retreated sharply by a dozen feet. The grey-robed old man looked at Fei Xinc, his face full of gloom. "Fei family, good job for cultivating a talent like you." "Humph, the Lin family is also good at bullying the small with the big." Felicity grunted coldly. "Grandpa, kill him for me." At that moment, that Lin Qingru looked at Chen Chang'an with a face full of resentment and hissed. Seeing his granddaughter like this, the grey-robed old man's heart ached. Killing chances erupted in his eyes. "Fei Xinc, this brat, old man will kill him today. Even if your Fei family head comes, he won't be able to save him." "Humph," Felicity snorted coldly. "Then step over my corpse first." Ji Xuangu didn't say anything and stood with Fei Xinxin with a battle intent. Good enough." The grey-robed old man clenched his teeth and spat out words, sneering disdainfully. "Even if the old man kills you, your Fei family won't even dare to fart, believe it or not." As the words fell, a group of powerful men from the Lin family surrounded the 3 of them. Chen Chang'an looked at Fei Xinc and said suspiciously, "Sister Fei, why are you so protective of me?" "Humph, just based on this sister of yours, I'll protect you today as well," Faith said firmly. Right at that moment, there was another group of people rushing in. Seeing this group of people, all of them revealed teasing gazes. The Fei family was nothing more than a second-rate family, and there was no way it could possibly stand up to the Lin family, one of the 4 great families. The person who came was none other than the Fei family's family head, Fei Chai. Fei Chai, are you going to stand up for your daughter in today's matter?" the grey-robed old man said disdainfully. Elder Lin, misunderstanding. Fei Chai came to the front of the crowd and hurriedly shouted, "I've come to announce something with you all. As early as half a month ago, when Fei Xinc fled from the family, it means that she is no longer a member of my Fei family." Saying that, and with a face full of currying favor, he said to the grey-robed old man called Lin Tong, "Patriarch Lin, it's her own business if she offends you. You mustn't involve my entire Fei family." Countless people in the arena sighed at once. I didn't expect that the Fei family's head was not here to back him up, but to kick Fei Xinc out of the family. Felicity's gaze was cold and expressionless. She had long been disappointed in this father. Ha! Fei Chai, Count on you to be sensible. Lin Tong's gaze narrowed before he looked at the three Chen Chang'an. Kill. In a blink of an eye, the surrounding Lin family crowd was boiling with murderous rage. Brother Chang'an, wait for sister and little Xuanzi, the bad old man. To stop them, you escape as soon as possible. Faith murmured. I have no regrets if I can die with you. Ji Xuangu instead had a frank face. Then the aura on his body was insanely on the rise. The two were going to burn their qi and blood and explode all to fight to the death. Chen Chang'an didn't say anything, but instead gripped the guardian sword in his hand and stared at Lin Han, Gu Rou, and Lin Qing Rou's family in death. If there was a fight, the ones he wanted to kill the most were these three culprits. The four flying swords also hovered behind him, poised to strike. Buzz! Just as the great battle was about to start, a sword sound suddenly hissed through this heaven and earth. All of them had their ears pricked and were filled with horror as they looked toward the dome of the sky. Boo! A wooden sword steeply stabbed down in the middle of the people from the three camps of Chen Chang'an, the Lin family, and the Fei family. Boom! The crowd was immediately shaken backward. All the killing opportunities in the field were also instantly suppressed. Yo! What a hilarious scene! You guys bullied this disciple of mine, did you ask me? Everyone sniffed and looked. A middle-aged man slowly walked over. He was dressed in a cloth coat, clean and neat on top, washed white. His face was elegant, and a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. As he came, he held a gourd-shaped jug in his hand. Every now and then, he even took a couple sips, a look of contentment spilling out of the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing this person, Lin Tong's gaze narrowed and turned into gravity. Cloth-clad scholar. It's you! Oh, I didn't think anyone would remember me. The cloth-clad scholar smiled a leathery smile, then walked over to the stuck wooden sword, and with one hand poised at its head, he gazed at Fei Xinc. My good disciple, you haven't visited Master for a long time. Master is so poor that he can't even afford to drink. He even sold his sword and only has this peachwood sword left to me by your master's mother. With that, he looked at Ji Xuangu again and spoke with a face full of disdain. TSK, is this bad old man the guy you were pining for back then? It's too shabby looking. Gollum. The field was silent. Ji Xuangu's face was filled with bitterness as he swallowed hard, his gaze dully looking towards Fei Xinc. He's actually your master? His words also caused everyone in the arena to wake up. What? Fei Xinc's master is actually a cloth-clad scholar? Hiss. Countless people sucked in cool air, because the cloth-clad scholar was a sword monarch. Chapter 86, Burying People Now, Immortals and Gods Later. Sword cultivators corresponded to the same realm as martial arts cultivators. However, it was the Heavenly King realm that corresponded to the beginning of the Sword King. Sword King, Sword Emperor, Sword Monarch, Sword Zun, Sword Emperor. Oh, so it's a cloth-clad scholar from the Everlasting Academy. Lin Tong spoke indifferently, but his face was also gloomy. I didn't realize that there was a cloth scholar behind this being. The Fei family's faces became even more ugly, as if they had swallowed a fly in their mouths raw. That's the Sword Monarch, the cloth-clad scholar who was known as the King of Swords and the Gentleman of Swords. He's not even dead? How is that possible? But the cloth-clad scholar ignored the shocked gazes of the people around him and faintly said, "Get lost." Lin Tong's face instantly turned black, but he didn't dare to have a fit. For the Sword Monarch to kill him was as simple as crushing a mole cricket, unless the oldest ancestor in the family is allowed to step in. But the old ancestors in the family, even if they were state rulers, how could they offend a Sword Monarch for no reason? At that moment, an old man next to him whispered, "Elder Lin, there's no rush. He's dead." Upon hearing this, Lin Tong seemed to have thought of something, and after thinking about it, he was also unwilling to confront the cloth-clothed scholar on this. So with a cold snort, he led the Lin family away. Lin Han, Gu Rou, Lin Chang Rou, the family of three, although they were gnashing their teeth at Chen Chang'an, they could only leave in disgrace at this moment. The crowd instantly sighed. It's amazing how the scene has taken such a twist. I'll go. This is unbelievable. Fei Xinc, who has been imprisoned by the Fei family for many years, is actually at the 7th level of the Saint Emperor realm. As soon as she came back, she was bumped into by her original love rival and had a contradictory argument. Then the kid she brought with her was so brave. That's right, that brat is actually from the Eastern Prefecture. Such a fierce person has appeared in the Eastern Prefecture. TSK, if it wasn't for the cloth-clad scholar's appearance, I'm afraid the three of them would have to account for themselves here today. Yeah, even though the Everlasting Academy has fallen and there are only so many of them, a Sword Monarch is quite a bluff. Yeah, That's a sword cultivator after all. The crowd was talking. In the middle of the field, Fei Xinc's face became serious and he hurried over to bow respectfully. Greetings to master. Still knows that I'm your master, the cloth-clad scholar hummed from his nose before his eyes looked towards Chen Chang'an and Ji Xuangu. Greetings, elder. Chen Chang'an and Ji Xuangu similarly clasped their fists and saluted. Thank you, senior, for saving my life, Ji Xuangu said with incomparable respect. However, the cloth-clothed scholar ignored him and instead dropped his gaze on Chen Chang'an, revealing a meaningful meaning. Go. Then he turned and walked away, hands behind his back and a whistle in his mouth. Brother Chang'an, go. Felicity pulled out the wooden sword stuck in the ground and followed. Chen Chang'an and Ji Xuangu both hurriedly followed. Along the way, Chen Chang'an was filled with curiosity. Old Ji, this everlasting academy. What's the origin? Chen Chang'an asked curiously. That is 1,000 years ago in the central state of the big forces, but I do not know why. Suddenly fell. And according to some canonical records, this everlasting academy, in the 100,000 years ago, that is a very scary existence, Ji Xuangu said with a face full of emotion. Rumor has it that when this everlasting academy was in its prime, it was a power that could rival the human race's sword execution palace, and even override it. But more than that, I'm not sure. So awesome. Chen Chang'an sucked in a breath of cool air. That's natural. Ji Xuangu was filled with excitement. I didn't expect that Miss Xinc, she, actually became the disciple of this cloth-clad scholar. I've heard that he's disappeared for countless years. No one knows where he's gone. There's a rumor that he's gone to the Yanhuang domain, or the human race's imperial capital domain. Chen Chang'an was curious as Ji Xuangu spoke. A lot of places he'd never even heard of. As they walked, the crowd soon arrived in front of a restaurant in the city. Get 4 superior rooms. After the cloth-clothed scholar finished speaking to the restaurant's second, he pointed at both Ji Xuangu and Chen Chang'an. The two of them pay. I got it. Ji Xuangu jolted and hurriedly trotted over to pay for the spirit stones. The old ancestor of a country had now become a little follower. The old boy. Chen Chang'an found it funny. And then send up all the good wine and good food inside your restaurant. One by one. Old me hasn't eaten anything for 300 years. My mouth is faded out of a bird. The cloth-clothed scholar continued to finish his instructions to the store assistant before walking towards the second floor. Soon, the junior prepared a sumptuous meal of wine and food. After the 4 of them had their fill of wine and food, the cloth-clad scholar looked at Chen Chang'an. Your name is Chen Chang'an, isn't it? Yes, elder. Chen Chang'an respectfully said. Well, when I was in front of the city gates, I noticed that you had 4 flying swords. Are you a sword cultivator as well? Yes. You wanted to do it then? Yes. How sure are you? 90% sure of killing that family of 3, and 60% sure of slipping away, Chen Chang'an said seriously. Knowing Chen Chang'an's demonic fiend mind, he was also shocked in his heart. What a confident kid. Chang'an boy, you're too impulsive. Sometimes you need to hold back for a while, you know, or else you'll suffer, Fei Xinc suddenly said, turning her face full of gratitude. But thank you, too, for helping your sister out. Saying that, she glanced at Ji Xuangu. Unlike certain bad old men who were wimpy as hell in the beginning, I'm willing to commit myself, and he doesn't even dare to take off my pants. Poof. At those words, Chen Chang'an froze. This big sister Fei, she's a fierce one. Ji Xuangu's face was even redder. The cloth-clothed scholar could only sip his own wine as his icy gaze continued to pour over Ji Xuangu's body, causing his entire body to increase in pressure. There are some things that can be tolerated, and there are some things that, well, can't be tolerated. For example, if you stand up for your beloved girl, even if you die, you have no regrets. At this time, Chen Chang'an said with a straight face, ha 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 ha, it's still brother Chang'an who is good. Fei Xinc laughed out loud and said happily, whoever bullies you in the future, I'll fight them too. The crowd then chatted a bit more and went back to rest. After all, it was the first time he came to Zhongzhou City, so Chen Chang'an still felt new and strange. This Zhongzhou City is bigger than Chang'an City. After Chen Chang'an returned to his room, he began to cultivate on his knees. Deep night, Chen Chang'an quietly went out from the window, and at this moment, he changed into a pair of night clothes and instantly disappeared into the night sky. In the next room, the cloth-clothed scholar who was gently polishing the wooden sword paused in his hand before revealing an appreciative smile and resumed polishing. It seemed that the peachwood sword in his hand was a supreme treasure. There were also people from the Lin family who were going to participate in the sword executioner examination. After all, if they could become a sword executioner, It would represent entering the biggest power of the human race. That would be the people of the Human Sword Execution Palace. This could not be compared to either the Holy Land sect or the Holy Land family. At this very moment there were thousands of human celestials in the city who were going to participate in the sword executioner examination. And there were quite a few people from the Lin family this time. It would be easy to find out where they were gathered. After all, they don't cover their tracks either. Tianjia Building. This was the place where the Lin family line lived. In the middle of the dark night, Chen Chang'an's voice rang in his mind. TSK, kid, your big-breasted sister. Didn't she tell you to hold back a bit? Put up with it. My ass, Chen Chang'an whispered. You could have endured it. After all, that Lin Tong is a Saint Emperor level 9. You can't beat him, Coffin Master advised. Well, you're right. I'll put up with him on that one, Chen Chang'an said. What do you mean? Coffin Master was confused. But that family of 3? I can't stand it. Chen Chang'an gritted his teeth. A little impatience goes a long way, Coffin Master advised. Master Coffin, their family of 3 threatened me. Ah, if they dare to threaten me, I'll bury them with you. Chen Chang'an gritted his teeth and said. Otherwise, why would you call it the burial god coffin? I will bury people now, and in the future, I will bury immortals, gods, and the great worlds of the heavens. Chen Chang'an's bold words caused the Coffin Master to rejoice. A heart so ruthless that it could destroy the world was what he wanted. Chapter 87, The Green Robe Sword Bearer. Well said, Coffin Master said excitedly. Master Coffin, then can you help me hide my breath? I don't want to be hunted down by that old man at Saint Emperor level 9. Chen Chang'an continued. Coffin Master, good boy, so he's waiting for me here. Only half an hour, Coffin Master said helplessly. Enough. Chen Chang'an was overjoyed. Soon, Chen Chang'an arrived outside the window of Lin Han's 2 couples' rooms. Chen Chang'an quietly looked in through the window slit, discovering that Lin Han, Gu Rou and the 2 of them are. At the moment the 2 of them are frankly facing each other and are fighting each other. It didn't take long for the 2 to nibble on each other. While nibbling, Lin Han also screamed, Fei Xinc, you. Soon a not particularly harmonious sound came out. Coffin Master, what are they doing? Chen Chang'an was curious. It's supposed to be fighting the landlord, Coffin Master said. Fighting the landlord? What's that? Chen Chang'an was filled with curiosity. I used to go to a place called the Milky Way with my previous owner. People over there like to do a little game for 2 people. A game, which is called landlord. Usually when a landlord plays cards, there are 3 people, but in this kind, it can be 2. Whoever loses, kneels on the ground, Coffin Master said seriously. This Coffin Master is bullying me, Chen Chang'an, for not understanding? Chen Chang'an said in his heart. Master Coffin, you old immodest, do you think I don't understand? Then why are you asking? I was merely wondering if you, an artifact spirit, would want a female artifact spirit if you knew any of this? Chen Chang'an said as the corner of his mouth grinned up, his eyes dead set on the 2 people inside then. Coffin Master, you kid, really, better get ready, that old guy won't last long, Master Coffin said seriously. How do you know that too, Coffin Master? Chen Chang'an was puzzled. Look at him move faster, at such a speed, if he doesn't break, it's dangerous, Coffin Master said fervently. What are the breaks again? You won't understand even if I tell you. You'll know when I take you to the Milky Way later. Everyone there is an old driver, especially those who like to read novels. A good-looking and profitable one. Chen Chang'an sniffed and nodded slightly. For the galaxy, he came to be interested. I can't guarantee that I'll visit there later when I'm strong. Get ready, that guy's speeding up, Coffin Master warned. Chen Chang'an nodded his head, and the 4 flying swords hovered to the side, ready to fire. Just then, Lin Han inside suddenly looked like he was having a hard time, then yelled, Die! Chen Chang'an saw the right moment, and the 4 flying swords swished and stabbed in. For flying swords without warning, the speed is extremely appalling. 2 stabbed in through the sprawled Lin Han's ass, and 2 more stabbed in through the roots of Gu Rou's thighs underneath. 2 swords stabbed the 2 men through the heart. In an instant, 2 people were killed. None of them expected that someone would dare to come and assassinate them. And at such a critical time. Anyone who has done this kind of thing knows that those few seconds at the critical moment are a time when the whole body is relaxed, and there is no way to notice the danger outside. Kid, your killing technique is a bit unorthodox, Coffin Master exclaimed. Chen Chang'an ignored him. After killing the 2 Lin Han people, He began to scavenge the treasures in the house. Then he went to the next room and left in style after seeing the waist of their daughter. Lin Qingru, also in her sleep. In the middle of the dark night, Chen Chang'an ran frantically. Ha 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 ha, it's so cool to kill someone. Grab the treasure and run. Who told you guys to say that I was scared less? At that moment, Coffin Master suddenly said, someone is following you. Chen Chang'an's heart fluttered. Where is it? 100 feet to the left. Whoosh! Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords shot directly over. Clang! The 4 flying swords shot there, and the sound of gold and iron clashing occurred. A huge spark erupted at the same time. Boom boom boom. Whoosh! The 4 flying swords flew back, the tops of them trembling violently. And right at that moment, a woman wearing a green-colored Dao robe with a shapely figure and delicate face slowly walked out from the darkness. When Chen Chang'an saw the clothes on her body, his gaze narrowed, especially on those tall breasts that quivered between walks. At the moment, at the tip, it was the sign of 2 swords crossed and stacked on top of a shield. That's the sign of the sword bearer. Sword bearer. Chen Chang'an was about to speak when her figure quickly blurred in his eyes. Whoosh! Her hand grabbed towards Chen Chang'an's face. Thunder pole phantom. Zip, zip, zip. A streak of nuisance flashing lightning erupted from Chen Chang'an's body as his figure moved away in a hurry. Yo, that was fast. This green-robed woman laughed coldly. If you dare to kill someone in Central State City, you are not putting as sword bearers in your eyes. As the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from her body, and the terrifying pressure of the Holy Emperor covered the sky and earth towards Chen Chang'an. Buzz off! Chen Chang'an's 4 flying swords were actually controlled in the void, emitting rapid sword chimes. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed as he spoke out in a low voice. Break the air, break the shadow, break the enemy, break the formation. Shoo, shoo, shoo. 4 more flying swords appeared. It was the air-breaking sword, the shadow-breaking sword, the enemy-breaking sword, and the formation-breaking sword. These 4 flying swords were more powerful than the previous 4, with the ability to break the surface with a point in a small area, and attack with a high burst of damage. During the time he came to the central state, Chen Chang'an didn't do nothing, but rather, he had melted a large portion of the sword cultivation tips given by the 8th master. At this moment, he finally managed 4 more flying swords at the same time on top of the original 4. Thumbs up. The 4 flying swords erupted with unparalleled sword might, instantly tearing apart the green-robed woman's Saint Emperor pressure. Then the 8 flying swords landed and spun around Chen Chang'an. Buzz off. It was as if a powerful sword astral deity had formed, shattering the Saint Emperor's pressure that was pouring over Chen Chang'an. Seeing this scene, the green-robed woman's gaze flashed with surprise. What a powerful spiritual thought. Your sword Dao cultivation. It's also terrifying, but Chen Chang'an didn't respond to her. Instead, he directly stepped on the flying sword. Up. Whoosh. Chen Chang'an's figure transformed into a long rainbow and shot straight into the sky, quickly disappearing at the end of the distant sky. Such a commotion caused several more old men to appear in front of the green-robed woman, and they bent down to salute. Your Honor, no need to chase. The green-robed woman waved her hand, but he killed Lin Han of the Lin family, Gu Rou of the Gu family, and the heavenly pride Lin Changro. A few old men said in a cold voice. He's a sword cultivator. He's probably here to take our sword executioner examination. The green-robed woman said. A few old men's faces froze, and one of them said, but, the Lin family, the Gu family, after all, is a family with a saint ruler. We didn't see anything, did we? The green-robed woman laughed. We sword-wielders of the human race have always refrained from lying unless the other party is a heavenly pride. This is what Lord Fan taught us. Several of the old men were silent. Lord Fan, it was a horrible existence. The old men were helpless and spoke in unison. Yes, none of us saw it. Chapter 88, Get Out or Die. After Chen Chang'an quietly returned to his own room, he closed the door and suddenly froze when he turned around. Inside his own room, dark and numb, were sitting 3 people. The cloth-bound scholar, Ji Xiangu, Fei Xinc, U3. What? Fighting the landlord. Ha? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. Then while acting like nothing happened, he took off his nightshirt. Fighting the landlord? What's that? The cloth-clad scholar asked curiously. A kind of 3-player game. That is, there are immodest people who like to use it to flirt with unhealthy activities. Chen Chang'an casually said. Coffin Master. Who's an asshole? This lord is not even human. Coffin Master belabored. Fei Xinc didn't care about the landlord fight, but stared at Chen Chang'an and asked. You went to kill Lin Han and Gu Rou? Hearing this, Ji Xuangu's eyelids jumped. Chen Chang'an glanced at him and said indifferently, and their daughters. These words instantly silenced Fei Xinc and Ji Xuangu dry. This isn't the Great Zhou Kingdom, so you can't be allowed to do whatever you want. So be safe, Felicity said helplessly, but also happy. After all, that nasty Lin Han and Gu Rou. It was good to be dead. I know. Chen Chang'an nodded his head and didn't retort. The other person is doing it for their own good. Fei Xinc was helpless, rubbed his temple area and asked, this is Zhengzhou City. Has it been discovered by the sword executioner? Yes. Chen Shannan's reply caused Fei Xinc and Ji Xiangu to be shocked, and the two of them turned bright colors. What's all the fuss about? At this time, the cloth-clad scholar spoke. Didn't this kid come back properly? It proves that the sword wielder couldn't catch up with him. The two of them, Fei Xinc and Ji Xiangu, breathed a sigh of relief. You brat. If the Lin family or the sword executioner comes to question you tomorrow, you can't admit it even if you beat yourself to death. Understand? Faith admonished. That's understood. Chen Chang'an nodded his head. It's okay for them to doubt themselves. Just show proof. Moreover, the cloth-clothed scholar was here, and if they wanted to force the issue, they would have to see if the cloth-clothed scholar was willing to do so. You kid. You really can't suffer at all. Like this suffered old man said. Felicity said helplessly. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they offend me, I'll beat them until they're afraid, or just kill them to stifle the risk. That's what the masters in my house taught me. Chen Chang'an said seriously. Hearing this, even the cloth-clothed scholar looked at Chen Chang'an curiously. All the masters in your family, they all taught you this way? Chen Chang'an looked at him doubtfully. Senior, you know my family's masters? The cloth-clad scholar froze, then took a drink and laughed. I don't recognize it. Chen Chang'an became suspicious. Seeing this, the cloth-clothed scholar waved his hand. All right, this brat is all back. You all go back to rest individually. Fei Xinc and Ji Xiangu nodded. After they left, Chen Chang'an lay on his bed, slowly thinking back, and said in his heart, Master Coffin, there are so many strong people here. So, Coffin Master said, in addition to maneuvering 4 more air-breaking swords, shadow-breaking swords, enemy-breaking swords, and formation-breaking swords, I have to make the latter stages of the burial sword technique more skillful. Chen Chang'an said, you don't have that cultivation level, and you can't explode with that power in those latter styles. Master Coffin said. Chen Chang'an nodded. Then let me go inside your world and I'll try. After saying that, Chen Chang'an disappeared into thin air, and above the bed, a palm-sized bronze ancient coffin was suspended. The burial sword technique is divided into instant kill, seal throat, shatter the sky, destroy the earth, cut the stars, fall the moon, break the sun, slaughter the immortals, and shake the gods. Chen Chang'an had previously been stuck on the heaven-shattering style. At this moment, he began to try to cast earth destruction, and star slash. One night passed. Chen Chang'an came out of the burial god coffin. As he sat on the bed, he said with a bit of disappointment, Master Coffin, there isn't enough time. If only you could open the 1,000 realms of time. 100 years of cultivation inside. Only a year has passed outside. It's a horrible thing now. Of course Chen Chang'an wanted to continue practicing inside. Then you have to find the wheel of time. The coffin master said. It's just that this world might not have it. After all, the wheel of time can only be created by a heavenly god who understands the laws of time and has cultivated the divine right of time. It's just that I don't know if there are any great powers that cultivate the time divine right that have fallen in this world. So you go and find their cave or place where they fell. The coffin master knew what Chen Chang'an wanted to ask and said them all. Chen Chang'an nodded his head. At that moment, there was a noise from outside. Chen Chang'an hurriedly walked out. It was discovered that Fei Xinc, Ji Xiangu, was standing in front of a group of people. It was that Lin Tong. At this moment, Lin Tong's gaze was red as if he wanted to eat someone. After all, his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter are all dead. Fancy that. My son, daughter-in-law, granddaughter, they're all dead. Chen Chang'an heard Lin Tong's icy words, which seemed to contain monstrous killing intent and resentment. Oh, they're dead? Fei Xinc and Ji Xiangu put on shocked expressions. Well, congratulations, then, on the death of your son, and your grandson. I heard that you only have one son. Oh my, you're going extinct. Faith laughed. Lin Tong stared at Fei Xinc in death. You and Lin Han were at least once from the Qing Xian sacred sect. Why are you so vicious? Ha, what do you mean, old man? Felicity said blandly. You did this? Lin Tong gritted his teeth. Oh, where's the proof? Felicity shrugged her shoulders. The reason why they were suspiciously bothered was because they felt that Chen Chang'an simply did not have that strength. Only bother to think there. Fei Xinc. We're not going to die from here on out. Lin Tong spat out the words almost word for word from his back teeth. Oh, I'm so scared. Yo! Faith gave him a blank look, not caring. At that moment, another person came out of the house next to him. It's none other than the clothier scholar. As he stepped out, everyone in the Lin family took a step back. The cloth-clothed scholar yawned. Then his gaze fell on Lin Tong and the others as he blandly said, "Shut up, either get lost, or I'll kill you all right now so you can go down and reunite with that Lin Han." Lin Tong's face instantly became incomparably ugly. He said respectfully to the cloth-clad scholar, "Senior, get out." Without waiting for him to speak, the cloth-clad scholar said indifferently. Lin Tong's face froze. His eyes glanced resentfully over Fei Xinc and then down at Chen Chang'an's face. And then there was nothing to do but leave in disgrace, facing a strong one-sword monarch, unless they let their old ancestor do the talking. But how could their old ancestor, for the sake of a not-so-core junior, go and cross swordsman? Come on, go buy me something to eat. I'm starving. After the cloth-clad scholar finished speaking, he walked towards the first floor. Ah, yes. Ji Xuangu breathed a sigh of relief, then rejoiced and bumbled off to lead the way. With this powerful backer, everyone can be a little safer for the time being. Meanwhile, the Jun family, the third elder of the Jun family finally waited until that guard who had been sent to find out the cause of Jun Wujian's death, finally returned to the Jun family. At the same time, the third elder of the Jun clan also knew about Chen Chang'an's appearance in Central State City and his clash with the Lin clan. The scholar of the cloth? Could it be him? The name of the third elder of the Jun family was Jun Night Cold. His face was one of horror as he looked at the message he had gotten in his hand. When he was in Chang'an City, he wanted to take a shot at Chen Chang'an, but in the dark, there was a powerful sword cultivator guarding his path. At the moment he suspected that the man was the clothier scholar. Chapter 89, either talk about your feelings or fight. Looking at Jun Night Han's gloomy face, the guard kneeling below continued. This was all caused by a woman named Gu Qingcheng. He then gave the reason for the conflict between Chen Chang'an and Jun Wujian and the others, as well as Chen Chang'an's details. All these things, in Chang'an City, are not secrets and can be easily found out. After hearing this, Jun Night Cold's face became even more grim. They all say that Chen Chang'an has entered the burial demon abyss? This may not be. Jun Nightshade's mind quickly brainstormed. Quickly, he came to a set of conclusions. Then the eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. That must be it. The year Chen Chang'an disappeared, I'm afraid he was taken away by the cloth-clad scholar. That's why it caused his strength to soar. And then his back protector, the clothier scholar. Plus, once Chen Chang'an came to Zhongzhou City, the cloth-clad scholar appeared as Fei Xinc's master. This could be a cover-up. His real disciple, is that Chen Chang'an? When the guards below heard Jun Night Cold's voice, their minds immediately brainstormed. Then his eyes became bright as he clasped his fists and said, "Third elder is wise. My subordinate is impressed. Humph, a mere trick. How can you hide it from my eyes?" Jun Nightshade said smugly. Suddenly, he thought of something else and asked in a cold voice, "Where is that Gu Qingcheng?" "To the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect." The guard continued. When he found out that everything was connected to a woman named Gu Qingcheng, he also made it a point to check on that Gu Qingcheng's movements. Eventually it turned out that the woman had come to the Holy Land as well. It even went to the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect. Ha! Jun Yihan laughed coldly. Didn't she say that she is the woman of our Jun family's Jun Wujian? Think of a way to see if we can capture her back without alerting the 100 Flower Immortal Sect. Yes, the guards responded. Also, continue to monitor the situation of Chen Chang'an and the others, but don't provoke them. After saying that, Jun Yichan got up and left. Old me will have to inform the family head. This Chen Chang'an cannot be messed with for the time being. The matter of Chen Chang'an and the others falling out with the Lin family in Central State City had caused a ruckus that was known to almost the entire Eastern State City. It even spread in all directions. After all, in this case, it involved the clothier scholar, who was a sword monarch. Also in an inn, a slender, graceful woman stared at the window for a long time. Are you sure that the young man following beside Fei Xinc is named Chen Chang'an? A moment later, under the white veil that covered half of his face, his vermilion lips opened and closed slightly. Holy maiden. Yes, that Fei Xinc is calling him Chen Chang'an. A few women behind them were filled with confusion. They didn't understand why their own holy maiden was even interested in that brat named Chen Chanan. The person in front of him was none other than Ning Tingyu, the holy daughter of the 100 Flowers immortal sect. At those words, her eyes quivered and flooded with layers of brimming and complicated eyes. Chen Chagan, humph, when I was in the Eastern State Secret Realm, you kicked my butt, and hit me in the face. Now that you've come here, I'm going to make you look good. She thought indignantly in her heart and waved her hand again, making the women behind her retreat. In an instant, she changed into a black power suit, so valiant that she wanted to go look good for someone. Suddenly hesitated again. Never mind, just a little lesson for the sake of getting me out of trouble. She spoke softly with her lips on her small mouth, then went back to change into a long clean white dress with a white bucket hat that covered her pouring face, and flew straight out of the window and disappeared into the night sky. On this night, the full moon hung in the night sky, and the stars were all over the place. The entire Zhengzhou city was very lively, with various lights dotting it, making the bustling night market incredibly beautiful. Chen Chang'an was cultivating in his room with his knees crossed, sensing those sword Dao insights given by the eighth master. Suddenly, he sensed movement in front of the window. Who? Chen Chang'an snapped his eyes open as the 8 flying swords hovered in front of him, emitting a buzzing clank. If there is any abnormality, it will certainly whistling out to kill and drink blood. Humph. Chen Chang'an. At this moment, a slim white figure drilled in, accompanied by a charming floral scent, causing Chen Chang'an to become even more vigilant. Woman. Still a good-looking woman. Fancy said that the better-looking a woman is, the better she is at cheating. Gotta be careful. It's you? Upon seeing the visitor, Chen Chang'an froze. The person in front of him was none other than Ning Tingyu, whom he had met during the Eastern Prefecture's secret realm. Seeing Chen Chang'an's 8 flying swords still pointed at her, as if she was being stared at by 8 venomous snakes, caused the hairs on her body to stand up and sweat. This kid, what a perverted rate of advancement. But in the next instant, she was furious. Humph, is this how you face an old friend with a sword? As she said that, she clasped her arms around her chest, her white dress was pressed down, and her puffy breasts rose and fell slightly. Seeing that the visitor was not hostile, Chen Chang'an withdrew his flying sword, but still full of caution. What are you doing here? Also, we don't seem to be friends, do we? Ning Tingyu ignored him and walked to the table in the middle of the room to sit down on her own. She poured herself a cup of tea and pursed her lips. You're here to take the sword-bearer examination, aren't you? Chen Chang'an looked at her and was silent. Meanwhile, in the next room, Ji Shengu and Fei Xinc pressed their ears against the wall, as if trying to listen to what each other had said. That woman doesn't have a murderous aura. It won't be harmful to Nagi, the cloth-clad scholar said faintly. TSK, this stinky brother. He can do it. To have a holy maiden come to his door. Faith said triumphantly. Holy maiden? Which sect's holy maiden? Ji Xuangu was shocked. And, how did you know? TSK, that unique floral scent is a woman from the 100 Flower immortal sect. Felicity said smugly. As for who it is there any need to guess? Isn't the one who can cross paths with the Chang'an kid the one you mentioned? Ning Tingyu? At those words, Ji Xuangu's face was startled. Then what is Ning Tingyu doing here looking for the Chang'an brat? TSK, what else? A woman looking for a man at night, either to fight or to talk about her feelings. Faith skimmed. Ji Xuangu's eyes snapped wide. How could that be? They've only met a few times? And there's a grudge. That's not understanding women, is it? A woman being curious about a man is the beginning of a nightmare. Fei Xinc blankly glanced at Ji Xuangu and said. Then the two continued to listen to the wall. The cloth-clad scholar next to him was instantly speechless. Inside Chen Chang'an's room. So, team up with me. Ning Tingyu laughed. Even she herself didn't know what the reason was. She originally wanted to find Chen Chang'an for a fight, but in the end, she couldn't make a move. And then in a casual conversation, she guessed Chen Chang'an's purpose. And team up? Chen Chang'an was puzzled. That's for sure. Teaming up to take out the opponent first. That's what the rest of the great powers' heavenly pride do. Ning Tingyu laughed. So yeah, if you team up with me, you won't lose out. It's better than you fighting alone. Anyway, we worked together when we were in the Eastern State Secret Realm, didn't we? Chen Chang'an sized up Ning Tingyu carefully, and from her pair of starry eyes, he saw a slightly evasive starlight. And even, there was also a bit of anticipation and consternation, and she was careful when she lifted half her veil to drink her tea. Okay, I agree. Chen Chang'an nodded his head. Chapter 90 hates men who are more handsome than himself. Oh, hearing Chen Chang'an's agreement, Ning Tingyu's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise that even she could hardly detect. Then how come you agreed to it? You're not afraid I'll cheat you? Ning Tingyu asked curiously. Because you're a local. Go to an unfamiliar place. Find a local who knows the local opponent well. Know your enemy and know yourself. You'll win 100 battles, Chen Chang'an said seriously. So that's it. Is there nothing else? Ning Tingyu asked with a bit of disappointment. No, Chen Chang'an said. Cut. Ning Tingyu's face became serious as she clenched her small fists and said, that's fine, but in the end, when the two of us compete, I won't keep my hands off. Me too, Chen Chang'an said seriously. Ning Tingyu paused, then took a deep breath and suddenly said, that's fine. If you want to get more information about your opponent, you have to listen to me. Chen Chang'an looked at her calmly and didn't say anything. Accompany me out for a stroll first. It's the Fire Phoenix Festival out there now. Once a year. It's very lively. Ning Tingyu's eyes rolled as she suddenly said, Fire Phoenix Festival? Chen Chang'an didn't understand it, but it should be a local festival. He thought about it, and decided he'd better go along with the woman's request for now. Then go. So the two actually flew right out the window. The two men eavesdropping on the wall next door froze momentarily. I'll be damned. This kid was asked out by that holy woman. Felicity was surprised. Hey, it's okay. Good looks just make girls like you. With that, she looked at the cloth-clothed scholar. Master, I'll go out and secretly protect that brat. The cloth-clad scholar nodded. So Fei Xinc pulled Ji Xuangu out as well. The cloth-clad scholar shook his head slightly and took the wooden sword next to him, continuing to gently wipe it with a handkerchief. Tonight the whole city is covered in red lanterns and a strip of colored paper in the shape of a phoenix is posted everywhere. Or lanterns adorn them, and every now and then fireworks explode into the night sky. It's very beautiful. The bustling streets are alive with the sounds of yelling, buying and selling, and bargaining. It made the whole city covered with a layer of fireworks. Chen Chang'an was very interested. Looking here and there, even the city of Chang'an is not so prosperous. It's so nice here. Ning Tingyu did the same, losing her nobility and coldness as a holy maiden and walking among them like a little girl. I like the smell of fireworks here. Instead of just knowing how to practice every day, sometimes one just has to live well. Ning Tingyu Eyes Complex said. In the clan, Master all have been not give me out to wander around. Said as a cultivator, you have to focus your mind on cultivation. And I seem to forget some things from time to time. I detected my childhood memories. It seems that there is a fault. Chen Chang'an gave her a surprised look, not caring, and nodded perfunctorily. Your master is right. Ning Tingyu. The two walked slowly forward, past a busy street. Ning Tingyu looked at Chen Chang'an. Kid, I knew that place in the eastern state wouldn't be able to trap you for long. I didn't expect that. Ah, you came to the central state so quickly. Chen Chang'an thought for a moment and said, the only way to become stronger is to move to a bigger stage. Right on. Ning Tingyu raised her head and said smugly, I'm already in the second level of the Saint Emperor realm. Boy, you have to work hard yo. Is it because of that origin Dao Lotus root? Chen Chang'an inexplicably had a flesh pain. That root was also a treasure. Ah. It was taken away by this girl child. That's right. Ning Tingyu smiled smugly. You got the lotus petals and I got the root. In that case, neither of us lost money at that time. Chen Chang'an pursed his lips. He still had a 5 elements devil suppressing palace, which was a great treasure for gathering aura. Seeing Chen Chang'an's meaty expression, Ning Tingyu became pleased. At that exact moment, a blue-shirted man suddenly walked up to Ning Tingyu's body. He gave a slight bow and smiled. This girl, I am Gu Hongxing of the Gu family. The first time I saw you, I thought you were like a heavenly fairy, and my heart was suddenly in love with you. I wonder if you can. Ning Tingyu frowned, then pulled over Chen Chang'an's hand. Are you blind? Can't you see that I have a male companion next to me? Chang'an Chen. He knew that with a stunning beauty by his side, there were bound to be some wild bees and butterflies coming his way, causing trouble. That's a woman's strong suit. Sure enough, and the youth named Gu Hongxing's face froze. His Gu family is one of the 4 great families here in the Holy Land. If an ordinary person heard about the Gu family, they would be delighted. And he's also the young master of the Gu family. The women he wanted to get, aside from those holy women of the holy sect, when had he not gotten his hands on them? More than that, no one can say no to him, because his Gu family has money. There is momentum, and people. Tonight was the Fire Phoenix Festival, which was a festival to honor the Phoenix god, and he was out to hunt. And just now, he looked at Ning Tingyu, although Ning Tingyu was half-veiled, but that graceful figure, waist-length hair, and snow-white arms that were as bare as jade, still made him a veteran oilman, able to tell at a glance that this was definitely a special thing on Earth. However, at this moment, Ningtingyu's fiery nature made him even more interested. The hotter the sex, the more fun he can have when he plays. It's more fulfilling to conquer. Gu Hongxing smiled faintly. This girl? I have no other intention but to get to know the girl. Moreover, I am the young master of the Gu family, so you certainly won't lose out by knowing me. What he meant was that knowing him, the Gu family's young master, you could rake in a lot of resources. At this moment, Chen Chanan's gaze narrowed. Although Ningtingyu was not her woman, she was at least her teammate now, so oblivious to your own existence? Besides, is he blind? You don't even know the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect? Upon reading this, Chen Chanan despised. Get lost, she's not interested in knowing you. At those words, Gu Hongxing finally turned his gaze to Chen Chanan, his gaze narrowing. I didn't pay attention to Chen Chanan earlier, but now it seems. It's awesome, handsomer than even yourself. He hated seeing another man, more handsome than himself, but he wouldn't make a grudge against someone for no reason when he didn't know the other person's background. What is this gentleman's name? Which big family where? Gu Hongxing asked, still wearing a warm smile. It was as if everything was out of his sight and breezy. Chen Chanan's gaze narrowed. On what grounds do I tell you? Get lost. Good dogs don't block the road. With that, Chen Chang'an stepped forward and directly knocked his body away with his shoulder. Caught off guard, Gu Hongxing almost fell over. At that moment, his face was extremely ugly. This man is so bossy. Yo, you're so vain. Ningtingyu smiled, then quickly caught up with Chen Chahan. Instantly, Gu Hongxing's face turned iron blue. Say whatever you want about him. Just can't say he's false. It's a sore spot with him. The woman who had been with him since the last time he had pleasured her had been killed when she saw him with only 60 breaths of pounding action and said that he was weak afterward. The grave grass is a foot high. Abominable. And now a woman is calling him vain. Click, click, click. Looking at the back of Chen Chahan's two departing men, he clenched his fists in death. These two. So arrogant. Gu Hongxing clenched his fists with his right hand and touched his aching chest with his left hand. Then his gaze became sinister. Young lord. That man is called Chen Chanan, the one who clashed with the Lin family a few days ago. At that moment, two old men appeared beside Gu Hongxing and whispered, Oh, Chen Chagan? So it's the dirtbag from that nook in eastern state. When Gu Hongxing heard this, a flash of disdain flashed across his eyes, which instantly turned into an icy cold murderous streak. Young lord. Behind him, but the cloth-clad scholar. The old man next to him warned. A scholar of the cloth? Gu Hongxing's gaze narrowed. A poor scholar is just a poor scholar. There are more people who want him dead. Don't be careless, young lord. That is a sword monarch after all. The old man continued to remind. Humph. Don't worry, Gu Hongxing said disdainfully. If you can't do it on the surface, you can stab me in the back. He offended so many people as soon as he arrived, and who knows which family is behind that big hand. With that, he turned away angrily. Chapter 91, The Heavenly Exorcism Sword. Great Zhou's Royal City, Chang'an City. Inside the Chen clan's cultivation clan land, Chen Xian ended another round of cultivation, and his aura had already reached an astonishing level. He had already become the Heavenly King Realm. It's at the Heavenly King Realm level 1. Chen Xian's gaze burned with excitement in his heart. With your qualifications, you're not inferior to your big brother at all. Inside the tower pendant, a mysterious woman's gentle voice came out. Big brother. Hearing these two words, Chen Xian revealed a look of missing. Big brother has already left for Central State for over a month. I wonder how he is doing. TSK, you really are quite attached to your big brother, the mysterious woman said. That's for sure. Chen Xian gazed adoringly. Then why don't you go out and train as well? Nowadays, you already have the ability to go out and train. The mysterious woman continued. At those words, Chen Xian moved. Buzz. Just then, a stream of light shot out from the pendant on Chen Xian's chest. Buzz. Space trembled. This is. Chen Xian's gaze narrowed as the light before him dispersed to reveal a long, dark and ancient blade. The blade was covered with layers of scales, and a shocking ferocity emanated from within, as if there were countless ferocious souls roaring, and while there was clearly no sound, it seemed to shake Chen Xian's divine soul, causing his head to tingle. Chen Xian clutched his head and let out a wail of pain. Buzz. A soft white light emanated from the pendant and enveloped Chen Xian's body, causing him to lose the tingling sensation of his soul, and his entire body instantly became much more relaxed. Your big brother cultivates swords, so you'll cultivate knives. The mysterious woman's voice came out. This blade is called the skyjacking demon destroying blade. After a pause, the mysterious woman continued. Do you see the groove there in the hilt? Chen Xian sniffed and looked over. It was found that there, below the hilt, were 9 thumb-sized grooves. Master, what's that for? Chen Xian asked curiously. That's where you can put in 9 origin dharma beads, the origin beads of the laws. You will later go on the heavens and the earth and collect the 9 dharma beads. At that time, the power of your sword will reach immeasurable levels. The mysterious woman's voice continued to emanate. Also, inside this heavenly robbing demon destroying sword, each piece of dragon scale is a small world that suppresses countless demonic souls. When you grow to a certain point, it will be useful. So, Chen Xian's gaze brightened greatly. He felt that the knife in front of him was too good. That's too much. By the way, there's also a sword recipe. As the mysterious woman's voice fell, another stream of light flew out and did not enter Chen Xian's brow. Chen Xian was overjoyed and immediately checked it out. And as he watched, he began to cultivate. Inside the tower pendant, it was surprisingly an incomparably vast space, gray and boundless, with no end in sight. And at the core of this huge space, there was a huge tower that towered over the clouds. This tower had 108 floors. Each layer exuded an endless and infinite ferocious intent, and the sound of thumping heartbeat was a raging outburst, as if heavenly thunder was roaring. Every now and then, the hissing of ferocious beasts could be faintly heard, and above the top of this 108th floor tower, a woman's figure stood in front of the window, looking at the endless void in front of her. Her face could not be seen, but her body was surrounded by the great Tao. The stars and rivers flowed, and time was covered. There were even countless forces of rules, forces of laws, forming and destroying on its body, seemingly forming a cycle of reincarnation again and again. Buzz. At that moment, the pitch-black wall behind her suddenly opened a huge pupil. This pupil was surrounded by green spots inside, and at this moment, between the pupils writhing, it emitted a pale voice that seemed to come from the ancient times, from the boundless cosmic abyss. Your divine eminence, is that Chen Xianan's body really the legendary burial god coffin? As these words buzzed out, space crumbled up, revealing an endless starry universe. I don't know. The mysterious woman's clear and cold voice came out, but it was tinged with a hint of fear. But if that's really the world-destroying god's coffin that buried the gods millions of years ago, we have to make preparations in advance. The huge pupil trembled and continued to emit words. All things and beings grow endlessly, ingesting the origin of the universe and going against the heavens, causing the universe to be overloaded. That's why the spirit of the cosmic origin has condensed a world-destroying divine coffin, which appears every tens of millions of years to bury all beings, but against the coffin of the god of extinction. Relying on the power of our gods alone is simply overrate. I wonder how you're going to make preparations, Your Divine Highness? Kill Chen Xianan now. Is it feasible? As his words fell, the entire space fell into dead silence, and the mysterious woman was speechless for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but the mysterious woman's voice suddenly came out again. Killing Chen Xianan isn't the way to go. In that case, the burial god coffin will reselect its owner and we'll have trouble finding it. We can either destroy its roots, or we can come up with the best of both worlds, without burdening the universe and allowing living beings to survive. Speaking here, the mysterious woman paused for a long time before continuing. That's why we're going to do everything we can to make this child, Chen Xian, grow into an innate true god. The true god who can rival the god of creation wants him to be the savior son of God. Huge pupils. In that case, if this child Chen Xian grows up, either he will be able to stop his big brother from extinguishing the world, or he will join his big brother in stopping the burial god coffin from burying the world. After the pale voice finished, there was no more sound in the entire space. At the same time, in Chen Xian's place of cultivation, a sky-charging blade aura suddenly erupted. Buzz. This saber chi formed a terrifying shadow of a heavenly saber in the sky above the Chen clan. This scene shocked everyone in Chang'an City and alarmed the clan elders of the Chen clan. Soon, a strong divine sense swept towards Chen Xian's place of cultivation. Knife repair. Become a blade king. Hiss. What a terrifying qualification. This kid Chen Xian. He's only 15 years old. An exclamation of surprise rang out. Then Chen Xiantong, as well as the 9 clan elders appeared in unison over Chen Xian's house. The other ordinary elders, too, cast their gazes over in horror one by one. AI. The young lord is a demon. I didn't expect this young Master Xian to be a pervert as well. Our Chen family is really something. Another heavenly pride with such an unbelievable qualification has appeared. Some of the Chen family members were all filled with excitement, their eyes glowing, high in the sky, looking at the huge heavenly blade shadow that seemed to be able to cut through all the terrifying blade might. Even the ninth master, who was a blade cultivator, revealed a look of satisfaction. This kid, surprisingly, he is a sword cultivator. Ha 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 ha. Turning to him, Master 9 laughed brightly. Chen Chang'an is a sword cultivator, and with the help of the 8th master, he is still not convinced, and he wants Chen Chang'an to dual cultivate the sword. But Chen Chang'an seems to be not very interested in the sword. All he could do was give up helplessly. But I didn't expect that the patriarch's son would be a blade Dao genius. It simply made him overjoyed. The 6th master hastily began to measure the heavenly chances. The crowd looked at him. A compass appeared in front of him, and a Xuanwu turtle shell appeared, with a great Dao rule lingering on it. Chen Xiantong, as well as the rest of the clan elders, looked at him quietly. The 2nd master even waved his goosefeather fan, and a boundary appeared layer by layer, enveloping this heaven and earth. A moment later, a look of surprise appeared in the 6th master's eyes. How? Chen Xuantong's gaze narrowed as he asked. He looked calm, but he was actually nervous. Chen Xian was his son after all. Chen Xian, this kid, his destiny, surprisingly, is also not within the great Tao, and was erased. TSK, there are experts behind him as well. I dare to meddle in the affairs of my eternal life divine mansion? Master 6 said meaningfully. At those words, everyone's eyes narrowed. Chapter 92 Chongqing Divine Mansion. Chen family. In that case, in Xianer's body, there is also a great god spirit from the 3 great divine lands? Chen Xiantong's gaze narrowed. A cold aura flickering. Could it be that it's my brother's layout again? Family master. Perhaps it is so. Your brother that is the only existence in the ancient times. Moncler Outlet Store meaningfully said. I used my body to enter the devil, just to check what the difference between being a devil and a righteous monk is. But I perceive from the aura on Chen Xian's body that he will not become a demon. Instead, there is a powerful existence that is instructing him in his cultivation. At those words, Chen Xiantong sighed in relief. Exactly. At this moment, the 3rd master who was holding the ancient zither spoke. As long as that powerful being doesn't do anything to harm Chen Xian, this is also his chance, so we don't need to interfere too much. Not to mention, this might be Shaoan's father's arrangement. The crowd of clan elders nodded their heads. Weird. At this time, the 6th master said, how is it that the more you look at it, the more Chen Xian this kid is the man of heavenly destiny, that Chang'an is instead the great villain of heavenly destiny? As the words fell, everyone in the arena had complex expressions. It's better to go with the flow. Chen Xiantong said helplessly, turning to be full of surprise. My brother's son is a demon. My son. He's not bad either. Worthy of being the seat of our everlasting divine mansion. The Chen family. The house of the everlasting God. Upon hearing these 4 words, the 9 clan elders nodded their heads, revealing pride. At this moment, Chen Xiantong looked at Master 9 again. Master 9, in the future, you will be responsible for passing on some knowledge of the Tao of the Blade to little Xian. Yes. Master 9 rejoiced and grinned. I'd like to see if it's the Tao of the Blade of the mysterious being behind that Chen Xian that's powerful, or my Master 9's Tao of the Blade that's powerful. The crowd nodded their heads, revealing a look of anticipation. Not bad. If Chen Xian can fuse old Zhou's Tao of the Blade, as well as that mysterious being's Tao of the Blade, perhaps he will be able to come out on a different path. The 2nd master nodded. The crowd agreed, full of relief. It wasn't long afterward, when Chen Xian emerged from the gate, he proposed to go out for an adventure. Chen Xiantong agreed. The clan elders, too, had given him some cards for defense. This, and a ship as black as a giant dragon. This airship, too, was the enviable existence of Chen Chang'an in the back. Even more, the 6th master gave him a large sum of money. Thus, Chen Xian also embarked on the path of experience. As for the eastern states Dongxian Kingdom, Nanming Kingdom, and Southeast Wind Alliance, a mysterious force had appeared amongst the top echelons of the 3 major forces. Through investigation and forensics, this power quickly found out the true circumstances of the murder of the Dongxian Kingdom and other old ancestors. The Kingdom Lord, when they learned that the person who had killed their old ancestor and the State Lord, among others, was actually Chen Chang'an, each of them were instantly enraged. Then the 3 parties discussed how to take revenge. Even though the Chen family was very powerful, they agreed to a decision without hesitation after seeing the power of that mysterious force and after their support. That would be a war against the Great Zhou Kingdom. In an instant, The entire eastern state was in an uproar. If Jeet Songhai is still alive, can still see that support Dongshin country and other forces, will be shocked to find that it was none other than his master teacher from back then. Let him compete for the crown princess position. That master, Chen Chagan, who was hundreds of thousands of miles away, was naturally unaware of what was happening in the eastern state. At the moment he had been practicing for a few more days, and within these few days, Ning Tingyu appeared by his side brightly, because as a teammate on a team together, she had a reason to stay. Naturally, she was respectful in the face of the cloth-clad scholar. On this day, Chen Chang'an withdrew from cultivation somewhat helplessly, because he wanted to impact the Saint Emperor realm, but no matter what, it was impossible to impact into it all at once by practicing alone. After all, becoming a Saint Emperor, that was equivalent to becoming a saint. It's not that simple to go from the mundane to the holy. The Saint Emperors, Saint Rulers, Saint Zuns, and Saint Emperors in the future were all extremely powerful realms now. Entering sainthood, that was the equivalent of entering the second half of this world's cultivation. Chang'an boy, you won't be able to sense the holy realm behind closed doors like this. At that moment, a voice came from the window there. Chen Chang'an looked over. Ning Tingyu sat in front of the window, her two incomparably tantalizingly long legs swaying and swaying. Chen Chang'an said breathlessly, "Why are you always climbing windows?" "Humph. This girl likes it." Ning Tingyu grunted coldly and turned to ask with anticipation, "Do you want to go out for a stroll again? Tonight's moonlight is especially beautiful, or it might be helpful for you to perceive the holy realm." Chen Chang'an was silent. At that moment, Master Coffin's voice came from his head. "Kid, she's right, go out. Go out and kill people. Kill more people, especially those powerhouses of the Saint Emperor realm. Kill them and this great master will help you suck all the Spirit Emperor chi from them. Then it can be directly instilled into your body. So why use you to cultivate so painstakingly?" Coffin Master seduced. Chen Chang'an was silent and asked in his heart, "Master Coffin, what is this Spirit Emperor's chi?" "It's when the aura is transformed into an imperial aura. And as long as you have an imperial aura on you, then you'll be in the Saint Emperor realm. Later on, it will be transformed into a monarch level aura, or even so that Zun level, emperor level aura." The Coffin Master sked. "This is the gap between each realm. Generally speaking, 10 half-step Saint Emperor realms can't beat a Saint Emperor realm level 1. But you're a sword cultivator, and the sword chi that erupts from you is instead not suppressed by these imperial auras." At those words, Chen Chang'an finally understood. No wonder no matter how much he cultivated, he couldn't transform the king-level aura in his body into a royal level. There should be something missing. "Hey, brat, going or not?" Seeing that Chen Chang'an was actually being silent, this left Ning Tingyu dry and speechless. She was the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers immortal sect. Ah, a great beauty, asking him to go out for a stroll, and he was even staring at that. Humph. Thinking of this, Ning Tingyu just puffed up. "Okay, go on then." Chen Chang'an nodded his head. "Count on it." Ning Tingyu was delighted as she turned around and flew towards the outside. "Kid, let's compete. The destination is the woods outside the city. If you can catch up with me, I'll give you a piece of the origin Dao Lotus, newly grown petals." At those words, Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up. Then came the interest. So his figure accelerated towards Ning Tingyu and chased after her. Seeing this, Ning Tingyu's mouth revealed a triumphant arc. "This brat, he's coming on strong with treasures. Humph, let this girl see your speed." Speaking in a low voice, her speed erupted once again, like a long rainbow slicing through the sky. Chen Chang'an was even more possessed by lightning and chased after him with great speed. The two were like that, chasing each other. Soon, they were out of Zhengzhou city and on the mountain range outside the city. Harness the wind, penetrate the wind, blaze the wind, gale the wind. Chen Chang'an lightly drank. Whoosh! In a flash, 4 flying swords appeared and hovered under Chen Chang'an's feet. Buzz! The 4 flying swords emitted a chirping sound, and Chen Chang'an's speed once again accelerated, almost forming a stigmata. Whoosh! In just a few short breaths, Chen Chang'an surpassed Ning Tingyu. "Humph! Brat! You're cheating! You even used a flying sword." With a delicate voice, Ning Tingyu's entire body erupted into a mass of flower petals, which carried a floral scent with a boom, causing Ning Tingyu's speed to accelerate as well. But when she arrived at her destination, Chen Chang'an was already there waiting for her with a smile on his face. The origin Dao Lotus. Chen Chang'an seemed to smile, extending his palm and saying, "Humph." Ning Tingyu clasped her hands to her chest and grunted coldly, but she still threw a petal of the origin Dao Lotus to him, because she had wanted to give it to Chen Chang'an. Only the excuse of a contest was used. Chen Chang'an had obtained the lotus petal of the Tao, so entering the Saint Emperor realm was also expected. Just then, a sizzling sound came from not far away in the cold forest. Chen Chang'an and Ning Tingyu were both instantly alert. Chapter 93, Impacting the Holy Emperor Realm. The two of them held their breath, collected their auras, and gradually approached. Soon, a woman's voice came through. It's always about come on. It's not working here. It's not working there. Then it's working. Then it's coming on or something. This confused Chen Chang'an and Ning Tingyu. What the hell are they asking for? Will it work? Or won't it? Whoops. At this moment, in Chen Chang'an's mind, the obscene voice of the coffin master rang out. TSK, it's dark and windy. And someone is even having a wild fight here. Master Coffin, what is playing the field? Chen Chang'an asked curiously. This coffin master, this old thing, knows, still quite a lot. And Chen Chang'an couldn't understand it. You two just point forward and see what happens. Ha 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 ha. The coffin master suddenly emitted a lewd laugh, which caused Chen Chang'an to give dry silence. This coffin master is crazy. However, when he and Ning Tingyu took in the sight before them, they were instantly confused. Ning Tingyu even swished her face red, secretly spat, and hurriedly turned her head away. Bah! Men's bodies. They really are all ugly. Chen Chang'an, holy, you guys are sick. At this time, those two people discovered the sneaky Chen Chang'an too, and immediately shriveled up in fear. Then cursed. Can't you do it yourself if you want to revitalize? You have to look at us. Ah, it's your fault for talking about wild excitement. Humph. Who knew there were two guys so rude? The two men cursed, but Chen Chang'an had already fled the scene with Ning Tingyu at a rapid pace. After this incident, both were speechless. We'd better get back. Chen Chang'an thought about getting a piece of the Tao Lotus and should be able to enter the Saint Emperor realm. Ning Tingyu nodded her head. She felt like her eyes were inflamed tonight, looking at a tiny caterpillar. Just then, a powerful aura instantly surrounded the two of them. Then a dozen figures appeared in front of the two Chen Chang'ans. Upon seeing the visitor, Chen Chang'an and Ning Tingyu's gazes instantly narrowed with vigilance. This was Gu Hongsheng, whom he had met a few days ago. Gu Hongsheng looked at the two of them and teased. TSK, you've stayed in the restaurant for the past few days, and you're finally willing to come out tonight? And there's no one to follow. This is really a great opportunity for this Gongzi. A cold aura flashed in Chen Chang'an's eyes as he swept his surroundings and realized that a dozen or so people were all at the early stage of the Saint Emperor realm. That is, the highest is only the third level of Saint Emperor. Can kill. With this thought, 8 flying swords levitated behind him. Gu Hongsheng didn't put Chen Chang'an in his eyes at all. In his opinion, the other party was already a dead man. His greedy gaze fell on Ning Tingyu's body. Girl, I really want to get to know you. Really, I can pay money, to a price that you can't refuse. How about coming with me? Shameless. Ning Tingyu grunted coldly, and in the next instant, as a floral fragrance filled the air, only a snake-like rope of flowers formed by countless petals suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hongsheng. At this moment, the flower rope suddenly wrapped around his neck as it spun and flew. Gu Hongsheng as well as the surrounding old man's faces changed drastically. Are you blind? I'm clearly surrounded by a handsome man who is taller than you, more handsome than you, and has a better body than you. So what makes you think I'd want to get to know you and go with you? As the words fell, the rope formed by the countless petals seemed to transform into a blade, slit his neck in an instant. Swish! Between the blood splatters, the head flew straight out. Don't you dare! The surrounding old men returned to their senses and exited with great fury. But in the next instant, a flying sword flew towards them. Whoosh! Snort snort dash! Caught off guard, a dozen heads actually flew up in unison. Puff! Puff! A headless body fell miserably to the ground. Chen Chang'an's figure swept out, and in the blink of an eye, he put a dozen or so corpses into his storage ring. Ning Tingyu looked at Chen Chang'an and blinked. Brat! What are you doing collecting their corpses? Destroy the body. Chen Chang'an said seriously. Well, that's right too. Ning Tingyu nodded. Then let's go. With that said, the two quickly left the scene, and not long after the two left, an old man flew in sharply. When he saw that the field was full of blood, but did not see a body his face was incomparably gloomy. Whoosh! Several more figures approached in a hurry. Master of the house. The crowd bowed respectfully to the old man in front of them. That old man was none other than the Gu family's family head, Gu Chongfeng. Check, Gu Chongfeng said grimly. Gu Hongsheng as well as the dozen or so protectors of the Tao beside him have all had their life tags shattered, or their corpses and bones are still intact. What a vicious modus operandi. The old men around them bent their heads. One of them said, "Family master. I'll go check immediately." Gu Changa said, "The sword executioner examination is coming, and many clans have come with heavenly pride. After you find out, don't act rashly. After all, that person even disregarded our Gu family. He must have come from an uncomplicated background." "Yes," the old man nodded. "Also, spread this news back to the family, to Gu Hongxing's father." Gu Chengfeng calmly said. Gu Hongxing was not his son, but the son of the Grand Elder, dead at the moment. It seemed to suit his intentions better. The hearts of the crowd of old men were in awe. If the Grand Elder knew that someone had killed his son, he would definitely come madly to take revenge. Well, if the murderer comes from a powerful source, this Grand Elder won't be any better. This householder has a good heart. After Chen Chang'an and Ning Tingyu returned to the restaurant, they went to their respective rooms. In the doorway, he also ran into Felicity, who was leaning against the door of her room. "Yo, Chang'an boy, back from your date?" Fei Xinc smiled at Chen Chang'an. "Sister Fei, still awake?" Chen Chang'an calmly said. "You brat, don't go out there. It's a mess." Fei Xinc admonished Chen Chang'an, then glanced at the door of Ning Tingyu's room and asked in a low voice, "Is it on yet?" "On what?" Chen Chang'an was puzzled. "Cut." Fei Xinc showed an expression of knowing everything. "That's the one ah." With that, she bent her left hand in a false grip position, and with the straight finger of her right hand, she stabbed into the whole of her left hand and pumped it up and down. Chen Chang'an was instantly speechless. Even though he hadn't experienced it, he understood it in a second. Contaminated by the old immodesty of the coffin master, he quickly and awkwardly said, "Sister Fei, take an early rest." After saying that, he quickly opened the door and slipped into the room. This Sister Fei is too gossipy, and she's also all about tigers and wolves. Chen Chang'an shook his head, speechless. Then he took out the corpses of those people and put them into the burial coffin to bury them, melting them down and getting the most pure imperial level aura. It was quickly absorbed by him. After absorbing it, he absorbed the Tao Lotus given by Ning Tingyu, impacting the Holy Emperor realm. As Chen Chang'an absorbed it, the aura on his body was climbing. The aura that was originally at the king level was also rapidly metamorphosing towards the royal level mark. Buzz. Several hours later, Chen Chang'an was sweating profusely, but his spiritual sense was incomparably sharp at the moment, and he could clearly sense the people moving in the next room. Only, they had all arranged a layer of boundary energy that prevented probing. Is this the Holy Emperor realm? The corners of Chen Chang'an's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a look of excitement. Chapter 94, Gathering of Heaven's Pride. Unfortunately, it's not even close. Chen Chang'an then absorbed all the spirit stones he had on him, as well as the spirit power he had recently scavenged. As a large amount of spiritual energy was absorbed and refined by the burial god coffin, his shackles were broken open at some point. Buzz. It's as if you've been holding a charge for half an hour and have to wait for the release. It was a feeling that really floated. Saint Emperor Realm Level 1. Buzz. As the aura on Chen Chang'an's body changed, the spiritual energy in his body unexpectedly turned into a light golden color, becoming seemingly much more honorable. Is this imperial level spiritual power? Chen Chang'an's eyes lit up. This imperial level spiritual energy was indeed many times stronger than ordinary spiritual energy, and there was also an additional terrifying pressure like that of a sovereign emperor. But seeing that he had consumed too many spirit stones, as well as resources, and the corpses of a dozen sacred emperors, Chen Chang'an smiled bitterly. This cultivation, too, consumes too much resources. The higher you go, the more you consume. At this time, Chen Chang'an suddenly spoke. "Master Coffin, are you there?" Coffin Master strangely returned. "Ha, don't you swallow everything in the universe? Do you swallow everything?" Chen Chang'an asked curiously. Coffin Master. "These tables, chairs, and benches in front of me." Chen Chang'an looked around as if there was something that the Coffin Master liked. "You little bastard. This master is burying all the spirits of the living beings and melting the spirit body, not collecting rags," Coffin Master said angrily. He. That Coffin Master, you can first spit to me enough royal level aura. I want to raise my cultivation up, later to collect corpses for you. Return to you is, don't be so stingy, Chen Chang'an said. "I'll you up," Master Coffin said indignantly. "This master is not a loan shark. Where is there an advance on cultivation? Do you think I'm a system? I can just ding you and you'll go up a level?" Chen Chang'an hemmed and hawed. Suddenly, I heard unfamiliar keywords. "Ha, Coffin Master. What is this usury you speak of? And what is the system?" Chen Shan'an was filled with curiosity. This coffin spirit always said something he couldn't understand. It's the great powers over in the Milky Way. Ding! The system appears. Do the next mission and you can upgrade, or your character explodes and the opening s you up to the Great Emperor realm. The burial coffin emitted Master Coffin's voice. As for loan sharks, it's those annoying online loans. Just click on a software and an ad appears saying something about snap loans or whatever. Coffin Master kept sputtering. Many of the words, as well as words Chen Chang'an could not understand, but there were some words that caused Chen Shan'an's eyes to light up. Then I must go to the Milky Way in the future, get myself a set of systems as well, and with a single ding, make myself into the Great Emperor realm, Chen Chang'an said silently in his heart. Seeing Chen Shan'an's contemplative look, Master Coffin suddenly said, "Kid, you can go kill someone, or go rob." Chen Chang'an froze. But all the masters in my family have taught me to love the country and the people, and to uphold justice. And if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. Cut. A disdainful voice came from the coffin master. This is a world of the weak and the strong. If you don't kill, people will kill you. But I can't kill people for no reason. Chen Chang'an continued. Coffin master was speechless. Even though he was a burial coffin, it didn't affect the owner's ability to become possessed and go on a killing spree. It can only be guided step by step. Thinking of this, Master Coffin continued. Then if you have a burden on your heart, you can fish for law enforcement. You can go out and go around pulling hatred. And then when others are chasing you, you'll have a reason to kill them back. And it's also a timely stop loss. What you used to call an emergency hedge. For example, if you find that a person has a grudge against you, you can kill him, so that it is an emergency hedge. You can't let him grow up and threaten yourself later. Fishing for law enforcement, pulling hate all over the place, emergency shelter. Chen Chang'an was confused. This coffin master is constantly PUAing himself. Chen Chang'an then fell into deep thought. In the next room, the two men, the clothier scholar and Felicity, were playing chess. Next to him, Ji Xiangu made tea for the two. Upon sensing a powerful imperial-level aura emanating from the house next door, the cloth-clothed scholar's hand, which was playing chess, paused in mid-air. This kid, entering the Saint Emperor, is really demonic enough, the cloth-clad scholar lamented. Demonic indeed. Felicity bristled. He and the little girl, they're drilling the grove outside of town. Oh, the cloth-clad scholar and Ji Xiangu looked at her in unison, showed a look of interest. So soon, the two of them are getting it on? It's not good to drill the grove. It's not elegant. Ji Xuangu muttered. The cloth-clad scholar looked at him with cold eyes. Ji Xuangu instantly shut up in fear. That little girl wanted to give the Chang'an boy the Daolian, so she came up with the idea of competing for speed. Faith gave a rundown of what had happened to the two of them outside of the city. Soon the room fell into silence, especially when the cloth-clothed scholar heard that the two of them had almost killed a dozen or so early Saint Emperor realm old men in seconds. His heart had already set off huge waves. A few breaths later, the cloth-clad scholar dropped the chess piece in his hand. Pop! The pieces made contact with the board with a crisp clang. Master, are you going to accept him as a disciple? Seeing the look of shock in the cloth-clad scholar's eyes, Fei Xinc asked curiously. I'm not worthy. The cloth-clad scholar spoke faintly. This caused Ji Xuangu and Fei Xinc to be viciously shocked in their hearts. In the entire northern wasteland, among the 5 great states, the cloth-clothed scholar was the strongest sword monarch. Just asking him to take on a disciple, he went so far as to say that he was not worthy. Hiss! This represented how demonic Chen Chang'an was. It was Ji Xuangu and Fei Xinc's turn to be viciously shocked, because no one understands the position of the rags to riches scribe better than they do. The next day, when Chen Chang'an woke up, the door to his room was knocked once again. Chen Chang'an got up and went to open the door. It was discovered that outside the door stood Fei Xinc and Ji Xiangu. In addition to the two of them, there was also an old man in a gray robe. However, Chen Chang'an's gaze fell violently on the symbol on his chest. Sword bearer. This was a sword wielder whose aura was even more powerful than that Imo Hai Chao. Chang'an boy. He is the Grand Elder of the Sword Execution Court. Fei Xinc hurriedly spoke. She was filled with doubt and apprehension at the same time. Why would the Grand Elder of the Sword Execution Court personally come to find Chen Chang'an? Could it be that Chen Chang'an's murder in the city has been discovered? Greetings, Elder. Chen Chang'an slightly saluted. Well, Chen Chang'an, you really are a talented person. The old man sized up Chen Chang'an and smiled gently. I am Zhuge Dust, the Grand Elder of the Sword Execution Court, and this time I came to invite young friend to come to the Heaven's Pride gathering tomorrow night. A gathering of heavenly pride? Chen Chanan was puzzled. That's right. At that time, our sword execution court's courtmaster will also appear. Juga Dust smiled. The purpose of this gathering is for all of our northern desolate lands' celestial pride to communicate with each other and make progress together. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an instantly understood. But I'm afraid it's not that simple up here at the party. Chapter 95 Finding a friend to stick two knives in. Seeing that Chen Chang'an actually hesitated and seemed to not want to go, Fei Xinc and Ji Xiangu beside him were confused. Chang'an, this is a great opportunity to make friends with the heroes of the world. When you come out, you can't always be on your own. You have to learn to make friends and let them go and stick their knives in both sides for you, Faith advised earnestly. After thinking about it, she continued to speak, especially to make friends who look silly, righteous and strong, so that when the time comes and there is a crisis, you can let them die for you. These words caused Ji Xuangu and Juga Dust beside them to be completely confused. Is that how you teach your juniors? Chen Chanan also looked at her in shock. Sister Fei, if you say so, I'll be interested. Hearing this, Juga Dust continued. There are also the holy sons and daughters of the four holy sects on top of the gathering, which can be described as a gathering of celestial arrogance. So I hope that little friend Chang'an won't miss out on this opportunity. With that, Juga Dust hurriedly handed an invitation to Chen Chang'an before quickly leaving, lest Fei Xinc say anything else that would jeopardize his morality. Looking at the invitation in his hand, Chen Chanan was silent. But since we have decided to go, then, it's time to get to know the four great sacred sect, as well as those heavenly prides of the four great families. I'm afraid no one knows these things better than Ning Tingyu. Soon, Ning Tingyu also came. She was also invited. Room 5 in all. It was still the cloth-clad scholar drinking and bothering to play chess, with Ji Xiangu pouring wine next to him. What is the strength of the rest of the celestial pride? Chen Chanan looked at Ning Tingyu and asked. Ning Tingyu had also investigated her opponent in the past few days, and as the holy daughter of the 100-flower immortal sect, she naturally had channels to learn about it, and although it wasn't much, she had received a lot of useful information. I don't know about the other celestial pride, but the four great sacred clans, as well as the four great sacred races, their saints' sons as well as young lords, I know a little bit about them. Ning Tingyu said. The strongest in here, I'm afraid, is the holy son of the Tai Tsong sword sect, called Dugujin. After all, he is a sword cultivator. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an looked up. What realm is he in? I don't know. Ning Tingyu said. All of these people, I haven't seen for years. I'm afraid that they are all at least in the middle stage of the Saint Emperor realm. Speaking of which, Ning Tingyu was a bit embarrassed. As a holy maiden, she had only made a trip to the Eastern Prefecture in order to advance to the Holy Emperor realm. Ahem. She coughed lightly and continued. The saint's son from the Qingxian saint sect is named Liang Yunzi. 3 people have come from the Sun, Moon, and Star Islands, called Sunless, Moonless, and Starless. The 5 people above are the people from the remaining 3 great holy clans besides me. Ning Tingyu said and continued. As for the 4 great sacred clans, the one from the Jun clan is Jun Wugun. Jun Wugun? Chen Chang'an froze. Jun Wujian and Jun Wu Dao'er. These 2, after all, were killed by themselves. These 2 are also his clan brothers or clan brothers, right? Ning Tingyu said. Among the younger generation of the Jun family, Jun Wugun is the most powerful. He is a gun cultivator. As for the Yi clan, the one who came is Yi Chen. His strength is unknown, but it's possible that he's a physical cultivator. Gu family, Gu Yiming. Speaking here, Ning Tingyu said in a complicated manner. The Gu Hongxing that was killed by us was merely the son of the Gu family's grand elder. But this Gu Yiming is the illegitimate son of the head of the Gu family? I suspect that this Gu Yiming is very strong, but he can't become the young lord. One because of Gu Hongxing's existence and the Gu family's great elder's great power. Upon hearing this, Chen Chanan's face revealed a teasing expression. In that case, if we kill this Gu Hongxing, then the Gu family head will be happy instead? That's right. Ning Tingyu laughed. As for the Lin family at the end, the one who came was Lin Bufan, and the Lin Qingru you killed was his cousin. When Ning Tingyu finished speaking, the room became silent. Ji Xuangu's eyes snapped wide open. He heard a lot of information and muttered. Chang'an, you. It seems like you've offended a large portion of the 8 major powers. Yeah. Chen Chang'an was also speechless. Jun family, Gu family, Lin family, Tai Tsong sword sect, even the outer sect elder of the Qingxian sacred sect, Zhao Tianli, was killed by him. It seems like there won't be fewer people targeting me this time. Chen Chang'an said breathlessly. Ning Tingyu gave him a blank look. If he hadn't been blind and mindful, he might have targeted him himself. Why would I want to team up with you when you have so many enemies? Ning Tingyu said breathlessly. No harm done. Just do it, Chen Chang'an calmly said. At this time, Fei Xinxin thought of something and suddenly interjected. That's right, Tingyu. You can also pull some more friends into your team. Upon hearing this, Ning Tingyu's eyes lit up. Then I'll go and try it right away. With that, Ning Tingyu was getting up and flying out of the window. The room was momentarily speechless. Hey, Chang'an boy. Look at how hard this holy woman is working. Faith laughed. Then I'll go back and cultivate hard as well. After saying that, Chen Chang'an also left the house where Fei Xinc and the others were. Time flies, and like some men, it's gone in a flash. That night, Ning Tingyu came to find Chen Chang'an. The moment he saw her, Chen Chang'an was also slightly mesmerized. This Ning Tingyu was wearing a long silver dress, with a graceful figure and snowy skin, just like a fairy coming out of a painting, though still wearing a white veil that covered half of his face. But this is even more seductive. That under the hazy veil is the bridge of the nose as well as the cherry mouth that vaguely emerges. The pair of peach blossom eyes that were exposed were so bright that they seemed to be able to seduce the heart and look good. Seeing Chen Chang'an in this state, Ning Tingyu was inexplicably a bit delighted. How is it? Does it look good? Chen Chang'an nodded slightly. That, as good looking as your Princess Mingyue? Ning Tingyu asked with a little bit of anticipation. Chen Chang'an froze. Within this period of time, Ning Tingyu had been with Ji Xiangu and Fei Xinc and the others from time to time, and naturally, she was made aware that there was still a young princess in the Great Zhou Kingdom who had fallen in love with Chen Chang'an. Seeing Chen Chang'an froze, Ning Tingyu blinked and stopped talking. Alright, today is the Heaven's Pride gathering. Ning Tingyu turned around and left. Seeing this, Chen Chang'an touched his nose and hurriedly followed. Yo, Cane Man. Inside Chen Chang'an's mind, came the teasing voice of the Coffin Master. Coffin Master? What does Cane Man mean? Chen Chang'an asked curiously in his heart. It's the man who is like sugar cane. Sweet at first, but the more you eat, the more crumbs you get. It's hard to swallow it in, and it's hard to spit it out, so you have to be choking on your neck. Coffin Master said. Chang'an Chen, Coffin Master, you know what you're doing. Did you learn all these magical words in the galaxy? Chen Chang'an asked curiously. That's for sure, Coffin Master said triumphantly. And do you have a daughter-in-law, Coffin Master? Chen Chang'an asked with a smile. Kid, don't move and make personal attacks. What's wrong with my master not having a daughter-in-law? Do I need you to take care of me? Coffin Master scolded. Chapter 96, If you don't want to serve, come and fight one-on-one. When he exited the front of the tavern, he found two other people standing here. Seeing Ning Tingyu and Chen Chang'an walk out, the two of them hurriedly walked over to clasp their fists and salute. This is Xiao Denyo. His name is Kong Xiong Long. Both are my friends. Ning Tingyu pointed at the two of them and introduced them to Chen Chang'an. Chen Chang'an cupped his fists toward them. Chen Chang'an. Then both sides sized each other up. The impression Chen Chang'an gave them was one word. Handsome. Xiao Denyo was tall, lanky, and majestic. Kong Xianglong was tall and gave Chen Chang'an the impression that he was strong, but his face was cold and not very talkative. Both sides exchanged a few pleasantries before heading together towards a mansion where the sword execution court was located. Chen Chang'an also didn't ask where these two youths were from, but listening to the surnames of the two of them, it was obvious that they weren't from those 8 powers. It didn't take long for Chen Chang'an, a total of 4 people, to go to the mansion where the sword execution court was holding the gathering. People come and go here, all youths. Everyone's breath was strong and arrogant. When Chen Chang'an's few people submitted their invitations and entered inside, they found a much larger hall inside. A couple thousand people have gathered here. They were gathered in 2s and 3s, all exchanging something. Some were loudly discussing their cultivation tips, and some even got excited and headed to the middle of the hall to make 2 moves against each other, causing countless people to applaud. TSK, it's still really boring, Chen Chang'an said at this time. It's indeed quite boring. It's better for me to go back to cultivate. Xiao Denyo and Kong Xianglong looked at the two of them and laughed. This world is not about fighting alone. If you have a strong background, benefits and value, others will come and ally with you. If not, people are already polite if they don't step on you. Chen Chang'an looked towards him and nodded. He felt that this guy had a point in speaking. At that moment, he looked around, and soon his eyes were wide open. Here in the Great Hall, there are many tables. The tables were all covered with various kinds of spiritual fruits and delicious dishes filled with aura. Yikes! Those are spirit beast meat. At least of the king level. This organizer, he's too generous. Xiaodanio noticed Chun Chanan's gaze and also instantly brightened his eyes and swallowed his saliva. They were all cultivators though and could do without food for many days. But those spirit beasts' meat was even more attractive to the cultivators, like a beautiful woman. Then let's hurry up and take our seats. Xiaodanio's throat rolled as he said. With delicious food, he felt that this trip was worth it. There's no names noted on any of these tables. So are they just sitting around? Kong Shanglong was puzzled. You can't just sit down. At this time, Ning Tingyu spoke up. Have you guys noticed? There are 8 tables there at the very core that no one is sitting at. And the spirit beast meat on them seems to be of a higher grade than all the others. Upon hearing this, the 3 of Chen Chang'an's gazes looked over. Sure enough, the spirit beast meat on those 8 tables at the very core of the location emitted a much more intense aura. Countless people were swallowing their saliva as they looked at those spirit beast meats. But just no one dared to go and sit down. It seems that those 8 seats are meant for the 4 great holy sects, as well as the people from the 4 great families. Xiaodanio regretted, hating the fact that his home was a holy place. However, his gaze was still on those spirit beasts' meat, not willing to move away. Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed, the corners of his mouth revealing a touch of playfulness as he said, who said it's for the 4 holy sects and holy clans? Is there a name written? It's not written. Why? Xiaodanio asked suspiciously. In an instant, his eyes snapped wide. He sucked in his breath, and whispered, "This, not good." But when he saw Chen Chanan's firm look, he hastened to rejoice. If you dare to take the lead and return in one piece tonight, I, Old Ox and Old Kong, will recognize you as my elder brother. Kong Shanglong also nodded his head slightly, his eyes in curiosity of what Chen Chanan was planning to do next. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Ning Tingyu's mouth. Is there anything Chen Chanan wouldn't dare to do? The masters of the Chun Chang'an family gave him guts and courage. The second master has said, fight with heaven and earth. Nowadays, if you don't dare to fight for a meal, you can't even practice the Tao. Chen Chang'an thought, and walked straight towards the table at the center of that core. Xiaodanio and Kong Shanglong glanced at each other before looking at Ning Tingyu again. Ning Tingyu smiled and followed behind Chen Chang'an. For a mouthful of meat. Fight! Xiaodanio and Kong Shanglong looked at each other and nodded heavily. Sure enough, when Chen Chang'an's 4 people sat on the core seats, everyone around them froze. The scene became instantly quiet. They cast their eyes over it. Who are these 4 guys? Isn't that Xiaodanio and Kong Shanglong? I heard they're from the northern state. That's Chen Chang'an. TSK, what are those 2 doing with that kid? Yo, what a death wish. That Chen Chang'an has offended the Lin family. More than that, I've heard that he's offended quite a few people. And there's the shadow of the Taitsang sword sect as well as the Gu family behind this. Hiss. Countless people looked at the 4 Chen Chang'ans and lowered their heads to discuss. Listening to their discussion, Xiaodanio and Kong Shanglong looked violently at Chen Chang'an and then at Ning Tingyu. Sister Ning, you said that you've made a very powerful friend. But how did he net offend those big powers? Xiaodanio said bitterly, instantly feeling that the meat in his hand did not smell good. The gazes around them looking at themselves were as if they were looking at dead people. Ning Tingyu blinked her 2 eyes. Right, all of them dared to offend those big powers. Isn't that bullish? Cow, it's a death wish. Xiaodanio and Kong Shanglong looked at each other with a feeling that they had gotten into a pirate ship. Calm down, drink big and eat big. Chen Chang'an spoke indifferently. Then ignoring the stares of those around him, he began to dry his meal like crazy. This spirit beast meat was really not simple. It melted in the mouth and the spiritual chi was very rich. Seeing this, Xiaodanio and Kong Shanglong gritted their teeth. The ship of thieves is already on board. Even if you jump off now, you are still a thief. So the 2 men began to wind down as well, taking big gulps of dry food and wine. As they drank, the 3 of them clunked their glasses together and had a good meal. Next to her, Ning Tingyu looked at the 3 of them breathlessly and didn't move her chopsticks. It's really a bit humiliating. When the people around them saw this, they were all dumbfounded. These 3 guys, they actually ignored them. The party hasn't even started and they're eating? Just then, in walked 3 youths carrying swords. 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were tall and thin, but their bodies were characterized by a sharp aura, like sheathed swords. That woman, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, had an icy gaze, like a sword emitting cold air. After the 3 of them came in, they also walked to the core seats. Sitting at the table next to the 3 Chun Chang'ans, The three of them swept their eyes at the three Chun Chang'an who were frantically drying their food, frowning slightly and showing a look of contempt and dislike, and the surrounding crowd even held their breath, their eyes wide. Tai Tsong Sword Sect. Solo Gotham. A Sword Emperor. Now, they all showed a look of watching the show. At that moment, another person came in from outside. By this moment, often the later the person comes in, the power they represent or their own strength are very strong people now. In came a total of 2 people, a green shirt and an elegant face, but when he came in front of the core seats, the first thing he did was to clasp his fists and salute the lonely Gothic trio, his face incomparably excited. When he was about to salute Chen Chang'an and the others in the other seat, he suddenly realized that Chen Chang'an, a few people, he did not recognize. Asterisk 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 who are these guys? The young man pointed at the 3 Chen Chang'an who were gulping down dry food and angrily rebuked. Where did such ignorant people come from that they dare to sit here, and dare to eat these spirit beast meats? Is it? Chen Chang'an stopped his hand movements. Eyes on him. I'm sitting here. So what? You ate your family's rice? You don't like it? Let's go one-on-one. The crowd in the arena instantly froze. Chapter 97, A Confucian Practitioner. One word can be the law of the world. You want to fight? Sure enough, it is a heavenly pride that dares to sit on the core seat. Good He's Lin Bufan of the Lin family. Ning Ting Yu whispered. Yo, so it's the young master of the Lin family. The corner of Chen Chang'an's mouth grinned up, completely disregarding the other party. Lin Bufan's face was ugly. At that moment, the person next to him hurriedly whispered something into his ear. Instantly, his face turned iron blue as he turned to Chen Chang'an and said grimly, You're the one who killed my cousin Lin Qingru? Che, talk with evidence. Don't just open your mouth and spew. Chen Chang'an skimmed his lips. Xiao Dainio and Kong Shanglong, who were feasting, were instantly speechless. Big brother, don't you you talk like this? Old man head has a picture. How can I eat? Xiao Dainio was speechless. Kong Shanglong also put down the leg of lamb in his hand and hurriedly drank tea. Lin Bufan stared at Chen Chang'an dead in the face. Humph. In the end, it's a bumpkin. The moment he opens his mouth, he's so vulgar. At that moment, Chen Chang'an stood up. He walked over to Lin Bufan's body and wiped the grease stains from his hands on the clothes in front of him. Lin Bufan became furious and was about to make a move when he was pulled by the youth next to him and took 2 steps back. Young master, this sun is very sinister. We can't make a move here. Lin Bufan's face was incomparably gloomy. Holding back a breath in his heart, he cursed at Chen Chang'an. Are you evil or not? The oil stains in Chen Chang'an's hand even took the clothes he was wearing to wipe them. Simply, so arrogant. The surrounding crowd was even more curious. What kind of capital did Chen Chang'an have that could make him so arrogant? Cut the crap. What do you want to do? A one-on-one fight? Come on then. If you think fighting isn't exciting enough, then let's have a life and death battle. The kind where it's either you or me. Chen Chang'an stared at Lin Bufan and faintly said. The crowd instantly clamored. They didn't understand where Chen Chang'an got his courage from. Instantly, everyone turned their gazes toward Lin Bufan, revealing a strange look. It's up to him to dare. Lin Bufan's face became incredibly ugly. The more arrogant Chen Chang'an was, the more he dared not, especially since Chen Chang'an is still under suspicion. His senior uncle. Then when Lin Han might have killed him. He felt horrible just thinking about it. Earlier, he chided the other party and pretended to be a bully, but he did not expect that he would be hit in the face instead. This is a bit hard to bear. Looking at his changing face, Chen Chang'an was about to take a few steps forward. Lin Bufan immediately pointed his hands at Chen Chang'an and made a stomping motion. Retreat! 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 Chen Chang'an stopped walking. You, Chen Chang'an, what kind of place do you think this is? Can you be allowed to fight casually? This is the sword executioner's mansion. Lin Bufan made an excuse, but it was obvious that the bottom was lacking. You wouldn't dare? Chen Chang'an walked forward 2 more steps and used his finger, heavily focusing on his chest. If you don't dare then shut up. Don't beep. Beep. Lin Bufan's face became even more ugly, turning from green to white, then from white to green, and finally almost spitting out blood. He was even more angry that his heart and liver hurt, his spleen and lungs hurt, his large intestine and small intestine hurt, and his penis hurt. At this moment, the companion next to him spoke up. Young lord, the sword executioner's examination is just around the corner. Let's defeat this arrogant fellow at the examination. Yes, you're right. Lin Bufan spoke loudly. Kid, count your luck. I'll let you live for a few more days first. Today my little spirit pet is giving birth to pups, so I'll take my leave first." After saying that, he turned away in a hurry. Everyone froze instantly, jaws dropping. Shoo! A moment later there was an outburst of sighs and jeers. I didn't expect the Lin family's pride to be scared away. Chen Chang'an looked at the two who had left rampantly and turned around to sit back down again. "I'll go. Big brother. You're awesome." Xiao Danio gave a thumbs up and admired. Beware of him using underhanded tricks behind his back. Kong Shanglong's face was grave as he warned. Chen Chang'an laughed. "If we are intimidated by him, then whoever we see in the future will dare to come and bully us a bit. Conversely, as long as we get stronger and make a desperate stand, then others will be jealous. After all, the rich people cherish life. As the saying goes, if you throw one punch, you can avoid 100. Upon hearing this, Xiao Danio, Kong Shanglong and the two of them were as enlightened as they could be, arching their hands in succession. "Big brother, little brother admires." Ning Tingyu was also looking at Chen Chang'an, her eyes brimming with a strange color. As this matter spread throughout the banquet, it caused the forces that came in behind them to no longer dare to look for trouble from the four Chen Chang'ans. Behind him, Liang Yunzi of the Qingxian sacred sect also came in, carrying a sword on his back, giving off a powerful sense of oppression. With two female disciples in tow, he also sat straight at a table on the core seats. Phew, it's pretty lively. As Liang Yunzi came in, three more men came in wearing flowery and extremely beautiful clothes. These three men were dressed up in powdered hair and oil, incomparably dainty, and what they did was with flirtatiousness. "Holy, these three guys, are they male or female?" Xiao Dinyo whispered. "Those three are the three sacred sons of Sun, Moon, and Star Islands. The sun has no words, the moon has no light, the stars have no darkness, and their strength should not be underestimated." Ning Tingyu whispered. Xiao Dinyo shut up in a hurry. "Damn, so it's the Holy Sun. It's okay then." Soon, three more heroic youths came in, all three carrying a long spear, and the man in the center was so furious that the whole person exuded a stern sharpness that one didn't dare to look directly at him. "Jun family Jun Wu Gun," Ning Tingyu said gruffly. "His cultivation, it seems like it's even stronger." Chen Chang'an also looked over curiously. As it happened, that Jun Wu Gun also looked at Chen Chang'an, only to glance at him lightly and then directly ignore him. At that moment, a fragrant breeze hit the room and the house seemed to fill with the scent of flowers. Everyone's eyes lit up. "Oh my god, it's the girl from the 100 Flower Immortal sect who's here. Holy, that's ing beautiful. I'll be damned. Can you be civilized, excellent, and not cocky?" The great hall clamored. Everyone looked at the 6 women who walked in. These 6 women were dressed in white dresses and wore white bucket hats that covered their faces. After these 6 people came in, they also sat straight in the core seats. No one had a problem with them sitting in. After all, it was the holy sect. Chen Chang'an looked at Ning Tingyu. Ning Tingyu winked at him. Chen Chang'an understood that this woman had actually found someone to pretend to be herself. It's good to have friends. The old man's eyes are bright with tears when he meets the old man, and he sings a song of nostalgia to the wine. At that moment, 2 more people came in from outside. These 2 people came in humming verses, and their words seemed to have some sort of magic power, causing the great hall to fall silent as countless people looked at them. Even the 4 Chen Chang'ans were like that. These 2 men seemed to be scholars, one holding a folding fan and one held a huge brush. The one with the brush is Gu Yiming of the Gu family, known as the life-snatching painter. Rumor has it that the paintings he draws can kill. Ning Tingyu continued to introduce herself to the 3 of them in a low voice to Chen Chang'an. That one with the books is Yi Chen of the Yi clan, known as the life-snatching scholar. The 2 of them are close friends. Both of them are powerful Confucian cultivators. Confucianism. Hearing these 2 words, Chen Chang'an froze, revealing a curious look. What is a Confucian cultivator? He knew about martial arts cultivation, sword cultivation, knife cultivation, gun cultivation, and physical cultivation. He hadn't heard of the Confucian cultivation yet. One word can be the law of the land. One word can subdue a million demons. Ning Tingyu gruffly said, "This kind of cultivator in my master's opinion, that is also cultivating something similar to spiritual power, possibly something akin to a type of divine magician from the distant past. They can communicate with the great Tao of heaven and earth, or heaven and earth's chi, or they can directly communicate with heaven and earth's original spiritual power to carry out a large-scale attack. If you are a Confucian emperor, you only need to say one thing. When you meet a mountain, you will avoid it, and when you meet a sea, you will retreat." Hiss! Xiao Danio and Kong Shanglong sucked in a breath of cool air. Then isn't it true that if he says a word, He can explode with a power like a natural disaster? Xiao Daniu was shocked. Of course, Ning Tingyu affirmed. And Chen Chang'an was even more shocked. He thought of the second master of the family, with his goose feather fan, complaining that it was too hot when the sky picked up the wind. When I complained that it didn't rain for so long, it rained immediately. He was so young then that he thought it was the second master's mouth that worked. Could it be? Chen Chang'an's heart was inexplicably on fire. Chapter 98. This is the test. The purpose of the sword bearer. There are only 8 tables of course seating, with 8 places at each table. Since Lin Bufan had retreated and the two of them, Yi Chan and Gu Yiming, were sitting at a table, so much so that a table is vacant at the moment. The rest of the group looked at the empty table and thought, there are basically 2 or 3 people at a table in the 8 course seats. 4 people sat at a table here in Chunchang'an, and 6 people sat at a table there in the 100 Flowers Immortal Sect. As for Du Guzhen, Jun Wu Gun, Liang Yunzi and other celestial pride, they all brought 2 of their fellow disciples with them, 3 to a table. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the vacant table. However, the gazes of Chen Chang'an and Xiao Daniu, Kong Shanglong and the 3 of them fell on those delicious dishes. All the king beast meat on their table was basically eaten. TSK, there's even an empty table. Does anyone dare to go sit with the old man? A burly man snorted and opened his mouth, walking himself towards the empty table. Some people who saw this and thought they had good strength followed one after another. So the only core table was filled with people, 8 of them. This left the rest of the group at regular tables, and the ones that don't have a spot are standing room only. They didn't dare to go and sit next to those 7 powers, nor did they dare to go and sit next to the 4 Chenchang'ans, and so it was that each took its place in the great hall. When everyone had arrived, a group of people in green official uniforms walked in slowly. When Chen Chang'an's gaze made contact with the person at the head, he instantly froze. That one. Isn't that the green-robed sword wielder with the big tits? The green-robed sword wielder? And when the woman went up to the top and spoke, Chen Chang'an realized with a jolt that the other party was actually the court master of the sword execution court here. That night. Why did she leave me alone? Chen Chang'an stared at this person with a slight frown. Ning Tingyu, who had been paying attention to him, hummed, does it look good? Is it because she has bigger boobs and looks at others? Upon hearing this, Xiao Daniu and Kong Shanglong beside him hemmed and hawed. Chen Chang'an was silent. Seeing this, Ning Tingyu knew that Chen Chang'an wasn't looking at someone's boobs, but rather had a question on his mind. So she spoke up. Her name is Jiang Qingqing. I heard that she was sent over from the side of the Yanhuang domain. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an merely nodded his head. Congratulations to all the celestials sitting on the core seats who have successfully passed the first level of the sword executioner's examination. At that moment, that will Jiang Qingqing spoke up. As the words fell, the field instantly stirred. What? The first level of the test? This seat is actually the first level of the sword executioner's test? My God, how can this be? Is taking up a position considered a test? It's not fair. Yeah, that's not fair. Yeah, we're not convinced. Countless people clamored, and those who thought that they would be eliminated by merely taking a seat were all agitated. Chen Chang'an's few people instantly woke up. I'll go, big brother, or your bull. If we wouldn't dare to sit in this seat, we'd be eliminated too. Xiao Daniu exclaimed, and Kong Shanglong looked at Chen Chang'an with admiration. Chen Chang'an was also confused. Old man hell knows this is a test. Only these 8 tables have good food are afraid to eat. That is not a wimp then? Quiet. At that moment, on the high platform about half a foot high, Jiang Qingqing spoke in a cold voice. The 9 official robed old men behind her were also emanating their aura, suppressing the entire scene. All of a sudden, the room went quiet and everyone looked at her. There are no names on that core seat, and there are tantalizing delicacies on top of the table. Jiang Qingqing opened her mouth lightly, sweeping the entire field, her aura fully open and imposing. The price of that table of king beast meat is over 100,000 spirit stones, such a valuable resource, and you all dare not go for it. Then what use does my sword execution court have for you? Since you are afraid of other powerful heavenly prides, you should continue to cower and not have to come as any sword bearers. Since you're going to be a sword wielder, you need to have a heart that's motivated and fearless. What is the purpose of my sword bearer? Jiang Qingqing swept through the faces of the people in the arena one by one. Her voice was deafening, and she roared, word by word, that is, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the human race, to enforce the laws of my human race, to protect my human race for all times, and to open up peace. Boom! As these words fell, The blood in the hearts of each and every one of the heavenly pride in the arena seemed to boil. Then some of them wailed and clunked on the table. On the other hand, the two of them, Yi Chan and Gu Yiming, even chanted, "Heaven and earth establish the heart, establish the life for the human race, enforce the law of my human race, protect my human race for all times, and open the peace." At that moment, an invisible and colorless power of chi seemed to descend above the heads of the crowd. A moment later, when the others came back to their senses, one revealed bewilderment and shock. "TSK, this girl child is also a Confucian cultivator." And the words spoken by this Confucian cultivator seemed to be able to brainwash the brain. At this time, in Chen Chanan's mind, Master Coffin's voice came out. "Look at these melons, each one of them wailing, as if they have eaten the spring. Drug-like." Chen Chang'an was speechless and said in his heart, "Master Coffin, what is brainwashing again? Why are you netting out words I can't understand?" "Forget it, you don't understand," Master Coffin teased. "This human sword execution palace wants to protect the human race for all times. This purpose is good. Unfortunately, day by day, corruption, greed, and lack of knowledge are the bad roots of all living things." Although Chen Chang'an did not understand what the Coffin Master said, he would ponder over it. At that point, the scene went quiet. Jiang Qingqing on the stage continued. "The following banquet will begin. As long as the 8 heavenly pride on the 8 core seats remain after the banquet ends, they can enter the next round of examination." Boom! The moment these words fell, it caused everyone in the arena to have their minds roar once again. Everyone is not a cutie pie. This Jiang Qingqing means, as long as one's ass sits on that core seat after the banquet, one can pass the first level of examination. Everyone's mind came alive at the thought. Seemingly seeing the thoughts of the crowd, Jiang Qingqing laughed and said, "You can challenge the people in that core seat, or pull them down, as long as no one gets killed." Wow! Now, the people in the arena were once again in an uproar. After all, there's an 8 spot at each of the 8 core tables, or 64 spots in all. There are at least 30 other seats unoccupied at the moment. But who dares to sit next to those holy sects or holy clans? Doesn't that make it a bad relationship? Sure enough, one person, relying on the fact that he had some friendship with the other party, came next to Liang Yunzi of the Qingxin sacred sect and respectfully said, "Mr. Liang, I wonder if it would be alright for me to sit here." Liang Yunzi glanced at him lightly. "Get lost? What are you? You deserve to be at the same table with me?" The man looked embarrassed and held his tongue. He couldn't fight, and the other party didn't give him any face, so he had no choice but to retreat in disgrace. The field instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes kept scanning over the 8 core tables, their pupils constantly flickering and weighing. It seems like they want to see which position is good to talk to or hold, then go up and replace it, or take a spot and make yourself the center of attention on the field. At that moment, a voice once again broke the eerie silence in the arena. "Selling positions, 100,000 spirit stones a position. Fast hands, slow hands ah." As the words fell, everyone looked over with wide eyes. The person who spoke was none other than Chen Chang'an. Chapter 99, Anyone can sit, but not you. "Nima, I can't believe you're selling your position? And 100,000 spirit stones each? Do you think you own this place?" Even Jiang Qingqing looked at Chen Chanan with a face full of surprise. Then he revealed a meaningful smile. "This little guy, he's a bit interesting." At that moment, before anyone in the arena could launch a challenge or get angry, an obese youth walked up to Chen Chanan's body. "This gentleman, if I buy a spot from you, can you guarantee that I won't be challenged, or forced down, by anyone else?" Chen Chang'an thought about it and said, "Yes, alright, just for the way you treated Lin Bufan earlier, I believe you." He then handed Chen Chang'an a space ring with exactly 100,000 spirit stones inside. After Chen Chang'an took it, the obese youth sat on the empty seat next to the table. Now, those who would have challenged and wanted force or favors to get a spot finally had their minds made up. Which one of those who dares to sit in the center seat is the one to be messed with? Money matters, lives are more important. As a result, 3 more people made purchases towards the empty spot where Chen Chang'an was. Now, Chen Chang'an had picked up 400,000 spirit stones for nothing, and on the other side of the room, at the table that was previously filled with 8 seats, someone was going to challenge them. It would be a shame for the person being challenged to take it if they didn't dare to do so, and if someone dares to challenge him, isn't that a poor look at himself? So the 2 sides went next door to the bout ring to start the fight. Now, the entire hall was incomparably lively. Ningtingyu came to her mind and glared at the 6 senior sisters of the 100-flower immortal sect. A woman from the 100-flower immortal sect understood and stood up as well, shouting, "I, the 100-flower immortal sect, will auction off 2 positions to the highest bidder." Wow! This made the scene even more clamorous. Countless people look forward to it. After all, to be able to occupy a seat and sit at a table with a woman from the same 100-flower immortal sect, no matter which one it was incomparably valuable. "I'll take these 2 positions." At that moment, someone in the field bellowed. It was none other than Lin Bufan, who had gone and returned. He had his arm around a woman and hurried in. He was practically up to his nose in anger. "I did not expect to go out." And then later heard that the core seats sitting inside the main hall. But it was the first level of the sword enforcer examination. Mother asterisk 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 error. You can still play like this? He had to hurry back with his arm around his lady friend. The positions he wanted to get were exactly the 2 positions at the 100-flower immortal sex table. "Here's $200,000. These 2 positions, they're mine. Whoever dares to grab them from me is an enemy of the Lin family." Lin Bufan coldly looked at the crowd with a sneer on his face. "The Lin family is one of the 4 great sacred clans. Who would dare to rob them? I'll give you $400,000. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, breaking the brief silence in the arena. Lin Bufan was furious. How dare someone rob from him? As he was looking coldly, he realized that the person who spoke was none other than Chen Chang'an. His face clouded over. "Chen Chang'an, you're already sitting in a position. Don't mind your own business." But before Lin Bufan could finish his words, Chen Chang'an had already disappeared in place and directly threw a punch at Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan's face changed drastically, and when he was caught off guard, he could only defend. Boom! The spiritual energy shield he had held up in front of him was instantly smashed by Chen Chang'an's punch. The fist landed on his face again. Boo! A roar exploded, and Lin Bufan directly flew out backwards in a 360-degree rotation, ruthlessly smashing into the wall, smashing dents and countless cracks in the walls. It slid slowly to the ground again. The crowd froze. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chun, Chang, Lin Bufan climbed up. His face was crooked, and at the moment it became incomparably hideous. Chen Chang'an glanced at him and said indifferently, "Anyone here can compete for these 2 empty positions in the 100-flower immortal sect, just not you." "You!" Lin Bufan was incomparably furious and roared. "What gives you the right? Not based on anything, just based on the fact that I don't like you," Chen Chang'an said disdainfully. Crowd. Earlier it was Lin Bufan who said that Chen Chang'an was not qualified to sit on the core position. Now Chen Chang'an was good. He was even more overbearing. Anyone could sit, just not Lin Bufan. At this moment, the woman who came in with Lin Bufan said in a cold voice, "Chen Chang'an, who do you think you are? You think this table is yours? Can you also be the master? You're a bit too overbearing." Just as her words fell, Ningtingyu whooshed in front of her and directly slapped out her palm. Snap! As a loud slap rang out, the woman also directly slapped out. Ningtingyu faintly said, "I can represent the opinions of the sisters of the 100-flower immortal sect." "What? You're not convinced? Then come to a life and death battle." Crowd. All of a sudden, everyone looked at those 6 female disciples of the 100-flower immortal sect. When he realized that they were all respectfully looking at Ningtingyu, he immediately sucked in cool air. Holy, so she's from the 100 Flowers immortal sect. It can't be. She's that #1 beauty that shook the central state. Ningtingyu. She's Ningtingyu? Why is she with Chen Chang'an from Eastern State? I'll go. That's quite a lot of information. They may have joined forces. Into a joint squad. Someone exclaimed in quick succession. As for the 3 people at the Gu family table, Gu Yiming looked at the 2 of them, Chen Chang'an and Ningtingyu, revealing a pensive expression. Young master. Our young master was the one who had a conflict with the 2 of them, and the family had suspects that it was the 2 of them who killed the young master. A clan member next to him said to Gu Yiming, "Ha! Life is funny. Funny." Instead, Gu Yiming held no grudges against Chen Chang'an and Ningtingyu, because he was an illegitimate child. Even if his father was the head of the family, he couldn't become the young master. Instead, he was shortcut by Gu Hongsheng. Now that he finally had the hope of becoming a young lord, he instead had to thank Chen Chang'an and Ningtingyu. At this moment, everyone in the arena looked at Chen Chang'an and Lin Bufan. Lin Bufan was beaten. This could still be tolerated. Then he was a ninja turtle, and even more unworthy of becoming the young master of the sacred clan. Earlier, everyone thought that it was Chen Chang'an who had stolen the attack, but at this moment, he prepared himself and violently stormed out towards Chen Chang'an. Boom! A powerful Saint Emperor's aura exploded. Extremely appalling. Saint Emperor Realm Level 3. Countless people were shocked and retreated backwards, lest they hurt themselves. Lin Bufan slammed his fist into Chun Chanan's face, trying to return the favor. However, what caused his eyes to widen violently was that Chun Chanan's right hand had steadily grabbed the fist that he had blasted at him. The golden spiritual energy above instantly collapsed, and the space violently trembled. Buzz! An invisible shockwave erupted in all directions. Countless people's hair flew. Ka-ching! Chen Chanan gripped Lin Bufan's fist and twisted it violently. Ah ha ha ha! Lin Bufan screamed miserably. His arm spun up like a spiral, and along with the clothes on it, it instantly turned into smithereens. At the same time, his entire body spun as he screamed in agony. Bang! Then Chen Chagan kicked him hard in the chest, directly sending him flying out again. Poof boom! Lin Bufan's entire body was on the ground like a dead dog. Ahem! He coughed up blood furiously and tried to struggle to get up. Chen Chanan moved forward and stomped on his back again. Bang! He violently blasted into the ground again, his face making hard contact with the ground and getting bloodied from the impact. Lin Bufan struggled to raise his head, his eyes staring resentfully at Chen Chanan as he roared. Kid, you either kill me or I'll be immortal with you from now on. In the arena, everyone was filled with stagnation as they looked at the calm-faced Chen Chanan. Thou shalt not kill. At this time, Jiang Qingqing spoke up, her tone unquestionable. This is the Heaven's Pride Hall. You must not break the rules. Hearing this, Lin Bufan, whose face was covered in blood, laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, you kill me? Do you dare? Come on, kill me, come. Everyone held their breath as they looked at Chen Chanan. Even Dugujin, Liang Yunzi, and Jun Wu Gun, all of these celestial pride, looked at him. Chapter 100, he told me to kill him, so pay me for the moral damages. Everyone wanted to see how Chen Chanan would end it. If you don't dare, then naturally you'll be a bit weaker. If he killed Lin Bufan in a fit of rage, he was clearly ignoring the rules of the sword execution court. The consequences of this, I'm afraid it's serious too. At that moment, Chen Chanan slightly sidestepped his ear and asked with a wry smile. Lin Bufan, what did you say? Come on, kill me. Lin Bufan laughed sardonically. He thought that Chen Chanan was afraid to make a move to kill someone here, and a look of contempt appeared on his face. But in the next instant, the foot on his back slammed hard. Boom chow! The hard basalt floor cracked in an instant. Lin Bufan's entire body sank downward quite a bit. His back was even dented by Chen Chanan's stomp. He, who died in peace. The faces of everyone around them changed drastically. Murdered! Chen Chanan actually dared to kill someone here. Hiss! At that moment, countless sounds of inhalation rang out in succession, and countless gazes were filled with disbelief. On the high platform, Jiang Qingqing looked at Chen Chanan, her gaze revealing a cold aura. Chen Chang'an bowed slightly to her. Greetings, Courtmaster. It's not me who broke the rules here. It's him. With that, he pointed at the corpse on the ground. Full of indignation, he asked me to kill him. I've never seen such a rude request, and he's going to hate me if I don't kill him, so I'm going to have to do it reluctantly. He's deliberately making me break the rules of the sword execution court. I hope that the Lord Courtmaster will punish him severely. Chen Chang'an arched his hand, his face incomparably serious. Also, I hope that Lord Courtier will make him compensate me for my moral damages. The field was silent. Everyone's mouths were too wide open to heal. They didn't expect Chen Chang'an to bite back. They were really convinced. You killed a man and you want the dead man to pay you for it? And the court of sword execution will punish the dead? And what the hell is this moral damages? Even the celestial pride of Dugujin and Jun Wugun were frowning slightly. They sensed Chen Chanan's difficulty. All of a sudden, everyone's gazes fell on Jiang Qingqing's body. Jiang Qingqing stared at Chen Chang'an in death, and the 9 old men behind her were ready to suppress Chen Chang'an. The field became tense with swords. Suddenly, Jiang Qingqing spoke up. Chen Chang'an, this matter, let it go. There is no need to say anything more about the unreasonable demands you make. What? The words fell and everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't realize that. Just let it go? Forget it? No. The woman who had come with Lin Bufan earlier was about to speak when she was violently slapped away by Jiang Qingqing. Boo! The woman flew out backwards and fainted directly after hitting the wall. This Jiang Qingqing obviously took it out on her. What else do you have to say? Jiang Qingqing looked towards Chen Chanan, who was still standing, and asked indifferently. Chen Chang'an smiled and arched his hand. Lord Courtmaster is wise. When he finished, he returned to his seat. When the other side has taken a step back, There is no need to take an inch for yourself. See what you can do. Ning Tingyu looked at Chen Chang'an and smiled, then stood up and shouted, I, the 100-flower immortal sect, have 2 more positions. The highest bidder wins. As the words fell, those who had a bit of family money bid. Everyone could see that Chen Chang'an and the Holy Maiden of the 100-flower immortal sect had joined forces, and as long as they could sit in a position, it would be a sure thing. As for the 4 men who had previously bought the 4 seats at Chen Chang'an's table, each of them had excitement on their faces. They could sort of see that Chen Chang'an really had the strength to kill in a single move at the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm. It's just sick. It didn't take long for the 2 positions on the 100-flower immortal sect side to be auctioned off at a sky-high price of $2 million. This made Chen Chang'an hate his guts. His grandmother sold it cheap. These Holy Land guys are so rich. Here, Ning Tingyu, who had returned to her seat, handed Chen Chang'an a space ring. There's half of your reward. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an was not polite and took it. Xiao Dainio and Kong Shanglong looked at the 2 of them with envy. I didn't expect to come into this banquet and not only have food, but also millions of spirit stones to take. It's just outrageous. Simply for nothing. Getting 1,040,000 spirit stones. Chen Chang'an was also in a good mood. It didn't take long for everyone who could get a seat in the field to do so, even if there was a spot on the Dokuzen Sun Moon Star Island side. They wouldn't dare to go over and grab it. The only table with the most challenges was the one that was pieced together. The crowd watched their bout with interest, and Lin Bufan's body was dragged away by the Lin family's children. At the end of the banquet, there were only 50 people who could sit in the core seats, and these 50 people will deal with the next sword-bearer test. What happened at the banquet was even rumored. All of a sudden, Chen Chang'an's great name moved throughout the entire central state city. This time, he was the one who had killed the Lin family's young master in a fair and square manner, completely becoming enemies with the Lin family. Countless people sigh. Countless people talk. Next, I'm afraid it's the stormy retaliation of the Lin family. Chen Chang'an's 4 people quickly returned to the restaurant they were staying at. Seeing Chen Chang'an return, Fei's thoughts were complicated. Add another Lin family member to death. Yeah, Chen Chang'an said helplessly. They and I are destined for each other. You kid. Faith was speechless. Right. We have money now. It's not a solution to live in a restaurant every day. It's inconvenient. Why don't we buy a house? Chen Chang'an suddenly said. At those words, Xiao Dainio and Kong Shanglong behind him exchanged glances. Big brother, come live in my house. What house to buy? Xiao Dainio raised his hand and said, his face full of attentiveness. Then his eyes went to the cloth-clad scholar and he swallowed. He couldn't even speak properly. XX. Elder, my father looks up to you very much. If you could come and stay at my home, he would be very happy. Chen Chang'an looked at him and asked with a smile. Aren't you afraid of being exterminated? I have offended the Lin family. Not afraid. You're the big brother I recognized. Xiao Dainio patted his chest and said with bravado. Actually, he's betting on it. Bet on Chen Chang'an's future. As long as Chen Chang'an grows up, that future must be awesome. And then look at the people around him. The 100 Flowers Immortal Sex Holy Maiden. And a Sword Monarch following. Good. Then go back and discuss with your father first. Chen Chang'an said. Buying a house here would cost millions of spirit stones, and these millions of spirit stones would be better off cultivating on their own. Spend it on your body and have the strength to own it. Xiao Dinyo left happily. Soon, the Xiao family had agreed, because no one was supposed to live in this house, and their family was in the northern state. They were naturally not afraid of retaliation from the Lin family, not to mention being able to climb into the Sword Monarch's favor. Thus, Chen Chang'an's few people, even along with the 10 or so people from the 100 Flowers Immortal sect, all moved into the mansion that Xiao Dainio's father had bought, in the Xiao family residence. Chen Chang'an, Ning Tingyu, Xiao Dainio, Kong Xianlong, as well as the fat man who had previously bought a seat from Chen Chang'an, Big Fatty Wu, were also here. 5 young men became a squad. They ate and drank and talked so much. Whoosh! Just then, a black-clothed man appeared on the surrounding rooftops. Chen Chang'an and the others instantly sobered up. Chapter 101, The Lin Family Attacks. Ha! The corner of Chen Chang'an's mouth revealed a sardonic smile. Finally, he had killed the Lin family's young master, and the Lin family would be damned if they didn't react. The reason why he came to live here in the Xiao family was to facilitate his killing spree. Chen Chang'an respectfully arched his hand towards the room. Senior, Saint Ruler Realm, I'll be troubling Senior. As the words fell, a wooden sword shot up into the sky. It was the same wooden sword that the cloth-clad scholar used to polish from time to time. Buzz. Sword Chi whistled, and hundreds of miles of the sky were stirred into shifting winds and clouds by the sound of the sword. Humph! A cold snort emanated from the firmament, as if it were muffled thunder, crashing over everyone's hearts. It was more like a soul bombardment, causing countless people's heads to roar and their hearts to suddenly tighten. Buzz! A full 5 black-robed elders stepped out into the air and directly met that wooden sword. Poor scholar! You're in too much control. Another old man appeared, and the aura on him was even stronger, like an endless ancient abyss. Saint Ruler Realm. Fully 6 Saint Ruler Realms. Ha! An extremely contemptuous cold laugh came out. You 6. If you don't make a move, I naturally won't. A middle-aged man in a gray cloth coat manifested out of thin air, and wooden swords flew around him, emitting a buzzing clank. We'd like to see what the legendary cloth-clad scholar is capable of. Daring to meddle. High in the air, an old man spoke faintly. As for the 6 of them, their figures suddenly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they had already surrounded the 6 directions of the cloth-clad scholar. Humph! Let's stall this poor scholar and see if he's made any progress in the years since he disappeared. Another old man's voice came out. The 6 people erupted in unison with a terrifying aura, carrying a heaven-destroying mighty, surging Saint Ruler's aura as they attacked towards the cloth-clothed scholar. Boom boom boom. The aura that erupted from the 6 Saint Rulers was extremely horrifying, and the wind rose up in the dome of the sky as if 10,000 thunderbolts were roaring. Clang! The cloth-clad scholar's wooden sword buzzed and let out a long, excited roar. It was clearly a wooden sword, but it made a sound of gold and iron. Ding, 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 ding. In an instant, the sword chi tore through the night sky, and the sound of swords continued to explode. Between the battle with the 6 old men, there was a dense sound of gold and iron clashing between the wooden sword and their weapons. Countless people below looked at the sky dome in horror, revealing a shocked expression. Fei Xinc, Ji Xiangu, and the 3 sacred emperor elders of the 100-Flower Immortal sect appeared in the courtyard and stood in front of Chen Chang'an and the others. Gentlemen of the 100-Flower Immortal sect, we only want to kill Chen Chang'an. On the roof, the densely packed black-clothed men spoke in hushed tones. Everyone in the 100-Flower Immortal sect looked towards Ningtingyu. Ningtingyu's complex expression quickly turned into determination. Chen Chang'an and I are teammates. If you guys want to kill him, I naturally have to help. With that, she looked towards the 3 elders of the 100-Flower Immortal sect. 3 elders? This is Tingyu's personal matter. It's better not to bring it onto the sect. The 3 young woman-like elders glanced at each other and spoke in unison. We won't stand by and watch something happen to you, holy maiden. What's more, our 100-Flower Immortal sect is not afraid of anything. Seeing that the 100-Flower Immortal sect was about to intervene in the matter, the Saint Emperors of the Lin clan shouted angrily, whoever stops will die. I'll see who dies first. Fei Xinc roared violently, and his figure flew up sharply. Rumble. In an instant, she battled 3 late Saint Emperor realm powerhouses. Terrifying aftershocks rumbled and erupted, spreading in all directions. Seeing this, the 3 elders of the 100-Flower Immortal sect also stopped the 3 Saint Emperor powerhouses of the Lin family. Humph. I think you women of the 100-Flower Immortal sect are simply obstinate. The Lin family's Saint Emperor powerhouse shouted angrily. Che, a family that is so arrogant. Let's see what kind of arrogant capital you have. The 300-Flower Immortal sect elders were not willing to show weakness. Instantly the flowers spread across the sky and swept towards each other. Boom! In a flash, the 6 people battled together. Kill Chen Chang'an. One of them, Rintong, was also in there. Chen Chang'an had killed his son, and even more so, he had killed his descendant. His anger surged and he lunged straight at Chen Chang'an. The aura of a Saint Emperor level 9 was like a mountain of mountains, directly pouring down towards Chen Chang'an. Incomparably horrifying. Thunder Pole Phantom. Chen Chang'an's figure erupted with thunder and lightning, and his speed was so fast that he directly moved away and disappeared in the same place. Rumble. In an instant, the original spot where Chen Chang'an was previously located was blasted out into a deep pit of more than 10 feet. Buzz. The flying swords rotated in front of Chen Chang'an. A full 8 of them. Whoosh. The flying swords whistled towards the people of the Lin family. Clang! The terrifying sword might spread out across the sky, carrying a terrifying sword chi that tore through the void. Thumbs up! The heads of a dozen or so Lin family members instantly flew up. Aha! Some of the men screamed and flopped and fell to the ground. Asterisk 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 it. Xiao Dania let out a violent roar, and the muscles of his entire body violently bulged high, forming a block of extremely strong muscle lumps, on which golden light flowed, exuding unspeakable might. Boom! At the same time, a huge silhouette of a bull-headed man erupted behind him. The moment this shadow appeared, it caused his power to reach a terrifying increase, refining the body. Seeing Xiao Daniu's outburst, Chen Chang'an's gaze contracted violently. Rumble. Xiao Danyu was like a rampaging giant brute bull, directly and rudely knocking countless people from the Lin family away. Incredibly violent. Who? Right at this moment, a dragon roar unexpectedly erupted from Kong Shanglong's body as well. A hideous dragon-shaped shadow coiled around his body, and at the same time, he took out a long black spear. Clank! The gun came out like a dragon, carrying a dragon's roar, and its might was extremely appalling. Gun repair. He turned out to be a gun cultivator. Everyone was shocked again. Each of his spears stabbed out, and between the heavy shadows of the spears, it was like a huge black dragon roaring, extremely terrifying. Fei Xinc, Ji Xingu and the two of them were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that the friend Ningtingyu had found was so strong. Everyone pester the rest. I'll come and crush this Chen Chang'an. At that moment, Lin Tong roared, his gaze dead set on Chen Chang'an as his figure continued to sweep out. But compared to body techniques, Chen Chang'an was equally not weak. Thunder Pole Phantom on. Hegemonic Emperor Bloodline Explosion. Martial Orifice Realm Pass Demon Soul. Raging Spirit, open. Evil Demon Blood God Skill Blood Bathing Demon Light open. Boom, 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 boom. All the feats on Chen Chang'an's body that could raise his battle power up, as well as the battle techniques, were all turned on. At that moment, a rumbling and bursting sound rang out from his body as if it was a volcano erupting. Click 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 click. The golden light flickered with a blood aura filling the air, and his aura soared directly from the first heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. Incredibly scary. Everyone was extremely appalled. Burial sword technique instant kill. Thumbs down. A Lin family elder in the middle stage of the Saint Emperor realm was directly killed by him in seconds. Bastard sword. Chop. Boom. The powerful sword might was like a mountain tipping over, and in an instant, the body of an early Saint Emperor Lin family elder burst into pieces. Oh hoo! Miserable roars resounded mournfully as Chen Chang'an turned around, and the Overlord giant sword swung up fiercely again. Burial sword technique seal throat. Swish! The heavy guardian sword swept directly across Lin Tong's neck. Lin Tong coldly grunted as the long knife in his hand slashed, emitting a terrifying blade aura. Boom! Both sides collided viciously and fell back sharply. However, Chen Chang'an's 8 flying swords whistled with extreme speed. Exterminating wolf slash. Lin Tong roared. The surging spiritual energy was madly injected into the long sword in his hand, and then a powerful sword astral deity was formed in front of his body. Ding 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 ding. Dense flying swords shot down like a storm on his blade astral. Straight away, the pressure caused his entire body to fall back repeatedly, and the earth was plowed through a deep gully by his feet. How? How? Lin Tong was extremely appalled in his heart. Chen Chang'an's flying sword was as terrifying as it was. Chapter 102 Repelling the Lin family. Shocking the crowd. Whoosh! The 8 flying swords continued to fly through the air, harvesting the lives of the rest of the Lin family. Lin Tong had been forced back by 8 flying swords earlier, and both of his feet had disappeared into the ground, which was simply unbelievable. He's a sacred emperor at the 9th level. Chen Chang'an had surprisingly suppressed him. That's Saint Emperor Realm Level 1. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss is awesome. You forced the Saint Emperor 9th level back. Xiao Danyu clanked his strong chest and wailed. He was also at the 1st level of the Saint Emperor realm, and he was struggling to fight on his own against several elders at the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm. Kong Shanglong looked towards Chen Chang'an, and in his eyes, admiration was gradually growing. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Chen Chang'an swung his guardian sword and rushed to Lin Tong's head again, roaring violently. Burial sword technique shattering sky. The terrifying sword might once again smash down hard. Lin Tong hurriedly resisted. Wolf whistling song wind slash. In an instant, he slashed upwards, and a huge song wolf formed, pouncing straight at Chen Chang'an. Jinshan shakes the sea. Chen Chang'an angrily shouted, and instantly, huge mountains appeared behind him, as well as the seething tsunami ocean silhouette, causing his power to once again receive a terrifying increase. Buzz. Boom. A knife and a sword touched each other fiercely, and the terrifying might formed a terrifying and incomparable storm that swept through the 8 directions. Chen Chang'an was directly sent flying backwards by the shock, but it wasn't easy for Lin Tong either. He also scuffed and slid the ground, plowing a longer furrow. He looked up with a face full of horror, looking toward Chen Chang'an in midair in the distance, murmuring in a low voice, "What a perverted power! What a perverted sword might! He deeply understood that if he wasn't a full 7 or 8 minor realms higher than Chen Shanan, he might have been directly ed over. Air-breaking sword, shadow-breaking sword, enemy-breaking sword, formation-breaking sword. Just then, an icy voice once again sounded from above. Lin Tong's face was horrified and he hurriedly resisted. Whoosh! Boo! Anum! Bang! Boo! Pust! Lin Tong blocked the first 3 swords, but the final formation-breaking sword actually pierced right through his shoulder. Wah! The surging sword might ravaged his body, causing his entire body to fall back sharply, his face quickly wilting. Holding the long sword in his hand, both arms trembling rapidly, Lin Tong was appalled to the extreme in his heart at the moment. What a sick kid! How did such a freak show up in the eastern states? How can it be? The people around were also looking at Chen Shanan with shocked faces. He had, surprisingly, injured Lin Tong, who was at the 9th level of Saint Emperor. Everyone in the Lin family was horrified, and the Xiao Dinyo family members who rushed out to help, as well as Kong Shanglong and the others, were all extremely energized. Big brother is awesome. Mr. Chen is mighty. Kill. Everyone on Chen Chang'an's side perked up. Morale is soaring. Ha, a core elder of the Lin family, against a junior like me. Is that all you've got? In midair, Chen Chang'an looked disdainfully, his long hair flying like a descending deity. He slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said proudly, the aura and power of the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm was indeed impressive. Humph. Harpies, don't go wild. Lin Tong gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Do you think you can live today? Ha! Chen Chang'an sneered contemptuously. He pointed above the firmament. Instantly, everyone followed Chen Chang'an's gaze and looked up into the sky, only to see that the void there was cut open by countless sword chi, and 6 figures fell down rapidly. Boo! 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 That turned out to be the 6 saint rulers of the Lin family. When they struggled to get up from the ground, they were already cloaked, with blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, and full of woes. What? The supreme elders and their defeated? Lin Tong's pupils widened violently, filled with disbelief. Go! The 6 old ancestors of the Lin clan rushed far away. At that moment, the cloth-clad scholar, full of elegance, hovered in front of Chen Chang'an's body. His gaze fell on Lin Tong's body, and he indifferently said, You, still not rolling? Lin Tong winced and hurriedly fled. Mother *********. The 6 supreme elders, all of them were no match for that cloth-clad scholar, worthy of being a sword cultivator, so perverted. The Lin family came in a rage, leaving behind a floor full of corpses and fleeing in a sorry state. This caused Xiao Dainiu, Ning Tingyu and the others to be incomparably shocked in their hearts. They looked at the 2 people in mid-air, all with shock as well as admiration. Chen Shanan was needless to say. Killing the early and middle stages of the sacred emperor realm was like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Even Lin Tong, who was at the Saint Empress stage, was injured by him. If the fight lasted, even if Chen Shanan couldn't kill the other party, if he escaped, the other party would definitely not be able to help him. Such a demonic person was his friend. One by one, their hearts were hot with blood, and that cloth-clad scholar, after fighting for so long, he didn't even take a breath. And his sword, still a wooden sword, hiss. Instantly, in the courtyard, the sound of sucking in air rang out in succession. Thank you, elder. In mid-air, Chen Chang'an bowed respectfully to the cloth-clad scholar. Thank you, elder. On the large ground below, Ji Xuangu similarly saluted with a face full of gratitude. His back was bent deeply. Xiao Dainiu, Kong Shanglong and the others similarly saluted. If it wasn't for the clothier scholar, they could all have died here tonight. No need to be polite. Just prepare more good wine for me. The cloth-clad scholar carried his hand on his back and stepped into the air toward the bottom, and his wooden sword, hovering to the side, followed silently. Quickly, take out all the good wine in the mansion and give it to Senior. Xiao Dinyo's father was a middle-aged man with a big belly, and his name was Xiao Honghan. He hurriedly greeted his subordinates to carry the wine. If there's no more good wine, you guys, go out overnight and buy the most expensive wine and come back. Yes, master. A few underlings wiped their cold sweat and left in a hurry. It's kind of a walk through the ghost tonight. Ed with the Holy Clan. It's so exciting. Master, this, really worth it? If we're not careful, I'm afraid we'll all be buried here. A butler-like man, covered in blood, whispered beside Xiao Honghan. Humph, my son is of a special divine cow bloodline. If I don't want him to die young, then the only way is to enter the sword execution palace. And by the way, Make sure you make powerful friends. That Chen Chanan was a heavenly pride with great potential. Growing up isn't a problem with the clothier scholar guarding the path. This is an investment with a gamble. One that will allow our Shao family to move from the northern state into the Holy Land and become a holy clan, Shao Honghan said, looking at the corpses all over the ground, and was at a loss as to how to deal with them when Chen Chang'an suddenly said, "All these corpses, hand them all over to me." Everyone looked at him quizzically. "I'm going to bury them," Chen Chang'an said seriously. Shao Honghan smiled at his words and said, "Mr. Chen, why is it necessary for you to do this? We'll just come." "Yeah, boss, where do I need you to bury it yourself?" I'll do it, Xiao Denyo said in a jar. Kong Shanglong looked at Chen Chang'an suspiciously. "These bodies, I have a use for them," Chen Chang'an suddenly said seriously. "Then shut up." Silence means not wanting to explain. The crowd was in awe and nodded their heads as they left. After all, everyone has their secrets. Chen Chang'an obviously needed the corpse to be useful. Seeing everyone leave, Chen Chang'an finished collecting these corpses and threw them one by one inside the burial coffin. Soon, having received the spiritual energy and blood chi of these corpses in return, Chen Chang'an's cultivation level, once again, rumbled upwards. Chapter 103 Rich Fatty Wu. The matter of Chen Chang'an offending the Lin family was basically known to the entire central state city. That was why countless pairs of eyes were observing the movements of Chen Chang'an and the others. When the Lin family started to attack Chen Chang'an and the others, there were countless pairs of eyes, watching from afar in the air. This caused the great battle between the Lin family and Chen Chang'an and the others to basically take place under the watchful eyes of countless powerful people. And when the Lin family was defeated, the powerhouses in the surrounding skies first couldn't believe it, but soon they were so shocked that they almost dropped their jaws. And as this news spread out, it also instantly sensationalized the entire central state city. Countless people were shocked, and countless people's jaws dropped in disbelief. In particular, the cloth-clad scholar alone had defeated the 6 elders of the Lin family. As for Chen Chang'an, killing the Lin family's early stage of the Saint Emperor realm, and even more in the middle stage, those 8 flying swords, that terrifyingly incomparable aura, caused countless powerful people who were secretly watching, to suck in their breath viciously. Now, Chen Chang'an's great name had become even more prominent. Next, the Lin family didn't dare to provoke Chen Chang'an and the others anymore, unless they were sure enough to defeat that cloth-clad scholar. With the end of this battle, Chen Chang'an had quite a few epiphanies. He spent the next few moments cultivating in peace. Sword Emperor, sword energy turned into gold, forming an even stronger imperial-level sword chi. This was Chen Chang'an's goal. Although his realm had entered the Saint Emperor realm, the Tao of the sword was still absent. Needs to be sensed. In the separate space of the burial coffin, Chen Chang'an cultivated frantically. Although there was no wheel of time to open the 1,000 realms of time, the space here was incomparably huge, like a starry universe. It would allow Chen Chang'an to have better play. He controlled the 8 flying swords and continuously traveled through the void. Controlling the flying swords was very consuming in terms of mental energy, but he could soon be replenished by the burial god coffin again, because in that battle, the burial god coffin had absorbed enough blood chi, essence, aura, and so on. All of it could be reflected back on Chen Chang'an's body. Little by little, time passes. Chen Chang'an frantically cultivated his flying sword, wanting to refine it to be faster, more ruthless, and more accurate. Buzz. As time passed, Chen Chang'an also absorbed all of the origin aura, essence, and blood chi that the burial god coffin had previously melted the remnants of the people of the Lin family. It's at the second level of the Saint Emperor realm. Chen Chang'an's gaze flashed with a stern golden light as he rejoiced. At this time, it should be the second level of the sword executioner examination. Chen Chang'an muttered, calculating that the time was almost up as well, and then left inside the burial god coffin. As he walked out of the room, his heart was overwhelmed. Nowadays, he could fight with the late Saint Emperor realm. Still, we must not be careless. I can fight across the ranks. That Dugujin, Jun Wu Gun and the others are just as capable. Chen Chang'an fought and came into the Shao family's hall. Here, everyone has been gathered. The cloth scholar, the feeble mind, Ji Xiangu. There were also Ning Tingyu, Xiao Denyo, Kong Xianglong, and Wu Du Fatty. Out, Fei Xinc came to Chen Chang'an's body, surveyed it, and said in shock, "The realm has been elevated?" As the words fell, there was instant silence in the arena. Xiao Danio and Wu Dafang's eyes were as wide as bronze bells. Raise a small realm. Chen Chang'an laughed. The crowd sucked in their breath again. How long has it been? It hasn't been long since you kids advanced to the Holy Emperor realm, has it? Not for a month. The crowd looked at each other like they had seen a ghost. Sure about the next test? At that moment, the cloth-clad scholar suddenly said. Chen Chang'an looked at him, slightly saluted, and respectfully said, Senior, my goal is to be number 1. The crowd froze. Both followed with a smile. Just be able to pass. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Ji Xuangu laughed. Although he knew that Chen Chang'an was demonic, I heard that those few heavenly prides, they were also very powerful. The cloth-clad scholar smiled. Then strive for it. Well, I will. Chen Chang'an nodded his head. His gaze landed on the body of the fat-covered big fatty Wu. This guy was short and fat and looked like a round ball. He was the one who was the first to buy a seat with Chen Chang'an at the Heaven's Pride banquet. Later on, he had the cheek to join Chan Chan's team. At first, Chen Chang'an didn't agree with it. After all, it's not like anyone can join their own little team. But he was giving too much. A full million spirit stones, simply buying the title of Chen Chang'an's teammate. Big fatty Wu, what is your realm and what skills do you have? Chen Chang'an looked at him and asked. After all, become their teammates, each other advantages. They still need to know clearly. Big fatty Wu pointed to his nose, then hemmed and hawed. Do I have money to count? Crowd. Seeing the silence of the crowd, Big fatty Wu went to his chest pocket and kept fumbling. Then a weapon emitting strong energy was thrown out by him and suspended in the air. Buzz. A tremor went through the entire hall. Chen Chang'an and the others instantly became dazzled. That suspended in mid-air all kinds of weapons are available. Swords, guns, swords and halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks and forks, gourds, armor, pills, and so on. Big fatty, you're a real tycoon, Xiao Dinyo exclaimed. The corner of Kong Shanglong's mouth also jerked hard. To Heyo, let's be friends. Ning Tingyu sized up Wu Defat, revealing a puzzled look. Xiao Danio and Kong Shanglong were the ones he had befriended when he went to the northern state, and Shen Shan'an was the one she had befriended when she went to the eastern state. But this Wu Defat, if he was from Zhengzhou, why had she not heard of this character? And so rich? Hey, Richie. Big fatty Wu scratched his head and smiled, his eyes looking towards Chen Chang'an. Boss, then is this skill of mine okay? Yes. Chen Chang'an nodded heavily. Mother *******. It's too okay. What do you fight for when you compete with others? It's nothing but personal strength. But there's actually equipment, family history, and backing, which are the things that determine whether you have a bigger bottom line or not. This big fat Wu, it seems to come from an uncomplicated background. Hey, everybody take your pick. Big fatty Wu said with bravado. They're all my teammates now, so I'll make some benefits for all of you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Danio and Kong Shanglong's eyes lit up. It's not good, is it? How embarrassing then. He. Xiao Danio rubbed his hands together with a pleasing smile on his face. Kong Shanglong was also filled with fiery eyes as he quickly scanned through the hundreds of treasures in the air. We're all on our own. Don't be polite. If you're polite, you're looking down on me, Wu Defatty said with a big wave of his hand. With that, he looked at Chen Chang'an. Boss, you come and pick too. Chen Chang'an swept his eyes around the top and realized that there was nothing suitable for him, so he didn't take it. Ning Tingyu likewise didn't take it, but Xiao Dinyo took a glove. Kong Shanglong took a heavy armor. Just when the atmosphere was joyful, a bell rang from the sky dome outside. Dang! It's the sword bearer's assembly bell. It's almost time to start. Take the trouble to open your mouth. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'an's 5 men ran out. Chapter 104, Black Dragon Great Region. Winged Ghost Race. After exiting to the door, the 5 of them were flying directly towards the Black Palace in the Sky Dome, the huge palace that was suspended in mid-air emitted layers of golden light. When Chen Chang'an and the others flew above the palace, there was also a huge square here, and there were only 50 people left to participate in the sword bearer examination. Buzz. At that moment, a huge array projection appeared in the sky of Central State City. The figures of Chen Chang'an and the others were among them. The countless people underneath the Central State City all raised their heads, their eyes looking toward that huge curtain of light. Look, the sword bearer examination has begun. I heard that only 10 people will be accepted. Only accepting 10 people? Holy, this sword execution palace is really something. Those 50 heavenly prides, in the entire northern wasteland, are all formidable characters now, and they're even going to brush down 40 more. TSK, TSK, you think? The sword execution palace is a sharp sword in the hands of that human emperor. Not just anyone can enter. It's better to enter the sword execution court first. After all, only by becoming a sword executioner can one have the opportunity to go to the Yanhuang domain and enter the sword execution palace. It's too much to look forward to. I don't know who can become the one heavenly pride of the northern wasteland. And the top 10 will be equivalent to our northern wasteland's 10 masters. Countless people were talking and surging with excitement. And on that palace square in the sky dome, Chen Chang'an and the other 50 people quietly waited. All around them was a uniformed sword wielder, all of them carrying a sword. And the chest has the symbol of two swords crossed and stacked in a palace. Their auras, all of them were at the Saint Emperor realm. And there were more than 200 of them. Seeing so many Saint Emperor realms, Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. In the eastern state, there were only a few Saint Emperor realm powerhouses. And it's amazing how many have appeared here. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an's gaze fell on a familiar figure. Mo Hai Chao. Mo Hai Chao also saw Chen Chang'an, and a hint of sternness flashed in his gaze. At first, he was forced by Chen Chang'an to enter the eastern state's secret realm, but after going inside, he didn't even see a single hair, and he himself made a mess. This kid, I didn't expect to come here. He really did get some kind of marvelous inheritance there in the eastern state's secret realm. Mo Hai Chao's mind quickly thought about Chen Chang'an, and his eyes flashed with a different light. When Chen Chang'an on the other side saw this, his heart sank. This guy, he can't be up to something, can he? Buzz. Just then, the sky dome buzzed as 9 figures appeared in midair. There were both men and women among them, and any of them had blurred faces, making it difficult to be seen clearly. The appearance of the 9 of them caused the heavens and earth to roar with a shocking aura. Greetings, Elder. Seeing the appearance of these 9 people, the 200 or so sword executors around them bowed their heads in unison, clasping their fists and saluting. The sound was like a giant wave, roaring in all directions while those 9 elders clasped their fists and saluted in the direction of the palace again. Greetings, Court Master. At the same time their words came out, the void ahead exploded, revealing an imposing figure. It was that Jiang Qingqing. She was dressed in a green official robe, and her body exuded a pressure that caused heaven and earth to change color. As her cool face looked downward, all of Chen Chang'an, at once, felt the pressure increase. This woman, she's not even in the Saint Emperor realm, but a saint ruler. Chen Chang'an was horrified in his heart. Ah, the holy monarch, wouldn't it have been easy if she had wanted to keep herself that night? She's looking at your potential. After all, you're also a sword cultivator and strong. At this time, in Chen Chang'an's mind, came the voice of Master Coffin. TSK, this big-breasted woman. I'm afraid she also craves your body. Chen Chang'an, Master Coffin, you old immodest. Sword-bearer examination. Begin immediately. At that moment, Jiang Qingqing's low voice came from the dome of the sky, and the words of her voice were like thunder, exploding in all directions. Next, the second level of examination. The second level of the test will transport you to the border of the foreign races, the border of the Black Dragon domain, to fight the winged ghost race. In 3 hours, try to survive. Those who survive at the end will teleport you back for the final top 10 ranking duel. If you can't hold out for 3 hours, just crush the jade tags in your hands. There's a teleportation array inside the tags that will teleport you back. After the voice finished, there was a white jade tablet that floated into everyone's hands. Everyone received the jade tags. And then an outcry spread as countless people looked at each other. A foreign border? The winged ghosts. Chen Chang'an and the others were also aghast in their hearts. He didn't know much about other great domains, other races, at all. Even Ning Tingyu next to her was filled with confusion. She also didn't know she would be fighting the winged ghosts. But before they could think too much, the ground they were standing on emitted a buzzing sound. Then a circular rune rose from it, as well as a bright golden light that enveloped everyone. Buzz. This golden beam of light shot directly into the dome of the sky and did not enter the boundless starry sky. Soon, as the light gradually dissipated, the silhouettes of all of Chen Chang'an's people disappeared into place, and the entire Zhengzhou city below was abuzz. Heavens, what's going on? This is actually going to teleport to the border of the Black Dragon region? Fighting with the Winged Ghost Clan? Hiss, I've heard that over in the Black Dragon domain is an island nation surrounded by oceans. Indeed. That winged ghost race and our human race have been mortal enemies for generations. I didn't expect the sword execution court to play such a big game, but that's good. If you want to become a sword bearer, you just have to have gone and fought against the foreigners. Then you'll be considered qualified. In the city of Zhengzhou, Countless people were shocked and talking, turning to one another. They looked at the formation like curtain on the sky dome with excitement on their faces. There, the sight of the vast ocean came into view, followed closely by the appearance of a huge island. The island appears and then infinitely draws the sight closer. That island was also getting closer and closer, rapidly expanding and entering inside the dense forest. In the dense forest, a golden light flashed. Chen Chang'an and 50 other figures appeared out of thin air. Look, they've arrived at the Black Dragon domain. Hiss, this island is eerie. So much darkness. Gee, that's why you can breed those guys. That's right, the winged ghosts are all a bunch of people who came here, and they have in their hands the blood debts of our human race for generations. I hope that these 50 human celestials will not only hold out for 3 hours, but also kill more foreigners. In the city of Zhengzhou, countless people looked at the curtain of light high in the sky and let out murmurs. At the same time, one was thrilled. In the meantime, when Chen Chang'an and the others were teleported to a forest, their ears went through Jiang Qingqing's explanation, and they learned that the winged ghost race was a generational enemy of the human race. Not only that, but what the 50 of them did was even more so when they were watched by millions of people throughout Central State City. Each and every one of them had their blood boiling. Not only did they have to survive the 3 hours, they also had to hunt down more winged ghost clans. Thinking about this, the crowd's emotions grew more and more agitated, killing intent spreading in their eyes. Who doesn't want to be famous? Who doesn't want to pretend? That's the opportunity. The chance to be famous and become one of the 10 best in the Northern Wasteland. Chapter 105, Fey Hunting. 50 people just landed on the ground, and they quickly dispersed, forming a stream of small teams. After all, if it was a large group of people, it would be easy to be discovered by the Winged Ghost Clan, and even more so, no one would be the boss of the crowd. This place is full of celestial pride, and no one's fooled by anyone, unless it's a squad that's been spoken for from the start. Chen Chang'an was the captain, leading Ning Tingyu, Xiao Daniu and 5 others, as well as those 6 female disciples from the 100-Flower Immortal sect, a total of 11 people. He quickly picked a bearing and disappeared deeper inside the forest. Chen Chang'an and the others hadn't dived into the forest for long before they encountered the so-called winged ghost race. There were dozens of opponents. They're armed and seemed to be here for the purpose of vigilance. It was a short, humanoid monster without a few head hairs on its head and a handful of hairs under its nose. On their backs, they also had a pair of transparent wings that looked very strange. At this moment, when they saw Chen Chang'an's 5 people, the wings behind them buzzed and flapped, their eyes filled with killing intent, their mouths split open, revealing hideous fangs, and with a low roar, they directly rushed over. Not a word, just get on with it. With the guardian's sword in his hand, Chen Chang'an also charged straight out like a fierce tiger, sweeping his sword across the room. Thumbs down. The heads of the 3 winged ghosts instantly flew up. Boom! The bodies of 3 more winged ghost clansmen burst into pieces, their limbs and broken bones flying about. Instant kill. Chen Chang'an's body rolled over and over. His speed was extremely fast. In the next instant, his figure had already rushed into the opposite crowd. Hands up and swords down. One by one, the winged ghost clan members let out miserable screams as their stomachs were directly cut open. Wow! Red and black entrails flowed all over the floor. The others began to fight as well. Ning Tingyu held a silver-colored spear, and after stabbing a winged ghost clan member to death with a single shot, she dodged with a deft figure, dodging another person's attack. The sharp claws in the hands of the winged ghost clan were incomparably sharp, and the wind blew wildly between the flaps of their wings, which were their attacks as well as their weapons. Even more, they can spray poison. Zigzag. The venom spread on the grass, trees, and rocks, making nuisance corrosive sounds. Swish swish swish. Boom boom boom. Ning Tingyu's spear-ons burst into pieces in succession, accompanied by gusts of floral scent. Petals filled, entwined, and cut, and several more winged ghost clan members' bodies were torn apart. The remaining 6 female disciples of the 100-Flower Immortal sect followed around Ning Tingyu one by one, forming a dense sword formation. Snort! Another volley of winged ghost clan heads flew out. All 7 of them women, with their shapely bodies and graceful postures, were very pleasing to the eye when they fought. But at this moment, the crowd didn't have the heart to look at the beautiful women, and one by one, they erupted a powerful aura and killed the opposite side. Xiaoda's beefy body was so strong that the head of a winged ghost clan bloomed with a single punch. Kong Shanglon's black spear was like electricity, and one by one, the winged ghost race bodies were skewered by him, forming struggling grasshoppers. Wu De Fatty, all kinds of magic treasures come out. It could be said that the winged ghost clan that surrounded him were all smashed to death by the treasures he gave them. Soon, the commotion here clearly drew the attention of those powerhouses in the depths. Then there were countless buzzing sounds. It was the sound of wings flapping, like a tsunami. When he killed the hundreds of winged ghost clan members in front of him, Chen Chagan froze. He hurriedly flew up to the top of one of the trees to take a closer look, and immediately, his scalp went numb. At the end of the sky in the distance, there was actually a dense number of winged ghost clan members flying over there. Like transit locusts, their buzzing and flapping wings set off terrifying winds and waves, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Not good. Take cover. Chen Chanan's pupils contracted violently. Ning Tingyu's face also changed drastically. Something's not right. When we teleported here, that Lord Jiangting said that we wouldn't encounter a large-scale winged ghost race troop. Could it be that someone wants to kill us? Big Fatty Wu's inexplicable words caused Chen Chanan to instantly look at him. Let's hide first. There are too many of those winged ghosts, Chen Chanan said, leading a few people to rush far away. Big Fatty, what do you have in mind? While running quickly through the jungle, Chen Chanan looked at Wu Dufat, who was like a round ball, and asked, generally speaking, the tests of the sword executioners are randomized, so no one knows what they're going to be tested on and where they're going to be tested. Wu Dufat was just a nimble fat man, leaping and prancing between the trees and jungles while saying, and as soon as we teleported in, there was a large-scale winged ghost race army coming to encircle us, so there's only one reason for that. Chen Chanan and the others looked at him. There's a mole, Big Fatty Wu gruffly said. Either someone wants to bury all of us, all of the race celestials, here, either that or someone wants one of us, one of them to die, and then notified the winged ghost clan in advance. Damn it, which dog was it? Kong Shanglong said angrily. Which dare to engage in this way? Go out. I will pinch his eggs. That's right, I'll kick him in the nuts too. Xiao Daniu also spoke in an unning voice, his killing intent austere. Soon, Chen Chahan's hair stood up in sweat. Not good. That massive winged ghost clan is coming after us. He radiated his spiritual sense out. It was discovered that amongst the rest of that large and small group, a great battle had also broken out with the winged ghost races people, but more of the winged ghost clan, as if they were oriented, lunged directly towards their side. Chen Chanan's eyes exploded with coldness. Although these winged ghost race teams weren't powerful, it couldn't be helped that there were more of them. The winged ghost clansmen that were so densely packed and spread all over the sky were feared to be more than 100,000. Tiredness can wear out this side of the fence. Quickly take out the jade token you have on you, Chen Chanan shouted. The crowd instantly realized that identity jade token was something that would allow the people of Central State City to see their situation here, but it was also a very obvious coordinate. As long as there is a mole, their location will soon be known. Chen Chanan then utilized a flying sword and flew directly towards the front with 11 jade tags. 11 of them hid under a large tree. Whoosh! As the massive black shadow spread across the sky, the forest below was suddenly darkened. Sure enough, those people from the winged ghost race went after those jade cards. It didn't take long. When the huge swarm of black shadows dispersed, Chen Chanan's few people, who were hidden under the roots of the huge tree, breathed a sigh of relief. Go! Chen Chanan took the lead and crawled out from under the roots of the tree. Suddenly, a masked man appeared in front of him, hovering in midair and revealing a pair of stern eyes. Seeing this person, Chen Chanan's gaze narrowed. It's you! You're the mole? The masked man laughed loudly. Oh, Chen Chagan, you are very smart. But when you came here, you were destined to die. Do you know who I am? I am. Chen Chanan directly 4 flying swords whistled out. Buzz. Thumbs up. Breaking the air. Breaking the shadow. Breaking the enemy. Breaking the formation. The 4 flying swords whistled. The masked man's face changed drastically. But before he could react, his eyebrows were pierced, his neck was pierced, his heart was pierced, and his dantian was pierced. You! The masked man pointed at Chen Chanan, the light in his eyes gradually dissipating. Filled with unwillingness. Filled with disbelief. Who are you? I don't want to know. Chen Chanan stepped forward and scavenged the other party's belongings, then said to Ning Tingyu and the others, who were still in a daze, retreat. After saying that, the group turned and ran. The masked man, will you let me finish? But at the moment, he was too dead to die. Chapter 106, How did I know you guys were so weak? In the midst of flying, Wu Fatty's fat flesh trembled. Boss, why don't you want to know who that person is? Is it necessary to know who he is? Will he leave us alone? Chen Chang'an bristled. He won't. He's merely showing off to pull us into danger. But who am I to give him this opportunity? Besides, if we stay where we are for much longer, it will be even more dangerous. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened up and looked at Chen Chang'an with admiration. Chen Chang'an disdained. Those who want to harm themselves are only the Lin family, the Jun family, the Taitsang sword sect, or, that Mo Hai Chao was just that. He's scared less. Just do it. Come one, kill one. Come two, kill one. The crowd continued to run, but at that moment, the space in front of them twisted again. A group of people all covered in black robes appeared, revealing only a pair of falcon-like eyes. Seeing these dozen or so black-robed men, Ning Tingyu, Wu Dafeng and the others frowned. Who on earth is targeting Chen Chang'an? The man at the head of the group looked at Chen Chang'an. Humph, Chen Chang'an, you're very arrogant. Today is the day of your death. The old man will let you know. Whoosh! Before the black-robed man finished speaking, an air explosion resounded through the field, piercing everyone's eardrums. In the next instant, the head of the black-robed man who had spoken flew straight out. The pair of glaring eyes filled with disbelief. Him, killed in seconds. God, how could that be? Kill and bury them, Chen Chang'an roared. For more flying swords levitated in front of him, and his entire body was already storming out. Boom boom boom. In a flash, 3 more people's entire bodies were directly shattered by the heavy sword in Chen Chang'an's hand. Ning Tingyu and others. Holy, the boss is so fierce. Xiaodania let out a strange cry, then wailed and rushed over. Not to be outdone, Kong Shanglong's figure jumped into the air and threw a shot at his opponent. Whoosh! The gun came out like a dragon, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Pust! A black-robed man was caught off guard, and the lance directly penetrated through his head. Holy maiden! These friends of yours, so fierce! Seeing this, several women from the 100-Flower Immortal sect gathered around Ning Tingyu's body, their eyes glowing with color. Holy! Xiao Daniu, Kong Shanglong, and Wu Defat saw that there was actually a beautiful woman who said they were fierce, and all of a sudden, they all screamed strangely, as if they had been given a shot of cardiac medication. A few people wailed strangely and went after the masked black-robed men. The dozen or so masked black-robed men were dumbfounded. How much do you guys make? Why are you working so hard? Besides, we came here to hunt you guys. Ah, instead we got hunted by you. Off the charts. Soon, one by one, the black-robed men were unexpectedly pressured by Chen Chang'an and the others. You. A black-robed man was blasted and smashed into the ground by Chen Chang'an with his heavy sword, his face filled with horror. Chen Chang'an, you've advanced again. How did you do it? It's easy. Chen Chang'an spoke calmly before looking at the other party. I didn't expect that you guys were so weak. Who gave you the courage to assassinate me? Black-robed man. Are we weak? We're, for S sake, in the late Sane Emperor realm. Who knew you brats were so raw? The black-robed man was about to say something when his head whooshed out. Although the others couldn't do the same thing as Chen Chang'an to kill the opponent in seconds, they could still stall. In particular, the 3 Xiao Dinyo's fleshly bodies were strong. Soon, with the addition of Chen Chang'an, the remaining people were killed. Looking at the corpses of a dozen sacred emperor realms, the 6 female disciples of the 100-Flower Immortal sect each had complex faces. Bury them, Chen Chang'an said. Hey, boss, I know you have a penchant for burying people, so I've got a present for you. At that moment, Big Fatty Wu said, and with a spread of his hand, a red coffin appeared. Is this? Chen Chang'an's gaze narrowed. It's a space coffin. Big Fatty Wu heatedly laughed. It's not much different from a space ring, but inside it is much larger than a normal space ring, so it can bury many people without taking up land. And more importantly, it can become smaller and easier to carry. With that, the 10-foot-long coffin shrunk into a palm-sized box that hovered in his palm. Chang'an Chen, crowd, Big Fatty Wu, you're a ING talent, Chen Chang'an exclaimed, then took over his space coffin. If the old man brought out the burial god coffin, it would be easy for people to discover his secret. So, he took the red space coffin and threw those corpses in one by one. Wait! At this time, Ning Tingyu seemed to have discovered something and ran to the corpse of a black-robed man, bringing out a 1-foot-long short sword. At the sight of the short sword, her face hardened. Dao Protector Sword. Chen Chang'an also saw the words on the sword and froze. This is the sword wielder's personal sword. Holy, they're actually the sword executioner's people. Xiao Daniu opened his mouth in shock. Chen Chang'an hurriedly went to remove the veil of the person from earlier. The moment he saw the face, and the guess in his mind was correct. Sure enough, it was Mo Hai Chao. At once, Chen Chang'an felt a little more resentment towards the organization of the Sword Execution Palace. It's like the other party has always upheld the mission of being just and fair and protecting the human race's heavenly pride, but you suddenly realize that the other party is secretly also doing nasty deeds. This caused his gaze to cloud over. Is the world really all like this? Like the coffin master said, all beings are selfish. Buried. Chen Chang'an opened his mouth. The rest of them looked at Chen Chang'an. Killing the sword wielder seemed to make their hearts clogged. What else? Chen Chang'an teasingly asked. The crowd had to nod their heads. And right at this moment, a sound of footsteps came from the front, followed by a teasing voice. Good. You guys are good. Ah. You even killed the sword executioner who protects the Dao here. Chen Chang'an and the others looked up. Not far away, a young man with a very handsome appearance. But his smile, however, was tinged with sinister. Do you know that they are the judges? They entered here to protect you. And you, in fact, killed them? At those words, Ning Tingyu and the others' faces instantly became incredibly ugly. Protection? Protection my ass. These referees are clearly trying to kill us. But it's already been said and no one believes it. People are dead. You're the son of the Grand Elder of the Sword Execution Court, Mo Jinfei. At that moment, Big Fatty Wu recognized the visitor and spoke in a deep voice. Oh, I didn't expect you, Fatso, to recognize me? What an honor. Mo Jinfei swept a glance at Big Fatty Wu and faintly said, it was the Lin family that offered a price that you couldn't refuse. So that's why you took the risk and intercepted us here? At this time, Chen Chang'an suddenly spoke. Having teleported here, there was nothing that could be done. Even if it was the sword monarch cloth-bound scholar. It was a pity that they wouldn't have a saint ruler come in as a referee. Otherwise, Chen Chang'an and the others would be in danger. Chen Chang'an, I have to say that you're still quite smart. Mo Jinfei smiled faintly. Humph. I didn't expect the son of the Grand Elder of the Sword Execution Court to do such a nasty deed. You're the ones who tipped off the winged ghosts about our coordinates, right? You guys are collaborating with the enemy. You are traitors to the human race. Ning Tingyu coldly snorted, her face full of anger. Chapter 107 Kill and Bury. Mo Jinfei glanced at Ning Tingyu and laughed coldly. Don't you dare to frame me. The Winged Ghost Clan's large-scale outing was not something we tipped off. As for us, as referees and human celestial protectors, we are here to protect you. I didn't expect. All of the Taoist protectors were killed by you. It seems that it was you who betrayed the human race and united with the winged ghost race. With that, he pointed to the body next to him, and the red coffin that. Here's the proof. You killed people and had red coffins ready to bury everyone so you couldn't even find the bodies. Ning Tingyu and the others' faces changed drastically. This graft True 6, not only did it cover up the fact that they, the referees, were collaborating with the enemy, but it also turned the tables on Chen Chang'an and the others. So what do you guys think? Does the Sword Execution Court believe in you guys? Or me? I think. Just then, there was a flash of sword light. Whoosh! Seeing this sword light, Mo Jinfei wanted to escape. He had seen Chen Chang'an's power, so he could not resist it. Pust! In an instant, the flying sword stabbed through the back of his head and out of his brow. Boo! He fell heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his forehead, his eyes dead wide. Chen Chang'an walked forward, searching his belongings while saying with a face full of incomprehension, what makes you think that we wouldn't dare to kill you? Are you still beeping here? Big brother, stay in the picture. Ning Tingyu shuddered. Don't worry, they came to assassinate us, so naturally they wouldn't dare to broadcast the scene into the light screen over Zhengzhou City, for people to see, Chen Chang'an calmly said. At that, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. After scavenging the belongings on the other party, Chen Chang'an added to Xiao Daniu and the others. Bury it. Ah, yes. Xiao Daniu woke up and rushed forward, kicking Mo Jinfei's crotch. All of a sudden, the chickens came home to roost. Woo-ah! Mo Jinfei, who was not yet dead, let out a low whimper. Big Fatty Wu sucked in a breath of cool air and hurriedly clenched his thighs. But then he saw the 6 beautiful women next to him and proudly raised his head and went up for a couple of kicks. Mo Jinfei was a saint emperor after all. And surprisingly, he still had a breath. He stared deathly at Chen Chang'an, his eyes full of resentment. You dare to kill me! You dare to kill me! Don't you know that my father is the Grand Elder of the Sword Execution Court? Chen Chang'an nodded. I know. Big Fatty already said it earlier. Mo Jinfei roared. Then you still dare to kill me? Are you out of your mind? Chen Chang'an glanced at him. If I don't kill you, am I waiting for you to convict us as traitors to the human race? And if we kill you, we'll tell the people out there that you were sacrificed to save us. Mo Jinfei froze. He hadn't expected this at all. This was Chen Shannon's plan to get away. Even if he said that these referees were collaborating with the enemy and colluding with the winged ghosts, others simply wouldn't believe him, and there was no evidence. But if they died and said that they were killed by the winged ghost race's people in order to save themselves and the others, then everyone would believe it. Perfect. Mo Jinfei finally snapped. Even his balls shattered. And then he was thrown into the space coffin. The group of people instantly admired Chen Shannon. Then they quickly left the spot. After running a dozen miles or so, Chen Chang'an saw one of his flying swords, as well as a dozen jade tags stuck to the flying sword. Each person took the jade tablet. Then their figures appeared on the projected light screen over Zhengzhou City. Wow! They showed up! What was the situation earlier? Why did Chen Chang'an, the 100 Flowers Immortal sect and the others disappear? It's because of that jade tablet. They're fine. Oh my god. Why are there so many winged ghosts? Can they handle it? There aren't many of that winged ghost race, but they're very powerful. More than 20 celestials have already died. It's too cruel. Those winged ghost clans actually eat people directly. The streets of Zhengzhou City were filled with densely packed people. They looked at the projected light screen in the sky dome and murmured. Fei Xinxin, Ji Shengu and the others were likewise filled with worry. Especially the 100,000 or so winged ghost clan troops at the beginning. Hundreds of thousands. Hunting 50. Although those 50 were basically all Saint Emperors, they couldn't help but be outnumbered by each other. What's more, the leader of the other party should also be a Saint Emperor. Suspended in midair above that palace, Zhang Qingqing looked at the winged ghost race's army that appeared in the projection, her face gloomy. Your Honor! An old man appeared beside her and bowed his head in salute. Check! Who exactly leaked the matter of our teleportation of the Heavenly Pride to the Black Dragon region for examination? Make sure not to let it go. Zhang Qingqing coldly opened her mouth. Yes. The old man respectfully led the way. Also, have you contacted the dozen or so sword protectors? Ginger asked. No. The old man spoke. The teleportation array has been shut down. We can no longer enter. Unless, those heavenly prides can crush the jade tags and teleport back on their own. Zhang Qingqing's heart flinched and her back teeth clenched. It's amazing that someone is tampering with such a big event. He looked towards the celestials who had been teleported back, their entire bodies torn and tattered, and then looked back into the projection in the sky dome. At this point in the picture, it splits into several. Some were fighting the winged ghost clan, some were frantically fleeing for their lives, and some were hiding. In the meantime, at the border of the Black Dragon domain, Chen Chang'an and the others killed the enemy along the way and ran for dozens of kilometers before reaching a valley. Then the crowd stopped in their tracks. The sound of a fierce fight came from the front. The densely packed winged ghost clan was besieging a dozen or so human clan celestials. Fixing his eyes, he realized that the group of celestial pride were the ones who had filled 8 seats at the banquet and were more miscellaneous. And at the head of the group was unexpectedly Gu Yiming of the Gu family, as well as Yi Chun of the Yi family, 2 jurists. They fought extremely fiercely, and the mountain peaks around them collapsed countless times as they fought. The corpses of the winged ghosts were even more everywhere, but the human race's celestials were gritting their teeth because of the jade brand. Instead, it was only after he was severely injured that he had to crush the jade token and allow himself to teleport away. However, the arrival of Chen Chang'an and the others also instantly caught the attention of both of them. The pride of the human race was overjoyed. Chen Chang'an, if we join forces, we only need to last 3 hours. Yi Chen opened his mouth. That's right, outside. If we have a grudge, that's the business of our own human race. But here, we have to be united. Gu Yiming also spoke. The books in both of their hands, as well as the brushes, turned into sharp weapons of attack. A strong killing power burst out from that book, or brush. On the side of the winged ghost race, there were 2 chiefs, one of which teasingly spoke. Yo, another dozen or so human races have come. He, great. These heavenly prides will be delicious if we eat them. These 2 men laughed, revealing bloodthirsty gazes as they flew towards Chen Chang'an and the others. As the 2 of them flew out, thousands more winged ghost clan members gradually surrounded them. When the man at the head saw Ning Tingyu and the other 7 women, his eyes suddenly lit up. What a beautiful human woman. This king has never seen such a beautiful human woman. Jia. The other few winged ghost clansmen also stared at Ning Tingyu, revealing their hideous fangs. TSK, fine skin and tender flesh. If you're not careful, you can pinch out the water. GGG. I wonder if it would be good if I pressed it under and stabbed it hard. Chen Chang'an and the others were filled with black lines. Are these Fey that horny? In the next instant, Chen Chang'an directly disappeared into place. transforming into a shadow with sparkling lightning and arriving in front of that leader. That chief instinctively shielded his head. However, Chen Chang'an kicked him hard in his high crotch. Chapter 108, Killing Madness. Boo! Whether it was a human, or a demonic beast, the most vulnerable part was the lifeblood. Instantly, Chen Chang'an's severing kick caused this leader to let out a miserable scream. His entire body bowed in a hurry, his hands going to cover his crotch. But Chen Chang'an slammed another hard punch at his throat. Boom! A huge boom rang out, and his entire body spun and flew backwards. The companions beside him reacted and gathered around to attack Chen Chang'an. Whoosh! The 8 flying swords whistled, scraping the air with a strong air explosion. Swish! 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 Instantly, dozens of heads flew out. There were also winged ghost clan members who covered their necks and fell down towards the earth below like dumplings. Xiao Daniu, Wu Defat and the others were confused for a while, only to feel their lower bodies cold and their penises inexplicably shrinking. But Ning Tingyu was full of joy. Could it be because the other guy is pulling a flag on himself? That's why Chen Chang'an made a sudden move? Or did he specifically greet the lower 3? Inexplicably, Ning Tingyu's face burned, then angrily rebuked. What are you staring at? Kill! Xiao Daniu and the others woke up. Then one by one, they wailed and rushed over. Holy, they're so fierce! In the valley below, Gu Yiming, Yi Chen, and the others who were battling were stunned, then exploded into an even more powerful fight. High up in the air, that winged ghost race leader who had been smashed out by Chen Chang'an was filled with a scowl as he roared. Kid, you deserve to die. Everyone get on. Catch them and break the third leg of all of them. I'm going to ravage those 7 women in front of them. The leader of the group became even more enraged as he pulled out a large handful of minced meat from his own lower body, along with egg yolks. Kill, kill, kill. His entire body was bubbling with green aura as he charged towards Chen Chang'an. At that moment, countless winged ghost race people wailed and desperately rushed over. Chen Chang'an's face was calm, his eyes bursting with killing intent. Burial sword technique shattering sky. Boom! The heavy guardian sword chopped out a huge sword on, setting off a terrifying and overwhelming sword might that violently swept out. Burial sword technique, destroy the earth. Buzz. Chen Chang'an's huge sword swung up high, then slashed down hard again. Boom! In an instant, another terrifying and incomparable sword might viciously chop down the earth below. Rumble! All of a sudden, the sky fell apart. The winged ghost clan that was densely packed flying towards Chen Chang'an was swept away by this sword blade. All that was left was the debris flying in the sky. Boom! That leader was swept by the sword, and his entire body was even more broken bones. It was covered with dense sword marks, but in an instant, they directly tore him apart. Boo! The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. Not only were the people of the winged ghost race looking at Chen Chang'an in horror, but even the pride of all the human races were looking at Chen Chang'an with shocked faces. Others are killed one by one. He's a big kill. I'm afraid that with those previous swords, thousands of winged ghost clansmen died. The earth below was even split by Chen Chang'an into a huge gully that was so deep that it couldn't be seen from the bottom. Kill! Chen Chang'an suddenly roared as he rushed forward, the sword in his hand continuously sweeping across. Oh-hoo! Countless bodies of the winged ghost race burst into pieces. The burial sword skill, combined with the heavy sword, was a born king of the battlefield. Chen Chang'an charged through the dense crowd of winged ghost race for countless rounds. A large swath of blood rained down from the sky. Gradually, the more he kills, the more excited he gets. His eyes, too, gradually began to appear a faint red aura. But just at that moment, in his arms, a bead inside a close-fitting spatial ring emitted a strange power. This power seemed to have swallowed Chen Chang'an's hostility, causing his eyes to immediately clear. The dying character on Chen Chang'an's arm trembled, and an astonished voice came from the burial god coffin from within. That's the bead that this kid's family grandpa gave. What is that bead? Could it be the poisonous Urju bead? The coffin master's voice was not heard by Chen Chang'an. At the moment he was already killing mad. Countless winged ghosts died tragically under his sword. Kill! At this moment, bringing Xiao Daniu and the others with him was simply like a bulldozer, plowing back and forth several times, directly killing the battlefield in the air. Ha 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 ha, cool! It's awesome. Xiao Daniu emitted a loud and refreshing laugh. Kong Shenglong's gaze was fiery. Ning Tingyu and the others were also all bathed in blood and boiling with murderous aura. However, the eyes they looked at Chen Chang'an with were brimming with different colors. Even on the ground, that Yi Chen, Gu Yiming and the others were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect Chen Chang'an to be so raw. After all the surrounding winged ghost race had been killed and the remaining remnants of the army had run away, Chen Chang'an quieted down, and the battle spirit in his body gradually died out. Coffin Master, I sense something is wrong, Chen Chang'an said in his heart. My previous killing heart exploded like never before. It seems, wanting to kill everyone here. With that, he looked at Ning Tingyu and the others and said gruffly, if I hadn't suddenly come back to my senses later on, I really would have wanted to bury everyone here. The Coffin Master was silent for a few moments, and in his heart he snickered, but it was with a straight face that he said, it's an illusion. You must be killing mad and creating an illusion. Chen Chang'an froze. However, it was too late to think about it, as the remaining human prides around them, one by one, came to Chen Chang'an's body, bending down and saluting him respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your help. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your help. Even Yi Chen, as well as Gu Yiming and the two of them, bent down and cupped their fists in a big bow to Chen Chang'an. This caused Chen Chang'an to freeze. This scene was extremely shocking. There was a chain of contempt amongst the heavens' pride. The pride of the sacred sect despised the pride of the sacred race. The sacred clan's heavenly pride despised the heavenly pride of those miscellaneous clans. The heavens' pride of the miscellaneous families despised the so-called heavens' pride of the remote areas. And now, a full 20 or so celestial pride were bending over and saluting Chen Chang'an, their faces full of admiration. This scene was also displayed on the huge light screen over Zhengzhou City. Countless people were shocked. Countless people were dumbfounded. And then there was a shocking cheer. Whoa! This Chen Chang'an is too powerful. Powerful. That's right. Such a demon and such battle power is truly shocking. I've never seen a youth like this in all my centuries. Watching him kill the winged ghost clan without leaving a single piece of armor was awesome. Too exciting. Too hot-blooded. Worthy of being the pride of my human race. Countless people were shocked and talking. The scene of the picture on the light screen projection was also mirrored on the various holy grounds throughout Central State City. It caused the people of the four great holy lands and the four great holy races to be shocked. The Lin family. Boo! The Lin family had slammed the table in front of him and roared. Wastes? Are that Mo Jin Fei? Mo Haichao all wastes? This can't even kill Chen Chang'an. Rest in peace. Family Master. The Lin family's group of elders bowed their heads in unison. The 6 supreme elders. Each of their faces were incomparably gloomy. Chapter 109, The Lin family's decision. A thunderous strike. What do you say, guys? The Lin family head was a middle-aged man with a country face, with a strong pressure on his body and an extremely stern gaze. He scanned the group of elders and spoke angrily. Chen Chang'an killed Lin Bufan, the young master of the Lin family. The Lin family even had a big fight with Chen Chang'an and the others, and both sides were already immortal. But now the demon that Chen Chang'an had displayed caused all of them to develop a sense of crisis. Master of the house. At this moment, an elder clasped his fist and bellowed. Chen Chang'an has a beef with the Tai Tsong sword sect, as well as the Jun family as well, and I heard that Dugujin, as well as Jun Wu Gun, the two of them won't let him go. That's right. Next, it will be a fight for the top 10 rankings. No matter how demonic Chen Chang'an is, he won't be a match for Dugujin and Jun Wu Gun. Another old man clasped his fists and said, then we must also be prepared for everything. We absolutely cannot let Chen Chang'an grow up again. The Lin family head said grimly. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort suddenly came in from outside the great hall, as if heavenly thunder was rolling, causing everyone's hearts to tighten violently. Even more so, it caused the Lin family head to violently stand up from his seat and quickly walk down the tall steps. At that moment, an old man in a red robe walked in from outside the main hall. His body was tall, his face was flushed, and between his white hair scattered, there was more like lightning filling his eyes. His face was gloomy, and as he walked in, it caused the atmosphere in the great hall to become incomparably depressing. Buzz! The aura from his body formed a storm, causing cracks to appear in the ground. There was even a shadow behind it, and it seemed that once it erupted, a horrible disaster would befall the surroundings. See you, old ancestor. The person who came was none other than the Lin family's oldest ancestor, Lin Dong. Lin Dong sat on the first seat. His gaze fell on the family head, Lin Changtian, and he said in a cold voice, Changtian, have you forgotten my Lin family's purpose? Lin Changtian's forehead was sweating as he hurriedly knelt down. Reporting back to old ancestor, Changtian didn't forget. It has always been the aim of our Lin family that if we don't strike, we must strike with a thunderous blow. That's why last time I invited 6 supreme elders to deal with that Chen Chang'an. It's just a pity that. Lin Changtian bent his head, his forehead sweating. That poor scholar didn't know what kind of madness he was having. But he even helped Chen Chanan protect the road. That's why our Lin family returned in defeat. Confused, the Lin family's oldest ancestor roared, blaring angrily at Lin Chengtian. Old me studied this son earlier. He came from the remote eastern prefecture. Yet he managed to create one huge storm after another in the central prefecture city. It was conceivable that this kid was superior in both heart and qualifications. Since he has offended our Lin family and can't be defused, it's still a never-ending situation. Even more, you all know that there is a cloth-clad scholar behind him. So why don't you ask Lao Fu to step in? Towards the end, the Lin clan's old ancestor almost roared out in anger. As long as you ask me to step in and let me stall that cloth-clothed scholar, the 6 of them, the 6 Taishang elders, will then perform a thunderous strike on Chen Chang'an. Then, Chen Chang'an will definitely die. Old ancestor. All of the Lin family's top brass froze one by one. What's the point of dealing with a young scion like that? With this commotion, it was almost as if the entire clan was waging war against Chen Chang'an alone. Humph. Looking at the crowd with an expression of killing a chicken with a bull's knife, the Lin clan's old ancestor continued to snort coldly. This Chen Chang'an specializes in defeating the strong with the weak, crossing over to kill, and he's even a sword cultivator. Those who were able to have a sword Dao inheritance were generally those who had the luck to go against the weather. According to what the old man learned from ancient texts, this kind of person is often the legendary son of heaven's destiny. In the future, definitely a supreme figure above all beings. The words of the Lin clan's oldest ancestor caused the Lin clan's crowd to be horrified. So you either don't mess with people like that, either that, or get them completely dead. Not one by one. And even more so, not the young ones and then the old ones. Listening to the old ancestor's words, the faces of all the people in the Lin family were all incredibly ugly. Everyone froze. Some people also felt that Lao Zu was making a big deal out of it, but none of them dared to refute the old ancestor. Lin Chengtian, I'll give you one more chance. Either go and reconcile with Chen Chang'an, or completely put him to death. The Lin family's old ancestor looked at the sky outside and slowly opened his mouth. In the great hall, countless people looked at each other. Reconciliation? Our holy clan is begging for peace with a brat? What a shame to tell the world. And that's a blood feud. That night, hundreds of people died in the Lin family. How can I solve it? But completely killing Chen Chang'an, it seems, not be too easy either. The Lin family's old ancestor seemed to understand the thoughts of the crowd as he slowly closed his eyes before finally snapping them open. Then kill. Think of every possible way to completely put him to death. Yes, everyone in the Lin family shouted. Looking at the murderous Lin clan crowd, the Lin clan's old ancestor slowly closed his eyes again, silently praying in his heart, I hope that this path, don't take the wrong one. But in exchange for going to beg for peace, he couldn't wipe the slate clean. After all, the Lin family was a holy clan. The holy clan is begging for peace from a brat? That was simply a great shame. The atmosphere of the various holy clans' holy sects became completely different after seeing Chen Chanan's performance. Those with a grudge show concern. No grudges, trying to pull the strings. Jun's family. The Jun family head looked at the image that came back from the array projection and then at a beautiful woman whose face was filled with stupefaction, revealing a look of contempt. This woman was none other than Gu Qingcheng. She was already an outer disciple of the 100 Flowers Immortal sect. Originally, she had thought that if she could enter the sacred sect, she would be able to leave Chen Chang'an behind by a street. But never did he expect that Chen Chanan would be at the Saint Emperor realm. Even though she was a disciple of the sacred sect, she could not close the gap between them. Moreover, his own holy maiden was respectful to Chen Chanan. Even more so, the admiration in that holy maiden's eyes couldn't be hidden at all. This caused Gu Qingcheng's heart to flip over with jealousy. How is it possible? He. At first, he only disappeared for a year, and then after he came back, he became a waste. Gu Qingcheng murmured, as if she had lost her mind. The man who loved himself to the bone and treated him like a treasure in his heart at the beginning, had already left himself far behind, and his battle power was also above a crowd of the clan's heavenly pride. Damn, he must have faked it in the first place. This man, what a ing. Gu Qingcheng murmured, originally having regrets, but it turned to be dissolved by herself and turned into resentment. Indeed, how can a woman admit that she is at fault except by admitting that she married the wrong man? Jun family head, this Chen Chang'an, but he killed the 2 young masters of the Jun family. He must not be spared, Gu Qingcheng said, her gaze revealing a viciousness. I know everything about Chen Chanan. As long as the Jun family master goes to kill Chen Chanan, I will definitely cooperate with all of them. Oh, Well, the Jun family head gently blew on the tea in his hand and said indifferently, then you will continue to be a disciple of the 100-flower immortal sect, and then go and follow your sacred maiden. In the back, well, just sneak into Chun Chanan's side, to regain his goodwill. Speaking of this, the Jun family head's gaze narrowed. I want to know all the secrets on him. At those words, the light in Gu Qingqing's eyes gradually brightened. Yeah, Chen Chang'an had become so powerful over the past year. There must be an unknown chance. The corner of her mouth lifted in a playful curve at the thought. On playing with a man's heart, she was absolutely sure of herself. And she can fish each other into warbling. Chapter 110 Vying for first place. Just as people in various places in the central state were discussing, the 3 hours that Chen Chang'an and the others had spent at the border of the Heilong Great Domain had finally arrived. The jade tags on their bodies emitted a brilliant and dazzling white light. Then it enveloped everyone, and in the next instant, a figure disappeared into thin air. When everyone's silhouettes had condensed, they had already arrived at the square above that suspended palace. Chen Chang'an looked around and realized that only 30 or so people had teleported back. At that moment, his gaze fell on the breezy few. Du Guizhen, Jun Wu Gun, Liang Yunzi, and those 3 sissies from Sun Moon Star Island. It was surprising that these people of theirs showed no signs of fighting, and even more so, they hadn't expended much of their own energy. TSK, as long as it's just a matter of surviving 3 hours, why so desperate? It's so brainless. The sun-breathless trio swept a glance at Chen Chang'an and the others, letting out a contemptuous sound, especially Chen Chang'an's 20-odd people. Each one of them was covered in blood, obviously having experienced a great battle. Upon hearing this, Xiao Daniel beside Chen Chang'an shouted angrily, I'll go, boss. These dogs, they don't even kill their enemies. They must be hiding. There is no need to heed them. It is good that we have experienced war with the Fae. Chen Chang'an said indifferently. Then his gaze fell on Du Guizhen's body. Among all the people here, the aura of this Du Guizhen gave him a strong sense of oppression. Noticing Chen Chang'an's gaze, Jun Wugun next to Du Guizhen revealed a playful smile. Instead, Liang Yunzi laughed. Brother Dugu, that kid, it looks like he's trying to provoke you. Du Guizhen glanced at Chen Chang'an and slowly closed his eyes again, his face full of disdain. Here, it is not my battlefield, and no one here is qualified to be able to be my opponent. Mad enough. Jun Wugun and Liang Yunzi glanced at each other with teasing smiles. Jun Wugun laughed. Brother Dugu, I understand. That Yan Huang domain, the imperial capital of the human race, the extraterrestrial battlefield. That's your battlefield. With that, he scornfully swept his eyes at Chen Chang'an and disdainfully said, this guy is just a bit strong. Sweeping away a large number of the winged ghost race's fringe troops. What's with the arrogance? In the place of the 3 of us, which one of us couldn't do it? Liang Yunzi laughed. Indeed, with Brother Dugu's sword Dao cultivation, I'm afraid that if a Saint Emperor at the 10th level comes, he won't be a match. Early stage Saint Ruler. Or you can also fight. Solitary Gotham's eyes remained tightly closed as he shook his head slightly. That's not true. As the words fell, he opened his eyes and continued to sweep with Chen Chang'an and the others. I will not underestimate any of my opponents. However, I will also defy any of my opponents and completely defeat them with absolute poise. With that, he closed his eyes again and faintly said, the Central State, the so-called Holy Land, is nothing more than a springboard for me. Understood. Liang Yunzi and Jun Wugun both looked at each other and nodded. They were all young lords or sacred sons, so naturally they all knew each other. After all, they were also in the same Central State. On the other side, Xiao Daniel whispered beside Chen Chang'an, boss, those 3 guys, and those 3 sissies, are all very arrogant. They do have the strength of pride, Chen Chang'an said indifferently. At that moment, the 9 elders suspended high in the air, as well as Jiang Qingqing all realized that something was wrong. It was because the dozen or so sword wielders who were protecting the path didn't come out. The great elder of the sword execution court was instantly flustered. He swept a glance at the crowd and asked in a deep voice, have you seen the dozen or so Dao Protector sword executors? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. But surprisingly, someone else spoke up. Yes, the one who spoke was Xiao Danyo. You say? The Grand Elder looked at him, his gaze incomparably gloomy. Then Xiao Danyo told the story. That is, according to their earlier agreement, those dozen or so sword wielders were killed by the Winged Ghost clan in order to save them. Speaking of this, there were about 10 of them, and one of them was filled with grief. The people in the surrounding heaven and earth who heard this were even more furious, and their hatred for the Winged Ghost race deepened. Avenge the sword bearers. Chen Chang'an raised his hand and yelled. Xiao Daniu and the others followed one by one. Seeing this, the Grand Elder's face was extremely ugly. Bull asterisk 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 winged ghost tribe kills. In here, there must be an unknown secret, but if you want to check it out, you'll have to go to the border of the Black Lung domain, so you can only suppress it for now. Especially when he saw the depths of Chen Chang'an and the others' eyes. They seemed to be in wanting to laugh. Abominable. Just then, Jiang Qingqing stepped out and opened her mouth majestically. Gentlemen, we will hold funerals for those dozen or so sword executioners who died, and their blood revenge will definitely be avenged. With that, he looked at the remaining 30 or so people and said in a deep voice, Next, is the third level of your examination. The third level is to compete for the ranking flags on the 10 competition stages. 10 bouts, all ranked. Those who want to fight for first place will grab the flag on the first bout stage. All of you act according to your strengths. If not, if you lose during the fight, there's a chance you won't get a single ranking. The crowd quickly understood the rules. For example, if someone's strength is such that they can fight for the 10th place steadily, but you go and grab the 9th place, there is a possibility that you won't even get the 9th place, but instead you lose it along with the 10th place. Also, you have one night to recuperate and continue tomorrow. After Jiang Qingqing finished speaking, she simply left. As for Chen Chang'an and the others, all of them, one by one, plopped down on their knees, sitting on the square, and began to recuperate, recovering the spiritual energy that their bodies had consumed. 10 men gathered around him, the 4 people from the original squad, plus the 6 female disciples from the 100 Flower Immortal sect. This made the others envious. However, Ningtingyu took out a boundary that prevented prying eyes and enveloped everyone together. They formed a circle and took out some food and booze to eat. After all, it was quite a hard day's work after the big fight today. As Chen Chang'an sat there, he began to utilize the burial god coffin, absorbing the corpses inside that space coffin. In there, it was loaded with a dozen or so sword executioners, as well as countless corpses of the winged ghost race, enough for him to consume and absorb a wave of them. Advance to the third level of the Saint Emperor realm. Only then will I be able to get just a wave with that Dugujin. Chen Chang'an thought in his mind and absorbed it quickly. His breath, too, was slowly changing. This subtle change, though it drew the attention of those around him, was not too good a surprise. After all, it's normal to have movement in cultivation. Ningtingyu looked at Chen Chang'an and asked softly, How many places do you want to compete for tomorrow? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Chen Chang'an. First place, Chen Chang'an said indifferently. Xiao Daniu and the others looked at each other and sucked in a breath. Boss, honestly speaking, that Dokorozam is very strong. Still an old. Heck, he's killed no one today, and hasn't expended a bit of his strength. Xiao Daniu said indignantly. Yeah, Big Fatty Wu also spoke up. I heard earlier that when that winged ghost clan came to us to start a fight, that lonely Gotham, Jun Wu gunned several people, directly hid themselves. Holy, what a dog. Kong Shanglong also cursed. How about, you fight for the flag for 5th place and beyond? Ningtingyu said. After all, you've consumed too much today, but you'll definitely be fine if you enter the top 10. The crowd also nodded. Think it's safer for Chen Chang'an to fight for the back of the 5th place. Chapter 111, Saint Emperor Realm Level 3. Chen Chang'an glanced at her and remained certain. Number 1. The crowd stopped talking. A moment later, Ningtingyu smiled sweetly. Then we'll accompany you and take first place first. Xiao Daniu and the others thought about it and also said, That's right, let's do it. Let's get number 1 first. So, Xiao Daniu put his hand in the center, followed by Wu Defat, Kong Xianlong, and others folded their hands up. So did Chen Chang'an. Ningtingyu put her hand on the back of Chen Chang'an's hand. The remaining 6 female disciples of the 100 Flower Immortal sect smiled faintly and also placed their hands on the backs of each other's hands. Asterisk 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 it. The crowd bellowed. When the others in the distance saw this, each of them revealed a look of contempt. But Chen Chang'an's few people didn't care. They were given a boundary to prevent prying eyes with the support of Big Fatty Wu, a tycoon. The evening was utilized to recover from the day's wear and tear. Chen Chang'an was even more so, and through the burial god coffin, he frantically put all the people he killed today, all the corpses he buried, as well as the spirit stones he obtained, inside the burial god coffin. Then it continuously melted, devoured, and absorbed, and as these nutrients nourished him, the aura on his body was gradually growing. On the second day, a streak of fishbelly white appeared in the sky. Chen Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes. A strong golden light flashed inside and then disappeared. It's the third level of the Saint Emperor realm. Chen Chang'an was excited in his heart. No one knew, nor would they understand, that Chen Chang'an had advanced a small realm simply by passing through the night. If the surrounding celestial pride knew about it, it would certainly be shocking and doubtful. He then put away the boundary that shrouded the size of his own 10 feet. Ning Tingyu, who was next to him, looked at him, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. All the spiritual energy has been restored? Recovered, Chen Chang'an said. Ning Tingyu smiled, which could be described as an overwhelmingly beautiful smile. This caused Xiao Dainyu and the others beside him to freeze up. Then they withdrew their eyes and stabilized their Dao. At that moment, Zhang Qingqing appeared in the void in front of the crowd. She was graceful and valiant. His eyes swept over everyone's bodies before he said, "Sword Bearer third level examination. Begin." As her voice fell, more than 30 of them, all around their bodies, erupted with brilliant golden light. Soon, the 30 or so figures disappeared into place once again. When their figures reappeared, they were already inside a separate world, and their silhouettes appeared in that huge array projection over the entire central state city. All of a sudden, countless people walked to the streets or sat on the rooftops, looking up at the sky, ready to watch the next Northern Wasteland 10 ranking battle. At the same time, Chen Chang'an and the others realized that they were surrounded by boundless grasslands, and in the middle of this huge grassland, there were 10 fighting platforms hanging in the void, with a size of 10,000 feet. In the center of that fighting stage, a flag was inserted, with the numbers 1 to 10 written on it. Capturing that flag represents the place earned. More than 30 people's eyes lit up in unison. Chen Chang'an first landed his gaze on the center, the one with 1 written on it. Since he had all come to participate in the sword bearer examination, he would have to fight for this first place. Whoever said that people from the eastern states couldn't work, he didn't believe them. He wanted to prove to everyone that someone from the eastern state could overpower all the holy sons and daughters of the Holy Lands. On the other side, the gazes of Du Guzhen, Jun Wu Gun, and the two of them, also landed on the flag that represented the first place. Du Ozhen was a sword emperor and had absolute confidence. Jun Wu Gun was the gun emperor and likewise wanted to put up a fight. As for the rest of them, the 3 sissies from Sun Moon Star Island said they would take over the second, third, and fourth places in addition to the first. This caused the 2 Gu Yiming and Yi Chen to be unconvinced, and they were going to compete for these rankings as well. Liang Yunzi disdained. 3 sissies, and they still say they want to take over 2, 3 and 4, what a joke. Yo, Liang Yunzi, why don't we have a contest later, and we'll see if you're soft or hard under the hand. Sunless pinched her orchid fingers and said shyly. This caused Xiao Dainyu, Kong Shanglong and the others to shiver all over their bodies and hurriedly moved away. Big Fatty Wu hammed and hawed as one treasure appeared on his body. There were swords, spears, swords and even pots and pans, and he hammed and hawed. Boss, I'll smash them to death with these treasures later. Chen Chang'an nodded and was silent. At this moment, on Zhengzhou City, all the major restaurants were bustling with activity, especially the Heaven's Pride building. This was considered the most powerful chain of restaurants in Central State City. At this moment, in the hall of the Tianjiao building, a casino had been opened. Naturally, it's a bet on which one finishes first, or a top 3 ranking, or a top 10 ranking. If the top 10 are all guessed correctly, it's definitely a sky-high prize. Naturally, Dokurozumi's first place was the most popular. The next 2 were Jun Wu Gun and Liang Yunzi. It was only the 4th time that we got to Chan Chan. After all, the strength Chen Chang'an had displayed was already recognized by the crowd. However, if they wanted to defeat those 3 people from Duguzhen, everyone felt that it was still a bit hard enough. After all, in yesterday's battle, anyone could see that Chen Chang'an had consumed too much, and those 3 old sixes, they didn't contribute at all. After a night's time, Chen Chang'an wouldn't recover much at all. Even Ji Xuangu was a bit pessimistic. Che, all bets on my handsome old man to win. But Fei Xinc was in full support of Chen Chang'an, putting all the money he had on his body on Chen Chang'an getting first place. TSK, Chen Chang'an can win first place? Although he is powerful, he consumed too much yesterday killing the Winged Ghost clan, and with a realm that is only at the 2nd level of Saint Emperor, trying to defeat both Duguzhen and Jun Wu Gun is simply a dream. Seeing that Bother had spent a large sum of money to buy Chen Chang'an first place, the people around them raised their voices in mockery. That's right. That Duguzhen's first place has the highest reputation. After all, he's in the late stage of the Saint Emperor realm. That's right, I've heard that Duguzhen's battle prowess is capable of fighting with the half-regent realm. Hiss. Hearing someone say this, countless people sucked in cool air. With the strength to fight with the half-regent realm? Then isn't this first place a sure thing? So, more people are going to bet on Dakiro Gotham as number 1. As a result, the ratios are ridiculously low, to the point of 100 to 1. It was also buying 100 spirit stones, and only getting a payout of 101 if he won. Che, I believe Chen Chang'an can win first place, Fei Xinc yelled, arguing forcefully. TSK, if Chen Chang'an beats Dugujin and gets first place, I'll upside down. One very brave youth teasingly opened his mouth. The crowd was in an uproar. That's right, if Chen Chang'an can win first place, I'll be at the Heavens Remarks building, eating on the spot. Another very fierce warrior, making a vow. The crowd boiled over even more. Right at this moment, an extremely nice woman's voice rang out. I believe Chen Chang'an can get first place. I'll bet 100,000 spirit stones. The crowd was once again shocked. How can anyone still believe that Chen Chang'an won first place? Silly, isn't it? Faith looked at the woman suspiciously. Extremely good looking, with a great body and a small family appearance. But she had seen Ningtingyu before, and Ningtingyu's stunning beauty made her gaze a little higher. But Ji Xuangu beside her narrowed his eyes. Gu Qingcheng. Chapter 112, The Beginning of the Great War. The person who came was none other than Gu Qingcheng. She ignored the gazes of the people around her, and after placing a bet on Chen Chang'an to win first place, she also saw Ji Xuangu. For this old ancestor of the great Zhou kingdom, she had seen him from afar twice before, so she recognized him. What's more, Chen Chang'an was brought to the central state by Ji Xiangu, and she had learned about it. She slowly walked up to Ji Xuangu's body and bowed respectfully. Greetings to old ancestor. Ji Xiangu's gaze narrowed as he endured the pain coming from the arm that Fei Xinc was pinching next to him while saying, Little girl child, you know old me? Old ancestor is polite. My name is Gu Qingcheng. I am the first daughter of the head of the Gu family in Chang'an City, as well as the young master of the Gu family. Gu Qingcheng's face carried a look of excitement. I've long heard of Brother Chang'an's great name in Central State City. It turns out that it really is him. I am thrilled and honored to meet a friend from another country, my youngest daughter. With that, her beautiful eyes flowed as she looked at Ji Xuangu and said, Old ancestor, I wonder if there's a chance for my little daughter to treat old ancestor to a small drink. Ji Xuangu froze. Fei Xinc also looked at Gu Qingcheng suspiciously. Negan Boy's former first love, who later abandoned him. Ji Xuangu hurriedly transmitted his voice. Yo, she's not blind either. Fei Xinc teasingly whispered, turning to see that the other party was wearing the 100 Flower Immortal Sect's disciple clothing. Yo, so it's a disciple of the 100 Flower Immortal Sect, TSK, good qualifications. Her words clearly had a flirtatious intent. Gu Qingcheng was slightly embarrassed, then revealed a forlorn expression. I believe you are Senior Fei. Qingcheng's qualifications aren't considered good and can only be an outer disciple. Compared to Brother Chang'an, it's like a heaven and a hell. Hey, in the past ignorant, missed a lot of people, a lot of things. I just hope I will be in the heart of the intention is difficult, and once ashamed of the people, say sorry. At those words, Ji Xuangu froze. He suspiciously swept over Gu Qingcheng's body. According to his understanding, this Gu Qingcheng was very arrogant and would bow down so easily? Could it be that? It really be that she wants to redeem herself when she sees how demonic Chen Chang'an is? Che, does she deserve it? Ji Xiangu thought in his heart and spoke faintly. What's in the past, is in the past. Since you've become a disciple of the 100 Flower Immortal Sect, cherish it and cultivate well. After saying that, he glanced at Felicity and pulled the other, and the two of them left. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Gu Qingcheng's soft gaze instantly turned cold. In the world of independent bouts, Jiang Qingcheng hovered in midair, looking at the 30-odd heavenly pride, and faintly said, Begin. As the voice fell, Dugujin led two of his fellow disciples and charged directly toward the first competition stage. The same was true of Jun Wugun. He also has two fellow disciples. Thus, the 6 people transformed into a long rainbow and shot down directly onto the first competition stage in the center. Then 2 of Dakirojin's fellow disciples fought with 2 of Jun Wugun's fellow disciples. Duojin looked sideways at Jun Wugun. Jun Wugun looked at him as his battle intent erupted. Brother Dugu, this first place, it's either you or me. Come, let's compare. Good. As you wish. Solitary Gotham spoke blandly, and the two sides charged hard. Boom. The violent energy aftermath shook the 8 directions. The rest of them were appalled. What a powerful burst. The countless people watching weren't too surprised that the two of them were fighting for first place. Seeing this, Liang Yunzi levitated around and turned to the second place bout. This caused a disappointed clamor to emanate from countless people among the watching audience. After all, there are people who bought Liang Yunzi's first place. I didn't realize that he went for second. Gee, it's good to grab second. Steady. That's just it. He's kinda smart not to go up against the two most powerful ones. This young man knows how to make trade-offs. Countless people talk about it. But just then, another gasp erupted. Look, that Chen Xiang'an actually went to compete for first place as well. Holy, he's crazy. He's more than crazy. He's simply desperate. Then he'll be facing two incomparably powerful opponents at the same time. Hiss. These words came out and some people sucked in their breath hard. The truth was that the two of them, Du Gujin and Jun Wugun, were acquainted with each other, and if there was a third person who came to rob them, they might team up to deal with the third person first. As expected, seeing Chen Xiang'an rush up to the first place bout, the two of them, Du Gujin and Jun Wugun, stopped fighting. The two of them looked at Chen Xiang'an with teasing gazes. Yo, brother Dekuro, here comes an ungrateful one. Why don't we throw this ungrateful one out first? Then our two brothers can have a good sparring session. Jun Wugun looked at Chen Xiang'an and spoke with extreme contempt. Good. Solitary Gotham nodded his head, his face always a cold one, and their four fellow disciples stopped fighting and surrounded Chen Xiang'an. This scene caused the people watching in Central State City to burst into laughter. Their faces extremely complicated. There was ridicule. Have mercy. There's also gruffness. 6 against 1? But just then, an amazing scene appeared. Chen Xiang'an was not fighting alone. Behind him, a figure also appeared. Ning Tingyu, Xiao Denyo, Kong Xianlong, 10 people in all. The fight for a ranking place is not won by grabbing the flag and guarding. The time is 3 hours to hold the flag without losing it, and the man is still on the bout stage. So they were perfectly capable of knocking their opponents down first, and then slowly occupying the flag and the bivouac themselves, high up in the air. Those bigwigs suspended in the air, the patriarchs and elders of the various holy lands, each had a playful smile on their lips. 6 against 11. Boss, tactical no. In the middle of the field, Xiao Danio asked in a deep voice, his battle intent boiling. One word. After Chen Xiang'an finished speaking, he rushed over. Holy, so, Xiao Danio was shocked. Then wailing, he also rushed over. In a flash, the two sides battled together. Chen Xiang'an versus Dokuzan. Jun Wugun faced off against Xiao Danyo, Ning Tingyu, Kong Xianglong and Wu Du Fatty. As for those 6 women from the 100 Flowers Immortal sect, they were up against those total of 4 from the Tai Tsong Sword sect and the Jun family. Jun Wugun revealed a look of contempt when he saw that the 4 Ning Tingyus actually rushed towards him. In particular, he was staring intently at Ning Tingyu, lightly dodging the other party's attacks while saying, Yo, the number 1 beauty of the Central State. I heard that you've obtained the Origin Dao Lotus and activated the Dao Spirit Physique, TSK. This is a fine tripod stove. What a pity if it dies like this. Humph. Begging for death. Ning Tingyu snorted coldly as the silver lance in her hand erupted with an even more terrifying aura, blocking off all of Jun Wugun's paths of retreat. Let me see if your Jun Wugun's gun is powerful or my Ning Tingyu's silver dragon gun. She droned on, presenting a stunning beauty amongst her valor. This caused countless people to look in awe. Ning Tingyu had obtained the root of the Origin Dao Lotus when she was in the Eastern Prefecture, and after she went back to the Holy Land, she activated the Dao Spirit bloodline in her body. This caused her cultivation speed, as well as her qualifications, and her battle prowess, to be turned upside down. Performing at full strength at this moment, she could be said to have amazed all those who knew her well. Chapter 113, The Great Battle Against Dugujin. Ha! That's kind of funny, Jun Wugun sneered, but that's not enough. What about adding us? At that moment, to his left, right, and above him, 3 figures with powerful auras appeared. Xiao Danyo's fist erupted with a terrifying roar as it slammed in. Wu Du Fatty's various magic treasures were also thrown towards Jun Wugun in a whistling manner. The aura was beyond appalling. Clang! A clang rang out as a black lance with lightning bolts stabbed him straight in the face. It's none other than Kong Xianglong. Who are you? Jun Wugun fended it off while looking at Kong Xianglong. This stout, loyal-looking youth was actually a gun cultivator as well. He's your father, Xiao Danyo yelled. I'm your grandfather. Come on, grandson, get off. Hearing such arrogant words, Jun Wugun's gaze turned cold. Seek death. Clang. In a flash, 6 lances appeared behind him. Each of the lances erupted with a palpitating aura. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the 5 of them fought dozens of moves in a row. and the furious gun she shocked the sky and the earth. This caused those old men watching from high in the air to each reveal a satisfied smile. Jiang Qingqing smiled. All of these people, they can enter the sword execution court. The Grand Elder next to him suddenly said, "Didn't you say it only takes 10? As long as the qualifications are good, take them all." Ginger Haruka said. The crowd was silent, then nodded. Indeed, rules can make way for heavenly pride. Buzz. Right at this moment, a sword sound resounded through the sky. They have been stunned. Then he dropped his gaze to the place where the sound of the sword rang out. That's Dugujin and Chen Shanan. Heavens, Chen Shanan actually fought so many moves at the hands of Dugujin. This Chen Shanan. It's extraordinary. Several elders of the sword execution court opened their mouths in shock, looking at the battlefield with sword chi. His pupils trembled rapidly, unable to believe his eyes. Whoosh! In the middle of the field, Chen Shanan's 8 flying swords whistled in an extremely appalling manner. However, that 3-foot green peak of Dugujin's was also extremely terrifying. Sword drawing style. The entire person of Dugujin was like a sword out of its sheath, and between the blurring of his figure, the sword aura buzzed around him. Although Chun Chang'an's 8 flying swords were powerful, each one of them was ruthlessly cleaved away by him. Boom boom boom. The berserk sword chi stirred, setting off an ear-piercing air explosion. Chuckle. At the same time, the light of the sword in his hand flashed continuously, and his figure, along with the shadow of the sword, covered the entire tournament stage, causing the rest of Ning Tingyu and the others. They had to exit the fighting stage and come into mid-air. Everyone's faces were horrified as they looked at the two people in the great battle. Heavens, that Dugujin isn't just a sword emperor. His cultivation level is still Saint Emperor level 9. Someone exclaimed. Hearing these words, Jun Wu-gun revealed a bitter smile. So Brother Dugu is already at the 9th level of Saint Emperor. It's ridiculous that I wanted to challenge him earlier. He was merely at the 8th level of Saint Emperor. Not being of the same rank, they were simply no match for Dokuzum. At this moment, the competition stage was densely cut with sword marks by that sword chi. The dome of the sky was also set off by a terrifying storm. The crowd of celestial pride who were originally fighting and competing for the rankings had all stopped and looked towards the fight between the two Chun Shanan. Oh my god, this Chen Shanan is simply a freak. Look at his cultivation. Hiss, only Saint Emperor level 3. Heavens, how is that possible? At the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm, he was able to battle Dugujin for so many moves. Everyone's jaws dropped. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. That man who swung a huge heavy sword in his hand and also commanded 8 flying swords was deeply imprinted in every heavenly pride's mind, unable to be waved away. Regardless of how that massive sword whistle hummed, Chen Shanan was like a mountain, towering over it. Even the terrifying sword might set off by the heavy sword in his hand could not be broken by Dugujin. Everyone could see that Chun Shanan's 8 flying swords focused on stabbing, while the heavy sword in his hand was capable of erupting with extremely terrifying might, whether it was for defense or attack. In the battlefield, Chen Chang'an felt like he was in the middle of a tsunami, like a lone boat that could easily be drowned. The opponent's sword chi, sword intent, were all too terrifying, but his own burial sword technique was equally terrifying. Instantaneous killing, sealing the throat, shattering the sky, destroying the earth. Sword after sword, the surging storm of sword chi in front of him was shattered one by one. Humph, Chen Chagan, it's me who underestimated you. A glint of exhilaration flashed in Dugujin's eyes. Chess is fun to fight that way. Come on, let's see how much you weigh, Dugu Gothic said. His fingers traced out a bizarre maneuver. In an instant, his sword unexpectedly changed from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8. Soon, behind him were densely packed swords, each buzzing and clanking and spinning. Extremely appalling. Hiss. Those celestial pride sucked in a hard breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Taitsang sword sex 10,000 extreme sword rain. Jun Wu-gun's gaze revealed a look of gravity. He wondered if he could take this one. Clang clang clang. Densely packed swords spun in the void behind Dugujin, as if they were locusts covering the sky, and as if they were endless torrential rain. Buzz off. Swish swish swish. In the next instant, this countless rain of swords, buzzing and whistling, directly stabbed down, scrambling in Chen Chanan's direction. With each sword, a terrifying gas explosion erupted, and with each sword, the dense bursting sound was scalp-numbing. Seeing this, Chen Chanan hastily activated the hegemonic emperor bloodline in his body. At once, a layer of golden light flowed itself. At the same time, the demonic soul, the demonic spirit opens. The evil demon blood god skill also erupted in full force. Evil demon blood god skill. Third style. Seal the sky and lock the earth. Chen Chang'an roared violently. Rumble. Instantly, a golden shadow appeared behind him. It was a figure dressed in imperial robes, the imperial crown swaying and the tassels swaying. Unable to see its face, but it was showing endless heavenly might. Roar! This figure in imperial robes roared violently, as Chen Chang'an inserted the guardian sword in front of him. He also held a golden giant sword that violently inserted down a foot in front of Chen Chang'an, forming a golden through-and-through giant sword. That huge sword was like a mountain. Boom 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 boom. By this time, the dense rain of swords had shot down on Chen Chang'an's golden giant sword, emitting a roar that sounded like heavenly thunder. Immediately following that, the dense rain of swords was actually steadily blocked by Chen Chang'an's golden giant sword. Humph! I'll see how you can block my 10,000 Extreme 1 sword. Solitary Gothic coldly grunted, then merged his fingers and guided them. At once, the remaining dense rain of swords whistled, quickly gathering and then merging. Clank! Clang! Clang! With a clanging sound, countless swords merged, fused, and became a gigantic sword of 1,000 feet. This scene completely shocked everyone. Tai Tsong Wanji one sword. Chop! As Duguzhen's violent shout rang out, the gigantic sword that was 1,000 feet long stabbed down fiercely towards the gigantic sword in front of Chen Chang'an. Wherever it passed, the wind rose and the momentum was astonishing. The space was even more unable to withstand such surging sword might and was collapsing by inches. Chapter 114 Human Sword Unity. At this moment, whether it was the group of celestial pride in the independent small world, or the elders of the sword executioner, or the millions of cultivators watching the projections in the central state, each dumbstruck. The power of solitary Gothic was far beyond everyone's expectations. It's over. That Chen Chang'an will lose. That's right. I've heard that this Tai Tsong Wanju one sword is the Tai Tsong sword sect's best skill. I didn't expect it to be learned to the point of great accomplishment by Duguzhen, worthy of being the first genius of our central state. Terrifying as hell. Countless people were shocked. Countless people were shocked. In the dense crowd, Gu Qingcheng looked at the sword and her heart suddenly came alive again. Chen Chang'an, this time, let's see if you still die. The thought of this cleared the depression from her mind. It's almost like you want to laugh out loud. In another place, Fei Xinc was filled with worry. Master, this sword is so terrifying. Can the Chang'an kid catch it? Can't catch a break. The cloth-clad scholar said faintly. The hearts of Ji Xuangu and Fei Xinc both sank. Those 8 flying swords of his are of a very high grade. The cloth-clothed scholar continued. However, that guardian sword of Chang'an is nothing more than a king level. And Duguzhen's sword, which looks to be the Tai Tsong sword, is at the monarch level. What? Fei Xinc was alarmed. This guy, to use a ruler-level sword, or the famous Tai Tsong sword. What a damnation. Tai Tsong sword. That is the overwhelmingly famous sword of Tai Tsong sword sect. It is even more famous in the central state for thousands of years. How is Chen Chang'an's sword a match? Just as they were indignant and incredibly worried, Chen Chang'an, who was in the middle of the competition at the moment, felt a great deal of pressure. The guardian sword in his hand had a slight crack under that massive sword force. Not good. Chen Chang'an's pupils contracted violently as he exclaimed in his heart. In the next instant, suddenly an extremely terrifying and heavy sword might, like billions of mountains, ruthlessly press down. Boom! The guardian sword in his hand eventually couldn't hold out and became fragmented. Then a force that suffocated him hit him hard in the chest. Boo! Like a thunderous explosion. The competition stage where Chen Chang'an was located rumbled and shattered, turning into fragments in the sky. And Chen Chang'an's entire body spat out a large mouthful of blood arrows, violently and viciously smashing into the earth, directly smashing open a huge deep pit. Brat! Ning Tingyu exclaimed in shock and hurriedly flew over. Boss! Xiao Danio's face was filled with horror, and he ran over in alarm. Oh, that kid, he lost. Seeing this scene, Jun Wugun spoke faintly. However, it is considered an honor for you to have fought Brother Dugu for so long. The rest of the people were all jaw-dropped, looking at the shattered competition stage and the devastated earth, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Even the sunless, moonless, and starless underworld trio were pinching their orchid fingers, their crimson-painted lips wide open, their faces full of shock. Not far away, Duguzhen looked at the bottomless pit, his expression calm, his eyes swept over a trace of disappointment. That's it? He obviously hadn't fought enough. Too meaningless, the entire northern wasteland, among the younger generation. No one is my opponent. It's better to head to the Yanhuang domain as soon as possible. He murmured in a low voice, his eyes showing excitement. Dogu family, I'll let you know. What is? The king. Return. With a low voice, he walked towards the shattered tournament stage, with the fallen flag in the center. At this moment, the crowd looked at his back, their faces incomparably complicated. It was as if they saw a supreme sword cultivator, ready to step out from the northern wasteland and then shake the continent with fame. And just then, a voice came out from the ruins. Wait, Dakuro Gothic, our fight. It's not over. The crowd was alarmed and looked at the sound. However, he suddenly realized that from the bottomless pit, a figure slowly levitated up. Exactly, Chen Chagan. At this moment, Chen Chagan had blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and the shirt in front of his body was completely shattered, revealing his lean upper body. As his long hair moved without wind, his gaze was as stern as electricity on his cold face, and in his hand, holding it, was clearly another massive heavy sword. It was a heavy black sword. The body was pitch black, as if it had swallowed all the light. The only thing that was left was a trace of icy coldness that flowed there at the blade, carrying a regal and mighty ling. Hiss! Countless people sucked in cool air. Oh my god, I can't believe he's okay. His aura seems to be stronger. Holy, no, it seems like he's gotten even more refined in his sword Dao. Too demonic. If this Chen Chanan was the same age as Dugujin, he would definitely be more powerful than him. Countless people exclaimed. Someone thought about Chen Chanan's age. That's younger than Dokuzin. Now, countless people's eyes were on fire. There was another good show to watch. High in the air, Jiang Qingqing looked at Chen Chanan, her beautiful eyes flowing as she laughed. Interesting, worthy of being the heavenly pride I have my eye on. The Grand Elder next to him sneered. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that if I continue to fight Dugujin, I still won't be able to defeat him. Great Elder, don't forget that he changed his sword, Jiang Qingqing said thoughtfully. At that instant, everyone's eyes fell on the black sword in Chen Chanan's hand. Even in the city of central China, the clothier scholar is the same. That sword, its craftsmanship and quality, and the aura that erupted from the sword's might. How is it like the ancient canonical records? Similar to the weapon crafted by that weapon-refining emperor from 100,000 years ago? The cloth-clothed scholar muttered, turning to cast the thought down. Impossible. 100,000 years have passed since that famous refiner emperor that shook the heavens back then. That one simply cannot still be in this universe. And how did the Chang'an boy get the weapons he forged? The cloth-clothed scholar's face was full of complexity, and his heart was full of waves. Senior, what's impossible? Fei Xinc asked suspiciously. It's fine. This heavy sword of his, it's fine, the cloth-clothed scholar faintly said, and within his gaze, envy was revealed. As a sword cultivator, who wouldn't want to have a good sword? Moreover, his everlasting academy, 100,000 years ago, could be said to have flourished for countless eras. For in those days, there were 9 gentlemen who made even the great emperors fear them. Mr. Big, Mr. 2, Mr. 9, where are you? The cloth-clad scholar muttered, his gaze bleak. Meanwhile, in the midst of countless shocked gazes, Chen Chang'an slowly walked towards Dugujin. The nervous hearts of Ning Tingyu and the others were hurriedly lowered. Hey, brat, you still want to fight? Ning Tingyu opened her mouth. Chen Chang'an ignored her and instead came straight to Dugujin's face. Ning Tingyu snorted coldly. Sister Ning, boss is fine, don't worry. Kong Shanglong walked forward and comforted. Humph, who cares about him? Ning Tingyu's face became clear and cold. The 6 female disciples of the 100-flower immortal sect looked at their holy maiden oddly. You really surprised me. The corners of Dokuzum's mouth lifted into a happy arc. The more powerful you are, the more excited I am. Come on, you better be able to beat me to death. Saying that, he held his sword diagonally in his right hand, and his entire person seemed to melt as if he was in the middle of the void. This moment, he, that is the sword. The sword, too, is him. Oh my god, human swords in one. The elders high up in the air violently passed out exclamations of shock. Their trembling pupils were heady with shock. Whoosh! An even more terrifying sword might erupted, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth, as Dugujin seemed to merge with his sword and stabbed violently towards Chen Chanan. Chapter 115, Chopping the Dao Sword. Extinguishing the Tsan Yen rain, the sword aura lingered in Chen Chanan's gaze, and his body's aura rumbled even more. He looked at the heavy black sword in his hand, engraved with 3 words, Zendo Sword. This was exactly what the 4th master of his family had given him when he left the great Zhou King city. In the beginning, The fourth master had explained that this new sword could only be replaced when the guardian sword could no longer be used. And earlier, the guardian sword was shattered under Dugujin's tight sang sword. He then took out this heavy black sword. Fourth master, it's still you who understands me. This sword, it's very competent. Chen Chanan's gaze blazed as he whispered, then slashed forward fiercely. Burial, shattered sky. Boom! The two men's swords collided fiercely, and the berserk sword chi directly tore through dozens of miles of space in a radius. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, both of them flew out viciously backwards. But soon, the two of their figures approached sharply again, colliding fiercely with each other with a terrifying and overwhelming aura. Swords and swords cleave at each other. Boom! Another shocking boom rang out. Bury the world, destroy the earth. Chen Chang'an drank lowly. The heavy sword in his hand clashed violently with the other party, and his body moved around, fighting together in a series of intense battles. Bang 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 bang. What was incomparably shocking was that as the fight between the two continued, Chen Shaman's figure grew faster and faster. It was getting faster and faster. Tai Tsong Wuji sword, Duozhen shouted violently, and his sword power overwhelmed the 8 directions. Raging dragon fire breath. At this moment, Chen Chang'an also emanated in a low voice, and then with a boom, a fearful black flame erupted directly above his Dao Chopper sword. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the flames erupted, the aura on his body, again, rose strongly in a terrifyingly overwhelming manner. Countless people watched with jaws agape, scalp numbness. Not only was Chen Chanan's sword burning with black flames, even behind him, there seemed to be a black dragon roaring. This was precisely Chen Chanan's demonic dragon burning world technique, the gongfu that was obtained in the Eastern State secret realm in the first place. At this moment, the first time it was exerted in the central state, it was absolutely shocking to everyone's eyeballs. Boom 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 boom, the terrifying and overwhelming aura, in a crushing posture, transformed into a black residual shadow and continuously bombarded Dugujin. A booming sound echoed in all directions, extremely appalling, and in less than a dozen breaths of time, Dugujin's figure had already retreated hundreds of feet away under Chen Shanan's furious bombardment. Chen Shanan's sword might was even more terrifying than before. Dokurozumi's speed was crushed across the board. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena was dumbfounded. Even the millions of people in Zhengzhou City who were watching this scene, one by one, it was as if they were immobilized, unable to breathe, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. The Chen Chang'an in front of him had previously been beaten into the ground by Dugujin. In the twinkling of an eye, he had become so strong. The crowd was shocked and dumbfounded. High above the small world, a sword executioner elder looked at Chen Shan'an below, his eyes narrowing slightly. What terrifying speed! What terrifying sword power! I didn't expect that the power exerted by a heavy sword would be so terrifying. Zhang Qingqing opened her mouth with the same shock. Boom! Just as the crowd was shocked, a terrifying and incomparable force erupted within the suppressed Dokurat's body, and at the same time, Chen Chang'an held his sword upright and blocked it horizontally in front of his body, and his entire body was shaken out. What? Dakuro Gotham still has a bottom card? Everyone was once again shocked. It's simply numb. Heavens, that Dugujin's physical body. Hiss, could it be that he has practiced the legendary Tai Tsong sword body? Boom. Someone's words were uttered as if they were thunderbolts, causing everyone to be ruthlessly shocked once again. Tai Tsong sword body. That is a unique way of refining the body of the Tai Tsong sword sect. It was to take the body and cultivate it to be as hard as one's sword, with a sword-like strong physical body and a reputation for explosive power. The extremely terrifying sword cultivator. This was the reason why the Tai Tsang sword sect became the #1 holy sect in the northern wasteland. Worthy of being the holy son of the Tai Tsang sword sect, he even refined the Tai Tsang sword body. Somewhere in a hidden corner, an old man's throat rolled as his gaze trembled, revealing a look of shock. In the arena, all the celestial pride once again looked at Dugujin in shock. Tai Tsong sword body. At this moment, they were glad to have grown up in the same era as someone so demonic, and at the same time, unfortunate. After all, they are mountains, enough for them to climb for the rest of their lives. In the distance, Dugujin twisted his neck, his bones clicking as a sword aura flowed over his body. Sharp. At this moment, his entire person was a sheathed sword. I have to say, you shocked me. This speed of yours, your explosive power, your heavy sword, even I am far inferior to you. Duozhen looked at Chen Chang'an and spoke faintly, but in his eyes, he was frenzied. To have such an opponent, he felt, was a great fortune in life. Chen Chang'an was silent. The other party wasn't even feuding with himself. He was completely a sword nerd. Moreover, previously, his own such a terrifying power, such a shocking sword might attack. If it was an ordinary heavenly pride, it would have long been smashed into flesh by himself, but was unable to injure the other party in the slightest. It's a pity that your speed is fine, and so is your strength, but it can't break my defense. Solitary Gothic grinned, his face turning grim. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together and drank in a low voice. Song. The sky. Split. Sword. Chop. Boom. In an instant, his entire body's sword aura rushed to the sky. He was the hilt of the sword, and then as he slashed down with both hands, another sword chi of thousands of feet directly slashed at Chen Chang'an. Boom! Rumble! The earth trembled crazily, and the earth where Chen Chang'an was previously located had a tens of miles long crack split out of it in a raw manner. He was using his body as a sword, and then using his berserk strength to turn it into sword chi to break Chen Chang'an's speed and heavy sword now. Boom boom boom! Next, Doguzhen's hands were swords, and with each swing, the earth was chopped out by him and crisscrossing deep gullies. As for Chen Chang'an, he was also in the air, on the earth, constantly dodging. The crowd of celestial pride was once again shocked and dumbfounded. At this rate, they don't even have to fight. Just when the crowd thought that Chen Chang'an would lose, the next moment, the black dragon behind Chen Chang'an, who was suspended high in the sky, roared. He slowly raised the Dao Chopper sword with both hands, then uttered in a low voice, "Extinguish the Tsangyan rain." Rumble, rumble, rumble. This was precisely the second stance of the demonic dragon burning world technique. As Chen Chang'an's huge black sword was raised high, dark clouds rolled across the sky, black lightning nourished and swam, and an even more appalling aura suddenly descended. Buzz. Space trembles. Buzz. The earth collapsed rapidly under this terrifying aura. At that moment, a heavy sword with flames, with a terrifying world-destroying sword might, drilled out from that black dark cloud. Then as if it was raining, with flames, with a terrifying and overwhelming pressure, it smashed down intensively towards Doguzhen below. This was a wide-range attack, the same as Doguzhen's 10,000 extreme sword rain move from earlier. However, Chen Chang'an, these were heavy swords, and a heavy sword with black flames. It seemed as if each heavy sword was like a black, world-destroying black dragon. Boom 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 boom. Landslide. Amidst everyone's gazes that were so shocked that their scalps went numb, Doguzhen was unable to dodge at all and was directly flooded by countless black heavy swords. Everyone who watched such a horrifying scene was once again greatly shocked, their pupils contracting viciously as if they were pierced by steel needles. Chapter 116 Elder of the Solitary Imperial Clan. As the storm of heavy swords faded away, Chen Chang'an slowly hovered over the void. In his hand, he held the wide and slender black Zendao sword diagonally, and between his long hair flying, he was as awe-inspiring as a descending devil god. Cough cough cough. In the midst of everyone's stupefied gazes, Dokurozumi crawled up from the rubble covered in blood, paralyzed helplessly on the ground. His gaze fell in midair, landing on that suffocating figure, and he weakly opened his mouth. Fruit. However, there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. You won. Everyone who saw the scene was petrified. 4-1. He was shocked that Doguzhen hadn't died in the midst of such a terrifying attack. Secondly, he was horrified by Chen Chang'an's terrifying battle power, which had crossed the ranks to seriously injure Doguzhen. Anyway, at this moment, countless people had mixed emotions. This Chen Chang'an, too heaven-defying. However, right at this moment, a terrifying spear on steeply stabbed at Chen Chang'an's back undershirt. Ah! Look out! Ning Tingyu yelled. Chen Chang'an's figure violently disappeared in place and dodged. Buzz. Almost at the same time, a golden gun shadow continued to bully its way up, pushing straight for Chen Chang'an's throat. Chen Chang'an swung his right hand and slashed forward with the Dao chopping sword. Boom! The lance split directly, but the next instant, another stab came. Whoosh! 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 Handful after handful of lances stabbed straight at Chen Chang'an's heart. Boom! Caught off guard, Chen Chang'an was directly shaken and sent flying more than 10 feet away. After stopping, Chen Chang'an's arm was wrapped in an arc of electricity and his skin began to blacken. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people were greatly shocked. No, I'm the one who will be going to the great domain Imperial Continent. How could I lose here? Right at this moment, Doguzhen suddenly let out a low roar, and his entire body erupted with a golden sword chi, once again transforming into a sword light that stabbed straight at Chen Chang'an. It's amazing that he pretended to be weak earlier. Chen Chang'an's eyes narrowed violently. Humph. The first place. Only people from our holy land are qualified to win. What are you? Chen Chagan. The one who had sneaked up on Chen Chang'an earlier was none other than Jun Wugun. At this moment, he shouted violently and rushed towards Chen Chang'an together with Dugujin. 2 for 1. Vile. Ning Tingyu shouted. Stop Jun Wugun. Yes, Xiao Daniu and the others yelled. All of a sudden, there was once again a big melee in the field. And right at that moment, a sword roar resounded through the clouds, breaking through the sky. Breaking! Everyone looked at Chen Chang'an in shock. He's broken through to the way of the sword. A new realization? Previously, he had entered the Sword Emperor realm. But now, Chen Shannon's sword Dao seemed to have gone even further. Thumbs down. A flying sword pierced right through Jun Wugun's throat. You! Sneak attack! Jun Wugun's face was filled with horror. His eyes wide. Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Almost simultaneously, 3 more flying swords whistled. One pierced his brow, one pierced his heart, and one sliced his neck. Blood spurted wildly. Everyone in the arena was once again confused. Murdered. Although it didn't say that killing was not allowed, it was basically rare for the same clan's heavenly pride to fight to the death. Earlier, Jun Wugun had sneaked up on Chen Chang'an, and only then did Chen Chang'an try to kill him. Now the scene became bloody. Whoosh! Just before the crowd could react, Chen Chang'an's flying swords, one after another, stabbed at Dugujin in succession. Dang! Solitary Elegy blocked away the flying swords in succession. But still, because of the severe injuries, he was caught off guard and his entire body was blown away once again. Whoosh! In the next instant, Chen Chang'an arrived in front of Dugujin's body, and the heavy Dao chopping sword was about to slice down towards Dugujin's neck. Not good. He's going to kill Dokuzum. Everyone was shocked. Buzz! Right at this moment, the space behind Chen Chang'an suddenly cracked open, and a figure wearing a gray robe suddenly appeared, slapping his palm at Chen Chang'an's back. Look out! Ning Tingyu shouted anxiously. Chen Chang'an was horrified in his heart as he turned around violently, his Dao chopper sword blocking across his chest. Boom! The powerful palm slapped down hard on Chen Chang'an's huge sword and pressed heavily on his chest. Boo! Pust! Chen Chang'an spat out a mouthful of blood arrows and his entire body flew backwards. The sudden change of events caused everyone in the arena to be filled with confusion. In midair, Jiang Qingqing and the others' faces changed drastically. How dare someone interfere with the sword executioner's examination? As she was about to strike, she was suddenly controlled by the Grand Elder next to her. You! What are you doing? Kong Qingqing looked at him in shock. Humph! I just received news that the dozen or so sword wielders of the Heilong Great Domain were killed by none other than Chen Chang'an. The Grand Elder's face was filled with gloom. My son also died at the hands of Chen Chang'an, so I can't let you save him. How? Jiang Qingqing roared. This matter needs to be investigated. But to stand by and watch the Heaven's Pride being killed, you're going against the human emperor's law of Heaven's Pride. You're making a mistake. Humph. I've already given Chen Chang'an a great deal of leniency by not making a move against him, but the rest of you deal with him, and I want you to stay out of the way for now. The Grand Elder spoke coldly. With that, he looked at the gray-robed man in the middle of the field. That one is from the Great Domain Imperial Continent, the Imperial Clan. If you dare to go, you're just going to send yourself to death. And I'm doing it for your own good. Jiang Qingqing's body was covered with more golden threads, and she couldn't break free for a while. She hastened to look out into the field. Silver teeth clenched at the sight of the gray-robed man. Sure enough, it's someone from the Emperor clan. Although the human imperial palace was powerful, it was also the imperial capital of the human race in the imperial continent. If an Emperor clan elder came here, she would not be a match at all. If she strikes, she will also die. Moreover, at the moment, she was trapped by the Grand Elder, and it wasn't that she didn't want to save it. Inexplicably, she had a reason not to make a move. It's not that I don't want to care, but I'm restrained. The remaining 8 elders, one by one, also lowered their heads slightly. Pretend you didn't see it. Jiang Qingqing sighed darkly and slowly closed her eyes. Powerlessness. It was clear that the Sword Execution Palace was a place to protect the human race's heavenly pride, but there were empire clans that still wouldn't put them in their eyes. After all, those imperial clans, their depths were also very deep. That's the beauty of having a background. At this moment that gray-robed man slowly walked towards the fallen Chen Chang'an and said in a cold voice, Chen Chang'an, you want to kill Dugujin? Just you. Are you worthy of killing someone from my Dugu imperial clan? The reason why he appeared was to stop Chen Chang'an from killing Dugujin. As for breaking the rules of the sword execution court examination, in the imperial capital of the human race and the imperial state, he might not dare to break them. But here, a sword execution court of the northern wasteland land. He didn't put it in his eyes yet. Even the core elders here could only watch obediently. The gray-robed old man looked at Chen Shan'an, his gaze undisguisedly carrying killing intent. Chen Shan'an was too demonic to break the Taitsang sword sect's Taitsang sword body. Importantly, the Taitsang sword sect, too, was a branch of the Dugu clan, the Dakuro family, the family that only rose to prominence with the Taitsang sword body. Now, there was actually someone who could break their Taitsang sword body. Then, naturally, you can't stay. Asterisk 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 off. I don't need your hand. At that moment, Dokuratz angrily shouted. He was a condescending sword cultivator and naturally didn't want to let the protector of the Dao fight for himself. It would affect his sword heart. Ha! Third young master. Your sword. It's still so wasted. The gray-robed old man laughed coldly. It doesn't matter if you die. But don't insult the reputation of our Dugu family. There's no way that the young master of our Dugu Imperial clan would die on a nameless kid. If you die, then you're a disgrace to my Dugu Imperial clan. You. Duozhen's face turned white as he stared at the gray-robed old man dead in the face. Countless people in the field, and even in Zhengzhou City, looked at this scene in shock. Surprisingly, a strong member of the older generation entered the competition grounds to sabotage the test? Hunting down the pride of heaven? Isn't that just plain bullying? Doesn't the court care? Countless people wondered. In the middle of the field, Xiao Dainyu and the others looked towards the firmament, towards the impassive Lord Jiangting, as well as the 9 elders. Court master, why is he appearing here and striking out at our heaven's pride? At this time, Xiao Dinyo yelled, "Boo!" But as soon as his words fell, he was directly slapped away by the gray-robed old man. Chapter 117, Joining the Eternal Life Academy. Instantly, all those heavenly prides didn't dare to speak. Ning Tingyu, Kong Xianglong, Wu Dafeng and the others tried to rush up, but one by one, they were slapped away by his palm. Humph, get lost. If you guys dare to come up here again, I'll kill all of you along with you. The gray-robed old man angrily shouted at Ning Tingyu and the others. Ning Tingyu and the others were all pale, with blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Oh my god, does this even matter? Who is that old fellow? How dare he make a move to mess up the sword executioner's examination? Hiss, I see, that person is an elder of the Imperial clan. He is the protector of that Dokuzen. Boom. Someone uttered the words Emperor Clan Elder, instantly causing countless people to stir. The Emperor Clan, that was a more powerful clan than the Sacred Clan. It represented that inside the family, there was the existence of a Saint Emperor. Hiss, I see. I heard that the Taitsang sword sect is a branch of the Dugu family, over in the Imperial continent. So it is. Heavens, in that case, that Duguzhen, wouldn't he be a member of the Emperor Clan? Indeed, it should be the Imperial Clan's pride. No wonder, he's so demonic. Countless people clamored. Fei Xinc and Ji Shengu were shocked. When she was about to call for her master's hand, the cloth-clad scholar had already disappeared into thin air. Fei Xinc was overjoyed and even looked towards the vaulted sky. At the same time, the gray-robed old man was about to kill Chen Shan'an with a palm strike when an elegant figure appeared beside him. Then a sword stabbed his palm. Boom! A huge boom instantly exploded between the two sides, and both of them retreated a dozen feet. The gray-robed old man's face was grim as he looked at the cloth-clothed scholar, his eyes narrowing slightly. The everlasting academy is all gone. But I didn't expect that you, a scholar, would still be alive. The cloth-clothed scholar hugged his wooden sword and smiled faintly. I am not talented, but I am the current head of the Eternal Life Academy. Oh, that's funny. The gray-robed old man didn't put the cloth-clothed scholar in his eyes at all, and angrily rebuked, get lost, or else, even you will be killed together. At that time, when the Eternal Life Academy is extinct, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as his words fell, the cloth-clad scholar had already stabbed out with another sword. Humph, a small carving skill. How dare you show off your skills? The gray-robed old man was about to take out his sword, but in the next moment, the sword in his hand directly couldn't be pulled out. What? The gray-robed old man was horrified. Boom! In the next moment, his figure flew directly backwards. The cloth-clothed scholar followed closely behind, grabbed the gray-robed old man's head, then directly pressed it to the ground, swung his arm, pulled up his sleeve, and hammered down hard, punch after punch. Boom! 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 The whole earth burst into pieces. The crowd was dumbfounded. These two are sword cultivators. Why don't they use swords? And this cloth-clothed scholar, just like no scholarly elegance, like a street punk, grabbed the grey-robed old man's hair, is a fat beat. In the end, that grey-robed old man, surprisingly, was hammered to death by the cloth-clad scholar. The crowd was once again petrified. The cloth-clad scholar wiped the blood on his own sleeve and, taking out another jug of wine and taking a big drink, his eyes aimed at Chen Shagan. Kid, are you alright? I'm fine. Thanks to Senior for making a move. Chen Chang'an stood up and gratefully clasped his fists in salute. The cloth-clothed scholar glanced at his mouth. Don't get all this wishy-washy stuff. I want practical. The late generation understands. Chen Chang'an nodded his head. The cloth-bound scholar. No. What do you understand? At this moment, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Chen Chang'an came to Duguzhen. Duguzhen, let me tell you something. Duozhen raised his head covered in blood. He didn't understand what else Chen Chang'an had to say to him, but just then, there was a flash of sword light. Swish! The head of Dokuzhen was then chopped off by him. Solo Gotham. In the arena, everyone was silent. Solo Gotham is dead. Chen Chang'an actually killed him? Hiss! Countless people viciously sucked in cool air. Everyone couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Then Chen Chang'an took that first one's flag and casually threw it away again. The reason why he killed Duguzhen was to eliminate any future problems. This Dokuzhen was too strong. He had fought hard earlier, and he would definitely be an afterthought in the future. As for having taken the flag, it proves that he got first. Throwing it away again is a sign that he doesn't want to be a sword wielder anymore. Those at the top of this sword execution court disgusted him. The so-called protector of the human race's heavenly pride was a big joke. In the face of great strength, all are no balls. Chen Chang'an, what are you doing? Duguzhen clearly has no fighting ability left. Why are you killing him? At that moment, the sword execution court Grand Elder angrily shouted. Chen Chang'an ignored him and was about to leave. Stop! The Grand Elder shouted angrily. What kind of attitude are you having? Yo yo yo! At this time, the cloth-clothed scholar teased. Great Elder, earlier that grey-robed man in. Do not see you open. Now you are good big wind well. The Grand Elder looked at the cloth-clothed scholar. His gaze narrowed. Cloth-clothed scholar, you interfered with my sword-bearer exam. Thumbs up. But before he could finish his sentence, a wooden sword from the cloth-clad scholar pierced through his brow, nailed directly to the spot. The crowd was once again stunned. Humph. That old man interfered earlier and you didn't make a move. I made a move and you jumped in and bleeped. Mother asterisk 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 her, bullying old thing. Ah shucks. 2A. The cloth-clad scholar cursed and opened his mouth. The Grand Elder was trembling and dying. Once he died, Zhang Qingqing was loosened from her bonds and hurriedly flew over the crowd. Everyone looked at her. She swept a glance at the crowd, her eyes complexly looking at the cloth-clad scholar and then at Chen Chang'an, saying, Sword-bearer examination. Continue. Forget it. I'm not taking the test. Chen Chang'an waved his hand. Earlier, the elders of the Emperor clan had made a move, and the elders here at the sword execution court had not given a single fart, causing Chen Chang'an to lose his mind about becoming a sword executioner. Chen Chang'an, don't mistake yourself. Zhang Qingqing was furious. Chen Chang'an had always been someone she looked up to. It wasn't that she wasn't willing to make a move to stop them earlier, but that grey-robed man was too powerful. If the boss gives up, so do I. At this time, Xiao Daniu also suddenly opened his mouth. Kong Xianglong, Wu Dafang, two people also said in unison that they would not take the test, preferring to give up. Ning Tingyu was about to open her mouth when she was stopped by the 6 female disciples in her clan. Chen Chang'an looked at her and transmitted his voice. It's better for you to become a sword executioner. You're my friend. You have a sword executioner status. It will be convenient for you to help me in the future. At those words, Ning Tingyu nodded her head. Chen Chang'an, this is not child's play. Zhang Qingqing stared at Chen Chang'an dead on, her eyes narrowing slightly as she reminded. If you don't become a sword executioner, you will have more enemies. I know. Chen Chang'an nodded his head as he looked at the cloth-clad scholar and said with a straight face, Senior, I wonder if the Everlasting Academy is willing to accept me? The cloth-clad scholar had helped him so many times, and Chen Chang'an had heard of the Eternal Life Academy. Although down and out, there was at least a powerful sword monarch. Now that he had enemies everywhere, it was better to find a thicker thigh first. The cloth-clad scribe in front of me is a good lapdog. The cloth-clothed scholar's eyes lit up at his words. All right, welcome, welcome, warmly welcome, elder. Then we'll enter the Eternal Life Academy as well. At this time, Xiao Daniu, Kong Xianglong, and Wu Defat also immediately opened their mouths. Ha ha ha, It's fine. So my Eternal Life Academy will be lively. The cloth-clothed scholar was very happy, and with a wave of his hand, he took the four of them, Chen Chang'an, and left this heaven and earth. In a flash, Jiang Qingqing's face became incredibly ugly. Chapter 118 Gambling. Restoring the size of the Holy Land. Countless people clamored as the cloth-clad scholar led the four of Chen Chang'an to appear in the sky above Zhengzhou City. This cloth-clothed scholar, how dare he openly rob the sword execution court? Moreover, that everlasting academy has fallen into disrepair. Are the four Chen Chang'an people out of their minds? How dare he give up his identity as a sword wielder and enter the Eternal Life Academy? Buzz. Right at that moment, the surrounding void twisted for a moment. Then a bunch of people show up. It was the Lin family crowd. Lin Dong, the Lin clan's oldest ancestor, and the Lin clan's 6 supreme elders. Countless people were shocked to see the appearance of these people. Buzz. Almost simultaneously. On the other side, the void twisted again. A large group of green-robed men appeared. All of them, carrying a sword. Each and every one of them, were sword cultivators. Their aura was even more terrifying. With their sword auras, people from the Taitsang sword sect. As the people from the Taitsang sword sect appeared, on the other side of the sky dome, another large group of people appeared. Each of them had white long shirts and a thick aura. Among them were those who carried guns, swords, and great swords. Seeing this group of people, the countless people underneath Central State City once again viciously sucked in cool air. A member of the Jun family. These three major forces, so to speak, all had a grudge against Chen Chang'an. The Lin family's old ancestor stared at the cloth-clothed scholar in death, and said in a deep voice, "Poor scholar, are you really going to protect that brat?" The cloth-clothed scholar said indifferently, "From today onwards, he is a member of my Chongqing Academy." Poor scholar. On account of the fact that the Everlasting Academy was once a holy land as well. As long as you leave Chen Chang'an behind, I promise I won't make things difficult for you. At this moment, an elder at the head of the Taitsang sword sect spoke in a cold voice. With that, he pointed at Chen Chang'an. "He killed our saint's son. There's no way this matter can just be left at that." "That's right, Lu Bai. Don't let your reputation as a sword monarch be buried here." At that moment, the old man at the head of the Jun family also spoke coldly. His Jun family hadn't wanted to make a move against Chen Chang'an. Although Chen Chang'an had killed Jun Wujian and Jun Wudao in front of him, those two were not core characters and could still be tolerated. But killing Jun Wugun, that was the young master of the Jun family. If this was tolerated, it would be the Ninja Turtles, not their holy clan style. As soon as he spoke, the crowd came to their senses. It turns out that the name of the scholar in cloth is Lu Bai. Chen Chang'an looked at Lu Bai. The three great Holy Land forces were besieging him, and it was up to him to get out. "Ha!" Lu Bai smiled coldly. "If you guys want to kill my disciples of the Eternal Life Academy, I might not be able to stop you, but, from now on, I, Lu Bai, will transform into a vengeful swordsman." With that, he raised his wooden sword and pointed at the people of those three forces, saying with incomparably icy coldness, "Anytime I see a disciple of your three forces, I see one and kill one. Seeing two, I'll kill a pair. How dare you?" The Taitsang sword sect's elder shouted angrily. "Humph, with just you alone, you also want to go against our three major forces?" The Lin family's old ancestor also shouted coldly and angrily. The people of the Jun family erupted with powerful killing chances at the same time. Lu Bai's words made it so that today, no matter what, they would have to suppress this sword monarch here. Ah ha 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 ha. Lu Bai laughed wildly, followed by a rumbling surge of his aura. "You guys can try and see if I dare? I'm a bare pole, so I'm afraid of nothing." As his voice fell, a sword chi on his body formed a terrifying storm that shot straight into the sky. It directly cut through hundreds of miles of emptiness. In the field, countless people's swords, especially the swords of everyone from the Taitsang sword sect, were buzzing and trembling. At this moment, countless cultivators who used swords were horrified. "Oh my god, it seems like he's going to become a sword exalt. Hiss. Sword venerable? An honored one among swords? That's troublesome. Although it's not a full-blown sword exalt yet, I'm afraid it's still a half-step sword exalt." "Ma, a half-step swordfather. That's terrifying too." Countless people clamored. The faces of the three major powers became incomparably ugly. "Ha!" Lu Bai continued to sneer. "I may not be able to stop you from killing Chen Chang'an, but if I want to escape, who among you can stop me? Who can? If I were to try to assassinate your disciples, your clansmen, may I ask, who of them would be able to escape?" Instantly, Lu Bai's words caused the disciples of the Taitsang sword sect, the Lin family, and the Jun family, the three major forces, to have their scalps numb one by one, being chased by a half-step swordfather? It's scary to think about. However, the people from the three major forces were still surrounding the several people from Chunchang'an, not willing to let them go just like that. The scene was deadlocked, but Lu Bai doesn't want Chen Chang'an to die, either. He really did see Chen Chang'an's qualifications, otherwise, he wouldn't have protected him over and over again. Watching the face of the person at the head of the three major forces cloud over, Chen Chang'an's heart was shaken. This scribe is usually elegant and a drunkard, but he is still very much so. The words spoken earlier had also completely shocked the three major powers, but at the moment it's going to come down to who takes a step back first. Lu Bai, we have no intention of being your enemy. At this moment, an old man from the Taisong sword sect spoke in a deep voice. But Chen Chang'an killed our saint's son. This matter is already a fact, and it's even more of an undying fact. If we let him leave peacefully today, where will we put our face? At those words, the Jun family, and the people of the Lin family did the same. They didn't want their family disciples to be inexplicably chased by a half-step sword exalt, but again, don't want to make it easy. Seeing this, Lu Bai seemed to have an idea in his mind, so he spoke in a deep voice. How about this? Let's make a bet. At those words, the crowd looked at him in surprise. A bet? What's the bet at this time? How do you want to bet? The Lin family's old ancestor asked with his eyes narrowed. Lu Bai carried his hands behind his back and exclaimed. Originally, in the Central State plus my Eternal Life Academy, there were 9 holy places, but my Eternal Life Academy has gradually declined and lost the strength that a holy land should have. And I also know that you covet the holy land and inheritance of my Eternal Life Academy. With that, he scanned the countless people in Zhengzhou City below and said in a deep voice, how about this? Within a year, my Eternal Life Academy will restore the size of the Holy Land, with 100,000 disciples, 50 Saint Emperor Elders, and 10 Saint Ruler Elders. As long as I can't fulfill the first condition, I'll unlock the boundary of the Holy Land of the Academy, and all the inheritance inside, all the secret realms of Aura, and let you guys go and occupy them. At that time, even if you kill these few disciples of my academy, I will have nothing to say, much less retaliate afterward. As Lu Bai's words fell, the field became pin-drop silent. Countless people were shocked. However, the 4 great holy sects, as well as the 4 great families, had their gazes snapped wide open. Being one of the holy lands, that definitely had a legacy and a secret realm of Aura. And moreover, there was also that nebulous chi fortune. As long as one seized the place of the Everlasting Academy, wouldn't that be the same as seizing the Everlasting Academy's chi? Now, those 3 powers faltered. A year's time to grow to the size of 100,000 disciples was too much to think about. Not to mention, there were also 50 Saint Emperor Elders, and 10 Saint Ruler level core Elders. According to their investigation, today's Everlasting Academy was just Lu Bai alone. There is no way this is something that can be accomplished in just 1 year. Chapter 119, The Ragged and Deserted Bookstore. And I. On one condition. At this point, Lu Bai looked at the changing faces of the crowd and, continuing, he said, within this year, you cannot send more than 5 minor realms to hunt my academy's disciples. At the same time, if after a year, my Everlasting Academy reaches the size of a holy land, you must recognize us as a holy land as well. Then we, the Eternal Life Academy, can represent the Northern Wasteland Sacred Land and enter the imperial continent of the Yanhuang domain to compete for the human race's chi. At those words, the crowd once again clamored. This was a no-brainer for the crowd. With such a terrifying enemy, who would want to join the Eternal Life Academy? Not to mention representing the Eastern Wasteland Sacred Land later on. Going to the imperial continent of the Yanhuang domain and competing for the human race's chi. Everyone thought that this Lu Bai was crazy. But no matter what, they couldn't figure out what was the significance of the Eternal Life Academy doing this. Stalling? Could it be that within a year, Chen Chang'an won't be able to die? Or was it that within a year, Chen Chang'an would grow to the point where he would terrify all 8 holy lands? But no matter what, this was a good stepping stone for the Taitsang sword sect, the Jun family, and the Lin family. Now they really couldn't fight Lu Bai to the death unless they were sure they could kill Lu Bai. Thus, the Taitsang sword sect and the others and the Jun clan, Lin clan looked at each other and nodded their heads. Okay, it's a deal. The Lin clan's oldest ancestor sneered. Lu Bai, in a year's time, if your academy hasn't grown to the size of a holy land, then your academy will give up the holy land for us to move in. Yes, Lu Bu nodded. After saying that, He winked at Chen Chang'an and the others. Kid, go! Thus, Chen Chang'an and the others left after Lu Bai in the midst of countless complicated gazes. The Taitsung sword sect and the rest of the Holy Land's forces had transmitted their voices. They're going to join forces. Not only did he want to hunt Chen Chang'an, but he also wanted to stop the development of the Eternal Life Academy. Ensure that a year later, the sacred site of the Everlasting Academy becomes theirs in the bag. After all, as long as it was a Holy Land, it would have a huge secret realm of aura, as well as that kind of ethereal chi. That's what they look for. As for the Everlasting Academy winning, it's simply not possible. The sword-bearer examination ended in such a twisted and bizarre way. Solo Gotham is dead. Jun Wugun is also dead. There was no need to watch the later ones at all. With less Chen Chang'an and Dugujin fighting, the others' bouts were no longer intense. In the end, the top 10 were Liang Yunzi, Yi Chen, Gu Yiming, Sunless, Moonless, Starless, and Ning Tingyu, and so on. And the most shocking thing was that Chen Chang'an was actually unwilling to join the Sword Execution Court. Directly joined the declining Eternal Life Academy. Everyone could see that the Sword Execution Court was bullying the weak and fearful during the examination. It could be said that the reputation of the Sword Execution Court here in the Central State was completely ruined. Even Chen Chang'an, who had defeated Dugujin, was no longer willing to become a sword executioner, which made sword executioners less sacred. This sword executioner examination was simply wonderful and bizarre. Especially the matter of the bet between the Everlasting Academy and the 8 great sacred grounds in the back. That's just incredibly exciting and ludicrous. In 1 year, collect 100,000 disciples, 50 Saint Emperor Elders, and 10 Saint Ruler Elders. This is a big joke. For a while, countless people in the city of Zhengzhou were talking about it. When the examination was over, Xiao Dania's family also hurriedly left the Central State and went back to the Northern State. Xiao Honhan could only express his support for Xiao Dania following Chen Chang'an to join Changsheng Academy. Although Chen Chang'an had enemies on all sides, it didn't mean that Chen Chang'an couldn't kill his way out. After leaving Central State City, the two of them, Fei Xinc and Ji Shengu, exchanged the money they had won at Tianjiaolu and followed. There were 7 of them in total, riding in an airship and flying towards the Eternal Life Academy's address. About half a day's flight. It was already thousands of miles away from Zhengzhou City. Sister Fei, how far is this Everlasting Academy? On the airship, Chen Chang'an asked curiously. Xiao Daniu and the others also looked over expectantly. After all, what they had heard the most about was the 4 great holy sects, the 4 great holy clans. I've never heard that there's an Eternal Life Academy. Almost there, just ahead in the mountains, Faith said uncertainly. Chen Chang'an and the others were speechless. They'll look, bothering to seem like they don't even know the way. Cough cough. Fei Xinc lightly coughed a few times and looked towards Lu Bui who had been drinking. Master, has it arrived yet? Soon. Cough cough. After saying that, he coughed repeatedly, coughing up all the wine in his mouth, and then blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The crowd was horrified. Master, are you alright? How are you? Head of the Ryu Academy? Chen Chang'an and the others stepped forward. Forcibly exerting the exalted sword chi has backfired. Luckily those guys couldn't see it. Lu Bai said indifferently, then swallowed it in one gulp along with the blood in his mouth. Don't waste my good drink. The crowd was in a state of shock. It turned out that Lu Bai wasn't a half-step sword exalt at all. Earlier it was all forced pretense. Fei Xinc hurriedly healed Lu Bai's injuries. With his face flushed a little redder, Lu Bui was only slightly better. Soon, after flying for a few more hours, 9 huge peaks appeared ahead. The top of the mountain peaks were covered with clouds and mist, and there were pavilions looming in the background. Chen Chang'an and the others were delighted in their hearts. Is this, in fact, the legendary Eternal Life Academy? Up ahead is the Eternal Life Academy. Lu Bai stood up in a hurry, his face full of excitement, and his eyes filled with complex colors. He hasn't been back here in a while either. As the airship approached the mountain gate, a defense boundary appeared. Lu Bai took out a token. The token is gray and signed with the word Eternal Life. The word longevity is the ultimate dream of a cultivator. And whoever becomes a cultivator doesn't want to live forever? But Chen Chang'an and the others didn't understand why this place was called the Everlasting Life Academy. At that moment, the token emitted a brilliant glow, and the defensive boundary in front of it lifted off to both sides as if it were paper, revealing an entrance. Go! Lu Bai then put away the token and collected the airship, and the group stepped inside the boundary and appeared on the mountain. To the eye was a staircase spreading upwards and a mountain of weeds. The mountain gate pagoda was tall, but rusted and cracked, a look of weathering all over. On the top of it, for big characters with dragons and phoenixes, Everlasting Life Academy, /windshield.